Chapter 1. The Unfortunate Method of Transmigration. Little girl, wake up. Are you all right? Song Zhen was roused from her half-dream state, and upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by two young men clad in light blue robes. The older of the two gently inquired, "Little girl, have you encountered some difficulties? Why are you sleeping out here in the wilderness?" They had noticed her sleeping soundly, and it was quite surprising how carefree she seemed. The two exchanged glances, feeling a sense of concern. This difficulty appeared to be rather substantial, yet they felt powerless to assist her, so they opted to change the subject and continue their inquiries. As they had just traversed the road, they had noticed Song Zhen lying serenely on the grass, initially mistaking her for a lifeless corpse. Surely, this young girl hadn't succumbed to despair due to financial troubles. That simply wouldn't do. She had transmigrated to this world, and now found herself utterly alone. However, the manner of her transmigration was somewhat embarrassing. Her death in the modern world was indeed quite undignified. All she had done was voice a few sarcastic remarks while playing a game. Did it truly warrant such a sudden demise? One might think that dying unexpectedly in other circumstances would be forgivable, but to perish just as she was seated on the toilet. In those final moments, she distinctly felt her legs give way, collapsing into the toilet bowl. The sensation of being submerged in toilet water was alarmingly vivid, yet it was merely a fleeting moment before she met her end. After her death, her soul lingered for several days, watching helplessly as the image of her kneeling with her head plunged into the toilet was captured on camera, her demise becoming fodder for laughter among countless online spectators. Then, in a flash of white light, she found herself in this new realm. A mysterious voice echoed in her mind, instructing her to elevate the Huan Yun Sect to the pinnacle of all sects, promising that she could ascend to immortality thereafter. To aid her in this quest, the enigmatic figure bestowed upon her two skills, teleportation and immortality. Once the mysterious being departed, she simply laid down to sleep. Night had fallen, and she reasoned that any matters could be addressed in the morning. However, as soon as she settled down, she was abruptly awakened by these two individuals, prompting Song Zhen to let out a deep sigh. In her past life, she had been denied sleep and had died unexpectedly. Now, just as she was preparing to rest, she was met with yet another series of interruptions. Upon observing Song Zhen's subdued sigh, the two felt a pang of sympathy. Apologies were in order, as they had unwittingly stirred up her sorrowful memories. They assumed their presence had caused her distress, considering how pitiable it was for a young girl to be alone without family. At that moment, Song Zhen was scrutinizing the two young men. Their attire was identical, and they wielded long swords. Their handsome features and distinguished demeanor indicated they were disciples of a celestial sect. Surely, the disciples of a celestial sect would know the location of the Huan Yun Sect. If it were nearby, perhaps she could shamelessly request their assistance in accompanying her. With sufficient audacity, anything could be accomplished if something were unachievable. It simply meant one lacked the requisite boldness. Are you disciples of a celestial sect? Do you know the way to Huan Yun Sect? Since she had come this far, she might as well take a chance after all. Becoming an immortal was the ultimate dream of countless children of Huaxia. The two disciples exchanged glances. We are indeed disciples of Huan Yun Sect. Do you wish to join our ranks? The path to immortality is not an easy one. Upon hearing their claim of being disciples of Huan Yun Sect, Song Zhen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could you take me to Huan Yun Sect? I would like to give it a try. It truly was a stroke of good fortune. Indeed, her luck was remarkable. Perceiving their hesitation, Song Zhen promptly added, "As long as you take me to the foot of Huan Yun Mountain, I will rely on my own fortune to see if I can join the sect." Typically, joining such a celestial sect involved a myriad of rules and procedures, and she understood that well. In her gaming experience, she had overcome countless challenges to become the disciple of a sect leader. If she could achieve that in a game, surely she could do the same here in reality, especially since she couldn't die. She might as well take bold risks. The thought of her two skills filled Song Zhen with a tinge of excitement. Immortality and teleportation, these two abilities combined were perfect for being a clever rogue. Upon hearing her words, the two disciples sighed in relief. Had she made unreasonable demands, they would have been at a loss for how to respond. Fortunately, this young girl seemed quite sensible. Seeing the sincerity in Song Zhen's eyes, the two conferred quietly among themselves. Hey, race the deal. We can take you to the foot of the mountain. However, to join Huan Yun Sect, you must walk up the mountain on your own, without any external assistance. If you can reach the summit, you will be accepted as a disciple. By merely escorting her to the base of the mountain, they weren't violating any sect regulations. Whether she could ascend depended solely on her own capabilities. Reaching the summit would undoubtedly involve numerous trials along the way. Chapter 2. Riding the sword? No, it's riding the sword. Indeed, there are still many kind-hearted people in this world. Reaching the foot of the mountain was already a significant boon. Had she been left to navigate on her own, she would have been lost for an eternity. Do not mention it. Sister, we are merely helping you find your way. It's no great matter. Quickly, take your place on the sword. As they expected Song Zhen to stand upon the sword's surface, they were taken aback when she instead swung her leg over and sat astride the blade. The two were left gaping, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. It's possible to do it this way? Won't that sword hurt her thighs? Seeing that they were frozen in place, Song Zhen urged, "Aren't we moving? It seems dawn is approaching." Only then did the two snap back to reality, reminding themselves that the world is full of wonders. What was so remarkable about riding a sword? As disciples of a celestial sect, they were well versed in the extraordinary. They gradually eased into the situation, levitating into the air with the sword. However, Song Zhen felt a whirlwind of emotions as she gazed at the rear of the person in front of her. She hadn't considered that the individual standing before her meant her sitting position would align her directly with their backside. She had leapt onto the sword impulsively. Fortunately, her immortality skill came with an added benefit. She felt no pain or discomfort. But truly, shouldn't cultivators refrain from passing gas? They presumably subsisted on a diet devoid of grains. After much internal deliberation, Song Zhen finally voiced a request. Elder brother, could I sit in the front? It feels a bit awkward sitting behind." The standing disciple, unable to hear her clearly, bent down to listen, only to inadvertently bump his backside against Song Zhen's head. Song Zhen thought to herself, "I knew this would happen." The other disciple nearly burst into laughter. Ji-fan, this young lady wishes to sit in front. Your backside is in her way. The disciple named Ji-fan felt a bit embarrassed. "My apologies. Let us quickly change positions." With a sigh, Song Zhen attempted to scoot forward, while Ji-fan stepped back. Just when Song Zhen felt a sense of relief, she soon found a hand resting atop her head. To her astonishment, she realized that wherever they directed their flight, her head would be inadvertently turned, effectively becoming a makeshift steering wheel. Kang Hua remarked, "What's so novel about this? Isn't this how we travel every day?" Song Zhen thought, "But it's not conventional. This is supposed to be graceful sword flight, yet they've turned it into a car ride." Yet, she felt too embarrassed to raise any objections, as she was still hitching a ride on their sword. Being treated like a steering wheel was a minor inconvenience. Throughout the journey, Song Zhen felt her neck moving in ways she never thought possible. By the end of it, she feared she might have lost an inch or two in height. Along the way, they passed other cultivators, each one regarding Song Zhen with expressions of astonishment. "Who is this iron-bottom girl? This female disciple has quite the sturdy backside." One cultivator, after passing by, glanced at their sword with eager anticipation, only to clutch his injured thigh and wail, I'm bleeding. Help! Someone please stop the bleeding." His companions rushed to tend to his wound, all the while silently cursing him. Serves him right. Who can learn this skill without the necessary foundation? Riding a sword isn't the same as sitting on one. She has an iron bottom, and you do not. Speaking of which, that young girl is indeed bold. She has quite the thick skin. Upon reaching the foot of Huan Yun Sect's mountain gate, Song Zhen graciously thanked the two disciples. "Thank you, brothers. The next time we meet, I hope it will be within the sect. I am determined to join Huan Yun Sect." Her tone was calm, yet somehow instilled a sense of confidence in her words. Kang Hua and Ji-fan smiled and wished her well. "We hope for your success, and when we meet again, we look forward to addressing you as junior sister." After the two departed, Song Zhen gazed up at the towering peaks, lost in contemplation. Climbing up here with one's legs may take an eternity, while soaring through the skies with a sword is truly exhilarating. Moreover, based on her extensive experience of reading cultivation novels over the years, she is certain that there will be trials along the way. Let's first ascertain what these trials entail. At this moment, Kang Hua and Ji-fan are also engaged in a discussion about Song Zhen. Do you truly believe that this young lady can gain admission to our sect? The criteria for disciples at our Huan Yun Sect are exceedingly stringent. Ji Fan holds a favorable impression of Song Zhen and secretly harbors the hope of having a junior sister. Among their lineage of brothers, he is the youngest, and he yearns to be a direct senior brother to someone. Though Huan Yun Sect is a major sect, the number of disciples is rather limited, and female disciples are even scarcer. Practicing the sword is arduous, and many female cultivators choose to specialize in spells or musical cultivation. While musical cultivation is popular, its requirements are even more demanding. After all, one must possess an understanding of musical theory, which not everyone is equipped to grasp. Kang Hua recalls the unwavering determination in Song Zhen's eyes and asserts with utmost conviction, "Rest assured, that young lady will undoubtedly become our junior sister. I have an instinct about it." Meanwhile, the future junior sister, already earmarked by the two senior brothers, is lost in a dreamlike illusion, indulging in snacks. The elder overseeing the illusion at Huan Yun Sect gazes at the scene of Song Zhen feasting through the clairvoyant mirror, utterly speechless. Shouldn't this little girl be rushing forward at this moment? The sword is already within her reach. Previous disciples, upon comprehending the circumstances within the illusion, often chose to seize the sword and elope with the bride. Yet this little girl seems to be more interested in snacking. The illusion depicts a wedding scene, and Song Zhen currently assumes the role of the bride's sister from her family. The bride is weeping and lamenting her unwillingness to marry, and Song Zhen attentively listens, realizing that the bride has been abducted. Originally, the bride had a childhood sweetheart, but she was suddenly targeted by a nefarious individual, leading to the current predicament. The groom is a villain, notorious for his heinous deeds and the abduction of innocent maidens. The bride scarcely knows how many women he has forcibly taken. According to the conventional approach to breaking through the illusion, one would typically vanquish the tyrant to rescue the bride. However, Song Zhen is entirely unorthodox in her methods. "Cousin, do not worry, I shall ensure your safety," Song Zhen declares with righteous fervor, yet the skeptical gazes of those around her betray their disbelief. At present, she is the bride's cousin, having trained in martial arts since childhood. The bride, still sobbing, replies, "Even though you have practiced martial arts and swordsmanship from a young age, how can you possibly contend with that tyrant?" Song Zhen responds, "Who said I needed to feed him? With my intelligence, I shall certainly employ cunning strategies." Before long, she produces a carrot from seemingly nowhere, having pilfered it from the kitchen during her quest for food. Originally intended for her own hunger, it has now found an unexpected purpose. She instructs the bride to conceal it beneath her gown, and with a sly grin, Song Zhen says, "That man surely has a penchant for beauty. When he discovers that my cousin surpasses him in size, let us see how he reacts." The onlookers, the elder observing the illusion. The bride, her expression stiffening, twitches her lips and continues, "But will this method truly work? It seems rather dubious to me." Song Zhen, with a mischievous grin, confidently asserts, "Cousin, rest assured, I will lie in ambush within the bridal chamber. I shall undoubtedly safeguard your honor." Song Zhen's smile is nearly splitting her face, brimming with excitement for the impending mischief. She is most eager for the tyrant's reaction. Let us hope it does not leave him psychologically scarred, for that would indeed be amusing. Chapter 3. The Elder's Existential Doubt. This was Song Zhen's first experience attending a traditional wedding, and the grandeur of the occasion was truly remarkable. However, the relatives of the bride were all in tears. To blend in, Song Zhen donned the attire of a close maidservant of the bride. The rituals were exceedingly intricate, and by the time all the ceremonies were completed, Song Zhen felt quite dazed. Goodness! No wonder weddings in ancient times were referred to as becoming married. The festivities stretched from dawn until dusk, leaving one in a state of bewilderment. The bride sat nervously in the bridal chamber, while Song Zhen had already found a hiding spot, clutching a sword in her hand. The trials of the Huan Yun Sword sect undoubtedly required a weapon, though it was not specified that it had to be this particular sword. Any blade would suffice. With a mischievous grin, Song Zhen cast the sword behind her, deciding it was of no further use. Moreover, she had concocted a rather audacious plan, proclaiming that one must possess a larger weapon than their opponent. How could a young maiden utter such words? Even an old man, like him, felt a sense of embarrassment upon hearing it. The trials of the illusionary realm typically demanded courage. Many newcomers were utterly defenseless, yet they needed to muster the bravery to confront malevolent forces. Numerous individuals had previously perished in these trials, as they could not ascertain whether death in this realm would translate to death in reality. No one was willing to gamble their life. While the path of cultivation is indeed alluring, countless souls have perished along the way. They were genuinely reluctant to lose their lives before even embarking on their journey. Without courage, how could one step onto the path of immortality? After all, the road to cultivation is fraught with peril. If one lacks the slightest bit of bravery, what purpose is there in seeking enlightenment or joining a sect? After a considerable wait, the ruffian finally stumbled in, intoxicated. "Ha ha ha! My beauty, I told you that you would eventually fall into my hands. Fear not, for I shall cherish you dearly." His voice was both slimy and repugnant. The bride cast a glance at Song Zhen, who was hidden in the corner, and he gave her a reassuring nod. Upon entering, the ruffian immediately began to disrobe, swiftly shedding his garments, for such individuals typically cut to the chase. Seeking to claim their prize without delay, Song Zhen discreetly gathered the discarded clothing from the floor and tossed it out the window. As the ruffian's hand reached towards the bride, he stumbled upon something that should not have belonged to a woman, and its weight was quite substantial. The bride, frightened, recoiled, but the ruffian's hand continued downward, encountering an exceedingly peculiar object. His movements froze in disbelief. What was this? How could a woman possess such a thing? Was it possible that he had mistaken this beauty for a man? His eyes widened in confusion and shock. Seizing the moment, Song Zhen dashed forward, grasping the bride's hand. And they fled, not forgetting to hurl a candle onto the bed. Instantly, the items upon the bed ignited, and now there was nothing left in the room to conceal their forms. Let us see how he escapes now. Song Zhen's expression was one of utter madness, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Burn, burn, let everything be consumed." The servants stationed outside were caught off guard as they witnessed Song Zhen and the bride burst forth. But in the next instant, they beheld their master fleeing in the nude. After the bully emerged, he suddenly felt a chill enveloping him, realizing that he was completely unclothed. He glared at his servants with wide eyes and bellowed, "Shut your eyes and get out of here." At that moment, Song Zhen turned her head and shouted, "No need to be shy. It's perfectly fine. Being both small and indecent is unacceptable, though." The elder, observing from outside, was left utterly dumbfounded, wondering where this wild girl had come from. If one were to claim they emerged from an illusion, this scene hardly resembled reality. It seemed more akin to another realm of illusion. Had the girl lost her way here? An elderly man appeared from a nearby path. Without hesitation, Song Zhen understood that this was yet another challenge within the illusion. She smiled and inquired of the elder, "Sir, may I ask what this place is called?" Initially, she struggled to comprehend the elder's words, prompting her to ask again. The elder elucidated, "This place is simply called Mountain, with no other designation. However, there's a village at the foot of the mountain known as Shanxia Village, and I hail from that village. Perhaps you would consider staying there for the night. It can be quite perilous on the mountain after dark." Song Zhen couldn't help but twitch her lips, unsure of how to respond. The mountain's name was indeed quite unpretentious, reminiscent of a person simply being called human. Nevertheless, given the elder's kind invitation, she decided to descend and take a look. As they made their way down the mountain, the elder incessantly shared tales of Shanxia Village. He had intended to offer further persuasion, yet before he could utter a word, Song Zhen had already agreed. As Song Zhen gazed with her innocent, wide eyes, the elderly man felt a sudden knot of unease in his heart. Was this girl excessively naive, or merely oblivious to the world around her? The elder was at a loss for words. Did this young girl not engage her mind at all, so readily agreeing to the requests of others? Upon entering the village, Song Zhen noticed a peculiar characteristic. There were no young women to be found, only older women. And, curiously, not a single child in sight. This trial was designed to test one's astuteness, primarily because sword cultivators were often straightforward and had been deceived far too many times in the past, prompting the inclusion of the challenge. The essence of the trial was to encourage them to be somewhat more vigilant. Should they continue to be misled, the reputation of sword cultivators would suffer. and they would be reduced to mere brawn over intellect, a status not far removed from their current predicament. Song Zhen also perceived that the villagers regarded her with unsettling eyes. Although they treated her to lavish hospitality, she sensed an underlying excitement in their demeanor. Thus, she remained awake throughout the night, retrieving the sword that had manifested during this trial. Each challenge was likely accompanied by a sword, contingent upon how they chose to wield it. Chapter 4. From where does this little demon arise? In the stillness of the night, Song Zhen discerned shadowy figures by her window, accompanied by hushed whispers. An old woman remarked, "This girl does not appear to be of wealthy stock. Yet that sword of hers holds considerable value, far less affluent than the previous girl." The elder who had escorted Song Zhen commented, "Perhaps she is simply concealing her wealth. If she truly lacks resources, we could eliminate her for a ghostly marriage. After all, the last one fetched quite a sum." Listening to their conversation, Song Zhen's eyes widened in disbelief, taken aback by the bizarre nature of this place. Outside the window, the two individuals continued their hushed conspiracy. The Liu family has been quite fortunate, consistently managing to deceive the affluent. Indeed, the village relies on this deceit for its livelihood. Song Zhen's gaze transformed entirely, realizing the absence of virtuous individuals in this village. If there are no good people, then let the slaughter commence. Observing Song Zhen's demeanor, the elder watching from outside the illusion felt a sense of foreboding. In the next instant, Song Zhen brandished her sword and rushed out, mercilessly cutting down the villagers as if they were mere radishes. After eliminating them, she stood with her hands on her hips and roared, "A life for a life. And yet you dare to arrange a ghost marriage? Blood debts must be repaid in blood. I demand retribution." The elder watched in utter shock, his mouth agape. He witnessed Song Zhen's relentless rampage from one end of the village to the other. This isn't how the story is supposed to unfold. Song Zhen interrogated each household, demanding they confess their transgressions to determine the number of sword strikes they deserved. She was now a blood-soaked deity of carnage. Ordinarily, individuals born in modern times are raised in an era of peace, making it difficult for many to take a life, let alone slaughter others with such ease. However, Song Zhen possessed a unique mindset, demonstrating exceptional resilience and an unconventional mental state. Soon, the village was decimated. The elder swallowed hard, his fingers trembling. Is it truly wise to induct this young woman? Should we fail to do so, I fear she may be drawn to nefarious paths. If she were to embrace the dark side, she would undoubtedly become a scourge upon the righteous in the future. Her audacity and abundance of cunning schemes, coupled with her ruthless demeanor, though directed at evildoers, are nonetheless alarming. A debt of blood must be repaid in blood. O ye wrong spirits who have perished unjustly, I, Song Zhen, have avenged you. As if in celestial accord, rain began to fall and thunder rumbled, as if the heavens were celebrating her triumph, and the departed souls were rejoicing. Though trepidation filled her heart as she struck down the first villain, upon hearing of their heinous acts and merciless killings, her emotions surged, eclipsing all else. To grant them a swift demise would be too merciful, for those they had deceived suffered fates far more wretched, denied even a proper burial, and subjected to posthumous forced marriages. Their suffering far surpassed a mere death. She, at least, had not subjected them to such a fate. As Song Zhen, in her emotional fervor, prepared to express her elation, the illusion shattered, and she found herself standing before the gates of the Illusion Cloud sect. An elderly man with a white beard gazed upon her with a look of profound perplexity. Instantly, Song Zhen realized she had likely passed the trial, and a sly grin spread across her face. I knew my luck was unparalleled. What is your name, young lady?" The white-bearded elder inquired, his tone tinged with weariness. Song Zhen, for her part, was quite satisfied with herself. The white-bearded elder's lips twitched, his expression a tapestry of complexity. "Do you truly believe your performance was commendable? One might mistakenly believe you to be a practitioner of malevolent arts, having ruthlessly slaughtered an entire village. Such an act has never been witnessed since the inception of this illusion." The elder with a white beard sighed, deciding to leave this troublesome matter to the sect leader. To prevent the emergence of a fiend within the realm of cultivation, it is best entrusted to the leader. Song Zhen, I shall take you to meet the sect leader shortly. You are quite fortunate. Becoming a disciple of the sect leader is no small feat. Wow. That means she would become a direct disciple. Given her longevity, it is only a matter of time before her status elevates to that of a sect leader or an elder. He chuckled heartily. Song Zhen quickly nodded. All right, thank you, elder. At that moment, the sect leader gazed at the images emanating from the illusion, his emotions tangled and complex. It is no wonder Elder Lu was so eager for him to witness this, insisting on accepting this disciple into their ranks. This does not appear to be the conduct of a righteous individual. The malevolent expression and the cries to the heavens after the massacre paint a picture of a sinister practitioner. He already had 5 disciples, with only the 5th, Ji-fan, present beside him. On the way here, Song Zhen incessantly questioned Elder Lu, inquiring whether those who perished in the illusion were indeed real individuals, like those villagers who met their demise. Elder Lu clarified, those villagers who perished were akin to you, seeking to join our sect. However, upon their death, they merely exited the illusion. They did not truly die. As righteous cultivators, we would never treat human lives so frivolously. When Song Zhen encountered the sect master once more, she had braced herself to meet an elderly man with white hair. To her surprise, he turned out to be a refined gentleman. Although he appeared relatively youthful, likely around 30, the aura he exuded suggested that he possessed a wealth of experience far exceeding that. As a disciple, Song Zhen paid her respects with an ancient bow. The sect master seemed rather pleased with her demeanor, noting the clarity in her eyes. Song Zhen, I wish to put you to a test, he stated. Please, sect master. Go ahead, she replied. The sect master inquired. In this world, people often place great importance on romantic relationships. If 2 individuals, who should not be together, cause harm to others due to their love, what do you believe should be done? Should they be allowed to pursue their happiness, or should they be stopped? He nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Song Zhen asked, are those who are harmed the ones who love them, such as family and friends? That would be the case. He affirmed. She continued, do these 2 individuals disregard their families and friends, driven by grievances and enmities, in pursuit of their love? Indeed, he confirmed. In her heart, Song Zhen had already reached a conclusion. It was quite simple. She would support their union. Her excitement grew as she spoke, recalling a childhood friend whose 10-year bond was overshadowed by a man who had deceived her so transparently, yet she had continued to demean herself for his sake. After their demise, one was buried in the far north and the other in the far south, thus fulfilling their wishes while alleviating the hatred harbored by their kin and friends. An exquisite resolution. Observing the gradually unhinged Song Zhen, the shock in the eyes of the sect leader and Elder Lu could not be concealed. Who is this little demon? What the sect leader spoke of was indeed a true incident that transpired within the Sword Sect. Long ago, a disciple of the Sword Sect fell in love with a wicked sorceress, a woman notorious for her merciless killings, with countless cultivators falling victim to her hands. This disciple, enchanted by the sorceress, betrayed his master and fellow disciples, convinced that she was compelled to commit her heinous acts. They believed they were destined to be together, lamenting why their affection was met with heavenly disfavor. Yet, it was undeniable that both were ultimately executed, their forms and spirits utterly annihilated. Chapter 5. It seems your path, junior sister, has gone awry. Elder Lu persistently signaled to the sect leader. You must accept her quickly. If she is released, the danger to the world will be too great. The sect leader swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of hesitation. He could scarcely imagine what the future would hold if he were to take on such a disciple. First and foremost, they must rectify her propensity for violence. What reputable sect engages in wanton killings? In truth, Song Zhen did not slay indiscriminately. Her targets were all wrongdoers. The reason she was able to elevate the Sword Sect to the pinnacle of power in the realm was her resolute decisiveness in dealing with those who deserved to perish, exhibiting no mercy or unnecessary dialogue. Her psychological resilience surpasses that of many, and during her academic years, numerous individuals labeled her as cold-blooded, suggesting she possessed a flawed perception. Yet, she perceives no deficiency within herself, Rather, she is simply more rational than the average person. Ahem, Song Zhen. Might you be inclined to join my tutelage? Absolutely. I would be delighted. I vow to be a devoted disciple, following your every command and striving to become your most capable aide. The sect leader, an elder Lu, inquired. What image does the sword sect embody in your eyes, and how do you perceive its disciples? The sect leader elucidated the current circumstances of their lineage. The third disciple, disinterested in remaining within the sect, has vanished to an unknown location, while the fourth disciple, a female, is presently engaged in duties at the law enforcement hall of the sword sect. Thus, the only one by his side is the fifth disciple, Fan. So, I'm a sixth. I knew it. I am indeed destined to be the sixth. Song Zhen's laughter arched her eyes into crescents. And although the sect leader could not fathom the source of her joy, he welcomed it nonetheless. I shall inform your senior brother, as he will oversee your subsequent arrangements. When Fan was summoned, he was astounded to see Song Zhen, her eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. This girl has truly entered the sect, and has become my junior sister? Upon seeing Fan, Song Zhen beamed with delight. Senior brother, we meet again, from now on. We are direct siblings in the sect. Fan chuckled. This is splendid news. I will take good care of my junior sister. Upon learning of the newest addition to their martial family, senior sister Lu Qian dispatched a gift. Despite being swamped with duties at the Hall of Law Enforcement, and thus unable to visit, she wished to express her care for the new junior sister. Gazing upon the treasures bestowed, Song Zhen's delight was palpable. However, her elation was short-lived, as the following day found her conscripted into sword practice. Novice disciples, or those of lesser cultivation, were instructed collectively by senior members. At this exhortation, the assembled disciples promptly commenced their drills. Having joined the sect prior to Song Zhen, their swordsmanship possessed a certain degree of competence. Yet Song Zhen was no slouch either, having honed her skills within the virtual realm, coupled with an exceptional memory. However, her swordsmanship diverged markedly from that of her peers. While their movements were graceful and swift, embodying a refined elegance, Song Zhen's attacks were decidedly aimed at the lower extremities. I'll stab your backside, pierce your chrysanthemum, sever your manhood. Ha ha ha. This is exhilarating. Song Zhen brandished her sword with gusto, her strikes swift, ruthless, and precise, leaving onlookers dumbfounded. The surrounding disciples, particularly the male contingent, instinctively distanced themselves from Song Zhen, a collective chill seeming to descend upon their nether regions. Where had this junior sister been found, and how had she developed such an unconventional approach? The senior brother who had just demonstrated the movements was left wondering if that was how he had demonstrated the movements. However, it seems that focusing on the lower three paths truly yields results, as each strike can precisely target the critical areas. Although this junior sister may be a bit fierce, she is undeniably talented, managing to modify her sword technique on her own. As the surrounding sounds faded away, Song Zhen gradually came to a halt. Observing the gazes of her senior brothers and sisters upon her, she felt a surge of delight within. Surely, her impressive demeanor had captivated them. She must maintain a good image in their presence. With a flick of her hair, she tucked her sword into her waistband, lifted her chin at a 45-degree angle to showcase her flawless jawline, and spoke in a beguiling bubble tone. Why are my senior brothers and sisters not practicing their swordplay? Upon hearing that voice, which felt as if it were strangling their throats, the expressions of those around her shifted to discomfort. They wondered whether this junior sister was struggling to catch her breath. Perhaps they should offer assistance. One senior brother, concerned, inquired, "Sister, is something obstructing your throat? Do you need our help?" Song Zhen replied, "This is called a bubble tone. Do you not understand? It is not that something is blocking my throat. You are all simply a bunch of oblivious straight men." Noticing the concerned expression surrounding her, she took a deep breath and gritted her teeth, declaring, "I am fine. Everyone, please continue your sword practice." Hearing her insistence, the others reluctantly dispersed, albeit with lingering doubt. However, they soon witnessed Song Zhen becoming increasingly ferocious, leaving them feeling a chill run down their spines. When Fan arrived to pick someone up, he was immediately seized and taken aside to hear grievances. "Senior brother G, where on earth did this little junior sister come from? She's truly terrifying. The way she practiced her sword today made me feel as if she had completely strayed from the proper path. She bears no resemblance to a reputable sect. She is nothing short of a practitioner of sinister arts. Ji-Fan was left bewildered by the inquiries. How could a new disciple be so intimidating? These people must have been quite naive. The sect leader clutched his chest, struggling for breath, yet felt a flicker of relief. It was fortunate that he had taken her in. If she could achieve such results after being accepted, what would have happened had she truly embraced the wicked path? After showcasing her learned skills for the day, Song Zhen gazed eagerly at her master, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for praise. The sect leader, under her watchful gaze, managed a dry smile. Not bad, quite good indeed. Ji-Fan widened his eyes in disbelief at his master's reaction. Is this really good? Master, have you perhaps been possessed? The sect leader ignored his fifth disciple's bewilderment and continued to commend Song Zhen. Your talent is remarkable. You managed to grasp everything taught today. You must diligently apply your gifts to vanquish demons and uphold the righteous path. Understand? Be sure to eradicate evil without inadvertently defending it. Chapter 6. Every move is an insult. Song Zhen, basking in the commendation, felt her spirits soar. Indeed, her extraordinary talent had drawn praise even from her master. The sect leader, rest assured, Master, I shall diligently promote the righteous path. As a disciple of the righteous path, one naturally must promote it. However, the specifics of this promotion are not clearly defined. Therefore, she intends to employ her own methods to advocate for it. After all, her ambition is to elevate the illusory cloud sword sect to become the foremost sect in the world, and gaining recognition is essential. Meanwhile, Ji-Fan was utterly bewildered, pondering why the master placed such importance on the junior sister. Had the master ever shown such regard for the elder brother? Could it be that the junior sister is indeed an extraordinary talent? Before long, Song Zhen was dismissed, leaving Ji-Fan behind. As the sect leader indicated, there was something significant to discuss with him. Master, please speak your mind. Why send the junior sister away? We are all family, and surely there is nothing to conceal. Observing his naive fifth disciple, the sect leader sighed deeply, uncertain if this task would be feasible for him. Nonetheless, he resolved to treat this dead horse as if it were alive, with the fourth disciple preoccupied with matters of the law enforcement hall. Only the fifth disciple was available. Ji-Fan, I have a very important matter to entrust you with. The leader's expression bore a grave seriousness as he uttered these words, causing Ji-Fan to adopt a more solemn demeanor. Do not worry, Master. Whatever the task, I will exert every effort to accomplish it. Since you hold me in such esteem, I must perform admirably. The sect leader continued, This matter is neither trivial nor monumental. It concerns your junior sister. From now on, you're responsible for keeping a watchful eye on her. No matter the circumstances, ensure she does not stray down the wrong path. Ji-Fan responded, What do you mean by straying down the wrong path? Having already become a disciple of the sword sect, how could one possibly stray from the righteous path? Ji-Fan suddenly recalled a senior who had been romantically involved with a sorceress. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Are you concerned that my junior sister might be ensnared by the demonic teachings, repeating the mistakes of that former senior? Observing his self-satisfied disciple, the sect master replied, One could indeed express it in that manner. In any case, it is prudent to keep a watchful eye on your junior sister. Having someone to oversee matters is certainly preferable to having none at all. While the fifth disciple may be somewhat unreliable, he possesses a sense of propriety. Unbeknownst to Song Zhen, she had already become a focal point of attention. Currently, she was diligently honing her skills. Having successfully joined the sect, she had completed the first step. The second involved establishing her reputation among the other disciples. She must distinguish herself as a paragon among her peers, ideally earning their respect. Only with such stature could she garner followers to elevate the illusory cloud sword sect to the pinnacle of all sections. If no one heeded her, her aspirations would surely falter. I have made up my mind. I shall challenge them to duels. This was the swiftest means to attain fame. However, given her current level of cultivation, she was not yet ready. Although she could exhaust her opponents, standing still and being struck would be too humiliating. Moreover, Teleportation was beyond her capabilities as a novice disciple. Such advanced techniques were not attainable for someone of her level, necessitating the concealment of her true strength. Could Song Zhen be so spineless? Ranking 6th, she was determined to accomplish feats befitting her standing. Consequently, it became evident to all that Song Zhen was practicing her swordsmanship with even greater fervor and intensity. With his right hand wielding a sword and his left hand not idle, he executed movements that were shockingly lascivious, causing unease among the onlookers. One disciple swallowed hard and murmured, "Is the swordplay we practice the same as what junior sister is performing? It feels entirely different." The sword techniques of the illusory cloud sword sect are renowned for their elegance and grace. Whenever a disciple of the sect strikes, praises are invariably bestowed upon them. The term dashing and graceful gentleman's sword is the esteemed title given to the disciples of the illusory cloud sword sect. Yet, the techniques of this young junior sister are exceedingly vulgar. It's simply appalling. The senior brother in charge of instruction wiped the cold sweat from his brow and managed a dry smile, saying, "Well, junior sister Song certainly has her own ideas. We must encourage our disciples to innovate. Everyone should strive to emulate junior sister Song. But for now, let's adhere to the teachings I provide and innovate gradually in the future." In any case, he no longer dared to intervene. He had already discussed this matter with Ji Fan, for Ji Fan was the direct senior brother of Song Zhen. However, Ji Fan found himself powerless in this situation. The two of them had spent a day observing Song Zhen practice her swordplay, and the feelings they experienced were beyond description. A mere glance at each other revealed the tears shimmering in their eyes. Ji Fan now understood why their master had instructed him to keep an eye on a young junior sister. It was not merely a concern about her being ensnared by the demonic sect. It was a fear that she herself might succumb to its allure. The prospect was truly terrifying. Unbeknownst to Song Zhen, she was oblivious to the impact she had on everyone around her. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Who cares if the techniques are crude? If one can triumph, it is deemed an excellent maneuver. Moreover, she did not perceive herself as lewd. She was diligently practicing that sword technique, merely innovating it slightly. With her right hand wielding the sword, her left hand was not idle. Since it was free, why not develop some new moves? As days passed, the day of the assessment finally arrived. Observing the vacuum surrounding her, Song Zhen felt a sense of grievance. Why was everything so distant from her? Was this isolation? She looked at her senior brother, Ji Fan, and lamented, "They are excluding me." A surge of righteous indignation welled up within Ji Fan. "Do not be disheartened, junior sister. I shall speak with them." As Ji Fan approached and inquired, the disciples all wore grim expressions and replied, "It is not that we wish to exclude her. You are aware of what Song's sister's techniques entail. She truly draws her bow with both hands. Furthermore, she specializes in targeting various sensitive areas. If she were to strike indiscriminately, I shudder to imagine the consequences. After all, it is said that a warrior may be slain but not humiliated. Yet, every move of Song's sisters seems to be an affront." Ji Fan found himself momentarily speechless. But upon turning to the aggrieved Song Zhen, he mustered the courage to say, "This is merely a reflection of your own lack of skill. You have been training far longer than my junior sister, and yet you cannot even best her, resorting to all manner of excuses. Do you not feel ashamed? As long as your strength is sufficient, the techniques employed by your opponent will be of no consequence. You are simply making excuses." As Ji Fan spoke, his confidence grew stronger. Indeed, they were merely seeking excuses. Although the techniques employed by his junior sister were rather unconventional, their strength was formidable. What difference did it make if her moves were peculiar? Chapter 7. All I Desire is Victory. His own junior sister was under his protection, and others had no grounds to criticize. Song Zhen gazed at his fifth senior brother with deep emotion. Truly, it was heartwarming to witness kin defending kin. Others were left speechless. "You two seem quite affectionate." Furthermore, Ji Fan, with such grandiloquent rhetoric, surely it is not you who dares to challenge the emotions of this contest. If you possess the capability, why not face her yourself? Go ahead, test your junior sister's abilities. How about this? Song junior sister and I shall form a team. The senior brother, who was their instructor, stepped forward decisively. There was no alternative, as none of the others were willing to participate. Their cultivation levels were relatively similar, most having just reached the chi refinement stage, while he had at least established his foundation. Although Song Jr.'s sister's swordsmanship was indeed intricate, she had only recently begun to cultivate her energy and had yet to attain the chi refinement stage. The others were simply too timid. Upon seeing someone step up, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. It was not that they were afraid. It was acceptable to sustain injuries in a normal contest. But to be injured by someone employing methods like Song Zhen's would be utterly humiliating. Wielding a sword with one hand while the other was engaged in such antics, or perhaps tickling under the arms or poking nostrils. How could anyone endure such absurdity? The swordplay with the right hand was already quite unconventional, and the left hand added even more tricks. Who could withstand that? They have merely just reached the chi refining stage, and their swordsmanship is not even as proficient as Song Zhen's. They're only benefiting from the advantage of being the first to enter, and in terms of talent, they might not even match Song Zhen. At this moment, Song Zhen is filled with joy. If her newly initiated disciple were to defeat a senior brother in the foundation establishment stage, it would undoubtedly bring her fame. Initially, she thought she would have to first vanquish her peers, but unexpectedly she has jumped a level. How splendid. I agree, Senior Brother Bai, please enlighten me. As she twirled the wooden sword in an elegant flourish, her demeanor was truly graceful. Ji-fan, standing beside her, lifted his head with pride, observing his junior sister's stance. He sensed that a delightful surprise might indeed occur. While practicing swordplay is one thing, during a genuine contest, he knew his junior sister would be earnest. The others, watching Senior Brother Bai, felt an uneasy premonition brewing within. One disciple murmured, "Logically, we should be more concerned about junior sister Song. Yet for some reason, I feel more anxious about Senior Brother Bai." The others nodded in agreement. Perhaps they were merely overthinking. Song Zhen and Senior Brother Bai exchanged formal greetings, then assumed their stances. This contest would solely focus on swordsmanship, thus Senior Brother Bai faced several limitations. Song Zhen made the first move, thrusting her wooden sword directly towards Senior Brother Bai's face. He raised his sword to block, yet in the next instant, Song Zhen had vanished from sight. What? How could she be so fast? Senior Brother Bai quickly turned around, instinctively swinging his sword, while Song Zhen chuckled, using her sword to parry with her right hand while her left arm darted straight towards his armpit. Ha ha ha! Junior sister, you lack martial ethics. Bishi Xiong could not hold back and momentarily faltered, primarily due to Song Zhen's remarkably swift movements. Had her actions not been so rapid, he would undoubtedly have been able to counter them. However, he quickly regained his composure after only a few seconds. Song Zhen's subsequent maneuvers became increasingly cunning, executed with exceptional speed. She felt utterly elated, as teleportation proved to be exceedingly effective. She had yet to fully harness this technique, merely enhancing her speed to a degree that remained inconspicuous. The adage in the realm of martial arts, "Only speed is invincible," applies equally within the world of cultivation. She chuckled. During the next opportunity to tickle his armpits, she seized the moment as Bishi Xiong opened his mouth, swiftly jabbing her finger into his throat. He! She was back at it again. Ugh! Bishi Xiong rolled his eyes, nearly retching. This time, he surrendered completely, declaring he would not continue. How could one engage in such antics? Furthermore, her speed was astonishingly swift, leaving him no time to defend against her techniques. The onlookers stood agape, astonished by the spectacle. Is it truly possible to fight in such a manner? Ji-fan had concealed his face with his sleeve in embarrassment. Although victorious, he couldn't help but feel utterly humiliated. How could one stoop to tickling and throat jabbing? How did she manage such feats? Clearly, her training had not been in vain, as she executed her practice seamlessly in combat. He was unfamiliar with Song Zhen, having no younger disciples, only 5 disciples in total. Observing the astonished expressions around him, Song Zhen beamed with delight, bowing gracefully while humbly proclaiming, I am grateful. It is all thanks to Bishi Xiong allowing me this opportunity." Beside her, Brother Bai was nearly rolling his eyes to the heavens. While others practiced their swordsmanship, she seemed to revel in the art of mockery, which was utterly absurd. This individual was already eccentric in her sword training, but her peculiarities during battle surpassed all expectations. Others gazed skyward or at the ground, inwardly relieved that they had not chosen to spar with Song Zhen. They certainly did not wish to be subjected to her tickling or throat-tugging antics. "Isn't anyone going to congratulate me? I have emerged victorious." Song Zhen observed the crowd's reaction, sensing their apparent dissatisfaction. "Ha ha ha, congratulations. We were simply taken aback by our junior sister's astonishing performance and momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, who would have thought our junior sister could defeat Brother Bai? Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. Our junior sister is undeniably gifted. She is indeed worthy of being the sect leader's prized disciple." Listening to the cascade of praises, Song Zhen beamed with delight, her eyes sparkling as she turned to her elder brother, Ji Fan. He found himself at a loss for words of praise. Yet, he could not bear to dampen his junior sister's spirits. After all, it was her first competition. If one disregarded the means of her victory, the outcome was commendable. After much contemplation, Ji Fan ultimately conceded. "You performed admirably, junior sister, though it would be even better if you could exhibit a touch more gentlemanly conduct." This sentiment resonated with everyone present. Indeed, her tactics were rather unbecoming. The swordsmanship of the Huan Yun Sect was renowned for its grace and chivalry. How had it devolved to such a state? With the sect leader's disciple leading the charge into this aberration, "I perceive that you embody an excess of gentlemanly decorum. It would benefit you to learn from my example. For true strength is paramount. As cultivators of the sword, we ought not to be excessively straightforward, lest we encounter significant setbacks. As far as I am aware, you have already faced your share of misfortunes, which underscores the necessity of adopting a more astute perspective. With your current disposition, when will our Huan Yun Sect ascend to the pinnacle of sects? The nature of sword cultivators is inherently too forthright, which is detrimental. Furthermore, others possess a greater level of cunning, and certainly more than those within our Huan Yun Sect, making the quest for supremacy a formidable challenge." Upon hearing her words, the others began to contemplate the truth within them. Is it indeed so? However, it is undeniable that in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Upon reflection, the insights of our junior sister hold considerable merit. Chapter 8. I desire a pink sword from that day forth. Many embarked on the exploration of new horizons. The later arriving disciples adapted swiftly, while those who had entered earlier found their moral foundations deeply ingrained, making any transformation a gradual process. The sect leader was somewhat astonished, as it turned out that among his disciples, Song Zhen possessed the most exceptional talent. He even summoned other elders to showcase the remarkable gift of his prized disciple. Though he had but a few disciples, their caliber was undeniably high. This esteemed disciple, despite occasionally harboring unconventional thoughts akin to those of a rogue path, exhibited the peculiar temperament characteristic of geniuses, which is understandable. The sect leader effortlessly crafted an excuse for Song Zhen, yet he still advised her to temper her exuberance slightly. Having grown accustomed to her haphazard techniques as a mentor, he cautioned her against startling the elders. As Song Zhen glanced at these venerable figures, a feeling akin to that of a child performing for relatives during the new year overwhelmed her. Was she, Song Zhen, the type to cower before her elders? Certainly not. Esteemed masters, your disciple shall now present her humble skills. Drawing forth her wooden sword, she executed her moves with remarkable precision, utterly unlike a novice. The sect leader, stroking his chin, couldn't help but smile as the wrinkles on his face deepened in amusement. This little girl displayed a commendable awareness today, refraining from showcasing her bizarre repertoire. Quite commendable, indeed. Standing nearby, Ji Fan watched with bated breath, utterly astonished by his master's audacity to allow the junior sister to perform before the elders. Did he not fear that she might suddenly exhibit erratic behavior? Indeed, in his eyes, Song Zhen's demeanor often seemed somewhat peculiar, as she would utter nonsensical remarks. The last time he inadvertently stepped on her foot, she had flashed him a rather amusing smile, her voice dripping with a teasing lilt as she remarked, "Man, are you trying to capture my attention?" Upon hearing those words, An inexplicable urge to vanish into the ground surged within him. Such instances were countless. Typically, when one makes such remarks, it implies interest. However, when the junior sister spoke, he sensed her disinterest. She was merely playing. Certainly, he could not muster even a shred of enthusiasm. It was utterly repulsive. The crux of the matter was that she herself felt quite content, even claiming that her acting was exceptionally on point. Thus, he was particularly apprehensive that after Song Zhen's performance, she might address the elders with a casual, "Gentlemen, were you satisfied with what you witnessed?" Merely contemplating this made his toes curl as if they were about to burrow a hole into the ground. After enduring a prolonged state of anxiety, when Song Zhen concluded her display, Ji Fan held his breath, fixating intently on her. Should she utter even a single word pertaining to men, he would throw himself at her, desperate to cover her mouth. Their lineage could not afford to lose face entirely at her hands. It must be said that the reclusive Song Zhen had indeed consumed a fair share of Dragon, Overlord, and Mary Sue novels in the modern era. She had absorbed the very essence of some of those tales. Unbeknownst to her senior brother's thoughts, she was lost in her own brilliance. Observing her master's satisfied expression, she was convinced she had performed exceptionally well. Esteemed mentors, may I inquire how you found my recent performance? Regardless, I'm quite pleased with myself. Although she had not employed her usual tricks, her charm had reached its zenith. The elders nodded in appreciation, remarking, "Truly, she is the meticulously nurtured disciple of the sect leader. Young junior possesses remarkable talent. Do not squander your gifts in the future." Song Zhen chuckled, her earlier air of sophistication dissipating as she spoke in a somewhat foolish manner. "Oh, certainly not. I treasure my talents dearly." Her endearingly silly smile elicited laughter from her elders, and even Ji Fan could not suppress a grin. Just moments ago, he had maintained his composure, yet it seemed he could not hold it for more than 3 seconds before revealing his amusement. After bidding farewell to the elders, the sect leader sighed in relief and remarked, "Song Zhen, your performance today was truly commendable, bringing honor to your master. What reward do you desire?" The notion of selecting her own reward sparked excitement in Song Zhen's eyes. Observing her cunning demeanor, the sect leader felt an ominous premonition creeping in. In all likelihood, this time, he would have to part with a considerable amount of resources. Song Zhen glanced at the wooden sword in her hand and then looked up, her eyes shimmering with anticipation as she said, "Master, grant me a sword. I wish for one that belongs solely to me." She couldn't help but feel envious of the exquisite sword her senior brothers and sisters wielded. The sword of the 5th senior brother was particularly striking, a delicate pink hue accompanied by a matching aura, absolutely stunning. As a girl, she believed she too deserved to possess a beautiful pink sword. Stealing a glance at the sword held by Ji Fan, she noticed him discreetly hiding it behind his back. Surely, she didn't intend for her master to bestow his sword upon her. Such a notion was unacceptable. The sect leader was indeed troubled. Many disciples of the illusory Cloud sect had acquired their swords through their own endeavors, often possessing more than one. This was a significant factor in why sword cultivators tended to be financially strained, who wouldn't wish for an ever-growing collection of treasured swords. With so many exquisite blades in existence, one could hardly suffice. Additionally, there were various accessories that complemented swords, such as sheaths, tassels, and maintenance tools. Each of these expenditures contributed to an ever-increasing financial burden. Although he was the leader of the sect, he had not saved much money. The sword tomb would not open for another 6 months, rendering it inaccessible. Logically speaking, most disciples acquired their first sword from the sword tomb. However, since the young disciple had expressed such a desire, it was only fitting that he, as the master, should fulfill this request. Observing the eager expression on his young disciple's face, the sect leader gritted his teeth and resolved to make a generous sacrifice. "All right, I'll procure a sword for you. Tell me what kind of sword you desire." After all, it was merely a sword. If he could not purchase one, he would find the materials to forge it himself, whatever it took. Ji Fan, witnessing his master's trembling hands, felt a pang of sympathy. Such a hefty expenditure. His master was indeed quite generous. Nevertheless, the treasures his master had accumulated were substantial, so a little financial sacrifice was not an issue. Song Zhen was so surprised that he leaped into the air, exuberantly beginning to describe the style and color of the sword he envisioned. I want it to be pink, a shade deeper than my senior brother's sword. It should have beautiful patterns, long and slender, and the hilt shouldn't be too long. Let me just draw the design. Chapter 9. The brother who is both father and mother. As Song Zhen sketched his desired design, the sect leader nearly spat blood. The intricate and elaborate patterns, along with various demanding specifications, and the pink color, this was truly taxing his very life. Ji Fan, standing nearby, was at a loss for words. The patterns they referred to were not ordinary. Those on the sword held significant meaning. The intricacies were incantations that could enhance the sword's power. Forging a commonplace blade is a simple undertaking, yet imbuing it with this particular enchantment presents a formidable challenge. Such an endeavor surpasses the capabilities of the average artisan. Furthermore, the origins of this incantation, possessed by Song Zhen, remain shrouded in mystery. In this era, the number of individuals capable of inscribing this specific enchantment could be counted on a single hand. Moreover, their services are not merely a matter of monetary compensation, a resource of which they possess a limited supply. Observing Song Zhen's guileless countenance, the sect leader suppressed his rising ire and, with gritted teeth, inquired, "From whence did you acquire this design?" "Master, my request is modest. I merely desire one such as this," she responded with a naive grin. He echoed sarcastically. "I shall you no further." The sect leader inhaled deeply, internally reassuring himself. She is my own disciple. Investing a modicum of effort is of no consequence, even if it necessitates the expenditure of a favor. A favor disciple is entitled to indulgence, and her desire for a superior blade is motivated by a desire to cultivate her skills diligently. It is a propitious matter. Ji Fan could no longer bear witness to the scene, for he had discerned tears welling in his master's eyes. In all his years, he had never before beheld such vulnerability in his master. On occasions when the five of them had performed commendable deeds, their master had inquired as to whether they desired recompense. Yet none had possessed the audacity of Song Zhen. Ordinarily, one would demur, allowing the elder to select an appropriate token of appreciation. Song Zhen, however, deviated from convention, effectively extracting half a vial of blood from her master. The sword, undoubtedly, the master could procure, and the enchantment, too, he could arrange to have inscribed, for as the foremost figure in swordsmanship, he commanded a degree of deference. It is indeed a troublesome matter. As the saying goes, the debt of gratitude is difficult to repay. Many individuals owe their masters a favor, and should the master request assistance, that debt is nullified. While monetary debts can be easily settled, the intricacies of human relations are far more complex. If you have no pressing matters, it would be best to withdraw for the time being, as I must attend to the affairs of the sect leader said. His voice noticeably weakened as he spoke, clutching his chest. Observing his frail demeanor, Song Zhen immediately expressed her concern, asking, "Master, are you unwell?" Ji Fan swiftly pulled Song Zhen aside, half dragging her out. Even as she was being led away, she continued to inquire, "Senior brother, it seems master is not feeling well. Should we summon an elder from the alchemy hall to take a look?" Ji Fan replied, "There is no need. Master is not unwell, merely struggling to accept the situation. If you do not leave, master will truly become unwell. Can you not see that your presence is nearly driving him to his wit's end?" To placate Song Zhen, Ji Fan took her on a leisurely exploration of the mountains and fields. Eventually, Song Zhen found herself comfortably asleep in her warm chamber, leaving the sect leader and Ji Fan to huddle together for warmth. "Master, I have yet to marry and bear children, yet I already feel the weight of parenting. It is truly exhausting. More so than 3 consecutive days of sword practice," Ji Fan lamented, his voice barely above a whisper. The sect leader has remained seated here all day, his expression one of profound disillusionment. "Endure it, for she is your junior sister. Besides, is there not a saying that an elder brother is like a father? With several of your senior brothers and sisters absent, you must embrace the role of the elder brother and experience the nuances of nurturing a younger one. I am truly being worn down, aging prematurely." At this moment, Ji Fan is plagued by a significant question. He inquires of the sect leader. There is a senior brother from the neighboring sect who is now with his little junior sister, the very one he has been mentoring. I wish to understand how they came to be together. My frustration with that little rascal, Song Zhen, has reached its peak. How did they develop such feelings for each other? The sect leader finds himself momentarily at a loss. Matters of the heart are indeed foreign to him, being a lifelong bachelor himself. However, since his disciple has posed such a question, he cannot admit his ignorance, lest he lose face as a master. Well, matters of affection can be quite intricate. Perhaps through their noisy interactions, feelings blossomed. You and your junior sister might also cultivate a bond in time. As soon as the sect leader finishes speaking, Ji Fan lets out a sound of dismay. Master, could you refrain from discussing such terrifying topics? Every time Song Zhen irritates me, I feel an overwhelming urge to send her crashing to the depths below. The sect leader responds, surely it isn't that exaggerated. Song Zhen can be quite endearing at times. Ji Fan lets out a deep sigh, genuinely beginning to believe that remaining a bachelor, like his master, may not be such a bad fate after all. After all, emotions can complicate matters. The pair of siblings from the neighboring sect incessantly quarrel, their love-hate relationship becoming tiresome to behold. Among the disciples of the celestial realm, their fixation on romantic entanglements is truly perplexing. Time passes swiftly, and soon the competition for new disciples will commence. In recent years, the newly recruited apprentices have varied in their cultivation levels, yet none are drastically different from one another. Among them, Song Zhen stands out as the most remarkable. After all, she has opened up new horizons for everyone. Logically, as the last to join, she should not be participating in this competition, yet she has insisted on taking part. However, there is no need for concern regarding unforeseen incidents, for these contests are merely friendly sparring among disciples, with elders supervising each match. Everyone should simply exert their utmost effort and showcase their talents. As Elder Lu concluded his speech, Song Zhen began to clap enthusiastically, undoubtedly a reflection of her modern education, where applauding after a leader's address is ingrained in one's nature. Chapter 10. The flamboyant and cheeky junior sister. Noticing the gazes of those around her fixed upon her, Song Zhen found it rather peculiar. Clapping is a basic courtesy. Why is everyone staring at her? Shouldn't they be applauding as well? Elder Lu's words were indeed commendable. The crowd paused for a brief moment before joining in the applause, albeit without understanding the reason behind it. Yet, they followed suit regardless. Listening to the fervent claps, Song Zhen finally sensed a familiar sensation. This was the essence she had been longing for. Standing in front was Elder Lu. What is this new ritual? Why am I unaware of it? Is it a new regulation from a sect leader? At that moment, the sect leader, bustling about outside, let out a tremendous sneeze. This contest was to be conducted by drawing lots, ensuring fairness. Should one fail to draw a favorable opponent, they could only lament their ill fortune. Most participants were reluctant to face Song Zhen, fearing the infamous tactics of peach stealing, armpit tickling, and throat poking. Yet, fortune favored one unlucky soul, a tall and robust male disciple who drew Song Zhen. With a warm smile, Song Zhen greeted him, "Brother who, what a coincidence." Brother who forced a strained smile in response, acknowledging the irony, and silently hoped his junior sister would show mercy. Song Zhen beamed, no need for formality. I hope you two will show some restraint. This time, all elders would be present to observe, and many were keen to impress, hoping to catch the eye of an elder who might take them on as a true disciple, which would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. The venue was spacious, and fellow disciples gathered to watch. Yet, while the matches on stage were fiercely contested, the spectators remained unusually silent, observing one disciple brazenly employing the peach stealing technique. The onlookers couldn't help but wince. Another contestant facing him laughed heartily. I knew you would resort to such a tactic. My trousers are made of soft iron, designed specifically to counter that move. The gathered disciples murmured in disbelief. This is a bit too exaggerated, isn't it? The elders, who witnessed all of this, were astounded. The notion of trousers made from soft iron was utterly inconceivable. The duel between Song Zhen and senior brother, who was nothing short of spectacular. senior brother who had equipped every available piece of gear upon himself. However, this also came with its drawbacks, as his movements became somewhat constrained. After all, the weight he bore was no trifling matter, especially considering that Song Zhen possessed the ability to teleport, giving her a distinct advantage in the match. With a swift kick, she struck senior brother Hu's rear, and before he could even comprehend the situation, she maneuvered to his side and delivered a precise thrust with her sword. It was as if she were toying with him. Had she wished, she could have easily eliminated him with a single kick. Yet, Song Zhen chose a different approach. She systematically deciphered her senior brother's techniques, offering insightful critiques on the flaws in his swordsmanship. Senior brother, you are indeed commendable. It is merely unfortunate that you have crossed paths with me. Against others, your chances of victory would still be quite substantial. Furthermore, she expressed her thoughts on his cumbersome equipment, suggesting that it was unnecessary. Once your cultivation improves and your speed increases, these burdensome armaments will become obsolete. I imagine they are quite uncomfortable to wear at present. As a swordsman, one ought to embody lightness and agility. Speed is paramount in executing strikes swiftly and accurately. Should one falter, it grants the opponent an opportunity to react and to discern one's weaknesses. The principle that speed is paramount in martial arts holds true even within the realm of cultivation. Below, Ji Fan and Lu Qian observed the spectacle with expressions of pride. Notably, Song Zhen's techniques today were not as crude, especially when contrasted with those of others who were far less refined, which only served to accentuate her elegance. Lu Qian, perplexed, inquired of Ji Fan, "Did you not mention that the junior sister's techniques were rather cunning and somewhat unscrupulous? Is this not quite commendable?" Ji Fan, at a loss for words, glanced at the nearby competition platforms and earnestly responded, "Sister, are you aware of why they have suddenly transformed in such a manner? It all pertains to our junior sister. During her inaugural match, she employed precisely such techniques and even triumphed over disciples in the foundation establishment stage. Can you fathom the sensation I experienced when I witnessed her gouging someone's throat? Or the shock of seeing her perform the trick of the monkey stealing peaches? You simply cannot comprehend. Who can truly grasp the depth of my wounded heart? While sister is preoccupied with matters of the law enforcement hall, the entire burden of managing our junior sister falls upon me. My plight is truly dire." Lu Qian's lips twitched as she observed the disciples on the competition platforms. A vivid image of Song Zhen engaging in such antics flooding her mind. TSK. This junior sister certainly possesses a taste for the extreme. At that moment, Song Zhen had just sent senior brother Hu tumbling off the stage and began to flaunt her victory. I have won. In the realm of martial arts, swiftness is invincible. I have prevailed." As they beheld Song Zhen, hands on her hips, gyrating atop the platform, Ji Fan and Lu Qian instinctively lowered their heads, concealing their faces with their sleeves. Even in their concealed state, they continued to exchange compliments. Ji Fan remarked, "Sister, your movements are quite swift." Lu Qian replied, "Junior brother, your actions are not sluggish either. By the way, has our junior sister always possessed such a flamboyant personality? Most disciples of cultivation tend to be rather humble, even if it is merely a fade they maintain. However, instances of arrogance are indeed rare, especially when displayed in such a boastful and unrefined manner." Ji Fan let out a deep sigh, noting her personality is quite extroverted. "Sister, you will understand once you interact with her more." Observing the crowd that had gathered to watch Song Zhen complete her entire dance, the other disciples who had finished their matches were left bewildered. Do we really have to dance after winning? After a moment of hesitation, the few victorious participants began to sway as well, casting aside their doubts. After all, Song Junior's sister was a disciple of the sect leader, and she surely possessed greater knowledge than they did. As they watched the few disciples suddenly break into dance on stage, all present lowered their heads. Some stifled their laughter. Others felt the weight of awkwardness, while a few counted ants on the ground. Indeed, the personalities of these junior brothers and sisters were remarkably cheerful. Song Zhen observed with great amusement, realizing that everyone shared her sentiment. After a victory, a celebration was only fitting. Celebrating was far preferable to stealthily reveling in one's success. Elder Lu, seated in the viewing area, was visibly restless, particularly under the scrutinizing gazes of the other elders, each filled with curiosity. Today's competition had been extraordinarily thrilling, with Song Zhen ultimately securing second place by the narrowest of margins. The first-place disciple had entered the sect several years before her, and his cultivation was commendable as well. While her talent was exceptional, others were equally formidable. Nonetheless, this competition truly opened the eyes of her senior brothers and sisters, as well as the elders. The techniques of these disciples are characterized by an unparalleled audacity, their striking potency both dazzling and overwhelming. It is difficult to find the right words to describe them. Chapter 11. Lu Xian's compassion for Ji Fan. As Song Zhen stepped off the stage, she was immediately seized by her senior brothers and sisters. Observing their flushed faces, a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes as she slyly remarked, "Seniors, you wouldn't possibly," her words trailed off. Yet both Ji Fan and Lu Xian grasped the implication behind her statement. In perfect synchrony, they delivered a resounding admonition, "Be quiet." Song Zhen felt as though she had been struck twice across the mouth, her lips tingling with a numbness that left her momentarily speechless. Were these two truly exerting such force? It felt as if they intended to silence her permanently. "You did this on purpose," she mused, brushing her lips, feeling a bizarre sensation as if they were no longer there. Lu Xian, exasperated, pressed her forehead in resignation. "This is simply the consequence of your own loose tongue. My brother and I are completely innocent. I am not attracted to someone of his ilk." A hint of disdain laced her tone as she spoke the last part. Even if she claimed not to be interested in his type, must she express it with such disdain? After all, he could be considered a youth of remarkable talent. He enjoyed considerable popularity, with many admirers from other sections. Had he not devoted himself so fervently to his cultivation, he would have surely found a partner by now. Observing the wounded expression on Ji Fan's face, Lu Xian awkwardly smiled and said, "That was not my intention. What I mean is that our relationship is purely that of senior and junior siblings. How could I possibly disdain you?" Watching the two engage in their banter, Song Zhen chuckled merrily from the sidelines, almost ready to bring out some sunflower seeds to enjoy the show. Who says that sibling romances are not feasible? She believed they could be quite delightful. The fifth senior brother's character was excessively straightforward and innocent. If he were to seek a partner, it would be wiser to choose someone older. Otherwise, if he were to end up with a younger and equally naive companion, it would merely result in two pairs of innocent eyes gazing at each other, and the mere thought of such a scene struck Song Zhen as utterly implausible. As the two bickering individuals continued their argument, they suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to find Song Zhen, who was gleefully enjoying the spectacle. Upon witnessing her amused expression, Ji Fan and Lu Qian were instantly filled with indignation. It was all this mischievous girl's fault. Lu Qian pinched Song Zhen's cheek and irritably inquired, "Why did you think that my relationship with your senior brother was of that nature?" Having grown up alongside Ji Fan, it was uncommon for others to assume their relationship was anything but innocent. Even if they happened to share a bed at night, no one would suspect anything untoward. What on earth was this little girl thinking, with her young mind filled with such nonsensical ideas? No wonder their master had advised them to keep a close eye on her. Song Zhen's face had been contorted from being pinched, and she spoke with a slur. "Aren't both of you blushing? If there were no connection, why would you both be so flushed and shy?" Ji Fan could no longer restrain himself and delivered a sharp slap to the back of Song Zhen's head. "How can you still speak? Our shyness is entirely due to you. Just look at how those people have been influenced by you. After the competition, you were still dancing on the platform, swaying your hips with such glee, leading everyone astray. Firstly, the elders' inquiries were inevitable, and secondly, it will be exceedingly challenging to set those misguided disciples back on the right path. If the upright and elegant sword sect were truly led astray, he could hardly fathom the consequences. Even the ancestors who had ascended might descend in wrath." Song Zhen, evading their hands and clutching her head, retorted indignantly, "What have I done? I haven't done anything. I didn't force them to become like this. They chose this path themselves. How can you shift the blame onto me? This is their subjective awareness, and it has nothing to do with me." She felt utterly innocent yet, at the same time, secretly pleased. It was better this way. What good was being upright? When the time came for a fight, Wuanti that just lead to hardship. In moments of life and death, righteousness would be of little use. Survival would be the foremost concern. The indifference displayed by Song Zhen, resembling that of a dead pig unperturbed by scalding water, greatly vexed the two individuals. Lucienne took a deep breath to calm her frayed nerves, reminding herself not to succumb to anger. After all, it is only natural for a child to be a bit mischievous. Most of her time was spent at the law enforcement hall, leaving the primary responsibility of disciplining the junior sister to her fifth senior brother. With this thought, Lucienne's mood improved somewhat. Fortunately, her initial choice had been wise. Although the law enforcement hall was somewhat taxing, it spared her the burden of childcare. Observing her fifth senior brother's weariness, it was clear that caring for a child was indeed the most exhausting endeavor. Lucienne couldn't help but steal a glance at Ji-Fan, whose aura of despair was truly pitiable. How spirited Ji-Fan had once been, now he appeared as a hapless victim, exuding an air of resentment. Ji-Fan had grown accustomed to being irked, yet upon encountering Lucienne's sympathetic gaze, he felt a pang of discomfort. It was a strange existence to be the subject of pity. Their group had always supported and cared for one another, never exhibiting such unruliness. Their master had always been at ease with them, thus they had seldom been a source of concern. Perhaps their good behavior had led to the assignment of such a lively and mischievous junior sister. Ji-Fan tilted his head skyward, striving to suppress the tears welling in his eyes, and with a voice tinged with sobs, he lamented, "Do you think I desire this? The problem is that our master is not here at the moment. He is likely struggling to safeguard himself while scouring the world for materials to forge a sword." Observing her pitiful senior, Song Zhen touched her nose and began to reflect on herself. It seemed she was not as troublesome as she had initially thought. Her senioress display appeared somewhat exaggerated. She believed she was quite obedient. When told to cultivate, she did so diligently. Although her methods were somewhat unconventional, she had never been lazy. Meanwhile, the sect leader, constantly on the move, began to feel a chill creeping up the back of his head. After scouring for materials and finding only a handful, he genuinely felt the urge to howl at the heavens. Had he taken on a disciple or a troublesome ancestor? Chapter 12. Even in defeat, one must be a nuisance while the sect leader was out and about. Song Zhen was causing chaos at home. Those who had lost felt a sense of discontent, prompting them to train even more diligently. Conversely, the victors were equally unwilling to be surpassed by others, ensuring they did not slack off. Overall, the performance of the new disciples was commendable, much to the satisfaction of the elders. However, Song Zhen was different. In addition to her training, she relished seeking out fights, particularly with her seniors. Her excuse was simple. Only by competing with those stronger than herself could she gauge her progress. "Junior brother, you need to rein in junior sister Song. She has been pestering me for a duel every day. Is there anything wrong with challenging one another? Don't we often engage in friendly sparring?" Ji-Fan asked, somewhat perplexed. "So what is the issue? As far as I know, your junior brother possesses a significantly higher level of mastery than my junior sister. Although my junior sister has made rapid progress, she is still unlikely to surpass your junior brother in combat." The senior brother sighed deeply, his face etched with concern, and remarked, "It is not merely a matter of winning or losing. While she may not be able to defeat my junior brother, her underhanded tactics are sure to disrupt his state of mind. You cannot fathom how outrageous junior sister Song can be. Even if she cannot defeat you, she will still find a way to annoy you." Ji-Fan fell silent for a couple of seconds before asking earnestly, "Has she stolen your junior brother's peach? That indeed seems rather excessive." The senior brother's expression stiffened, and he quickly shook his head. "No. Where did your thoughts wander off to?" Ji-Fan inquired further. "Has she tickled your junior brother's armpit? Compared to theft of peaches, tickling the armpit is somewhat more tolerable." The senior brother replied, "No. Then what exactly has she done?" Ji-Fan pressed on. "So, did she poke your junior brother's throat?" It would not be surprising if Song Zhen had indeed done something like that, although it is undeniably quite repulsive. After all, poking someone's throat is quite literally nauseating. The senior brother, in a state of exasperation, exclaimed, "No, none of that. She somehow made her wooden sword emit an unbearable stench." My junior brother is inherently fastidious and cannot tolerate such foul odors. He is genuinely on the verge of madness. Ji-fan took a deep breath and pinched the bridge of her nose. Once again, she had devised a new method of causing chaos. Could she not simply refrain from such antics for a moment? Come, take me to see her. I am eager to witness how she has transformed that wooden sword. It has become unbearably foul. Truly enough is enough. I wonder what she is thinking. Can she not perceive the stench herself? Inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering 800 losses in return. Keep your distance. Dispose of that foul stick you are wielding. Such contests are utterly inappropriate. The senior brother competing with Song Zhen was sprinting ahead, while she fervently pursued him, brandishing the wooden sword. Of course, at this moment, she refrained from using teleportation. Relying solely on skills is hardly the way to go. She did not intentionally ruin the sword. A senior sister had mentioned that wooden swords require maintenance, so she purchased a bottle of care solution. After meticulously applying it to the sword, by the following morning, it had taken on this odor. Though the scent is rather unpleasant, the sword's luster has improved significantly. Perhaps this odor is merely a side effect. After all, this maintenance solution was quite inexpensive, which is likely a drawback of its affordability. Initially, she found it intolerable, yet with a slight acclimatization, it became bearable. Senior brother, you must not be so fastidious. If you were to encounter a demon reeking of foulness in the outside world, you would be in dire straits. Although Song Zhen has never encountered a demon, she has gleaned knowledge from books. Some demons truly exude a repulsive odor, and certain fiends are born from corpses, their stench lingering indefinitely. She also sought the counsel of her senior brothers and sisters, who, during their own expeditions to vanquish malevolent beings, had encountered similar challenges. Indeed, the situation proved quite troublesome. Although some of these entities were not particularly formidable, the scent they emitted was undeniably vexing. Song Zhen wielded this wooden sword primarily to hone her skills, for it was impractical to remain on the mountain indefinitely. To elevate the reputation of the Illusion Cloud Sword sect, she knew she must venture forth into the world. Thereby refining her instincts was essential. Junior sister Song, I appreciate your goodwill, but I can no longer endure this odor. You are truly a remarkable woman. I concede. The senior brother, who had been sprinting ahead, was in tears, utterly overwhelmed by the tenacity of this young sister, who could withstand such foulness. It was evident why the sect leader had taken a particular interest in her. When Ji-fan and the senior brother arrived, they witnessed a curious scene. One was fleeing while the other pursued. The former's face streaked with tears and despair, while the latter wore an expression of earnest anticipation. Ji-fan, catching a whiff of a certain acrid aroma in the air, sneezed forcefully. The senior brother, possessing remarkable foresight, had already held his breath. I told you the scent was quite pungent. I must admit, your junior sister is indeed extraordinary. This odor is not something an ordinary person could tolerate. Yet she is able to brandish it with ease. As Ji-fan observed the wooden sword being wielded by Song Zhen, darkness momentarily clouded his vision. Hearing her name called, Song Zhen swiftly turned to find Ji-fan standing a short distance away, his countenance darkened. Senior brother Wu, I was seeking this brother for a duel, but he refuses to engage with me. This senior brother finds my sword's odor distasteful. You are indeed aware of your sword's foulness. I believe that this senior brother needs to cultivate his endurance. If he cannot tolerate such a trivial scent, how will he face the pungent stench of malevolent demons in the future? He ought to learn from my capacity for endurance, as I can withstand such aromas. When Song Zhen uttered these words, he did so with a sense of pride, bordering on arrogance. After speaking, he seized the sword from Song Zhen's grasp, and the moment he did, a sharp, acrid scent assaulted the air, causing Ji-fan to nearly retch on the spot. Upon witnessing his reaction, Song Zhen quickly retreated a considerable distance, hoping to avoid any unfortunate incident of him being sickened in her vicinity. Chapter 13. All for the purpose of training senior brothers and sisters. Her step back, however, inadvertently wounded Ji-fan's feelings. With disbelief etched across his face, he gazed at her and exclaimed, "Do you disdain me? You actually disdain me?" The two senior brothers beside them silently observed the unfolding drama, and surprisingly, it was quite entertaining. Song Zhen immediately replied, I do not. How could I ever look down upon you? I merely noticed that you were about to vomit and made room for you. Though her words suggested otherwise, she could not bring herself to meet Ji Fan's gaze. Given her guilty expression, none present believed her assertions. Disdain was disdain, and there was no room for denial. Ji Fan found her demeanor so amusing that he could barely contain his laughter. One must at least adopt a proper attitude when telling lies. Being away from home daily certainly caused considerable turmoil for others, though he was somewhat pleased to see Song Zhen meddling with others. Having already endured enough of such antics himself, he knew better than to voice such sentiments openly. Song Zhen shrugged, a hint of disdain curling her lips. How could this possibly be deemed meddling? She was merely engaging in a legitimate contest. As the saying goes, all's fair in war. Her intentions were to sharpen the skills of her seniors, who were perhaps a tad too principled. This would afford them a taste of the world's treachery. Her seniors, in turn, expressed their gratitude. Thank you. The moment they took Song Zhen away, those two disciples wore expressions of genuine appreciation. The one being pursued earnestly implored, Brother Ji, please keep a close watch on junior sister Song. I entrust her to you. Ji Fan and the others exchanged knowing glances, their looks laden with unspoken meaning. Upon returning, Song Zhen was promptly buried in a mountain of books. Ji Fan had somehow acquired a plethora of texts, treatises on swordsmanship, talismans, and a veritable cornucopia of subjects. Junior sister, your talent is remarkable. You grasp concepts with remarkable ease. It can only be beneficial to learn more. Rather than aimlessly seeking out challenges, it is far more prudent to solidify your knowledge. Gazing at the towering stack of books that loomed even taller than herself, Song Zhen swallowed hard, her eyes wide with disbelief. Was this truly serious? Were these all requisite studies for her? Taking a deep breath, she inquired earnestly, May I opt out of this? I believe my time in this realm has been rather brief, and there is no need for such haste in acquiring knowledge. The pursuit of knowledge must be undertaken step by step. I believe one should not be overly hasty. The name Song Zhen has spread throughout the entire Huan Yun Sect, and she is convinced that following this path will undoubtedly enhance her prestige. Thus, she is genuinely reluctant to bury herself in books here. Ji Fan remarked, This won't do. I think you should learn more to avoid constantly getting into trouble. Ji Fan, having been prudent for so long, had never faced punishment in the law enforcement hall. The thought of being implicated due to Song Zhen's actions would leave him utterly desolate. Although the overseer of the law enforcement hall is the fourth senior sister, renowned for her ruthless disposition, should he find himself summoned there, he knows she would show no mercy. With tears welling in her eyes, Song Zhen gazed imploringly at Ji Fan, hoping to sway him, yet he resolutely ignored her expression. He could not afford to be soft-hearted. Being lenient would only lead to his own misfortune. The sight of the pile of books also caused him considerable distress. Who enjoys perusing such a multitude of texts during their leisure? Moreover, he had never fully read any of them. With a wail, Song Zhen threw herself to the ground, lamenting, Why must it be this way? I truly do not wish to read. Were she to choose to read voluntarily, she would be more than willing. However, such a coercive demand was quite disheartening. Confined to her room for study, her predicament relieved the brothers and sisters of the Sword sect, who breathed a sigh of relief. Each day, as they ventured out, they would silently encourage and pray for themselves, knowing that encountering Song Zhen would spell disaster for their day. As senior disciples, they certainly could not refuse the requests of their junior sister. Otherwise, where would their dignity reside? However, this junior sister had an arsenal of cunning tactics that were exceedingly tricky, and one careless move could lead to their downfall. Countless individuals had succumbed to her prowess, not due to a lack of skill, but rather an insufficiency of guile. After all, who would employ strategy in a brawl? In their eyes, Song Zhen was truly a master of cunning, an anomaly in their sword sect, where such craftiness had never been witnessed before. At last, they could finally step outside comfortably. They had no idea how long Song Zhen would be confined, secretly hoping her imprisonment would last a while longer. At this moment, the two senior brothers exchanged glances, a hint of despair flickering in their eyes. They genuinely began to suspect that the sect leader had intentionally taken on such a disciple to temper their mental fortitude. Recently, It was not only Song Zhen who relished in instigating conflicts. Others she had influenced began to emulate her, and the number of those misled was steadily increasing. The elders were particularly vexed by this situation, witnessing these misguided disciples questioning their very existence. Chapter 14. Song Zhen's unique sword technique. Elder Lu observed the increasingly deranged expressions of the misled disciples and felt on the verge of madness himself. The entire Huan Yun Sect had effectively divided into two factions, one dedicated to traditional swordsmanship and the other fervently exploring those intricate, dubious techniques. As elders, they naturally favored the traditional school, yet the younger disciples thrived on creating chaos. The younger they were, the more they reveled in mischief, often resorting to techniques that were simply intolerable to their seasoned eyes. Were one to employ such tactics in the outside world, the reputation of the illustrious sword sect would undoubtedly be tarnished beyond repair. The elders' concerns did little to dampen the spirits of the disciples, who had discovered their own amusement within these intricate maneuvers. Some even wholeheartedly endorsed the earlier sentiment expressed by Sister Song. Indeed, her words rang true. One must not be overly righteous in dealing with adversaries. Our ultimate goal is victory. Observing the wayward disciples, Brother Bai, tasked with their instruction, felt a profound sense of despair. Did no one care for his feelings? These disciples had strayed under his guidance, and should this come to light, his esteemed reputation would be irrevocably shattered. Each day, he fretted over the possibility of being apprehended by the law enforcement hall, particularly due to this rowdy bunch, who were perpetually stirring up trouble. As the responsible instructor, he knew he would be held accountable. Thus, his greatest worry was this very scenario. With a glance at the unruly group, Brother Bai endeavored to steady his emotions and called out loudly, "Silence, all of you." He had already proposed to the elders the idea of taking the disciples down the mountain, asserting that nothing hones skills better than real combat. There were some relatively low-level demons that could serve as excellent practice. Recently, there had been frequent disturbances in Lu Village, with investigating disciples reporting that a demon was at play, albeit of lesser cultivation. The sect was contemplating sending someone to address the issue, and Brother Bai envisioned assigning this task to the new disciples. Upon hearing the mention of a trial, excitement flickered across the faces of all present. Senior Brother Bai continued, "Therefore, I intend to lead you down the mountain. Accompanying us are two fellow cultivators in the Golden Core stage. There is a village plagued by malevolent spirits, and it will be your duty to address this matter. My companions and I will only intervene should you find yourselves in peril." As soon as Senior Brother Bai's words fell, a chorus of cheers erupted. This is wonderful. I've longed to descend the mountain. Finally, we shall have the opportunity to vanquish demons. Let those malevolent beings witness our prowess." Song Zhen, upon hearing this news, was so exhilarated that she nearly overturned the table. Ji Fan, observing her flustered demeanor, let out a profound sigh. "Calm down. It's not such a monumental affair. Is it truly necessary to be this excited?" Song Zhen replied, "How can it not be significant? This is my first descent to exorcise demons. Every first experience is worthy of commemoration." Song Zhen was genuinely thrilled. She had never encountered those wicked spirits, save for her glimpses on television. However, the creatures depicted there were mere fabrications, whereas these were real, and she was now a part of the righteous sect. No, I must prepare adequately. I must showcase my elegance. Song Zhen felt this was yet another splendid opportunity to make a name for herself. Ji Fan, watching her flit about like a headless fly, remarked, "Showcase your elegance? What elegance do you possess? Is it pilfering someone else's peaches or poking at their throats?" Indeed, the descent of the new disciples was a significant event, prompting the elders to convene a special meeting for them. Elder Lu spoke with solemnity. "Everyone must adhere to the arrangements while outside. In the face of danger, do not act recklessly. You are all aware of your own capabilities, and should you choose to be overconfident, the consequences could be dire." Upon hearing the elders' words, the anxieties of some individuals finally settled. This was indeed no trivial matter. Each mission harbored its own risks, some of which could even lead to death. Although several disciples at the Golden Core stage would be assigned to protect you, it is imperative that you handle all tasks yourselves. They will only intervene in times of genuine peril. This marks the first true test for all of you. Once you establish your foundation, you will gradually be able to form your own groups for various missions. The elders' admonitions were brief, yet delivered with utmost seriousness and gravity. As they descended the mountain, a notable silence enveloped the group. Only Song Zhen, soaring on her sword, reveled in the magnificent landscape, feeling an exhilarating sense of freedom. She had finally achieved the ability to fly with her sword, a feat she had previously only witnessed in fantasy dramas and games, and now she was experiencing it firsthand. At that moment, the others gazed at Song Zhen riding her sword, their expressions filled with astonishment. Senior brother Bai rubbed his eyes, and in a daze, remarked, "Why does Song Jr.'s method of sword riding differ from ours?" His primary curiosity lay in why Song Zhen was not experiencing discomfort. Although her sword was wooden, riding it in such a manner would surely be uncomfortable, let alone when compared to their genuine swords. Some disciples were eager to learn from Song Zhen, but they were swiftly halted by two quick-witted senior brothers. "What do you think you're doing? Can this be learned so casually? Just because someone else can do it doesn't mean you can too. If you're not careful and end up injuring yourselves, there won't be a place for your tears." This was not a trivial matter, especially for them as men. Song Zhen interjected, "Senior brother, there's truly no need for such exaggeration. If you wish to observe, please do so openly." The pretense of merely passing by was exhausting. She was not blind and could recognize the same person passing multiple times. The senior brother, slightly embarrassed, chuckled and remarked, "Sister, your method of sword control is indeed peculiar, though I wonder if it won't lead to any unfortunate accidents." Chapter 15. The mysterious village. It would be absurd to claim she was invulnerable to harm. However, if she did not clarify, they might assume she possessed tough skin. As a delicate young lady, such a notion would be quite unflattering. Perhaps it would be best to practice sword control while standing or even sitting sideways. But riding was indeed troublesome, requiring constant explanations. "Please do not attempt to imitate me. If you were to injure your thighs, I would not take responsibility." Song Zhen observed several eager movements among them. The two Golden Core senior brothers promptly restrained the enthusiastic disciples. Even as they were held back, the disciples protested, "Senior brother, please just let us try." Senior brotherly also remarked, "If you wish to avoid any mishaps, feel free to experiment. However, should you inadvertently injure yourself, I wonder who you will turn to in your distress." It must be acknowledged that these two Golden Core Stage senior brothers were remarkably blunt in their discourse. Nevertheless, they succeeded in dissuading those who were eager to try. Song Zhen, observing from the sidelines, shook her head in dismay, lamenting that everyone was excessively curious and wished to experiment with everything. She shifted her legs, adopting a sideways posture on her sword, a position that, in their view, might offer a modicum of safety. The fellow disciples commented, "Junior sister, your posture is indeed quite elegant." The remainder of the journey passed without incident, though it was nearly dusk upon their arrival at Lu Village. Nightfall is indeed an opportune time for clandestine affairs, as the inky darkness and howling winds herald the emergence of all manner of unsavory entities. Standing at the entrance of Lu Village, a chilling gust of wind swept through, raising goose flesh on many. This marked their inaugural mission. It would be disingenuous to deny their trepidation. Despite their excitement en route, a subtle undercurrent of fear lingered in their hearts. Senior brother Bai, discerning their unease, reassured them, "Esteemed junior brothers and sisters, please do not be alarmed. Should danger arise, the two senior brothers and I are here to protect you. Feel free to act without restraint. This is your first encounter with demons and monsters. Unleash your courage." Senior brother Li and senior brother Chun, arms crossed and swords gripped, stood impassively on either side, resembling two formidable guardians. It must be said that their presence was indeed reassuring. "Junior brothers and sisters, please proceed inside. We shall await you outside." Waiting outside for us. The crowd gazed at Brother Bai with expressions of sheer terror. Why were we entering together? Why wait outside for us? Observing their frightened faces, Brotherly elucidated, "The malevolent entity possesses relatively low cultivation. If you all join forces, you will likely be able to subdue it. Our presence inside might hinder your efforts. Moreover, This is your trial. Our duty is solely to ensure your safety. We will intervene only if you encounter peril. At all other times, we shall refrain from interference." Song Zhen nodded in agreement, finding a semblance of reason in his words. They must learn to soar on their own. After all, they could not perpetually hide behind their senior. Though trepidation lingered, they summoned their courage and stepped inside. Upon entry, they increasingly sensed that something was amiss in this village. Logically, with twilight just settling in, the villagers should not be asleep so early. Yet, the village was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light, and every house was shrouded in shadow. However, as they ventured further, their courage gradually swelled, leading them to engage in conversation. Why is this village silent? Not even the sound of a barking dog. Do they retire this early? They pondered. As they conversed, they continued forward until they arrived at a grand house. A faint light emanated from within, accompanied by the sound of voices. Song Zhen's attention was immediately drawn to the white lantern hanging outside. It seemed that a funeral was underway. Soon, an elderly man emerged, his face lighting up with a look of surprise upon seeing the gathered individuals. "Finally, esteemed masters have arrived. Please come inside." Despite his warm demeanor, Song Zhen sensed an inexplicable oddity about him that he could not quite articulate. Upon entering, they were met with the gaze of the assembly within. The courtyard was filled to capacity, seemingly with the entire village in attendance. The late hour and their unwillingness to rest hinted at troubling matters. One of the disciples inquired directly, "Why are you all gathered here at this hour?" At this, the villagers heaved a collective sigh. The village chief had previously sought a talisman to suppress the lurking malevolence, which compels us to gather here each night. The elderly man, revealed to be the village chief, waved his hand modestly. "As the chief, I feel deeply ashamed that I cannot protect everyone. It is fortunate that my residents can offer some refuge, but now that esteemed masters have arrived, I trust they will vanquish this sinister presence." As Song Zhen surveyed the surroundings, he observed that the setting resembled a mourning hall, distinctly devoid of the warmth associated with the living. The imposing black wooden table in the main hall bore an unsettling resemblance to a coffin, and the entire abode exuded an eerie atmosphere. Song Zhen exchanged glances with his fellow disciples, who silently acknowledged their shared unease. It appears they have also sensed something amiss. Although their cultivation levels remain relatively low, they have nonetheless embarked upon the path of cultivation, thus possessing a modicum of perceptiveness. "May we have the liberty to take a glance?" Song Zhen primarily wishes to enter and observe. The village chief promptly replied, "Of course." In that fleeting moment, as they turned away, a flicker of shadowy light crossed the village chief's eyes. The disciples dispatched by the celestial sect possessed rather modest cultivation levels. His meticulous efforts at disguise had not been in vain. Yet, the celestial sect indeed seemed rather complacent, sending such lowly cultivated disciples without a care for their safety. However, this also served to fulfill his own intentions, for the spiritual energy of disciples on the path of cultivation is incomparable to that of mere mortals. If he could refine them, perhaps he might achieve the objectives he had long desired. Chapter 16. The deceased, as Song Zhen and her companions examined their surroundings. All eyes were upon them. Song Zhen stepped directly into the room. It was dimly lit, yet one chamber consistently emitted faint coughs. As she approached the door, the village chief hastily positioned himself in front of it. "I beg your pardon, esteemed celestial master, but my son resides within. His health has always been frail, and I hope you will not take offense." Song Zhen noted the village chief's agitation, and the aura of the room struck her as increasingly sinister. Though astonished internally, she maintained an outward demeanor of warmth and approachability. "Why is your son not among the others? Is it not dangerous for him to remain alone in this room?" The village chief sighed deeply, his face etched with worry. "I wish he could take a stroll outside, but his health is exceedingly frail. The chill of the night air is truly unbearable for him. However, our home remains quite secure. No malevolent spirits can intrude here." He lowered his head slightly, concealing the madness lurking in his eyes. If he could just endure this night, his son would fully recover, no longer confined to his bed in a state of illness. Perhaps, by absorbing the spiritual energy of these disciples from the celestial sect, he might even embark on the path of immortality. Indeed, he had deliberately lured them here. Should a more powerful practitioner arrive, he intended to remain hidden, concocting some minor demon or ghoul to obscure the truth. The information he leaked about the lowly nature of the demons they faced was also intentional, aimed at attracting disciples of lesser cultivation. Song Zhen refrained from engaging the village chief further, as his fellow disciples had already gathered in the courtyard. They had all sensed the chief's peculiarities. Junior sister, I have a feeling that the situation may not be as straightforward as it appears, one senior brother whispered to Song Zhen. Now that we are here, we must resolve whatever challenges arise, regardless of their complexity. The chief will surely make a move tonight. We shall see how he acts, with their presence providing reassurance. The villagers felt a measure of relief, with some even drifting into peaceful slumber. Observing their waning vigilance, the village chief silently withdrew. Son, your health will soon be restored, and you will be like those robust individuals. The village chief stood at the bedside, gazing at the frail man, his eyes brimming with madness. He had only this one son. He could not perish like this. Rest assured, your son will be fine, as long as you heed my words. Your son will undoubtedly regain his strength. A woman clad in red entered unnoticed. Upon seeing her, the village chief's demeanor transformed into one of reverence, as if he had encountered a celestial being. The woman in red was pleased with his attitude, her smile becoming more enchanting. Fear not, for when I promise to save your son, I shall indeed do so. You must assist me in my endeavors. Once accomplished, your family will be at my service. Especially your son. I find his appearance quite appealing. Though the man on the bed was pale and emaciated, he possessed a certain fragile beauty. He was not conventionally stunning, yet his entire being exuded an air of scholarly grace. Song Zhen and his companions waited until midnight for a sign. The village chief stealthily paced about, mistakenly believing they were unaware of his presence. Song Zhen nudged a few of his brothers, and they quietly slipped away. If you perish, my son can live. This is not my fault. Why should your robust forms allow my son to suffer so? The village chief muttered incessantly, clutching something in his hands. Song Zhen boldly entered the room of the village chief's son. Moments later, chaos erupted outside, and the village chief's frenzied voice echoed within. I merely wish for my son to live well. If you harbor any grievances or grudges, direct them towards those disciples of the celestial sect. It is their ineptitude that has brought us to this point. I cannot be held accountable for your animosity. You too have watched my son grow. You are his uncles and elders. Is it not fitting to sacrifice for the younger generation? The cries of children resonate from outside, mingling with the curses of the villagers. How could you, our village chief, dare to exchange our lives for your sons? His deteriorating health is not our doing. It was your own actions that led to your wife's premature labor. It is fortunate that your wife survived, leaving behind a son. Upon hearing the mention of domestic violence, a look of disdain crossed Song Zhen's face. This village chief, who appears so unassuming, is indeed guilty of such cruelty. To be willing to trade the lives of the entire village for the sake of his son speaks volumes of his character. I wonder how he ascended to the position of chief. Song Zhen hoisted the injured individual onto his shoulder and stepped outside, where a woman in red stood beside the village chief. The villagers cowered behind the disciples. The woman in red gazed at her fellow disciples with a glint of greed in her eyes. Truly, one cannot deny the allure of practitioners of the Tao. They are quite striking. Perhaps you should consider joining me. Bah! One disciple spat in disdain. As a proud disciple of the Xianmen, how could I ever align myself with a demon like you? I advise you to surrender quietly. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Observing his demeanor, the woman in crimson attire erupted in laughter. Treat me discourteously? I am intrigued to witness your attempts. Do you genuinely believe you retain the capacity to depart? In due course, I shall transmute your very essence. With your corporeal forms at my disposal, I shall indulge in any whim. Just as they were poised to act, Song Zhen emerged, bearing a person upon her shoulders. Desist, all of you. Should you dare to act, I shall terminate him. Song Zhen's hand clasped the village chief's son's neck, betraying no reservation. Judging by her countenance, one would scarcely surmise her to be a cultivator. Indeed, she appeared more villainous than the woman in red. The assembled disciples murmured, "Why does our junior sister exude such an unsettling aura. Song Zhen chuckled. In that case, I'm all the more disinclined to release your son. The lives of so many rest upon your decision. Were I to release your son, would they retain any prospect of survival? The woman in red observed with detached amusement, betraying no apprehension. The village chief entreated. Could you not first rescue my son? Did you not profess affection for his form, his visage? The woman in red responded casually. Your son's form is indeed pleasing, but it is not without parallel. Observe the multitude who surpass him in comeliness. Why should I desire a cadaver? Cadaver? Upon hearing this term, the village chief descended into madness. How could his son be deceased? Chapter 17. The boy's urine breaks the formation, alas, deceived. Song Zhen set the man he had been carrying down, and indeed, his complexion was ashen and lacked any sign of life. Just moments ago in the room, he had not appeared in such a state. Though pale, he still bore the semblance of a living being. Once my formation is activated, all of you shall become my sustenance. Ha ha ha. The woman in red now showed no restraint in her malevolence. The truth was glaringly evident. The village chief had been ensnared by this specter, and his son had likely perished long ago. The village chief, now fully realizing the grim reality, glanced at his deceased son on the ground, and then at the villagers, whose disappointed gazes pierced his soul. His spirit shattered completely. I shall slay you. You promised to heal my son, yet you have deceived me. The village chief lunged at the female ghost, who, caught off guard by a sudden frenzy, found herself struck by several of his blows. Seizing this moment, Song Zhen hastily gathered his fellow disciples to deliberate on the formation. An elder disciple hesitated before speaking. I have encountered this formation in an ancient text. Indeed, breaking it is quite straightforward. One must employ substances of utmost yang at the 8 cardinal points of the formation, such as chicken's blood. Given that this ghost's cultivation level surpassed theirs, they could not hope to overpower her, and they were ensnared within the confines of this formation. As for substances of utmost yang, the first thought that crossed Song Zhen's mind was that of a boy's urine. Her eyes narrowed as she gazed at her senior brothers, her expression a blend of enigmatic and roguish. Surely, the urine of virgins possesses the quintessence of yang. I wonder if my esteemed brothers would be so kind as to contribute? The senior brothers stared at Song Zhen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Are you serious? Song Zhen's countenance conveyed the sincerity of her request. Though rooster blood would also suffice, alas, there are no fowl to be found here. The younger disciples, who had joined the order more recently, began to contemplate how to conceal their modesty. While it is within our capabilities, would our urine still retain its efficacy at our advanced age? Indeed, and to perform such an act before so many witnesses is beyond my capacity. The prospect of such an act becoming public knowledge filled them with dread. Even victory would be tainted by the ignominy of their method. The village head was on the verge of collapse, his mortal form proving no match for the female ghost, who swiftly subdued him. With a scornful laugh, she cast him aside, declaring, "Your audacity knows no bounds. Had you not succumbed to avarice, you would not have fallen prey to my machinations." The village head, already consumed by despair, spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing her words. The trapped villagers unleashed a torrent of curses upon the village head and his ancestors. "You are the architect of our doom. To think we once held you in such esteem, foolishly electing you as our leader. May my vengeful spirit haunt you for eternity. You are devoid of humanity. To bring ruin upon us is one thing, but to prey upon the innocent children, whom you have watched grow, is an act of unspeakable cruelty. How could you be so heartless?" Listening to the accusations, the village chief lay on the ground, silently shedding tears. He regretted it. He truly regretted it. The commotion around them had no effect on Song Zhen and her companions, who were devising a plan. Now that they understood how to break the formation, they needed to contemplate the execution. Song Zhen declared, "Brothers, sometimes sacrificing for the sake of life is not a grave matter. Rest assured, I will never disclose what transpired today." With that, she raised 3 fingers in a vow, her gaze resolute. The brothers fell into a collective silence. Choosing between pride and survival was indeed a daunting dilemma. Unbeknownst to them, 2 sisters had approached the villagers and gathered a few children. One sister remarked, "I cannot fathom what they are quarreling about." Is there not ample fresh boy's urine at hand? The other sister replied, perhaps this is merely their source of amusement. Sword cultivators have never been known for their intellect. The first sister countered, that is not entirely fair. We too are sword cultivators, and we are quite clever. Song Zhen observed as the two sisters cradled the children, coaxing them to urinate, and then swiftly scattered the urine in 8 directions. While the others were still debating, the task had already been accomplished. At last, one brother stepped forward. I shall do it. Was face compared to life. Besides, it's not as if I will be fully exposed. I can turn my back to you. His words were delivered with fervor, and one might mistakenly believe he was preparing for a death march. Song Zhen nudged him, whispering, Senior brother, no need. The formation is already broken. The two senior sisters borrowed 2 children to dismantle it directly. The others were utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the 2 senior sisters were already engaged in combat with the frenzied female ghost, furiously yelling at them. What are you standing there gawking at? Come over here and lend a hand. With the formation shattered, they had promptly arranged for the villagers to evacuate. The female ghost, who had been gloating as she watched the villagers berate the village chief, was taken completely by surprise when the formation was disrupted in an instant. The village chief lay unattended on the ground, but the villagers did carry away the corpse of his son. Regardless of the chief's character, his son was innocent and had suffered a wretched fate. The female ghost brandished her spectral claws, appearing particularly terrifying. I'm going to kill you all, she shrieked. She had painstakingly set up this formation, only for them to ruin it. She was on the verge of absorbing these people to enhance her cultivation, but it was all for naught. Seeing the female ghost's gaping maw, Song Zhen instinctively thrust his sword into it. The female ghost gagged. The 2 senior sisters were speechless. Are you trying to be funny? They asked. However, this tactic, though somewhat underhanded, proved to be quite effective. The female ghost, caught off guard by Song Zhen's move, actually exposed a vulnerability. Song Zhen also occasionally shielded his senior sisters or took the opportunity to strike the female ghost in other areas. The female ghost bellowed in a rage. Are you even a righteous disciple who stabs someone in the backside with a sword? Fortunately, she is already deceased. Otherwise, that recent encounter would have been rather dire. Moreover, how is it that this girl possesses such remarkable speed despite her low cultivation level? She is utterly untouchable. Song Zhen mused, I am a disciple of the righteous path. Can my demeanor not be evidently discerned? Feeling yet another jab at her, the female ghost was rendered speechless. What demeanor? Is it a lewd one? Song Zhen single-handedly attracted all the ire of the female ghost. Chapter 18. The Female Ghost. You all have no shame. As the 2 senior sisters engaged in their battle, they eventually withdrew from the fray, observing the fierce clash between the human and the ghost. Their expressions were filled with confusion. How could their confrontation be so intense? The ghost's cultivation was superior to theirs. Yet Song Zhen did not seem to be at a disadvantage. The ghost could not lay a finger on Song Zhen, and naturally, Song Zhen could only resort to sneak attacks, unable to truly match the ghost's strength. As they pondered how to rejoin the battle and offer assistance, a shout echoed from behind. Get out of the way! Quickly move aside! Instinctively, they sidestepped. Song Zhen noticed a senior brother rushing towards them, holding a basin filled with an unknown substance, and she swiftly teleported to avoid him. The next moment, that basin's contents were splashed onto the female ghost. What agony! What in the world is this? The female ghost shrieked in torment, her voice piercingly sorrowful, evoking a profound sense of her suffering. Seizing this opportunity, they drew their swords and formed a formation. Female ghost, today we shall subdue you. Although their tactics may not embody the principles of esteemed sects, they are undeniably effective. After being bound, the female specter's facial burns were exceedingly severe. It remains a mystery how they concocted such a peculiar basin of liquid. It is said that sword cultivators are righteous, yet I perceive you all as a congregation of hypocrites who dare not engage me openly and resort to these underhanded methods. Bah! Were it not for the absence of our more accomplished senior brothers and sisters, her words might truly incite their ire. Regrettably, those of higher cultivation are not present, and those few remaining seem unconcerned with such reputations. Song Zhen, grinning with a hint of arrogance, taunted, continue your tirade. Let us see how many profanities you can conjure. It will serve as a fine lesson for us on how to curse. It's a splendid opportunity to refine our fellow brothers and sisters. Although they have undergone considerable transformation, their resilience is still rather fragile. A few choice phrases could prove useful in future exchanges, ensuring that we are not solely perceived as cultivators of action. There is merit in learning to wield words as well, particularly in this moment. The female specter rolled her eyes in exasperation at Song Zhen's demeanor. Observing her reaction, Song Zhen sighed in disappointment. I expected you to be more adept at cursing. Yet here you are, allowing your own frustration to consume you. It is fortunate you are already deceased, otherwise you might just die of exasperation. The specter retorted, silence. If you do not speak, no one will regard you as mute. What a peculiar assembly this is, surely. This group of sword cultivators must be practitioners of the dark path. Meanwhile, outside, Senior Brother Bai and his companions harbored a tinge of concern. Why have they not yet emerged? Could it be that something truly unfortunate has transpired? Regarding the capabilities of these disciples, Senior Brother Bai is undoubtedly well aware. The insidiousness within should be unable to best them, for this group of disciples is indeed filled with mischief and has nearly all been led astray. At last, just as they were preparing to enter and investigate, Song Zhen and her companions finally appeared. Observing their valiant and spirited demeanor, it was clear that they had not suffered any misfortune. However, the red-clad female, ghost-bound behind them, appeared rather wretched. Song Zhen had also inquired about the substance they had splashed on the female ghost, which had led her to feel considerable disdain towards the spirit. One must acknowledge that Senior Brother is indeed knowledgeable and experienced. Objects of pure yang can indeed break formations and naturally can vanquish female ghosts. Moreover, they possessed magical artifacts that contributed significantly to the harm inflicted upon the ghost. Senior Brother, we have successfully accomplished our task. The female ghost has been subdued. Song Zhen exclaimed cheerfully as she approached to claim credit. Senior Brother Bai nodded in approval, saying, very well done. You managed to subdue this female ghost using what sort of techniques? Have you applied all that you have learned? Upon hearing this, all heads bowed in silence. In truth, the method employed to subdue the ghost was not a sword technique, but rather their extensive knowledge and experience. The female ghost, upon hearing Senior Brother Bai's inquiry, immediately began to complain. They didn't use sword techniques at all. They used urine from a young boy against me. Is this how shameless the disciples of your esteemed sect have become? The three senior brothers responded with bewilderment. What did you just say? What did they use? Concealed amidst her fellow disciples, Song Zhen receded into the background, adhering to the principle of allowing the more prominent to bear the brunt of adversity, a role she deemed unsuitable given her diminutive stature. The female specter persisted in her lamentations, exclaiming, "These indignities upon my person are the result of their urinations. A brazen act of indecency perpetrated by esteemed disciples of the Huan Sect." A disciple with a youthful countenance retorted, "Brazen? We were discreet in our actions, conducting ourselves in seclusion. It is implausible that you witnessed our deeds, thereby challenging the veracity of the spirit's assertions." Indeed, they had sought refuge within the confines of the abode, rendering visual confirmation ostensibly impossible. Song Zhen, struggling to suppress her mirth, experienced paroxysms of suppressed laughter. Albeit, she could not personally attest to the clandestine activities of her brethren, as her attention was wholly consumed by the spirited altercation with the aforementioned female specter. Brother Bai, his countenance betraying a mixture of amusement and consternation, found himself bereft of suitable rejoinder. Brothers Li and Shun, seemingly grappling with an existential quandary, bore expressions of profound bewilderment. Had their auditory faculties betrayed them? Were the utterances they had just perceived veridical? Brother Li, clutching his chest, experienced a sudden constriction within his thoracic cavity. Among the assembled throng was a direct disciple of his lineage, an affiliation that, if disclosed, would irreparably tarnish their reputation. The magnitude of the disgrace was considerable. Brother Chun, similarly afflicted, shared in the lamentable predicament, as he too bore responsibility for a disciple present. Their deployment on this protective mission was, in no small part, motivated by concerns for the well-being of their respective prodigies. Observing the discombobulated state of the trio, the female specter intensified her diatribe, embellishing her narrative with liberal doses of exaggeration. Soon, the scene devolved into a cacophonous melee of accusations and rebuttals, with the specter fabricating tales with artful embellishments, intermingling truth and falsehood, while the disciples endeavored to debunk her spurious claims. The scene was indeed bustling with activity. Unfortunately, there were no mobile phones available, or else she would have surely captured the moment. What do you mean we ran out without our pants just to confront you? Mind your words, you spirit. The female ghost retorted, mind what? This is all true. You truly have no shame. Song Zhen interjected, indeed, shameless. Instantly, everyone turned to Song Zhen, collectively exclaiming, whose side are you on? I'm sorry, I misspoke, she realized, having inadvertently sided with the wrong party. It was all their raucous noise that led her to stand on the wrong side. The three senior brothers gazed upward at the chaotic scene, their expressions reflecting a shared sense of melancholy. Chapter 19. The reasons why the Sword Sect disciples remained single. This was not at all how the three of them had envisioned the situation. In their minds, Song Zhen and her companions should have been fighting valiantly, showcasing the grace and poise of the illusory Cloud Sword Sect to the fullest extent. Even if they were unable to win, they should not have lost in terms of demeanor. Yet, the reality was starkly opposed to their expectations. They had triumphed. But in terms of bearing, they were utterly lacking, even being scolded by the female ghost for their lack of gentlemanly conduct. This was the first time they had been publicly berated for their indecency, and they could scarcely fathom the consequences if the elders were to learn of this. Finally, as the argument escalated toward physical confrontation, Brotherly commanded everyone to silence. Enough. This matter must remain hidden from the elders. Everyone emerged unscathed, yet the subdued female spirit was of a far superior cultivation level, having even independently dismantled the formation. Given all these circumstances, isn't it remarkable enough? Why should we refrain from informing the elders? Brotherly smirked, his expression a disingenuous mask of amusement as he remarked, so, you wish for everyone to know that your victory was achieved through such a disgraceful means? You may lack shame, but we three still possess some dignity. Please, grant us a modicum of respect. Having lived for so long, he had never encountered such an outrageous affair. There were indeed numerous methods to subdue a spirit. So why resort to the most humiliating one? The crux of the matter lay in their inability to clean up after themselves, having subdued the spirit. Did they not think to cast a silent spell upon her? Instead, they allowed her to blurt out their disgraceful secrets. What of their pride? Others had already bowed their heads in silence, recognizing that this incident was hardly suitable for public discourse. Although their victory was undeniably impressive, it lacked the elegance of a gentlemanly conduct. Nonetheless, if a similar situation were to arise again, they would likely opt for this method once more. It was straightforward and effective. When faced with a crisis, why dwell on propriety? Once resolved, they could address the aftermath, to prevent the female spirit from causing further ruckus. Brother Chun had already placed a silent spell upon her. They could have easily dispersed her at this point, for the miasma of blood and misfortune surrounding her was particularly potent, suggesting a substantial toll on human lives. Suddenly, Song Zhen exclaimed, I understand. Brother Bai, I see now why our sword sect is filled with so many bachelors. With a perplexed expression, Senior Brother Bai scratched his head, wondering how the conversation had veered towards the abundance of unmarried individuals in their sect. Song Zhen continued with fervor, surely, senior brothers have encountered such specters during missions. Generally, phantoms are most vulnerable to potent yang substances, and even the urine of a virgin boy possesses such properties. While senior brothers may not be virgins in the strictest sense, your vital essence remains unspent, allowing you to utilize it in times of peril. Song Zhen's excitement grew with each word, her eyes gleaming. The others were nearly driven to distraction by her pronouncements. Anxiously, Senior Brother Bai attempted to silence her, but his speed was no match for hers, and he failed to even touch her clothing after flustered efforts. Senior Brother Li and Senior Brother Chun remained expressionless, appearing alive but, in reality, having been deceased for quite some time. They themselves were unaware that their bachelorhood served this purpose. If her theory held true, then they had indeed sacrificed greatly for the sake of vanquishing demons. Though unconventional, Song Zhen's proposition possessed a certain logic. At least, the other disciples were convinced. Otherwise, why would the Cloud Illusion Sword sect have so few with companions? The sect leader, several elders, and the majority of disciples were all unmarried, despite their excellence and prowess. Surely, they were not all undesirable. Of course, some senior brothers and sisters had found partners, but they were few in number. Observing the doubtful gazes, Senior Brother Chun could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "You actually believe this? She is merely spouting nonsense. Can't you all engage your minds?" The reason our sword sect is filled with bachelors is not due to this, but rather because we prioritize cultivation above all else. Furthermore, it is not true that everyone in our sword sect lacks a partner. It is astonishing that you would believe the absurd claims of this girl. Although Senior Brother Chun has made considerable efforts to clarify and dispel the rumors, his attempts have yielded little effect. Song Zhen has maintained an expression of quiet observation throughout the explanations. The restrained female ghost within is on the verge of hysterical laughter. Despite the knowledge that her demise is imminent, and that she may soon be reduced to nothingness, discovering such a secret before her end is somewhat gratifying. Should she manage to retain even a fragment of her soul, she would surely spread word of the recent events. Upon returning to the sword sect, the elders have long been awaiting their arrival. Observing their radiant entrance, several elders initially doubted their own eyes, especially upon seeing the female ghost they held. They truly felt as though they were dreaming. Could it be that the other three had intervened? Noticing the questioning glances from the elders, Senior Brother Bai and his companions simultaneously shook their heads, indicating their non-involvement. Senior Brother Bai stated, "Elders, this time, our junior brothers and sisters have performed exceptionally well, and we did not intervene at all." At this moment, Song Zhen and the others were brimming with excitement. They truly are remarkable. Meanwhile, Senior Brother Li and Senior Brother Chun were nearly paralyzed with anxiety, genuinely fearing that the elders might inquire about specific details. The truth cannot be spoken, yet the falsehoods they have yet to fabricate remain unformed. Fortunately, the elders did not inquire into the specifics of how the female ghost was subdued. They decided to retain the ghost, whose aura was thick with bloodlust and malice. Her transgressions still required atonement. Chapter 20. The sinister Ji Fan. The details of the exorcism of the female ghost are not suitable for discussion. Ultimately, she vanished entirely. When Song Zhen and the others emerged, each bore a countenance of triumph, save for the three senior brothers, who exited drenched in cold sweat. Observing the smug expressions of these young ones, the senior brothers were genuinely tempted to administer a beating. Today's events must remain confidential. Should such circumstances arise again, I implore you to exercise a modicum of wisdom in your approach. At the very least, ensure you leave no traces behind. Having gone a whole night without sleep, she felt on the brink of exhaustion. Although she had embarked on the path of cultivation, theoretically diminishing her need for slumber, she remained a modern individual, accustomed to the necessity of daily rest, with some even indulging in afternoon naps. During their inaugural mission, which lasted 10 days to half a month, they faced considerable peril, a stark contrast to their current undertakings, which, while not without risk, were of lesser magnitude. Alas, the sudden stillness feels somewhat foreign. It seems I have grown accustomed to the chaos, struggling to adjust to the tranquility of better days. Ji Fan feigned a sigh, yet the brilliance of his smile was somewhat excessive. Just as he finished speaking, the raucous voice of Song Zhen echoed from a distance. Upon hearing this devilish sound, Ji Fan's smile instantly froze. Surely, he must have misheard. It had to be a figment of his imagination, a result of inadequate rest the previous day. He resolved to find a quiet place to rest, believing that once he rejuvenated, the hallucinations would cease. As he hurriedly packed his belongings, his pace quickened, eventually escalating to a flight akin to soaring on a sword. Meanwhile, Song Zhen, blissfully eager to visit her senior brother, was taken aback by his sudden haste. Did she not hear him greet her? At that moment, the sect leader, engrossed in a verbal exchange with another, let out a tremendous sneeze. showering the master blacksmith across from him with spittle. How dare you, you scoundrel! Unable to win an argument, you resort to spraying me with saliva? You think I would forge a sword for you? Dream on, brother. I assure you, it was not intentional. Please, grant me this favor. Once you do, we can consider our debts settled. I have gathered all the materials, and I require no extra effort from you. I implore you, if you refuse my request, I shall have no choice but to summon my little apprentice to pester you instead. At that moment, the sect leader genuinely entertained this thought, reasoning that given Song Zhen's audacity and cunning, she might prove a match for this ancient eccentric. Song Zhen was unaware of the considerable effort the sect leader had invested in forging a sword for her. At present, she was scouring the mountains in search of her senior brother. Have you seen my fifth senior brother? She inquired of a fellow disciple. Excuse me, sister. Have you spotted my fifth senior brother? Surely he must have flown in this direction. In the realm of beasts, little tadpoles seek their mothers, while in the world of cultivation, Song Zhen seeks her senior brother. Ji-fan, on the other hand, had chosen to conceal himself, adhering to the old adage that the most perilous places often provide the greatest safety. He had retreated to the room adjacent to Song Zhen's, a storage space seldom visited by her. One must commend Ji-fan for his determination to find peace. Ideally, after failing to locate him, Song Zhen would turn her attention to her fourth senior sister, seeking anyone but him. Ji-fan had initially been meditating when he was abruptly jolted by an extraordinarily thunderous snore. The sound reverberated like an earthquake, akin to the roar of a bear. The sheer volume nearly disrupted his vital energy, causing him to expel a mouthful of blood, leaving him on the brink of madness. How could a girl produce such a cacophony that could shake the heavens and rattle the spirits? Was she truly still a maiden? That night was destined to be anything but tranquil. By dawn, Song Zhen rose with renewed vigor to practice her swordsmanship, while Ji-fan emerged with a weary countenance. Brother, what troubles you? Did you not rest well last night? She remarked, noticing the dark circles under his eyes, which seemed to threaten to descend to his cheeks. You must not squander your youth. Even the young need to care for their bodies, lest you find yourself regretting it in your later years. Ji-fan stiffly tugged at the corner of his mouth, remaining silent. Whose fault was this? In his youth, he was a spirited young man, brimming with enthusiasm for life each day. Yet now, the mere thought of facing Song Zhen daily filled him with a sense of hopelessness and dim prospects. He had once been the youngest in his sect, always under the care of others. Logically, it should have been his senior brother who was responsible for the junior sister. If he was absent, then it should have fallen to the second or third senior brothers, and next the fourth senior sister. Although the three senior brothers were away, the senior sister was still present. He could not fathom why the master had assigned him to care for the junior sister. He had barely managed to look after himself, let alone someone else. Watching Ji-fan drift into a daze, Song Zhen curled her lip and quietly withdrew. She held a great respect for those who immerse themselves in their own mental worlds without causing harm to others. As the days passed, Song Zhen's cultivation progressed steadily. She had now risen to become the foremost among the new disciples, a position that was unassailable. Song Zhen, I have taken care of the matter regarding your sword. However, it is still in the forging process. Once it is completed, you will officially possess your own sword. Chapter 21. The once noble sect leader is on the verge of becoming a lamenting figure. Observing the haggard countenance of the sect leader, Song Zhen felt profoundly moved. Master, you have been so kind to me. I promise to take good care of you in your later years. Observing the serious expression on Song Zhen's face, the sect leader's lips twitched involuntarily as he felt an intense aversion to her words. Retirement? How could he possibly require someone to take care of him? He was in the prime of his life, still youthful. After voicing his thoughts, he promptly took Song Zhen by the hand and led her away, leaving her bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What was happening? Why was he dragging her out? Had she said something amiss? As a disciple, was it not customary to care for one's master in their twilight years? Why then did the fifth senior brother react so vehemently? Once outside, Ji-fan gave Song Zhen a light tap on the head, exasperatedly remarking, Do you not consider your words? The master despises being referred to as old. Moreover, he does not require our assistance in his retirement. In this realm of cultivation, life is unpredictable. We may very well depart before him. The phenomenon of the elderly burying the young is all too common in this world. Song Zhen scratched her head, genuinely unaware that her master was sensitive about his age. If someone were to offer her care in her old age, she would be quite delighted, and she could have them start immediately. With a heartfelt sigh, she expressed, "I would indeed welcome someone to assist me in my retirement." Ji Fan rolled his eyes in disbelief, thinking how unrealistic her aspirations were. Having only just begun her cultivation journey, she was already dreaming of someone to take care of her in her later years. You should dispel such notions. It is still far too early for our generation to take on disciples. If one were to indulge in idle thoughts, it would be far more prudent to allocate that time toward cultivation, especially with the imminent commencement of the trial tournament. All sects shall participate, and should we manage to secure the top position, it would indeed bring great glory to our sword sect. The mere mention of this prospect fills Ji Fan with trepidation. The disciples of the sword sect possess formidable strength, yet they invariably fall short in the concluding rounds. This is because the latter stages of competition rely not solely on raw power. Those who advance further are equally competent. Ultimately, the contest hinges more on cunning and intellect. As the saying goes, all's fair in love and war, and our opponents often possess a sharper wit. Although Ji Fan is reluctant to concede this truth, the reality is undeniable. Song Zhen, however, remains oblivious to Ji Fan's worries, her mind wholly consumed by the upcoming tournament. She has already carved out a name for herself within the sword sect, and if she can further enhance her reputation during this event, it would represent a significant stride toward her ambitions. Even in the event of defeat, she believes it is possible to shine brightly. Losing gracefully is still a form of victory. With determination, Song Zhen has begun her focused training, while other disciples also turn their attention to this matter. It would be lacking in spectacle if the disciples' levels of cultivation were too disparate. A confrontation between a foundational stage practitioner and one at the nascent soul stage lacks intrigue and could lead to unforeseen consequences. The truth remains that, regardless of how strong a foundational stage disciple may be, they cannot hope to rival a nascent soul practitioner. However, if one possesses sufficient strength or confidence, one can indeed challenge opponents beyond their current level. However, no one has ever succeeded in surpassing the established ranks. The trial conference is a significant event. Achieving victory here would elevate the reputation of the Huan Yun Sect to unprecedented heights. Yet, these new disciples are of unstable temperament. Allowing them to participate could incite unforeseen troubles. One elder expressed reservations about permitting Song Zhen and his cohort to compete. Which sword cultivator, when embroiled in conflict, resorts to underhanded tactics or vandalizes another's garments? One might mistakenly believe they are lecherous scoundrels, though their behavior indeed mirrors that of such ruffians. However, it is preferable to suffer embarrassment within the confines of one's own home than to incur disgrace in public, for that would tarnish the honor of the Huan Yun Sect. Elder Lu, on the other hand, disagreed with this elder's perspective, asserting that Song Zhen and his companions should be allowed to participate. In previous trials, we always attended, yet we consistently faced defeat, not due to the inadequacy of our disciples' strength, but rather their lack of strategic thinking. They were easily misled by the slightest of tricks. Although Song Zhen and his peers may exhibit a mischievous demeanor, they possess considerable cunning, far surpassing that of their senior brothers and sisters. The phrasing of considerable cunning seemed somewhat inappropriate. The sect leader felt a twinge of embarrassment, as Song Zhen was the one at the forefront. Regarding who should attend the trial conference, the elders held firm to their differing opinions. Selection must undoubtedly favor the most exceptional individuals, and they all had a clear understanding of who those individuals were. After half a month of contention, Song Zhen and his group were ultimately dispatched to participate. This time, the elder accompanying them was Elder Rong, a man known for his ever-present smile, whom Song Zhen held in great affection. If any sect failed to arrive within the stipulated time, it indicated their withdrawal from the event, thus marking their automatic elimination. While Elder Rong was discussing the precautions with them, Song Zhen's thoughts had already wandered off elsewhere. The notion that a sect's absence would lead to their disqualification sparked an ingenious idea in her mind. although this strategy bore a hint of treachery. Was it not true that all's fair in war? Elder Rong, noticing the mischievous glint in Song Zhen's eyes, was well aware that she was concocting some dubious scheme. What mischief are you plotting this time, my dear girl? Do not trouble me. I am not as robust as your master. Ever since her arrival, she had caused an array of disturbances, leaving the entire sect without anyone capable of managing her. The once composed sect leader now frequently sought him out to express his grievances, transforming from a dignified leader into a veritable complainer. Chapter 22. Who devious soul dared to dig this pit? With narrowed eyes and a sly grin, Song Zhen remarked, Elder, I have conceived a plan that may very well eliminate a few competitors. A plan to eliminate some contenders? What could it possibly be? A day later, as Elder Rong gazed upon the massive pit enthusiastically excavated by the disciples, he felt his composure begin to unravel. Song Zhen, brimming with pride, declared to her fellow disciples, as long as they tumble into this pit, we shall have secured half the victory. If we can delay their progress, we can directly eliminate them. Dear fellow disciples, greetings. Each trial tournament has ended in defeat, leaving us all with a sense of unfulfilled frustration. This method, albeit somewhat underhanded, may indeed prove effective. After all, there exists no rule prohibiting such tactics. Some senior brothers have even resorted to utilizing treasured artifacts they typically hesitate to employ. Ideally, once these individuals fall into our trap, we should ensnare them, keeping them confined for as long as possible. What has become of the previously upright disciples of the illusory Cloud Sword sect? Have they been subjected to possession? This is his inaugural leadership, so why must chaos ensue under his command, and in such an embarrassing manner? Should word of this spread, how many would find amusement at his expense? Elder Rong, with a flushed face, pulled Song Zhen aside and reproachfully remarked, Is this the strategy you proposed? It seems rather despicable. Furthermore, if they were to stumble into this pit, it merely illustrates their lack of vigilance. How can we be held accountable? We have merely excavated this pit as a lesson for them. Should they find themselves deceived in future trials, we have indirectly afforded them valuable experience. Upon finishing, Song Zhen nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is merely to enhance their experience. Most importantly, who can substantiate that this pit was of our making? Is there any evidence? Did anyone witness it? Even if seen, it proves nothing. There is no rule against digging a pit. Why should we not engage in such an endeavor when we find ourselves idle? Song Zhen spoke with such audacity, her face unflinching and her heart steady, that Elder Rong was rendered speechless. How could there exist such brazen individuals in this world? And to think that this audacious person was a disciple of their sword sect. The young girl, appearing rather innocent and upright, possessed an abundance of cunning, which explained why the sect leader frequently approached him to express grievances, lamenting that he could neither win arguments nor outwit this little disciple. It seems the sect leader's defeats were not without reason. Indeed, some senior brothers and sisters felt that the undertaking was somewhat unethical, yet witnessing the excitement of everyone else made them hesitant to intervene. Thus, they chose to turn a blind eye, pretending to see and know nothing. After laying the trap, the group departed in high spirits, eager to see which unfortunate soul would stumble upon it. If they could ensnare someone, that would be ideal. If not, it was of little consequence, as no one would suffer loss. Before long, another unfortunate soul made an appearance. Who in their right mind would dig such a deep pit here, and employ an illusion as well? The disciples of the lost sect, upon landing, tumbled into chaos, with only their leading elder managing to remain upright. After all, experience often prevails. As he observed the disciples grimacing in the pit, the elder could not contain his ire, berating them relentlessly. Elder, there are formations set up here. We won't be able to escape anytime soon. It must be said, the senior disciples truly went all out, employing their most treasured formations in this endeavor. This formation is typically employed against malevolent entities and is notoriously difficult to dismantle. This marks the first instance of its deployment against our companions. Thus far, its efficacy appears promising, as those below are simultaneously attempting to break the formation while venting their frustrations in vehement exclamations. This group has spent nearly half a day extricating themselves from the pit, And since the elders cannot intervene in this matter, they are relegated to observing from the sidelines. Once they emerged, their indignation remained unabated, leading them to conceal the trap once more and to impose additional formations. It is intolerable that only we should suffer misfortune. If we are to endure such calamity, then others must surely not be allowed to thrive. The conflict has escalated to mutual harm, driven by the resolve that if I am to be afflicted, others shall not find solace either. This trap has incited mutual suspicion among the various sects, and encounters among them are fraught with palpable tension. However, despite the pervasive distrust, no sect truly suspects the illusory Cloud Sword sect of orchestrating this affair. This is primarily due to the disciples of the Sword sect consistently exhibiting an exemplary demeanor. Their integrity and straightforwardness render such underhanded actions seemingly implausible. The impression they have left on others is indelibly profound. Thus, this time, they are free from suspicion. Elder Rome, have you also fallen victim to that trap? One must wonder which scoundrel excavated such a deep pit and ensnared it with formations. It is utterly outrageous. Alas, if you have indeed encountered the trap, how is it that we too fell prey to it, given that we are the last to arrive? Ha ha ha. Is it not unjust to show favoritism? Everyone should be treated equally for true fairness to prevail. Listening to the words of the elders, Elder Rome smiled while discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow. Indeed, engaging in dubious activities can lead to a sense of dread. He was nearly overwhelmed by anxiety. Fortunately, no one suspected them, and witnessing their misfortune brought a certain delight. Elder Rome made a concerted effort to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, joining in their condemnation of the one who had set the trap. After all, he was neither the one who dug the pit nor the one who orchestrated it. At most, he could be considered an enabler. As it was Song Zhen who had arranged the trap, Song Zhen and his companions were thoroughly amused, especially as they listened to the disciples from other sects discussing the predicament. Chapter 23. The Roundness of the Senior Brother's Navel. You all must keep this matter buried deep within. It must never escape your lips. Our Huan Yun sect upholds integrity and honor. Such despicable acts are not of our doing, and we are, in fact, the victims. Do you understand? The disciples responded in unison, We understand. We too are victims. This affair is certainly not our doing. We are the most honest. Observing the excited faces of the disciples below, eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, Elder Rome thought to himself, Could you perhaps temper your expressions a little? Who would believe you are innocent in such a state? Though the tactic was rather underhanded, it undeniably influenced many individuals' mindsets. An unfavorable beginning can significantly impact one's spirit. The trial conference is hosted by different sects each time, with major sects taking turns to organize the event. Every disciple participating is driven by the ambition to claim victory, as those selected are the elite from their respective sections. Song Zhen was assigned to the Qi Refinement and Foundation Establishment groups, with other fellow disciples categorized based on their cultivation levels. Although there are multiple champions to be claimed, given the varying number of participants across different ranks, the competition remains fierce. In the first round, Song Zhen faced an opponent of mediocre skill, as all participants were of comparable cultivation. Song Zhen's talent, however, was rather exceptional. During their duel, she instinctively lifted her sword, inadvertently severing her opponent's belt. In front of the gathered crowd, her adversary found himself in a rather compromising position, nearly losing his trousers. Observing the mortification of her opponent, Song Zhen raised her eyes to the heavens with an expression of innocence, insisting that it was not intentional. It was merely a reflexive action. Moreover, her opponent's reaction time was exceedingly slow, as she had yet to exert her full strength. Elder Rome covered his face with his hand, desperately attempting to avoid the gaze of the other elders. He was unfamiliar with Song Zhen and remained blissfully unaware of the incident. Junior sister Song, if I am not mistaken, that strike was aimed at my lower half, only to have shifted at the last moment to sever my belt, remarked the disciple, who, despite lacking sufficient cultivation, displayed keen observational skills. Song Zhen offered an awkward smile, denying the accusation. How could that be? It was merely an oversight. You are overthinking it. Senior brother. After her statement, she maintained an expression of innocence, gazing at her adversary with wide, unblemished eyes, genuinely portraying her innocence. The disciple across the way, initially skeptical, ultimately placed his trust in the esteemed reputation of the Sword Sect disciples. Perhaps my feelings were misguided. Let us proceed. I have long heard that my junior sister entered the sect later than most, yet possesses remarkable talent. And upon meeting her today, I find this to be undeniably true. Song Zhen replied, "Oh, not at all. Senior brother, you flatter me." After exchanging a few polite words, they resumed their sparring. At first, Song Zhen exercised some restraint in her techniques. However, it was not long before her true nature emerged. Her swordplay was cunningly designed to exploit her opponent's weaknesses. Her right hand wielded the sword, while her left was equally active, clawing directly at her opponent's throat. Fortunately, she remembered that this was merely a contest, not a real battle. In less than a quarter of an hour, her opponent's attire had been reduced to tatters, resembling that of a beggar. It was perplexing how she managed to create a hole in his abdomen, and the spectators were left in awe. The elders observing the match were equally astonished. It was the first time they had witnessed a sparring session devolve into such a state, with clothing so deliberately targeted. Luckily, her opponent was male. Had he been a female disciple, it would have been utterly scandalous. As he gazed at the conspicuous hole in his garment, the disciple's face alternated between crimson and pallor. He could sense that Song Zhen had not exerted her full strength. Had she been earnest, the outcome would have been far more severe than mere torn clothing. Song Zhen awkwardly touched her nose and offered a sheepish smile, saying, "Senior brother, do you believe me when I say that I cannot control myself?" She truly found herself unable to restrain her impulses. Initially, she intended to reach for his chest, but reconsidered and instead descended a few inches to his navel. Surprisingly, the navel of his senior brother appeared quite rounded, and his skin was notably fair. The disciple across from her felt a surge of indignation, his eyes darkening with fury. Although he accepted his inability to overpower her, the state of his tattered clothing was utterly unacceptable. With trembling fingers, he pointed at Song Zhen, speechless, before ultimately rolling his eyes back and fainting. Startled, Song Zhen took a large step backward, exclaiming, "I didn't touch you. I merely grazed your clothing. This is not fair play." She had laid a finger on him. Observers were left speechless by Song Zhen's flustered demeanor, their minds reeling in bewilderment. At that moment, the elders of various sects cast sidelong glances at Elder Rong, their expressions laden with scrutiny. Elder Rong, wearing a stiff expression, attempted to force a smile. "Well, this is our sect leader's newly accepted disciple. She possesses a rather spirited personality and enjoys delving into various sword techniques." This predicament was entirely of Song Zhen's making, and they had no part in it. If trouble were to be sought, it should be directed towards the sect leader. The elders exchanged skeptical glances, but ultimately remained silent. During the subsequent contests, Song Zhen endeavored to temper her own exuberance. However, her unorthodox swordplay was indeed formidable, and with her ability to teleport, few could withstand her prowess. If her opponent had been a female disciple, she would have exercised even greater caution, for it was essential not to jeopardize another's honor. Soon, everyone noticed her biased attitude, which sparked dissatisfaction among the male disciples who had lost. "Sister Song, do you not think you're being rather partial? You treat the female disciples with such gentleness, yet you're excessively harsh with us. Do you believe this is appropriate? We are all rivals. Why should we be treated differently based on gender?" Song Zhen glanced at the beautiful young ladies and then at the group of male disciples who looked like beggars. With unwavering confidence, she responded, "I find it perfectly appropriate. I simply have a preference for beautiful young ladies. Historically, the victor dictates the terms. I have won, thus I have the final say. If you possess the ability, then defeat me as well." Song Zhen proudly puffed out her chest. Her progress was remarkably smooth, and she performed exceptionally well. Although her swordplay was intricate and her moves unpredictable, the elders held her in high regard, united in their concern. This young disciple must be properly guided. Should she stray into the path of darkness, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Chapter 24. A lack of enthusiasm in dining indicates a problematic mindset. The competition on Song Zhen's side was exceedingly thrilling, with her fellow disciples not lagging behind. Particularly inspired by Song Zhen's performance, their confidence surged. One disciple even seized the opportunity in front of a large audience to remove someone's boot, directly scratching the sole of their foot. "Ha ha ha, let me go. This is utterly unfair." The disciple caught in this playful act was laughing so hard that tears streamed down their face. The disciple of the Sword Sect smiled nonchalantly and boldly declared, "What do you mean by victory without honor? I merely seized upon your weaknesses. Our junior sister once stated that every competition must be approached with utmost seriousness, for one can never truly anticipate the perils one may encounter. Thus, each contest should be regarded as a genuine simulation." Upon hearing his name mentioned, Song Zhen nodded from the sidelines, affirming that this was indeed the correct perspective. The other disciples from various sects were left utterly dumbfounded. Elder Rong found himself utterly humiliated among his peers, regretting countless times why he had chosen to lead this expedition. Was it not preferable to remain comfortably within the confines of the sect, rather than endure such tribulations? It could be said that today, as competitions surpassed all previous ones in terms of excitement, the number of disciples from the illusory Cloud Sword sect eliminated was unprecedentedly low. However, the senior brothers and sisters were somewhat too concerned with their pride, resulting in a disadvantageous position. That evening, Elder Rong summoned everyone once more. "Must you not allow me a moment of peace? While you abandon all sense of shame, I still hold on to mine." Elder Rong was on the verge of a breakdown. Having lived a life of integrity, he had never engaged in any improper conduct. It was not mere self-aggrandizement. He could genuinely be regarded as a gentleman. He usually took pride in his impeccable character, yet now he found himself unable to lift his head in the presence of others. "We have not acted shamelessly, Elder. You misspoke. In this arena, one is expected to give their all. We have yet to strike with lethal intent." Song Zhen believed she had done nothing wrong, asserting that she had already exercised considerable restraint. Song Zhen raised his head and earnestly addressed Elder Rong, suggesting that it was time for the elder to reconsider his perspective. "Why does our sword sect, despite its formidable strength, always face defeat at the trial gatherings? I believe the elders are aware of the reasons. Yet, during actual training in the field, our disciples from the Huan Yun Sect consistently demonstrate unparalleled prowess. In those moments, everyone casts aside their reservations and confronts the monstrous beings without hesitation." The senior brothers and sisters lowered their heads, beginning to contemplate this issue seriously. Indeed, when faced with fellow cultivators, they are overly cautious, hesitant to take decisive action for fear of tarnishing the reputation of the Huan Yun Sect. Upon hearing Elder Rong's words, the group instinctively distanced themselves from Feng Qiong. Song Zhen cast a disdainful glance at Feng Qiong, recalling how he had touched her head, which she deemed unsanitary. Feng Qiong awkwardly scratched his face, seemingly unfazed by the incident, though it did appear rather unrefined. Observing his restless fidgeting, a senior sister beside him could no longer tolerate it. She swiftly slapped his hand away and cast a cleansing spell on him. Elder Rong, witnessing this scene, genuinely felt his eyes ache and his heart weary. The disciples of other sects were immaculate in their conduct, speech, and way of life. How could their disciples be so unrefined? That evening, instead of persuading the group to reconsider, Elder Rong found himself swayed by Song Zhen's arguments. Other sects were also quite lively that night, as the Huan Yun Sect had truly delivered an astonishing surprise. The elder of the Huazong was utterly perplexed, pondering the recent events at the illusory Cloud Sword sect. What could have transpired to cause such a transformation in their disciples? Or had their esteemed, gentlemanly demeanor vanished? After a moment of contemplation, he nodded affirmatively, attributing it to a bias towards valuing females over males. He had taken quite a beating, yet his senior sister had emerged unscathed. The elder of Huazong felt a disconcerting sensation, as if his own disciples had been rendered foolish. The other sect elders shared this sentiment, their thoughts drifting to the ominous pit. Initially, they would not have associated the pit with the illusory Cloud Sword sect, renowned for its integrity. However, it was now conceivable that they might resort to such underhanded tactics, particularly the younger disciples. Yet, lacking evidence, they found themselves powerless. Even if they confronted the sect directly, a denial would leave them with no recourse. At that moment, a collective sense of frustration brewed among the elders of various sects, akin to suffering a silent grievance that they could not articulate. Previously, it had been the illusory Cloud Sword sect that bore the brunt of such injustices. Though formidable in strength, they were straightforward and could not bring themselves to harm fellow cultivators. Now, with the illusory Cloud Sword sect's sudden shift in demeanor, they found themselves at a significant disadvantage. That night, only the disciples of the illusory Cloud Sword sect enjoyed a restful slumber, while others remained restless, each consumed by their own thoughts. At the break of dawn, before others had roused, Song Zhen had already led a large group to the dining hall for breakfast. Eating was a reflection of one's attitude. A lack of enthusiasm for such a fundamental act signaled deeper issues. Onward they charged. Song Zhen swiftly clutched his exclusive food bowl, demonstrating remarkable speed. The disciples behind him, who had not engaged in fasting, followed suit, charging forth as if breaking through the confines of a zombie-infested city. The bewildered senior brothers and sisters, who had inexplicably tagged along, wore expressions of confusion, questioning why they too were compelled to join when they had already abstained from food. Chapter 25. Devour all the food, leaving nothing for others. The cafeteria staff, witnessing the fervor of Song Zhen and his companions, were so taken aback that they instinctively brandished their magical artifacts, assuming defensive stances. What do you intend to do? Aside from sanctioned competitions, private brawling is strictly prohibited. Do you wish to flout the rules? What private brawling? They merely sought a meal. How could this be construed as a fight? With an innocent expression, Song Zhen raised his food bowl and asserted, "We come here to dine, not to engage in combat. There is no need for such apprehension. What else could we possibly do during mealtime?" Others chimed in. Is breakfast prepared? Is there enough for everyone? Given that most had already commenced fasting. Although each sect possessed a cafeteria, the food was often insufficient. In the Huan Yun Sect, they rarely experienced true satiety. The elders explained this to them, suggesting that since fasting was inevitable, it was better for them to acclimate early. Thus, at times, fasting was not merely a personal choice, but rather a necessity dictated by their environment. Without fasting, starvation loomed. Observing the group as they devoured their meal with an air akin to a brawl, the cafeteria staff stifled the urge to roll their eyes in disbelief. Never had they witnessed such a chaotic approach to dining. One might mistake them for a band of ruffians intent on causing a scene. The fervor with which they approached their breakfast was indeed unparalleled, and fortuitously, the morning meal had just been prepared, arriving at an opportune moment. The breakfast was quite simple: steamed buns, dumplings, and congee, sufficient to satiate one's hunger. As such fare is both filling and straightforward to prepare. However, upon hearing the menu, Song Zhen's countenance visibly shifted to one of disappointment. This trial tournament, a gathering of all sects, could be likened to a prestigious academic symposium among modern elite universities. It was perplexing that even the provisions were not adequately arranged. In contrast, such academic gatherings in contemporary institutions often boast an abundance of delectable offerings. Yet, choices were limited now, and abstaining from food would only result in hunger. Song Zhen had yet to attain the level of abstaining from food entirely. Although her master had provided her with a fasting pill before her departure, its taste left much to be desired. During breakfast, one disciple conceived a particularly mischievous scheme. Let's consume all the breakfast ourselves. We shall leave them to suffer hunger this morning, thus sapping their vitality for the entire day. The more he pondered this plan, the more feasible it appeared. Although the fasting pill existed, its unpalatable nature was a deterrent. While the steamed buns and congee may have been modest, they were at least proper sustenance. Most importantly, it would certainly affect their morale. Song Zhen couldn't help but give a thumbs up to her senior brother. She initially thought she could be quite cheeky at times, only to find that others were equally audacious. The onlookers in the dining hall thought to themselves, could you perhaps refrain from speaking so openly in our presence? And truly, are you all disciples of the Sword Sect? This can't possibly be the direction the sect is heading. It seemed that the deviation was quite serious indeed. Song Zhen and her companions felt no psychological burden at all. They polished off their breakfast with enthusiasm. It wasn't their fault the portions were so meager, nor that others lacked appetite. After finishing their meal, they even went to flaunt their exploits to Elder Rong, who was nearly beside himself with rage. Every time he believed the disciples had reached a new low, they managed to outdo themselves yet again. Their antics were increasingly outrageous, and one couldn't help but wonder if all the virtues the Huan Yun Sect had accumulated over the years had been squandered by these rascals. Nevertheless, one must admit that their strategy was indeed effective. Other sects' disciples found themselves at a loss, having nothing left for themselves. Surely not everything could have been consumed, they protested. There are only a handful who haven't undergone fasting. The rest must have completed their preparations. A senior in the dining hall replied, I cannot speak to that, but all I know is that everyone was present and they all ate. When they left, they took food with them as well. To speak candidly, it was the first time he had witnessed such a spectacle. One might have mistaken it for a gathering of starving souls reincarnated. After all, these were respectable disciples of a legitimate sect, many of whom hailed from noble families, and the manner in which they consumed their breakfast was truly alarming. Upon hearing the rumors of their gluttonous behavior, the eyes of those disciples nearly popped out in disbelief. Were they truly so ravenous that they could not refrain from taking food with them upon departure? Had they never experienced a meal before? Moreover, it seemed that everyone had congregated. What business did those who practiced fasting have here? Were they simply idle? The absurdity of the situation nearly made them laugh in exasperation. Since the previous day, they had noted a distinct change in the disciples of the illusory Cloud Sword sect. These disciples displayed an utter lack of shame, harboring devious intentions and a multitude of schemes. The act of devouring every morsel was something only they could accomplish, and it was utterly infuriating. The elders of the various sects sought out Elder Rome once more, expressing their outrage. This is utterly excessive. You have left us with nothing to eat. Is this how you conduct yourselves? Surely, all of your cunning intentions are malevolent. To take food with you, as well, is simply outrageous. Elder Rome, you must impose some discipline upon your disciples. If this behavior continues, it is untenable. Such actions do not befit a reputable sect. No, even the most nefarious cults would not stoop to such depths. Listening to these accusations, Elder Rome felt as if his head might explode. However, as a guardian of his own disciples, he valiantly defended them, refusing to be outmatched in this verbal skirmish. What does it mean that such actions are unbecoming of a reputable sect? If the children are hungry, what is wrong with them having something to eat? If you wish to dine, then go to the dining hall early. No one is forbidding you. The children, merely possessing a larger appetite, are unfairly scrutinized by you. As elders, you ought to be more magnanimous. Furthermore, your disciples, who come to complain about not having had a meal, are of sufficient age to take responsibility for themselves. As we, Song Zhen, have stated, a lack of enthusiasm for dining indicates a problem in mindset. Who is to blame for their lack of eagerness to eat? He genuinely believes that these individuals are making a mountain out of a molehill, while his own disciples may have suffered a slight inconvenience. It is their own fault for not arriving earlier. There is a natural order to such matters. If you arrive late, it is not anyone's responsibility if you miss out on a warm meal. Chapter 26. Why are you so agitated by others' competitions? Elder Rome's words struck a chord, leaving everyone in a state of awe. Song Zhen and the others, who had been eavesdropping at the entrance, were suddenly filled with admiration. How had they not noticed before how charismatic and responsible Elder Rome was? Truly, it is the protective elders who are the most admirable. The other elders had initially wished to retort, but found themselves at a loss for words. This situation was hardly a grave matter. It was merely a matter of attitude. One cannot deny others the right to eat. Perhaps the disciples merely have a hearty appetite and arrived a bit early. It is their own disciples who chose to arrive late. After receiving a sharp rebuke from Elder Rome, the elders left, their frustration simmering beneath the surface. Upon returning, those disciples were destined for misfortune, unable to provide for themselves while lamenting to their elders, who, in turn, faced reprimands. If they were not to suffer, who would? Song Zhen even discreetly joined in on the commotion. The elders' rebukes were quite intimidating. Although they did not utter a single vulgarity, The cultured manner in which they chastised was undeniably disconcerting. In contrast, the sword sect maintained a straightforward approach. What needed to be said was articulated plainly, devoid of any convoluted or pretentious rhetoric. Their aversion to grandiloquence did not stem from a lack of education. The day's competitions progressed more swiftly than the previous, particularly within the Foundation establishment group. Song Zhen's position as the leader was nearly assured. As for the other seniors, they too performed commendably. Following her victory over the final opponent, Song Zhen eagerly rushed to cheer for her seniors. A certain disciple clad in ragged attire called out in disbelief. "You're leaving just like that? Don't you have anything to say?" Unable to contain himself, he stopped Song Zhen and implored, "Song Jr., do you really have nothing else to say to me?" Unlike her previous matches, where she would analyze her opponent's strengths and weaknesses, she seemed to offer him nothing. The disparity in treatment between genders was one thing, but favoritism among male peers was simply too much. Song Zhen regarded him earnestly from head to toe, and just when he anticipated a kind word, her next remark made him wish he could vanish into the ground. "Song Zhen, your physique is exceptionally commendable, and your abs are truly splendid." Her words were an honest reflection of her sentiments. This senior, with his red lips and white teeth, possessed a strikingly androgynous allure. Clad in his attire, he appeared tall and slender, concealing the impressive musculature that lay beneath. It was a quintessential example of a figure that appears lean in clothes, yet reveals a sculpted form when undraped. Song Zhen held a genuine admiration for this. Truly, as a student of music, he exuded an aura that was enhanced by his artistic training. His good looks, excellent physique, and refined demeanor were all remarkable. In a modern context, he would undoubtedly be a frontrunner in popularity. Upon hearing her praise, the expressions of those around him were decidedly peculiar. Only this senior bore a crimson hue upon his cheeks, his skin slightly flushed as well. He regretted having uttered that one question, now wishing fervently for a hole to hide himself in. He felt utterly mortified. And what of this junior sister, Song? Did she not feel the slightest embarrassment to openly appraise a man's physique in such a public setting? Was this the demeanor of disciples from the Huan Yun Sect? Upon returning to their own sect, his fellow disciples gathered around to tease him. "Lu, your physique is indeed impressive. Even the junior sisters from other sects have acknowledged it. Who would have thought that beneath your seemingly frail exterior lies such hidden strength?" Song Zhen had not anticipated that a single remark could lead to such an avalanche of events for this senior. Now, her heart and mind were entirely occupied with thoughts of her senior and fellow disciples. Observing the pair on the board, seemingly inseparable, Song Zhen felt an urgent desire to step into the spotlight herself. Especially when witnessing the opponent nearly injuring their own, Song Zhen was on the verge of screaming. The adversary employed tactics that were far from honorable, yet they did not contravene any rules, while others resorted to such measures. Her senior brother steadfastly adhered to the principles of chivalry. Song Zhen was nearly beside herself with anxiety, imploring her brother to abandon his gentlemanly demeanor at such a crucial moment. When confronted with true demons, such ideals would be of no consequence. On the stage, her brother's eyes flickered with a hint of helplessness. Having been molded by years of principled education, he found it difficult to deviate from his ingrained values, requiring time to adjust. Ultimately, her brother narrowly secured victory. Although the opponent was defeated, he himself was not unscathed and bore some injuries. From below, Song Zhen's voice was nearly lost in desperation, yet the opponent remained impervious to her calls, continuing to uphold his gentlemanly conduct, which only fueled her frustration further. Fortunately, the other brothers and sisters displayed greater astuteness. Even in defeat, they managed to maintain a graceful demeanor and suffered minimal injuries. Elder Rong, observing Song Zhen's fervent agitation, assigned 2 individuals to restrain her, genuinely concerned that she might leap onto the stage herself. She had never displayed such fervor during her own matches. However, during the climactic battle for supremacy, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate. A surprising element emerged, as both contenders hailed from the illusory Cloud Sword Sect. It must be noted that this time, the illusory Cloud Sword Sect truly emerged as a dark horse. Indeed, as the disciples' cunning matured, their prowess saw a significant elevation. Elder Rong's face was adorned with wrinkles that seemed to stretch towards the heavens in laughter. Song Zhen decisively initiated the festivities, and the others performed exceptionally well. Currently, the disciples of the Golden Core stage vied for supremacy, all representing their esteemed Huan Yun Sect. Regardless of the outcome, the Huan Yun Sect would emerge victorious. With both competitors hailing from the same sect, Song Zhen felt little intrigue, and thus wandered to another viewing platform. Onlookers witnessed her darting about, at times exclaiming with fervor, and at others sighing in disappointment. She was wholly absorbed in the matches of others, far more so than during her own contests. Although they all hailed from the same sect, who would not desire to claim the title of champion. Senior brother, this time the title of champion will undoubtedly be mine. Junior sister, that may not be so certain. Their gazes clashed fiercely, the rivalry intensifying. Chapter 27. A path to greatness paved by socks, though one was male and the other female. Neither held back in their spirited combat. You poke my eye, I kick your rear. You stab my chest, I slash your thigh. The intensity of their duel was palpable. Song Zhen watched in astonishment, realizing that her senior brothers and sisters had concealed their true prowess during previous skirmishes. Some of the cunning techniques displayed were beyond her own capabilities. Disciples from other sects gaped in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. In her excitement, Song Zhen shouted, "Senior sister, target his lower regions." This suggestion from Song Zhen drew discontent from the senior brother above. Junior sister Song, you cannot be so biased. We are all on the same side. We'll give you the right to offer her advice. Senior sister, my bond with junior sister is strong. Spare me the trivialities. The champion shall undoubtedly be mine. Brace yourself. After being accused, Song Zhen quietly sealed her lips. The two above are indeed comrades, and such blatant favoritism is rather detrimental. So she chose silence. After all, it matters not who emerges victorious. The duel between these two disciples captivated everyone's attention, drawing focus away from the others, which lacked the same allure. This event has indeed broadened the perspectives of the other disciples. The contests of the nascent soul stage are undeniably impressive, appearing dazzling and grand. Yet, such splendor has become rather commonplace. It is far more enjoyable here, for rarity is indeed precious. Elder Rong has concealed his aging visage within his sleeves, unwilling to confront the unfolding scene. As long as he remains oblivious, it bears no consequence to him. After all, their side has triumphed. The expressions of the elders from other sects were darkened. While they may decry the actions of the competitors, they have, in truth, adhered to the rules. Moreover, these two are comrades engaged in a friendly contest, leaving the outsiders with no authority to intervene. It must be acknowledged that the prowess of these two siblings is quite formidable. Their cultivation levels are nearly indistinguishable, and now their cunning is equally matched. Song Zhen, feeling fatigue from watching, realized that a victor had yet to be determined between them. With a yawn, she retrieved some snacks from her pocket. Lamenting the prolonged duration of the match, mealtime had already passed. Initially, she had intended to visit the dining hall, but found herself unable to extricate herself from the crowd. Observing the throng surrounding the duel, Song Zhen's mind began to whirl, and a sudden idea struck her. Before long, Song Zhen produced an unpleasantly odorous sock from an unknown source. She defiantly hung the foul garment upon her sword, forging a path through the crowd. Make way, make way. If this brushes against you, do not blame me. The surrounding disciples, with expressions of disdain, parted to create a wide thoroughfare, rendering the space remarkably spacious. Song Zhen, with a playful arch of her brow, turned to her fellow disciples behind her and remarked, "See, I always find a way. Now, let's advance towards the dining hall." One disciple, unable to contain himself, muttered under his breath, "Surely, the power of his sock cannot be that formidable." The elder disciple beside him nudged his shoulder, his expression a mix of bemusement and concern. "How many days has it been since you last washed your feet or changed your clothes?" Just moments before, they had struggled to navigate through the throng, but now, with the mere presence of a sock, they had effortlessly emerged from the sea of bodies. Illustrating the sock's remarkable potency, the aggrieved disciple exclaimed, "I wash daily. My clothes are immaculate. I am quite fastidious." Song's sister, You have tarnished my reputation." As Song Zhen led the way, she suddenly sneezed, having forgotten where she had flung the sock that had once dangled from her sword. It would likely be discovered by some fortunate soul, who that maybe remained to be seen. The most pressing matter at hand was nourishment. With everyone gathered, it was certain the dining hall would be devoid of patrons, allowing them to enjoy a hearty meal. Elder Rong, watching the disciples hastily depart for their meal, was left perplexed. Have they all truly left? Are they not concerned about their ongoing battles with their senior brothers and sisters? Their audacious antics had left others from different sects utterly bewildered. Without any contest taking place, they too had vacated the premises. Not long after their departure, the senior brothers and sisters above reached a conclusion, with the senior sister triumphing over the senior brother by a slender margin. "Ah, I have won. I am a champion. Fellow brothers and sisters, I have emerged victorious," she exclaimed, joyfully gazing down at the stage, only to find that the area where the disciples of Huan Yun Sect had previously stood was now completely empty. The smile on her face abruptly faltered. Where had everyone gone? A kind-hearted disciple of the Buddhist sect interjected, "Ba, they have all gone to dine." The two who had just competed exchanged wide-eyed glances, initially thinking they had misheard. They had yet to finish their contest, yet everyone else had already departed for a meal. Did no one care for them? As they pondered their existence, the young monk from the Buddhist sect produced a sock and handed it to them. This was left by the esteemed disciple Song. "She just used this sock to carve a path, but it inadvertently floated onto my head. Might I trouble you both to return it to its rightful owner?" It must be noted that the young monk's temperament was remarkably amiable. Disciples of the Buddhist sect are renowned for their emotional stability. The senior brother, bewildered as he accepted the sock, thought, "Why on earth am I taking this? And what did he mean by carving a path with this sock? Is this a new type of magical artifact?" He skeptically brought the sock to his nose, only to be met with a pungent odor of sweat, accompanied by a hint of foot odor. Beside him, the senior sister regarded his actions with evident disdain. Why did he need to smell it? What peculiar inclination was this? Just as she expressed her disdain, the offending sock was suddenly thrust into her embrace. The culprit, under the guise of propriety, proclaimed, "This belongs to junior sister Song. It would be improper for me to keep it. You should return it to her." The bewildered senior sister, now in possession of the foul sock, could only think, what on earth? The onlookers observed the peculiar exchange between the two as they passed the smelly sock back and forth, their expressions filled with confusion. After all, it was merely a sock. Why such a fuss over it? Just then, the young monk interjected, "Oh, I forgot to mention, although the sock inadvertently flew over from junior sister Song, it seems it does not belong to her, but rather to a male disciple." Chapter 28. We were too concerned with our dignity in the past, so the sock does not belong to Song Zhen. Why didn't you say so sooner? I hope this person doesn't have athlete's foot. We wouldn't want it spreading to him. Instantly, an invisible circle formed around the two, with everyone keeping at least 2 meters distance. Has the Huan Yun Sect finally lost its wits after so many years? It certainly appears so. Indeed, one cannot suppress themselves for too long. Prolonged repression can lead to irrational behavior, and the Huan Yun Sect is a glaring example of that. Unbeknownst to Song Zhen, her left-behind sock nearly incited a conflict among her seniors, while she was blissfully enjoying her meal. The lunch was quite satisfactory. It seemed the culinary skills here surpassed those of their own Huan Yun Sect. She couldn't help but wonder if, when the time came to depart, she could take the chefs with her. Surely, losing 2 chefs wouldn't be a significant issue, would it? In recent days, the Huan Yun Sect has significantly enhanced its reputation, and Song Zhen has etched his name in the hearts of many. Overall, Song Zhen has achieved his objectives. Unlike in the past, this time the Huan Yun Sect truly shone brightly, with Song Zhen and his senior sister claiming the top position, while the rankings of the others were commendably high. Although the process was somewhat embarrassing, the outcome was undeniably splendid. Elder Rong felt a mix of joy and sorrow. He was pleased that the Huan Yun Sect had finally risen, yet saddened by the somewhat questionable means of this rise, as their reputation seemed to have taken a skewed turn. However, this matter was not his concern. He decided to leave it for the sect leader to ponder over, for it was the disciples' doing. As they departed, a plump disciple had joined the ranks of the Huan Yun Sect. The seniors were left bewildered, You leaving is one thing. But why did you bring someone along? How did you convince them to follow you? What trickery did you employ to lure them in? Song Zhen chuckled mischievously, saying, "Let us hurry. We can't linger here. I managed to coax them into coming. What if they change their mind?" This brother was not particularly valued here. It would be perfect for him to join us, where he would surely receive the recognition he deserves. Song Zhen's intentions were apparent. Elder Rong coldly rejected his proposal, stating, "We are here to participate in a competition, not to engage in human trafficking. Dismiss such thoughts immediately. Why should the disciples of another sect follow you? If you deceive them today, tomorrow our reputation will be tarnished, and we will be branded as human traffickers, bearing the brunt of the blame for our entire sect." There are both praises and criticisms, yet the sentiments are mixed. Previously, their reputation was predominantly laudatory, celebrated for their gentlemanly demeanor. But now, it seems that the very essence of being a gentleman is swiftly slipping away from them. Alas, the meals prepared by the senior brothers and sisters of our dining hall are far from palatable. They resemble swine fodder. I am merely attempting to unearth a hidden talent for our benefit. While the majority have already adopted a fasting regimen, we must still consider the few who have not. She has no particular demands within the sect. All she desires is to enjoy better food, despite the fact that they're using quality ingredients. She truly cannot comprehend why the dishes turn out so poorly. This is likely a reflection of the cook's abilities rather than the ingredients themselves. No, this matter is non-negotiable. I need 2 people to swiftly take her away. Elder Rong genuinely feels that Song Zhen is becoming increasingly unruly. Nevertheless, this time they have achieved a semblance of victory, as the Sword Sect even held a welcoming ceremony for them, followed by a banquet in the evening. Song Zhen remarked, "What else can I possibly do? With such unpalatable food, what skills are required? Are we all just sitting around consuming elixirs?" Everyone gathered together, merely nibbling on fasting pills. Indeed, this behavior is quite excessive, and it is no wonder Elder Rong disapproves. No reasonable person would condone such actions. Junior sister, placing this matter upon anyone would yield unanimous disapproval. You suggest abducting another's disciple without a second thought. In doing so, we risk tarnishing our sect's reputation, painting us as traffickers of individuals. Who would dare to seek guidance under our tutelage thereafter? Ji Fan interjected. This is not merely a question of consent. If he willingly chose to accompany you, he ought to have sought permission from his own sect beforehand. To abscond without so much as a word is indeed problematic. Junior sister, one must not act so impulsively. We cannot bear such a heavy burden of blame. Our sect has already gained notoriety in this instance. Whether this notoriety is of a commendable or disreputable nature remains uncertain. Yet it is clear they have gained infamy for their lack of decorum. Ji Fan sighed deeply at this thought. It was the first time in his life he had been labeled as shameless. Nevertheless, attendance at the evening banquet is imperative, for after all, Song Zhen has achieved a notable victory. Our sect has long awaited such a joyous occasion, and thus, spirits are exuberantly high. Attendees began recounting their gallant exploits in the competition. One intoxicated senior sister exclaimed, "You cannot fathom this. I seized the opponent's backside, and he sprang from the ground." The crowd fell into a state of stupefaction. "Did you truly grasp his backside? How brazen!" The senior sister continued. "After the match, he blushed and greeted me, and I remarked that I had bested him." Upon hearing this, Song Zhen sensed something amiss. It did not feel like mere submission, but rather a case of infatuation. Another senior brother boasted to the crowd, "You have no idea how exceptionally I performed this time. I nearly turned my opponent into a eunuch. Had I not held back midway, he would have been incapable of fulfilling his manly duties." The surrounding individuals gasped in astonishment. "Is it true that you all were so daring this time? What a pity you didn't attend." Song Junior's sister was right. Regardless of whether a cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it is indeed a good cat. We were far too concerned with our dignity before. The elders were on the verge of collapse, pondering what had transpired over these past few days. Chapter 29. The Embarrassments of Other Elders. The sect master engages in verbal warfare with many. This time, everyone has savored the sweet fruit of shamelessness. A Pandora's box has been opened, one that cannot be closed again. Meanwhile, The instigator, Song Zhen, finds herself confined by the sect master. Why am I being punished? I emerged as the champion. I'm a great contributor. Song Zhen shouted incessantly from her room, asserting that she had not coerced her fellow disciples into following her. They had all chosen to do so willingly. The sect master, standing at the door, snorted coldly, replying, "You may have achieved the championship, but the cost to us has been far too great. My decision to confine you is not based on your wrongdoing. As the sect master, I must provide an explanation to the other elders. You have led our talented disciples astray, and if I do not take some action, how can I maintain authority? Who does not feel a pang of sympathy for their own disciple?" The sect leader finds himself in a predicament. Furthermore, the matter of confinement is not as grave as it seems. Within those walls, one is free to engage in any activity, save for stepping outside. It is certainly preferable to facing the troubles posed by the elders. Upon grasping this, Song Zhen realized that her master was indeed providing her with a backdoor advantage. She chuckled softly and inquired, "Master, when might I be allowed to emerge? Surely there must be a time frame." The sect leader pondered for a moment. The duration of confinement needed to be sufficiently lengthy to appease the elders, yet not excessively so. Coincidentally, the sword he had commissioned was nearing completion. She would be released as soon as it arrived. This timing seemed just right, not too prolonged nor too brief. In truth, he harbored concerns about leaving Song Zhen alone. It was not out of fear of her encountering danger, but rather worry that she might stir up trouble. Before confining her, he had cleared the room of all items, leaving only a bed and a table with chairs. Upon hearing that her sword was almost ready, Song Zhen's spirit soared. At last, she would possess her very own sword, and a pink one at that. How splendid it would be for a girl to wield a pink sword in battle. She eagerly hoped for its swift arrival. Lu Xian had been assigned to oversee Song Zhen, and before she could approach, she was met with the exuberant sounds of song, albeit slightly off-key. Lu Xian discreetly covered her ears. Her junior sister's singing was indeed a cacophony. After leaving Song Zhen, the sect leader proceeded to meet with the elders. The elders wore expressions of discontent, for their meticulously nurtured disciples were on the verge of straying from the righteous path. The root cause of this turmoil was none other than Song Zhen. The saying goes, if a child is not taught, the fault lies with the parent. Thus, it was imperative for the sect leader to offer them an explanation. Observing the grim visages of the elders, the sect leader felt a profound headache. "Ah, esteemed elders, must you press me so? I have already confined Song Zhen to her quarters. Moreover, what harm is there in a child being a tad mischievous? As adults, you ought not to quibble with a child over trifles." Such words were indeed characteristic of a typical overindulgent parent, and it was evident that the sect leader possessed a certain talent for such paternalistic sentiments. Upon hearing that Song Zhen had been confined, the elders' expressions softened slightly. Yet, some still deemed the punishment rather lenient. "Leader, you cannot afford to be lenient simply because Song Zhen is your disciple. She has caused considerable trouble, and our Huan Yun Sect's reputation is on the brink of ruin. Indeed, leader, merely confining her will not instill in her the lessons she must learn. Disobedient children require firm guidance." Upon hearing these remarks, the sect leader was internally exasperated, rolling his eyes in disbelief. "Guidance, you say? Why do you not attend to your own disciples? It is not as though Song Zhen has coerced them into learning the wrong ways." The sect leader lamented silently, having long wished to relinquish the burdens of leadership, as trivial matters seemed to multiply endlessly. Having been in close association with Song Zhen, the sect leader had, over time, assimilated some of his traits, developing a penchant for trivial matters, a habit he had picked up from Song Zhen. Observing the elders who felt the punishment was too lenient, the sect leader sighed softly and inquired, "Then, what course of action do you propose? The child is still young, not yet 15 years of age. Do you recall your disposition at 15? If you do not, I assure you I do. You, for instance, at 15, attempted to surreptitiously observe the female disciples bathing, only to mistakenly enter the elders' bathhouse, inadvertently exposing them to your gaze, and were subsequently discovered by the elders. The elder who had been exposed flushed crimson, stammering, I was merely ignorant at the time." The sect leader scoffed, rolling his eyes, and retorted, "Indeed, when applied to you, it is merely ignorance. But my Song Zhen must endure punishment? My Song Zhen has never engaged in the act of peeping at others while they bathe." Having said this, the sect leader pointed an adjacent elder, stating, "And you, at 14, before achieving the state of Bigu, secretly prepared a meal for yourself in the dining hall late at night, concocting a pot of stewed mushroom soup. Not only did you poison yourself, but you also failed to clean the pot adequately, resulting in the poisoning of all who dined there the following day." This elder's face turned scarlet as well. He, too, had been poisoned. Even in his intoxicated state, he had not forgotten to wash the pot, and though it was not thoroughly cleaned, he had exerted his utmost effort. At the age of 14, you were reprimanded by your master, and unable to contain your frustration, you stealthily transformed all of your master's trousers into open-crotch designs, including the very pair he was wearing. The following day, he paraded around the sect in his unconventional attire. The elder being discussed felt an overwhelming urge to dig a hole and hide, realizing that youthful impulsiveness can lead to regrettable actions, such as retaliating against a minor punishment. Consequently, he faced severe repercussions for his actions. The other elders were in fits of laughter, their amusement evident as they realized how unruly they had been in their youth. In comparison, Song Zhen's actions seemed trivial. After all, it was merely a slightly inappropriate sword technique. At least he hadn't resorted to cutting their trousers or poisoning them. Elder Liu jovially attempted to mediate, exclaiming, "Oh dear, Song Zhen's incident is hardly a significant matter. We need not hold a child accountable for such trivialities." No one coerced the other disciples into emulating Song Zhen. Their actions were entirely voluntary and bear little relation to him. A brief period of guidance is all that is required. The sect leader nodded in agreement with Elder Liu. In Chapter 30, telling ghost stories to the elders, Song Zhen remained blissfully unaware of her master defending her against a chorus of criticism. Instead, she was lost in the euphoria of her own singing. Remarkably, despite the emptiness of the room, the acoustics were surprisingly pleasant, reminiscent of singing in a modern restroom. "Indeed, I am a musical genius," she mused, awarding herself a perfect self-assessment. At this moment, outside, Lu Qian's eyes were spinning, overwhelmed by what she had just heard. Upon listening to Song Zhen proclaim herself a musical genius, she found herself questioning her own existence. Is this truly what a musical prodigy is like? If this qualifies as genius, then one could randomly select anyone from the street and deem them talent. Setting aside other matters, her junior sister indeed possessed a remarkable level of confidence, one that is not commonly found among the ordinary. Upon hearing Song Zhen preparing to sing again, Lu Qian hastily interjected, "Junior sister, please spare us." The sudden interruption startled Song Zhen, causing the lyrics she had just conjured to lodge awkwardly in her throat. Nearly choking her, Lu Qian gently rapped on the door and implored, "Junior sister, it would be best if you refrained from singing. Your voice is truly beyond what most can endure." Song Zhen was baffled. Was it that her singing was too delightful or too dreadful? To her own ears, it sounded quite pleasant. "Senior sister, what do you think of my singing? I believe I performed rather well. Had I not pursued the sword, I might have considered a career in music." Lu Qian hesitated to bluntly state that her singing was unpleasant, fearing it might damage her junior sister's tender spirit. Therefore, she opted for a more tactful approach. "Song Zhen," she began, "don't think I can't discern the implications of your words." However, she was curious about when Lu Qian had arrived, as she had not heard her approach. "How long have you been here?" Song Zhen inquired. Lu Qian remarked, "It hasn't been long, has it? As soon as master departed, I arrived." "Junior sister, please remain well within. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Moreover, do exercise restraint while you are here. This place is equipped with viewing mirrors, and your every action and utterance will be observed." Song Zhen quickly glanced around, realizing that there was indeed surveillance, an unusual aspect of the cultivation realm. Her gaze fell upon the elegant mirror on the table, which appeared rather sophisticated. The elder monitoring the viewing mirror sighed in relief upon noticing her awareness. The cacophony of sound moments ago had truly been overwhelming. He was unable to make a sound or offer any warning, merely enduring the experience. At his advanced age, such disturbances were particularly trying. Elder Lu was responsible for the affairs of the confinement chamber, having grown too old to engage in more demanding tasks. While his own disciples had begun to take on students. As a patriarch, he found himself with little to do, hence his assumption of this idle role. The installation of viewing mirrors in the confinement chamber was a precautionary measure following a previous incident. A proud disciple, unable to overcome his own internal struggles while confined, resorted to self-harm, a situation fortunately discovered in time. Thus, the mirrors were installed to prevent such occurrences. Curiously, Song Zhen prodded the mirror, observing that it bore no distinct characteristics from an ordinary one. "Is there anyone inside? Is there an elder watching?" she inquired. At that moment, the mirror rippled in response. Manipulated by Elder Lu, Song Zhen gazed in astonishment, marveling at the sophisticated surveillance of this realm of cultivation, far more discreet than the modern counterparts. Simply placing it upon the table rendered it undetectable to anyone. Listening to the soft murmurs within, Lu Qian discerned that Song Zhen had ventured into the realm of mirrors. Engaging with the mirrors was preferable to singing, at least. However, it was evident that the elder across the mirror possessed a rather amiable temperament, showing no signs of annoyance at her presence. As dusk descended, Lu Qian bid farewell after delivering the meal, leaving Song Zhen to chatter with the mirror while she dined. "Elder, have you ever heard ghost stories? Being confined here is quite dull. Perhaps I could narrate a tale to you tonight." She had heard numerous ghost stories in the modern world and participated in many games. Thus her experience was quite ample. The elder, Lu, attempted to decline, creating frantic ripples within the mirror. Unfortunately, Song Zhen misinterpreted his intentions, believing he was rather pleased and excited. "Ha ha! I knew you would want to listen. I am well versed in ghost stories. Today, I'll share a tale about a mirror ghost." To match the ambience, Song Zhen extinguished the candle, plunging the room into darkness. In keeping with the theme, she let her hair down, for having chosen to tell a story about a mirror ghost. It was fitting for her to embody that very specter. As the night grew increasingly tranquil, her eerie voice resonated hauntingly within the stillness. In theory, Elder L, being well-versed in various matters, had encountered true apparitions before. Yet, gazing at the sinister and terrifying visage of Song Zhen reflected in the mirror, he felt an unsettling chill creep into his heart. The female ghost gradually emerged from the mirror, and as Song Zhen recounted this tale, she mimicked the motion of crawling out from the glass. Elder L's heart skipped a beat at her portrayal. Though the story was brief, Song Zhen masterfully captured the atmosphere. Her narration infused with fervor and theatricality. Upon concluding the tale, she tossed her hair back, finally revealing her face. Elder L took a deep breath, relieved that the story had come to an end. The young girl possessed a remarkable talent for storytelling, utterly captivating her audience. "Elder, I'm off to bed. Good night." Song Zhen yawned and promptly lay down. Storytelling was indeed a physically demanding endeavor, especially while performing. Elder L climbed into bed as well, though he dared not extinguish the light. Lying there, he stared at the ceiling, a flicker of despair washing over him. He had faced genuine, terrifying female spirits before, so logically, he should not be kept awake by fear. Sitting up in bed, he instinctively glanced toward the mirror across the room, and the sight nearly sent him tumbling off the bed. Unbeknownst to him, Song Zhen had positioned her face right in front of the mirror, leaning in closely. Her hair cascaded around her face, her eyes rolled back, and a gleaming smile revealed a set of unnaturally white teeth. With no visible pupils, her eyes appeared eerily unsettling, and her grin was chillingly bizarre. Chapter 31. Doubt of Song Zhen being possessed. Elder L pressed his hand against his chest, suddenly feeling a sense of breathlessness. The face in the mirror continued to magnify, as if it were attempting to crawl out from within the glass. Taking a deep breath, Elder L closed his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. "Do not be afraid, do not be afraid. After so many years, what have I not encountered?" He reassured himself internally. Yet, upon reopening his eyes, he faltered once more. Faced with that eerie visage, he could no longer contain himself and bolted from the room, only to be met with a cacophony of chaos outside. "Elder L, what is the matter with you? Elder L, where are you rushing off to at this hour?" The confinement chamber still holds someone captive. You cannot leave. Elder L shouted in despair. The disciple is about to undergo a transformation, crawling out from the mirror. Should I not flee? The onlookers were utterly perplexed. What did it mean to undergo a transformation and crawl out from the mirror? They had never heard of anyone emerging from a looking glass. It seemed that mirrors had but one purpose, and they had certainly never been informed of mirrors possessing the ability to transport individuals. However, witnessing Elder L's extreme reaction, they nonetheless ventured into the room to investigate. Upon entering, they found Song Zhen tossing his hair within the mirror, mumbling incoherently, his words a jumble that was difficult to decipher. Indeed, it was quite bizarre and terrifying. Just as they lowered their guard, a strange laughter suddenly erupted from the mirror. Hee hee hee, have you all arrived? It seems you are all here. What delightful souls you are. Why not join me in some merriment? The high-pitched, delicate voice hardly seemed human, and the eerie visage reflected in the mirror had begun to emit a green glow at some point unbeknownst to me. The few individuals who entered had their hairs standing on end, and it appeared they had unsheathed their swords without my noticing, all assuming a stance of readiness for battle. One disciple wiped the cold sweat from his brow, nervously uttering, "This junior sister must be possessed by something. It seems rather formidable." The others shared the same sentiment. If she were not possessed, how could she possibly behave in such a manner? They hastened to the confinement chamber, praying that no mishap would occur. Meanwhile, on the other side, Song Zhen was performing with great enthusiasm. Oblivious to the fear she had instigated in others, she was merely indulging in her theatrical whims. Having awoken from slumber to share a ghost story, coupled with the sinister ambience, she couldn't contain herself. Moreover, while she remained unaware of their reactions, they could see her as if watching a television show. She never anticipated that she would frighten anyone. In her mind, those who had embarked on the path of cultivation surely had no reason to fear such phantoms. Perhaps the malevolent spirits of modern horror films would pale in comparison to the true terrors of this realm, where demons and monsters reign supreme. After her theatrical revelry, Song Zhen found herself even less able to sleep. Accustomed to the freedom of daily life, being confined within this room feels profoundly uncomfortable. Although the room is quite spacious, its emptiness exudes an eerie atmosphere. Perhaps I should practice my swordsmanship. While others slumber, I shall cultivate my skills, surpassing them in diligence. With a swift motion, Song Zhen tied her hair up and sprang from her bed, illuminating the room with a flick of the light switch. When the sect leader, accompanied by the elders and disciples, arrived, they were greeted by the peculiar silhouette of Song Zhen. The light cast her shadow against the window, distinctly outlining her figure. Her sword techniques, already unconventional in nature, appeared even more bizarre in this unsettling environment. As her shadow quivered on the window, those outside mirrored the tremor. The sect leader inhaled deeply, overwhelmed by regret. Had he not confined the child here, she would never have fallen prey to such chaotic forces. They had managed to evade the sect's restraints, indicating that this entity was truly formidable. Furthermore, they felt no trace of demonic presence, leaving them puzzled about the origin of this formidable foe. Elder Rong, observing Song Zhen's shadow against the window, spoke with deep concern. Song Zhen's condition appears dire. If it is indeed a powerful demon we are unaware of, the situation could be perilous. Moreover, should we capture it, what if it harms Song Zhen? Their fear did not stem from the possibility of failure in capturing the entity, but rather from the potential threat it posed to Song Zhen. All the elders turned their gazes toward the sect leader, for he was indeed Song Zhen's master. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists and, with his eyes closed, commanded, "Charge in, and strive to avoid harming Song Zhen." The sovereign has already made his decree, rendering any further discussion unnecessary. Song Zhen, utterly engrossed in her exquisite swordsmanship, was suddenly startled as the door burst open with a resounding thud, revealing a throng of elders exuding an aura of menace. With wide eyes, she clutched her sword and asked in bewilderment, "What is happening? Is there some sort of incident? Am I to face additional repercussions?" Meanwhile, the other elders began to scour the room, only to find it impeccably clean, devoid of any trace of malevolence. "Impossible. Could it be that it fled so swiftly? Elder LV meticulously inspected Song Zhen, yet discovered nothing amiss. Demons? What demons? How could I be unaware of their presence? Is my cultivation level truly too insufficient to perceive them? Tentatively raising her hand, she inquired softly, Master, esteemed elders, have demons indeed visited here? I felt nothing. Could it be my cultivation is lacking? Her words elicited a sense of perplexity among the elders. It was inconceivable that she felt nothing at all, especially after being possessed. The sovereign placed a reassuring hand on Song Zhen's shoulder, gazing earnestly into her eyes as he asked, Are you truly oblivious to any signs? Elder LV and several disciples observed her strange behavior, leading them to believe she had been overtaken by a demon. Suddenly, Song Zhen comprehended the situation. Her moment of madness had been witnessed by others, who mistakenly thought she had been possessed. Who claimed I was possessed? I merely indulged in a whimsical performance. There was never a rule against such theatrics, was there? Acting? You claim you were merely acting? Elder L suddenly rushed forward and inquired, So you deliberately frightened me, did you? The elder's emotions were exceedingly complex. At his age, it was no easy feat to be intimidated by a junior disciple, and the situation had escalated to such a degree that he pondered where he would find his dignity in the future. Chapter 32. The sword of the glutton is called the gluttonous sword. Indeed, this incident was entirely a farce. The elders found themselves both exasperated and amused, for Song Zhen consistently concocted peculiar situations. To their surprise, even while confined, she could not behave herself. The sect leader had already begun to roll up his sleeves, declaring that this mischievous child must be dealt with. Upon witnessing her master preparing for action, Song Zhen wasted no time in fleeing, disregarding the confinement as her survival took precedence. All that the onlookers beheld was a swift blur as Song Zhen vanished, leaving only her retreating figure in sight. As she ran, she defended herself, exclaiming, This is truly not my fault. There are no rules stating that I cannot act. I even shared a story with the elder who was watching over me. Master, you cannot strike me. After all, you said I could do as I pleased while inside. So I am blameless. The sect leader chased after her, scolding, How can you say that? Can you not engage in something more reasonable? I am more exhausted managing you than the combined effort of the 5 disciples ahead. The elders had initially considered intervening, but upon realizing that the sect leader was merely making a show without actual intent to strike, they refrained from interfering. If he truly wished to reprimand her, there was no way he would find it difficult to catch up with Song Zhen. Elder Lu gazed at Elder Lu with a cheerful smile and remarked, Elder Lu, how is it that after all these years, your courage has waned to the point where a mere junior disciple can frighten you so? Elder Lu stiffly tugged at the corners of his mouth, reluctant to engage in conversation. These individuals, having not witnessed the events, were free to jest. Once they did, they would understand the source of his trepidation. It is not merely the specter that incites fear, but rather the tumultuous emotions that one cannot control. Such feelings can profoundly impact the mind. Some elders began to cheer, disciple song, Run faster. Your master is nearly upon you. In a state of despair, Song Zhen shouted, I'm already running as fast as I can. Could you refrain from inciting my master? She truly felt on the brink of exhaustion, unable to increase the distance between herself and her pursuer. She sensed her master was toying with her, yet halting was not an option. The fear of punishment loomed should she cease her flight. The sect leader chuckled coldly. If you possess the ability, then run even faster. None dare intervene. The other elders shook their heads in mirth. Indeed, we cannot assist. The matters between you and your master must be resolved by you alone. It would be inappropriate for outsiders to interfere. What a splendid spectacle this was. It had been many years since such a mischievous disciple had graced their presence. Throughout that evening, Song Zhen did not contemplate anything else. Her skills in evasion had significantly improved. The sect leader maintained a distance that was neither too far nor too close, gradually unlocking her potential. Though he claimed he would strike her, he had yet to lay a finger on her. The following morning, Song Zhen lay on the ground, utterly immobilized. The sect leader, upon witnessing her condition, waved his sleeve and scoffed, Your speed is truly lacking. If faced with danger, you wouldn't be able to escape. He declared, "This time, I shall let you go. But should you dare to frighten the elders again, I will send you to the law enforcement hall, where your fourth senior sister will deal with you." Lucien, who had come to deliver food, interjected, "What does this have to do with me? Master, why frighten a child using my name?" Once the sect leader departed, Song Zhen lay on the ground, sobbing inconsolably, startling Lucien with her outburst. "Woe is me, I did nothing wrong. It's not my fault the elder is so timid. Senior sister, Master has truly gone too far. He chased me all night, and now I cannot move at all." Observing Song Zhen, who was weeping profusely, Lucien awkwardly attempted to comfort her. "Do not cry, do not cry. If others pass by and see you like this, they will only laugh. Master's pursuit of you is quite lenient. My fellow senior brothers and I have all been punished by him for our misdeeds. Furthermore, you cannot frighten the elders at night. Elder Lu is considerably older and holds a higher rank. Should anything happen to him, it would be a grave matter. Elder Lu's standing in the sect surpasses even that of their master by a significant margin." Wiping her tears, Song Zhen was utterly disinclined to speak. The events of the previous night quickly spread throughout the Huan Yun Sect. Song Zhen, already quite renowned, found her fame only magnified. Concurrently, Elder Lu's reputation suffered. It became common knowledge that he possessed a timid disposition. Who among them possesses such timidity? How could I possibly be so faint-hearted? They speak so recklessly without having witnessed anything. If they were to behold the spectacle from yesterday, they would surely be struck with fear. Elder L's disciples stifled their laughter. Refraining from uttering a word, their gazes cast downward as they absorbed Elder L's grievances. Following this day, Song Zhen was to remain in seclusion. She had indeed exhausted every conceivable activity to alleviate the tedium of confinement. The viewing mirror, which initially had only Elder L as its observer, had now become the favored pastime of the elders. In the realm of cultivation, Song Zhen, the leading actress, displayed remarkable versatility. As her confinement neared its conclusion, the elders found themselves reluctant to part with her. Alas, tomorrow marks the end of her confinement, and we shall no longer witness such captivating performances. This girl, Song Zhen, is truly a whirlwind of creativity. One wonders how such a small mind can conceive so many peculiar ideas. The elders now harbored a complex blend of affection and exasperation toward Song Zhen, yet their fondness for this spirited younger generation overshadowed any frustration. Although they felt a twinge of reluctance, the following day, Song Zhen finally emerged into the light. Standing atop the roof, she laughed heartily, exuding an air of triumph, as if she had been imprisoned for an eternity. Below, Lu Xian and Ji Fan gazed upward, their expressions mirroring each other in disbelief. Lu Xian remarked, "It's nothing significant, merely a minor incident involving our junior sister, but it has been resolved." Ji Fan cast a skeptical glance her way, unable to shake the feeling that it must have been more than just a trivial matter. Song Zhen's recent venture yielded her the coveted sword she had long desired, which she aptly named Rice Sword. Upon hearing this title, the sect leader Ji Fan and Lu Xian nearly choked on their own disbelief. With a strained voice, the leader incredulously inquired, "What did you say you would name this sword?" Ji Fan and Lu Xian exchanged glances filled with the same incredulity. "Master, why would you refer to it as a rice bucket?" Now, she had chosen such a name for her own sword. Chapter 33. Flaunting provokes wrath. Observing the reactions of those around her, Song Zhen narrowed her eyes and chuckled softly, relishing the very response she sought. Names of grandeur had long since fallen out of fashion. The current trend was to embrace abstraction and provoke thought. The moment she uttered the name of her sword, she was confident that it would leave a lasting impression on everyone present. If those who had forged the sword were to discover that it bore such a name, she believed they would be compelled to confront her in a fit of rage. "Song Zhen, perhaps you should consider a different name," the sect leader suggested. "There are countless beautiful names in this world. Choosing a more appealing one would certainly suit you better." Song Zhen replied, "But you call me a rice bucket. Thus, naming the sword Rice Sword is even more fitting." Upon hearing her retort, the sect leader nearly fainted. Despite his frequent praises, she had forgotten every word. Yet she retained this single comment about being a rice bucket with remarkable clarity. The sect leader felt as though he could hear the sound of his own gray hairs sprouting, a reminder that comfort is not a perpetual state. Previously, he basked in the envy of others for possessing 5 obedient and capable disciples, a source of pride that has now turned to regret as karma has come to collect. Ji Fan and Lu Xian stood by, eager to speak, yet unable to utter a single word. It was their first encounter with such a situation. Who wouldn't yearn to bestow a melodious name upon their sword? Fortunately, this sword lacked a spirit, or it might have fled at that very moment. Song Zhen adamantly refused to change its name, leaving the sect leader in a fit of anger as he swept away, declaring, "I shall never forge a magical instrument for you again." Song Zhen merely pouted, unconcerned. If he wouldn't do it, she would seek her own path. "Did Master send you any magical instruments?" she inquired of her senior brothers and sisters. Ji Fan and Lu Xian shook their heads, explaining that their weapons were self-acquired, and they could also gather materials to commission a forge. Although Master had previously gifted them some items, none could compare to her sword. Thus, they occasionally remarked on Master's favoritism, recalling that they had to fend for themselves, with the elder guiding the younger. Most who visited the law enforcement hall were those who had erred. If they had not committed any transgressions, they likely would not seek her there. Lu Xian smiled, but remained silent. The 3 were not easily reachable, having grown restless at home and now wandering aimlessly. Moreover, it seems that the Master is utterly unconcerned about them. In the Master's own words, the stability of the life lamp signifies the well-being of the person. If the individual is unharmed, what is there to worry about? In any case, she possesses quite a carefree spirit. This sect leader adopts a rather laissez-faire approach to nurturing. Song Zhen, upon receiving her sword, eagerly went about showcasing it to her fellow disciples. Among those who practiced swordsmanship alongside her, she was the first to possess a sword of her own. Many had embarked on their journey before her, yet none had acquired a sword that truly belonged to them, making it all the more fitting for her to flaunt her treasure in their presence. "Wow, I too want my master to procure a sword for me. Yours is simply exquisite. A pink sword. I wish to possess one as well. Junior sister, hurry and demonstrate your skills for us." Song Zhen also believed that the sword would look splendid in motion. However, once she began to wield it, an unexpected silence enveloped everyone. The sword was indeed a fine weapon, yet her technique left much to be desired. Song Zhen's movements were fluid, her form agile, clearly indicative of solid foundational skill. However, each of her moves appeared rather unorthodox, each potentially lethal. Senior Brother Bai's expression twisted in disbelief. Anyone who faced Song Zhen in combat would indeed be unfortunate, surviving only to be left maimed. For several consecutive days, Song Zhen reveled in showcasing her sword, flaunting it wherever she went, which ultimately prompted all the disciples without their own fated swords to pester their masters for one. I am indifferent to the matter, yet I cannot fathom why Song Shimmy possesses what I do not. She has, after all, embarked on her journey later than I. Yet she already wields her own sword while I remain without. A disciple clings desperately to his master, incessantly lamenting, causing the elder's beard to bristle in exasperation. Disciple, you have uttered this complaint for several years, and the sword and the sword tomb are merely remnants from the predecessors. This is not the same. The elder, plagued by a throbbing headache, retorts, "What difference does it make? The ability to pass down a sword is indeed a blessing. The sword I wield is also my master's legacy. Why must you incessantly compare yourself to others?" Disciple, nonetheless, the sect leader is undeniably superior to you. The sect leader even personally assisted Song Shimmy in procuring materials for forging her sword. Upon hearing this, the elder is nearly driven to the brink of fury. What does it mean to be better than me? Have I not treated you well enough? Furthermore, the sect leader already has 5 disciples. The previous 5 were not indulged to such an extent. Consequently, Song Zhen has unwittingly garnered considerable animosity towards the sect leader, as several elders, after being troubled by their own disciples, sought out the sect leader in frustration. The sect leader finds himself trapped within his chamber, unable to escape. Esteemed elders, these matters pertain to your own households. Your grievances are of no consequence to me, he laments, facing the wrathful elders with a heart full of despair. Could Song Zhen not refrain from inciting trouble outside? Why boast so excessively and escalate matters to such a degree? An elder, brimming with ire, declares, "Sect leader, you are far too indulgent of your little disciple. Whatever she desires, you provide. Such excessive pampering is simply untenable. Master, I have not truly. I merely provided her with a sword. Such an act hardly constitutes indulgence. These individuals simply love to exaggerate matters. It is quite exasperating." Chapter 34. Even beggars disdain us. Fan stood at a short distance, observing the elders, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Indeed, life has become increasingly vibrant. In the past, the rules of our sect were strictly adhered to, yet they lacked a certain warmth. The elders were serious and composed. Now, everything is transformed. The elders are often seen in a state of agitation, and the master, a dignified leader, is perpetually beset by headaches, all due to Song Zhen. This serves as a testament that appearances can be deceiving. As the saying goes, one should not judge a book by its cover. At that moment, the three senior brothers, toiling outside, let out a resounding sneeze. Hua rubbed his nose, puzzled as it bore no itch. Having spent 5 to 6 years in the wilderness, they had indeed faced numerous hardships upon their arrival. However, these years of braving the elements and embarking on adventures have fostered significant personal growth. Both have now reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. The dangers of the secret realm are real. They initially brought a considerable amount of supplies and clothing, but these garments are consumables. At first, they were dapper young gentlemen, but soon they began patching their clothes, and now what they wear can hardly be called attire. It is more akin to mere rags. Just coincidentally, they managed to obscure their vital areas, and fortunately, the secret realm was devoid of people. It was quite fortunate that the absence of others rendered the place less perilous. Ouyang glanced at his empty spatial pouch, devoid of any items. Yet he had amassed numerous treasures over the years. A variety of rare herbs and the inner cores of monstrous beasts filled his collection, but alas, they lacked the garments they so desperately needed. The two brothers exchanged a glance before simultaneously directing their gaze towards the imposing mountain ahead. They recalled that a colossal beast resided atop the mountain, one that had nearly torn them to shreds upon their arrival. They had barely escaped with their lives. Now was the time to seek vengeance, and, in the process, procure its hide for clothing. Hua and Ouyang were twin brothers, yet they bore little resemblance to one another. At that moment, Mu Si, who was also within the secret realm, found himself in a similarly dire predicament. He had entered in search of his two senior brothers, only to become hopelessly lost. However, he was slightly better off than his brothers, for he still resembled a human being. "Young master, why not stay with us? If you remain, all of us sisters would be at your service." Mu Si was currently ensnared by a group of flower spirits. Blessed with striking beauty and a pleasant disposition, he often found himself the object of affection in such encounters. Whether rescuing someone or venturing to subdue monsters, there were always creatures drawn to him, leaving him in a state of exasperation. Gazing at the enchanting flower spirits, Mu Si let out a deep sigh. "I harbor no interest in you whatsoever. Noticing that your hands remain untainted by blood, I shall spare you this time. Depart swiftly." Upon hearing his words, the peony fairy smiled enchantingly and said, "Why so serious, dear immortal? Do you not find us sisters beautiful? If you remain with us, you shall be the sole king of this realm, adorned with splendor and surrounded by extraordinary beauty. Is that not what humans desire? As for attaining immortality or enlightenment, how many have truly achieved such heights throughout history?" As she spoke, the other fairies began to approach him. Mu Si shook his head, realizing they were heedless of his warnings. A quarter of an hour later, all the fairies found themselves bound to a tree, while Mu Si meticulously polished his sword. "I have already offered you freedom, yet you chose to disregard my words. Were it not for the absence of bloodlust upon you, I would have ensured your souls were scattered." He was most vexed by such encounters, where a mere handsome face could draw them near, devoid of any sense of propriety. Mu Si rolled his eyes in exasperation, pondering the whereabouts of his elder and second brothers, who were blissfully unaware of any potential traps. In truth, these two simple souls had never fallen prey to deception, for their lack of cunning kept them vigilant. At the slightest hint of danger, they would immediately be on guard, having no interest in the charms of these beautiful fairies. You insufferable man, devoid of any charm. Release us at once. The peony fairy struggled fiercely, genuinely perplexed as to why any man could possibly lack an affection for them. The two beggars from the last visit also held no fondness for them. Even beggars could not find them appealing. Were they truly so devoid of charm? The flower demon grew increasingly incensed as she spoke. Although their cultivation was not profound, they had indeed survived in this secret realm through their beauty. Which demon had not succumbed to their allure? And how many humans have been ensnared by their enchanting presence? Yet these three were distinctly different. Musei seized upon two pivotal words, beggars. Could it be that these beggars were his two senior brothers? His elder and second brother had been away for several years, and they were not ones to indulge in finery. It was entirely possible that they were indeed the ones in question. When did you encounter these two beggars? Where are they now? If you can inform me of their whereabouts, I shall release you at once, he demanded. The peony flower demon retorted indignantly, I do not know. A few days ago, they passed by here and remarked that the fragrance emanating from us was foul. How could our floral scent be anything but delightful? They headed towards Tiger Cloud Mountain, where a formidable tiger demon resides. It has been 2 days since, so they have likely already been torn to shreds by the tiger demon. Her words were not an exaggeration. That tiger demon was the mightiest in the region, with countless beings having perished at its claws. The tiger had a penchant for consuming demon cores, and they had never dared to venture into its territory. As for the notion that they had been shredded by the tiger demon, Musei was confident that his brothers were not so feeble. Moreover, had any misfortune truly befallen them, their master would have arrived long ago. If they were to fall outside, the master would be the first to perceive it and would immediately know their location. Chapter 35. The beggar saves the junior disciple. When Ohua and Ouyang arrived at Tiger Cloud Mountain, they nearly lost their way. It is this way. I distinctly remember traversing this path before, Ohua asserted firmly as he gazed at the fork ahead, resolutely opting for the right. Conversely, Ouyang held a completely opposite view, insisting on taking the left. Brother, you have never been good with directions, and your luck is hardly favorable. The path you choose is surely the wrong one. Furthermore, every time we embark on an expedition, if Ohua selects a route, it invariably teems with peril. It can be said that their cultivation was achieved through life-risking endeavors, and a slight misstep could well lead them to meet their ancestors. Ohua despised hearing others remark on his poor sense of direction. Ouyang, while it is true that I was once directionally challenged, I have a clear recollection of this path. It leads directly to the monster's lair. He vividly recalled the harrowing escape from that very fork in the road, which solidified this route in his memory. Observing Ohua's unwavering confidence, Ouyang felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After all these years, how could his elder brother remain unable to accept his own shortcomings? Everyone possesses their flaws. The ability to acknowledge one's imperfections is, in itself, a virtue. Ultimately, unable to withstand Ohua's insistence, he reluctantly followed the path chosen by his brother. Half an hour later, the two brothers stood at the edge of a cliff, utterly bewildered. At that moment, a gust of wind swept by, causing the tattered strips of cloth draped over them to flutter gently, accentuating their pitiful plight. Ouyang remarked, Brother, I told you this path was misguided. It seemed improbable, for he distinctly remembered their initial choice of the leftward route. How could they possibly have gone astray? Lost in thought, Ohua's eyes suddenly widened, and a look of uncertainty crept across his face. The path they had exited was indeed to their left, but now, as they prepared to enter, that direction had inevitably shifted to their right. Alas, after finally recalling their bearings, they had faltered once again. Ouyang, perceiving his brother's expression, sighed and shook his head. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to such mishaps over the years. At least this route bore no imminent danger, marking a significant improvement compared to their previous encounters. A little time lost here was inconsequential. They could take a moment to enjoy the refreshing breeze. Brother, let me handle navigation from now on. Your talent does not lie in finding paths. Ouyang, gazing into the unfathomable abyss, quietly stepped back a couple of paces. The brothers stood at the edge of the cliff, letting the wind envelop them, when Mu Si arrived shortly thereafter. He had traversed this way directly, encountering minimal detours and wasting little time. Now, contemplating the fork ahead, Mu Si pondered which path his senior brothers had chosen. He glanced at the sky and surveyed the surrounding terrain, noting that the flower spirits had not provided guidance on which route to take at this junction. Perhaps it was best to revert to the old method. After all, there was a 50% chance of success. He plucked a leaf from the side and tossed it into the air, walking left on the front and right on the back. When the leaf fell, it landed upside down. Musi's fortune had always been favorable, yet this time he had undeniably made a poor choice. He ventured further inside and soon encountered a demon's lair. Mu Si realized with certainty that his senior brothers had not come this way, for the aura of the creature lingered still. Moreover, he harbored a premonition that his two senior brothers must have taken an alternate path, particularly with the eldest brother's undeniable talent for navigation. It was unwise to linger here. While the creature remained unaware of his presence, he should depart as soon as possible. Just sensing the aura of this demon indicated its formidable strength, and facing it alone would be exceedingly perilous. However, as Mu Si stealthily prepared to retreat, a thunderous roar erupted from within the cave, and a massive tiger emerged. Gazing at the beast, which loomed like a small mountain, Mu Si felt a surge of frustration. The tiger demon's eyes glinted with a sinister smile upon spotting Mu Si, as if relishing the arrival of yet another human cultivator. The memories of two individuals escaping a few years prior had lingered in its mind, and it lamented their departure. "Since you are here, do not think of leaving," it taunted. With that, the tiger demon swung a massive paw towards him. Mu Si reacted with remarkable speed, narrowly evading the strike. Yet he still felt the rush of air from its claws. Although he was at the nascent soul stage, so was the tiger demon. However, the strength of demonkind often surpassed that of their human counterparts, even at the same cultivation level. The overwhelming scent of blood emanating from the tiger was a clear indication that it had claimed numerous lives of both humans and other demons. "How many lives have you taken, you vile creature? The stench emanating from you is utterly nauseating." Mu Si grimaced in disgust, wishing he could lose his sense of smell. He had never encountered such an offensive odor in his life, and it was evident that this monster had an aversion to bathing. The foulness was unbearable. The tiger demon, infuriated, swiped again with its claw, thinking it could easily shred this mere human cultivator to pieces. Mu Si gazed into the eyes of the tiger demon, striving to discern its vulnerabilities. The creature's tough hide rendered any attack on its exterior nearly futile. He had to pinpoint its weakness. As the tiger demon leaped into the air, Mu Si identified a significant flaw. With remarkable speed, he darted beneath the tiger demon's belly, aiming for the vulnerable spot. However, the tiger demon sensed his intent and nearly tore him apart with a swipe of its claw. The struggle between man and beast was fierce and unyielding. Meanwhile, the two brothers had finally found their bearings. As they drew closer, they sensed an unsettling presence, the breath of their fellow disciples. Ouyang's eyes widened as he rushed forward. "Brother, this is bad. I can sense the presence of our third junior disciple." The brothers swiftly took to the skies on their swords, while Mu Si began to find himself at a disadvantage. Observing the tiger demon, which had only sustained minor injuries, a sense of despair washed over him. Could it be that he would truly perish here today? Just as he momentarily lost focus, the tiger demon seized the opportunity, diving with a claw poised to deliver a fatal blow. Just as Mu Si seemed doomed, Ohua launched his sword, piercing the tiger demon's paw. With a deafening roar, the tiger demon recoiled in agony, retreating hastily. These two newcomers are formidable, yet its prolonged survival here suggests a certain degree of vigilance. The moment Mu Si laid eyes on the sword, he knew his two unfortunate senior brothers had arrived. Sure enough, upon turning around, he beheld two vagrants standing behind him, their upper bodies practically exposed. Mu Si, already suppressing a mouthful of blood, was so infuriated by the sight that he spat it out. Chapter 36. A taste of adversity, seeing Mu Si vomit blood. Ohua, and Yang were further incensed. To dare injure our junior brother to such an extent, I shall flay you alive, Hua exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves and brandishing his sword. When he had first arrived, his cultivation was not as high as the tiger's, and he had been bullied quite a bit. Now was the time for retribution. Yang quickly supported Mu Ci, swiftly placing a medicinal pill into his mouth. Mu Ci patted his hand, indicating he could stand on his own, gazing at his senior brother, whom he had not seen in years. Mu Ci meticulously scrutinized him from head to toe. In truth, even the beggars outside were not in such a state. What kind of life had they been living these past few years? Mu Ci silently helped Yang tidy up the strips of cloth on his body, asking with a tone of pity, "Senior brothers, how have you reduced yourselves to this state over the years? It's truly wretched. To see two fine young talents transformed into such a state, even their master might not recognize them." Yang smiled apologetically, casually adjusting his nearly torn trousers. Who would have thought he would remain here for such an extended period? The clothing he had brought was insufficient. His ordinary garments had long since deteriorated, and this particular outfit bore a magical array. Otherwise it too would have perished. Speaking of which, junior brother, do you happen to have any spare clothing in your spatial pouch? Could you possibly spare 2 pieces for me and big brother to wear? Mu Ci rummaged through a spatial pouch and produced 2 sets of rather unadorned attire. His own garments were quite splendid. He had little affinity for plain clothing. Who said sword cultivators must dress simply and lack wealth? He was determined to shatter that stereotype. Other sword cultivators, but we truly are impoverished. Meanwhile, camaraderie blossomed on one side, while on the other, the tiger was close to expelling blood from its mouth. Hua charged forward, delivering strike after strike. He was no longer the same as before. Battling this tiger was a trivial matter. You bullied us. You tormented my junior brother. Now experience what it means to be a tiger brought low, only to be bullied by dogs. Hua bellowed this declaration, causing Yang and Mu Ci to nearly choke on their own saliva. Frustrated, Mu Ci turned and exclaimed, "Senior brother, could you perhaps read a bit more? Is this how you say tiger brought low, only to be bullied by dogs? How could one insult oneself in such a manner? No wonder master advised you to speak less when you ventured out. Every utterance reveals the truth of your limited education." Others perceive the eldest disciple of the illusory cloud sword sect's master as aloof and taciturn. However, this notion is far from the truth. It is merely a fade. In private, Hua is quite loquacious, and in the presence of his comrades, he displays no semblance of reserve. The master imposes such expectations upon him, recognizing his status as the sect's foremost disciple. For should his level of education be revealed, it would bring disgrace upon their sect. Half an hour later, the tiger demon lay on the brink of death, having finally recognized Hua. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Hua, even stronger than its own, it struggled to comprehend the situation. How could you have grown so powerful during our years apart, when you once escaped my grasp? Are humans destined to possess such extraordinary advantages? It seems utterly unjust. I have slaughtered countless demons and consumed numerous demon cores to advance, yet while I remain stagnant, this human has surged ahead. With a cold smirk, Hua plunged his sword into the demon's heart. Do you comprehend what we have endured these past years? We have faced near-death experiences countless times. You presume that humanity enjoys unparalleled fortune, yet you remain oblivious to our trials. How much blood of your own kin stains your hands? You, a demon of such malevolence, deserve to perish. Your existence is a blight upon this world. Humans possess both virtue and vice, and so too do demons. There are those upon inspecting the tiger demon's pelt. Yang was nearly overcome by its pungent odor. He exclaimed, "Good heavens, how long has this creature been unwashed? The stench is utterly overpowering." Fortunately, his third brother had spare garments available. The alternative, fashioning a garment from the tiger's hide, would have been unbearable. Such a foul odor renders it unwearable, he mused. Enduring the malodor, Mu Ci extracted the tiger's demon core. Despite its villainous nature, the tiger demon was, indeed, a treasure trove of resources. Even its cadaver held considerable utility and warranted preservation. Before storing it, however, he cast several cleansing spells to prevent the pervasive odor from contaminating his entire storage pouch. Meanwhile, Ohua and Ouyang retreated into the demon's lair to change into fresh attire. Donning the clean, immaculate garments evoked a profound sense of emotion within them. Aside from their initial arrival, they had not worn such pristine clothing in years, rendering the experience deeply touching. Having meticulously organized their belongings, Mu Xiai approached. She was presently engaged in a contest against her fellow senior disciples. During this particular instance, she had inadvertently offended a senior brother, Bai Yu, a direct disciple of an elder. Junior sister Song, Bai Yu remarked, although you are the sect leader's esteemed disciple, many surpass you in skill. Such ostentatious displays of prominence at a tender age are unseemly. Bai Yu had long harbored resentment towards Song Zhen, who had instigated significant transformations. Formerly, the disciples of the illusory Cloud Sword sect adhered to strict decorum. However, an untold number had since deviated from this standard. The gentlemen of yesteryear had devolved into rogues, a matter about which he had been jested by a Dharma cultivator during his most recent excursion. The esteemed reputation of their sword sect, cultivated over many years, now teeters on the brink of ruin, all due to Song Zhen. Song Zhen regarded the figure before her. Bai Yu, with a sense of amusement. Was it truly such a grave matter that she had merely stepped on his foot? She had even offered a heartfelt apology and promised to compensate him with a new pair of shoes. If he chose to reject her apology, so be it. Why must he persist in seeking her out for confrontation? He accused her of seeking the limelight, but what adolescent does not yearn for attention? Moreover, if one possesses the capability, why not bask in the glory it affords? She took pleasure in showcasing her talents. What was wrong with that? Chapter 37. The meddlesome senior brother by Song Zhen had stood there, absorbing the tirade for quite some time. Her master and senior brother combined could not match the incessant nagging of this particular senior. It remained a mystery to her which elder he was a disciple of. A trivial incident had been inflated to an extraordinary scale, leaving Song Zhen both vexed and perplexed. Bai Yu, witnessing her demeanor, became even more incensed, perceiving her carefree attitude as a blatant disregard for his words. Song Junior sister, I am also your senior brother, and my admonitions arise from a place of concern for your well-being. I recognize your exceptional talent and rapid progress in cultivation. Yet this does not grant you the right to arrogance. Song Zhen widened her eyes. Incredulity etched across her face as she pointed to herself in bewilderment. When had she ever exhibited arrogance? This unjust blame had been thrust upon her without cause, far more unjust than anything Doe he had endured. Moreover, it seemed that this senior brother was even more arrogant himself, reveling in his role as a moralist. Song Zhen, senior brother, I cannot bear the label of arrogance. While I concede to your observation that I enjoy being in the limelight, I kindly ask that you refrain from lecturing me. I have my own master and senior brothers to guide me, and neither of them have expressed any discontent. The fact that I have not retaliated speaks volumes about my respect for you. With her arms crossed and chin raised, Song Zhen presented an air of defiance, though her youthful visage and petite stature rendered the demeanor somewhat amusing. While celestial beings typically exude an aura of aloof elegance, or are characterized by sweetness or vibrant allure, Song Zhen's striking features bore the innocence of a doll. Bai Yu, who often carried himself with a sense of superiority, was unaccustomed to such directness. He was used to others attentively listening to his admonishments. Song Zhen's audacity had thoroughly incensed him, prompting her fellow disciples to rally in her defense. Senior brother Bai, Sister Song is still quite young. You should not hold her to account, one chimed in. Indeed, senior brother. Moreover, Sister Song is under the care of the sect leader and junior brother Ji. Since they have not raised any objections, why should you concern yourself so deeply? Another added, Sister is still inexperienced and does not yet grasp that your intentions are for her benefit. Once she matures a bit and understands the reasoning, all will be well. Amidst the chorus of voices, Song Zhen huffed in a proud manner. Most of her peers were genuinely amiable, and she held them in high regard. Yet a few individuals proved to be rather challenging. Casting a glance at Bai Yu, she caught him glaring back, which only fueled her irritation. Oh, so you dare to glare at me? This provocation stirred her temper. She genuinely believes that this by Shi Xiang has been spoiled by the other brothers and sisters, thinking himself to be quite the character. The affairs of his own family are certainly his to manage. He has no need to meddle in others' matters. Furthermore, her actions have not contravened any sect rules. Her fourth senior sister is even a deacon in the law enforcement hall, and since she has not voiced any objections, why does he have to speak? As for this Shi Xiang, I am unsure why you harbor such disdain for me, but I find myself equally disliking you now. If you feel wronged, we might as well settle it with a duel. Bai Yu was genuinely amused by her irritation. He appraised her from head to toe, a semblance of a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Shimmy, you are indeed exceptionally gifted, yet despite your talents, you are still merely at the foundation establishment stage. Are you certain you wish to engage in combat with me?" Song Zhen shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly, replying, "Why not? You praise my talents, so perhaps I might actually defeat you." She still had her golden finger, and even if she were to lose, she would not sustain any injuries. "Very well, let's duel as you wish. But rest assured, I shall go easy on you." Bai Yu had long contemplated teaching Song Zhen a lesson. The surrounding brothers and sisters were taken aback by Bai Yu's acquiescence to such an unreasonable request. Many cast disapproving glances at him, questioning why he, as a senior brother, would stoop to quarreling with a little junior sister. It seemed rather petty of him. Previously, they found no fault in Bai Yu's penchant for lecturing, believing it to be merely a quirk of his character. Is it appropriate for a senior disciple to escalate matters to such a degree? Ji Fan has now reached the Golden Core stage. He had been stuck at the late Foundation establishment stage for an extended period, and his current Golden Core cultivation remains somewhat unstable, compounded by a lack of practical experience. The duel between Song Zhen and Bai Yu has attracted significant attention, drawing nearly everyone in the sect who had no pressing matters to attend to. Some senior brothers and sisters even attempted to intervene, and Bai Yu's senior disciple chastised him quite sternly. However, Song Zhen felt that this issue could not simply be brushed aside. It needed to be resolved decisively, or else Bai would undoubtedly continue to provoke her. A senior sister cautioned, "Junior sister, you must think carefully. This is no trivial matter. The disparity in your cultivation levels is substantial. Even if he holds back, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to achieve victory. Should you lose, it is likely that you will sustain injuries, for blades and swords are merciless." Song Zhen understood the senior sister's good intentions, yet her resolve was firm. This matter must be conclusively addressed. "Senior sister, just watch. I am certain I will prevail." By the time Ji Fan arrived, it was already too late. The two had commenced their battle. Even Lu Xian was summoned, and after grasping the situation, she was nearly compelled to rush onto the stage, only to be restrained by those around her. "What does it matter how my junior sister is disciplined? Does Bai Yu truly believe himself to be someone of significance?" Ji Fan felt a surge of anger, yet he maintained his composure, his full attention fixed on the stage, ready to intervene at the slightest sign of trouble. Song Zhen experienced for the first time the sensation of battling a true Golden Core stage opponent, a feeling of being utterly overwhelmed that was profoundly uncomfortable. Fortunately, her ability to teleport provided her with a means of evasion. Though she could not inflict harm upon her adversary, neither could he harm her. Over here, brother, you are far too slow." With a deft flourish of her sword, Song Zhen sliced through Bai Yu's sleeve. Instinctively, Bai Yu thrust in her direction, but she effortlessly dodged. Capitalizing on his vulnerability, Song Zhen noted that while Bai Yu possessed numerous strengths, his temper was excessively volatile, and he could not tolerate provocation. Thus, Song Zhen unleashed her fury. Her intention was not to injure him, despite the vast disparity in their realms of cultivation. Even with her teleportation technique, she found herself bearing numerous cuts and scratches. Chapter 38. The three masters and disciples perform gazing at the welts adorning her skin. Song Zhen sighed inwardly. It was evident that she could not rely solely on her innate abilities. As her cultivation advanced, so too did the speed of her opponent, whose level far surpassed hers. Furthermore, she could not fully showcase her teleportation skills, for her cultivation rank dictated a level of restraint. Exhibiting excessive prowess would only raise suspicions. Below, watching the duel, Ji Fan and Lu Xian gasped in astonishment each time Bai struck Song Zhen. Lu Xian, incensed, nearly crushed the hilt of her sword, vowing to remember Bai. Meanwhile, Bai was not faring well either. He had initially believed he could completely dominate Song Zhen, yet the reality proved otherwise. Although he had suppressed his cultivation, it should not have been so challenging to contend with a mere foundation establishment practitioner. At present, he had not even managed to injure Song Zhen. He had merely torn her clothing. He truly could not comprehend why her speed was so astonishing. How could someone at the foundation establishment level possess such swiftness? Seizing the opportunity, while Bai was momentarily distracted, Song Zhen launched an attack directed at his back. Though Bai had a somewhat fiery temperament, his techniques were gentlemanly. She, on the other hand, was far more cunning and resourceful. In an instant, she hooked her sword onto Bai's belt, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes as she shouted, "Reveal yourself, my esteemed senior brother." Before Bai could even react, he felt a chilling sensation enveloping him, followed by a chorus of gasps from below. Stupefied, he glanced down at himself, and then turned to the astonished Si Moreover, who provoked him against her. She was not in a much better state herself. The fabric of her attire bore numerous jagged scars that tugged at her heartstrings, especially considering her limited wardrobe. At this moment, the assembly on the sect leader's side had finally concluded, and the disciple who had come to report was finally able to meet with the leader and the esteemed elders. Not good, not good. A grave incident has occurred outside. The disciple rushed in, breathless, his face a portrait of sheer panic. The sect leader furrowed his brow and inquired, "What has caused such alarm? There is no need for such agitation. What calamity could possibly befall our sect?" The disciple responded, "Sister Song and brother Bai have engaged in a fight." Upon hearing this, the elders breathed a sigh of relief. It was quite commonplace for disciples to quarrel amongst themselves. Brother Bai's master chuckled, "Brother Bai is my prized disciple, and he has achieved the mid-stage of the Golden Core Realm. I trust Sister Song has not sustained any injuries." Though this disciple was known for his haughty demeanor, his dedication to cultivation was truly admirable, and the master held him in high regard. The messenger disciple hesitated, struggling to articulate the full story. Noticing his reticence, the sect leader urged, "Speak plainly. What is the matter?" The disciple stammered, "Sister Song is unharmed, but Brother Bai is not. His garments have been torn to shreds by Sister Song, and in his fury, he spat blood and fainted. He has yet to regain consciousness." Truth be told, had they not witnessed the scene themselves, they would have found it hard to believe. Yet the reality was undeniable. Brother Bai had lost. Although Sister Song's methods were somewhat dubious, defeat was defeat. The patriarch's eyes widened in disbelief, and the expressions on the faces of the elders were somewhat vacant. "What did you just say? Surely we must have misheard." The patriarch, accompanied by the elders, hurried to the scene of the incident, where Song Zhen was merrily boasting to everyone. Upon arrival, the patriarch immediately caught sight of Song Zhen's smug demeanor, which caused a surge of indignation within him. "Song Zhen, you have caused trouble once again. Come here at once. Is it truly impossible for you to refrain from mischief for even a single day? You've torn someone's clothing. How could a young lady engage in such behavior? What if others demand you take responsibility for this? That Bai has a temper as foul as a pit, and he certainly does not wish for his disciple to marry someone like that." Indeed, the patriarch's primary concern at this moment was this very matter. Perhaps his focus was somewhat misplaced, yet it was undeniably worrisome, was it not? Upon seeing her master approach, Song Zhen took flight, not forgetting to drag Ji Fan along in her haste. Ji Fan exclaimed, "Thank you, but I really have no need to run. I am not the one who has caused this trouble." In the midst of the crowd, the patriarch chased after them with a stick in hand, while Song Zhen and Ji Fan sprinted ahead. After all, the confrontation had already commenced. Help! This is not my fault at all. It was that senior brother Bai who looked down upon me. He even claimed I lacked proper upbringing, which was the essence of his words. I merely stepped on his shoe by accident, and yet he escalated the situation, accusing me of seeking attention. What is wrong with seeking attention at my age if I possess the capability to do so? Song Zhen felt she had done nothing wrong, and in fact, had left some dignity for the other party. The sect leader shouted furiously from behind, You cannot treat others like that. As a young lady, you tore another's clothing. Do you not care for your reputation? Song Zhen turned around and retorted, what is reputation? Can it be eaten? I merely sought to vent my frustration. And besides, my own garment was damaged by him. His own lack of composure led to this predicament. What is that to me? Ji Fan, who was caught in her fervor, exclaimed, can you speak without showering me with saliva? It is quite uncivilized. The trio sprinted wildly until they reached a secluded spot, away from prying eyes. The sect leader assessed the distance and deemed it sufficiently far, observing the two still running ahead. He waved his hand and called out, stop. Do not run any further. I shall not harm you. Song Zhen felt a flicker of doubt, wondering if he intended to lure her closer only to strike. Ji Fan released her hand, rubbing his wrist as he reassured her, do not worry. Master was merely putting on a show for others. He would not truly harm you. Chapter 39. Master, you are remarkable. Song Zhen cautiously inched closer to the sect leader, poised to flee at a moment's notice. At this juncture, trust was a rare commodity, and she believed that only her instincts could guide her. Observing her furtive demeanor, both the sect leader and Ji Fan were left speechless, unable to bear it any longer. The sect leader pulled her closer, gritting his teeth as he grasped the nape of her neck and exclaimed, I implore you to refrain from causing me further trouble. With her fate firmly held, Song Zhen felt her own aura diminish. She recoiled slightly, retorting in a hushed tone, it was not my intention. It was that senior brother who provoked me, undoubtedly out of jealousy. She believed that Bai Yu was envious of her illustrious standing, as she had become a figure of renown within the sect, basking in her own splendor. Ji Fan let out a scoff, genuinely perplexed by her unabashed self-admiration. The sect leader sighed, assisting her in adjusting her garments while explaining, your senior brother Bai has always had such a temperament. His privileged background has rendered him somewhat haughty, yet his character remains commendable. In the past, he was not as arrogant as he has become in recent years. Generally, others were reluctant to confront him, as a few scathing remarks would soon be forgotten. Only you seem to escalate matters to such proportions. The sect leader felt somewhat helpless regarding Bai Yu. The disciple possessed many admirable qualities, yet was excessively proud. The members of the sect tended to overlook his behavior, with seniors indulging him and juniors yielding to him, which only served to exacerbate his arrogance. Such a disposition would undoubtedly lead to hardships in the future. An elder Song was at a loss as to how to manage Bai Yu. He is my senior. Why should I accommodate him? There has never been such a principle. Indeed, it was my fault for stepping on his foot, but it was purely accidental. Observing Song Zhen's defiant expression, with her neck arched and a stubborn demeanor, Ji Fan irritably poked her forehead and said resignedly, his temperament is rather unpleasant, and you ought to temper yours as well. If you continue this way, you will inevitably suffer. Song Zhen touched her forehead where he had poked her and muttered softly, I don't believe that. I would never intentionally offend anyone. How could I possibly suffer? Besides, it has always been others who have borne the brunt of my actions. Those capable of causing me loss have yet to be born. Nevertheless, the feeling of being protected by her master and senior was truly comforting. She had feared she would be punished this time. Glancing back, her eyes glimmered mischievously as she asked her master, Master, are you really not going to hit? Oh, how peculiar it is that master has become increasingly unorthodox. In the past, if they caused trouble outside, they would certainly face rebuke, if not a beating. Yet, with the younger sister, everything seems to have changed. This is indeed a blatant favoritism. This girl has already become so unruly. If she continues to be indulged in this manner, it could lead to dire consequences. Ji Fan can almost envision Song Zhen wreaking havoc in the realm of cultivation. On the other hand, Bai Yu's situation is not as severe. He merely fainted from anger. However, this setback has been profoundly impactful for him. His proud nature makes this blow feel more devastating than death itself. Let me go. Release me at once. Bai Yu struggled desperately against the bindings on the bed. The moment he regained consciousness, he insisted on seeking retribution from Song Zhen, leaving his elder brother no choice but to restrain him. Lying on the bed, Bai Yu shouted in exasperation, You are all under Song Zhen's enchantment. Our sword sect will inevitably be destroyed by her. The elder brother, standing nearby, sighed and offered him a sip of water. Dear junior brother Bai, Why must you exaggerate so? How young is Sister Song? What capacity does she possess to bring ruin upon our sword sect? Moreover, the sect leader and the elders are present. If any issues arise, they will handle them. You need not fret over it. Upon hearing this, Bayu's anger only intensified. Yet he found himself confined, fuming in solitude. Elder Song, Bayu's master, was also quite troubled, knowing that his disciple's obstinate temperament must surely be amended. If this continues, he will undoubtedly face difficulties in the future. Even at home, he has been subjected to the whims of his junior sister, resulting in his current predicament. Should he encounter unforeseen circumstances outside, it would be quite dire. His true desire is for Song Zhen to properly discipline this arrogant disciple, thus allowing him to amend his foul temper. Alas, what is to be done? Elder Song's thoughts were in turmoil over this matter. Ultimately, the one most affected is Bayu. He is, without a doubt, a good person, though his demeanor is rather petty. Mu Si disdainfully regarded the food laid out on the table, remarking, "When did Master develop a taste for such fare? Hasn't he always been indifferent to indulgence?" Ouyang flipped through the script on the table, responding, "How could we possibly know? Besides, this script revolves around love and romance. Master likely has no interest in such literature. What on earth has transpired in the household during their years away? If they were not certain of their path, they might genuinely believe they had wandered into the wrong place." Early in the morning, Ji Fan groggily came to clean, and upon seeing Ohua and the others, he felt somewhat bewildered. Was he still asleep? How could he be seeing his senior brother, second senior brother, and third senior brother? Chapter 40. Seeking support from senior brother Ji Fan blinked forcefully several times, confirming that the figures before him were indeed real. "Fifth junior brother, what is this reaction? Do you not recognize us?" Ohua exclaimed, delivering a firm pat on Ji Fan's shoulder, nearly toppling him to the ground. That familiar voice and unmistakable strength could only belong to the senior brother. At long last, his days of hardship are drawing to a close, with someone finally coming to take his place. The excitement in Ji Fan's heart is beyond measure. He has cared for the child long enough, especially one as mischievous as this. Observing Ji Fan's exuberance, Ohua chuckled softly and patted his shoulder, saying, "Junior brother, what has come over you? Why are you still crying?" Ouyang and Mu Si were equally astonished by his reaction. After all, they had only been away for a few years, not decades, so there seemed no reason for such tears. Ji Fan sniffled, his eyes brimming with tears as he spoke. "You have no idea. Master has accepted a junior sister. Her name is Song Zhen." "What on earth? A junior sister?" The three brothers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. When did this happen, and why were they not informed? Was it merely the presence of a junior sister that had stirred such emotion? Mu Si regarded him with a hint of disdain, observing the tears streaming down his face. It appeared rather odd for a grown man to weep so profusely. Ji Fan nodded and shook his head simultaneously. Having a junior sister is indeed a good thing, as it means he is no longer the youngest. However, their junior sister is truly too unruly, and he now comprehends the feelings his seniors must have experienced while caring for him. In his youth, he was quite obedient, always adhering to the instructions of his seniors, believing himself to be exceptionally well-behaved and easy to manage. As for Song Zhen, he is truly a chaotic force of nature. Should he truly delve into the dark arts, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Ouyang surveyed the disarray within the grand hall, instantly recognizing the scattered items as belonging to his junior sister. Yet, he was intrigued. How could she brazenly leave her belongings strewn about when they had often faced their master's reprimands for such indiscretions? His junior sister, aside from her other qualities, possessed an astonishingly thick skin. He had never encountered anyone as audacious as she. Consequently, the grand hall had become her domain. They had once been too concerned with their own dignity, suffering the consequences of their master's admonishments, while she seemed unfazed by such trivialities. The burden of excessive pride often leads to unnecessary troubles. Listening to Ji Fan's musings, Ohua and the others shared a knowing silence. After several years apart, the four brothers truly had an abundance of stories to share. Ji Fan, without hesitation, beckoned his three elder brothers to assist with the cleaning. In truth, there was little to tidy up, Merely discarding some refuse and casting a simple cleaning spell would suffice. However, as Mu Si prepared to dispose of a few leftover persimmons, Ji Fan hurriedly intervened. You cannot throw those away. Any food that isn't spoiled must be preserved. Otherwise, our junior sister will surely raise a ruckus that will give you a headache. The little girl took her food very seriously. Song Zhen, isn't that simply because I'm out of money? Mu Si, with a complex expression, set the persimmons down, his curiosity regarding this junior sister growing ever more profound. In her pursuit of cultivation, she exhibits remarkable diligence, for she is destined to lead the Huan Yun Sect to become the preeminent sect in the realm. In this domain of training, laziness is simply not an option. Presently, many of her fellow disciples have gathered to practice swordsmanship alongside her, transforming the back mountain into yet another training ground. When Baiyu approached with the intent to cause trouble, he fortuitously encountered Song Zhen. Upon spotting him, Song Zhen wasted no time in fleeing, exclaiming, Senior brother, come quickly to rescue me. My senior brother is once again seeking to provoke me. At that moment, the onlookers, still processing the scene, could not help but marvel at Song Mei's astounding reflexes. They mused that should she ever find herself in peril, even if she could not prevail in a confrontation, her ability to escape would surely suffice. Baiyu let out a disdainful snort and pursued her relentlessly. The others, witnessing his behavior, could only shake their heads and sigh, reflecting on how unbecoming it was for a grown man to exhibit such immaturity. My senior brother truly ought to amend his temperament. Senior brother, Song Zhen hurriedly greeted several of her companions while casting anxious glances over her shoulder. Observing her distress, Mu Si inquired with curiosity, Is there something amiss, or is someone pursuing you? Her expression of alarm indeed suggested that she felt as though she were being hunted and that her pursuer was swiftly closing in. Song Zhen nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Yes. How did you know? Senior brother. I have offended a senior brother surnamed Bai, and he is currently chasing after me. The individual surnamed Bai. Ji Fan's expression instantly darkened. Why was he not resting properly to recuperate, and instead came to seek you out? Where is Elder Song? Does he not have any oversight in this matter? Oh Hua and the others exchanged glances, for the senior brother with the surname, Bai was among the earliest initiates, thus making him a junior brother in their eyes. However, within the Huan Yun Sect, there are multiple individuals with the surname Bai, making it difficult to discern his identity. Ji Fan recounted the events from a few days prior in detail, and the expressions of the trio grew increasingly grim. How could their sword sect harbor such a petty individual? They were aware that Baiyu was indeed a good person, but this junior brother's demeanor had always been somewhat lacking in grace. It was surprising that over the years, his arrogance had only intensified, and he had even directed his temper towards his own junior sister. Chapter 41. Baiyu provokes trouble and faces consequences upon hearing this. Song Zhen recognized that there must be some underlying story. It appeared that this senior brother, Baiyu, had indeed gained quite a reputation. Baiyu had now pursued him, determined to teach Song Zhen a lesson today. Song Zhen, since the sect master has chosen to overlook your behavior, I, as your senior brother, shall take it upon myself to discipline you, lest you be deemed ill-mannered by others in the future. Baiyu's words were exceedingly harsh, and even before Song Zhen could muster any anger, Oh Hua and the others were already seething with indignation. Their junior sister was unexpectedly accused of lacking manners, a remark that no one had ever dared to utter in front of their senior brothers and sisters. Mu Si brushed off the non-existent dust from his sleeve and smiled as he stepped outside, though the warmth of his smile did not reach his eyes. Ji Fan shook his head, mourning silently for Baiyu. Song Zhen, intrigued, followed suit. Her third senior brother was exceedingly handsome and appeared to possess a gentle temperament, but she hoped he would not fall victim to Baiyu's bullying. Fortunately, Ji Fan was unaware of her thoughts. Otherwise, he would have felt compelled to enlighten her about the concept of smiling fox hiding a dagger beneath its facade. Baiyu initially wore an air of arrogance. Yet upon seeing Mu Si, his expression swiftly crumbled, and he even stepped back a considerable distance. Mu Si, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, Long time no see, Bai Shitty. I hear you have a bit of a connection with my junior sister. She is young and naive. Perhaps I, as her senior brother, should help resolve this connection. Song Zhen, standing a short distance away, observed that smiling face and felt an inexplicable chill at the nape of her neck. How peculiar that while the third senior brother's expression was one of mirth, it evoked such unsettling feelings. Baiyu, feeling guilty, swallowed hard and could not bear to meet Mu Si's gaze. The earlier haughty demeanor had vanished completely. Senior brother, I mean well. Song Shimi is quite capricious in her actions, and the sect leader has always indulged her. As her senior brother, I esteem it my duty to discipline her a little. Upon hearing this, Song Zhen nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. Who needs your guidance? She genuinely rued her inadvertent collision with Baiyu, lamenting the considerable predicament it had precipitated. Mu Si scrutinized her own digits, then cast a glance at Baiyu's countenance, whereupon her complexion shifted, and she delivered a direct punch. Do I need you to discipline my junior sister? She exclaimed. In these intervening years, it seems you've grown deserving of a beating. Others may indulge you, but I certainly shall not. Mu Si abstained from employing her sword, yet her blows were palpably substantial, appearing exceedingly painful. Baiyu was rendered defenseless under the onslaught. He earnestly desired to retaliate, but was effectively subdued, unable to maneuver. He was inwardly astounded. How had Mu Si's cultivation burgeoned so significantly in such a brief span? Previously, he could manage a few exchanges, but now he was utterly incapable of resistance. Song Zhen, observing the spectacle unfolding before her, merrily produced a small stool and procured some refreshments. Hua, Yang, and Ji Fan likewise emerged, stools in tow, and seated themselves. Song Zhen, beholding her third senior brother's remarkably refined pugilism, nearly salivated. Veritably, individuals of aesthetic appeal retained their allure irrespective of their endeavors. This altercation was indeed a feast for the eyes. Yang, noticing Song Zhen's infatuation, jested, Junior sister, you're about to drool. Song Zhen promptly felt her mouth. Discovering no escaping saliva. A fib, she declared. Yang and company erupted in mirth, Ji Fan adding, I had presumed you were not so superficial. Yet it appears you are indeed partial to pulchritude. What is wrong with having a fondness for beauty? Who does not enjoy gazing upon a lovely visage? Song Zhen does not perceive the appreciation of beauty as a superficial pursuit, especially considering that the third senior brother is indeed quite handsome. Yang, while munching on seeds, commented, Old Three's strength is lacking. He certainly needs to practice more. Hua replied, For him, it is indeed acceptable. You know that Old Three possesses relatively little strength. Upon hearing their critiques, Baiyu was genuinely on the verge of cursing. He felt as though he was nearly beaten to death, yet they claimed his strength was insufficient. What kind of strength was deemed adequate, then? Senior brother, please cease the beating. I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall never provoke junior sister Song again, Baiyu groaned, clutching his stomach in agony. Seeing his half-dead state, Mu Si sighed in exasperation, lamenting, Junior brother Bai, how is it that, after all these years, you have shown no improvement? You must strive harder. Baiyu stiffly tugged at the corner of his mouth, forcing out an unappealing smile. Very well. I shall make an effort to improve. Though he professed his determination, his heart was filled with silent curses. Was this a matter of effort? He had already toiled diligently in his cultivation, yet he still could not measure up to him. Mu Si turned his attention to the four individuals observing the spectacle. Momentarily speechless, they seemed to be quite comfortable in their leisure. Noticing Mu Si's gaze, Song Zhen cheerfully waved to him, and he returned her smile. Despite the pain, he understood that it was merely a superficial injury. Mu Si was exceptionally skilled in combat, and he had experienced his prowess on numerous occasions. With a wave of his hand, Mu Si dismissed the matter, urging him to send his regards to Elder Song. Alas, it was utterly meaningless. He had hoped that Baiyu would have made some progress in his cultivation over the past few years, yet it seemed he had barely improved. After watching Baiyu depart, Song Zhen approached, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, Senior brother, you were absolutely magnificent just now. I'm truly in awe of you. Could you teach me that boxing technique of yours? If I master it, I shall never be bullied again. Ji Fan, overhearing his words, nearly choked on his own saliva. He looked at Song Zhen, exasperated, and replied, "You seem to have your facts mixed up. Have you ever been bullied? In the sect, who would dare provoke you? Except for Bai Yu? Fortunately, this girl was not the type to stir up trouble. Had she been a disobedient troublemaker, the entire sect would have been in disarray." Song Zhen chuckled, narrowing his eyes, and said, "I believe in the adage that knowledge never weighs one down. Learning a bit more can only be beneficial." Indeed, Ji Fan added, "You should take a leaf out of our junior sister's book and dedicate more time to learning. Whenever I encourage you to study, you resist fiercely. Yet look at how diligent our junior sister is." Ouyang appreciates Song Zhen's spirited nature. Ji Fan gestured between himself and Song Zhen, left speechless by the absurdity of the situation. Chapter 42. A young girl's unconventional spirit, particularly after discerning their formidable skills. The smiles adorning the faces of all the elders left Song Zhen feeling as though they were personifications of exuberance. Ji Fan gazed enviously at the three senior brothers surrounded by admirers, exclaiming, "When will I be able to stand alongside my esteemed seniors?" In truth, he was not lacking. At his age, his cultivation was already remarkable. Yet, who does not yearn for those who are stronger? Having grown up in the shadow of his three senior brothers, Ji Fan's admiration for them transcended mere respect. They were his idols, his aspirations. Song Zhen, munching on delicacies, remarked, "Fifth senior brother, you are quite commendable as well. The three seniors are older than you and possess greater experience. It is entirely natural for them to be more formidable. Rest assured, when you reach their stage, you too shall shine brightly." Her words rang true. The talents of her senior brothers and sisters were extraordinarily exceptional, standing out even in the vast realm of cultivation, though she herself was truly one in a million. Ji Fan felt a swell of emotion at Song Zhen's encouragement. Indeed, after such a long companionship, there was a bond that had formed. This also illuminated for the three how deeply Ji Fan was affected whenever Song Zhen was mentioned. Observing Song Zhen's exceedingly audacious swordsmanship, complemented by her sparkling eyes and carefree laughter, Mu Si felt a sense of despair creeping into his heart. Song Zhen, brimming with pride, turned to him and said, "Senior brother, my sword technique is rather impressive, don't you think? I modified it myself." With a silent closure of his legs, Mu Si discreetly wiped away the beads of perspiration that had unexpectedly surfaced on his brow. He offered a forced, arid chuckle, remarking, "Indeed, quite remarkable. Junior sister, you are undoubtedly a prodigy. A prodigy indeed. A rare talent, perhaps one witnessed only once in millennia." It was now clear why their master had declared that entrusting the junior sister to his care would move his fifth brother to tears of elation. Initially, he had struggled to comprehend, but now understanding dawned fully. Beaming with pride at receiving such commendation from her handsome senior brother, Song Zhen proposed, "Senior brother, might we engage in a friendly contest? A brief practical demonstration, perhaps?" While her current prowess ranked among the foremost within her stratum, a considerable disparity remained when juxtaposed against genuine experts. Her previous triumph over Bai Yu was solely attributable to Bai Yu's suppression of his cultivation and his adherence to orthodox swordsmanship, devoid of unorthodox methods. Were it not for her mastery of instantaneous translocation, her defeat would have been assured. A contest? "I'm not sure that's necessary," Mu Si demurred, hesitant to engage Song Zhen in a trial. Firstly, he harbored concerns about regulating his strength and abilities. Secondly, Song Zhen's swordsmanship and techniques were exceedingly devious, and should he restrain his own swordsmanship and power, he risked falling prey to her stratagems. Mu Si cast a cautious glance towards his nether regions, reasoning that while the appendage remained temporarily dormant, its presence was nonetheless indispensable. Observing Song Zhen's expectant countenance, Mu Si found himself compelled to deliver a difficult refusal. "Junior sister," he began, "your current state is exceedingly commendable. Furthermore, a significant disparity exists between our cultivation levels, and I lack substantial experience in such trials. Should an unforeseen incident occur, the consequences could be dire. When I have the time, I will take my junior sister down the mountain for a stroll. This technique of yours is quite suitable for dealing with external foes. Indeed, It is particularly effective against those of nefarious intent, for her moves are even more sinister. Upon hearing Mu Si's words, Song Zhen felt a twinge of disappointment, yet her spirits lifted at the prospect of descending the mountain. You must take me with you when you go, senior brother. I am now in the mid-stage of foundation establishment and am capable of protecting myself. Her cultivation has progressed remarkably smoothly, devoid of any bottlenecks, perhaps due to her lack of worries and inner demons. With Mu Si assisting Song Zhen, Ji Fan felt utterly liberated, practically yearning to celebrate with firecrackers. Ohua and Ouyang were perplexed by his exuberance. Is it really such a joyous occasion? Is it merely taking a young girl along? There's no need for such a fuss. In response to their inquiries, Ji Fan offered a meaningful glance and cryptically remarked, "You'll understand once you personally take her. I suspect that third senior brother won't last long either." Upon hearing this, Ouyang and Ohua grew even more curious. Could a young girl truly torment someone to such an extent? Even third brother, who had always donned a smile, now seemed to have lost his mirth, emanating an aura of chill. Ohua shook his head at this sight, wondering just how formidable the junior sister must be to have wrought such a transformation in him. Mu Si, resembling a zombie, lifted his head, his gaze vacant and expression dull, yet within the calmness lingered a hint of madness. Esteemed senior apprentice, does it occur that young women might be inclined to touch one's posterior? Ohua's countenance stiffened, and with widened eyes, she exclaimed in disbelief. The junior apprentice's sister touched your posterior. Upon hearing this, Ouyang and Jifan, who were not far off, both faltered. Jifan touched his own posterior, inwardly relieved that he had not been the recipient of the junior apprentice sister's touch. Mu Si, observing their expressions, said helplessly, "What are you imagining? She did not touch my posterior, it was another's. I had previously promised to take her down a mountain, and a few days ago I did just that. In the village, a dream demon had woven an illusion, and I thought to bring her along to broaden her horizons and dispel the illusion in the process. You would never conceive what she did within. I was utterly taken aback by such unbridled behavior in a young maiden. I had always considered myself rather uninhibited, but in comparison to Song Zhen, I find myself quite naive and reserved." The particulars date back a few days. Mu Si received instructions to descend the mountain to investigate a village where all the inhabitants had fallen into a deep slumber, seemingly due to the machinations of a dream demon. Deeming it a relatively safe endeavor, Mu Si decided to bring Song Zhen along to gain experience, as he had promised to do. Upon learning of her impending descent, Song Zhen was overjoyed. She thumped her chest and vowed, "Rest assured, third senior apprentice brother, I shall conduct myself admirably and not impede your progress in the slightest." His decision ultimately proved to be a grievous error, one that was utterly absurd. Chapter 43. Dancing Street Dance in the Brothel. Firstly, the peculiar method of sword control employed by Song Zhen astonished him. Witnessing her leap onto the sword nearly caused his eyes to pop out. Having lived for so many years, he had never encountered anyone wielding a sword in such a manner. Was she not afraid of severing her thigh or backside? Thus, during their journey, Mu Si found himself secretly observing Song Zhen, increasingly bewildered by his junior sister's enigmatic nature. Song Zhen had long grown accustomed to being scrutinized. Initially, she was the focus of everyone's gaze, but as time passed, it became less intrusive. There had been others who attempted to imitate her, yet all suffered injuries, often in discreet places, which discouraged further attempts. Third senior brother, isn't the dream demon particularly beautiful? Do such spirits not tend to possess striking appearances? The last time I descended the mountain with other brothers, I encountered a female ghost who, when calm and not in her true form, was quite lovely. Song Zhen, with limited experience, was genuinely curious about the appearances of spirits, especially since television dramas and novels often depicted female demons as extraordinarily enchanting. You shall discover the truth when you see for yourself. The appearances of spirits vary. Some are beautiful, while others are not, much like us humans. In any case, I have encountered many demons that were quite repulsive. Some, despite their attractive exteriors, engaged in behaviors that were exceedingly vile. Upon arriving at the village, The two individuals immediately sensed that something was amiss. It was eerily silent. Song Zhen inhaled deeply, detecting a peculiar fragrance in the air. As Mu Si observed her sniffing around like a curious puppy, he was about to intervene when suddenly, with a loud thud, Song Zhen collapsed to the ground, performing an impeccable prostration. Mu Si exclaimed inwardly, "Why must you indulge in such distractions? Can't you exhibit a modicum of vigilance?" He sighed deeply as he looked at Song Zhen sprawled on the earth. Initially, he had intended to resolve the matter with the demon outside, but it appeared that approach was futile. He would have to enter the dream realm instead. Carefully, he relocated Song Zhen to a safe and concealed spot, then set up a protective formation around them before lying down himself. Once immersed in the dream, the surroundings transformed entirely. Mu Si surveyed the bustling streets filled with people, many lost in indulgence, and felt a wave of frustration. Where could he possibly locate this troublesome junior sister? Moreover, this environment was undoubtedly not his own dream. It was likely a manifestation of that insufferable little rascal's subconscious. Upon entering the dream, Song Zhen quickly realized she had fallen under a spell, yet she remained untroubled. As she gazed at the vibrant thoroughfare, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes as she set her sights on the most extravagant tavern. Since her arrival in this world, she had harbored a fascination for its opulence, particularly the lively streets depicted in historical dramas. Which girl hasn't tea-donned a bedsheet and pretended to be a princess in her youth? Her curiosity was genuinely piqued regarding the true nature of brothels. Historically, they are depicted as dark and oppressive locales, whereas in films and novels, they teem with beauties and invariably hold significant narrative importance. Thus, she harbored a sincere desire to witness one firsthand, a dream that was, in a way, fulfilled through this vivid reverie. The very street she traversed was a figment of her imagination, drawn from cinematic and literary portrayals. "Oh my, what a handsome young master," sultry woman cooed, caressing Song Zhen's cheek. Song Zhen was currently disguised as a man, perhaps due to the strength of her will within the dream, granting her control. Gazing at the beauty, Song Zhen's eyes narrowed suggestively as she caressed the woman's waist. "My beauty, let's be off then." In the shadows, the dream demon, witnessing this scene, began to question its very existence. It was customary for men to conjure such dreams, while women typically dreamt of domestic affairs or romantic entanglements. Never had the demon encountered a woman indulging in such lascivious fantasies. Where did this female lecher come from? The dream demon sensed that the situation was becoming precarious. But the question remains, where to find Song Zhen? "Junior sister, where are you?" Mu Si scoured each shop and alleyway, relentlessly searching but to no avail. He subconsciously dismissed the brothels, as it was inconceivable to him that a young lady would venture into such establishments. Even a slightly unconventional woman would likely frequent a male brothel, but none existed here. Song Zhen remained blissfully unaware of Mu Si's frantic search for her, as she was utterly captivated by the enchanting beauty surrounding her. She realized a significant truth. The appearances of these beauties were remarkably aligned with her own aesthetic preferences, as though they were sculpted to her taste. Most astonishingly, whatever she envisioned, these alluring figures would manifest, dancing, singing, and even performing feats incongruous with their era. In the center of the stage, one beauty was executing street dance moves, her long hair swirling around her face, yet she exuded an infectious vitality. Song Zhen energetically engaged in a dance-off with this captivating woman, bending backward, performing splits, and spinning, creating a dazzling spectacle that left the audience in awe. The matron of the establishment observed this scene with a twitch of her lips, her gaze shifting toward the shadowy figure lurking in the dim light. Dream Demon, sensing that gaze directed at her, was momentarily taken aback. What on earth were these two performing? Balancing on their heads, adorned with jewels, did they not feel pain? Although everything within this illusion was a fabrication, and its inhabitants devoid of physical sensation, the fact that this dream was conjured by Song Zhen implied that the actions of these figures were dictated by her thoughts. This indicated that, in her memories, someone had indeed danced in such a peculiar manner. While Song Zhen reveled in her whim, this suggests that Song Zhen is likely entangled in the situation. A young girl wandering in such establishments. One can scarcely imagine the debauched scenes that could unfold should she lose her sense of reason. Alas, is there no one to rescue me? Had I known, I would not have led her down this path. This girl is impure and ought to be severed from such indulgences. Mu Ci's expression was one of utter despair. Typically, he was the one instigating distress in others. Yet here he was, a victim of his own circumstances. Indeed, one who treads dark paths may encounter phantoms. Perhaps this is his just retribution. Chapter 44. The principal confronts a courtesan after indulging in her whims. Song Zhen surveyed the stage where a beautiful dancer performed street dance, finding it rather lackluster. Those blessed with beauty exude charm in all endeavors. Yet her curiosity had taken a turn towards the bizarre. Suddenly, she recalled her high school principal, that balding man. Such a splendid locale surely deserved his attention. Was he not the one most fervently opposed to early romantic entanglements and fond of reprimanding students? He would certainly not remain idle here. Most of these young women were merely teenagers, which in contemporary terms could be deemed as early romance, and it was imperative they receive some form of guidance. A cunning smile crept across Song Zhen's face, while Meng Yao was seized by an ominous premonition. Indeed, within moments, a peculiar man with a receding hairline appeared, clad in eccentric attire. He wore glasses that framed a gaze as cold as death, wielding a pointer in his hand. What is the meaning of this? You release me at once. Do you believe I won't sever these pig-s trotters of yours? The master of extinction wielded his teaching rod and struck a man who was previously indulging in wine with a beautiful companion, causing him to leap in surprise. What ensued was a moment of relentless pursuit, as Song Zhen observed the master of extinction unleash havoc, sending all the men fleeing in terror. At that precise moment, Mu Ci entered, encountering the frightful spectacle of men rushing for the exit, pursued by a fearsome, Mediterranean middle-aged man clad in bizarre attire. Startled, Mu Ci quickly cleared a path for the panicked individuals. Yet his gaze was immediately drawn to Song Zhen, who occupied a prominent seat, blissfully savoring food and drink. The ease with which she indulged made her appear more regal than any emperor. What an absurdity! What an absurdity! How could you, at such a tender age, descend into such debauchery? Do you not consider your parents' sacrifices? The master of extinction, rod in hand, admonished the young women present. Meng Yao, who had been lurking in the shadows, was inadvertently summoned forth. Standing amidst a group of girls, she wore a bewildered expression, pondering the events that had just transpired and the identity of this old man. You are at an age where you should be devoted to your studies. Focus on your education. Should you dare engage in early romance again, do not say, I did not warn you. Meng Yao had never been a scholar, and thus had no intention of complying. With defiance, she retorted, Why should I heed your words? Who are you to command me? This individual was conjured into existence by that diminutive sword cultivator, eluding her control entirely. Moreover, she found herself in a state of complete subjugation, an exceedingly peculiar predicament. Grandmaster Extinction harbored the utmost aversion for contradiction, and the Dream Demon committed a grave infraction. Observing the Dream Demon's recalcitrant demeanor and her upturned chin, Grandmaster Extinction, with a flourish, rolled up her sleeves and commenced a tirade, hands on hips. Upon what basis should you heed my counsel? Simply by virtue of my being your instructor? Observe the attire you have donned at such a tender age, utterly immodest and indecent. Your mouth resembles a gaping maw, more crimson than one that has consumed deceased rodents. And your nails, are you endeavoring to master the 9-een white bone claw? Do you genuinely fancy yourself, Zhou Zhiruo? I hereby inform you with utmost clarity and candor that, as you are my student, I am compelled to exercise supervision. This is both for your benefit and for the sake of your guardians. The Dream Demon was rendered utterly numb by the scolding. Grandmaster Extinction, procuring a bottle of makeup remover from an indeterminate source, unceremoniously poured it out and proceeded to scrub the Dream Demon's face with abandon. In short order, the beauty was transformed into a ghastly specter. Subsequently, in an assembly line fashion, all the maidens were divested of their makeup, The alluring beauties instantly transmuted into female apparitions, their gazes now limpid. This was unavoidable, as a cursory application of makeup remover could scarcely achieve thorough cleansing. Grandmaster Extinction merely dissolved the makeup and abandoned the process. Consequently, the multitude of women bore a resemblance to denizens risen from the infernal depths, their eyes dark and their faces a chaotic mess, rendering their visages unbearable to behold. Observing their current state, the Master of Extinction placed his hands on his hips and remarked, "Look at you all. At such a tender age, why do you feel the need to adorn yourselves with makeup? Your youth is the finest beauty you possess, and what you present now is truly a sight that offends the eyes." The group of young women responded with silence, their thoughts echoing. "Isn't it you who has brought us to this state?" Song Zhen, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile broadly, her amusement evident. Indeed, the Master of Extinction was quite entertaining. During her school days, she had viewed him rather favorably. While he was somewhat stern, he was undeniably a commendable teacher, always acting in the best interests of his students. Although he may have been disliked during their school years, many students expressed their gratitude after graduation. Thanks to his strict guidance, the school's atmosphere was commendable, and their admission rates were impressive. Regrettably, good souls often meet untimely ends, and he had passed away from lung cancer merely 2 years after her graduation. Seeing him now brought a wave of nostalgia. He was a familiar figure, exuding the same essence as before. Delighted by the unfolding drama, Song Zhen was in high spirits, while Mu Si, standing in the corner, appeared utterly dazed. He quickly recognized one of the young ladies as a dream demon. While her combat prowess was lacking, she possessed an extraordinary talent for weaving dreams. If one's resolve was weak or desires too overpowering, even the strongest individuals could easily fall under her spell. Before long, Song Zhen spotted her third senior brother and cheerfully called out, "Senior brother, come and enjoy the show." Mu Si hesitated, reluctant to approach, yet he felt it inappropriate to linger, as he seemed to be obstructing their lesson. Indeed, the elderly gentleman has already commenced the class with the young ladies. As Mu Si approached Song Zhen, he steeled himself, yearning to comprehend the peculiar circumstances unfolding before him, which he found utterly perplexing. "Junior sister, could you elucidate what is transpiring here?" he inquired. Song Zhen shook her head and replied earnestly, "Nothing of consequence has occurred. Moreover, as you can see, this benevolent old man cannot bear to witness these young women ensnared in a mire. Hence he is resolved to guide them onto a righteous path." Upon hearing her words, Meng Yao cast a sorrowful glance, thinking to herself, "I trust you not at all. This so-called guidance is nothing but a form of cruel torment." Just as Meng Yao became lost in her thoughts, a sudden tap on her head brought her back to reality. The old man shot her a stern look, admonishing, "What are you gazing at during class? Focus on your studies." Meng Yao, stung by the reprimand, restrained her anger. After years of reckless abandon, she had not anticipated being thwarted by this young girl. Though her strength was modest, she understood the essence of humanity: love, hate, desire, and myriad cravings are intrinsic to human nature. Mastering these elements, she believed, was tantamount to victory. Even formidable cultivators, seduced by her allure, became ensnared in the depths of their dreams. Initially, they remained resolute, convinced that this was merely a dream and that their strength would shield them from deception. However, as they accumulated more within the dreamscape, their mindset began to shift, sealing their inevitable defeat. The little girl is entirely unlike those others. She is aware that she is dreaming, yet she does not indulge in it. It seems she is simply playing, and she appears to be having quite a delightful time. Chapter 45. Are you not afraid that someone will burn us all? The old man is truly responsible. Everything resembles the memories of Song Zhen. Mu Si, captivated by the scene, notices that this old man bears a striking resemblance to some of the elders, sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted and remarkably diligent. However, it cannot continue like this. If the dream demon is not dealt with, the villagers will remain trapped in slumber. "Little junior sister, we can no longer afford to play around. We have a mission at hand," Mu Si said, his expression one of utter exasperation. Initially, he had intended to take this little girl out to broaden her horizons, but unexpectedly, it was he who gained newfound insights. Song Zhen glanced at the dream demon, noting her expression of utter disinterest, which was identical to how she had appeared during class at school. Indeed, it seems that no matter the species, encountering a teacher elicits this same reaction. Song Zhen wiped her mouth and said, "Senior brother, I will go and speak with her first. Let us approach this matter with courtesy before resorting to force." The children of the Great Hua Kingdom are not particularly fond of using violence to resolve conflicts. But if reasoning fails, then there is little choice left. The dream demon's head is truly buzzing. She cannot comprehend the knowledge being imparted. The old man is teaching language, a subject that can be somewhat self-indulgent. What emotions does this evoke in the author? Can one not deduce it from the color and content? The blue signifies melancholy, expressing the author's longing for home. The elderly gentleman spoke with such fervor that the audience below appeared utterly bewildered. He expressed the author's nostalgia. Yet the entire narrative failed to convey any sentiment of longing for home. Song Zhen, observing the distressed expression of Meng Yao, couldn't help but chuckle with unrestrained joy. She playfully lifted Meng Yao's chin, flashed a mischievous smile, and with an alluring glint in her eye, remarked, "So, are you pleased with the gift I have bestowed upon you?" Meng Yao stared at her, dazed, and asked, "What gift? Is this old man the gift? Can I choose to decline this present?" With a sly grin, Song Zhen replied, "This is a dreamscape of your own creation, yet it is now entirely under my control. I present you with two options. The first is to heed my words and allow me to direct you. The second is for us to forcibly restrain you and confine you within this dream, facing this old man day after day, year after year. The events unfolding within the dream are dictated by the principle of dominance. Even the dream weaver, Meng Yao, cannot exert complete control over the dream." Song Zhen felt a surge of confidence, sensing her ability to turn the tables. "I choose option one. I choose option one. From now on, I shall be your demon. Master, please do away with this old man." Meng Yao wailed, tears streaming down her face, utterly devoid of any semblance of dignity. Meanwhile, Mu Si, poised to take action, remarked, "Dear lady, do you not wish to resist at all? This demon seems rather too compliant. Accomplishing the task in such a manner has left me devoid of any sense of achievement." Song Zhen had a penchant for those who possessed a keen awareness of the times. With a mere thought, the diminutive old man before her vanished. Mu Qi, observing the pitiful dream demon, remained unconvinced and proposed, "Swear an oath to the heavenly way. Should you break this vow, your soul shall scatter." This was merely a precaution, in case the demon had a change of heart. Song Zhen admired Mu Si's foresight, acknowledging that he was indeed a seasoned elder brother, always thinking ahead. The dream demon's last flicker of relief extinguished. She was not truly compliant at heart. She had originally intended to flee at the opportune moment. As the oath was established, a ray of light surged into the demon's being. The old man had disappeared, and all matters were resolved. In truth, Song Zhen felt a twinge of reluctance for the old man, yet the figure she had conjured was not genuine. If reincarnation were real, he would likely have transformed into a child by now. "Enough of this. Let us shatter this dream and awaken the others in the village," she declared. With a gentle pat on her garments, she felt as though she had hardly exerted herself, scarcely even stretching her body, yet she relished the ease of such tasks. The dream demon, witnessing her demeanor, dared not voice her indignation. She was no match for Song Zhen. Although this young cultivator possessed average skills, her willpower was undeniably formidable. Before long, Song Zhen and Mu Si awakened in reality. Surrounded by the straw encasing them, Song Zhen twitched her lips in exasperation and turned to Mu Si, saying, "Third senior brother, do you not find it rather peculiar that we are enclosed by these dry stalks?" Mu Si shook his head. "There is nothing strange about it. I am merely taking precautions. What if my body were to be harmed by another? Though I have set up formations nearby, they cannot ensure our safety with absolute certainty." Song Zhen replied, "But don't you think surrounding us with these dry haystacks poses an even greater danger? A single spark could incinerate us without the need for additional fuel." Mu Si paused, taken aback. He had indeed overlooked this aspect. The formations he established were primarily to prevent other cultivators from tampering with their bodies. and while they provided a high degree of safety, they offered no protection against fire. Observing Mu Si's sheepish expression, Song Zhen sighed and shook her head in resignation. Initially, she believed her third senior brother to be quite astute, given his intelligent appearance. However, it appeared that even the cleverest individuals could commit unwise acts. No one is perfect. Before long, sounds emanated from the village, indicating that everyone had awakened. Meng Yao said, "Master, everyone is awake. Is there anything else you require of me?" There seemed to be nothing further for her to do. Her demonic cultivation was not particularly advanced, and her combat prowess was lacking. Many of her kin lived in seclusion, and she had merely ventured into the human realm out of curiosity for its splendor. She had not anticipated being embroiled in such turmoil so swiftly. Meng Yao sighed deeply within, lamenting her decision to come to the mortal world. While it was indeed exhilarating, it was also perilously dangerous. The cultivators outside were far too ruthless. Dream Demon, Muqi. The most significant harvest from this journey was undoubtedly Song Zhen, while Mu Si gained the most insights, truly broadening his horizons. He now comprehends the reason behind Ji Fan's previous breakdown. Upon returning to the Huan Yun Sect, Song Zhen completely liberated herself, even daring to drag Dream Demon into a playful escapade of slapping someone's backside. Song Zhen, I did not slap anyone's backside. I merely gave it a light pat. The catalyst for this mischief was a disciple who had spoken ill of her behind her back, prompting her to enlist Dream Demon to immerse this disciple in a dream. Within that dream, she conjured the image of the disciple's master, allowing that false elder to deliver a thorough reprimand to the disciple's backside. After the escapade, she even approached him to boast about her antics, leaving Mu Si questioning his very existence. Chapter 46. After every cautionary note, there lies a peculiar tale upon hearing the entire sequence of events. Both Ohua and Ouyang were left in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Ji Fan, at this moment, felt an immense sense of relief. While his little junior sister could be mischievous, she had yet to reach such extraordinary heights of mischief, indicating that she had shown him some restraint. Ouyang couldn't help but pat Mu Si on the shoulder, saying, "Third junior brother, you truly have endured much." Although they had been quite playful in their childhood, none had reached the remarkable level of mischief exhibited by this little junior sister. Ohua remarked, "I am curious where Master found such a disciple. Someone like this must be a rare gem, not encountered under ordinary circumstances." Ji Fan smiled sheepishly and whispered, "I believe I have known the junior sister longer than Master has. She is the one I brought down from the mountain. Who could have foreseen that this girl would grow into who she is today?" Mu Si slumped weakly in his chair and lamented, "Is there anyone among you who can lend a hand? I truly cannot manage her alone. My greatest worry each day is that someone will come to me with grievances. Being summoned as a guardian is becoming increasingly untenable." Upon hearing this, Ji Fan quickly turned his head away. He had endured enough and felt it was time to take a well-deserved rest after all this time. Ohua and Ouyang exchanged a knowing glance, then, in perfect harmony, unsheathed their swords. As per tradition, they would engage in a friendly duel. The victor would dictate terms while the defeated would follow orders. At that moment, Song Zhen was blissfully practicing her swordsmanship with her fellow disciples, utterly unaware that her seniors were aging prematurely with worry on her behalf. Song Zhen had nearly formed a perfect bond with her beloved sword, and she was thoroughly satisfied with it. With a cherished weapon in hand, her dedication to practice had intensified, and witnessing her daily progress had extinguished any lingering feelings of envy among her peers. Initially, there were feelings of admiration and jealousy, but the disparity in talent was so vast that envy became a futile sentiment, especially since she worked diligently and had never been lazy. The sect leader, in the presence of Song Zhen, assumed the role of a benevolent father, deflecting any blame onto the disciples while focusing solely on nurturing her. Master, the sword tomb is about to open. May I still enter to choose a sword?" Song Zhen eagerly counted the days until the sword tomb would be open. Though she had already acquired her own sword, one could never have too many fine blades. The sect leader had nearly forgotten about this matter, but upon Song Zhen's reminder, he recalled Indeed, I had almost overlooked this. You are certainly permitted to enter and select a sword. Everyone has the opportunity to choose one that suits them. However, the bond between a person and their sword is one of mutual selection. The sword you desire may not necessarily choose you, yet no one will leave empty-handed. Song Zhen nodded in understanding. This was akin to the mutual selection depicted in many cultivation novels. The opening of the sword tomb was a significant event for new disciples. Aside from Song Zhen, all the other newcomers wielded identical training swords. This occasion marked the moment when they could finally possess swords that truly belonged to them. In pursuit of a remarkable blade, Song Zhen spearheaded a foray into metaphysics, rallying her fellow new disciples to join in her mystical endeavors. We must select a beautiful sword, and if it is a formidable one, that would be even better. By the heavens and the earth, may my wishes be fulfilled. Observing the fervent new disciples engaged in their superstitions, Mu Si resignedly shielded his face with his hand, knowing he should not have come. It was all his fault for losing at chess. Song Zhen was the first to notice Mu Si and excitedly approached him, smiling as she asked, "Third senior brother, are you here to fetch me?" Typically, the precautions surrounding the sword tomb were well known and seldom overlooked, but Song Zhen was no ordinary individual, and a gentle reminder was certainly warranted. This was also a task entrusted to them by the sect master. As the enforcer of the law, Lu Qian was indeed exceedingly busy that day. Upon arriving at the sect master's hall, everyone from their lineage had gathered, a rare occurrence indeed. Song Zhen had never witnessed such a complete assembly before. She waved to her senior brothers and sisters. Master brother, second brother, fourth sister, and fifth brother. Junior sister. The sword tomb is about to open, so we must convey some important precautions that you need to heed attentively. Their serious demeanor suggested that the sword tomb must be quite perilous, as it was filled with swords, essentially a repository of weapons. It was only natural that there would be numerous precautions in a weapons vault, considering the potential dangers that might arise. However, in the next moment, Song Zhen realized her concerns were unwarranted. The first precaution was that one must not sleep inside. They were there to select swords, not to slumber. There had been an incident where someone, finding the interior dim and conducive to sleep, had laid down on the floor. Fortunately, during a head count, that individual was discovered. Otherwise, they would have had to wait for the next opening to be released after the sword tomb was closed. Song Zhen listened with wide eyes, bewildered by such a precaution. Yet, she was curious about the identity of the person who had dared to sleep inside. "May I inquire who the individual that slept inside was?" she asked. That person seemed excessively lax. The elder of the law enforcement hall. Song Zhen felt her mind falter momentarily in her memory. The elders of the law enforcement hall were typically quite stern, and Elder Yu was known for her cold beauty. Unbeknownst to many, this exquisite beauty had once engaged in some rather dubious endeavors during her youth. Ouyang continued, "The second point of caution is that you must not consume anything found therein." Previously, a disciple, having neither fasted nor brought any sustenance, found himself quite famished. In his desperation, he resorted to foraging for mushrooms atop the graves of our esteemed predecessors. That very night, he was soundly reprimanded in a dream by one of those venerable spirits. Though these powerful beings have departed from the physical realm, vestiges of their energy remain in this world, and many of the swords left in the sword tomb are theirs. Moreover, what possessed you to pluck mushrooms from someone else's grave? Fortunately, they were not poisonous. Otherwise, you would have met a dire fate. Song Zhen's lips twitched. She was at a loss for words. Indeed, she lacked the necessary abstraction. As the saying goes, in every generation, there are prodigious talents emerging, each leading in their own right for centuries. Chapter 47. Deceiving brothers and sisters in arms, and the sword's ghostly matrimony. Song Zhen was also curious about this peculiar individual. Who must belong to the elder generation? Seniors, who might this person be? Surely, it isn't another elder, is it? Ouyang smiled knowingly and replied, "Not an elder. This individual is someone you know well and with whom you have had significant dealings." Significant dealings? Song Zhen turned her gaze toward her fellow disciples. Presently, her relationships with the other seniors were rather ordinary, with a closer bond only to her immediate seniors. Lu Qian, perceiving the question in her eyes, sighed in exasperation. It's certainly not us. How could we possibly engage in such antics? We are all respectable individuals. After all, such conduct is beneath us. Who could it be if not the senior brothers and sisters? She has not had deep interactions with anyone else, Song Zhen pondered, struggling to identify the person in question. Could it be her master? That seemed improbable, for her senior brother had mentioned that it was not someone from the elder generation. Just as she was at a loss, Ji-Fan quietly reminded her, "It's the one you accidentally stepped on last time." In an instant, Song Zhen's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is it senior brother Bai Yu?" The others exchanged knowing smiles, having also been taken aback by the eccentricity of Bai Yu during their first encounter. Indeed, everyone has their youthful folly. Senior brother Bai Yu is a true role model for our generation. After all, one does not casually consume unknown mushrooms, and she certainly would not dare to do so. Are there any other important precautions? Please share them promptly. These precautions are akin to the regulations established in contemporary universities, each rule existing for a reason. And so, too, the precautions. However, the subsequent points were rather mundane, consisting of routine matters, except for the final one, which was rather shocking. The most crucial rule stated that one must not perform a ghost marriage between a sword and a person. Upon hearing this, Song Zhen's mind momentarily faltered. Was this even coherent? Why was it that while she understood each word, she could not grasp the meaning when they were combined? Doubtfully, she dug into her ear and asked, "Surely I did not mishear? You said one must not conduct a ghost marriage between a sword and a person? Although it is known that sword cultivators hold their swords in the highest regard, often likening them to their wives in various cultivation novels. The notion of marriage itself has not been entertained. Moreover, if one were to marry, it should be a personal affair, not one facilitated for others. Such generosity is likely to be met with skepticism." Mu Si shook his head, his expression exceedingly complex. "This is of utmost importance, and it is strictly prohibited. Do not take it lightly. There have been precedents. There was once an individual who coveted an exquisite sword, previously owned by a female cultivator. Upon her demise, she transformed into the sword spirit." Song Zhen listened with wide eyes, captivated by this intriguing tale. Indeed, such gossip is most alluring, though the absence of snacks made it somewhat less enjoyable. If only there were refreshments to savor while listening. To acquire that sword, the cultivator resolved to win the favor of the sword spirit, who, having devoted her life to cultivation, had never experienced love. After becoming a spirit, she found it impossible to pursue romantic relationships, thus desiring the cultivator's assistance in finding her a partner. When Mu Si first heard this story, his mind was utterly blown. Yet it was indeed true. And then? Song Zhen urged eagerly, her anticipation palpable. The interruption was exasperating. She preferred a continuous narrative to fully relish the experience. Mu Si shot her an exasperated glance and replied, "Could you refrain from being so impatient? I never said I would stop. You are aware that those who venture to the sword tomb are typically new disciples." One individual, however, set his sights on his fellow brothers in the sect. He took the spirit of the sword to engage with them, and remarkably, the spirit indeed favored one of them. To address this matter directly would be unfeasible. For who among the rational would consider forging a bond with a sword spirit? Thus, the cultivator, in collusion with the sword spirit, resorted to deception, leading that individual to an inexplicable union with another. Although the sword spirit is bound to the blade, she had become such only after her demise. This union between the living and the deceased can only be likened to a ghost marriage. Song Zhen's expression twisted in disbelief. The actions of this individual were utterly reprehensible. If one chooses to deceive oneself, that is one matter, but to ensnare fellow brothers in such treachery is another. Why should they be subjected to such deceit? While the sword spirit may possess an enchanting appearance, the method employed is fundamentally flawed. Matters of the heart ought to arise from mutual affection, and this tactic is nothing short of a sham marriage. It is truly outrageous. Surely, such a person must face repercussions for the sake of a mere sword. He is willing to betray his own sect brothers, and one can only speculate what other betrayals he may commit for personal gain in the future. Brother, do not tell me that this individual ultimately met a favorable end. His actions are excessively vile. To deceive his brother for the sake of a blade raises grave concerns about what treachery he might pursue in the name of other interests. This situation exemplifies the larger issues at play, and one must remain vigilant when encountering such individuals. Ouyang gently ruffled Song Zhen's hair, chuckling as he remarked, "You are quite astute." That individual faced punishment upon emerging from the sword tomb, and the sword spirit remains confined within it. In her lifetime, she was a formidable power, yet it is astonishing that she has been reduced to this state after death. My master mentioned that her lingering attachment to the mortal realm is what has kept her tethered here. As it stands, no one has truly wielded that sword. The reasons being the inability to subdue the sword spirit and the fear of unleashing her wrath upon the world. While they do not deny the contributions she made during her life, her actions posthumously are rather excessive. After absorbing these cautionary tales, Song Zhen felt her worldview profoundly reshaped. Indeed, every realm possesses its own hidden talents. In comparison to these individuals, she felt like a mere novice. You absolutely must not engage with these warnings. Do you understand? Especially the last one. Lu Qian expressed genuine concern that the young girl might act foolishly, feeling that each point was something she might actually do. Song Zhen clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction, saying, "Is this truly the image you all hold of me? I am your dear junior sister. Can you not place a modicum of faith in me? Can you not trust me just this once?" Despite her occasional penchant for mischief, she considered herself a reasonably sensible person, fully aware of which actions were permissible. Chapter 48. Choosing a sword is like a matchmaking affair. Your poverty will prevent any sword from choosing you. The day the sword tomb was opened, the entire sect buzzed with excitement, as many elders came to personally escort their disciples. The master was adorned in a splendid new outfit, a rare occasion for such a vibrant display. Typically engrossed in the affairs of the sect, the master seldom found the time to indulge in personal embellishment. This moment presented a perfect opportunity for the master to shine. Song Zhen observed the resplendent figure of the master, feeling an undeniable sense of discomfort. She tugged at the master's sleeve and whispered, "Master, I have never seen you in such attire. It is rather dazzling. It gleams so brightly, especially under the sun, as if it were radiating a spectrum of colors." Song Zhen felt the gaze of many upon them, her toes nearly digging a fortress into the ground from the sheer embarrassment. The master gently swatted her hand away, admonishing, "Do not fidget. This garment is quite precious. It was a gift received many years ago, though I cannot recall exactly how many. I donned this outfit on the significant days of your senior brothers, and each time I do, our fortunes seem to flourish." Song Zhen's lips twitched, unsure how to respond to the notion of superstition. Indeed, whether in the modern world or the realm of cultivation, there existed its own theories of mysticism. Noticing Song Zhen's plain attire, the master expressed dissatisfaction. "Why do you still wear that tattered clothing? On such an important day, you ought to don something more fitting. Look at how splendidly the others are dressed." The other disciples were indeed resplendent, each radiating a striking beauty. In the realm of cultivation, there were hardly any unattractive individuals. With the slightest adornment, they became extraordinarily captivating. Amidst a gathering of handsome men and beautiful women, Song Zhen stood out conspicuously in her practice attire, which bore several holes. She glanced at her clothing and thought, "I assent it perfectly fine. Although it has a few tears, it is impeccably clean, and these minor imperfections do not detract from its overall neatness. Master, I believe my appearance is quite satisfactory. Why bother to dress up so elegantly? After all, this isn't a matchmaking event." The sect leader promptly delivered a sharp tap to her head, retorting, "How can this not be akin to a matchmaking event? You and your sword are mutually selective. What sword would prefer a wealthier master? A prosperous sword master signifies the potential for ample future maintenance. If you present yourself so poorly, how could anyone possibly choose you? While some renowned swords may lack a spirit, many have developed an independent consciousness. If you were to wield a sword devoid of awareness, then consider my words null and void." Nevertheless, the sect leader firmly believed that Song Zhen would undoubtedly acquire an exceptional sword. Overwhelmed by the sect leader's remarks, Song Zhen realized she had not contemplated this aspect before. And indeed, it did resemble a matchmaking scenario. It was no wonder everyone else was so meticulously adorned. Her fellow disciples had not mentioned this to her either. Fellow disciples. We didn't notice this detail because we always dress to impress. Looking at her own attire, Song Zhen felt a wave of despair wash over her. The sect leader, exasperated, held his forehead in disbelief. Previously, he never had to consider such matters regarding his disciples. The first 5 disciples were all conscious of their appearances, while this singular oddity neglected her grooming entirely. Song Zhen pondered, why is this world so fixated on material possessions, even when it comes to swords? If one were truly impoverished, it would be impossible to continuously maintain one's sword. There are numerous individuals who lavishly spend in the sword care pavilion. Some may not present themselves elegantly, yet their swords are undeniably striking, with custom sheaths adorned with gemstones and an array of sword tassels, each serving as a magical artifact. Their outward poverty belies their substantial wealth. They merely allocate their resources towards their swords. As Song Zhen's thoughts swirled, her gaze fell upon her master's resplendent outer robe. Observing the gleam in her eyes, the sect leader felt an unsettling premonition. Indeed, the very next moment, she uttered a bold proposition. Master, might you lend me your robe? I assure you, once I don it, I shall be the most dazzling presence in any crowd. With bright eyes, Song Zhen looked at the sect leader, who responded, You truly are a remarkable disciple, daring to set your sights on my belongings. The elders and their disciples standing nearby were on the verge of laughter. With such a lively character around, the sect leader must be enjoying a rather cheerful existence. All the elders recalled the sect leader's robe, while many had considered it. Only Song Zhen had the audacity to express her desire. Master, please lend it to me. We are family after all. You cannot possibly let me select an inferior sword. She pleaded, tugging at the sect leader's sleeve, who wore an expression of exasperation. What is all this about? In the process of sending someone off, one inadvertently sacrifices their own attire. It is inconceivable not to lend it. After all, this is a beloved disciple of the sect. The sect leader can only reluctantly part with his garment, tenderly advising, You must take great care of this clothing. Do you understand? Song Zhen, delighted, tried it on and nonchalantly replied, I understand. Rest assured, Master, where the person goes, the clothing follows. If the clothing perishes, the person escapes. The sect leader was initially nodding in agreement, but upon hearing the phrase, the clothing perishes, the person escapes, he nearly choked. Nearby, others struggled to contain their laughter, tears almost spilling from their eyes. Indeed, a person is far more valuable than clothing. No matter how exquisite the garment, it pales in comparison to a human being, especially one as lively as this. It has been quite some time since they had such a vibrant individual among their sword cultivators. Once donned, the garment seamlessly adjusted to fit Song Zhen's size. No wonder it was deemed precious. It was tailored to perfection for whomever wore it. How could it not be cherished? Song Zhen, admiring himself, spun around and shamelessly asked, Master, do I look splendid in this attire? The sect leader replied dismissively, You look splendid, absolutely stunning. Now, prepare yourself properly and stop showing off. While others were diligently preparing, he continued to indulge in vanity. After all, the clothing looks best on him. Chapter 49. I merely wished to show my senior the outside world. Observing that Song Zhen had completely immersed herself in the experience, the sect leader remarked, somewhat exasperated. Were you not just disparaging my attire? Do not think I failed to notice your disdainful expression. With a mischievous grin, Song Zhen retorted, Oh no. You must have misinterpreted my expression. Your garments are truly splendid. Surely, there exists a sword that can discern true quality. Amidst the group, she radiated brilliance, standing out as the brightest among them. She firmly believed that she would procure an exceptional sword. Although her current sword was commendable, who would ever reject the prospect of acquiring a finer one? The sword tomb was situated atop the highest peak of the illusory Cloud Sword sect, necessitating the use of sword flight to ascend. The others had grown accustomed to her posture while riding the sword. Yet they were taken aback as she adopted a new position today, sitting sideways. Sensing the gazes directed towards her, Song Zhen raised her chin defiantly, declaring, Is it not permissible for me to adopt a more demure demeanor today? The others responded in unison, of course, why not? You may present yourself as you wish. In truth, Song Zhen had contemplated her posture while riding the sword. Although sitting was acceptable, it could be somewhat uncomfortable. She was inherently lazy and reluctant to stand. Thus, the sideways position was deemed perfect. Most importantly, this posture allowed her to wear a skirt without concern, sparing her from the criticism of those who deemed it inappropriate for her to ride a sword in such attire. The sect leader gazed at Song Zhen's silhouette, feeling utterly at a loss in dealing with her spirited nature. He could only hope that this time she would indeed be fortunate enough to acquire an extraordinary sword. As soon as the sword tomb was opened, the disciples rushed in eagerly, each striving to be the first, unwilling to lag behind. In stark contrast, Song Zhen strolled leisurely with her hands clasped behind her back, resembling an elderly gentleman taking a leisurely walk. Her demeanor truly exasperated the sect leader. Elder Lu remarked, "Sect leader, your young disciple displays a lack of gravity when she ought to be serious, yet appears quite aged when seriousness is unwarranted." The sect leader, expressionless, turned to Elder Lu and replied, "I appreciate your observations. Is such commentary necessary? While the truth may indeed be, as you say, must you voice it in her presence?" Upon entering, Song Zhen discovered that the sword tomb was entirely unlike her preconceived notions. She had envisioned it as a graveyard filled with swords and the tombs of revered figures. However, the reality was a revelation. It was clearly an independent microcosm. Though somewhat dim, the environment was remarkably splendid. Upon entry, she noticed several swords embedded in nearby stones and trees. The other disciples had already begun their search, and the swords they initially encountered were mostly of mediocre quality, neither particularly poor nor outstanding. Their collective aim was to find exceptional swords, necessitating a deeper exploration of the tomb. Elders were present to supervise the situation within the sword tomb, vigilant against any unforeseen incidents, since such occurrences were not unheard of in the past. After seeing the disciples off, the sect leader and the elders also took their positions to monitor the proceedings. As Song Zhen wandered further, she was captivated by a particular object, a skeletal frame that stood resolutely on the ground, exuding an air of impressive poise. In the grasp of the skeletal figure rested a sword, and upon closer inspection of its exquisite bones, one could surmise that in life, this entity must have been a handsome man. The master had once mentioned that these predecessors might still possess a semblance of consciousness, a flicker of awareness. It remained uncertain whether this particular elder still existed in any form. Song Zhen stealthily surveyed her surroundings, and upon confirming solitude, she quickly reached out to caress the small leg bone of the skeleton, her admiration evident as she exclaimed, "These bones are simply exquisite, so white, slender, and elongated, and they appear remarkably easy to wield." The skeleton, the sect leader, and the elders. "We presumed your interest lay in the sword held, but it seems you are captivated by the bones instead. Have you misplaced your focus?" In truth, Song Zhen had no interest in the sword. Its simplicity did not align with her aesthetic sensibilities. In contrast, she found the elders' bones far more appealing, radiating a luster akin to jade, their beauty undeniable. Rubbing her hands together, she spoke with a sense of mischief. "Elder, shall we strike a deal? You have lingered in the sword tomb for so many years. Surely, you yearn to venture outside. Iervo no ulterior motivas. Merely a desire to escort you beyond these confines." The sect leader had already buried his face in his hands, overwhelmed by embarrassment. It was one thing to desire an extra sword, a common enough transgression as many sought to acquire more than their share. Yet, to covet the bones of another was an egregious overstep. The elders found themselves at a loss for words. It appeared that new regulations would inevitably be introduced, explicitly forbidding the theft of predecessors' bones upon entering the sword tomb. Song Zhen knelt on the ground with profound reverence and sincerely declared, "Senior, if you choose not to speak, I shall take it as your tacit approval. Rest assured, once I bring you out, I will care for you with the utmost diligence. I shall ensure that you receive the same treatment as my sword." With that, she carefully gathered the entire skeletal frame, and naturally, the sword in its grasp was included. After all, it belonged to her esteemed predecessor, It would be rather inappropriate to leave the sword behind after taking the ancestor away. This was indeed a consideration for the senior. Her objective had never been the sword. As a junior, she merely wished to honor her predecessor appropriately. The disciples who witnessed this spectacle were left in astonishment. Is it truly permissible to act in such a manner? The elders outside exclaimed in exasperation. Is there no one who can intervene? Her actions are utterly outrageous. She had effectively pilfered the entire form of Master Qin Sun, sword and all. No, rather, the skeleton and sword. Such behavior was beyond the pale. Master, you must take action. Observing the elders who were nearing a state of frenzy, the sect leader's gaze was one of sheer bewilderment. What could he possibly do? They had all assumed she merely intended to take a bone, but to their shock, she had removed the entire skeletal structure. Meanwhile, the disciples who had been covertly observing Song Zhen's audacious maneuver felt a surge of inspiration. While it was forbidden to take an additional sword, it seemed permissible to take both the predecessor and the sword. After all, this sword belonged to a predecessor. It was not taken for their own use, but rather to assist in bringing the sword out. They merely wished to show their predecessor the wonders of the outside world. Yes, they earnestly desired for their predecessor to experience the realm beyond. Indeed, he has learned, the elders exclaimed. What nonsense have you learned? Must you not learn recklessly? The word spread from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100, and soon the other disciples were also aware of this method. Unbeknownst to him, Song Zhen had inadvertently transformed everyone into grave robbers, driving the elders outside to the brink of madness at the sight of the ensuing chaos. The sect master sat in silence, his expression remarkably composed. Though he appeared tranquil, he had actually been dead for quite some time. Chapter 50. Do I not appear wealthy enough? Song Zhen felt quite pleased, yet the skeletal predecessor he had confined within his consciousness was far from content. Qin Sun had ascended long ago, leaving behind only this single corporeal form. At the time of his ascension, the realm of cultivation was in turmoil. As the foremost sword cultivator, his departure would have been a significant loss to the world. Subsequently, he devised a plan to leave his physical body behind to suppress malevolent forces, while also dispersing fragments of his consciousness within it. When the realm of cultivation stabilized, his body was interred in the sword tomb by the Huan Yun Sect, symbolizing his eternal rest. Qin Sun protested, eternal rest, indeed. Why should I, a celestial being, be compelled to rest? These disciples truly lack decorum. Their actions are utterly outrageous. Being confined within this sword tomb is indeed rather tedious. He transformed himself into a skeleton. For beneath the flesh, who isn't ultimately a mere skeleton, this striking pose of his is entirely of his own design. Each time the sword tomb opens, he stands at the entrance in a different posture. His sword, a rare and exquisite weapon, remains unappreciated by the disciples. They all believe that the finest swords are hidden within. Thus they hasten deeper inside. Today, when he saw Song Zhen approaching, he was pleasantly surprised, thinking that this young girl recognized the value of the sword in his possession. To his astonishment, however, it was not the sword that piqued her interest, but rather him. Yet, one could argue that her discernment is commendable. Despite his limited spiritual awareness in this realm, he could certainly impart knowledge to this young girl. Nevertheless, her cultivation level is rather low, and the space of her consciousness is exceedingly confined, further hindered by a pink sword vying for space alongside him. The sight of that garish pink is rather painful to his skeletal gaze, though he currently possesses only hollow eye sockets. Searching for swords, he mused, why are all these swords so plain? I desire swords in hues of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Whenever the rainbow appears, I wish for my sword to reflect its colors. Song Zhen prattled on as she walked forward, her mouth never ceasing. Along the way, she encountered a few fellow disciples, but they merely exchanged greetings before each resumed their individual quests. Presently, everyone is fervently searching for skeletons, as there are indeed numerous predecessors who have transformed into such forms. Wow, this sword is truly magnificent. I must have it. One disciple exclaimed upon discovering a sword that truly satisfied him. Similarly, this sword was also upon a skeleton, and if it had been coveted by him, it would have shown no interest in him. No matter how he grasped it, the sword would evade his touch. Ultimately, the disciple resorted to his final move. He knelt down with a resounding clap, earnestly bowing 3 times to this esteemed predecessor. Predecessor, having lingered in this sword grave for such an extended period, you must yearn to witness the world beyond. Allow me to escort you to explore it. With that, he prepared to act, but in the next moment the skeleton stirred, and to his astonishment it fled. It ran and ran. Disciple, it can still run? The sword, hurry, flee. Not only does he wish to take me away, but he also intends to usurp my master. We must escape. Indeed, it desired to venture forth, yet not in such a manner. The sect leader and elders outside gaped in disbelief. It was their first encounter witnessing a once great predecessor transformed into a skeleton, now capable of running. However, the manner of its flight was deeply concerning, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. They understood that it was not the predecessor who had returned to life. Rather, it was the sword exerting control. Many predecessors had long since perished. Even a trace of energy residing here could not command a corpse long turned to bone to move, at best. It could merely enter fleeting dreams. Yet, the sword was a different matter entirely. The sword grave was inherently conducive to nurturing swords, especially spiritual swords, which were inherently distinct from ordinary blades. Having been nurtured in this grave for so long, it retained a modicum of its powers. Song Zhen wandered aimlessly forward, only to be suddenly confronted with an astonishing sight. She rubbed her eyes, doubting her own perception. Yet, it soon became evident that she was not mistaken. A skeletal figure was indeed sprinting towards her, its conspicuously long legs, in the most literal sense, captivating her gaze. Trailing behind this skeleton was a disciple, who incessantly shouted, "Senior, please don't run away. I genuinely just wish to show you the outside world. I harbor no ulterior motives." Song Zhen pondered, why does this sound so familiar? It feels as though I have heard it before. At that moment, within her sea of consciousness, Qin Sun remarked, "Have you forgotten so quickly? Have you completely erased the words that escaped your own lips?" However, Qin Sun was also quite intrigued. In his recollection, the disciples of their Huan Yun sect were remarkably powerful, yet possessed little wit, often acting impulsively rather than thoughtfully. After all, with great cultivation and strength, they tended to resolve matters through sheer force. Yet, upon closer inspection, this group of disciples appeared somewhat different. Their demeanor and aura had transformed, imparting a distinct impression. It seemed they had gained a modicum of cunning, though, on the whole, they remained somewhat naive. Yet, this particular young girl, with her sharp intellect, was hardly reminiscent of the sword cultivators from Huan Yun Sect. This chase involving the skeleton was not an isolated incident. Similar scenes unfolded among other disciples as well. These once-living seniors had not anticipated that, even in death, they would find themselves embroiled in a pursuit. After their demise, they, along with their swords, were interred in the sword tomb, many maintaining the postures they had in life. Consequently, these venerable predecessors, who had fallen long ago, were now being chased around by a group of disciples whose generations were significantly inferior to theirs. Although these ancestors could not control their own bodies, they still possessed a sense of awareness. The spiritual swords, too, were beset by a sense of helplessness. What manner of individuals had entered their sanctum? Were they truly disciples of the illusory cloud sword sect, or were they merely grave robbers? Observing the chaotic scene within, Elder Song sighed and turned his head away, though inwardly he was thoroughly amused. After this incident, it was unlikely anyone would speak of the mushroom poisoning again, as this event certainly garnered far more attention. However, the disciples did not achieve their desired outcomes. As it stood, the only one who had truly pilfered a skeletal body was Song Zhen. Nonetheless, the disciples managed to find swords that suited them, while Song Zhen was left with nothing. What puzzled her most was not just that she had overlooked those swords, but why none had shown interest in her. Did she not appear affluent enough? Surely, her attire suggested she was sufficiently wealthy. In truth, one sword did take notice of her, that being the sword of Qin Sun, which he had ensconced within his consciousness. Qin Sun was equally perplexed. "Xinghua, what are your thoughts?" Xinghua replied, "She is lively, much like you, master. I like her." Chapter 51. The disciple who pits her master in a dilemma, this visit to the sword tomb was indeed the most bustling in history. Each individual acquired a sword that belonged to them, regardless of its quality. At the very least, they had something to call their own. As the sword tomb was finally prepared to open and release them, those disciples who had acquired fine swords encountered unexpected fortunes. Surprisingly, the skeletal elders, who were initially reluctant to accompany them, were now permitted to leave. The skeletal elders mused, "You have taken all the swords. Staying here serves no purpose. It would be advantageous to venture outside." Most importantly, they sensed the absence of the formidable presence. With the leader gone, what reason remained for them to linger? Amidst laughter, one disciple exclaimed, "I could take a senior with me." "Fear not, esteemed elder. I shall take utmost care of you." The disciples who had received the elder's approval were utterly elated, having thought their fortunes had reached an end, only to find such a delightful surprise awaiting them as they departed. Acquiring a sword was expected, but bringing a skeletal elder along was an unexpected boon. Observing the ecstatic individuals, Song Zhen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondering their sheer madness. The crowd retorted, "And you accuse others? Wasn't it you who set the precedent?" Qin Sun, through Song Zhen's gaze, glimpsed the scene outside and found himself at a loss for words. He had never anticipated that even after years of being deceased, he would still be astonished. The disciples of the illusory Cloud Sword sect were indeed growing increasingly reckless with each generation. As the sword tomb opened, everyone initially intended to joyfully recount their experiences to their masters. However, to their astonishment, they were met with the disciplinary rods of their instructors as the door swung open. Song Zhen immediately spotted the sect leader along with his 5 senior brothers and sisters, and an unsettling premonition washed over him. In that critical instant, Song Zhen brandished his sword and fled with supernatural speed. "You little rascal! How dare you run? Halt immediately!" The sect leader was taken aback by Song Zhen's swift reaction. The other elders had already commenced their chastisement, and the disciples' wails echoed across the grounds. "Ah, master! Why are you striking me? I haven't committed any misdeeds recently." "You haven't committed any misdeeds? You pilfered the predecessor's remains. That is a betrayal of our lineage." "How is that a betrayal? The predecessors consented to our escorting them out. Had they not, how could we have possibly apprehended them? They are remarkably swift." Such exchanges evoked amusement. It was true that no one had ever dared such an act. Those disciples who had not received the predecessor's approval were initially envious, but upon witnessing the scene, they realized there was little to envy, as they were spared a beating. Of all of Song Zhen's skills, his swordsmanship was the most refined, perhaps due to his habitual escapes, for a moment's delay would result in a thrashing. In truth, the beatings caused him little physical pain, as he was nigh indestructible. The true discomfort lay in feigning agony, a challenging performance. Moreover, to be subjected to such discipline before the eyes of all was an affront to his pride, for he possessed a certain vanity. Song Zhen was perplexed by the pursuit. As he fled, he called out, "Master, what have I done now? Grant me, at the very least, the dignity of understanding before I perish." The sect leader roared, beside himself with agitation. "Are you truly unaware of the enormity of your actions? You have purloined a person's very remains. Such conduct is utterly reprehensible. Furthermore, do you even comprehend whose remains you have pilfered?" "I confess my ignorance," responded. "Amidst such a multitude of venerable predecessors, how am I to discern their identities? Moreover, these remains have long since ossified into mere bone. However, I must concede that the bone structure of this particular predecessor is exquisitely formed, akin to sculpted jade. The osseous structures of the other predecessors pale in comparison. Indeed, I perceive this predecessor's entire frame as if it were hewn from jade." The sect leader, teetering on the precipice of apoplexy, seized by the scruff of her neck, hoisting her aloft as if she were a mere chick. Once again subjected to the indignity of having her cervical region constricted, protested, "Must you resort to this every time? It is exceedingly unbecoming." And their 3 companions arrived upon the scene to witness the spectacle of their sect leader gripping their junior sister by the nape of her neck, a sight that elicited amusement. "Ah, it appears junior sister has met her match," remarked a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Upon noticing her 5 senior disciples implored their assistance, "Senior brothers and sisters, I beseech you, come to my aid." "Aid you in what manner?" The sect leader retorted. "You shall bear the consequences of your own transgressions." Bristled at this pronouncement. "What transgression have I committed? Did you not declare that any item extracted from the sword mausoleum was permissible to retain?" The sword mausoleum itself imposes limitations, allowing each individual to retrieve but a single sword. She did not encounter any obstruction from the sword tomb while bringing the senior along, and moreover, the senior did not refuse her. "Master, you previously mentioned that I could take out anything from within as long as I had the ability to do so. Are you now going back on your word?" The sect leader was rendered speechless by her words. "Is that the same meaning?" The sect leader pinched her neck, feeling both exasperated and helpless, and said, "Is that the same meaning? I won't say anything if you bring out other items, as long as you have the ability to do so. But this is Qi Sun, the esteemed senior." Song Zhen replied, "So, are you implying that Qi Sun is not an item?" As soon as the sect leader uttered those words, a sudden thunderclap resonated through the sky. The 5 of them, including Oh Hua, could barely contain their laughter. This little junior sister was truly too mischievous, still digging a pit for a master at this juncture. Mu Si and Ji Fan exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads in resignation. Their relationship had grown remarkably close, having both taken care of Song Zhen alone. Such a bond was incomprehensible to others. Upon hearing the sect leader declare that he was not an item, Qi Sun nearly leaped out from within Song Zhen's sea of consciousness. How could he not be considered an item? No, he was a person, not an item. Wait, that reasoning was flawed as well. So what exactly was he? Indeed, the mindset of a sword cultivator remained even after ascension, and his thoughts were utterly confounded. As soon as the sect leader spoke those words, he too felt the awkwardness of the situation, and the thunderclap only startled him further. Upon hearing the term fasting, the smile on Song Zhen's face vanished instantly. While confinement may be acceptable, the absence of food and drink is simply intolerable. Chapter 52. While others raise dolls, we nurture our elders. Song Zhen vehemently protested against the lack of sustenance. She believed she had not violated any regulations. The mere fact that she was able to bring it out indicated its permissibility, and her esteemed elder had not raised any objections. When others attempted to escort their seniors away, those elders would often flee. Yet this particular elder remained still, perhaps having already contemplated the situation. The sect leader had initially claimed she could not win. Prior to Song Zhen's arrival, he was among the most eloquent individuals in the Huan Yun Sect, which was essential for his role as a leader, as it necessitated negotiations, commonly known as verbal sparring. However, now he found himself utterly unable to contend with Song Zhen, perplexed by the abundance of her ingenious ideas and her remarkable ability to exploit loopholes. Eventually, even Lu Xian and a few others came forth to support her. Lu Xian remarked, "Master, what junior sister says holds merit. She has not breached any regulations, for there is truly no such rule. However, it is likely that one will be established from today onward." Ouyang added, "Indeed, we are aware of Senior Qin Sun's significant sacrifices for humanity. Allowing him to enjoy a breath of fresh air seems quite reasonable." Mu Si interjected, "Since junior sister was able to bring the elder out, it indicates that such an action is permissible. The sword tomb did not impede her, the elder did not object, and there exists no rule against bringing the elder out. Thus junior sister has committed no wrongdoing. Ji Fan, the junior apprentice indeed has not committed any wrongs." Oh Hua, who is not particularly articulate, can only nod in agreement. Yes, there is no mistake. Observing the 5 disciples who have completely turned against him, the sect leader is exasperated, rolling his eyes in frustration. "Do you even remember why I called you here? It was to deal with that girl, and now you have all betrayed me. How am I supposed to handle her?" Song Zhen, listening to the support from his seniors, feels a grin stretching across his face. Indeed, it is his seniors who are truly supportive. Given the situation, the sect leader can no longer maintain his hardline stance and can only shoot a fierce glare at Song Zhen. What manner of individuals are these? It feels as though the disciples of the illusory Cloud Sword sect are racing down a path of absurdity. Qin Sun, watching the drama unfold, finds amusement in the lively spectacle outside. Although he does not recognize any of these juniors, having ascended far too long ago, their banter is quite entertaining. The other disciples, after receiving a sound scolding from their master, stubbornly refuse to admit their faults. They even drag out their predecessors from the spatial realm to shield themselves. The elders, confronted by the skeletal predecessors, find themselves unable to act. The skeletons, "We are not human, but you're truly dogs." An elder, "You get out here right now." Hiding behind the predecessors, "What kind of man are you?" A disciple hiding behind the predecessor, "I 1T. If I come out, you will hit me, unless you swear you 1T." The elder disciples who have gathered to watch are nearly in fits of laughter. These junior disciples are indeed quite amusing, particularly when they witness the elders in such a state of agitation. It only enhances their amusement. When these elders were imparting their teachings, they showed no mercy. The skeleton's desire to accompany these disciples to experience the mortal realm stems from two reasons. Firstly, their longing to observe human life, and secondly, their ability to absorb spiritual energy more effectively within the disciple's consciousness. The sword tomb has limited spiritual energy, most of which has been appropriated by the spiritual swords. The very essence of the sword tomb is its affinity with swords. The skeletons merely take advantage of this place for residence. Within the disciple's consciousness, they can absorb spiritual energy alongside them. Of course, not just anyone can do so. They must be individuals whose spiritual energy aligns closely. The fact that these disciples can wield the swords they left behind signifies a strong compatibility with the skeleton's spiritual essence. They certainly will not dissipate anytime soon. After all these years in the sword tomb, they have witnessed many old friends fade away, which is a rather melancholic experience. Though they have already perished, with some dissipating and others reincarnating, leaving behind merely traces of their consciousness. Lingering a little longer is always preferable. With these skeletal predecessors serving as a shield, the elders find it impossible to strike. Should they inadvertently harm a predecessor, it would be a grave error. Thus, this time, the disciples truly escaped a calamity and gained insight into their master's vulnerabilities. When night fell, the disciples respectfully brought forth the predecessors and placed them on the bed, with some even adorning them in exquisite garments once more. "Esteemed senior, I shall rely on you for guidance in the future. Should I find myself in trouble, I will undoubtedly seek your assistance to shield me. My master dares not confront you, hence I will be a burden to you from now on." Upon finishing my plea, they prostrated themselves several times. The assembled seniors couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Might the sword sect be on the brink of collapse? Is this truly the demeanor of its disciples today? The following day, during sword practice, Song Zhen placed Qin Sun under the sun, adorning him in a splendid outfit that he had pilfered from Mu Si. Once the person was properly positioned, Song Zhen offered a few reminders. "Esteemed Qin Sun, please remain here and soak in the sunlight, replenishing your vital energy. I shall now proceed to practice my swordsmanship." Qin Sun basked in the warmth of the sun, feeling a delightful itch on his skin, unaware of how long it had been since this body had last felt sunlight. The attire suited his aesthetic taste perfectly, opulent yet appealing. This little girl certainly possesses an eye for beauty. Others, observing Song Zhen's actions, quickly emulated him, and soon the area was filled with skeletons, each adorned in exquisite garments that even surpassed those worn by the disciples themselves. Amused by the lively scene around him, Qin Sun found it quite entertaining. The other individuals were equally delighted, relishing the opportunity to sit alongside the esteemed Qin Sun. They could only imagine the envy this would incite among their peers if shared. Now, the sword practice area was divided, half populated by the esteemed seniors and the other half by the disciples diligently honing their skills, creating a scene of remarkable order. Passing seniors initially questioned their own vision, only to confirm, upon closer inspection, that they were not mistaken. Good heavens, what a spectacle! They have never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Half skeleton, half human, with the skeletons adorned in attire finer than that of the living. It is evident that these junior disciples have taken great care in nurturing these esteemed elders. When the elders received the news and arrived, they nearly stumbled in shock. Chapter 53. Salutations to the Elders. What on earth are you doing? The sect master was infuriated, striking his thigh in exasperation. The scene was undeniably bizarre, especially as they stood directly before all the elders, whose dark, hollow eyes fixed intently upon them. A disciple in the crowd explained. The junior disciples claim they're merely bringing the elders out for some sunlight. At first glance, it certainly appeared so, and it seemed they had been well cared for. Just look at their garments and adornments, surpassing even what the juniors wore. The elders widened their eyes, their emotions a tangled web of complexity. Sunbathing. How could they even conceive such a notion? The sect master strode over and seized Song Zhen, who struggled and protested. Master, what are you doing? I was in the midst of sword practice. Had I not controlled my strike just now, I might have inadvertently injured you. Song Zhen glanced at the elders and then back at the elders present, failing to perceive any wrongdoing. Why should he offer an explanation? What was there to clarify? Did he truly err in any regard? The sect master, exasperated, replied, Do you not realize the gravity of your actions? What were you intending by placing the elders here? Just look at this scene. Can you not see how absurd it is? Song Zhen listened to him attentively and observed the arrangement. It was indeed quite commendable. The layout was exceptionally orderly, with territories distinctly allocated. Half of the seniors to bask in the sun, and the other half for themselves to practice swordplay. What a splendid sense of organization. Master, isn't this quite agreeable? This place enjoys ample sunlight, and the seniors have not had the pleasure of sunbathing for such a long time. Just look at how comfortable and at ease they appear. All gazes turned toward the skeletal elders, and indeed, there was an undeniable aura of comfort and tranquility surrounding them. Qin Sun acknowledged that the sunlight was rather pleasant. They were not afraid of it, after all, nor were they specters. After such a lengthy absence from the sun, their bones were indeed on the verge of mildew. These young disciples had acted rightly. How filial of them. Song Zhen glanced around and suddenly rushed forward. Everyone initially presumed he had something of great importance to convey, only to witness him flipping Qin Sun over. After turning him, he remarked, Elder, remaining on one side is rather uncomfortable. Allow me to help you with the change. Qin Sun's fingers twitched slightly. The young girl displayed remarkable discernment and perceptiveness. She was indeed promising. Others soon followed suit, approaching their own elders to assist in flipping them. Onlookers were left pondering. Should we commend your thoughtfulness or question your judgment? It seems your attentiveness has been misplaced, regardless of what the sect leader and elders expressed. Song Zhen and the others remained resolute in their decision to ensure the seniors enjoyed the sun, even going so far as to claim that they were exhibiting a lack of respect toward their elders. Song Zhen addressed the sect leader, saying, Master, although the predecessors have long since passed away, some still possess a trace of consciousness. One cannot treat them as mere corpses. That would be unjust to their essence. The sect leader found himself rendered speechless by her argument, which indeed bore a semblance of truth. Upon further reflection, however, he realized that the predecessors had indeed been gone for quite some time. The conflict between the elders and the disciples remained unresolved. Yet the predecessors stood firmly on the side of the younger generation. Why should they not bask in the sun? Though departed, they retained a whisper of awareness and a flicker of sensation. Who claims that bones cannot bask in sunlight? Such a notion is clearly a prejudice, a significant one at that. That night, the elders experienced a collective dream in which they were sternly admonished by these revered ancestors, who chastised them for being old-fashioned and failing to comprehend their sentiments. The following morning, all the elders appeared with dark circles under their eyes, convening an urgent meeting. To their astonishment, it seemed that the predecessors genuinely wished to bask in the sun and take a stroll outside. Clearly, they had misinterpreted the predecessors' intentions. Had they known sooner, they would not have confined them to the sword tomb. It must have been quite uncomfortable for the predecessors to be in such a place for so long. However, without the sword tomb, there were no alternative resting places, and they feared that elsewhere, the remains of their ancestors might be desecrated. Thus, the sword tomb remained the safest option available. It seems that these little rascals are responsible for the current situation. Previously, the esteemed predecessors were content within the sword tomb. Yet they not only chose to abandon their post, but also led the elders astray. The sect master, overwhelmed by the cacophony of voices, felt an immense headache brewing. Last night, he dreamt of Elder Qin's son, who expressed a profound curiosity about the girl, Song Zhen. Elder Qin's son even suggested that the girl should not be restrained, allowing her to grow freely. The sect master felt as though his head might split open. Allowing her to grow freely? She was already spiraling into madness. And if granted complete freedom, the consequences would be dire. Elder Qin's son, having never raised a child, could not possibly understand the challenges involved. Though it might be impolite to say so, the sect master genuinely felt that Elder Qin was simply offering empty platitudes. Nevertheless, with the elders having spoken, they had no choice but to let things continue as they were. After all, allowing the elders to bask in the sun should not lead to any significant troubles. Indeed, at present, it seemed unlikely to cause any major issues. However, the grand spectacle of the sword training grounds had captivated the attention of the entire sect. In the face of these skeletal predecessors, everyone spontaneously came forth to offer tributes, showering them with various delicacies and amusements as if they cost nothing. Some even approached to pray, doing so with utmost sincerity. O revered predecessors, I wish for a new sword, but my current funds are insufficient. I hope to stumble upon a fortune. O revered predecessors, bless me to cultivate with greater proficiency. The chorus of pleas left the predecessors bewildered. Suddenly, they found themselves inundated with an abundance of faith energy. Who would have thought that such benefits would arise from this outing? Indeed, emperors of the mortal realm are fond of establishing ancestral halls, and the incense offered therein is truly remarkable. Many venerable elders have felt their consciousness becoming more concentrated. Some elders, whose souls had not dispersed in the cycle of reincarnation, have truly found themselves fortunate. Perhaps, with the passage of time, they might even restore their souls to wholeness. Most of these individuals possess incomplete souls, with only a select few able to reincarnate. If they could indeed complete their souls, that would signify a tremendous stroke of luck. Observing the mist-laden sword training ground, the passing elders could not help but express their thoughts. Song Zhen and their companions were quite delighted by this scene. So many delightful delicacies and amusements that the elders could neither consume nor enjoy. Yet they could partake in them, laughing heartily. What a windfall it was. Chapter 54. Chi-sun. So I was merely scolded a couple of times, was I? Days passed in a peculiar yet fulfilling manner. Eventually, some elders even came to offer incense and tributes. The elders exclaimed, "Ah, the fragrance is simply exquisite." Indeed, this outing has proven to be fortuitous. As their consciousness became slightly more cohesive, many elders directly entered the dreams of these disciples, imparting valuable teachings in exchange for the benefits bestowed upon them. Thus, for numerous nights, Song Zhen and their companions found themselves inexplicably drawn into bizarre dreamscapes. Strangers would insistently press them to practice, while these intruders indulged in food and drink beside them. An outrageous display. Song Zhen recognized that she was dreaming, yet she found herself unable to awaken. Qin's son observed her struggling covertly and chuckled. "Little girl, cease your futile attempts. You shall not awaken. Instead, focus on your sword practice." Song Zhen replied, "I refuse. I have exerted myself diligently during the day. Why must I endure training even in my slumber? I'm still young, not yet of age. This is sheer exploitation." Though she recognized that he was not a malevolent individual, his demands felt excessively burdensome. Qin's son pressed down on Song Zhen's head, shaking it gently as he said, "True cultivation demands the forsaking of sleep and food. You possess such remarkable talent. It would be a shame to squander it. Others yearn for my guidance, yet you have been afforded this rare privilege." Indeed, those who had perished long ago could only wistfully dream of such instruction. Song Zhen struggled desperately, yet could not free herself. After a considerable effort, panting heavily, she gazed at him and inquired, "Who exactly are you? Even my master does not oversee me so strictly. Why are you so insistent?" Qin's son raised an eyebrow, spinning around before her as he declared, "Do you not recognize me by this attire?" "This attire?" Song Zhen scrutinized his clothing, which did indeed seem familiar. Suddenly, Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Qin's son. You are that senior Qin's son. This outfit is what I pilfered from my third senior brother to dress you in. For this very outfit, my third senior brother has incessantly tormented me with his chatter. Qin's son smiled faintly, gently stroking her head as he remarked, At last, you've remembered. Did you not adore my bones? How is it that now, why do not reveal my true form? You fail to recognize me. Song Zhen's lips twitched as she evaded his hand. How peculiar those words sounded. What did he mean by claiming that without his skeletal appearance, she could not identify him? Gazing at the handsome figure before her, Song Zhen found it hard to believe that he was indeed the skeleton she once knew. Though the skeleton had possessed an exquisite beauty, its bones gleamed like polished jade. A skeleton remains a skeleton, and a human is a human. Senior, has your body decayed, leading to such a transformation? Yet, I recall you ascending, by rights. Your physical form should not have deteriorated. She had heard from her master that other sects also had ancestors who had ascended, and their remains were preserved well, showing no signs of becoming mere bones. Observing the puzzled expression on Song Zhen's face, Qin Sun leaned back in his chair, propping his chin on his hand, and said, Isn't this rather dull? If you fancy me, I could certainly maintain this current form. Song Zhen quickly shook her head. No, your previous appearance was quite fine. The sudden transition from skeleton to a complete corporeal body would be alarming. While others basked in the sun as mere bones, she would stand out as a fully fleshed individual, which would be rather overwhelming and decidedly out of place. Having addressed all pertinent inquiries, Song Zhen sought to find an excuse to continue her respite, yet Qin's son offered her no such opportunity. At such a tender age, why do you rest for such an extended period? With your remarkable talent, you ought to dedicate yourself to diligent practice. The future of the illusory cloud sword sect rests upon the shoulders of your generation. Qin Sun gracefully executed a splendid sword flourish with the starry blossom, and Song Zhen endeavored to mimic him, albeit with less finesse and proficiency. Observing the starry blossom in Qin Sun's grasp, Song Zhen found it rather enchanting. It was perplexing how it had transformed from its previously dull and somewhat unattractive state in the sword tomb to something so exquisite now. The blade emanated a soft blue glow, and its form was undeniably elegant. Senior Qin, how did this sword become so beautiful all of a sudden? What was its name? Qin Sun extended the sword towards her, replying, Naturally, it rejuvenates with a new master. Its name is Starry Blossom, a spirited blade indeed. A new master? Song Zhen tentatively pointed to herself, inquiring, Senior, are you suggesting that I am the new master? Qin Sun shot her an exasperated glance and retorted, If not you, then who? Do you think a ghost could wield it? How else could you have taken this sword away? Song Zhen, taken aback, thought, why the eye roll? This senior's moods are rather capricious. Yet, she was elated to possess a new sword. She had expected to return empty-handed. Qin Sun glanced disapprovingly at the pink sword in her possession, commenting, What is the name of that sword? And that color is rather too dazzling. Song Zhen casually handed over the sword in her possession, stating, This sword is called the Rice Sword. It was painstakingly forged for me by my master. And just look at how exquisite this pink hue is. Qin Sun's lips twitched at the peculiar name. What did you say this sword is called? The Rice Sword? He inquired once more, rubbing his ear. She elaborated, When I engage in a battle, merely uttering the name Rice Sword gives me the upper hand, regardless of the circumstances. I have already insulted my opponent with that name. If they fail to comprehend it, I can always repeat my insult. Don't you think this name holds a distinct advantage? With each word, Song Zhen's expression grew increasingly self-satisfied. She genuinely believed herself to be a genius. Just by speaking, she managed to gain an advantage over others. How clever she was! Meanwhile, a pained Qin Sun clutched his chest, momentarily lost in thought. So, he had indeed been insulted twice, just now? Was it unnecessary to inquire about the sword's name, especially after asking twice? Glancing at his own starry blade, he suddenly felt it deserved a new name as well. Sensing his thoughts, the starry blade swiftly darted away, adamantly refusing to change its name. It certainly did not wish to be called Rice Sword. Chapter 55. A collective lament, these seniors seemed to be fueled by hormones, relentlessly urging them to practice throughout the night. nearly driving them to the brink of madness. Woe is me, Senior. I have treated you with utmost kindness, prioritizing all the finest foods and entertainments for you. Could you possibly grant me some respite this evening? I feel as though I am on the verge of collapse. During the day, a disciple wept inconsolably while embracing the lifeless form of a senior, and soon the entire sword training ground resonated with the sound of collective mourning. Amidst this sorrowful gathering, Song Zhen felt a sense of disconnection, unable to summon any tears of her own. However, she devised a plan. She dabbed her fingers in her saliva and smeared it across her face, then joined in a lamentation while clutching Qin Sun's body. Yet despite her efforts, not a single tear fell. Qin Sun, observing her futile struggle, remarked, "If you cannot weep, then why force yourself? Others cry from genuine sorrow, but you're not truly grieving. What purpose does your weeping serve?" As he attempted to free himself from her grasp, she firmly held his hand and whispered, "Senior, please remain still, otherwise, others may mistake you for a corpse." Previously, Qin Sun had mentioned that he had transformed himself into this skeletal visage and often posed within the sword tomb. Yet Song Zhen, having never witnessed it, had not taken his words to heart. That night, when she truly encountered the sight, she was genuinely startled. A skeleton staring blankly at her in the dead of night was indeed a frightful experience. Listening to the cacophony of wails surrounding him, Qin Sun felt as if his mind might burst. Was it truly necessary to weep so excessively over merely acquiring a bit more knowledge? He communicated telepathically with Song Zhen. Is it really warranted to cry so much over just learning a little more? In the early days of our sect's establishment, resources were scarce, and anyone who possessed even a modicum of resources was fiercely competitive. There was scarcely anyone to seek instruction from. In our current discourse, we emphasize the importance of balancing work and rest. Relentless cultivation is simply unsustainable. It seems that many individuals from your era succumb to the demonic path precisely due to their exhaustion and excessively high self-expectations. When their progress in cultivation stagnated, they became ensnared in their own thoughts, leading to a gradual deterioration of their mindset and ultimately resulting in their spiritual collapse. Initially, Qin Sun intended to counter this perspective. Yet upon reflection, it appears rather cogent. Indeed, there were numerous individuals who fell into the demonic path during that time, predominantly those who were diligent, held themselves to stringent standards, and toiled hard without significant advancement. In contrast, those who indulged in simple pleasures, enjoying life without a care, seemed to weather the storm unscathed. Even if they never ascended, they lived contented lives. Stealthily, Song Zhen extracted a piece of confection from Qin Sun's pocket, snuggling into his embrace while feigning tears to indulge in her treat. Others wept openly in the arms of their esteemed seniors, while she merely sobbed a few times, took a bite, and relished her snack with unrestrained joy. Qin Sun chided her, "Moderate your consumption. These are all mine. What happened to your promise of filial piety?" To which Song Zhen replied, "Once I finish, I shall buy you some. Allowing it to go uneaten would be a waste." However, the scene at the sword practice arena was undeniably peculiar. Each skeletal senior held a disciple weeping profusely in their embrace, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a mourning ritual. The passing senior brothers and sisters had long since grown accustomed to this unusual sight. Moreover, the elders acted in the best interest of the younger generation. It is hardly appropriate for the youth to be preoccupied with frivolities. The elders have found their burdens lightened considerably, as the presence of these predecessors has instilled a greater sense of obedience among the disciples, largely due to their exhaustion that leaves them little energy for mischief. As Song Zhen listened to the surrounding melodies, she managed to consume a significant portion of the food, even letting out a small burp of satisfaction. Ohua, who was observing her, remarked, "While others are in tears, you seem to be enjoying yourself quite well. After finishing your meal, at least wipe your mouth. You have crumbs all over." It appears that this girl, having pilfered snacks from Senior Qin Sun's pocket, might indeed be the most audacious in the world. After finishing her meal, Song Zhen noticed her senior brother and cheerfully waved at him. Qin Sun, dismayed by the crumbs adorning his attire, sent a silent message to Song Zhen. "Could you perhaps tidy up a bit after your meal? I am covered in your pastry remnants. And do wipe your mouth. How can a young lady be so careless? Song Zhen simply clapped her hands and nonchalantly wiped her mouth on Qin Sun's clothes, reasoning that they were already soiled. So what harm could it do? Qin Sun could hardly contain his amusement and exasperation. This gathering of tears served as a cathartic release for everyone involved. That evening, Qin Sun also spoke with the elders, advising them to balance their efforts and not always pressure the disciples into relentless training. He recounted Song Zhen's assertions to them, leaving the elders somewhat skeptical about life, primarily because they found themselves at a loss for counterarguments, as the facts appeared to align with their claims. Song Zhen remarked, "It was about time this happened. Indeed, I am the most astute. You possess great abilities and high cultivation, but your intellect seems lacking, alas." Qin Sun, somewhat irritated, playfully tapped her on the head, saying, "You can express your thoughts without belittling us." She considered her to be the most arrogant person she had ever encountered, unaware of the origins of such confidence, which was, nonetheless, abundantly evident. While others exhibited humility, she seemed entirely oblivious to the concept of modesty. Rubbing her head where he had tapped, Song Zhen glanced at Qin Sun's hand and, with a gleeful pat on her chest, exclaimed, "Fortunately, senior, your current form is not merely bones. Otherwise, if that slap had landed on my head, I would be in excruciating pain." Despite her innate advantages, she still felt the sting of potential pain. Qin Sun, upon hearing this, nearly delivered another playful slap. Ever since that fateful night when she had frightened him, Song Zhen had insisted that whenever they spent time together privately, Qin Sun must assume a more human-like appearance. Consequently, he now appeared as a dashing young man, which would surely cause the sect leader and elders to bow in reverence if they were to witness it. Realizing the hour was late, she declared, "I must retire. Will you join me in my consciousness space, or will you remain here for the night?" Of course, staying here meant only the option of a couch, as she would never relinquish her own bed. Chapter 56. How do others nurture their seniors, and how do you nurture yours? Qin Sun regarded Song Zhen with a look of utter disdain, finding her miserly demeanor quite unappealing. While others sought his company for a place to rest, this girl would not even allow him the luxury of a bed. Regardless, he decided not to hold it against her. Song Zhen nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the validity of his point, she had indeed been startled that night, not to mention her senior brothers and sisters. Senior brothers and sisters, it seems you imply that our courage is lesser than yours. The following morning, Ji Fan came to rouse Song Zhen from her slumber, for there was an important announcement to be made. "Little junior sister, Master and the esteemed elders have decided to send you down the mountain for some training. Your current cultivation should suffice for self-protection, and there are no significant dangers in the vicinity. It is high time for you to explore the world beyond." This descent from the mountain would not be accompanied by their senior brothers and sisters. They would undertake this journey alone. Upon hearing this, Song Zhen's immediate reaction was one of refusal. She had no money for such an expedition. Going down the mountain would inevitably require purchases of various delectable treats and entertaining diversions, and at present, she was utterly destitute. "I will not go. I have not a single coin to my name. What purpose will my descent serve?" While others may not boast of particularly lavish circumstances, they certainly fared better than her, with some hailing from prestigious families, rendering her the poorest among her peers. Ouyang chuckled, "Precisely because you lack funds, you must venture down the mountain. Did you think our wealth came from thin air? After all, the sword cultivators were notorious for their extravagant spending, and continually beseeching their families for monetary support was hardly feasible. Thus they were compelled to earn their own living. Every excursion serves as both a trial and a means to earn a livelihood. Song Zhen. So, am I to rely on exorcising demons for my income?" She is acutely aware of her own capabilities. Within this lifetime, she is indeed quite capable. Though brimming with confidence, she possesses a keen self-awareness. Mu Si elegantly unfurled his fan, exuding a charismatic demeanor as he remarked, "Indeed, as practitioners of the righteous path, it is our duty to vanquish evil, though the foremost priority must be to safeguard oneself. Should true peril arise, you are free to flee. After all, we have unwavering faith in your ability to escape." This girl may lack in various aspects, yet her swiftness is truly unparalleled. Song Zhen, I appreciate your sentiment. The recent descent of the new generation of disciples from the mountain is a significant event, with the elders meticulously imparting their instructions to each disciple. The primary directive is to preserve one's life above all else. If one cannot ensure their own survival, all else is rendered futile. So like Song Zhen, harbored reluctance to descend, yet their resistance proved futile, as they were all unceremoniously dispatched from the sect. Indeed, they were literally bundled and cast out. Moreover, once they were all outside, the sect promptly sealed its gates behind them. Each disciple possesses a jade pendant that records the defeat of any malevolent entities they encounter. As long as the pendant is in their possession, the sect can ascertain their whereabouts. Should they confront an insurmountable threat, they may shatter the pendant, allowing the sect to sense the urgency. Furthermore, this pendant is exclusively for their use. Everyone has bound themselves with a drop of blood, which, in Song Zhen's words, resembles a celestial GPS system, complete with a rescue function. As she carried her small bundle and gazed at the desolate fallen leaves, a wave of sorrow washed over her. At that moment, she felt a profound sense of abandonment. Sensing her emotions, Qin Sun remarked, "Oh, come now, just a bit of acting will suffice. Any more, and it will border on excess. While others might believe in their sorrow, I find it hard to take yours seriously." Song Zhen retorted, "Can't you allow me to cultivate my emotions a little? This is merely a way for me to experience life." Qin Sun replied, "Very well, continue your experience. But remember to buy plenty of food at the market, and do bring back a few more outfits. I am perpetually rotating through the same few garments while others possess much more." All the food promised to him had been devoured by that girl, who had relished every bite, despite the agreement that it was meant for him. As for clothing, other disciples diligently exchanged garments with their seniors, and their offerings were diverse and splendid, even adorned with sparkling gems. He felt like the most unadorned among all those who had emerged. Setting aside everything else, this little girl was undeniably impoverished, subsisting on the pocket money generously provided by her master and senior siblings. Upon hearing Qin Sun's requests, Song Zhen felt as though she were bearing the weight of a mountain. It was one thing to ask for food, but clothing too? Did he not understand the exorbitant prices of apparel outside? Is the attire of the senior brother not satisfactory? If the third senior brother has grown weary of his garments, he could simply pilfer from the first or second senior brothers, or at the very least, borrow from the fifth senior brother. If one tires of male attire, one could seek the wardrobe of the fourth senior sister. Why waste money unnecessarily? Song Zhen articulated her thoughts, and upon hearing them, Qin Sun couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "Your motto is to spend not a single penny, is it? Is there such a way to support your seniors? Just observe how they manage their affairs compared to your own. I refuse to accept this. The individuals who accompany me are adorned better than I am. After all, I am a senior who has ascended. I cannot appear inferior to them." Song Zhen earnestly responded, "One must not always compare oneself to others, constantly gazing at the advantages of those around us. Every household faces its own tribulations. Moreover, we may be impoverished in wealth, but not in spirit. As long as we possess clothing, that is sufficient." Upon hearing the phrase impoverished in wealth, but not in spirit, Qin Sun felt as though she no longer recognized it. How could such words emanate from Song Zhen? When she gleefully went about stealing garments, did she not consider the essence of that phrase? Although it was also the consequence of her senior's indulgence. Otherwise, how could she have succeeded in her thievery? As they descended the mountain, the group traveled together. Some intended to form teams, while others preferred solitude. Song Zhen enjoyed a favorable reputation, and many wished to join forces with her, yet she politely declined. After all, she had the esteemed Qin Sun with her. Once they reached a secluded area, she could allow her senior to breathe freely. At that time, they would still be able to explore together. She could not comprehend why this esteemed senior chose to maintain his skeletal appearance and feign death. Qin Sun replied, "Of course, it is for amusement. If everyone were to discover that I am still alive, various matters would inevitably come knocking at my door. For the sake of my tranquil days, pretending to be dead is a triviality. Moreover, he has long ascended, leaving behind merely 2 fragments of consciousness in a corporeal form. One could indeed argue that he is effectively deceased. Chapter 57. Averse to tasks, yearning for leisure to ensure their safety. The sect leader and the elders designated the activity range strictly to the vicinity of the illusory cloud sword sect. The distance was generally kept short to avoid potential dangers that could hinder timely rescue. As Song Zhen descended the mountain, she made a beeline for the nearby marketplace. The base of the illusory cloud sword sect was surprisingly thriving, home to several villages, and not far off were a few small towns. The most prosperous of these towns was within a short distance, and she had previously heard her senior brothers and sisters mention that a plethora of goods could be found there. Upon reaching a secluded area, Qin's son emerged. But noticing his striking visage, Song Zhen could not resist smearing a handful of dirt across his face. Qin's son, infuriated, exclaimed, "What are you doing? You just trampled on this ground, and now you're rubbing the dirt from the ground onto my face. Do you intend to trample my face as well? I must inform you, such behavior is an affront to your teacher and ancestors. One day, when I tell your master, I will ensure you receive a proper reprimand." This young girl truly possessed an audacity unlike any other. Never before had anyone dared to toy with him in such a manner. It was utterly outrageous. Song Zhen let out a cold, disdainful laugh, clapping her hands dismissively as she said, "So go ahead and complain now. I'm only looking out for your best interests. Are you truly unaware of what your face looks like? If someone were to take a liking to you, I wonder how you would extricate yourself from that predicament." Having perused numerous novels and television dramas, she was well acquainted with the archetype wherein attractive protagonists inevitably encounter such scenarios, leading to a cascade of unforeseen events. It seemed that this narrative had become a tacit expectation. Song Zhen firmly believed she was the central character, with Qin's son at her side being at least a significant supporting role, thereby increasing the likelihood of such a plot unfolding. She had no desire to be burdened with any consequences stemming from the antics of this erratic senior. Qin's son wiped his face and pondered deeply, realizing that there was indeed some merit to her words. He had previously encountered similar situations. There were always wayward sons who delighted in scouring the streets for beauty. Before his ascension, a debauched scion had taken an interest in him. In retrospect, he found it repulsive. Initially, he had intended to teach that scoundrel a lesson and encourage his family to instill some proper values in him. However, parents capable of raising such a son were hardly paragons of virtue. Had he been an ordinary person at that time, he would have suffered greatly, for that family was truly a nest of vipers and vermin. Although he ultimately did not face significant harm, the experience was undeniably revolting. He had been the object of desire for a loathsome man. Fortunately, the old men were oblivious to this, lest they mock him for an interminable period. However, he found it difficult to accept the idea of smearing ash on his face. It was simply too filthy. Qin Xuan wiped the ash from his face and casually transformed into an ordinary appearance. This skill left Song Zhen's eyes sparkling with wonder. Is there truly such a magical technique? Her gaze resembled that of a mouse spotting rice, making Qin Xuan feel as though she might consume him. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I believe my current appearance suffices, he protested, for he could not bear the thought of becoming unattractive. Song Zhen eagerly nodded, yes. Senior, could you perhaps change my appearance as well? I too wish to occasionally alter my looks. While she was quite content with her current visage, the allure of novelty beckoned to her. The notion of sporting a different appearance each day of the year was simply delightful to contemplate. Upon observing her expression, Qin Xuan recognized her mischievous intent and promptly declined her request. I cannot transform anyone else. I can only alter my own appearance. If everyone could whimsically change their looks, what chaos would ensue? Before his ascension, he too was incapable of such transformations. This was merely a trivial skill he had devised during years of confinement in the sword tomb out of sheer boredom. Moreover, his own form frequently shifted. He could only experiment with himself, as he was truly unable to alter another's appearance. But haven't you already undergone a transformation? You are a deity now, are you not? Can deities not change their forms? Qin Sun helplessly tapped her head, murmuring to herself, "No, I must not become too entangled in the affairs of mortals. Even if you find yourself in peril, I can only observe and refrain from intervening." At most, I can offer you guidance. But under no circumstances may I resort to taking a life. Upon hearing this, Song Zhen's expression shifted dramatically. Then what purpose does your presence serve? Are you merely here to watch me spend my money? The two continued to bicker as they walked forward, soon arriving at a quaint little town. This town was undeniably bustling, with stalls lining both sides of the street, accompanied by a cacophony of vendors' calls. Before long, Song Zhen found herself captivated by the array of trinkets on display, a delightful assortment of delectable treats and engaging amusements. Such scenes she had only witnessed in television dramas, which often lacked the genuine vibrancy present here. Young lady and gentlemen, would you care for some candied hawthorn? I assure you, my treats are exceptionally sweet. A vendor, noticing their attire, eagerly approached to promote his wares. Song Zhen glanced at the bright red candied hawthorn, licking her lips, and felt a genuine desire for a taste. Let's have 2 skewers. Indeed, the cost of living here was remarkably low. The allowance bestowed upon her by her master and senior apprentices was ample enough for her to enjoy a comfortable life in this vibrant locale. However, for cultivators like them, earning money was not solely for sustenance. The primary expenditure was on acquiring and maintaining magical artifacts. Alas, that constituted the most substantial drain on their finances. As they strolled through the market, indulging in food and exploring, their conversation flowed freely, and Qin Sun reveled in the simple joy of eating once more. As they reveled in their merriment, a faint glow emanated from the jade pendant adorning Song Zhen. Bewildered, she gazed at the pendant and exclaimed, "What is happening? Is it craving something to eat as well?" Qin Sun replied, exasperated, "Your mission has arrived." "A mission? What mission? I merely came here for a leisurely stroll." Song Zhen felt a twinge of resistance. She had descended the mountain to assist the common folk with matters beyond their capacity. Nevertheless, she hoped the place she arrived at would be a tad more peaceful and stable. Such opportunities to earn tasks should be bestowed upon her fellow disciples. She could easily indulge in life's pleasures below. Have you heard? There seems to be a haunting in the woods not far from the town." "Really? I was just there a couple of days ago to gather firewood." "How could not be? My neighbor's aunt's niece witnessed it firsthand. A male ghost, no less, who specifically targets young women." Chapter 58. The pitiful corpse ghost listening to the gossip swirling around her, Song Zhen felt her brows furrowing into a tiny caterpillar. Qin Sun, munching on candied hawthorn, spoke with his mouth full, "But you will make your entrance soon." The nearby villages and towns were experiencing minor disturbances. While they were not matters of life and death, a small assessment would suffice. No formidable demons dared to wreak havoc at the foot of the immortal sect's mountain. Typically, it was merely minor spirits and ghosts, inconsequential in nature. As the saying goes, a young calf fears not the tiger, and these lesser spirits embodied that very sentiment. Song Zhen allowed a deep sigh. There's an old saying that goes, "Since you have come this far, why not take a look?" With curiosity, she engaged in conversation with a few gossiping aunties, casually inquiring about the location. Observing her youthful face, one of the aunties warmly cautioned, "Dear girl, this place is not somewhere to wander into carelessly. With your delicate appearance, if a ghost were to take notice of you, it would be quite a predicament." Song Zhen's lips twitched. Surely she wouldn't be devoured by a ghost in one bite. After all, being of her stature, she would likely be divided into several portions. Qin Sun, standing nearby, deliberately chimed in indeed. "Auntie, please reason with my sister. She has an inexplicable attraction to such chaotic places, and I truly cannot dissuade her no matter how hard I try." Song Zhen widened her eyes at Qin Sun. "You old ghost. When did I become your sister? Are you putting on a show now?" Qin Sun winked at her, thinking it was all in good fun. The aunties, upon hearing this, intensified their efforts to persuade Song Zhen. "Yes, men might only get frightened a little. You should send your brother. He is not as handsome as you, so it would be quite safe for him to go. Indeed, men are generally safer. We still have folks gathering firewood in the woods every day, but it's best for women to stay away." Listening to the earnest words of the aunties, Song Zhen's mood lightened considerably. In contrast, Qin Sun felt rather disheartened. What do they mean by saying he wasn't as good-looking as her? He had been a rare beauty in the world. Even after ascending, he remained the most handsome of all. All of them are merely old men. How could they possibly compare to him? Furthermore, what does it mean to say let him go? If he goes, it won't be dangerous anymore. Is there such a way to persuade someone? No, dear lady. I cannot go either, for I too would encounter peril. QNXN still wished to struggle a bit longer. However, the lady cast him a glance and confidently declared, Rest assured, heed my words. You shall encounter no danger. At most, you may see that ghost, and when that occurs, simply run away. Your sister possesses such immense courage. Why does a grown man like you lack it? N took delight in observing QNXN's predicament, affirming, Indeed, I am quite brave. Why are you so timid? QNXN was at a loss for words, pondering why this lady was not adhering to the expected script. After engaging in casual conversation with a few ladies, the two proceeded toward the woods. It seemed to be not far from the outskirts of the town, where the townsfolk primarily sourced their firewood. Until recently, there had been no reports of anything eerie occurring. It was only in the past month that tales of hauntings emerged. N was quite intrigued, as she had never encountered a ghostly figure before. Soon, they arrived at the woods, and upon entering, they found it significantly cooler than outside. Indeed, there's a certain chill in the air. N surveyed her surroundings. The environment was rather pleasant. Although the townspeople harvested firewood from here, they had managed to preserve the natural beauty quite well. As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew increasingly frigid. Before long, a thick fog enveloped the forest, carrying with it a nauseating stench. Song Zhen exclaimed, Ugh, how foul and revolting. Why does this putrid odor resemble that of a corpse? Qin Sun replied, Congratulations. You are correct. Song Zhen was taken aback, so I truly got it right. I thought it was merely a ghost, yet it has transformed into a rotting corpse. Suddenly, Song Zhen felt a rancid wind approaching from behind. Swiftly, she drew her sword and defended herself, severing the ghost's claw, which fell to the ground. Qin Sun gradually positioned himself among the onlookers, eager to witness the unfolding battle. The decaying specter attacked Song Zhen relentlessly, seemingly oblivious to Qin Sun's presence. Song Zhen did not find the ghost particularly formidable. It was rather feeble, albeit disgustingly foul. Ugh, how can someone deceased be so neglectful of hygiene? And to top it off, a lecherous fiend at that? With such a stench and such hideousness, how could any maiden ever be attracted to you? Upon hearing Song Zhen's disdainful remarks, the rotting ghost emitted a furious howl, its breath enveloping her in a nauseating miasma. Unable to endure any longer, she thrust her sword into its throat, voicing her indignation. Do you possess no manners? Such a foul breath directed at my face. Is your only intention to suffocate me with your stench, because you cannot defeat me? Is this how you choose to bully others? The ghost, forced to swallow the sword, retorted, Sister, who exactly is bullying whom? Qin Sun watched with great amusement, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle of this spirited girl in combat. Her words flowed as freely as her blade, her insults ringing with a peculiar charm. That sword was her cherished possession, the very first blade that belonged solely to her. Piercing this malodorous entity now is utterly revolting. The putrid ghoul is rendered defenseless against her onslaught. His spectral tactics are base. Yet Song Zhen is even more unscrupulous. One mountain surpasses another in height. Mercy, young mistress, I implore you, cease your assault. My very flesh is being excised from my bones. The ghoul lamented, gazing upon his hands, now reduced to bare bone, a picture of abject despair. Song Zhen, with a flourish, sheathed her sword, her chin held high in haughty triumph, and declared, Had you conceded earlier, this would have been avoided. Now, elucidate your motives for harassing these young ladies. Are you not cognizant of the chasm that separates the living from the spectral? The ghoul collapsed to the ground, erupting in a torrent of tears, wailing, Woe is me. Bereft of parents, kin, and all familial ties, I lived for over 2 decades, never once having the touch of a maiden's hand. Upon my demise within this forest, my absence went unnoticed. Now, as a specter, I am outmatched by mortals who, upon being startled by my presence, unleash a cacophony of shrieks and a storm of blows upon me. They assault me en masse, alas. Song Zhen and Qin Sun, witnessing his pitiable state, were at a loss for words. Thus, it became apparent that his inability to inflict harm stemmed not from a lack of malice, but from a sheer deficit of capacity. The wails of the specter were truly grating, threatening to deafen Song Zhen, particularly as fragments of decaying flesh sloughed off his face with each sob, nearly causing her to regurgitate her meal. Cease your lamentations. Are you not aware of the unsightly nature of your current visage? Song Zhen yearned to silence him, yet recoiled at the thought of sullying her hands. Upon hearing her words, the male ghost paused for a moment, his sobs intensifying. I am already in such a dire state, and you dare to scold me? Are you even human? He lamented. How can there be such a heartless woman in this world? I am in this pitiful condition, and yet I still hear you say I am ugly. I was not unattractive in life. Who could have foreseen that death would transform me so? Song Zhen, witnessing the ghost's woeful demeanor, felt his fists clench in frustration. I shall count to 3, he warned. If you do not cease your lamentations, do not blame me for resorting to force. No sooner had the words left his lips than the weeping abruptly ceased. Song Zhen rolled his eyes in exasperation. It appeared that only a display of strength would suffice. It was clear that allowing this entity to linger was untenable. Though he currently lacked the means to inflict harm, the future might hold different possibilities. Observing the ghost's pitiful appearance, Song Zhen spoke. Humans and spirits are destined for separate paths. Regardless of how tragic your existence may have been upon death, one must journey to their rightful place. Remaining in this world serves no purpose. You are acutely aware of your current state. Even if others are blind to your visage, your nose remains intact. Why, as a grown man, must you cling so desperately to fleeting attachments? Emotions are merely embellishments to life. Possessing them is preferable, but their absence does not impede daily existence. Song Zhen lived with clarity, understanding that no sentiment could eclipse the importance of self. One must first secure a good life before pondering other matters. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. The male ghost cast a resentful glance at her and murmured, What do you understand? Only those who have never experienced love would utter such words. Song Zhen inquired, Then may I ask, have you ever experienced it? The ghost fell silent for 2 seconds before responding, No. If he had truly experienced love, his bitterness would not be so profound. However, although I have not personally gone through it, I have witnessed it. One need not have consumed pork to recognize a pig's trot. Qin Sun produced some dried meat, watching and eating with a look of amusement. Song Zhen, observing his eagerness for entertainment, genuinely wished to pull him into action. In any case, it is futile for me to say more to you now, for you cannot remain here any longer. You may either leave on your own or allow me to escort you. The choice is yours. The male ghost felt a tinge of reluctance. He had recently developed feelings for a young woman, and just days ago, she had come here to gather flowers, capturing his heart at first sight. If he were to leave like this, he would never see her again. Yet, gazing at Song Zhen's cold and unfeeling demeanor, he recognized he could not linger here. With such prowess, this person could easily shatter his soul. I will go. Is that not acceptable? I have never harmed anyone. In my next life, I shall surely be reborn into a good family and marry a virtuous wife. The male ghost huffed, begrudgingly departing. At the moment his soul separated from his body, the remnants of his already decaying form disintegrated into nothingness. Qin Sun gazed upon the patch of ash on the ground and jestingly remarked, Not bad. Many people would handle such matters with sentimentality, especially since this male ghost has not harmed anyone. They often strive to fulfill his wishes, such as burning a paper effigy to serve as his wife. Song Zhen scoffed, coldly asserting, Why should I indulge his desires? I am not bound to him in any way, nor do I bear such obligations. His presence in this world is already a transgression. Why should I exacerbate the situation by catering to his whims? I am no benevolent saint. She believed herself to be a good person, yet recognized that virtue must be tempered with reason. One cannot assist every pitiful soul encountered. This male ghost was hardly a purely benevolent spirit. His lack of murderous intent stemmed from incapacity rather than virtue. It was already commendable that she had not condemned him to utter oblivion, let alone provide him with a wife. What nonsense! Qin Sun admired her perspective, giving her a thumbs up, exclaiming, That makes perfect sense. He too had faced similar criticisms of lacking compassion before his ascension. While the matter was indeed straightforward, it was also quite repugnant. Song Zhen wrinkled her nose in distaste at the foul odor clinging to her, feeling as if she had been marinated in its stench. Time to employ a cleansing spell. However, as a modern individual who cherished cleanliness, she preferred the tangible experience of a proper bath, despite the efficacy of magic in purifying oneself. There were several respectable inns in the town, and Song Zhen generously booked herself a premium room. Qin Sun was initially delightedly waiting for Song Zhen to secure him a luxurious room as well, but after a prolonged wait, he was disappointed to see her briskly ascend the staircase without a word. Hey, you've settled into your own room, what about mine? Surely, you cannot expect me to sleep in the hall. Qin Sun could not fathom that Song Zhen would be so heartless towards him. Song Zhen glanced at Qin Sun, who was adorned in lavish attire. Each gem on his outfit was worth a fortune. How would he even think to ask her for money? As a senior, how can you shamelessly request financial assistance from a junior? Furthermore, all of these garments are pilfered from my senior brother, whose clothes are indeed of great value, especially those belonging to my third senior brother. Mu Si, a true scion of a noble family, preferred a refined appearance. Unlike other disciples of the mysterious sect who adorn themselves with an ethereal grace, he chose instead to present himself as a dapper gentleman, complete with a jeweled crown, folding fan, jade pendants, and fragrant sachets. These were his essential accessories. Even the threads embroidered on his garments were spun from gold and silver, rendering them extravagant enough that a single thread would suffice for their sustenance. Song Zhen had no intention of spending her own money. Qin Sun, upon scrutinizing his own attire and then looking at the unapologetic Song Zhen, realized that she would indeed not be booking him a room. With a deep sigh, he cast a wistful glance at her and then began to perform theatrically in front of everyone. My dear lady, I truly am without funds. Did you not promise that you would support me? Has it been such a short time that you have forgotten our vow? The eyes of those around them darted incessantly between the two, with the very essence of gossip written across their faces. Song Zhen widened her eyes, fixated on Qin Sun. How shameless could he be, engaging in such antics? Was he not born in the wrong era? With such talent for performance, he ought to have graced the modern stage as an actor. To exist in this time truly seemed a disservice to him. As the attention of the onlookers intensified, Qin Sun became even more theatrical. My lady, when you first suggested we elope, I willingly surrendered all my wealth to you. Raised in luxury, the only hardships I have endured in this life were those suffered by your side. Yet, I bore them without complaint. However, you cannot deny me a room to stay. Even if you refuse me a superior chamber, at the very least, grant me a modest one. Surely, I cannot be relegated to sleeping in the hall or the woodshed. After uttering these words, Qin Sun pretended to wipe a tear from the corner of his eye, his demeanor now strikingly pitiable. The innkeeper, unable to bear the scene any longer, interjected on Qin Sun's behalf. This young lady has reserved a superior room. Yet the cost of such a room is sufficient to accommodate 2 standard rooms. Might I suggest exchanging the superior room for 2 standard ones? Others around them cast disapproving glances at Song Zhen, who, under their scrutiny, felt as though she had transformed into a heartless scoundrel. Having never experienced love in her 2 lifetimes, the abrupt shift into the role of a callous woman was quite disconcerting. She shot a fierce glare at Qin Sun, who had the audacity to wink back at her with a smug expression. As the crowd around grew larger and the chatter intensified, Song Zhen pulled Qin Sun aside, forcing a smile as she said, "Then let us book another exquisite room." Upon returning to their chamber, Song Zhen erupted with frustration. I say, ancestor, were you once the preeminent swordsman or the foremost actor in the realm? Your performance is truly remarkable. Is it fair to deceive me in such a manner? If I weren't at a disadvantage against this old fellow, I would genuinely consider taking action. Typically, it was she who left others at a loss. Yet today, she found herself at a considerable disadvantage. Qin Sun poured himself a cup of tea, maintaining his composure as he remarked, "Isn't it because you failed to secure a room for me? How much better it would have been had you arranged one earlier. Besides, don't you find this amusing? The world is utterly mundane. Engaging in some enjoyable escapades is rather delightful. Song Zhen huffed in response, truly disinclined to continue the conversation. Some individuals truly become more absurd with age. Although he still bore the appearance of youth, this old man was undeniably vexing. While Song Zhen's situation unfolded smoothly, her fellow disciples were not so fortunate. They scattered in different directions, encountering various monsters. Closest to Song Zhen was senior brother Lian from a nearby village, who had fallen prey to a demon on the very first day and was now being coerced into marriage. No, I shall not wed. Humans and demons are worlds apart, and there is a clear distinction between men and men. Lian Sheng gazed at the imposing man before him, clad in a vibrant red wedding gown, his emotions a tumultuous blend of confusion and incredulity. It would be one thing if a female demon had taken a liking to him, but this was a male demon. He was an extraordinarily robust male demon, referred to by the villagers as either the tiger immortal or the fox immortal. Given his imposing physique, he was likely the former. Regardless of gender distinctions, I have taken a liking to you, and who invited you to present yourself on my doorstep? I, as a fox warrior, am not lacking in either appearance or capability. What harm would it be to marry me? If it truly bothers you, I can easily transform into a female. Upon saying this, the fox warrior transformed from a burly man into an equally imposing woman. Lian Sheng nearly fainted at the sight. My dear fellow, if you choose to become a woman, could you perhaps also alter that bushy beard of yours? What woman sports such a facial hair? And with such a towering stature, are you certain you are a woman? Lian Sheng could no longer bear it. He had initially intended to outsmart his opponent, but it appeared that brute force was now the only recourse. Since you refuse to release me, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. I have refrained from attacking because I noticed you had not harmed anyone. However, if you insist on escalating matters, then prepare yourself. The villagers, who had gathered to celebrate a wedding feast, were initially enjoying themselves when they were taken aback by the sudden clash between the two newcomers. Contrary to the expected chaos and fleeing, they instead began to settle down, propping up stools to witness the spectacle. A young man remarked, while sipping his drink, "Who are these individuals? They certainly know how to fight." An elderly woman chimed in, "What brings you here? Surely you are not here to disrupt our joy, for the fox immortal is a benevolent spirit." The village once languished in poverty, but ever since the arrival of the esteemed fox immortal, their fortunes have gradually improved. You might believe that by living here and doing good deeds, they would turn a blind eye. Yet this mischievous spirit insists on stirring trouble. The prowess of a sword cultivator is widely acknowledged, despite possessing only foundational cultivation. They should not be underestimated. The fox warrior is not a formidable demon, merely one who has accumulated some cultivation over the years. Having finished their meal, and with the hour growing late, it is time for rest. Observing the two individuals, it seems they may be locked in their contest for quite some time. Perhaps they will still be battling when dawn breaks. The newly arrived celestial being is quite formidable and possesses an appealing visage. One wonders if they are betrothed and whether they might choose to linger. Do not harbor such foolish hopes. How could someone of their stature possibly remain here? Our village maidens are hardly worthy of them. As the crowd dispersed, both the individual and the spirit were left exhausted, collapsing to the ground. Lian Sheng, sword propped against the earth, knelt on one knee, panting, and remarked, "You cannot defeat me, nor can I defeat you. Do you intend to continue this entanglement indefinitely?" Fox warrior, lying on the ground, cast a glance at Lian Sheng's poised posture and, rolling their eyes in exasperation, retorted, "Given the circumstances, why maintain such a pretentious stance? Just lie down." These cultivators are so concerned with appearances. When weary, they should simply rest instead of insisting on striking a graceful pose. Lian Sheng replied, "Very well, I shall lie down." A solitary human and a mythical fox reclined upon the ground, gazing up at the star-studded sky. The ambience was undeniably enchanting, if one were to disregard their recent, fervent altercation. The fox, Hu, was the first to break the silence. "Pray tell, are you truly a swordsman?" "Indeed, I am a disciple of the illusory Cloud Sword sect," replied Lian Sheng, perplexed by the inquiry. Did he not appear to be so? Hu continued, "Is it not said that swordsmen possess unwavering resolve? Why do you ponder so deeply? Just look at your techniques. They are all aimed at my lower regions. Had he not been diligent in his training, the precious artifact would have been severed by this fellow. Chapter 61. The foolish fox demon Lien Sheng cast a glance at Huwu's lower half and boldly retorted, "That merely reflects your lack of skill. My junior sister once remarked that in a true battle for life and death, the style of one's techniques matters little. What is paramount is the ability to vanquish the opponent." Huwu's lips twitched in disbelief. Is your junior sister truly that ruthless? At the mention of Song Zhen, Lien Sheng was eager to share his thoughts, animatedly recounting various tales about her while seated on the ground. Initially, Huwu managed to maintain a semblance of composure. But as Lien Sheng's narratives unfolded, his expression gradually spiraled out of control. Upon concluding, Lien Sheng cast another glance at Huwu's lower half. Huwu instinctive, what do your eyes imply? Though I'm a demon, I too appreciate beauty, yet I do not take lives nor consume flesh. I am devoted to the righteous path. He aspires to transcend into a demon immortal. How could he possibly stray from the virtuous course? Those demons who have veered off track have yet to attain any fruitful outcomes, and with each elevation in their cultivation, the thunderbolts that strike them are fearsome, as if heaven itself seeks to obliterate them. Such a potion would be a waste of life. I would never squander my existence in such a manner. Lien Sheng squinted, scrutinizing him as he remarked, "So where have all those missing individuals gone? You cannot possibly claim they have all been sequestered in your private quarters. It is unacceptable to forcibly seize innocent men and women to bully the weak." Huwu huffed, lifting his chin with a hint of arrogance as he declared, "I am engaging in benevolent acts. Many of them have fled to this village for various reasons, be it running away from home or eloping. The only one I truly desire is you. As for the others, my unions with them serve merely as a means for them to escape their former identities. I have given this considerable thought. Their families are in pursuit of them. If I do not facilitate their departure from their previous selves, they cannot truly escape. Thus, I feign marriage with them, leading their families to believe they have either been killed, consumed, or taken by me, consequently erasing their former identities." At this point, Huwu felt a sense of pride. He was performing a noble deed, accumulating merit for himself. Upon hearing these words, Lien Sheng felt as though his jaw might drop to the ground. He made a concerted effort to rub the corners of his twitching mouth before continuing to inquire, "Have you never considered the consequences?" Huwu, with an expression of innocence, replied, "What consequences? What could possibly happen? I am merely assisting them, and their families would certainly not dare to seek them out again." Observing this seemingly foolish fox spirit, Lien Sheng began to harbor doubts about their understanding of such beings. Was it not said that fox spirits are exceedingly intelligent? When they assume human form, they are typically strikingly handsome or beautiful. Why then did this one appear so lacking in wit, even in its human guise? "Dear fox," he queried, "have you not contemplated how those individuals' families would react upon their disappearance? They would likely suspect you of having harmed them and place the blame squarely upon your shoulders. Some families, possessing certain capabilities, might even summon cultivators to exorcise you. Your cultivation level is not particularly profound. Any of my senior brothers or sisters could easily incapacitate you. Fortuitously, you happen to encounter me today." This foolish fox truly seemed oblivious, recklessly wagering its own life for the sake of others. Huwu suddenly exclaimed, as if struck by enlightenment, "Ah, I had not considered this at all. I assure you, I have not harmed a single person. I have been diligently doing good deeds within this village. None of these individuals have perished. I even provided them with some resources to facilitate their escape." Lien Sheng, at a loss for words, wearily rubbed his forehead, unsure of how to respond. It is unwise to allow this rather unintelligent fox spirit to remain here. Should fortune not favor him, and he encounters a formidable practitioner who might end his life, it would indeed be a profound injustice. Therefore, it is clear that you cannot stay here. Today, you have been fortunate to cross paths with me. My cultivation is rather modest, which allowed us to reach a stalemate. However, had you encountered a slightly stronger opponent, today would have been your downfall. Come with me to the illusory Cloud Sword Sect. We have an abundance of beastly companions in our sect, and your presence would scarcely be noticed. When you find yourself with nothing to do, you may train alongside my fellow disciples. Nevertheless, you must shed this propensity for beauty, lest you provoke the elders to deliver a reprimanding slap to your cheek. Foxwell instinctively covered his face, thinking, slap me? It seems the tales of the sword cultivator's ferocity are indeed true. The trials faced by my fellow disciples have ranged from amusing to genuinely perilous, yet overall, everyone has managed admirably. The elders are quite pleased. Thus far, not a single disciple has sought help, which is a stark contrast to previous cohorts where at least a couple would invariably call for assistance during such outings. It appears this new batch of disciples possesses remarkable talent. This particular expedition lasted half a month. Not an extensive duration, yet it was filled with remarkable events. After departing from that small town, Song Zhen attended to several matters. While none were of great significance, at least he did not remain idle. The other disciples fared well too. Some were even treated as esteemed guests in certain households, and one female disciple nearly found herself mistaken for a daughter by another family. Dear godmother, are you really leaving now? I cannot bear to part with you. A small child clung to the leg of the elder sister, refusing to let go. The elder sister, with a resigned expression, replied, You truly need not call me godmother. I am a disciple of the Huan Yun Sect, with little connection to the mundane world, and it remains uncertain whether we shall meet again. Hearing this, the child's parents maintained a fervent demeanor. Esteemed immortal, you have done our family a great service. Without your intervention, our son would have surely perished. It is only fitting that he acknowledges you as his benefactor. Moreover, establishing ties with a disciple of the celestial sect would be advantageous for us. It would be a pity to let such a valuable relationship slip away. The elder sister, not lacking in discernment, was acutely aware of their intentions. After being entangled in this situation for so long, she felt genuinely vexed. She swiftly lifted the child and placed him into the arms of the couple, her countenance stern as she declared, We are merely two ships passing in the night. Even if such circumstances befell another family, I would extend my assistance. While we disciples of the Huan Yun Sect are devoted to our cultivation, we are not entirely ignorant. Your family is well-to-do. A life of luxury is assured. There is no need to set your sights on me. After today's parting, whether we shall meet again is uncertain. And even if we do, I may not remember you. Let this be our farewell. With that, the elder sister soared into the sky on her sword, leaving the family below in an expression of profound disappointment. They had merely sought a safeguard for their lineage. It was indeed a regrettable outcome. Sister Song, it has been an age since we last met. Brother Liu chuckled heartily and remarked, I have stumbled upon a fortunate event. By a twist of fate, I have acquired a piece of spiritual jade that is perfectly suited to adorn the hilt of my sword. Some individuals have come into wealth, while others, like Brother Liu, have been fortunate enough to obtain spiritual treasures. However, Song Zhen's luck was rather dismal, as she found herself empty-handed. With a tinge of envy, she cast a wistful glance at her seniors and, feeling quite dejected, inquired, Elder, why is it that we receive no reward at all? Everyone else seems to have been compensated except for me. Qin Sun, comfortably nestled within Song Zhen's consciousness space, responded, If you desire a reward, why did you not voice it sooner? Song Zhen retorted, Would there have been a reward had I spoken up earlier? Who would provide it? Qin Sun, somewhat exasperated, replied, Are you truly so naive? If you sought a reward, you should have widely proclaimed your deeds while dealing with that malevolent spirit. The more people who knew, the more likely you would have received compensation after the matter was resolved. I had assumed you were merely discreet. A person of noble character who performs good deeds without seeking recognition. Song Zhen inhaled deeply, struggling to maintain her composure. It dawned on her that she could have indeed received a reward had she seized the opportunity. Why had this old fellow not offered a word of guidance? The notion of performing good deeds anonymously and possessing noble ambition, was she truly that lofty? She was, after all, a pauper, relying on the generosity of her master and fellow disciples to subsist, while others adorned their spiritual swords with various exquisite jades and gems, and she remained without. Can ambition be of any sustenance? Can it adorn her precious sword? Song Zhen took a deep breath, striving to calm her turbulent emotions. She reminded herself to remain composed. This was merely a trivial matter, and she would not repeat such a mistake in the future. After a lengthy attempt to regain her composure, Song Zhen still felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Qin Sun shook his head and said, "Do not dwell in sadness. In the future, I shall remind you. You must never engage in the folly of performing good deeds anonymously. When one does good, it ought to be proclaimed. Otherwise, if someone else takes credit, it would be utterly disheartening." Song Zhen nodded earnestly, resolving, from now on, I shall announce my good deeds with great fanfare. Today has indeed been a lesson learned. Qin Sun chuckled softly and remarked, "Let's hope so. I once had a junior who constantly claimed that suffering misfortune was a means of gaining wisdom. If he keeps encountering setbacks, he shall find himself perpetually ensnared in them." Song Zhen responded, "The junior seems to have a rather unfortunate fate." Fortunately, this time, none of the participants were harmed, and the sect leader and elders even organized a commendation ceremony for them. Many individuals offered a portion of their rewards, dividing it between the sect and themselves, entirely at their discretion. Given the significant expenses of their sword sect, everyone acted quite willingly. After all had contributed, Song Zhen rummaged through her belongings, yet found nothing of value. The sect leader, mistaking her silence for reluctance, gently reassured her, "It is perfectly all right if you have nothing. Keeping it for yourself is also acceptable." They were not enforcing any obligations, as there were indeed those who were rather stingy. After all, each person possesses a unique character. Song Zhen shook her head and produced a jar. Qin Sun was nearly driven to laughter upon seeing it. "Little girl, what on earth do you intend to do with that?" "Master, I did not receive any reward this time, but this is what I retrieved from the male ghost I dealt with. It is the ash formed from his decaying body after his soul departed. I thought it might be of some use, so I preserved it in a jar." The sect leader's lips twitched, almost wishing to kick the jar away. The expressions of the other elders were equally complex. The other disciples, though sensing something amiss, strained their minds to recall if they had taken anything from their assigned tasks. Hu rolled several times before finally stabilizing himself. "Liang Sheng, are you trying to kill me?" His master gazed at the scruffy fox on the ground, equally bewildered. The sect leader looked from the disheveled fox back to the urn of ashes in his hands, feeling a slight sense of relief. As long as Song Zhen was not an exception, having two individuals engage in such bizarre actions was preferable to having just one. Besides, it was merely a fox left behind. Retaining it was hardly a burden. Yet, these were matters for another time. Chapter 63. Causing mayhem, in others' homes the ashes were inexplicably foul, and upon opening the jar, the entire hall was engulfed in a repugnant odor. Song Zhen pushed the jar towards the sect leader, stepping back with a look of distaste. "Master, you hold on to that. The smell is quite unbearable." The sect leader's eyes were nearly squeezed shut from a stench. Observing this utterly unfilial girl, the sect leader's brows furrowed in indignation. "Sect leader, you find it foul, so you pass it on to me? Truly, you are my exemplary disciple." While his other 5 disciples, each distinct in character, displayed remarkable filial piety, this one seemed to be a product of some misfortune, proving exceedingly difficult to manage. Song Zhen felt a twinge of embarrassment at the reprimand, but remained steadfastly unmoved. Qin Sun, witnessing her demeanor, could not help but exclaim, "Thank goodness I did not take on a disciple in my time. Had I been burdened with one like you, I would surely have been driven to despair." In his youth, he had been urged by the elders of his sect to accept disciples. Yet his inherent love for freedom and aversion to discipline, coupled with a lack of inclination and time to oversee others, led him to refrain from taking on any. In retrospect, this decision seemed profoundly wise. The sect leader suppressed his frustration, sealing the jar with a huff before disdainfully returning it to Song Zhen. She pouted slightly, but mused that it was not entirely worthless. It might yet prove useful. After all, such a foul item was rare indeed, and it could potentially serve as a weapon in times of peril. The noxious odor left the others rolling their eyes in exasperation. Shortly thereafter, Song Zhen entered a period of seclusion, or rather, was firmly compelled to do so. It was akin to the exchanges between modern universities or corporations. Song Zhen possessed not even a modicum of interest in this endeavor. She would much rather dedicate her time to diligent cultivation. However, as a disciple of the sect master, she was destined to be occupied, especially considering her status as a prominent figure among the younger generation of disciples. Consequently, she was delegated to the exchange. To uphold the reputation of her sect, or rather, to impart a slight jolt to the Dharma sect, she was compelled into rigorous seclusion. Her senior brothers took turns instructing her, and even during the nocturnal hours, she was tutored by Qin Sun. Alas, this existence was truly unbearable. How could they treat her in such a manner, without respite day or night? She was, after all, only human, and humans require rest. Song Zhen was on the verge of exhaustion from practicing her swordsmanship. These senior brothers were veritable fiends. Senior brother Ohua may have appeared simple-minded, but when he commenced sword practice, he became utterly merciless. The slightest imperfection in her movements would result in a strike to her hand, leaving it swollen by the end of the day. Senior brother Ouyang seemed amiable enough, always wearing a cheerful smile, but beneath that facade lurked a heart of darkness. As for senior brother Musai, he was an absolute fox with a smile, brimming with mischievous ideas. He was the embodiment of cunning. The only one who was marginally better was Ji Fan. Fifth senior brother, I am your own junior sister, after all. You cannot be so ruthless with me. Since my initiation, you have always guided me, and your position in my heart is unmatched by the other senior brothers. Having finally endured until Ji Fan took over her instruction, Song Zhen immediately resorted to emotional appeals. She was in dire need of rest, an overwhelming need. Ji Fan, observing her state, found himself unable to refuse her plea, primarily because there was little left for him to impart. Several senior brothers imparted all they could teach, leaving little for him to convey. Very well, today you shall rest well. Take a look at the basic sword manual, and feel free to ask me any questions you have. Upon hearing this, Song Zhen was genuinely moved. Indeed, the little father figure was just that, while the other seniors were akin to stepfathers. Since her initiation, Song Zhen had been guided by Ji Fan. Her entire training life was cared for by Ji Fan himself, which led her to affectionately refer to him as little father in her heart. Moreover, she truly believed Ji Fan to be exceptionally capable, adept in both the parlor and the kitchen, an epitome of a devoted senior brother. Qin Sun could not help but muse internally. You dare to voice this to Ji Fan? Let us see if he remains your devoted senior brother then. Song Zhen quickly shook her head, replying, I wouldn't dare. It's one thing to think it in my heart, but to say it aloud? I lack the courage for that. I'm not seeking a death wish. Song Zhen's life was fraught with difficulty, and her fellow brothers were not faring much better. 5 individuals were chosen: Song Zhen, Lian Sheng, Qi Feng, along with 2 senior brothers and sisters. This training persisted for over 2 months, and by the time they were released, the first 3 were nearly rendered senseless. Lian Sheng, cradling his large fox, dazedly exclaimed, I've finally made it out. Can I avoid such activities in the future? Song Zhen and Qi Feng shared the same sentiment. Being selected was indeed an honor, but they would prefer to forego such training altogether. Moreover, they believed that they did not require any training, for their swordsmanship was already the strongest among all practitioners. On the day of their departure, the elders summoned them together for a thorough admonition. They needed to understand what was appropriate and what was not when visiting another's home. Furthermore, they should avoid appearing too destitute. The golden nest and silver nest could never compare to one's own humble abode, and this was a principle they ought to remember. They should exercise restraint and show respect to their hosts, allowing for some leeway in unfavorable situations, rather than resorting to shouting and violence at the slightest provocation. As for Song Zhen, he was advised against provoking the senior disciples of others. It sufficed to display his prowess within his own circle, and he should temper his temperament while in the presence of outsiders. The elders were genuinely concerned for them, as each one of them was a source of anxiety. They were well aware of their disciples' fiery tempers, which could easily lead to conflict at the slightest criticism. Such behavior might be tolerated at home, but it was wholly inappropriate in another's domain. Should they lose a fight, it would bring disgrace to the sword sect. Yet if they triumphed but failed to give due respect to their hosts, it would present a dilemma. Song Zhen felt overwhelmed, realizing that social etiquette was also a significant consideration in this context. Chapter 64. The sect leader must also venture out to accept commissions for profit. Their actions reflected the prestige of the Huan Yun Sect. Hence, the elders had truly invested considerable resources in preparing their supplies for this journey. They even personally financed several sets of attire for the disciples, including the hairpins and crowns adorning their heads. Song Zhen, feeling the fine fabric of his new garments, could not suppress a broad smile. It seems there are advantages to venturing out. Perhaps we should do so more often. Observing her unrefined demeanor, Qin Sun couldn't help but remark, "Surely you're not that destitute. I recall your master and fellow disciples being quite generous with you." He had never encountered such munificent mentors, practically raising Song Zhen as their own daughter. Her needs were anticipated and provided for without her even having to voice them. The attire and jewelry prepared by her fourth senior sister were all to the young maiden's liking. The young woman's entire collection of magical artifacts was painstakingly acquired by the sect leader and her fellow disciples. He had never witnessed such benevolence. Typically, the kindness of a master and fellow disciples has its limits, but in her case, there seemed to be no such boundaries. Yet despite all this, she still perceived herself as impoverished, constantly wandering about in worn-out practice robes, neglecting to wear her finer garments. Song Zhen retorted, "What's the point of wearing nice clothes when I'm practicing my swordsmanship? Wouldn't that be a waste? One should wear appropriate attire for the task at hand." The elders, gazing upon their 5 radiant disciples, nodded in satisfaction. This is what exemplary disciples of the sword sect should be. Remember to uphold your dignity while abroad, and never engage in conduct that would tarnish our reputation. The 5 disciples nodded in unison, though inwardly they couldn't help but grumble. What precisely constituted conduct unbecoming of their status? What actions could possibly disgrace them? Their reputation as sword cultivators had always been distinctive. Even senior sister Miao and senior brother Lu felt that the elders' words might be challenging to adhere to. After bidding farewell to Song Zhen and the others, the elders gazed mournfully at their empty purses, nearly overwhelmed with despair. Each time such matters arise, it is we who must foot the bill. "Oh, master, might the next occasion see the public treasury contribute?" lamented one elder. "We, these old fellows, possess but a meager sum. If this continues, we might as well unearth our coffin funds." Another elder lamented, "Indeed, just look at my tattered garments. I haven't changed my clothes in ages." The master responded, "Surely our sword sect cannot be so impoverished. Our disciples, when they venture forth to hone their skills, contribute a portion of their resources to the sect. Cannot these resources be exchanged for something of value?" Observing the despondent faces of the elders, the master sighed in resignation. "My dear brothers and sisters, are you unaware of our sect's circumstances? Do you not grasp the number of disciples we possess?" It was a shameful truth that, as the esteemed leader of the sect, he was compelled to seek outside work to sustain the sect. Who would believe such a tale if it were to be revealed? Each time he accepted a commission, he concealed his identity, fearing the ridicule that would surely follow. The elders fell silent, realizing that in comparison, their situation was somewhat less dire. Unable to suppress his frustration, the master remarked, "Perhaps we should take turns bearing the mantle of leadership. This burden is becoming too heavy for me to endure." He reminisced about the time when he first ascended to the position of master, filled with vigor and affluence as a swordsman. Yet, since assuming the role of master, that spirited confidence had dissipated entirely, and his purse grew increasingly barren. The master's words left the elders in shock. "Oh, master, allow me to take the position of the sect leader. None of us possess the qualifications or the capabilities for such a role. Indeed, we have all witnessed your dedication over the years, and it is clear that the leader of the Huan Yun Sect can only be you. No one else is fit for the task. Well, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Sect leader, our sect still relies on your support. We, the rest, can merely guide the disciples." Before long, all the elders had departed, leaving the sect leader alone to sigh in solitude. He regretted taking on the mantle of leadership. The position was truly burdensome, appearing splendid on the outside, but fraught with challenges. After a brief respite, he would again venture forth to accept commissions, hoping for a more generous reward this time. Meanwhile, the departing elders simultaneously sneezed, unaware that they had already been targeted. The The Law Sect was not in close proximity to the Huan Yun Sect, and they would inevitably encounter various dangers along the way. Thus, before setting off, Song Zhen had acquired many fine treasures from her senior brothers and sisters. Mu Si looked down at his younger sister, who was clinging to his leg in tears, and said with a hint of exasperation, "Little sister, you cannot always burden me alone. Your other senior brothers and sisters are quite affluent as well." Song Zhen gently touched the exquisite boots embroidered with golden threads and replied softly, "But none of them are as wealthy as you." Mu Si responded, "Though your words ring true, must you truly carry so much wealth merely to stay at someone else's residence for a few days of exchange?" Song Zhen, senior brother, what I desire is not wealth. My pocket money suffices. Rather, I yearn for a talisman of sorts, one that enables me to summon you at will when danger arises. While others can call forth divine dragons, I wish to summon my senior brother. Just imagine how exhilarating it would be to call upon you during a battle. Merely contemplating it makes my heart race with excitement. Qin Sun couldn't help but think to herself, so what you desire is essentially a teleportation talisman. Why not just draw one yourself? Song Zhen, your words imply that I'm proficient in drawing. I'm a sword cultivator, not a talisman cultivator. If I possess such abilities, would I still need to ask for help? Mu Si rummaged through his belongings and produced a few talismans. Here, take these. They are teleportation talismans, each infused with the blood of myself and several senior brothers. Just use one when you wish to summon someone. However, it's best not to call upon us unnecessarily. You should handle your own affairs. Song Zhen treasured these teleportation talismans as if they were precious gems. Rest assured, I will use them wisely. Chapter 65. Little Cake's senior brother the other stood nearby, gazing at Mu Si with envy. Why were they not blessed with such a senior brother? Most of their seniors were elusive, either engrossed in closed-door training or venturing out on quests. Occasionally, when they did appear, they would bestow some gifts, but those instances were rare. Song Shimi is truly fortunate to have such an exceptional senior brother and master. They had also heard from their master that the sect leader might favor Sister Song. Upon noticing the envious glances from others, Song Zhen proudly lifted her chin. Envy away, she thought. Her senior brothers and sisters were quite exceptional. If it weren't for the mission of establishing the Huan Yun Sect as the foremost sect in the world, she would have relished the idea of lounging about like a carefree fish. After all, with her master and senior siblings providing for her, she merely needed to be a laid-back little sister. Alas, that aspiration was unattainable. She had to strive towards that mission. Once Mu Si departed, they truly set forth on their journey, which was fraught with dangers. Senior sister Miao and senior brother El were both at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, while the three of them were at the Foundation establishment stage, with Song Zhen being slightly superior at the peak of Foundation establishment. After descending the mountain, they naturally followed the guidance of the two elder siblings. As she observed her seniors securing accommodations, Song Zhen quietly asked the nearby Chi Feng, brother Little Cake, "Why are we stopping here? Shouldn't we press on while the momentum is strong?" Chi Feng glanced around and realized that Song Zhen seemed to be speaking to him. He pointed to himself with wide eyes and said, "Are you talking to me?" His name was Chi Feng, not Little Cake. Song Zhen nodded, replying, "Well, who else could I be addressing on my right?" Chi Feng patiently responded, "Sister Song, perhaps you have forgotten my name. I am Chi Feng, not Little Cake." "What sort of name is Little Cake? Does anyone actually bear such a name?" Song Zhen shook her head and, with a meaningful expression, said, No, senior brother. You do not understand the significance of the name Little Cake. I know you are called Chiffon, which is why I refer to you as Little Cake. In my hometown, there exists a delicacy known as chiffon cake, which is delightfully sweet and exquisitely soft, melting in one's mouth. Having never tasted it, I can only imagine its deliciousness. Speaking of this, I truly long for the modern version of Little Cake. While the Chinese pastries here are indeed delectable, one can grow weary of them over time. Indulging in Western-style little cakes occasionally is also quite delightful. Chiffon observed Song Zhen's nostalgic expression, his lips twitching slightly as he found himself at a loss for words. The realization that his name was identical to that of a dessert left him pondering whether his parents had named him after this particular treat. He recalled his father mentioning that his mother had a penchant for various pastries during her pregnancy, perhaps hinting at the origin of his name. Lin Sheng, standing nearby, was also tempted by Song Zhen's words and craved a chiffon little cake. Little cake senior brother, or rather, chiffon senior brother. Was your mother particularly fond of these little cakes while she was expecting you, which led to your name? Surely, you must know where one can find this delectable little cake. The thought of a grown man bearing a name associated with a dessert was amusing. He feared it would become a source of ridicule if revealed. Qin's son, influenced by Song Zhen's sentiments, also found himself yearning for the pastry, though he was not as easily swayed as Lin Sheng. Having traveled the world and savored various cuisines, he had yet to encounter any chiffon little cakes. A delightful treat he had never laid eyes on before. Qin inquired, "Little girl, have you truly tasted that chiffon cake?" Song Zhen replied, "I have indeed. Why would I deceive you? Moreover, I am familiar with the preparation steps." Though she would not be the one to make it, she had gleaned the process from watching videos, merely possessing the ability to talk about it. Yet, that ability alone is quite commendable. All she needed was to find someone adept in the kitchen who could bring those steps to life, and the cake would come to fruition. While they discussed the cake, the two senior brothers and sisters had already secured a room. The two of them were capable of self-protection, but if the three of them were to join, they feared they might not be able to look after them adequately. Hence, she issued a request for assistance. In a couple of days, someone would escort them. Many advanced cultivators emerged, and the two seniors, being at the golden core stage, could at least flee if they could not confront a threat. However, the three juniors were still at the foundation establishment stage, possibly unable to escape even if the need arose. As seniors, it was their duty to ensure the safety of their juniors, prompting them to allocate some funds for the task. Song Zhen gazed at her seniors with admiration brimming in her eyes. "Seniors, you are truly wonderful. With your help, we need not fear danger." In truth, she was not particularly afraid of danger, as she was capable of running away. However, having an escort provided a measure of comfort, ensuring greater safety along the way. Qin lay within Song Zhen's consciousness space, absorbing the happenings outside. The external chaos caused by the rampaging beasts indicated that significant events were about to unfold. In recent days, the two senior brothers and sisters had no intention of restraining them. They generously bestowed a small allowance upon them, enabling them to purchase some snacks and enjoy themselves. Although the seniors themselves were not affluent, this modest sum was still sufficient for some treats. As they clutched their pocket money, Song Zhen's eyes sparkled with delight, and her two companions shared a similar sense of excitement. They had not anticipated receiving any spending money from their seniors during their outing. It was truly wonderful. Song Zhen chuckled heartily, her smile imbued with a hint of innocence. "We are not ungrateful. Our senior brothers and sisters are simply marvelous." The other two chimed in, "Indeed, when we go out, our master doesn't give us any money, claiming that since we are practicing fasting, we have no need for it." Mentioning this made them quite irate, who said that fasting meant one could not enjoy food. Fasting was for cultivation, while indulging in delicious cuisine was for sheer pleasure. In unison, the trio decided to frolic through the streets. Qin Xuan, particularly unabashed, insisted that Song Zhen purchase an abundance of his favorite delicacies. Chapter 66. The commission accepted by the sect leader of this small town was far more vibrant than the several quaint villages nearby. Moreover, one could discern from the spirited demeanor of the townsfolk that they enjoyed a significantly better quality of life compared to those in the villages. As Song Zhen ambled about, savoring her candied hawthorn, Ling Sheng and Qi Feng trailed closely behind, perplexed by her aimless wandering. After following her through several streets, Qi Feng could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Junior sister, are you searching for something?" Song Zhen shook her head, "Not at all. I am unfamiliar with this place. What could I possibly be looking for?" Lin Sheng inquired, "Since you are not searching for anything, why are you wandering about?" Song Zhen cast him a curious glance and replied, "Isn't shopping all about meandering? What else is there to do if not to explore?" Qi Feng and Lin Sheng exchanged silent understanding. Qin Sun could not suppress a chuckle. He had long recognized her spirited nature, unrestrained and candid, saying whatever came to her mind and doing as she pleased. When it came to shopping, she was spontaneous, often spending an entire day without purchasing a single item, yet deriving immense joy from the experience. Though Qin Sun found it perplexing, he also found it quite entertaining. Song Zhen observed the exaggerated expressions of her two senior brothers, shaking her head as she remarked, "You two exemplify the typical male approach to shopping, heading straight for a specific destination. For me, shopping is about wandering aimlessly. Sometimes it's not about buying anything at all, but merely the act of perusing brings joy. You need not accompany me. Go and enjoy yourselves. Our shopping styles differ, and I wouldn't want to dampen your spirits." Despite her musings on why her brothers insisted on shadowing her, she now comprehended their intentions. Qi Feng and Lian Sheng exchanged glances, their mutual understanding evident. They had no intention of parting ways. "Sister, let us remain together. It is prudent to have each other's backs should any unforeseen events arise." Although among the three of them, the junior sister possesses the highest cultivation, the two senior brothers still bear the responsibility of caring for her. Song Zhen gazed at them and playfully stuffed 2 candied hawthorns into their mouths. "All right, if you wish to accompany us, then let us be off. Let us explore another place." Lian Sheng and Qi Feng trailed behind Song Zhen, one on each side, resembling 2 devoted attendants. The trio certainly stood out as they walked along the street. Song Zhen was often mistaken for a young lady from a wealthy family on an outing. Despite her modest attire, the presence of 2 exceptionally handsome attendants hinted at a status far from ordinary. After all, it was not uncommon for such individuals to hold other identities. As night fell, Song Zhen laid out all the delicacies that Tan Sun desired. Sitting on a stool, Tan Sun savored the food while offering critiques. "This grilled meat pales in comparison to what we had in that town. It's overly tough, and the seasoning is insufficient. This candied hawthorn is too sour. The syrup is lacking. However, this pastry is quite delightful. Do buy more from that shop tomorrow, so we can enjoy them on our journey." Reclining on her bed, Song Zhen listened to his evaluations with exasperation. "I say, ancestor, if there's food to eat, must you be so particular? All of this was purchased with my money. If you insist on being so finicky, then you ought to pay for it yourself." A venerable ancestor, living off the indulgence of her younger kin with such unabashed confidence, would surely become the subject of ridicule if word got out. Song Zhen patted her hollow purse and let out a deep sigh. Indeed, the prices here were considerably steeper than those in the neighboring towns. Qin Sun, elegantly savoring a candied hawthorn, languidly remarked, "I am devoid of funds. And it was you who promised to take good care of me. You even bowed 3 times in solemn oath. One must not be unfaithful to their word." This girl constantly lamented her poverty while extravagantly spending money. True destitution did not manifest in such a manner. Song Zhen propped herself up, cast a glance at Qin Sun, and then fell back with a sense of resignation. Initially, she had believed him to be merely an ordinary skeleton, unaware that he was, in fact, a significant figure, and that nurturing such a person would be so financially burdensome. The senior disciples had experienced the trials of raising a child through her, and she, in turn, was learning the same through this formidable entity, a true case of tit for tat. After residing here for 2 days, the individual assigned to protect them arrived, signaling their departure. Yet, as that person drew near, an odd sensation lingered in Song Zhen's heart. Soon enough, she would discern the source of this peculiar feeling. Upon witnessing her master, who had donned a disguise, she nearly wished to gouge out her own eyes. While others might fail to recognize him, could her apprentice truly not identify who stood before her? The sect leader was clad in tattered rags, his hair in disarray, and his face adorned with a faux beard. Even the sword at his side had been replaced. The few spiritual swords he frequently wielded had likely been stowed away. The other 4 could not recognize him, and, noticing Song Zhen lost in thought, urged, "Junior sister, what are you daydreaming about? We must depart." The sect leader kept casting glances at Song Zhen. Upon looking up at the sky, felt her shoulders droop in despair. Meanwhile, Qin Sun, hidden within the confines of the spiritual realm, was nearly beside himself with laughter. "Ha! This is your master, the esteemed leader of the Huan Yun Sect. Ha ha! He is truly resorting to every possible means to earn a living, taking on any task that comes his way." Song Zhen, exasperated, retorted, "Shut up at once. But why would master accept such a commission? What could he possibly be concealing from us, his disciples? No wonder he often disappears without a trace. It seems we, the older siblings, have been left to care for the younger ones while Master is out accepting tasks. Throughout the journey, Song Zhen rarely spoke, even when Lian Sheng and the others attempted to engage her in conversation. The sect leader altered his tone, appearing both rugged and aged. Yet his strength was commendable for someone of his years. It was not unusual for someone older and more skilled to present themselves in such a manner, and no one would associate this individual with him. Qi Feng, however, was particularly enamored with this elder, incessantly referring to him as senior and yearning to spar with him. The sect leader was nearly driven to exasperation by Qi Feng's enthusiasm, as he had no intention of engaging in combat. They may underestimate me, yet I am quite capable. While I may not rival my junior sister, I still stand out among my peers. Qi Feng was particularly indignant, believing that the sect leader held him in low regard. Chapter 67. The Miserable Sect Leaders. Song Zhen stood nearby, utterly unable to avert his gaze, for the atmosphere was overwhelmingly awkward. The sect leader, aware that Song Zhen had recognized him, cast a pleading glance in his direction. "Help me, save me, please send him away." How had he not realized how troublesome Qi Feng could be? Moreover, the disciples had become increasingly belligerent, evidently influenced by someone. "Song Zhen, this has nothing to do with me." All right, please do not disturb him. He is merely here on a commission to protect us and is under no obligation to serve as your sparring partner," Sister Miao interjected, pulling Qi Feng away. Once Qi Feng was removed from the scene, the sect leader finally exhaled in relief. With the sect leader present, their journey had been remarkably smooth. In the face of danger, it was the disciples who would handle the situation, allowing the sect leader to refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. This approach not only safeguarded their well-being, but also provided them with invaluable experience, achieving two objectives simultaneously. During a moment of leisure, Song Zhen stealthily approached the sect leader's side. Observing the sect leader, who appeared entirely different from his usual self, Song Zhen quietly inquired, "Master, what are you doing? Did you come to protect us out of concern?" The sect leader replied, "No, I am here to earn money." Huh? Song Zhen was momentarily taken aback. To earn money? Is Master in need of funds? Song Zhen initially believed that the sect leader had come deliberately to protect them. After all, a mother worries when her child travels 1,000 miles. "I am merely seeking to earn a living. Do you think I am affluent?" As the leader of a sect, there are numerous expenses to consider. The mere mention of these financial burdens caused the sect leader great distress. The destructive nature of sword cultivators, coupled with their penchant for conflict, often resulted in damage to property. While it was possible to demand compensation from them, the sect still had to bear some costs. The entire sect required funds to operate, and each month, a modest stipend was distributed to the disciples. Though it was not substantial, it served as a token of appreciation. This situation was not unique to their sect. Others faced similar challenges, albeit with greater wealth. Song Zhen's lips twitched, her emotions swirling within her. She inquired of Qin's son, "Senior, was our Huan Yun sect similarly impoverished in the past? Did the leader then also have to venture out to accept commissions for funds?" However, the notion of poverty was deeply ingrained in him. "Indeed, we were quite destitute. Presently, the sect is still home to many scions of noble families. It is inconceivable that we could sink to utter destitution. In our time, we relied on our own efforts. The sect leader at that time was even more pitiable than yours. He not only accepted commissions, but also held a long-term position as a bodyguard, and even resorted to selling himself." Sell oneself? Song Zhen fell silent for a few moments, convinced she must have misheard. Surely, one would not go so far as to sell oneself. Qin Sun continued, "That old fellow was rather fortunate. The spouse he married was extraordinarily wealthy. In any case, he made a worthwhile investment with his own well-being." That venerable old man is none other than the foremost disciple of the founding master of the illusory Cloud Sword sect, a figure you may have heard of, Master Lu Yun. The esteemed Master Lu Yun. Song Zhen felt her head spinning. She had often heard her seniors speak of Master Lu Yun, recounting tales of his legendary prowess, his unparalleled swordsmanship, ethereal beauty, and benevolent disposition. A myriad of commendatory phrases adorned his name. In stark contrast stood Qin Sun, whose name had seldom graced her ears until her recent emergence from the Sword Tomb, where she discovered the true nature of this esteemed elder. In terms of status, Qin Sun surpassed Lu Yun, yet he abhorred the constraints of leadership, which ultimately led to the sect's leadership being bestowed upon Lu Yun. Reflecting on this, Qin Sun deemed his decision to be profoundly sagacious. How fortunate I was to depart swiftly, otherwise I would be burdened with this mountain of troubles. And I have no desire to sell my soul. As he spoke, he shook his head, acknowledging that Lu Yun's spouse was indeed a good person, albeit rather fierce. At this moment, Song Zhen found it increasingly difficult to articulate her feelings. Indeed, it is often best to remain somewhat oblivious to the truths of such legendary figures. Moreover, it appeared that the position of sect leader was not as enviable as it seemed. Those who had held this title had not fared particularly well. Stealing a glance at her own master, she could not help but feel a growing sense of pity. The more she observed, the more she felt her master's plight. While other elders enjoyed a comfortable existence within the confines of the sect, her master was compelled to venture out on missions, returning in a disheveled state. Truly, it was a lamentable situation. Uncertain whether my senior brothers and sisters are aware that our master is undertaking tasks outside, I find myself exclaiming in excitement, the nebula herb. My fortune is simply extraordinary. The exuberant voice of Lien Sheng echoed from a short distance away. Song Zhen, possessing little understanding of medicinal herbs, felt indifferent as she had no personal use for them. Nevertheless, she joined the fray, drawn by curiosity. The herb was quite aesthetically pleasing, radiating a subtle blue luminescence. Your luck is indeed remarkable, junior brother L remarked with envy. This herb is rare, and when the time comes, you should request the alchemist to refine it into a pill. It will serve as a safeguard for future endeavors. The nebula pill, derived from the nebula herb, possesses remarkable efficacy for external injuries, and during their excursions, they inevitably sustain wounds. Typically, minor injuries can be endured, but more serious ones without the aid of medicinal pills can only be weathered through sheer willpower. With the pills, however, one need not worry, though they're costly, and most of their funds have been expended on their swords. Moreover, sword cultivators are robust and resilient, managing to endure hardships without much concern. Lien Sheng carefully unearthed the herb, while others searched the vicinity, hoping to discover any overlooked treasures. The presence of this singular herb suggested that the area was conducive to the growth of medicinal plants. If they were fortunate enough to find another, it would be a boon. Song Zhen stood by, observing her seniors meticulously scouring the ground inch by inch. For some inexplicable reason, she was reminded of 4 large dogs using their noses to hunt for something hidden. She did not intend to insult her senior brothers and sisters. Rather, the current scene was simply too reminiscent. The sect leader, observing the motionless Song Zhen, could not help but exclaim, "Aren't you going to join the search? You should seize such opportunities. Can't you be a bit more astute?" Song Zhen shook her head. "I don't need to. This opportunity is better left for my senior brothers and sisters. After all, I want to be harmed, and the herbs are of little use to me." Qin Sun remarked, "You are indeed quite magnanimous." Chapter 68. There's no helping it. Others have given too much. This thorough search truly yielded several herbs. Song Zhen's spirit of selflessness deeply moved her senior brothers and sisters. "Song Jr., do you really not want even one herb? These are valuable to us." Brother L expressed a favorable opinion of this little junior. Song Zhen shook her head again. No, you seniors keep them." The sect leader, watching the scene with narrowed eyes, felt an intense frustration. Why be so modest at this moment? If someone offers you something, accept it. If you don't want it, you could sell it for money. Normally, she would assertively request items. Yet here, she was being overly humble. It truly exasperated him. For some reason, Song Zhen felt a chill at the nape of her neck, goosebumps rising on her skin. However, she sensed no immediate danger around her. Qin Sun, observing everything with a smile, was thoroughly amused. The Dharma sect had long been waiting to welcome them. The disciples failed to recognize him. However, the venerable elders of the Law sect were quite familiar with his presence. He was reluctant to lose face in front of them, despite his financial constraints. His ambitions remained unyielding. Song Zhen had initially intended to greet his master, but upon turning around, he found that the man had vanished. Had he departed so swiftly? Wasn't he even going to bid farewell? Qin Sun remarked, "What farewell is there to speak of? If we wait any longer, others will unveil his identity. While your brothers and sisters may not recognize your master, the elders of the lost sect possess keen discernment." Song Zhen nodded in sudden realization. It was indeed a matter of preserving dignity. It seemed that the sword sect had little to fear regarding loss of face, for there was hardly any dignity left to lose. Observing his fellow disciples joyfully accepting gifts, he truly felt they had nothing to be embarrassed about. "Ah, estime elders. Your kindness is truly appreciated. Our master often reminisces about you all, but he simply lacks the time to visit. You mention Elder Song. He has been in good health lately, enjoying his meals, though he does have a tendency to scold others. Elder Lu is also quite well, constantly urging his disciple to exercise, thus enhancing his physical condition." The elders of the lost sect exhibited a genuine concern for the elders of the sword sect, inquiring about nearly every one of them. Initially a mere spectator, Song Zhen was unexpectedly drawn into the conversation. "Is this the disciple of Master Song? How has your master been faring recently?" A middle-aged man approached with a cheerful demeanor, appearing quite charming. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be slightly older than the sect master. Song Zhen was uncertain of his identity, yet addressing him as elder seemed appropriate. "Greetings, elder. My master has been well lately, both in health and spirit," she said. Upon hearing her words, the elder could not help but burst into hearty laughter. "Rich in spirit, you say? And what a material wealth." Song Zhen chuckled softly and replied, "You know well that sword cultivators are not particularly affluent. My master, being the leader of the sect, bears a heavy burden, which naturally leaves our material resources somewhat lacking." The elder glanced at the sword in her hand and smiled. "Sword cultivators are hardly impoverished. Rather, you choose to allocate your funds elsewhere. The swords you wield are each worth a fortune, adorned with various treasures. The maintenance fluids you use are not cheap either, unlike the expenditure of other cultivators." Song Zhen smiled, narrowing her eyes in agreement. Indeed, the accommodations provided by the sect were truly commendable, far superior to their previous living arrangements. Qi Feng circled around his room 3 times before exclaiming, "I wish I could transform my quarters into something like this, but alas, my finances fall short." To which the others responded, "Who among us is not in the same predicament? Their guest rooms are so splendid." Many of their elders merely dug out a cave in the mountains, declaring it a dwelling, and resided there with a handful of their disciples. At that moment, Song Zhen perceived the group before her as a gathering of primitive cave dwellers, and she was deeply concerned that she might be destined for such a place. Fortunately, as a sect leader, her residence afforded her a modicum of prestige. Moreover, her senior peers were not impoverished, thus their faction enjoyed relatively comfortable accommodations within the sect. Naturally, when coming for exchanges, one must learn from others. Many practitioners sought to engage in sparring with them. Thankfully, the day was designated for their rest, for otherwise they would have had no reprieve by nightfall. However, on the following day, as dawn broke, Song Zhen opened her door only to be greeted by a throng of eager faces standing at her threshold, their eyes gleaming with excitement. In disbelief, she promptly shut the door, thinking it must be a dream. How could there possibly be a gathering of the undead outside her dwelling? After composing herself, she reopened the door, only to find the scene unchanged, and their enthusiasm seemingly heightened. Qin Sun remarked, "Do not resist. Many cultivators are fervent in their training, and for them, sword practitioners represent the ideal sparring partners." Song Zhen was perplexed as to why sword practitioners were deemed the best companions for training. Was it merely due to their resilience? Qin Sun explained, "That is indeed a factor, yet it is not the sole reason. Sword practitioners possess formidable offensive capabilities, and sparring with them can significantly enhance one's own skills." At a loss for words, Song Zhen realized that their purpose in the exchange was to serve as training partners for these individuals. It seemed rather exploitative. She pondered why sword practitioners would come to learn from others when their studies were not aligned. What could they possibly gain? It turned out the rationale was as such. The elders. There is no alternative. The offer is simply too generous. In this world, There exists no problem that money cannot resolve. If a solution eludes us, it merely indicates that the funds are insufficient. The elders have deliberated carefully. They cannot select disciples of extraordinary caliber, for that would be excessively audacious to confront them on their own territory. Conversely, they cannot opt for those who are too weak, as this would fail to provide any substantial training experience, especially considering the financial investment made. Thus, they must choose those who are of middling strength, selecting the CRME de la CRME among the new generation of disciples alongside those of moderate cultivation. As for the disciples from the law school who are destined for the sword sect, they are all elite. Observing them will serve as a superior means of honing their skills. After all, within the sword sect, finding a sparring partner is hardly a challenge. Any individual will suffice for practice. Chapter 69. It turns out we are here to be punching bags upon witnessing the drowsy and seemingly unresponsive Song Zhen. The disciples of the lost sect greeted her with amiable smiles. Sister Song, may I inquire if you have a moment? Could we possibly engage in a brief sparring session? With a grin that barely concealed her irritation, Song Zhen replied, It appears I am rather pressed for time. I still need to have breakfast and attend morning class. Even in the absence of my master and senior brothers, I must fulfill my daily duties. The morning class, as it is termed, consists of wielding the sword and practicing sword techniques, tasks that are obligatory for daily practice. Sister, have you not yet entered fasting? Do you still require breakfast? Do you not possess fasting pills? Song Zhen felt a twinge of embarrassment at their rapid-fire inquiries, particularly as their gazes bore a hint of pity following their questions. It is truly lamentable that they are devoid of even the simplest sustenance, such as the fasting elixir. Song Zhen discerned this sentiment reflected in their eyes. Dear fellow disciples, while abstaining from meals poses no issue for me, I find myself unaccustomed to the fasting elixir. I prefer the regularity of 3 meals a day. It is said that one must never neglect the pleasures of culinary delights. Life is too fleeting to forego the simple joy of eating. A life devoid of such pleasures seems unbearably bleak, and Song Zhen has no desire to sink into such a pitiful state. The elders had mentioned that an excess of grains and cereals could weigh heavily on the body. Glancing at the sun, Song Zhen realized that time was slipping away. It was nearly time for a meal, and she would not want to miss out. For the dining hall of the sword sect tends to run out of food if one arrives even slightly late. The enthusiasm for dining among everyone is palpable. Each meal is approached with a fervor akin to that of high school students vying for cafeteria food, a competition of speed in which she has never been bested. Fellow disciples, I shall take my leave for a meal. Please make yourselves comfortable. When I find some leisure, I would be delighted to engage in a friendly contest with any of you, she said with a smile before gracefully departing on her sword, leaving the disciples of the lost sect in a state of awe as they watched her retreating figure. One disciple, somewhat dazed, remarked that sword-riding posture is rather elegant. I have never seen one seated in such a manner. The others exchanged glances of disbelief, as if to say, as if we have ever witnessed such a thing ourselves. Song Zhen mused, elegance is indeed timeless. Meanwhile, the disciples of the lost sect found themselves ensnared early in the day, unsure of how to refuse the challenges posed to them, and thus reluctantly engaged in a contest with their peers. Indeed, the sword cultivator possesses remarkable strength, and the disciple of the lost sect is thoroughly impressed by Lianqing's prowess. However, Lianqing is unwilling to engage in conversation with them, especially since they have dragged him into combat so early in the morning when he is still struggling to awaken. Moreover, how dare they engage in a wheel battle? With each of them possessing a higher cultivation level, and by seniority, they are all his seniors. This is intolerable. I refuse to continue. I demand a respite. Lianqing plops down onto the ground, utterly exasperated. These individuals are truly excessive, not allowing anyone a moment's peace this early in the day. Furthermore, shouldn't they seek out my seniors instead of coming to bother me, the one with the lowest cultivation among the 5 of us? Is it merely a matter of bullying someone of lesser prowess? This is outrageous. The senior from the lost sect, observing Lianqing's anger, chuckles and replies, There are individuals among your seniors as well as your junior sister. Such a rare opportunity for self-improvement cannot be overlooked. Lianqing retorts, So, we are merely here to serve as your practice dummies? The senior continues, Lianxing, in truth, this is a mutually beneficial endeavor. Training together allows for your growth as well. What is there not to enjoy? Although the sword cultivators also benefit from the training, the daily insistence on sparring has become quite arduous. Nevertheless, the current batch of disciples, including Song Zhen and his peers, has grown much shrewder and are no longer easily deceived by such tactics. When did these sword cultivators become so articulate? Have they finally awakened to their potential? I am done. I seek rest. Seniors, please feel free to continue without me. Is it not said that sword cultivators are combative? Yet, where is the evidence of such combative nature here? Is it not claimed that sword cultivators are easily deceived? Yet, where is the evidence of such gullibility? The experiences shared with senior sister Miao, senior brother L, and the disciples of the lost sect mirror those of the people here. It appears that the individuals sent over by the sword sect this time are distinctly different from those in the past. After finishing their breakfast, Song Zhen and the others gather to discuss this very issue, asserting that while we sword cultivators may be perceived as combative, it is they who are the true fighters. Indeed, upon opening my door this morning, I was taken aback to find a throng of individuals standing at my doorstep. Senior brothers and sisters, do the disciples of the lost sect possess such a penchant for combat? If so, why are there no rumors about their combative nature? As Song Zhen munched on snacks, she listened to Liansheng and the others voice their grievances. It seemed that apart from her, everyone else had been whisked away by the disciples of the lost sect. Senior sister Miao sighed, stating, our sword sect possesses considerable combat prowess, which is why many cultivators seek us out for practice. Although this visit is ostensibly for exchange, it is, in truth, an arrangement for us to serve as their sparring partners. Song Zhen inwardly clicked her tongue, having anticipated this outcome. Liansheng and the others felt a sense of disillusionment. They had believed themselves sufficiently exceptional to be sent for exchange, only to discover they were merely intended to serve as punching bags. Observing their crestfallen expressions, senior brother L promptly interjected, is not as dire as your senior sister suggests. They too have sent individuals to our side. You may regard this as a standard exchange activity. If you do not wish to compete with them, simply decline. They cannot compel you. At this moment, one must be astute. We can seize the opportunity to earn some extra income. While we should not quote excessively high prices, neither should we undercut ourselves. We shall undertake work commensurate with the remuneration they offer. Brother L grew increasingly animated as he spoke, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Chapter 70. Maintaining dignity even in selling oneself. Even Chiefing Lianxing and Song Zhen were momentarily taken aback. They were aware that their senior brothers and sisters had their own means of making money, but they had not anticipated such unconventional methods. Song Zhen could not help but admire them. Indeed, the sword sect was earnest in their pursuit of wealth. Have you all taken heed of what I've conveyed? Song Zhen and his companions nodded in affirmation. We have noted it well. We must elevate our worth, for even in selling ourselves, we ought to do so with dignity. Brother L nodded in satisfaction, pleased that he had capable disciples. Sister Miao's expression was exceedingly complex, as she reflected on how these three had been led astray by their senior brother. While the sentiment was not entirely misplaced, could they not articulate it in a more palatable manner? It rendered them akin to something less than respectable. At this moment, Qin Sun felt immense respect for Brother L. Nowadays, these disciples have a plethora of inventive means to generate income, and they seem remarkably unperturbed by considerations of face. Most significantly, many of these disciples hail from noble families, where preserving one's reputation was once paramount. Indeed, their honor often deemed more vital than life itself. However, it appears that these noble disciples have become considerably more grounded. Though this may only apply to those from the sword sect, the other sects likely remain unchanged. Master L's conversation directly unlocked their vital channels, instantly uplifting everyone's spirits. Song Zhen eagerly anticipated the prospect of earning money. Indeed, it must be said that the disciples of the Dharma sect were considerably wealthier than they were. To their astonishment, they had agreed to a paid contest, and the remuneration was quite substantial. Wealth facilitates every endeavor. Was it not merely a matter of engaging in a few skirmishes? Song Zhen's seemingly unremarkable demeanor left Qin Sun at a loss for words. Are you truly unafraid of being outmatched? Some individuals fight without restraint, and should you sustain injuries, the burden will be yours alone. Qin Sun retorted, TSK, you are being rather presumptuous. Do not be surprised if you find yourself humbled. Being humbled is out of the question. I shall ensure others are the ones who feel embarrassment. Observing the proud disciple of the Dharma sect before her, Song Zhen candidly inquired, Senior brother, what level of skill do you wish for me to employ in our duel? The Dharma sect disciple replied, Naturally, I expect you to utilize your full strength. Rest assured, I shall show mercy. Seeing the disciple's self-satisfied expression, Song Zhen shook her head. It seemed imperative to demonstrate to these individuals the true extent of her capabilities. Though she was merely at the foundational stage, she was no ordinary practitioner. She was a warrior among the foundational practitioners. Then let us begin, senior brother. As the two commenced their engagement, the Dharma sect disciple sensed something was amiss. Rice sword. Song Zhen's exclamation startled everyone present. Why had she resorted to insults so early in the contest? The words successfully distracted the opponent, and Song Zhen seized the opportunity to strike, aiming directly for their throat. Qin Sun couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This girl was quite ruthless in her approach, yet her technique was impressively clean and efficient. Fortunately, the opponent reacted swiftly, forming hand seals to block Song Zhen's attack. The onlookers watched with utmost seriousness. The prowess displayed by Song Zhen was far from that of a mere foundation establishment practitioner. Her moves were both elegant and precise, targeting the opponent's vulnerable spots. The senior disciple of the lost sect likely did not anticipate that a simple competition would prove so perilous. However, for Song Zhen, this was a demonstration of her full capabilities as requested by her opponent. Showing mercy to one's adversary is a sign of disrespect. To honor one's opponent is to give it one's all. Victory should be achieved with flair, and defeat should also be graceful. My hair! With a swift swing of her sword, Song Zhen severed her opponent's hair at shoulder length, transforming the once dashing senior into an adorable figure. Qin Sun exclaimed, "Ha! Well done." Song Zhen whistled, remarking that the senior looked quite charming, and that the hairstyle suited him well. The senior disciple's face flushed crimson with anger. He had indeed mentioned wanting a haircut recently, but he never expected it to happen so soon, and certainly not this drastically. The spectators struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces turning red. Thankfully, they had not been the first to step forward. Otherwise, they too would have found themselves with shoulder-length hair. They certainly did not possess the same charm as this senior, and such a hairstyle would not be flattering on them at all. Song Zhen, this time, truly exerted herself to the fullest, and in doing so, she confronted the stark reality of her disparity compared to those in the Golden Core stage. The formations employed by the Lost Sect proved to be quite formidable, and with their magical assaults, had she not possessed remarkable speed, she would have undoubtedly sustained numerous injuries. Although she could not triumph over the senior brother, he was equally incapable of inflicting harm upon her, resulting in a stalemate between them. Qin Sun had initially anticipated that Song Zhen would be vanquished, yet he was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Song Zhen, your speed is hardly that of someone at the foundation establishment stage. You must possess some secrets of your own. After years of existence, Qin Sun had come to understand that this world harbored its own enigmas. He once knew a female cultivator who, instead of diligently practicing her craft, was preoccupied with the pursuit of romantic entanglements with handsome male cultivators. What was most intriguing was that many of these male cultivators appeared utterly enchanted by her, several of them enamored to the point of obsession. He was among those ensnared, though he managed to retain his wits about him. This female cultivator was not affiliated with the Huan Yun Sect, nor did she practice any secret techniques. She was neither extraordinarily beautiful nor particularly wise, often spouting nonsensical remarks. When he rejected her advances, she was somewhat incredulous, muttering about being the heroine of her own story and how it was inconceivable that anyone would refuse her. Eventually, that group of male cultivators and the female cultivator chose to retreat from the world. Their seclusion was, in many ways, a blessing. The onlookers grew weary of their tumultuous love affairs and the chaos that ensued. Moreover, the female cultivator possessed an extraordinary ability to turn misfortune into fortune, effortlessly discovering rare treasures wherever she went. Despite her relatively modest cultivation level, she adeptly compensated for it with the aid of these precious artifacts. At present, Song Zhen felt utterly exhausted, with little inclination to indulge his curiosity. "Senior, I am currently engaged in a contest. Might you refrain from speaking for the time being?" Everyone harbors their own secrets, and hers, though discreet, was harmless. This was a moment to test their stamina, and throughout the contest, Song Zhen skillfully evaded his opponents, her agility leaving them utterly befuddled. While he had encountered evasive opponents before, none had demonstrated such remarkable finesse, and her speed was truly astonishing. Ultimately, the senior brother of the Law Sect was the first to concede, his spiritual energy nearly depleted. "I can't take it anymore. Junior sister, are you intentionally draining my spiritual energy? This is utterly exhausting." Chapter 71, A Bountiful Harvest. The senior brother felt a profound sense of bewilderment. While he acknowledged the prowess of sword cultivators, he could not fathom how a mere foundational stage junior sister could best him. How had he become so feeble that he could not surpass a junior sister in her early cultivation stage? Doubts began to creep into his mind. The surrounding crowd chimed in jest. "Brother, have you been slacking off in your training? Your stamina is no match for even the junior sister of the sword sect." They pointed out how effortlessly she moved, contrasting sharply with his labored breaths, which was a source of embarrassment for them all. Unfazed, Song Zhen even took a moment to indulge in a snack, nonchalantly savoring her treat. The disciple from the Law Sect remarked, "My dear junior sister, your actions border on disrespect. I am utterly exhausted, and yet you choose this moment to indulge in snacks, striking a blow to my dignity?" Qin Sun, also savoring a delicacy, chimed in, "Your current prowess surpasses your former self significantly. You have reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment and are on the verge of a breakthrough. Prepare yourself accordingly. Should the day come when you feel the urge, do remember to let me out. I would prefer not to be struck by lightning alongside you." Song Zhen replied, "That is out of the question. We share both fortune and adversity. I would certainly not allow you to miss out on such a fortuitous event. There is no escaping this. There is no door, nor even a window." Qin Sun sighed, well aware of the junior girl's cunning nature. After finishing their snacks, the senior brother departed, and another disciple ascended. This one insisted that Song Zhen exert her utmost effort, employing all manner of cunning techniques. Upon hearing this, Song Zhen fully unleashed her capabilities. Before long, the opponent, clutching his waistband with one hand and holding his shirt close to his chest with the other, gazed at Song Zhen with an expression of utter humiliation. Observing his disheveled state, Song Zhen managed a dry smile and defended herself, saying, "You were the one who insisted upon employing all those tricky techniques. This is not my fault." The Law Sect disciple, his face flushed with anger, attempted to speak but could only stammer in silence. Noticing his trembling hands, Song Zhen quickly advised, "Senior brother, hold onto your trousers. They are about to fall." The garments of the Law Sect lack the durability of those from the Sword Sect. A mere tug on this belt causes it to snap. Furthermore, engaging in close combat with these individuals is utterly ill-suited for them, as their bodies are riddled with vulnerabilities. Indeed, a mage remains a mage. Their physique is rather fragile. With the prior experiences of 2 defeats, the subsequent individuals became considerably more attentive to Song Zhen. She employed all her unscrupulous techniques, granting these Law Sect disciples a valuable lesson and an enlightening experience. In the end, none of them retained a complete set of clothing. Song Zhen herself bore several cuts, as the disparity in strength was evident. Although she remained uninjured, the extent of her clothing's damage clearly indicated the severity of the encounters. When she was struck, Qin Sun felt a tremor in his heart, which had remained still. Initially, he feared that Song Zhen might have sustained significant injuries, but to his surprise, she simply dusted off her clothes and continued, not displaying even a hint of pain. It appears that Song Zhen harbors many secrets. Her resilience to injury is quite fortuitous. Sword cultivators are naturally resilient, and if Song Zhen truly cannot be harmed, she would indeed be invincible. That day, not only did Song Zhen enhance her skills, but she also reaped substantial rewards. Observing the scattered lost sect disciples preparing to depart, Song Zhen cheerfully waved at them, exclaiming, "Dear guests, do come again tomorrow. I'm always ready for a match." Ha ha ha, what a profitable venture. Qin Sun gazed at the pile of money, feeling an earnest pang of envy. He had endured a life of hardship, never having saved a single coin. Those who regard him as the foremost sword cultivator in the world mistakenly believe he is indifferent to fame, fortune, and material wealth. He has clarified on numerous occasions his fondness for money, expressing that should anyone seek his assistance, it suffices to offer financial compensation rather than those trivial tokens meant to convey their sentiments, which hold no true value. He is, after all, merely a man of the world, not a deity enshrined upon a wall. Yet, regardless of how many times he reiterates this, they persist in interpreting his words as irony. The mere thought of this infuriates Tan Sun. Here he is, the illustrious #1 sword cultivator, preoccupied with financial concerns even before his ascension, a claim that no one would believe. Song Zhen released Tan Sun with a cheerful demeanor, saying, Come, assist me in counting the money earned. There's enough to go around, and I shall reward you with some pocket money shortly." Initially, Tan Sun intended to decline, but at the mention of pocket money, his expression transformed rapidly. "You said yourself, given my status, the pocket money should be substantial. I cannot accept mere trifles, for that would be an affront." He reminisced about the time before his ascension when others would implore him with utmost sincerity just for a chance to engage his services. Do spare me your chatter. Your earlier request has now thrown everything into disarray." Song Zhen interjected, promptly shoving a piece of pastry into Tan Sun's mouth. Tan Sun, taken aback, reflected on the truth of his situation. Indeed, once one receives a favor, appreciation often wanes. How genuine was that individual when he merely sought to extricate him from the sword tomb? Today, they amassed over 20,000 spirit stones, more than 2,000 top-grade spirit stones, over 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and 4,000 lower-grade spirit stones. In total, it amounted to 26,052 low-grade spirit stones. Song Zhen remarkably magnanimously gifted these 52 stones to Qin Sun. "You've worked hard. This is your pocket money. Don't be polite. Spend it freely." Observing the 52 spirit stones, Qin Sun's lips twitched in disbelief. She was aware of the girl's frugality, yet this was excessively stingy. Surely, she could have exchanged them for medium-grade stones. "Don't hold back. Spend it lavishly," she mused, pondering how long this meager sum could last. Was this a jest? Gazing at the pile of money, Qin Sun resolved to assert herself. "Song Zhen, this is rather excessive. Your stinginess is beyond reason." Song Zhen, gathering the money from the bed, retorted with conviction, "How is this excessive? I earn all of this. It would be entirely normal for me not to give you anything. And yet you have the audacity to complain." She continued, "Those who live off others have no right to voice their opinions. If you find it unsatisfactory, then feel free to return it to me." Chapter 72. The 5-person profit plan. While Song Zhen was reaping considerable rewards, the other 4 were faring equally well. Senior sister Miao and senior brother Lu earned even more than Song Zhen, as their cultivation levels were higher, allowing them to command greater prices. During their evening meeting, each member of the group disclosed their earnings. Lian Sheng, with swollen eyes, joyfully exclaimed, "I never imagined there was such a lucrative method to earn money. This is the first time I've made so much." Seeing his puffy eyes, the others felt a pang of sympathy for him, though he himself was quite pleased. Senior sister Miao examined Lian Sheng's injuries closely. They were not severe, but certainly appeared alarming. She took out some elixirs and handed a few to Lian Sheng, saying, "Junior brother, you've suffered quite a bit, haven't you?" In truth, they all bore some injuries, albeit none to their faces. Song Zhen was the only one unscathed, yet she refrained from mentioning it, as such matters were not to be casually disclosed. Lian Sheng, swallowing the elixir nonchalantly, remarked, "What a few blows. It's not as if we 1T get hit in the sect. My master hits much harder than these senior brothers and sisters, and at least here, I can earn some money while getting struck. It's worth it. Chi Feng, nodding in agreement from the side, added, exactly. A home. Not only do you get beaten and scolded without any compensation, but the punishment is also harsher. Here, a few hits come with monetary rewards. It's certainly preferable. Sister Miao and Brother Lu exchanged silent glances. The techniques employed by Song Zhen and her companions differed markedly from those of the usual sword practitioners, necessitating a thorough discussion on their future strategies. Moreover, it was evident that their disparity in strength compared to the sword practitioners had widened. Were it not for the oppressive hierarchy, they might not even be able to contend with Song Zhen and the other two. Master, the sect leader stated, the recent transformations within the sword sect are profoundly significant. The differences in these disciples are unmistakable. Indeed, Master, he continued, though the sword sect was once formidable, their approach was rather blunt and straightforward. Now, however, they exhibit greater cunning. I observed several matches today, and the techniques of those 5 were exceedingly intricate, moves that sword practitioners of the past would never have been capable of executing. The elders were engaged in animated discussions about the events of the day, with a palpable concern for their own disciples. It was unacceptable for their Prodigy to be outshone within their own sect. Furthermore, the opposing faction had not even sent their strongest, which felt like a slap in the face. The head of the law sect was also contemplating solutions. Their sect was not adept in close combat, whereas the sword sect excelled in both close and long-range engagements, putting them at a disadvantage. Previously, they could outsmart their opponents, but now, the sword sect had become just as cunning, complicating matters further. Should the sects compete in a grand tournament, it would be utterly embarrassing for the law sect to be overshadowed by the sword sect. This exchange, though termed as such, was essentially a reconnaissance mission, allowing them to discern the recent training methodologies of the sword sect. Did you witness the competitions among all the disciples today? The sect master had no time to observe. He needed to assess the situation of several disciples sent to the sword sect. Yes, among the 5 disciples from the sword sect, the youngest displayed particularly ingenious techniques, while the 2 in the golden core stage were somewhat better. The sect master sighed, the image of Song Zhen's beaming face vividly etched in his mind. He had acquired a slight understanding of Song Zhen. Do not fret. The growing strength of the sword sect ultimately benefits us as well. At the very least, when our disciples venture forth, encountering those from the sword sect will be much safer. In future sect competitions, this would be a concern for them, but it would also be a shared worry among other sects, so there was no need for excessive anxiety. This group of sword cultivators had finally demonstrated a degree of intelligence, which was no small feat previously. This group of sword cultivators were rather straightforward, thus squandering their formidable strength. Song Zhen peacefully slumbered, entirely oblivious to the scrutiny they were under. At this moment, the 5 disciples from the Illusion Cloud Sword Sect convened a meeting. Within their own sects, they were among the most powerful, otherwise they would not have been dispatched here. However, their confidence was thoroughly shattered upon arrival. They had anticipated challenging the strongest, only to find themselves unable to withstand even a couple of moves from others. When they attempted to confront the younger disciples, they discovered that the latter's techniques were utterly unpredictable, each strike aimed directly at their vulnerabilities, seemingly determined to vanquish them without relent. One disciple from the law sect still bore the scars of this experience. He had set his sights on a seemingly adorable junior sister, who was at the golden core stage, slightly lower in cultivation than himself. Yet he was taken aback by her fierce onslaught. He had initially intended to show mercy, only to be met with a harsh rebuttal. The other 4 sighed in response to his lamentations. We still have a long way to go. Let's endure for a while longer. They could hardly believe they were inferior to the sword cultivators of the sword sect, convinced that today was merely an acclimatization period. Sword sect disciples, even acclimatization won't change much. The sect leader and the elders of the sword sect were equally troubled, genuinely fearing that Song Zhen and the others might stir up trouble on unfamiliar ground. A few fellows surely wouldn't dare to cause trouble on someone else's turf. Should they damage anything, we would be unable to compensate. Elder Lu is truly at his wit's end. The sect leader, with tousled hair, has been in a state of disarray since Song Zhen's departure. Whenever he closes his eyes, it It is always Song Zhen that haunts his thoughts. The leader ran his fingers through his hair and remarked, "I cannot guarantee the behavior of the third one, but the other two should maintain some decorum. If any issues arise, the lost sect will convey the news." To be honest, even he found it hard to believe this statement. The two older ones would certainly not be able to rein in the three younger ones. Yet, all he could do was console himself with such thoughts. In the days that followed, Song Zhen and his companions flourished within the lost sect. "Dear senior brothers and sisters, in just a couple of days, we shall be departing. If you wish to challenge us, this is your last chance. Thus, don't miss out on this opportunity in these final days. Please feel free to come and find us." Song Zhen bellowed from an open area, fervently promoting themselves. The others stood behind him, their expressions mirroring his. With an added hint of pride, elders passing by remarked, "You truly have made an astonishing profit here." They were aware that these 5 individuals were indeed capitalizing on their time at the sect. Previous disciples had done the same, as sword cultivators tend to spend lavishly, leaving little in their pockets. As long as this money-making endeavor did not escalate into a significant issue, the elders would turn a blind eye. However, these individuals were pushing the boundaries, treating them as if they were easy marks. Chapter 73. The occupation of Song Zhen's room upon learning that their group was about to depart. A palpable sense of reluctance enveloped everyone. The itinerary for the final days was rapidly filled to the brim, and as they beheld the packed schedule, the 5 of them could hardly contain their laughter. Ha! They were poised to reap substantial rewards in these last few days. Amidst the throng of eager individuals, Song Zhen raised his voice to restore order. "Dear senior brothers and sisters, please do not jostle. Take your time." The elder, observing the scene, was visibly incensed. His face flushed with indignation. Witnessing such a devaluation of their disciples only deepened his feelings of frustration. This cannot continue, despite their wealth. Money should not be squandered so frivolously. Promptly, the elder reported the matter to the sect leader. "Leader, this situation must be addressed. These 5 individuals are currently engaged in bidding, and given that it is the final stretch, the prices have escalated even further. Are they not treating us as gullible fools? This is utterly excessive. We have been understanding of their financial constraints, turning a blind eye to their profit-making endeavors within our sect, but this is simply intolerable." Listening to the elders' incessant lamentations, the sect leader, seated cross-legged, stifled a yawn, not even bothering to open his eyes. He had assumed it was a matter of great import. After all, they were on the verge of leaving, and if they wanted to indulge a little in these final days, so be it. Who would willingly part with their money otherwise? Observing the elders' continued complaints, the sect leader gently cleared his throat to interrupt his tirade. Well, it is hardly a matter of great significance. Both parties are willing participants in this arrangement. Should we intervene, it is likely that the grievances would be directed towards us or our disciples. Our disciples of the lost sect are not naive. They would not part with their money without just cause. Yet if they are inclined to offer financial compensation, it indicates they have indeed reaped some benefits. Ultimately, we are not in dire need of such sums. One might consider it an investment in experience. You ought not to dwell on these trivial matters. As for the elder, he possesses a rather miserly demeanor. He feels he resembles a swordsman more than a practitioner of the law. Upon hearing these remarks, the elder was rendered speechless. His mouth agape as he sought to articulate a response, yet no words emerged. Finally, he stormed off, visibly incensed. Meanwhile, Song Zhen and her companions were engaged in fervent discussions. Song Zhen harbored concerns that a breakthrough to the golden core stage would summon heavenly tribulations, potentially causing damage to the property around them, for which they would be liable. Thus, in recent days, she had been devising means to suppress her advancement, preferring to achieve such milestones away from the territory of others. She voiced these thoughts while Qin Sun was still eating. The expression on Qin Sun's face was one of utter exasperation, caught between swallowing and spitting out his food. "Must you utter such words while I am dining? Surely, you do not intend this deliberately, do you?" Nevertheless, the description is indeed apt, albeit with a rather vivid imagery. In these final days, Song Zhen and her group were so occupied that they scarcely found time to dine. To secure their own time, some disciples of the lost sect even contemplated purchasing their meal times. Song Zhen was indeed taken aback by their imposing presence. The disciples of the Sword Sect would still have the opportunity to come, though it might not be the same 5 individuals. On the day of their departure, Song Zhen and the others stealthily slipped away. Sister Miao had come in the dead of night to urge them to pack their belongings. "We must prepare quickly and leave under the cover of darkness," she insisted. Confused, Song Zhen questioned, "Sister, why must we leave so secretly? Can't we wait until dawn?" Miao sighed, expressing her exasperation. "This is a lesson learned from the experiences of our seniors. If we wait until daylight, who knows how much time we would waste. Do you think they wish to let us go?" Reflecting on the erratic behavior of those disciples from the Lost Sect, Song Zhen realized that they did not seem inclined to facilitate their departure. "If we must leave at night, then so be it," she conceded, feeling a pang of homesickness. She wondered if her master and the senior disciples missed her. After Song Zhen's departure, the Sword Sect indeed became much quieter, with far fewer disturbances. Initially, the elders found it somewhat disconcerting, but they soon acknowledged that the sect had always been this way. It was only after Song Zhen's arrival that things had changed. Ouyang and his companions found themselves missing their little junior sister. Ever since her departure, they could no longer sneak food from her. However, their nostalgia was fleeting, and they quickly embraced their newfound freedom, relieved of the responsibility of caring for a younger member. Mu Xi lay on Song Zhen's bed, filled with reluctance. Since her departure, her bed had been claimed by Mu Xi and a few others. Song Zhen, having come from modern times, truly understood the art of comfort. She had transformed her bed into a sanctuary of warmth and softness, and had even fashioned a few small sofas within her room. This delightful ambience left several uncultivated individuals utterly astonished. After spending a single night there, they found themselves reluctant to depart. Every evening, they would engage in spirited debates or even scuffles over the occupancy of this room. Mu Xi, possessing a cunning mind, frequented this room more than anyone else. Lu Xian, however, looked down upon such petty squabbles among her senior and junior peers, finding their behavior rather juvenile. Observing Mu Qi, who was still sprawled on the bed engrossed in his distractions, Lu Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "Why don't you get up at once and tidy up this mess? Look at what you've done to a perfectly lovely young lady's room." Song Zhen, a true connoisseur of food, had furnished her space with nothing but her carefully arranged bed and sofas. Aside from that, it was utterly devoid of other possessions. Had a newcomer entered, they would never guess this was a girl's room. Yet now, the space was overflowing with their belongings. Where did these boys accumulate such a plethora of items? Lu Xian's own room was immaculate, suggesting that the 2 girls among the 6 of them were living with greater sophistication than their 4 male counterparts. Ouyang, reclining languidly on the sofa, remarked, "We can leave our things here for a junior sister to continue using. Why must we take them away?" Chapter 74. The bizarre scene, the items they had left in this room were indeed all treasures, a fact that was entirely intentional. A young lady's room should not be devoid of possessions, after all. Originally, the 4th sister was rather rough around the edges, despite being a young lady. She lived a life more unrefined than her peers. Her ability to endure the brutality within the enforcement hall earned her their genuine admiration. The junior sister was quite charming with her quirky personality, yet she too began to adopt a lifestyle increasingly akin to that of the 4th sister. Aside from her elevated standards regarding food, she truly did not have any particular preferences. The only notable features in the entire room were the bed and the sofa, and it was likely she confined her activities to this small area. She possessed none of the cosmetics or fine fabrics that young girls typically cherished. Although her wardrobe contained new clothes, she had never been seen wearing them. Daily, she donned her disciples' attire, mending it with patches whenever it wore out. Each time they took her out, they felt a sense of embarrassment. While they adorned themselves in splendid attire, the junior sister appeared akin to a beggar, and yet she remained quite cheerful. As elder brothers, they found it difficult to broach the subject directly. Purchasing cosmetics or various daily necessities for her seemed a tad too intimate. Meanwhile, the pair of siblings from the neighboring sect were still embroiled in their tumultuous romance, passionately entwined in love and rivalry, and they occasionally indulged in watching the spectacle unfold. They certainly wished to avoid such misunderstandings. The unruly little sister was beyond their control. Thus, they decided to take advantage of Song Zhen's absence to tidy up her room. Mu Si, feeling the softness of the bed, remarked with a tinge of regret, "I truly cannot bear to part with this bed of my junior sister. Do you think she would agree if I were to take it away after presenting it to her?" Lu Qian rolled her eyes and coldly remarked, "As a senior brother, don't you have any shame? Can't you manage this yourself? This mattress was made by our junior sister. If she can do it, why can't you?" Upon hearing her words, Mu Si's competitive spirit was ignited. "Ah, are you trying to provoke me? I simply choose not to do it. Is there anything I cannot accomplish?" Ohua, Ouyang, and Ji Fan had grown accustomed to their banter. Ji Fan rested his chin on the table, shaking his head. The rivalry between the third senior brother and the fourth senior sister was a constant source of amusement. The third senior brother, in particular, addressed the fourth senior sister, a graceful and striking young woman, as old for, which always struck Ji Fan as rather odd. The title seemed utterly unfitting for someone of her stature. That evening, the five of them gathered in the room, engaging in playful exchanges that lent an air of liveliness to their company. Song Zhen and her companions had hurried along their journey, braving the cold night winds that whipped against their faces, causing Song Zhen's nose to run. At that moment, she longed for Qin Sun to shield her from the biting wind. Without hesitation, she summoned him. Qin Sun, who had been comfortably resting in the space, suddenly materialized before her sword. Fortunately, he maintained his skeletal form, or his abrupt appearance might have startled the others. However, the sight of a sudden skeleton did indeed frighten them considerably. Meeting the terrified gazes of her companions, Song Zhen meticulously positioned Qin Sun before her, eliciting an amused smile from him at her peculiar behavior. "Did you ever consider my opinion before using me as a shield against the wind? You seem rather self-aware." Song Zhen conveyed to him, "The wind on my face is exceedingly cold. As a senior, isn't it your duty to care for your junior? Please lend me a hand." Qin Sun gave a cold snort. When there was a matter at hand, he was a senior, but when there wasn't, he was merely an old man. Such double standards are quite remarkable. Fortunately, he was not a petty individual, or else he would have dealt with this girl quite sternly. Qin Sun discreetly employed a technique to shield against the wind, and Song Zhen let out a comfortable sigh. After an initial shock, the expressions on Lian Sheng and the others' faces were incredibly complex. Using a senior to block the wind, it was fortunate that the elders were unaware, or else your skin would be flayed. "Junior sister, isn't it somewhat inappropriate to use a senior in such a manner?" Brother Lu glanced at Qin Sun. After all, this was Senior Qin. Song Zhen retorted, "What is inappropriate about it? The senior didn't refuse, which means he consented. Moreover, he is our own senior. There is no need for excessive formality among family." Her reasoning held a semblance of merit, and Brother Lu and the others nodded in a daze, seemingly convinced. Qin Sun couldn't help but admire her audacity. "By your logic, should I be pleased that you regard me so casually? This little girl truly possesses remarkable boldness." He had encountered thick-skinned individuals before, but none with such extraordinary fortitude. Typically, young girls possess a certain timidity. Yet this girl seems to have a complexion as resilient as iron and stone. Song Zhen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "What is there to find solace in? We are, after all, one family. Besides, I am quite bashful. If you do not believe me, you may touch my face." Qin Sun responded, "If I were to reach out and touch your face now, I would undoubtedly frighten the others to death." With Song Zhen's initiation, Lian Sheng and Qi Feng also presented their predecessors. However, they maintained a respectful demeanor towards their seniors, continuously expressing gratitude and apologies. The two seniors, brought forth to face the wind, replied, "I thank you." Yet, upon witnessing Qin Sun receiving the same treatment, their indignation dissipated. If even Senior Qin could not manage these junior disciples, what was the point of their resistance? Moreover, it was quite refreshing to be outside, as they had not seen the scenery beyond for a considerable time. The scene before them was undeniably peculiar. 5 individuals soared through the air on swords, accompanied by 3 figures resembling skeletons. 2 stood while 1 sat. Since Song Zhen was perched upon the sword's body, Qin Sun also took a seat at the front. This arrangement gave the impression that several skeletal figures were flying on swords while carrying a few humans. Senior Sister Meow and Senior Brother L observed this spectacle with their hair standing on end, sensing impending misfortune. Indeed, moments later, a passing cultivator, upon witnessing this uncanny sight, nearly plummeted from the sky. Heavens! A ghost! These specters can even fly on swords and have taken a few people hostage. Chapter 75. Taking the seniors out for a breath of fresh air upon hearing this, Song Zhen and the others were momentarily at a loss for words. By the time they realized what was happening, they had already been encircled. The passing cultivators initially perceived them as individuals in peril, prompting an impulse to intervene. However, upon closer inspection, they found the trio in remarkably good spirits, their eyes reflecting a naive innocence. The trio, appearing rather foolish, Sister Meow and Brother L exchanged glances at their peculiar junior disciples, while simultaneously surveying the surrounding cultivators. They truly wished to vanish into the earth. They had anticipated that the stillness of the night would cloak their presence, yet they unexpectedly encountered others. Greetings, esteemed brothers. We are not being held captive. These three before us are our late predecessors, and we are merely allowing them a breath of fresh air, Song Zhen articulated, patting Qin Sun's shoulder. Lian Sheng and Qi Feng nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, we are simply letting our seniors enjoy the moment outside. The passing cultivators, upon hearing their words, wore expressions that were utterly indescribable, their emotions swirling in a complex tapestry. After all these years, they had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Were they truly exhuming the deceased for a breath of fresh air? Was such an act the prerogative of a sane individual? Sensing the bewildered gazes directed at them, Sister Meow hastily clarified, these seniors have not entirely dissipated. They retain a fragment of their consciousness. Though her explanation was rather feeble, it was certainly preferable to silence. Although the emotions of the passing cultivators were intricate, they refrained from commenting on matters that did not concern them. As long as they were not being held against their will, they decided to take their leave, bidding farewell with a promise to meet again. Song Zhen and his companions raised their hands, echoing, until we meet again. Once those individuals departed, Senior Sister Meow and Brother L could hardly bear to look at the peculiar poses struck by the trio, especially as they mimicked their seniors in various antics. Song Zhen cradled Qin Xuan's perfectly sculpted skull, which had already transformed into a jade-like sheen, radiating a gentle luster. Such a sight was hardly terrifying. The other two also expressed their unwavering support for their senior. Senior sister, how can you claim our mentor is frightening? Indeed, if they were scared, it is merely a sign of their timidity. Our mentors are splendid. Senior Sister Meow and Brother L were left utterly speechless by the trio's obstinacy. They resigned themselves to the whims of these three, knowing full well that it was not they who would face the consequences of any frightful encounters. They could only await the misfortune of others. The return journey was significantly swifter than their arrival, and when they reached the Illusion Cloud Sword Sect, they startled the others. Song Zhen waved his hand dismissively, saying, let's not dwell on that. Had we not left early, we might have been unable to escape at all. The disciple at the entrance, overhearing their conversation, wore a look of pity. The 5 disciples of the lost sect that had been sent over were in a similar predicament, albeit they had actively sought out challengers amongst the more formidable seniors within their sect. It is often said that those who practice swordsmanship possess a tempestuous temperament and are prone to violence. However, he now believes that such claims are merely fabrications crafted by outsiders. The true belligerents are the disciples of the various sections. Observing the weary countenances of the 5 individuals, this disciple hastily ushered them inside. You should rest well before meeting the sect leader and the elders, he advised. While other places may possess their own merits, nothing compares to the comfort of one's own abode. There is an undeniable sense of alienation when residing in someone else's domain. Regardless of how splendid the circumstances may be, she yearned for her home. She missed her bed and her sofa, and she wondered if her senior brothers and sisters had managed to tidy up in her absence. It had been such a long time since anyone had stayed there, and was likely gathering dust. Although cleaning was out of the question, it seemed there were always occupants. Indeed, Those four had taken refuge in Song Zhen's modest quarters and had yet to emerge. As Song Zhen approached her room, she sensed something amiss. Narrowing her eyes, she cautiously made her way forward. Upon reaching the door, she kicked it open with a decisive swing. The four individuals within, lost in their revelry, were startled by her sudden entrance. Staring in disbelief at the scene before her, Song Zhen's lips twitched as she stepped outside to confirm that this was indeed her room. Inside, the four of them were lounging in various poses. Ouyang sprawled on her bed, indulging in snacks, while Mu Si reclined on her sofa, absorbed in a book. Oy transformed a relatively empty corner into a training area. Compared to the others, Ji Fan was the most composed, having arranged a tea set and leisurely sipping his brew. The small room was now cluttered with their belongings. Upon confirming that this was indeed her room, Song Zhen entered with a complex expression, crossing her arms as she said, "Dear senior brothers, could you kindly elucidate why you are in my room and how it has come to resemble this?" Ouyang was the first to respond, explaining, "Junior sister, your room was exceedingly sparse. A young lady's quarters should not merely consist of a bed, a solitary sofa, a wardrobe, and a table. It is far too austere. As your senior brothers, we could not allow you to endure such a meager existence. So we collectively resolved to adorn your space tastefully. We have partitioned your room into various sections, one for rest, another for tea and reading, and a space for meditation practice." Ouyang continued, akin to a salesman, detailing the purpose of each area. Song Zhen pressed her hand to her forehead, utterly at a loss for words. Qin Xuan, offering no leniency, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Your senior brothers truly are quite remarkable. Look at how thoroughly they have decorated your room. I also believe your previous quarters were excessively plain." Just as Song Zhen intended to voice her thoughts, she suddenly sensed an unsettling change within her body. Qin Xuan's laughter abruptly ceased, and he shouted, "You are on the verge of advancement. Quickly, let me out." Song Zhen moved her lips, intending to refuse his request, when suddenly a bolt of lightning struck down. This unexpected event left not only Song Zhen bewildered, but also the four others. Hua, with his mouth slightly agape, stammered, "Junior sister, are you really that angry? Moreover, your anger can summon lightning. How impressive." Mu Si was the first to regain his composure. He grabbed his still-dazed senior brothers and hurried outside, all the while frantically shouting, "This isn't anger summoning lightning. Our junior sister is about to ascend." Once they reached a safe area, he paused and called back to Song Zhen in the room, "Junior sister, don't stay inside. Find an open space." They had painstakingly arranged the room, and if it were struck by lightning, it would be such a misfortune. Listening to him, Song Zhen attempted to find an open area, but as soon as she stepped outside, a bolt of lightning headed straight for her head. She gasped, running her fingers through her hair, only to find it frizzed out. It didn't hurt, but there was a tingling sensation. Qin Sun, witnessing her concern for her appearance amidst such chaos, couldn't help but be amused. "Hurry up a move. If you get hit by that lightning, you'll be at the golden core stage. If you can withstand it, you might just survive, but if luck is not on your side, it could obliterate you on the spot." The higher one's cultivation, the fiercer the lightning, which was why many had attempted to ascend only to be struck down by the very lightning meant to elevate them. He had witnessed such tragedies before. When he ascended, he nearly lost half his life. Fortunately, he had prepared an ample supply of elixirs. Amidst the onslaught of heavenly lightning, he consumed the pills, stubbornly enduring the relentless strikes. Song Zhen was at a loss for where to flee. Nowhere seemed safe. The celestial bolts pursued her relentlessly, rendering her disoriented and dazed. The commotion attracted the attention of others, including the sect leader and the elders, who rushed over. Upon witnessing their disciple being relentlessly struck by lightning, the sect leader's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Must the lightning strike so frequently? At least grant me a moment to react." As Song Zhen dashed in frantic circles, each strike sent her bouncing upward, creating a scene that was both comical and perilous. She had become so charred that her gender was almost indiscernible. The heavenly bolts grew increasingly ferocious, surpassing even the typical intensity of lightning encountered during the Golden Core stage. The onlookers were filled with astonishment and concern. Elder Liu, his lips slightly parted in disbelief, exclaimed, "Is this truly the lightning of the Golden Core stage? Its power seems excessively overwhelming." Another elder, while observing the fierce strikes, felt that although the lightning appeared formidable, the actual force of the blows might not be as severe. He pointed to the lively Song Zhen, asserting, "This lightning seems to possess great power, yet the impact is not as significant as it looks. Just observe how animated Song Zhen is." Typically, a regular person would be rendered half-dead or incapacitated on the ground. However, Song Zhen felt invigorated by the strikes, as if the lightning had sparked a strange exhilaration within her, even leading her to reason with the celestial bolts themselves. Qin Sun was equally astonished. After so many years of life, this was the first time he had witnessed such a scene. After being struck by lightning for the umpteenth time, Song Zhen placed her hands on her hips and began to berate the heavens. "Why can't you strike somewhere else? Is my head a lightning rod? If you keep this up, I'll be bald. Do you have any idea how significant hair is for a girl? Though you are lightning, can you not show a modicum of humanity?" The sect leader, upon hearing her words, was nearly choked by his own spit. Cough, cough, cough. What nonsensical talk is this? She is actually appealing to lightning for compassion? It's called lightning for a reason. It's not human. Isn't that utterly ridiculous? However, after Song Zhen's tirade, the lightning indeed chose to strike elsewhere. Yet, it consistently targeted Song Zhen's behind, as she covered her rear and fled in all directions. She was almost beside herself with rage. "How dare you strike at a girl left behind? If you tear my clothes, I'll be exposed right here. How can it even curve like that?" Song Zhen's outburst was filled with expletives, leaving the onlookers feeling as though their ears had been sullied. Mu Si clicked his tongue twice, remarking with a sense of admiration, "Indeed, our little junior sister is extraordinary. She can even scold lightning. I recall once committing such a foolish act myself, and after cursing it, the lightning struck with even greater ferocity, nearly taking my life." Heavenly thunder symbolizes the Tao of heaven, and those who cultivate are inherently acting against it. Thus, each ascension inevitably attracts the wrath of the celestial forces. Consequently, practitioners strive to avoid provoking the Tao, let alone disparaging the heavenly thunder. As Song Zhen was relentlessly struck by the bolts, she realized that no matter how swift her teleportation, each strike would invariably find its mark upon her. In a moment of resignation, she chose to lie flat upon the ground, motionless, awaiting her fate. This sudden act startled those around her. The sect leader nearly rushed forward, only to be restrained by two elders standing nearby. "Do not act impulsively. Song Zhen should be unharmed," they reassured, observing her large, darting eyes. After being struck, Song Zhen appeared charred, with her face being obscured in darkness, save for the brightness of her eyes. The subsequent strikes of heavenly thunder were noticeably less potent. Once the storm abated, a palpable shift in her aura became evident. She sensed a small golden elixir nestled within her dantian, exuding a certain charm. Qin Xuan, too, beheld her golden elixir, which glimmered with a pristine light, devoid of impurities, leaving him somewhat astonished. The absence of any blemish on the elixir indicated that her heart was pure, free from distractions, an ideal trait for cultivation. A mind unclouded by extraneous thoughts would mean she would be less susceptible to external influences, significantly reducing the likelihood of succumbing to demonic temptations. In contrast, individuals whose elixirs bore intricate patterns often found themselves prone to inner demons, easily swayed by others, and vulnerable to the undermining of their foundations, leading to arduous cultivation in later stages. Master, senior brothers and sisters, I have attained the golden core. I'm also a golden core now. Song Zhen nimbly sprang to her feet, arms outstretched as she rushed towards the sect leader. The sect leader beheld a small figure approaching, eyes wide and white teeth gleaming. Chapter 77. The Mouse in the Rice Jar. The sect leader, taken aback by the sight of his freshly donned garments, instinctively recoiled several steps. "Stop right there. Do not come any closer." The other elders hurriedly dispersed, wishing to avoid the fallout. Unperturbed by the sect leader's alarmed exclamation, Song Zhen misinterpreted his frantic gestures as a warm welcome, believing he yearned for an embrace. Ha ha ha, come here, master, let's share a hug. Without hesitation, Song Zhen enveloped the sect leader in a grand embrace. In that moment, the sect leader felt as though his spirit had been extinguished. His pristine attire was doomed. Upon releasing him, a human-shaped outline remained where she had held him, with two distinct handprints adorning his back, rendering the scene quite abstract. Ouyang and his companions observed their master, his expression one of utter despair, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude. Yet, they were somewhat relieved that it was not they who had been embraced. Lu Xian gazed at her unreliable master and senior brothers, a glimmer of helplessness flickering in her eyes. Indeed, men can be so unpredictable. They should promptly procure clothing for their junior sister and elixirs to stabilize her realm. She retrieved a vial of pills and handed it to Song Zhen, advising her, "Take one of these pills each day for the next few days to stabilize your cultivation. Furthermore, as a golden core cultivator, you may establish your own cave dwelling if you desire to reside independently. Many sword cultivators prefer to live alone, as sharing space with their master and fellow disciples can be quite cramped. After all, moving out simply involves digging a hole or constructing a modest wooden cabin, which is not particularly challenging." However, upon hearing the suggestion of living independently, Song Zhen swiftly shook her head in refusal. No, I quite enjoy residing with everyone. My master and brothers treat me well, and most importantly, when funds are low, I can ask them for pocket money. They also purchase daily necessities, and I can occasionally enjoy some delightful treats. What advantages does living alone offer? Moreover, if I were to move out, I would have to build a house myself. If I lack the skills, I would need to spend money hiring someone, which is quite wasteful. Yet, she pondered, is her room still in good condition? Those recent thunderstorms struck her dwelling squarely. "Oh no, my room is gone," she lamented. Gazing at her charred abode, tears streamed down Song Zhen's face, leaving two white streaks that rendered her both comical and pitiable. Meanwhile, Qin Sun lay within Song Zhen's spiritual space, absorbing the power of the thunder. This was indeed a valuable resource, strengthening his consciousness. Observing the darkened house outside, he shook his head and remarked, "It seems we shall be dining under the stars from now on. It's a pity about that room. Those four fellows had arranged it splendidly." Upon hearing his words, Song Zhen's weeping intensified. Others arriving on the scene witnessed her kneeling on the ground, crying out in anguish for her charred residence, her sorrow heart-wrenching. The depth of sorrow is undeniably at its peak. Ji Fan wished to assist her in rising, yet her entire being was enshrouded in filth, rendering him at a loss. It was not merely a matter of distaste. Rather, she was overwhelmingly dirty. "Song Zhen, you claim it's not because I'm filthy. Junior sister, do not be disheartened. Although this room is lost, we can find another place to stay. After all, Master possesses numerous accommodations." In an effort to console Song Zhen, Ji Fan unreservedly divulged the whereabouts of their esteemed leader. The master stared wide-eyed at this fifth disciple, gesturing towards himself and then at Ji Fan, his lips moving yet failing to articulate a single word. Indeed, there were ample chambers within the grand hall, and the space where Song Zhen currently resided was rather distant from him. Many of the other rooms contained various belongings, and the few that remained vacant were primarily adjacent to his own quarters. The thought of this girl occupying one of those rooms was enough to leave him apprehensive about the ensuing chaos. Wiping her face with her hand, Song Zhen tearfully inquired, "Is that true? Then I wish for the room next to the alchemy chamber." The master retorted, "Absolutely not. Allowing you to reside in that room would be akin to placing a mouse in a rice bin." The alchemy chamber housed precious elixirs, the treasures he had accumulated over the years. While these treasures were largely intended for his disciples, he was yet to depart this world, and thus his legacy must be preserved. The emotions of those present were rather intricate. It was clear to all that this girl's intentions were as transparent as Sima Zhao's heart. Even if you harbor the desire to reside there, would it not be more prudent to phrase your inquiry with a modicum of subtlety? Endeavor to cultivate the art of conversation. Following the rejection, Song Zhen's lips began to quiver once more, and it appeared she was on the verge of unleashing another torrent of cacophony. With alacrity, Ji Fan seized a piece of jerky and promptly stuffed it into her mouth. Song Zhen instinctively masticated the offering, and upon savoring its essence, she conceded that it possessed a palatable fragrance and a gratifying chewiness. Ji Fan's maneuver appeared to be executed with consummate ease, indicative of countless repetitions. Sensing the collective gaze of the assembly, Ji Fan offered a sheepish smile and remarked, "Practice makes perfect, practice makes perfect." After all, he had been caring for this lass for quite some time, and in the nascent stages, he had invested considerable effort in her well-being. The girl was agreeable in most respects, save for her predilection for victuals. In instances of her displeasure or other tribulations, the provision of delectable fare invariably served as an efficacious remedy. Observing her feckless junior sister, Lucian found herself unable to bear the sight. A mere morsel of jerky had silenced her, and yet she aspired to dwell in the vicinity of the alchemy chamber. Such aspirations were but a chimera. Mu Si and his comrades, upon beholding the dilapidated chamber, lamented, "We exerted considerable effort in furnishing the room, only for our junior sister to be deprived of its occupancy within a day. It is indeed a lamentable state of affairs." Song Zhen, while still engaged in the mastication of jerky, concurred, "Indeed, it is most regrettable. Pray tell, where shall I reside henceforth?" Surely, they would not consign her to a life under the open firmament, exposed to the elements. Such a fate would be most pitiable. Some among the senior brethren subsisted in such a manner, dedicating their days to cultivation and seeking respite in secluded spots for meditation. They often remark that since meditation and rest can be done anywhere, there is no necessity to create a designated sleeping space. However, when one gazes upon the solitary figures meditating in the small grove at the back mountain during the night, it does evoke an eerie sensation. Chapter 78. The Rumors Surrounding Qin Sun. This matter concerns another's household, and thus the other elders refrain from comment. Nonetheless, they indeed find amusement in the unfolding drama. Ever since the master took on such a young disciple, his demeanor has transformed, becoming notably more vivacious, and he appears considerably rejuvenated. The master pondered over the vacant rooms he had at his disposal, weighing the pros and cons ultimately. He concluded that only the room adjacent to his own could accommodate Song Zhen. The other rooms were either adjacent to the alchemy chamber, the study, or too close to the back mountain, which filled him with trepidation at the thought of her whims leading to a potential conflagration. Thus, after much deliberation, it became apparent that the safest option was indeed to have her reside next to him, allowing him to keep a vigilant eye on her. The mere thought of being neighbors with Song Zhen cast a shadow over his future. "Let her stay beside me," he declared. "Au revoir. Please take your junior brothers and sisters to prepare the room." As he spoke, it seemed as though the very essence of his being had been siphoned away. Au revoir and the others exchanged sympathetic glances with the master before bowing and departing. Song Zhen exclaimed joyously, delighted at the prospect of moving into a new room. Furthermore, the master's residence was undoubtedly the finest, far superior to her current quarters. This day proved extraordinarily fortuitous, as she not only advanced to the golden core stage, but also unexpectedly gained a new room. As she beamed with a radiant smile, revealing her pearly whites, the master felt a twinge of discomfort in his eyes. "You might want to find a place to tidy yourself up. Even a fleeting glance at you is enough to cause me discomfort. At this moment, one might mistakenly believe that this girl has been unearthed from a coal mine." Song Zhen, unfazed by the comment on her appearance, merely smiled and replied, "I'll take my leave now. See you in the evening." Observing her cheerful retreat, the sect leader let out a deep sigh, his shoulders sagging as if burdened by the weight of life's tribulations. The other elders took turns patting his shoulder. Though no words were exchanged, their sentiments were unmistakably conveyed. Song Zhen found a nearby pond to freshen up. To her surprise, after reaching the golden core stage, she noticed a significant improvement in her complexion. Even her eyes appeared more radiant. Could it be that the path of cultivation also enhances one's beauty? Have you not noticed that those who cultivate rarely possess unattractive features? The higher one's cultivation, the more one's physique is refined. Even if one possesses striking looks, a lack of grace renders them unappealing. Conversely, one may have an ordinary appearance, yet exude an air of elegance and poise, leaving a distinctly favorable impression. Song Zhen nodded in agreement. having pondered this very notion while indulging in novels, anime, and games in the modern world. In those stories, even the antagonists among the disciples of various cultivation sects were often depicted with striking beauty. She had once speculated that perhaps there exists an unspoken standard of beauty within the realm of cultivation, even if it was never explicitly stated. The outcome was unexpectedly rooted in such reasoning. However, it appears to hold a semblance of logic. Once you attain a certain level of strength, even if your appearance is rather ordinary, your presence becomes unparalleled. Others dare not meet your gaze, and at that juncture, the focus shifts from looks to the aura and charisma you exude. Naturally, there are still many individuals of striking beauty. Take, for instance, Qin Sun, who seems to do nothing but eat, drink, and sleep. Senior Qin Sun, what is your background? Did you possess exceptional looks even before entering the realm of immortals? Song Zhen found himself quite curious about this legendary figure. From what he gathered, others described this senior as stern and unyielding, a master of the sword, and the foremost swordsman of his time. Yet he also had a penchant for indulgence and revelry, often stirring up trouble. It was perplexing how some could assert he was devoid of humor. Shaking his head, Song Zhen mused that distance indeed breeds admiration. When it came to his own good looks, Qin Sun spoke with pride. Because of my appearance, my master has always favored me, reserving the finest treasures for my benefit, which has left my fellow disciples envious. There were even female cultivators vying for my affection, all of whom I turned down. After I ascended to become the foremost swordsman, I became even more distinguished and alluring. At one point, there was a ranking of the world's handsome men. Song Zhen quickly interjected, "Were you not the top contender?" He was astonished to learn that this senior had such a remarkable past, having once held the title of the most handsome man in the realm. A truly glorious standing. Qin Sun's expression suddenly fell, and he indignantly exclaimed, "I am not, but I ought to be. I genuinely believe those individuals are unwell. They have never interacted with me. Yet they presume to declare that I have no desire for fame and fortune. They assert that I am disinterested in worldly affairs, thus completely disregarding my existence." It infuriated me to the point where I almost drew my sword in anger. Whenever this topic arises, it ignites my fury. How remarkably handsome he is! He should rightfully be regarded as the most exquisite man in the world. Yet this title has been unjustly conferred upon another. The rumors surrounding him now are utterly false. Yet they circulate widely. Even in the Sword Tomb, while others are gathered in small groups, he is isolated, as they claim he prefers solitude and dislikes being disturbed. When has he ever favored solitude? It is she who must consistently seek companionship, which is utterly exasperating. The more Qin Sun spoke, the angrier he became. And the angrier he grew, the more he consumed. Song Zhen watched in dismay as a stash of snacks was devoured entirely. Enough. Stop eating. If you wish to discuss matters, then do so without pilfering my provisions. Song Zhen felt an overwhelming urge to pry open his mouth and retrieve all that he had consumed. Qin Sun clicked his tongue and remarked, "I am quite incensed at present. How can you still be so stingy? Those disciples are so generous, offering their finest to the elders. I am indeed the foremost elder here, and yet you treat me with such disdain." Song Zhen chuckled lightly, rolling her eyes in exasperation, and replied, "Have I treated you poorly? I have never indulged in such lavishness myself, yet I have bestowed it all upon you. How can you dare to utter such words?" Qin Sun nodded, feeling slightly embarrassed. He was never one to concern himself with appearances. The rumors circulating outside were merely fabrications, suggesting he was taciturn or reclusive. How absurd! In Chapter 79, the sect leader, "I was wrong. I truly made a grave mistake." Before Song Zhen, Qin Sun revealed his true nature without any pretense. To him, since they were destined to coexist for an extended period, maintaining a facade would only be tiresome. It was far better to be candid from the outset. Moreover, it appeared that this young lady possessed a commendable capacity for resilience, allowing their interaction to unfold in a harmonious manner akin to that of friends. The adjacent room belonging to the sect leader was swiftly tidied up. Ohua and the other three contributed a plethora of delightful items. Lu Xian prepared a new set of feminine essentials and an abundance of fresh garments. One must admit, Having such senior brothers and sisters was indeed a stroke of fortune. Mu Si, standing beside her with an air of flamboyance, remarked, "What do you think? We've adorned this room rather splendidly, haven't we? Your previous chamber was exceedingly plain, hardly befitting a young lady. Even those dwelling in caves manage to embellish their abodes better than your room. By the way, junior sister, how did you come by that bed and sofa? They are surprisingly soft and comfortable." He had awaited her response eagerly. The five of them each took one without the slightest hesitation. Even Lu Xian joined in, and upon noticing the astonished expressions of her senior and junior brothers, she coughed lightly, feeling a touch embarrassed, and said, "What's wrong? Am I not allowed to?" Ji Fan chuckled and nodded. "Of course you are allowed." That evening, Song Zhen settled into her new room. To celebrate her relocation, she invited her friends over for a lively gathering. The sect leader, meditating in his own chamber, was perturbed by the raucous sounds emanating from next door, his brows furrowing in irritation. "Ha, drink up. If you lose, you must drink. No cheating allowed." Song Zhen's voice rang out clearly. The revelry had already begun, with games and drinks flowing freely as Song Zhen had summoned those she deemed good at games. She had brought along a variety of games, from cards to Monopoly, ensuring a delightful assortment. It appeared that everyone was genuinely enjoying themselves. Qin Xuan, unwilling to remain alone in the confines of his space, was placed on the bed by Song Zhen. Although he could not participate overtly, he could move about slightly. Thus, the scene was somewhat peculiar. A group of disciples frolicked in play, while a skeleton sat on the bed, observing them. The atmosphere was warm, yet tinged with an oddity. This gathering continued into the wee hours, nearly driving the sect leader to the brink of despair. He realized that his decision had been a grave mistake. If he could, he would have gladly packaged Song Zhen and sent her to someone he loathed most. Fortunately, the latter part of the night eventually grew quiet. It was merely early morning when a commotion arose next door. Song Zhen had commenced her sword training at dawn, and given the spaciousness of the courtyard, she planned to practice her skills there henceforth. As the sect leader opened the door, he narrowly avoided losing a tuft of hair to her blade. The proximity of the sword made him feel as if his breath were about to be suspended. With a cheerful demeanor, Song Zhen greeted him. "Good morning, master. What brings you up so early? Do you have a meeting with the other elders?" The sect leader cautiously patted his hair, relieved to find it still intact. Gazing at the grinning Song Zhen, he inhaled deeply and, with gritted teeth, remarked, "Weren't you practicing on the back mountain or the training grounds? Why are you training in the courtyard today?" Almost losing his precious hair, he pondered whether she understood its value. Furthermore, he thought, if she had any inquiries, she could simply approach him directly for guidance, which would be much more convenient. The sect leader then asked, "May I refuse?" While he could ordinarily offer guidance to disciples, Song Zhen was anything but ordinary. She had altered all the sword techniques herself, leaving him genuinely perplexed about how to instruct her. Moreover, this girl possessed her own set of principles. She only heeded what she deemed correct and disregarded anything she found contrary. "Very well, you may continue your training here. Feel free to invite your fellow disciples as well. If you have questions, it's best to consult them first before coming to me." The sect leader thought to himself, "A dead comrade is better than a poor monk. Let the disciple bear the brunt of the matters at hand." Song Zhen had been eagerly awaiting this very response. In reality, she had scant need for the sect leader's guidance. Tam Xin proved far more efficacious. The sect leader, with a sense of resignation, turned to depart, only to espy Tam Xin once more, reclining upon the chaise lounge just outside the doorway. The sect leader found himself increasingly beset by a sense of the bizarre and the extraordinary in his daily life. Confronted with the presence of such an eminent elder, the sect leader deemed it imprudent to act with undue informality. Thus, he offered a salutation and a respectful bow as he took his leave. Tam Xin inclined his head ever so slightly, casting a fleeting glance in his direction, though the subtlety of the gesture went unnoticed by the sect leader. The sword sect now enjoyed a markedly improved standard of living. Whereas the sect leader had once dwelled in a mere thatched hut, there now stood at least a presentable grand hall. Though somewhat unrefined in its construction, it was at the very least aesthetically acceptable. The courtyard, too, was of considerable size. eminently suitable for sunbathing. On the whole, he found the abode quite satisfactory, save for the longing for a chamber of his own. Song Zhen had garnered considerable renown among the disciples, her ascension to the golden core stage having occurred with remarkable celerity, thus establishing her as a prodigy in the eyes of many. Numerous individuals sought to glean wisdom from her, particularly those senior disciples who had yet to attain the golden core stage. Junior sister, pray share with us your insights. I have languished at the zenith of the foundation establishment stage for an inordinate span of time, and should this continue, I fear I shall be outstripped by all of you. Junior sister, we implore you to have pity upon us. Should your generation all attain the golden core, while we remain mired in the foundation establishment stage, it will be a source of considerable embarrassment. Observing the fervent entreaties of her senior brethren, Song Zhen gestured for them to compose themselves. Song Zhen addressed his fellow disciples, urging them not to be anxious and to listen to him one by one. He emphasized that cultivation should not be rushed. The more one hurries, the less effective their practice becomes. Sometimes, a little relaxation can yield unexpected results. It is crucial to avoid a mindset fixated on immediate gains and to refrain from overthinking trivial matters. He recalled a saying from his hometown, excessive contemplation can easily disrupt one's path. In Chapter 80, which discusses the capacity of disciples in the Sword Sect to endure criticism, Song Zhen's words resonated with truth. Qin Sun observed that Song Zhen seemed to remain unaffected by insignificant matters. It is indeed challenging for most people to achieve such a state. Even when they strive for it, human nature often intervenes. Consequently, many become embroiled in minor grievances. Unresolved trivialities can escalate into significant obstacles, hindering their progress. A fellow disciple, puzzled, inquired whether neglecting all matters would lead to advancement or if maintaining a state of simplicity and detachment was the key. Song Zhen shook his head, clarifying that while simplicity is characteristic of monks, they are not monks, and thus there is no need for such a mindset. The path of the sword is fundamentally one of freedom, and freedom embodies a sense of ease. Everyone should pursue what they desire without burdening themselves with trivial concerns. Once an issue has passed, it should not linger in the mind. One should cultivate when it is time to cultivate and play when it is time to play. Song Zhen genuinely wishes to share her experiences with others, and indeed, she has been doing so. Of course, not everyone is capable of following suit, as individuals differ significantly. Nonetheless, this approach has proven beneficial for her. Even in the absence of a promotion, she has managed to lead a life that satisfies her. This is how she has chosen to live, and at present, she appears quite content. Some have grasped the essence of her words, while others remain perplexed. However, she does not intend to elaborate further, for she has already conveyed what needed to be said, leaving it to them to interpret. Many individuals tend to overthink, often imposing arbitrary limitations upon themselves. After sharing her insights, Song Zhen continued to wander about. Numerous individuals approached her, eager to test their skills and ascertain her current prowess. She welcomed all challengers without hesitation. Consequently, a motley group soon gathered around her, their faces adorned with smiles. The presence of such individuals within the sect had become customary. One could easily deduce whom they sought. You are once again pursuing Sister Song, and it seems this time you are faring even worse than before, having only been left with 2 modest pieces of cloth for modesty. The disciple, slightly embarrassed, adjusted his garments and shyly remarked, "Isn't it true that Sister Song's cultivation has advanced further? Nevertheless, I have learned a great deal. Brother, I believe you should seek out Sister Song. You have been stagnating at this level for quite some time. It is indeed essential to occasionally allow oneself a moment of respite." He has now resolved to let things unfold naturally, as pushing oneself too hard is counterproductive. The conversation that Song Zhen had with everyone has undoubtedly awakened many. Seeing this unfold, Qin Sun felt a sense of relief. Over the years, the personalities of the sword cultivators have not changed significantly. They remain as sincere as ever. However, compared to the past, these individuals have gained a bit more insight, yet overall, they are still commendable. The news of Song Zhen's advancement to the golden core stage spread rapidly. Given her brief time in the sect, there was no way to conceal such a swift progression. Moreover, the sect leader harbors a penchant for boasting. Previously, many claimed that Song Zhen was prone to demonic deviation and too fond of revelry. Yet now, who would dare utter such words? How could someone susceptible to demonic influence achieve advancement so swiftly? What is wrong with enjoying oneself? After all, her playfulness has led to remarkable progress. Ha ha ha! My little disciple, though a tad mischievous, possesses exceptional talent and demonstrates great diligence. Although the youngest of my 6 disciples has caused me some concern, I bear it willingly. The sect leader and the leader of the law sect conversed while showcasing their pride. While the law sect leader appeared to maintain a decent demeanor, his nails were nearly digging into his palms. Why are all the promising talents concentrated in the sword sect? How can this group, which grows in power without wisdom, be so formidable? Although the FA sect appears to have a cordial relationship with the sword sect, there lingers a subtle disdain for the latter deep within. In truth, among the various sects, there exists an unspoken hierarchy of contempt, with the sword sect positioned in the middle. It is frequently compared to other sects, as major sects consistently place themselves ahead of the sword sect, relegating others behind it. The sword sect's formidable strength is undeniable, yet many perceive its disciples as lacking intellect, epitomized by the phrase simple-minded yet physically robust. Their considerable prowess only intensifies the envy and jealousy they evoke in others. Particularly, the leader of the FA sect finds the sword sect leader's boastful demeanor increasingly irksome. Your disciple may be clever, but he hardly embodies the essence of a true swordsman. The impression left by Song Zhen on the FA sect leader is indeed profound. No such astute individual has ever emerged from the ranks of sword cultivators. Upon hearing such words, the sword sect leader's dissatisfaction grew. What does it imply that they are unlike true sword cultivators? Does he intend to provoke a confrontation? The insinuation that sword cultivators lack intelligence is utterly unfounded. They are indeed clever, albeit disinclined to engage their minds unnecessarily. Why expend mental effort when one can resolve matters with the sword in hand? This philosophy often leads them to dismiss thoughtful deliberation as superfluous and tiresome. The FA sect leader merely cast him a sidelong glance, choosing silence over further argument. Thus, the 2 sect leaders found themselves embroiled in a quarrel. Meanwhile, Qin Sun had already begun to surreptitiously peer through the door crack, and witnessing this esteemed elder's unabashed eavesdropping truly pained Song Zhen's sighs. Qin Sun, do you still remember the identity you hold? Is it possible for you to refrain from peering through the door crack? Such behavior is truly unbecoming of your stature. Song Zhen finds it quite shameless. She would feel rather embarrassed to engage in such an act herself. Qin Sun waved her over, and she approached. With a sigh, Song Zhen wrestled with her thoughts for a brief moment before promptly joining him. This is what true freedom entails, doing as one pleases. The 2 of them bent down to eavesdrop through the door crack. The sect leader's cursing skills left much to be desired. The insults were repetitive and uninspired. The other party, however, was quite adept at delivering scathing remarks, and while it was evident that they were insulting, not a single vulgar word escaped their lips. Song Zhen felt an urge to rush in and assist her master in the verbal sparring. She pondered why her master was so inept with words, always failing to make sense. If the opponent were reasonable, they wouldn't be engaged in a verbal battle in the first place. Qin Sun nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, you should promptly train the disciples of the sword sect in the art of insult. Their skills in this regard are alarmingly deficient. Chapter 81. A compendium of profanity. Qin Sun genuinely believed that the disciples of the sword sect needed to refine their verbal prowess. While their strength was commendable, they should be able to match their opponents in wit as well. Each one of them seemed rather tongue-tied. He had once earned his reputation as an unparalleled swordsman, not only for his martial prowess, but also for his unmatched verbal dexterity. When it comes to rebuking others, they truly spare no one, articulating whatever comes to mind without restraint. Observing his master, whose face was flushed with indignation, yet struggled to utter a single retort, Song Zhen felt it was imperative to cultivate their ability to engage in verbal sparring. If their cultivation represents their tangible strength, then their verbal prowess signifies their intangible competence. Regrettably, The rhetorical skills of these sword cultivators leave much to be desired. After enduring a lengthy tirade, both the sect leader and the master of the Dharma sect were so incensed that they ultimately severed communication. The master of the Dharma sect, undeterred by the abrupt disconnection, harbored a sense of pride. After all, what does great strength amount to if one cannot outsmart him in a war of words? The sect leader, on the other hand, was genuinely exasperated, reflecting on how this group seemed to dedicate their time to verbal assaults rather than their cultivation. Their prowess may be lacking, but their skill in insults is indeed formidable. This old man is utterly infuriating. He is merely envious and resentful. What good is it to hurl insults? If one truly possesses skill, let them rely on their words when faced with danger. If they can verbally vanquish me, then I shall concede their superiority. The sect leader could only console himself with such thoughts, lest his headache worsen from the frustration. Unable to contain herself any longer, Song Zhen burst in from outside. "Master, this won't do." The sudden intrusion startled the sect leader. "When did you arrive? How did you come in without a sound? And what do you mean it won't do?" With a sigh, Song Zhen replied, "I just overheard the entire exchange between you and the master of the Dharma sect. You were thoroughly insulted, unable to mount a defense. How can this be acceptable? Thus, I believe we, the sword cultivators, ought to diligently practice the art of cursing. We cannot perpetually remain on the receiving end of insults." The sect leader momentarily faltered at her words, taken aback. "Wait a moment. Are you suggesting that we should earnestly practice how to curse? Why must we engage in such behavior? Shouldn't we be focused on refining our skills instead?" Song Zhen sighed in exasperation, lamenting the prejudice that many held against them despite their formidable strength. Indeed, while we sword cultivators possess great power, numerous individuals harbor various biases against us. We cannot allow ourselves to be perpetually scorned. Thus, we must learn how to retaliate with words, at the very least. We should not remain silent when others hurl insults our way. Determined, Song Zhen resolved to compile a comprehensive compendium of curses that very evening. Having immersed herself in the modern digital realm for numerous years, she had encountered every conceivable insult and derogatory term. Just wait. A miracle would unfold tonight. Without allowing the sect leader a moment to respond, she dashed out with fervor. The sect leader pondered, bewildered. What on earth is she up to now? Is she truly running off merely to suggest that we should learn a curse? Song Zhen resolved to forego sleep that night, even enlisting the help of Qin's son. "Great senior, tonight we shall embark on an extraordinary endeavor. Henceforth, we sword cultivators shall not only be the mightiest, but also the most eloquent in our invectives." Qin's son nodded vigorously in agreement. "Absolutely. We must excel in every aspect." One cannot help but marvel at the audacity of these two individuals. Once, the sword cultivators wielded their blades with elegance and abandon, exuding an extraordinary aura merely by standing in place. However, the future generations of sword cultivators seemed destined to adopt a more vulgar and crude manner of swordsmanship, causing the grace of yesteryears to fade into oblivion. After a night of relentless effort, Song Zhen indeed authored a compendium of profanities. When the sect leader laid eyes on this tome, his astonishment nearly caused his eyes to pop from their sockets. Gazing at the spirited Song Zhen before him, he swallowed hard and inquired softly, "Is it truly necessary to learn this?" "I believe it might not be essential." Song Zhen replied, "It is necessary. If you choose not to study it, I shall send Elder Qin to seek you out tonight." The sect leader conceded, "All right, fine, I will learn." It is indeed unwise to remain under the oppressive ridicule of other sects. Acquiring knowledge can only yield benefits. Soon, the sect leader convened a meeting with the other elders. Initially, he anticipated resistance from them, yet to his surprise, the majority expressed their agreement. They proclaimed, "I have longed to unleash my ire upon those insufferable beings. When we venture out to train, we must rely on our sword cultivators for protection, yet they afford us no respect in return. They belittle us, claiming we are simple-minded brutes, as if they possess greater intellect. At the very least, we have the highest survival rate during our excursions. Learn, learn, learn. This knowledge is imperative. When we encounter them, we shall retaliate with our words. Let them not presume we are oblivious to their whispers behind our backs." Their duplicity is all too apparent. The sword cultivators have harbored grievances against the other sects for far too long. Although everyone shares the same objective, a myriad of small frictions persistently arise. After all, even in modern educational institutions, comparisons and rivalries abound, much like the competition between different sections. These minor conflicts cannot be resolved through direct confrontation. Thus, they typically engage in verbal sparring. However, in these exchanges, they have seldom triumphed over others, enduring considerable losses and grievances over the years. When the elders opened this book, its contents profoundly challenged their established perspectives. They discovered that insults could be delivered in such creative ways. Terms like your grandmother and your mother were all expressions of derision. This simply would not do. Some phrases were undeniably inappropriate, necessitating careful selection before they could be imparted to the disciples. Certain words were truly offensive to propriety, and they could hardly fathom the consequences if others were to adopt such language. Upon completing the book, the elders' gazes reflected newfound wisdom. They were now quite curious about the origins of this remarkable tome. "Master, from where did you acquire this book?" The master chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied. "It was penned by my little disciple. Last night, I engaged in a verbal duel with the head of the lost sect, and, having been bested, my young disciple witnessed it and stayed up late to compose this book. If you find it worthwhile, let us copy a few more copies for others to peruse." The elders were genuinely astonished to learn that this book had indeed been authored by Song Zhen. To their astonishment, this girl, with her strikingly expressive eyes and prominent brows, appeared quite demure, yet possessed such formidable abilities. Although they were aware of her mischievous nature, it seemed that her antics had become somewhat restrained. If she were to fully unleash her personality, they could scarcely fathom the transformation she might undergo. "Master, in your moments of leisure, please take a keen interest in Song Zhen. We must ensure she does not stray onto a misguided path." Chapter 82. A profound shift in the sword cultivator's essence. They were already apprehensive about Song Zhen potentially veering off course, and their concerns had only intensified. Her various behaviors undeniably warranted their worry. The master reassured them, "Rest assured, although my young disciple possesses a rather unconventional disposition, she will undoubtedly not falter from her path." For reasons unbeknownst to him, he harbored an unwavering faith in Song Zhen. Despite her often unruly and audacious demeanor, he sensed that she possessed an innate sense of propriety. This compendium of profanities required some revisions, necessitating the elders to undertake a thorough reworking of its content. The master entrusted this task to them, instructing that they present the revised edition for his review once completed. Within a mere couple of days, the sword sect published a new tome. The disciples engaged in their studies with utmost diligence, for they had genuinely experienced the repercussions of underestimating the disciples of other sections. Consequently, many began to apply their newly acquired knowledge practically. "How dare you tread upon my foot without an apology? I did not step on anyone's foot. I merely trampled a pig's trotter." Such exchanges have become remarkably commonplace. A plethora of sardonic and disparaging phrases now proliferated throughout the sword sect, permeating its very atmosphere. The disciples of the sword sect have undergone a noticeable transformation in their demeanor. Where once they exuded an aura of righteousness, they now exhibit a hint of irreverence and a touch of roguishness. This blend of integrity and mischief has rendered them all the more captivating. Previously, their personalities were strikingly similar, rigid and austere, but now they seem more vibrant, each individual showcasing their unique character. As Song Zhen gazes upon the flourishing state he has helped cultivate, a profound sense of pride swells within him. Yet, the sect leader and certain elders cannot help but feel a twinge of discomfort at the changes in these disciples. Nevertheless, these transformations appear to be positive, as the unlocking of their personalities has led some to break through their bottlenecks. Many have progressed from foundation establishment to golden core, and even from golden core to nascent soul. The feedback has been overwhelmingly affirmative. It is astonishing to witness such significant changes within the sword sect, leaving one to ponder what the future may hold. The sect leader hesitates to envision the future of the sword sect. Content as long as it does not decline under his stewardship, his aspirations are modest. Elder Lu cheerfully remarks, "Who can predict what lies ahead? Let us focus on living well in the present. For now, things seem quite promising." Qin Sun is also elated. In his joy, he decides to reward Song Zhen with intensified training. Song Zhen protests, "Have you lost your mind? Are you certain this is a reward and not a form of torment? What I desire is a break. I am not only training by day, but also subjected to your relentless practice at night. Do you have any idea how long it has been since I enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep?" She is not the type of diligent student, yet she has been compelled to become one. Qin Sun remarked, "I am doing this for your own good. Did you not often express your ambition to elevate the sword sect to the pinnacle of all sects? It is imperative that your strength is formidable enough to lead others towards greater power. As a disciple of the sect leader, it is likely that you will one day become an elder. If your senior brothers and sisters do not surpass you in achievement and strength, it is uncertain whether you will ascend to the position of sect leader. You must prepare for your future. Otherwise, merely voicing your aspirations is a trivial endeavor." Song Zhen found herself at a loss for words. In truth, she rather enjoyed a laid-back lifestyle. Aside from the absence of the internet, life in this world was quite agreeable. The camaraderie among her fellow disciples was harmonious, and there was no shortage of wealth or resources. "Senior, can we negotiate this matter? Please refrain from imposing additional training upon me whenever you are in high spirits. I am not the type to immerse myself in cultivation every single day. I cherish food, drink, sleep, and leisure. If you deny me these simple pleasures, I fear I may lose my way." She wished for a lighter approach, believing that her diligence and innate talent were sufficient, and that there was no need for such relentless practice. Each time she expressed her sentiments, the senior would soften, but soon after, in a fit of joy, would revert to imposing additional training, a habit that was indeed detrimental. Qin Sun pondered seriously for a moment, acknowledging that the girl did have a penchant for enjoyment. "Very well, let us practice for 2 more days. If you can meet the goals I set for you within this time frame, then you shall earn yourself a well-deserved respite." To be frank, he rarely encounters such a promising talent. Had he met someone like her before his ascension, he would undoubtedly have taken her as a true disciple. This girl, with her temperament and innate abilities, is particularly to his liking. Song Zhen let out a deep sigh. Life had truly become unbearable. Yet, she found solace in the fact that her cultivation was advancing at an astonishing pace. It seemed she had never truly encountered any bottlenecks. Her fellow disciples often lamented that the later stages of cultivation grew increasingly arduous, with advancement becoming ever more challenging. However, she did not share this sentiment, feeling as though her journey had been remarkably smooth. Life in the sword sect was thus rather mundane, yet troubles occasionally sought her out. Just a couple of days later, disciples from her sect clashed with those from the neighboring sect. Initially, Song Zhen intended to merely observe the commotion, but she soon found herself embroiled in the fray. The adversary she faced was also at the Golden Core stage, a practitioner of swordsmanship. Their neighboring sect was a mixed one, not particularly large but certainly not weak. Generally, both sects maintained a policy of non-interference, often assisting one another in times of trouble. Yet, there were always minor frictions between disciples of the two sects. After all, even teeth may bite lips, let alone individuals from different sections. "What's the matter with you? You can gossip about us, but we can't retort?" exclaimed a furious disciple from the sword sect. The dispute had not arisen from a significant issue. It merely stemmed from one disciple overhearing another disparaging their sword practitioners, suggesting that in future expeditions, they should find ways to have the sword practitioners take the lead. They often express such sentiments, and in the past, people would simply let it pass. However, the tempers of individuals have grown considerably, and they no longer suppress their feelings. Consequently, upon hearing such remarks, they erupt in anger. While it is true that the disciples of the sword sect often lead the charge, it is solely because they are fulfilling their own obligations. The disciples from other sects merely accompany them. Generally, the disciples of the sword sect do not proactively seek to form alliances with others when venturing out. Those who are out in the world tend to gravitate towards the sword cultivators, who, in turn, typically allow them to follow along as long as their own missions are not hindered. Although they may be at the forefront, their actions have little to do with those trailing behind. The sword cultivators are merely focused on their own tasks. However, the audacity of those individuals to openly voice their grievances is truly excessive. To benefit from following others and then criticize them is nothing short of shameless. Chapter 83. The paranoia of disciples discarded by the sword sect. Upon learning the details of the situation, Song Zhen felt a profound discomfort in his heart. It was not long before he engaged in a confrontation with the other party. His senior brothers and sisters were hesitant to intervene, but Song Zhen could not tolerate the situation any longer. If you dare to insult us behind our backs, have the courage to confront us face to face. If you are truly capable, then do not seek our assistance when danger arises. He expressed his disdain for such two-faced individuals, calling them disciples of the celestial realms with a contemptuous spit. Song Zhen unleashed a torrent of verbal rebuke upon them, leaving his adversaries utterly speechless. Eventually, unable to contain his frustration, he inadvertently resorted to physical action, which escalated the situation dramatically. If one refrains from physical confrontation, it is merely a battle of wits and words, not a significant matter. However, should you resort to violence, the nature of the situation transforms entirely. Moreover, it was the adversary who initiated the conflict this time. Upon witnessing his aggressive actions, Song Zhen's ire intensified. "Oh dear, you believe you cannot defeat me, yet you still choose to fight," she mused. "If it is a brawl you seek, I shall gladly oblige." It was fortuitous that she had yet to wield the Xinghua sword. With an opportunity presenting itself, she would not let it slip away. Before long, a fierce clash ensued. Initially, the disciples from both sects hurled insults at one another, but upon observing the altercation between these two, they hastily shifted their focus to attempting to quell the fight. Brother L was genuinely on the verge of despair. In his estimation, Song Zhen had only recently ascended to the golden core stage. Her cultivation was undoubtedly unstable, and with no prior experience in practical combat, how could she possibly contend with her opponent? Unbeknownst to her elder brother's concerns, Song Zhen engaged directly in the fray. Remarkably, the sword cultivator exhibited commendable prowess, executing rapid and precise techniques. In her prior sparring matches with her brothers, they would invariably hold back against her. Even Brother Baiyu, despite his sharp tongue, refrained from truly unleashing his full strength during their bouts. Though he often provoked her to the brink of exasperation, he never genuinely fought with lethal intent. This individual, however, was markedly different. It was unclear what animosity existed between him and the sword cultivators, but his attacks bore the hallmarks of a true adversary. Since her arrival in this world, apart from her own brothers and sisters, the only other disciples she had encountered from different sects were those from the Law Sect. Many of the Law Sect disciples were quite commendable, perhaps due to their impoverished circumstances, which fostered a spirit of tolerance among them. Yet there are those who look down upon them. Although such instances are rare, the demeanor of this individual is rather contemptible. The blade cultivator felt his face flush with anger as he witnessed every strike effortlessly evaded by Song Zhen. Is evasion all you can manage? Have the disciples of the sword sect become so cowardly? Song Zhen, unfazed by his provocations, recognized his intent to taunt her. She was no fool to fall for his tricks. Even if I merely evade, you are still powerless against me. My dear brother, is this truly the extent of your abilities? Song Zhen even raised an eyebrow in provocation, her expression brimming with audacity. The onlooking disciples of her sect, along with those from the neighboring sect, were taken aback. At this moment, you still wish to provoke him? Do you not fear escalating the situation? Meanwhile, the more seasoned seniors remained vigilant, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of danger to Song Zhen. Others kept a close watch on the disciples from a neighboring sect, wary of any underhanded tactics. It must be noted that the disciples of the sword sect have indeed become more astute. In times past, they would have either fallen victim to such provocations or retaliated in a brawl. Should a melee ensue, it would ultimately be they who suffer the consequences. The esteemed sword sect bullying a minor sect would surely tarnish their reputation if word were to spread, leading to undesirable repercussions. The blade cultivator, observing Song Zhen's defiant expression, felt his ire intensify. This audacious girl was truly courting disaster. Since she sought her own demise, he would not hesitate to be ungracious. Initially, he had intended to join the Sword Sect, accompanied by a frail scholar who was solely devoted to his studies. Initially, he believed that his admission into the Sword Sect was a foregone conclusion. However, to his astonishment, the sect would rather accept a frail individual than him. Even now, he cannot fathom what makes him inferior to that sickly person. He yearns for the Sword Sect to realize their mistake, to acknowledge that he is the one who is stronger and more formidable. Thus, over the years, he has deliberately provoked them, even seeking out duels with the sect's disciples. I do not understand why the Sword Sect selects individuals like you. If a mere girl can gain entry, then why not me? The words of this sword cultivator laid bare his sentiments, and Song Zhen couldn't help but chuckle. So, you are envious of me, are you? You are one of those rejected by the Sword Sect, correct? This revelation brought clarity. A discarded individual struggling with their own inadequacies, desperately seeking validation. Yet, observing his demeanor, Song Zhen felt that his rejection was indeed warranted. Have you still not recognized your own faults? Look at yourself now. I believe your expulsion was justified. My fellow disciples are not petty like you. Even my least petty senior brother, by you, surpasses you by far. Standing amidst the crowd, by you interjected. You can criticize others, but why drag me into this? This incident occurred long ago. You still cannot move past it, can you? A companion beside by you patted his shoulder, chuckling. I told you to temper your temper. Look, even our junior sister has compared you to such a person. Bai Yu irritably brushed his hand away, casting him a glance of disdain. Your sect leader displays a distinct lack of discernment, and your elders are hardly exemplary either. The disciples of your sword sect seem utterly devoid of intellect. Despite possessing such formidable strength, they continually find themselves subjugated and bullied by others. This blade cultivator has become completely unhinged, and the disgrace of being expelled from the sword sect has become an insurmountable psychological burden for him. Even though he has embarked upon the path of cultivation, he remains unable to overcome this obstacle. Perhaps his talent surpasses that of his companions. Yet his mindset is excessively rigid. The elders likely saw through his temperament, which led to his expulsion. Within the ranks of sword cultivators, one can encounter a diverse array of individuals, yet they all share one common trait, a vast heart. If one is perpetually entangled in trivial matters, they are indeed ill-suited for this realm. Song Zhen cannot abide anyone disparaging her master. Once a disciple, forever a child in spirit. In this world, the sect leader is akin to a father figure to her. If someone insults your father, can you remain indifferent? Certainly not. Chapter 84. Song Zhen. He is recklessly challenging me. Song Zhen deemed this individual's words utterly vile, compelling her to strike his mouth repeatedly with her sword. Before long, his lips were swollen from the onslaught. Qin Sun, witnessing his starry sword being used in such a manner, felt an indescribable sense of disdain. The starry sword itself seemed to share this sentiment, for the filthiness of his mouth was truly abhorrent, tarnishing its pristine essence. The surrounding disciples of the sword sect, observing the spectacle, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Well done. The junior sister has rendered his mouth swollen. Those who cannot speak properly deserve to be reprimanded. The blade failed to strike its target, leaving Song Zhen already feeling unsettled. The humiliation he suffered only deepened her discomfort. I shall kill you. Observing his impotent fury, Song Zhen felt no fear whatsoever. No one in this world could slay her. Even if she stood before him, inviting his strike, she would remain unscathed. Were it not for the concern of frightening them, she would not even wish to evade. After all, she was impervious to injury and incapable of death. At that moment, the message reached the sect leader and the elders. Trouble was brewing. A breathless disciple burst into the room. The sect leader, displeased by the disciple's appearance, remarked, "What calamity has befallen? You present yourself in such disarray. It is utterly unbecoming." The disciple took several deep breaths to steady himself before explaining. A grave matter has arisen concerning junior sister Song. The sect leader, initially prepared to reprimand the disciple, instantly rose upon hearing Song Zhen's name. What has happened to her? Is she injured? The elders wore expressions of concern. The disciple replied, "Junior sister Song has engaged in a confrontation with the neighboring sect." Upon hearing this, The assembly collectively exhaled in relief. So it was merely a brawl. Indeed, this was hardly a significant issue. After all, it was customary for Song Zhen to find herself embroiled in conflict. If she were not, that would truly signal a dire situation. Moreover, this clever girl was more likely to pose a threat to her opponents. One could only wonder how they fared. An elder, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What has become of the other party? Are they in any danger?" This inquisitive elder was none other than Elder Song. Baiyu had suffered considerable humiliation at the hands of Song Zhen, and now he found great delight in witnessing others experience similar disgrace at her expense. Such occurrences rendered Baiyu no longer an exception, and others would refrain from incessantly referencing this incident. The disciple tasked with conveying the message shook his head, replying, "There is no threat to life. However, his mouth has been swollen by our junior sister's blows, and she is still delivering them." That individual had quite the foul mouth, and he was the one to initiate the altercation. A person with such a repugnant demeanor ought to be thoroughly chastised until they learn their lesson. Indeed, junior sister Song is formidable. Every challenge she undertakes is a leap beyond her current standing. While she may not always secure victory, her adversaries cannot inflict harm upon her. Thus, it can be considered a stalemate. Let us go and observe the spectacle. Song Zhen's temperament was undeniably fierce, yet fortunate for her, she belonged to our sword sect. Had she been in another sect, she would have undoubtedly faced numerous confinements. The elders were quite intrigued, though the sect leader's mood was less than buoyant. When children from other families engage in conflict, one cannot help but be drawn to the commotion. However, when one's own children are involved, any parent would feel concern. The sect leader rubbed his face and let out a deep sigh. The opposing party had entered a state of frenzy, though regrettably, this frenzy proved ineffective against Song Zhen, who continued to provoke him. "Ha ha ha, you can't even land a hit. How utterly ineffectual you are. This is what you call impotent rage. Fortunately, the sword sect did not accept you. I wouldn't want a senior brother like you. It would be embarrassing to even mention it." While dodging, Song Zhen continued to verbally assault him, his mouth never stopping. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Even in this situation, he still had time to argue? "Arg, I'll kill you." The swordsman roared to the heavens. Judging by his stance, everyone initially thought he was about to unleash a powerful move. However, the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Upon seeing this, Song Zhen quickly raised his hands and innocently said to everyone, "Please bear witness. I didn't touch him. He got so angry that he killed himself." The crowd was left speechless, but looking at the swordsman on the ground. Their feelings were mixed. The swordsman was not weak, but unexpectedly, he managed to enrage himself to such an extent. Baiyu even felt a bit of contempt for him. He was truly too weak. Even when he had fainted from anger, he didn't vomit blood like that. Compared to this person, he was relatively composed back then. When the sect leader and elders arrived, they witnessed this scene. Song Zhen, with his hands raised, innocently asked everyone to testify for him, while the swordsman lay unconscious on the ground, and the disciple from the neighboring sect anxiously tried to wake him up. The sect leader's mood was complex upon seeing this. It can't be. Is he dead? The elders were not in a better mood either. They thought two disciples were fighting, which was not a big deal. However, if someone has perished, it necessitates a thoughtful coordination with the other party. One might even have to offer some form of compensation. Even if the fault lies with them, the death of their disciple in this place requires a gesture of goodwill. Otherwise, should this incident be publicized, it would portray their sword sect as one that exploits the weak and is responsible for the demise of another's disciple. Song Zhen immediately spotted her master and, before the sect leader could speak, she hastily exclaimed, "Master, this truly is not my doing. He brought this upon himself. Aside from slapping his face, I did not lay a finger on him. He is merely using his life to fabricate a grievance. I am innocent." This was the first time the crowd had encountered such a notion. Using one's life to create a false claim. How formidable must this individual be? After all, one only possesses a single life. Song Zhen had not anticipated that this person was so feeble that he truly succumbed to anger, leaving her to bear the blame. She inwardly cursed the sword cultivator, hurling a torrent of invectives at him. Qin Sun could not help but chuckle at her tirade. Upon hearing his laughter, Song Zhen felt a surge of discontent. Even at this moment, you find it amusing? I am the one being unjustly accused. Qin Sun cleared his throat, suppressing his mirth as he replied, "Rest assured, the individual is not dead. He merely fainted from your ire. Nevertheless, your talent for cursing is indeed quite remarkable." "Ah, he merely fainted? Then there is no cause for concern." Song Zhen's anxiety evaporated instantly. After all, he was not the first to succumb to her wrath. Furthermore, his fainting only indicated his lack of composure, for she had never been overwhelmed by another's anger. Chapter 85. There is no bottom line, only a lower one ultimately. It was the indignation of his own disciple that left the sect leader momentarily stunned, prompting him to approach and assess the situation personally. The individual remained alive, albeit with a somewhat disordered breath, having succumbed to fainting from anger. The sect leader breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the person was not dead, that was all that mattered. Should death have ensued, the situation would have become quite complicated, not insurmountable, but certainly requiring considerable effort to resolve. Upon mentioning the fainting, everyone's gaze turned to Baiyu. He possessed considerable experience in such matters. Aware of the teasing glances from his fellow disciples, Baiyu sheepishly shuffled backwards, yet stubbornly retorted, "My circumstances were entirely different from his. Moreover, my temperament is far more composed." Although he was known for his fiery temper, his character remained unblemished. When he eventually regained consciousness and sought retribution, it was merely a result of his fervor. However, not only did he fail to settle the score, he nearly found himself on the receiving end of another lesson. Really, as an elder brother, what was the need to bicker with a junior sister? Now, we're left with this amusing anecdote. The other disciples chuckled warmly at his obstinate remarks. Indeed, your situation was quite different from his. They were well aware of each other's personalities. Though Baiyu was somewhat arrogant, he had no significant flaws in other respects. Otherwise, his fellow disciples would not have indulged him so. It was precisely this indulgence that had led to his increasingly haughty demeanor. Nevertheless, Baiyu had shown considerable improvement over time. The disciples from a neighboring sect initially exuded a formidable aura. However, upon confronting the master and elders of the sword sect, their confidence swiftly waned. Song Zhen leaned closer to observe the fallen swordsman on the ground, even prodding him gently. The man's muscles were quite firm, yet there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Could it be that he was so enraged as to have coughed up blood? With such temperament and mindset, one wonders how he managed to reach the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Furthermore, despite his current impressive cultivation, the path ahead may prove increasingly arduous. Qin Sun shared similar sentiments regarding this individual. Song Zhen, you must not emulate this person. The more turmoil one harbors within, the more challenging the road ahead becomes. This individual has clung to such a trivial matter for so long and frequently seeks to trouble you. One can only imagine the pettiness of his character. If he cannot move past this minor issue, how will he cope when faced with significant challenges? It would be remarkable if he did not fall prey to inner demons. Song Zhen nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, his demeanor is exceedingly petty. Master of the sword sect, our senior brother lies here injured. Regardless of the circumstances leading to this moment, it is our brother who suffers now. We kindly request a response from you." One cannot help but remark on the audacity of the disciples from the neighboring sect. They seem utterly unashamed, disregarding the context of the situation. I have encountered shameless individuals before, but none so brazen as you. Clearly, it was you who instigated the conflict first. You initiated the dispute, and we merely retaliated. Moreover, the transformation of your senior brother is a result of his own frustrations. Yet, you expect us to bear the responsibility? You must be dreaming. After Song Zhen finished speaking, she spat disdainfully, her expression revealing her contempt unabashedly. The disciples from the neighboring sect were left red-faced, fully aware that the fault lay on their side. Yet they were unwilling to acknowledge their mistakes. How could a young lady utter such harsh words? Is this the kind of education imparted by the sword sect? Song Zhen found this notion quite amusing. Was it not your shamelessness that provoked me? Besides, the education in our sword sect is exemplary, certainly superior to yours. When accepting disciples, character must be considered. Initially, I thought the one lying there possessed mediocre character, and that the rest of you might fare better. But it seems you are all cut from the same cloth. Indeed, it is true that those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door. As Song Zhen shook her head, the other disciples felt as though their heads might explode from anger, their faces and necks flushed crimson, fists clenched tightly. The disciples of the Sword Sect could not contain their laughter upon hearing Song Zhen's remarks. Truly, our junior sister is remarkable. She is indeed capable of crafting an entire compendium of invectives. They realized they needed to learn more from her, for in comparison, their own skills and reproach were woefully inadequate. The sect leader and the elders, upon hearing these words, felt a deep sense of relief and satisfaction. They found it rather difficult to engage in direct debate with the disciples of the opposing sect, for doing so would merely invite accusations of bullying the weak. In the past, such encounters often left them at a disadvantage, unable to articulate their grievances, as their own disciples were equally ineffectual in verbal confrontation. While they could certainly hold their own in physical altercations, when it came to insults, they would struggle to muster a single retort. Consequently, the neighboring sect had reaped considerable benefits at the expense of their own sword sect. This, in fact, elucidated the reason behind the neighboring sect's incessant provocations. They merely sought to exploit the situation to their advantage. Observing the furious expressions on the faces of those individuals, which had turned a vivid shade of crimson, Song Zhen disdainfully remarked, "Do not faint on my account. I shall make my stance clear. There will be no compensation from us for anything. Not only shall we refuse to pay, but we shall also hold you accountable for this matter. Summon your elders immediately. I am curious to inquire how they have instructed their disciples to behave so shamelessly. Or perhaps your elders are as devoid of dignity as you are. The saying, a crooked beam leads to a crooked pillar, must surely apply to you." Song Zhen, in her fury, was unperturbed by any potential insult aimed at the elders of the opposing sect. After all, the quality of their disciples was a reflection of their own inadequacies. One disciple from the neighboring sect, unable to contain himself, shouted at Song Zhen, "Silence! What right do you have to criticize our elders? We shall remember this incident, and you would do well to avoid venturing out alone in the future." At this proclamation, the countenance of the Sword Sect disciples shifted dramatically. The expressions on the faces of the sovereign and the elders were exceptionally grim. Upon hearing this, Song Zhen let out a scoff and remarked, "Is that what you imply? So, are you planning to trouble me whenever I venture out alone? You truly are shameless to the extreme. In that case, allow me to return the sentiment. We have committed your appearances to memory, and it would be wise for you not to wander out alone either." Chapter 86. The shameless neighboring sect. The disciples of the Sword Sect had indeed etched the faces of these individuals into their minds. Those who dare to threaten their junior sister should brace themselves for retribution. They were not individuals who believed in repaying kindness with kindness. As soon as this disciple spoke, he regretted his words. His anger had led him to speak recklessly. He glanced at the surrounding Sword Sect disciples, who bore unfriendly expressions, and swallowed nervously. It was over. He was truly finished. Who was unaware of the Sword Sect's fierce loyalty to their own? If they caught him, he could scarcely imagine the extent of the beating he would receive. When the elders from the neighboring sect arrived, they found their disciples looking as if they had been wronged, especially one who lay on the ground. Just as they were about to inquire, their own disciple pulled them aside and recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. The elders were aware that their disciples were at odds with the Sword Sect, but since they had never suffered any losses, they chose to dismiss the matter. After all, the Sword Sect members lacked intelligence and would not escalate the situation on their own. As time passed, it became apparent that they perceived the Sword Sect as a target for bullying. Although they had long enjoyed the protection of the Sword Sect, deep down they harbored a desire to compete with it. While they were no match in terms of strength, they still sought ways to undermine the Sword Sect in other aspects. Song Zhen observed the elder from the neighboring sect and found his appearance quite unappealing. Though she recognized it was somewhat unkind to judge based on looks, she could not help but dislike the elder's visage. In her heart, she vented to Qin's son, remarking on the elder's shifty-eyed demeanor. How can the elder from a neighboring sect look so untrustworthy? Just look at how dignified our Sword Sect's elders are. The comparison is truly startling. Qin's son chuckled at her words, acknowledging the truth in her observation. He too found the elder's looks rather dubious, and the way his eyes darted about suggested he harbored ulterior motives. The elder cast a glance at Song Zhen before shifting his attention to the sect leader, deeming Song Zhen unworthy of direct communication. This incident is the fault of our disciples. I hereby apologize to the leader of the sword sect. The sect leader regarded the elder's condescending demeanor with great dissatisfaction. The other elders feigned ignorance to his remarks, their gazes wandering aimlessly. The disciples of the sword sect nearly burst into laughter at the sight of their own leader and elders, realizing that their elders were endearingly protective, openly standing up for their own. The elder next door, upon witnessing the demeanor of the sect leader and the other elders, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. In his view, their apologies were nearly sufficient. The truth is, the sword sect had been excessively benevolent to them over the years, which had led to their inflated sense of entitlement, leading them to believe they could rival the sword sect. Upon hearing such sarcastic remarks, Song Zhen felt an immediate surge of indignation and unleashed a torrent of rebuttals. It was indeed disheartening to witness such audacity in the face of wrongdoing. Earlier, I remarked that your disciples are like the crooked beam beneath a misaligned roof, and now it seems I was entirely justified in my assessment. Must we accept your apologies merely because you offer them? Is it truly so simple to absolve oneself with a light-hearted apology after committing an error? Song Zhen continued to berate the elder without sparing any semblance of respect, believing it utterly unnecessary to show deference to him. The elder's countenance visibly darkened as he absorbed the scorn from a mere junior. Shouldn't a disciple learn to honor their elders? After all, I stand on the same level as your elders. Who do you think you are? Has your master not taught you the importance of respecting your superiors? With a cold laugh and an eye roll, Song Zhen retorted without hesitation, I understand the value of respecting one's teachers, but I do not extend such respect to elders like you. I can show reverence to my own elders, but why should I honor one so lacking in virtue as yourself? When Song Zhen uttered these words, she scrutinized the elder from head to toe, her provocative demeanor reaching its zenith. Fearing that the opponent might act out of desperation, the sect leader and the elders found themselves standing behind Song Zhen, uncertain of when they had taken such a position. It was unavoidable. Their little girl possessed an extraordinary talent for inciting irritation, and given that the adversaries were not paragons of virtue, caution was warranted. Observing the elder's eyes reddened with fury, the sect leader declared, Your sect has always been sheltered under the protection of our sword sect. I had anticipated a sense of gratitude from you, yet to my dismay, you have revealed yourselves to be nothing but ingrates. We have overlooked your bullying of our disciples in the past, but it has become increasingly intolerable. Do you truly believe that our sword sect fears you? When your sect was newly established, you came to us seeking land, and out of pity, we provided you with a place to settle. We do not expect you to constantly remember your debt of gratitude. We only ask for a mutual respect that allows us to coexist peacefully. However, your actions have become utterly excessive. When your sect first relocated, you were but a handful of pitiful individuals. It was the then leader of the sword sect who, moved by your plight, took you in. You had initially hoped to join our ranks, but due to your inadequate qualifications, you were deemed unworthy by the sword sect. Thus, we granted you a parcel of land to establish your own sect. History has proven that our sword sect's judgment has never faltered. Those we deemed unworthy have invariably displayed significant flaws, a portion of which are indeed grave. Indeed, have they not raised a pack of ingrates? The words of the sect leader were not to be contested by this elder, who could only suppress his frustration and depart with his disciples. What initially seemed a trivial affair has escalated into a significant uproar, leaving one to ponder the motives of the opposing party. Song Zhen sighed and shook his head. Indeed, issues in education pose grave concerns. If children are not properly nurtured, they will invariably cause trouble. And is this not precisely the predicament that has arisen from their educational failures? Chapter 87. An irredeemable sect. Upon learning that the leader of the sword sect wished to meet him, the sect leader of the neighboring sect nearly fainted. He was acutely aware of the nature of his disciples, yet due to the sword sect's tendency to overlook their misdeeds, he found himself powerless to enforce discipline. His sect was rather chaotic, filled with all manner of cultivators, and the elders were embroiled in intricate power struggles, each aligning with different factions. As a result, the sect leader wielded little authority. Even if he desired to impose order, he found himself constrained by circumstances. Previously, the sword sect had refrained from interference, thus making it difficult for him to instill proper conduct among his disciples. However, he never anticipated that their actions would provoke such a significant response from the sword sect leader. "What on earth have you done? Did I not instruct you to tone down your antics and avoid provoking the sword sect? Have you treated my words as mere whispers in the wind? Do you truly believe yourselves to be the best in the world? If not for the sword sect's benevolence in taking us in, we would have nowhere to call home. You frequently venture out to hone your skills, often under the protection of disciples from the sword sect. From whence do you hail, that you consistently create trouble for others?" The sect master is truly exasperated by these individuals. If it were possible, he would prefer not to bear the burden of this ineffectual leadership. Whoever desires such a mess may have it. The elders, though scolded, remained somewhat unconvinced. One elder even remarked, "The matter of sheltering is a relic of years past. This place is now ours. Why must the sect consistently bolster the reputation of others while diminishing its own? We are not lacking in merit." Upon hearing such shameless words, the sect master rolled his eyes in disbelief. With a sardonic smile, he retorted, "I am aware of your shamelessness, but I did not anticipate it to reach such depths. You presume that the goodwill extended to us, due to our ancestors' kindness, no longer holds value. Is that your collective belief?" The elders exchanged glances, their silence betraying their true sentiments. How many years have passed since that act of sheltering? Surely it cannot still be held against us. Moreover, they consider their disciples' prowess to be on par with that of the sword sectess. The sect master, perceiving their expressions, remarked coldly, "So, according to your reasoning, does that mean borrowed items need not be returned? If something is acquired through skill, why should it be repaid?" With such attitudes, it is no wonder that our disciples exhibit such deplorable behavior. I find no fault in the young girl's reprimand. It is indeed a case of the upper beam being crooked while the lower beam is also misaligned. It is truly lamentable that the entire sect cannot produce a single upright individual. The sect leader is undoubtedly pained, for he too has grown within this establishment. The disciples of yore were not of this nature. Previously, there existed a sense of gratitude towards the sword sect, and the relationships between past disciples and the sect were amicable. However, at some point, a number of individuals began to gradually leave. Those of his generation who remain are now few and far between. Although new disciples continue to join, the palpable transformation within the sect is unmistakable. It appears that the departure of these disciples stems from their inability to endure such an atmosphere and the shameless behavior of certain individuals. The sect leader himself can no longer tolerate it. Observing the individuals before him, he let out a deep sigh, his shoulders sagging under the weight of despair. It is clear he can no longer continue in this role. He once managed to deceive himself to some extent, but now he finds himself utterly unable to reign in these people. Under their reckless behavior, it remains uncertain how long the sect can endure. Upon hearing his intention to resign from the position of sect leader, not a single elder in the assembly expressed sorrow or offered counsel. Instead, their faces were alight with eagerness. Who would desire to assume the mantle of a sect leader? Though they may be a small sect, the status of sect leader is indeed prestigious. Witnessing the eagerness etched on their faces, the sect leader felt a profound sense of revulsion. Upon arriving at the sword sect, he distinctly sensed the divergence between his disciples and those of the sword sect. Every individual here radiates vitality, their eyes gleaming with clarity, enveloping the entire sect in an atmosphere of flourishing prosperity. "Master Lu, please follow me. The sect leader has been awaiting your arrival," said Mu Si, guiding the way with a demeanor marked by respect and a warm smile, showing no hint of disdain for Lu, who presided over a smaller sect. Lu, feeling a touch of awkwardness, offered a polite smile and followed Mu Si into the grand hall. Within the hall, the sect leader occupied the foremost central seat, flanked by elders who sat according to their ranks. Song Zhen and Ji Fan stood nearby, attending to the gathering. However, attending might be a misnomer, for these two could hardly cease their chatter. They had sampled every dish laid before them. Initially, Ji Fan maintained a semblance of decorum, but it wasn't long before he was led astray. Song Zhen went so far as to critique and recommend dishes as he indulged, declaring some delectable, others less so, suggesting that certain softer delicacies would suit the elder members, while the crunchier options were better for those with a preference for crisp textures. Thus, the hall resonated with the sounds of munching, transforming what could have been an imposing scene into one tinged with absurdity. Upon entering, Lu intended to promptly rectify any misunderstandings. Yet the cacophony of nut crunching and food consumption momentarily left him bewildered, particularly as he observed the sect leader and the elders, whom he deemed dignified. Smiling and indulging in their meal, he questioned his own perception. "How could you two devour my food without leaving any for me?" Muchi exclaimed, tapping Song Zhen and Ji Fan on the head with his fan in exasperation. Song Zhen confidently remarked, "If we chat any longer, it will lose its novelty." Mu Si looked at her in exasperation and replied, "Your nuts won't stay fresh for long, and I haven't been away for years." This fellow speaks without a second thought. At least come up with a credible excuse. Song Zhen retorted, "Why bother with that? Just throw out any excuse." The Ohua Ouyang brothers, who generally shun such gatherings, chose not to attend. Lu Qian had her own matters to attend to, and it was rare for them to meet, leaving only the three of them present. As the direct disciples of the sect leader, they held significant importance, especially since Song Zhen was an involved party, required to remain as a witness to the proceedings. Chapter 88. A commanding presence observing the standing Lu sect leader. The sect had arranged a chair for him. The sect leader was familiar with Lu and held him in good regard. Although they were neighbors, they seldom visited one another. "If you have time, do come over. Our sword sect always welcomes guests," the sect leader said with a warm smile, appearing exceedingly amiable. Lu's expression was somewhat awkward, his gaze wavering. "Thanks to your kindness. We have caused quite a bit of trouble for the sword sect over the years. Though I am the sect leader, my inability to discipline my disciples fills me with shame." An irritable elder, upon hearing this, scoffed, "So you are aware of your shortcomings in disciplining your disciples? As the sect leader, do you even grasp your responsibilities? The disciples of yours, whom we previously chose not to confront, have now become increasingly outrageous. We do not wish to invoke past kindnesses, yet encountering such ungratefulness is truly unprecedented." Song Zhen silently applauded the elder in her heart, acknowledging the truth in his words. She held a favorable impression of this Lu Zhongzhu, who appeared rather upright in demeanor and possessed a clarity in his gaze that set him apart from others within the sect. Curiously, she whispered to Qin Sun, Sr., "Do you know this Lu Zhongzhu?" Qin Sun, slightly exasperated, replied, "Please clarify, when did I ascend? How long have they even been alive? It is impossible for me to be acquainted with them. You should not assume that I am privy to every matter." Song Zhen, somewhat disheartened, responded, "So, you do not know everything after all. I thought you were aware of all things." Qin Sun retorted, "Why does your tone sound so displeasing?" As the elder berated him, Lu Zhongzhu's expression faltered further. He sincerely acknowledged his faults and did not shirk his responsibilities. He laid bare the current chaotic state of the sect, summarizing that he is unable to manage the members at present, as the sect is in disarray. In his youth, having been favored, he struggled to comprehend why his fellow disciples chose to depart, once believing it was their betrayal of the sect. Gradually, their situation became increasingly comprehensible to me. This sect truly seems beyond redemption. Observing the pained smile on Master Lu's face, neither he nor the elders knew quite how to respond. Alas, this matter is delicate. After all, it pertains to your own household. Being neighbors, it would be detrimental for us all if calamity were to befall them. They cannot simply evict these individuals now, considering their long-standing residence. The outside world would undoubtedly have much to say about it. Song Zhen could not restrain herself from interjecting. "Indeed, Master Lu, your departure would merely create space for those with nefarious intentions. Can you bear to witness the demise of your own sect?" Everyone turned their gaze towards Song Zhen, while Ji Fan strained to pull her back. Qin Sun could not help but remark, "Why must you always insert yourself into every matter? Song Zhen felt the weight of their stares but stood her ground, convinced of her stance. After all, is it not the case that this allows the malicious to flourish? Master Lu gently cleared his throat and said, Song Zhen is correct. Should you choose to leave, Master Lu, you would indeed be yielding ground to those with ill intentions. This sect has been painstakingly built by your leadership. Can you truly bear witness to its decline? Even our sword sect perseveres through such hardships daily. Master Lu, upon hearing these words, felt a flicker of uncertainty. Deep down, he was reluctant to depart. Who would willingly depart from the place of their upbringing? Yet, the environment has transformed so drastically that even they no longer recognize it, prompting the desire to leave. As for me, if I choose to remain, will the sword sect truly come to my aid? Master Lu remains uncertain, but he knows that confronting this alone is beyond his capability. Should the sword sect intervene, the circumstances would be vastly different. Rest assured, the master assures, as long as you are willing to reform your sect, I shall dispatch several elders to assist you. However, I hope you can muster the resolve to deal with those unworthy individuals within your ranks. Additionally, be vigilant against those who may succumb to the demonic path. This concern is not unfounded. Some individuals, once expelled, may indeed turn to darkness. After all, the character of some among them leaves much to be desired. The master did not anticipate that some he had dismissed would be taken in by the neighboring sect. It would be one thing to accept them, but surely they ought to scrutinize the character of such individuals first. Yet, it appears that the neighboring sect has accepted them without a second thought. Meanwhile, Song Zhen is beside them, munching on fruit. For reasons unknown, she feels a certain exhilaration. Moreover, this behavior seems familiar to her. If you refuse to comply, I shall send someone to ensure your obedience. How bold and invigorating. Unable to contain her excitement, Song Zhen turns to Qin Sun and exclaims, I didn't expect my master to be so formidable at this moment. If he disapproves of someone, he simply sends help to manage the situation. How impressive. Qin Sun, also enjoying fruit, replies, what is so surprising about it? This is merely the customary approach of our sword sect. At that time, whenever a sect leader proved disobedient or troublesome, they would be promptly replaced with a more compliant one. Upon hearing this, Song Zhen was instantly invigorated. Was it truly so formidable? Had our sword sect once wielded such power? By this reasoning, the sword sect should have long been the foremost sect. Qin Sun remarked, our sword sect has always been quite formidable. Just observe how no one dares to openly provoke us now. They only whisper behind our backs. However, the previous sect leaders were not keen on taking action themselves. Hence they opted to select a more obedient leader, as they preferred to avoid the labor of governance. Other sect leaders, when faced with difficulties, would shift the blame onto our sword sect, for meddling in affairs often invites trouble. Our sect leaders, being responsible yet reluctant to engage directly, would simply appoint a new sect leader. After all, managing matters personally can be exhausting. Choosing a compliant leader is far more convenient. Song Zhen mused, I initially believed we were proactively managing affairs, only to realize it was merely a matter of shifting responsibility. This revelation certainly diminishes the aura of dominance. If the initiative had been to appoint a new leader, that would have been a rather impressive act, akin to a hawk in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 89. Dealing with the neighboring sect. The atmosphere had shifted remarkably. Accompanying him were two of the most austere elders from the sword sect, known for their intolerance of any nonsense. Song Zhen held a rather profound impression of these two elders. She is the most frequently cited negative example in the mouths of these two elders. With their departure, she is the one who feels the utmost joy. No longer will there be anyone to whisper her shortcomings before the master, nor will anyone constantly chastise her for her lack of decorum. In truth, the sect leader shares a similar sentiment. Daily, he is subjected to the incessant nagging of these two elders, to the point where his ears might develop calluses. With their dismissal, he too can finally enjoy a few tranquil days. Today is a fortuitous day. All her wishes seem destined to come to fruition. And Song Zhen cheerfully hums a tune as she walks. She plans to treat herself to a sumptuous meal and has asked her senior brother, who is descending the mountain, to bring some delicacies back. Qin Sun, hold this list. These are the items I desire. and please procure a generous quantity, she instructed. Gazing at the list that had been transmitted, Song Zhen felt a strong urge to tear it apart. Senior, is it truly fitting for you to indulge without restraint? Not only do you feast for free, but you also have so many demands. Look at those other seniors. They make no requests at all, accepting whatever is offered. Can't you learn a thing or two from them? Those skeletal seniors, sent in groups to bask in the sun each day, have now become a remarkable spectacle within the Sword Sect. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether it was a premeditated arrangement, as they have all been dressed in identical attire. A throng of skeletons clad in matching garments basking in the sunlight at the connection field possesses a peculiar aesthetic charm. Qin Sun lazily remarked, "Why should I conform to them? I am who I am." Their appearance resembles a wholesale operation and lacks any sense of grandeur. The terms wholesale and sophisticated originated from him and Song Zhen. With a hint of exasperation, Song Zhen remarked, "You still recognize the notions of wholesale and sophistication? Given your current state, what more do you seek in terms of elegance? No matter how refined one may appear, they remain but a mere skeleton, unless they can reveal their flesh before the public." Yet, this individual, in his fear of labor, has consistently showcased only his skeletal form. It is undeniable that the Sword Sect's aversion to trouble has persisted unchanged from generation to generation. Regardless, I am determined to be unique. And you had promised to care for me. I do not require extravagant delicacies, merely some modest snacks. As for clothing, I have no desire for silks and satins. I have not complained when you borrowed garments from your senior brothers for me to wear. After all, I never wore second-hand items in my youth. Reflecting on his past, Qin Sun felt a wave of nostalgia. He remembered the days when he truly struggled financially, yet somehow managed to live a life superior to that of the average sword cultivator. Despite the circumstances, his pride remained intact. He had never donned second-hand clothing. Now, however, he found himself clad entirely in pre-owned garments. Song Zhen scoffed. "Having second-hand clothes is already an improvement. At least they are better than what I am wearing. Tonight, I intend to rest. Do not drag me into sword practice, or else I shall not provide you with new clothes next time." Qin Sun replied, "You seem to be threatening me with that." Song Zhen had gained fame in the neighboring sect due to this battle. The two elders who visited did not regard themselves as outsiders, and that very day, they commenced their rectifications. The elders of the neighboring sect still fancied themselves capable of ascending to power, yet they were oblivious to the fact that Master Lu had brought along two formidable mountains. All disciples underwent a thorough re-education, with those lacking moral integrity summarily expelled from the sect. Those guilty of more grievous offenses found their cultivation forcibly stripped away and were cast down the mountain. Having tasted the sweetness of immortality, to be deprived of their powers was akin to plummeting from the heavens into the mire for these individuals. The elders could only watch in dismay as their disciples were reformed, expelled, and rendered powerless. This situation could not persist. If it continued, our sect might as well dissolve. Master Lu has now unequivocally become the lapdog of the Sword Sect. He is utterly unworthy of being our leader. My most capable disciple has been stripped of his powers. On what grounds do they stand? The two elder figures were acutely aware of the resistance they faced from this side. Yet they remained indifferent. If they had cared, they would not have approached at all. However, they were taken aback by the sheer filth present here. As a righteous sect, this place had devolved into a den of corruption. There were even those whose hands were stained with the blood of innocent mortals. When those stripped of their powers spoke, they claimed to have slain mere ants, ignorant of the truth. Were they not once mortals themselves, having traversed that very path? Even if the mortals were misguided, it did not grant them the right to slay indiscriminately. Mortals have their own laws, and cultivators ought to attend to their own affairs. If all cultivators behaved as they did, the world would have long since descended into chaos. In just a few days, this sect has undergone a tremendous transformation. The elders attempted an insurrection, but it was suppressed in less than half a day. After being subdued and bound, their faces were as colorful as overturned palettes. Two elders from the Sword Sect scornfully remarked, "It's beyond comprehension how individuals of your caliber attain the position of elder. Can you even guide disciples? It's no wonder your sect's disciples deteriorate with each generation." Sect leader Lu stood nearby, resembling a child who had erred, although the elders were the ones being reprimanded. As the sect leader, bore considerable responsibility. He was unable to manage his own affairs and had to request assistance from others, only for his own people to be unappreciative and even resort to violence. A truly disgraceful affair. News of this matter reached the Sword Sect, and their sect leader expressed his disdain. Song Zhen and his fellow disciples sat around the table, partaking in a meal while observing their master's shifting countenance. Song Zhen wondered, has master ever studied the art of face-changing? How else could he produce such a range of expressions? Ji Fan shook his head, replying as he ate. Whether he studied face-changing, I cannot say, but master certainly has a wide array of expressions, especially when provoked. Muchi commented, how did that neighboring sect even manage to survive until now? It's fortunate for them that they haven't been eradicated. Ouyang chimed in, who knows? Perhaps their luck is simply exceptional. Resolving the situation with a neighboring sect would also benefit the Sword Sect. Otherwise, having a troublemaker as a neighbor could prove quite troublesome, as their actions might implicate them. Chapter 90. The poison is wasted on you. The sect master had implored countless times for them to linger a while longer next door, to assist in tidying up the affairs over there. Yet, it merely resulted in a month's delay. The sect master lamented, you are in a fortunate position. I, however, find myself in a predicament. Your persistent defiance ultimately brings misfortune upon me, your master. The two, master and disciple, exchanged a glance, simultaneously exhaling a sigh. After a month of relative peace, the sect master truly wished to escape the days filled with incantations. After much contemplation, a sudden thought struck him. It is high time for you to venture forth and gain some experience. Having achieved the golden core stage, you are now ready to explore the world. Song Zhen abruptly raised her head. Am I allowed to go out? Can I truly venture on my own? She had longed for this opportunity, but her brothers had repeatedly rejected her requests. They insisted she was too young and lacked sufficient cultivation. She had already reached the golden core stage. How could they claim she was inadequate? She found their reasoning baffling, yet her brothers remained resolute in their refusal to let her go. The sect master replied, of course you may go. It simply slipped my mind, as you had not mentioned it. Your other brothers and sisters who have attained the golden core stage have promptly set out for their journeys. You may either seek out a small secret realm for treasure hunting or choose to embark on a journey of experience. Treasure hunting, of course. Song Zhen felt no hesitation in her choice. There was no doubt she wished to pursue treasures. Secret realms were places abundant with riches, where even a single blade of grass could be a rare spiritual herb. Master, I am preparing to venture out now. I truly am stepping outside. The thought of embarking on this journey alone fills me with a sense of excitement. Song Zhen rubbed her hands together, feeling her spirits lift. The sect leader waved dismissively, saying, go on, but do take care of your safety. You are well aware of your own capabilities. Should you encounter danger, do not act recklessly. If you can flee, then flee. If escape proves impossible, find a place to lie down. I shall see to your remains. The sect leader's words, though starkly pragmatic, held a profound truth. It is unrealistic for disciples to remain sheltered within the sect at all times. Without confronting peril, how can one aspire to be a competent cultivator? The world outside brims with hazards, and one cannot guarantee survival until the morrow. Though the sect leader dotes on his disciples, he cannot monitor their every move or shield them from harm. His heart weighs heavy with concern for each one as they depart, yet apart from worry, he is powerless to offer more. Thus, he can only hope they remain vigilant and safeguard their own lives, for life is singular and precious. Song Zhen had initially anticipated that her master would bestow upon her a few magical artifacts, but instead received only this single piece of advice. The suggestion to lie down if escape were not feasible sounded rather grim. Such a person would certainly seek out a pit. Finding a random spot to rest would lead to a most unfortunate sighting by passers-by. A pit would be far more convenient, and one would not even need to dig. Qin Sun, sensing her thoughts, could only respond with silent incredulity. Why can't you have a bit more confidence in yourself? Weren't you always proclaiming that you wouldn't die? How is it that you now lack even this small measure of confidence? Song Zhen replied, I am indeed confident, but must I not display a semblance of humility? Qin Sun was rendered speechless. What need have you to venture out? Has your master consented to this? Ji Fan was the most opposed, having mentored her all along. The thought of her encountering misfortune would be utterly devastating for him. Mu Xiai and Oh Hua also voiced their dissent, suggesting, why not wait until you reach the nascent soul stage before embarking on such a journey? At that point, if you cannot fight, you at least have the ability to flee. Feeling deeply moved by the concern of her senior brothers, Song Zhen, however, had already resolved to venture forth. Brothers, I'm not a mere child of 3 or 4 years. Besides, you are well aware of my ability to escape. You might not even be able to catch me. If I cannot defeat an opponent, I can certainly evade them. Though reaching the nascent soul stage may sound simple, many do not attain it. Some remain at the golden core or even foundation establishment stages for their entire lives. Moreover, the majority are still ordinary mortals. If they can traverse the world, why should I, as a cultivator, cower? Most of the populace consists of common people, and it is they who suffer the most from the scourge of demons. If I cannot fight, I can at least run away. I need not fear danger, but what of those ordinary individuals? Ohua and the others were left without words. They had finally acquired a little junior sister and naturally wished to pamper her. Although the fourth sister was also a woman, her temperament was hardly feminine. Temperament is both foul and unyielding. Otherwise, how could one enter the enforcement hall? It is a rare delight to have a lively and charming junior sister, and surely she deserves to be cherished. In that case, we shall accompany you. What do you think? With several seniors by Song Zhen's side, she need not fear any danger. A perfect solution. Song Zhen cast a dark glance at her seniors, saying, esteemed brothers, it is time for me to be independent. Qin Sun could not help but chuckle, remarking, your seniors are truly quite entertaining. Such a close-knit bond among siblings is indeed a rarity, especially one so pure. Many siblings, as time passes, evolve their relationships into that of partners. With a sigh, Song Zhen expressed with a hint of resignation, children inevitably grow up. I have matured as well. Rest assured, I shall return safely. She longed to share her secret of invincibility with them, yet feared it might terrify them. Unable to alter Song Zhen's resolve, her seniors resorted to a different approach. They began to fervently bestow their treasured artifacts upon her, amassing an abundance of food and drink, even presenting her with long-saved elixirs. Even Lu Qian, busy in the enforcement hall, came to offer her gifts. However, the items Lu Qian provided were rather formidable, an assortment of various poisons, the origins of which remained a mystery. As they gazed at the bizarre collection of toxins, Oh Hua and the others swallowed nervously, their eyes wide with alarm. Where did you procure such an array of poisons? Who do you intend to use them on? It can't possibly be us. We had done nothing to offend you. Observing these fellow disciples, Lu Qian disdainfully averted her gaze. Fear not, for it would be a waste to employ these poisons on your insignificant selves. These are the fruits of my years of meticulous collection, and they are now perfectly suited for my junior sister. What does it mean that using poisons on them would be a waste? Are they truly so worthless? The four of them glared at Lu Qian with indignation, but she chose to disregard their presence. Meanwhile, Song Zhen was utterly enchanted by these poisons. It was her first encounter with such substances. Dear senior sisters, I shall make the utmost use of these potions. I promise not to squander them. Song Zhen's evident enthusiasm brought a measure of joy to Lu Qian. However, the other four were far from pleased. The arrival of the fourth disciple had inadvertently overshadowed them. Was this old fourth deliberately attempting to undermine their standing? Exchanging glances, the four of them promptly produced their most treasured possessions. Song Zhen was soon inundated with an array of exquisite items, the utility of which remained uncertain. Yet they appeared remarkably impressive. Thank you, senior brother. I shall surely excel in my endeavors outside, and will never bring shame upon our sword sect. Song Zhen's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile stretching from ear to ear. This was a true stroke of fortune. If every outing could yield such rewards, she would not hesitate to venture forth more frequently. After tidying up, Song Zhen departed. In her wake, Oh Hua and the others found themselves engulfed in a tumult of complex emotions. particularly as they grappled with the reality that their cherished treasures, amassed over the years, had now vanished. Their hearts ached with regret. How impulsive they had been. Truly, far too impulsive. Why do they insist on comparing themselves to the fourth? With just a few medicines, the fourth has managed to outsmart them all, which is truly lamentable. Mu Si tapped his head and sighed. Every time I face the fourth, my intellect plummets. The other three nodded in agreement. Who could argue otherwise? Lu Xian was genuinely too apathetic to engage with these four individuals, who incessantly referred to her as the fourth without considering her feelings. While she was indifferent to titles, she certainly did not wish for such an unflattering moniker to follow her. Hey, could you refrain from calling me the fourth? Do I not have a name? Would it kill you to address me as junior sister or senior sister? Lu Xian seriously contemplated the idea of twisting their heads to see what nonsensical thoughts resided within. Initially, she was a perfectly ordinary young woman, but now, she found herself caught up in their bizarre antics daily. Was their madness contagious? Lu Xian genuinely wished to send them to the medical pavilion for examination. They ought to seek treatment at once. Ohua patted Lu Xian on the shoulder, seemingly oblivious to her expression. The fourth. I believe that name sounds quite pleasant and is easy to remember. Why do you, a young lady, wear such a stern face every day? You should take a cue from junior sister and smile more. Lu Xian emotionlessly brushed his hand away. She had no desire to converse with a fool, albeit one who happened to be her senior brother. As an enforcer in the law enforcement hall, could she be seen smiling foolishly every day? How could she possibly maintain any semblance of authority? The words of these individuals were utterly disconnected from reality. Forget it. I no longer wish to squander time with them. Lu Qian cast them a disdainful glance before departing, her silhouette exuding an effortless elegance. Mu Si shook his head as he observed her retreating figure, lamenting, alas. The fourth sister always dismisses us with contempt, showing us no respect whatsoever. Ouyang concurred, adding, moreover, it seems as though she regards us with the same gaze one would reserve for fools, even though we are her senior brothers. Ji Fan chose not to engage in this discourse. However, he felt somewhat better than his three senior brothers, for at least the fourth sister's words towards him were not as harsh. Upon descending the mountain, Song Zhen's immediate priority was to secure lodging. Regardless of the circumstances, one must eat well, drink well, and sleep well. All else is secondary. Qin Sun was finally able to appear openly before others. This time, he even devised an identity for himself. What? My male pet. Song Zhen's voice nearly cracked. Qin Sun nodded unabashedly. Indeed, I am now your male pet. With someone like me in that role, do you not consider it a privilege? Song Zhen's lips twitched. Privilege indeed. She knew this old fellow would harbor no virtuous intentions, but she had not anticipated such a radical notion. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she replied, Senior, I am merely a Golden Core disciple. What capability do I possess to keep a male pet? His approach was utterly impractical. Although some individuals may never attain the Golden Core stage in their lifetime, once you reach this echelon, you will find that such individuals are ubiquitous. Qin Sun flicked his hair with a flourish, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance. What does it matter what cultivation level one possesses? We're here to have fun. He questioned why someone so young should be so pedantic. After all, when out and about, who truly recognizes us? Our identities are self-assigned, so let us revel in our freedom. Song Zhen observed his demeanor and genuinely believed he had lost his sanity after being confined for so many years. She was aware of his frivolous nature, but had not anticipated it to be so extreme. If she were to actually take him as a male consort, it would be tantamount to betraying her own master. She could hardly fathom the reactions of the Sword Sect members upon discovering such a situation. At that point, even her master would be unable to protect her. No. Even when one is outside, self-assigned identities should not extend to such absurdities. You are my senior brother now, and let us not entertain the notion of a male consort. Song Zhen shuddered at the thought of being besieged by a mob. In her view, Qin Sun's exposure was merely a matter of time, as it was impossible to maintain secrecy indefinitely. Once revealed, the elders would undoubtedly investigate his affairs thoroughly. Although much of their knowledge was confined to the two of them, The possibility of this whimsical fellow divulging the truth himself could not be dismissed. Indeed, Qin Sun's impression upon her was one of utter frivolity. Qin Sun wished to continue his argument to advocate for his identity, yet Song Zhen promptly cut him off, stating firmly that there was no way she would allow him to assume the role of a male consort. Qin Sun let out a sigh of despondency, conceding, "Very well. I shall be your senior brother, though I wonder where my status has fallen to." Song Zhen, exasperated, rolled her eyes in silence, pondering how he could possibly think that being a male concubine was preferable. She could not fathom why one would forsake a respectable identity in favor of such disreputable pursuits. In Chapter 92, the classic villainess makes her entrance. This time, Song Zhen spared no expense on their accommodations, booking 2 superior rooms. Initially, she intended to reserve just one, but Qin Sun vehemently insisted on having his own room. Fearing a repeat of their previous altercation, Song Zhen reluctantly acquiesced to his demands. After settling the payment, a pang of regret struck her heart. "Senior, maintaining you is truly exorbitant. We must conserve our funds, or we shall not endure long in the outside world." In truth, they could manage with little, as many cultivators often forego sustenance, resting wherever convenient. Yet, for Song Zhen, meals and rest were non-negotiable necessities. Without them, what joy was there in life? Qin Sun, influenced by her perspective, began to question his own past choices. He mused that life ought to be savored. He lamented the years spent solely on cultivation, feeling that he had squandered precious time. If only he had been a bit bolder, a bit less concerned with appearances, and openly expressed his love for wealth. How prosperous he could have been, how splendid his life would have unfolded. Alas, he had been too concerned with his pride. What pity that was. During their meal, the 2 individuals ordered an extravagant array of dishes, and the waiter initially worried they might not finish. However, witnessing their voracious appetite and spirited manner, he soon dismissed that concern. As they dined, a young lady entered with 2 towering men, strutting with an air of superiority. "Waiter, bring forth all your finest dishes." Her voice was laced with an unmistakable arrogance, indicative of someone not easily trifled with. Song Zhen couldn't help but glance up. She was indeed strikingly beautiful, embodying the essence of spoiled princess. Based on her years of reading novels, Song Zhen surmised that this girl was undoubtedly a vicious antagonist. Qin Sun followed her gaze, but quickly turned back to his meal, pondering what was captivating about her when the aroma of the food was far more enticing. The young lady took a seat beside Song Zhen and her companion, and immediately began surveying her surroundings. Before long, her gaze landed on them. "Hey, are you 2 cultivators?" Song Zhen was momentarily taken aback, not realizing she was addressing her. She looked around in confusion. The girl, growing impatient, reiterated, "I am speaking to you." Song Zhen, pointing to herself, replied, "You mean me? But I'm not called Hey." This reminded her of a classic scene from a television drama. First, she wasn't called Hey, and the second and third points had slipped her mind, leaving her with only the first. The girl regarded her with disdain, scoffing. "It is a privilege for you that I am addressing you. What does it matter what you call me?" She continued, "You must be cultivators, so tell me, what path do you follow?" Song Zhen was quite displeased with her tone. "What business is it of yours to meddle in our affairs? Go eat your meal." What audacity! No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner since her arrival in this world. Anyone who dared to oppose her had swiftly been dealt with. It was a mystery where the girl found her courage. The 2 burly men beside her immediately stood up upon hearing Song Zhen's words. They were tall and robust, exuding an imposing presence. However, Song Zhen was utterly unfazed by their bravado. "Do not attempt to intimidate me. Did your parents not teach you to respect others?" She loathed such individuals the most. Upon hearing this, the girl slammed her palm on the table and brandished her sword, intent on striking. Qin Sun sighed, casually waving his hand, causing the girl's sword to fly from her grasp, and she received a sharp slap in return. Turning to Song Zhen, Qin Sun remarked, "Why bother explaining anything to her? She cannot comprehend human language. When it's time to act, just act." After delivering a sharp reprimand, he disdainfully wiped his hands with a handkerchief. The girl, completely taken aback, let out a scream and charged forward. but Song Zhen effortlessly held her head at bay with a single foot. The two men attempted to intervene, only to be kicked away by Qian's son. Generally, ordinary people would steer clear of cultivators, as many righteous cultivators possessed rather haughty temperaments. Encountering a rogue cultivator could swiftly lead to a loss of one's life. Thus, even when faced with cultivators, regardless of their envy or jealousy, they would not dare to display their feelings openly. The three individuals seemed to be utterly oblivious to their own folly, daring to approach her nonetheless. "Just wait. I will not let you off so easily." The young lady stormed away, her face concealed by her hands in fury. Yet, as she reached the threshold, she was intercepted by Song Zhen. "My lady, you have ordered an abundance of dishes, yet the payment remains unsettled. Surely, one cannot expect the proprietor to bear such costs. After all, he is in business, not in the charity of fools." Incensed, the young lady's eyes brimmed with tears, and she flung her coin purse towards the interior. Song Zhen, with an open hand, allowed her to depart. The proprietor and the attendant expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Song Zhen. "Thank you, esteemed sir. We were bracing ourselves for yet another silent humiliation." The reason for the word "yet another" lay in the fact that this young lady frequently dined here and often offended others. Her status in the city was rather elevated, being the sister of the city lord's wife. Growing up beside her sister, her standing was akin to that of the young ladies of the lord's residence. She often believed herself invulnerable in this realm, blissfully unaware of the numerous individuals she had alienated. For ordinary folk, the fear of attracting trouble typically meant they swallowed their grievances in silence. However, for cultivators, they regarded her with the same disdain one might reserve for a fool, choosing not to engage with her absurdity. Malicious cultivators often roamed, their true nature hidden behind a facade, making it impossible to discern whether they were benevolent or malevolent. They acted according to their whims, pursuing whatever they desired. Yet, it was wise not to provoke them. A mere hint of displeasure could spell disaster. Thus, in the presence of cultivators, be they virtuous or nefarious, everyone remained cautious, for it was prudent to curry favor rather than risk enmity. The individual just now was the younger sister-in-law of the city lord, whose temperament has always been indulged, allowing her to act with impunity within this city. From childhood to adulthood, she has been a source of trouble. However, the two esteemed immortals need not fret over her causing a ruckus, though she may lack intelligence. The city lord and his lady are quite discerning. Song Zhen scoffed, remarking, "Discerning, you say? Are you certain you aren't being ironic? If they were truly discerning, how could they raise such a spoiled younger sister-in-law?" The innkeeper sighed and explained, "The city lord and his lady have been without children for many years. Thus, they have treated this younger sister-in-law as their own child. This has led to her exceedingly pampered disposition." Chapter 93. The foolishness of being labeled by one's sister and brother-in-law. After hearing the innkeeper's account, Song Zhen lingered in the hall, anticipating a confrontation. According to the narrative patterns he had encountered in novels, this young lady was bound to summon someone to settle scores. However, as night fell, no one arrived. What are we taking so long? Have they lost their way? Song Zhen grew weary from the wait. Qin Sun stifled a yawn, squinting as he queried, "Why are you so certain she will come?" Song Zhen smiled knowingly. "Ah, you simply do not comprehend. I assure you, she will undoubtedly arrive. If not today, then certainly tomorrow." Indeed, she had intended to seek retribution, but was thwarted and confined by her sister and brother-in-law. The couple harbored suspicions regarding the mental faculties of their younger sister. "Doctor, is there truly nothing amiss with my sister's mind?" the lady of the city lord inquired anxiously, her gaze fixed upon the physician. The doctor stroked his beard and replied with conviction, "I can assure you that the second young lady is perfectly fine. But why then is she so lacking in intelligence? Neither my father nor my mother were like this," she lamented. It was perplexing, given that she had ascended to the position of the city lord's wife through her own efforts. Logically, one would expect her family to produce individuals of greater intellect. The doctor found himself in a quandary. "If you pose such a question to me, to whom can I turn for an answer? It is not unheard of for exceptionally gifted individuals to have less than remarkable offspring. Throughout history, the progeny of great figures have not always been exemplary. His words held a certain validity. Perhaps the sheer number of intelligent individuals in their family had left little room for the younger sister's mental prowess. The lady of a city lord could only reconcile this notion. Prescribe her more supplements for her intellect. I refuse to believe that her mind cannot be nourished. Even if it cannot reach extraordinary heights, it should at least attain the level of an average person. The city lord stood by, feeling both awkward and troubled. His younger sister-in-law had indeed been a source of considerable concern for the couple. Each time she found herself embroiled in trouble, it fell upon them to remedy the situation. Fortunately, their reputation remained intact, and they managed to compensate adequately for the incidents. Otherwise, this headstrong girl would have faced dire consequences for her mischief. Thus, the spoiled young lady was confined, embarking on her journey to enhance her intellect. Although she had never heard of this brain-enhancing endeavor before, the dosage had now been increased. I refuse to take these medications. I'm not ill, so why should I ingest them? Dear sister and brother-in-law, please release me at once. I acknowledge my mistakes, and I am willing to apologize to those two individuals. The city lord's wife stood at the doorway, forbidding her from uttering another word. How many times have you repeated this? Initially, I believed you, but each time you only brought trouble upon yourself. Therefore, do not expect me to trust you now. You must take these medications. With your intellect, neglecting these remedies could lead to your own folly. The city lord's wife had thoroughly investigated her own relatives, seeking anyone with a situation similar to her sister's. However, after her inquiries, she concluded that within the family, she was indeed the least astute. Song Zhen had misjudged the situation this time. Perhaps the malicious antagonist's intentions were not misplaced, but her sister and brother-in-law proved to be virtuous individuals. The following day unfolded peacefully. They did not encounter the wicked antagonist, but were instead visited by emissaries from the city lord's residence bearing apologies and gifts. Staring at the heap of offerings upon the table, Song Zhen appeared somewhat dazed. Surely, you must have mistaken me. I do not know your city lord, though I do have a minor dispute with your city lord's sister-in-law. The representatives from the city lord's residence smiled and bowed, stating, "These are gifts from our city lord and lady. Our second young lady truly offended you both yesterday, and we sincerely apologize. Please graciously accept these gifts, and do not hold our second young lady's shortcomings against us. The lady of the castle has mentioned that our second young lady is not particularly bright, and she has even confined her in order to enhance her intellect." Qin Xuan could not help but chuckle at the notion. Can one truly augment one's intelligence? The inhabitants of the castle sighed, remarking that whether or not it is possible to improve, one must at least make an effort. Our second young lady constantly causes trouble, and each time, the lady of the castle punishes her, yet she never seems to learn. Thus, both the lord and lady of the castle believe there is something amiss with her intellect. They have consulted countless doctors, yet to no avail. Both Qin Xuan and Song Zhen were left dumbfounded. This couple genuinely believed their sister-in-law's mind was lacking. They had thought it was merely a jest, an attempt to elicit sympathy and apologies in front of them. If the esteemed gentlemen possess any means to enhance intelligence, they are welcome to visit the castle. Should it prove effective, the castle would undoubtedly bestow lavish rewards upon them. Song Zhen quickly shook his head, asserting that such matters are innate and beyond one's control. We appreciate the efforts of the lord and lady of the castle. We shall accept these gifts and hope you find a capable doctor to assist your second young lady in her intellectual pursuits. After the castle's representatives departed, both Song Zhen and Qin Xuan felt a swirl of complex emotions. Curiously, Song Zhen inquired of Qin Xuan, "Is there truly a means to render one's mind sharper?" Qin Sun shook his head and said, "Surely not. After all these years of living, I have never encountered anything that could enhance one's intellect. However, there are indeed instances of sudden enlightenment. As for external influences, I have yet to witness any herb capable of abruptly bestowing wisdom. If such a herb existed, the elders of the sword sect would surely not have overlooked it." Song Zhen shook her head as well. Just yesterday, she perceived the city lord and his lady as nothing more than pretentious. Yet today, upon closer inspection, she found them rather pitiable. Although they held high status, they were burdened with a troublesome sister who lacked common sense. It was likely not their first time offering apologies, judging by the procedure. They must have incurred considerable losses in gifts. Nevertheless, overall, they still came out ahead. After a brief respite, they exited the city. Qin Sun urged Song Zhen to continue westward, claiming there was a secret realm set to be unveiled. Are there many treasures within this secret realm? Song Zhen inquired, her primary concern lying in the potential bounty. If there were no treasures, she deemed the journey unnecessary. Chapter 94. Are you a relative of Sun Wukong? Qin Sun playfully tapped her on the head and replied, Would I deceive you? If there were no valuable items, why would I take you there? These were his own experiences. Despite the passage of time, his memories of places rich in treasures remained vivid. Song Zhen touched her head and chuckled, realizing she merely sought confirmation. However, this place is indeed quite distant. They had flown for 2 consecutive days without reaching their destination. On the 3rd day, they encountered an unexpected occurrence. Help! Help! Is there anyone who can come to my aid? A cry echoed from the depths of the forest, filled with palpable terror. Song Zhen and Qin Sun exchanged a glance, and then the two began to play rock, paper, scissors. Song Zhen remarked, If I win, we shall investigate. If I lose, we shall depart. Qin Sun replied, A splendid idea. Neither of them was one to meddle in others' affairs, wary of the complications that might ensue. After several ties, Song Zhen ultimately emerged victorious. Upon winning, he clapped his hands together with irritation, exclaiming, Why did you have to win? This is not the time for such an outcome. Qin Sun responded, All right, enough with the hand-wringing. Let us descend and see what awaits us. The sooner we confront this, the sooner we can resolve it. If it can be resolved, we shall do so. If it poses a danger beyond our capability, we must hasten our retreat. After all, nothing is more precious than one's own life. As for saving another's life, if we possess the means, we shall intervene. If not, it is wiser to refrain. Everything must proceed under the premise of self-preservation. Unlike those selfless cultivators who risk their lives to rescue others, Song Zhen and Qin Sun shared a mutual understanding, prioritizing their own safety above all else. Once they entered the woods, Song Zhen followed the sound of the cries deeper into the forest. Before long, they arrived at a picturesque location adorned with a waterfall. Truth be told, the place was quite beautiful. A man trapped between the crevices of a stone cried out for help, his gaze lighting upon the two like a beacon of hope. Help me! Save me! Observing his entrapment, Song Zhen and Qin Sun exchanged bewildered glances. Song Zhen inquired, Might I ask what your relation is to Sun Dashan? This solitary stone stood in the midst of a pond. How had this man become ensnared? The man replied, I do not know who Sun Dashing is, but I share his surname. My name is Sun Wu, and I became trapped while gathering medicinal herbs. I am a practitioner of medicine, affiliated with the Qiani Pavilion. Song Zhen glanced at Qin Sun, who seemed well-versed in the various cultivation sections. Qin Sun nodded, saying, Indeed, there exists a Qiani Pavilion. It was once thriving, but has since fallen into decline. Recognizing a familiar sect and sensing no imminent danger, they resolved to assist the man. Song Zhen drew her sword, adopting a firm stance, ready to strike. This action startled Sun Wu, who exclaimed, Stop! Stop! You will cleave me in two. What sort of brash individual is this? Is this truly how one rescues another? Reassuringly, Song Zhen sheathed her sword, stating, I will exercise restraint. Have no fear. However, as she prepared to draw her weapon again, Sun Wu's face turned pale. Was he to perish here after narrowly escaping death? Indeed, as his master had warned, all sword cultivators are reckless. Just as Sun Wu lamented his fate, the stones suddenly shattered around him. Song Zhen elegantly sheathed his sword, raising an eyebrow with a hint of arrogance as he remarked, I told you I wouldn't harm you. Sun Wu, overwhelmed, collapsed into the pond. Qin Sun cast a disdainful glance at him, noting that after all these years, the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion had not changed at all. Everyone remained as timid as ever. Observing Sun Wu floating on the water, Song Zhen crouched down and poked him, asking, Hey, are you still alive? Sun Wu weakly replied, I am alive, but I feel as if my soul has ascended to the heavens. You must be from the Huan Yun Sect. Song Zhen chuckled softly and inquired, How did you know? There are plenty of wandering cultivators who wield swords. Could it be that the demeanor of your Huan Yun Sect disciples is so distinct? Sun Wu struggled to climb out of the water, drying his clothes as he said, because my master once mentioned that only those from your Huan Yun Sect would be so reckless. Song Zhen and Qin Sun exchanged glances, a hint of regret flickering across their faces for having saved him. Qin Sun remarked, I knew those medical cultivators wouldn't utter anything pleasant. Once Sun Wu had dried off. He awkwardly scratched his head, clarifying, that wasn't my statement. It was my master's. However, your reputation at our heavenly medicine pavilion is quite commendable. They all hold this group of sword cultivators in high regard, appreciating their straightforwardness and believing that befriending them brings only benefits without harm. Song Zhen noticed the herbs in his hand, perceiving them as nothing more than ordinary weeds. Did you really wedge yourself in that crevice for just this single herb? Upon mentioning the herbs in her possession, Sun Wu's excitement surged. These are no ordinary plants. This is golden silk grass, which can be refined into elixirs to counteract myriad toxins. Do you have any idea how rare golden silk grass is? If I can transform this batch into an elixir and sell it, I shall never have to worry again in my lifetime. Alchemists are indeed a subset of healers, and healing arts encompass the practice of alchemy. Song Zhen, however, exhibited no interest in the herb. Her unique constitution rendered her immune to all poisons, thus making such plants of little use to her. Conversely, Qin Sun found himself intrigued. Our journey into the secret realm may expose us to toxic miasmas. Perhaps you should search the vicinity for this herb? He was undeterred by danger. Yet Song Zhen, still in the golden core stage, would benefit from additional precaution. Waving her hand dismissively, Song Zhen replied, No need, I am naturally immune to all poisons. Qin Sun and Sun Wu were taken aback by her assertion, their eyes widening in disbelief. Sun Wu, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Immune to all poisons. Is it truly so? He had heard of individuals with such immunity, but had never encountered one himself. Song Zhen nodded, casually producing a vial of poison gifted to her by her senior sister. In front of them, she uncorked the vial and swallowed its contents without hesitation. After all, death was not a concern for her. It must be said, her extraordinary gift was indeed remarkable. After a brief pause, both Qin Sun and Sun Wu appeared momentarily stunned. Song Zhen shrugged and remarked, See, I am perfectly unharmed. My constitution is exceptional. Sun Wu eagerly approached her to check her pulse, and indeed, she was entirely unscathed. I have unexpectedly encountered a person impervious to all poisons in my lifetime. At last, I have met a legendary figure. Sun Wu's expression gradually morphed into one of madness. Chapter 95. Song Zhen forced Sun Wu back into the stone. Startled by his demeanor, Song Zhen instinctively retreated several steps. How could this person resemble a mad scientist so closely? Was it truly necessary to exhibit such insanity? In the realm of cultivation, being immune to all toxins does not seem to be an exceptionally formidable skill. Unable to contain her thoughts, Song Zhen remarked to Qin Sun, Why do I feel so frightened by him now? Perhaps we should hasten our departure. She had no desire to become a subject of experimentation. Her life was precious to her. Qin Sun nodded in agreement. I concur with your sentiment. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously turned to flee. Sun Wu, initially lost in exhilaration, immediately gave chase upon seeing Song Zhen run away. While pursuing her, he frantically called out, Esteemed fellow cultivator, could you spare me just a drop of your blood? Just one drop will suffice. Song Zhen turned and shouted back, You must be dreaming. I saved you, and yet you wish to repay my kindness with malice? You are utterly unreasonable. The audacity of demanding her blood was absurd. It seemed she had yet to shed a single drop in this world. Sun Wu clung to her like a stubborn leech, impossible to shake off. Song Zhen could not help but exclaim. See, when Song Zhen uttered those words, there was not a hint of politeness in her tone. She genuinely believed Sun Wu to be shameless. Sun Wu, unfazed by her accusation, even smiled and replied, Dear friend, do not take offense. I merely wish to conduct thorough research. Should I indeed discover something of significance, it would bestow great fortune upon all practitioners. Song Zhen retorted, Why should I bestow fortune upon all practitioners? Do not attempt to impose your moral obligations upon me. I warn you, should you continue to follow me. Do not blame me for being ungracious. Do you see that stone over there? She pointed to a rock not far away. Sun Wu nodded. I see it. What is special about that stone? With a cold laugh, Song Zhen replied, if you persist in following me, I shall confine you within that stone. If I am capable of rescuing you, I can just as easily imprison you. She detested moral coercion. She had no intention of sacrificing herself for the greater good. After all, human hearts are inscrutable. If her blood were to reveal some extraordinary property, or if someone were to become immune to all poisons after consuming it, she could find herself in grave danger. Friend Sun, my immunity to toxins is a result of my unique constitution. The world is vast and filled with wonders. You will not uncover anything remarkable through your research. As for that herb in your possession, if you desire immunity to toxins, simply refine it into a pill and consume it yourself. Sun Wu glanced at the herbs he had painstakingly gathered, and then at Song Zhen, his heart filled with conflict. He was cognizant that he had transgressed, yet he found himself unwilling to relinquish the opportunity. Esteemed cultivator, would you not deign to bestow upon me a single drop of your ichor? Gazing upon his expectant and imploring countenance, Song Zhen rolled his eyes, deeming the man to be utterly infatuated. Moments later, Sun Wu was forcibly inserted into the stone. Qin Sun was taken aback by Song Zhen's decisive action. Having indeed thrust the man within, Song Zhen clapped his hands, regarding Sun Wu ensnared within the stone fissure, and declared, I am a man of my word. As I have articulated my position with such clarity, and yet you remain uncomprehending, I am left with no recourse but to demonstrate my resolve through action. I reiterate, your scrutiny of me shall prove futile. I possess an aversion to personal injury. Even the slightest abrasion is unwelcome. Furthermore, my blood holds no extraordinary properties. Were it to possess any remarkable attributes, my master and the illusory Cloud Sword sect would undoubtedly dispatch guardians to safeguard me. Do you truly believe I would be permitted to traverse the world unaccompanied? Sun Wu nodded vigorously within, struggling while exclaiming, I comprehend, I comprehend. I acknowledge my error. I implore you to release me. He was indeed bewitched. Verily, the world is replete with marvels. It is not uncommon for individuals to possess extraordinary abilities, a phenomenon he had witnessed previously. Moreover, Song Zhen's reasoning held merit. Should her blood possess any unique qualities, she would undoubtedly be under the stringent protection of her sect, precluding her from wandering freely. Song Zhen, observing Sun Wu rendered immobile within, sighed and shook his head. Just now, when I spoke to you about reason, you chose not to heed my words. At times, certain individuals truly prefer to indulge in punishment rather than accept a gracious offer. So, my friend, please hand me the jade token that connects you to your sect. I can assist in contacting them to send someone for your rescue. She, after all, was reluctant to let this predicament linger. Sun Wu, the jade token is at my waist. I appreciate your help. It's imperative that someone comes. He must not be left here alone. This place is clearly perilous, and he is but a mere healer. Should he inadvertently fall prey to a beast, it would spell disaster. Song Zhen reached out to the Heavenly Physician Pavilion. When she mentioned Sun Wu being trapped in the crevice, there was a brief silence on the other end. Friend, could you assist in extracting him? Song Zhen inquired. I apologize. I was the one who placed him there. The silence deepened entirely. Qin Sun couldn't suppress a chuckle nearby. This girl truly bore no fear of the Heavenly Physician Pavilion seeking retribution, as their members are known for their pettiness. After contacting the Heavenly Physician Pavilion, Song Zhen placed the jade token atop Sun Wu's head. Son, your fellow disciples will arrive shortly. We must take our leave for now. May our paths cross again. Sun Wu, I hope we do not meet again. This incident will certainly remain etched in Sun Wu's memory for a lifetime. After Song Zhen and Qin Sun had departed for a while, the members of the Heavenly Physician Pavilion finally arrived. Upon seeing Sun Wu wedged between the rocks, his fellow disciples nearly succumbed to laughter. Ha ha, brother Sun Wu, your predicament is utterly amusing. Brother, what did you do to offend that young lady? Senior brother, please wait a moment. We shall extricate you shortly. Sun Wu's face was flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated this time. Song Zhen, with a blade of grass gripped between her teeth, nonchalantly remarked, "Let them remember. It matters not to me, for I have no need to seek them out." She was uninjured, and thus had no reason to consult the medical practitioners. And without such interactions, there was no cause for trepidation or fear of them. Chapter 96. I Desire Everything. Qin Xuan genuinely believed that Song Zhen possessed even more confidence than he had in his youth. In his younger days, he often sought out duels, frequently sustaining both grave and minor injuries, leading to numerous encounters with the physicians of the Heavenly Medical Pavilion. Though he had a share of grudges, he had to admit that their medical skills were indeed commendable. One could only wonder how those old-timers would feel if they were to learn of the decline of the Heavenly Medical Pavilion. Would it stir discomfort within them? Compared to other minor sects, the Heavenly Medical Pavilion still held a certain unattainable allure. However, in stark contrast to its former glory, it had undeniably diminished. This decline was perhaps linked to the many enemies they had made. Those ancient practitioners, relying on their medical prowess, had often belittled others. Now that those elders had passed, their descendants might soon face the repercussions of their ancestors' arrogance. As for the secret realm that Qin Xuan spoke of, it had indeed consumed a considerable amount of time. Song Zhen had never embarked on such a lengthy journey before. Yet, gazing upon the desolate landscape, she began to harbor doubts regarding the existence of the secret realm Qin Xuan had described. This place hardly resembles a locale abundant in celestial treasures. In fact, there is not a soul in sight. As they traversed this route, they would typically have encountered towns and villages. However, since arriving at this desolate expanse, not only have towns and villages eluded them, but there is truly not a single figure to be found. Qin, are you certain this is the secret realm? Have you truly not misremembered? It is no wonder he placed such unwavering faith in this individual, for the events that transpired occurred many years ago. And perhaps this secret realm has vanished into obscurity. It is also plausible that he has confused the location. After all, after so many years, a degree of muddled memory is to be expected. Qin Sun had not anticipated such desolation. When he had last visited, this place was akin to a paradise on earth. He began to doubt whether he had indeed arrived at the correct location. It ought not to be so. During my previous visit, this was undoubtedly a celestial haven. How could it have descended into such barrenness? Wait a moment. Let me ponder whether we have erred in our destination. Logically, it should be impossible to be mistaken. My sense of direction has always been reliable. I am certain this is the right place. Perhaps the environment has suffered degradation over the years. Let us proceed. We should be able to enter the secret realm. Song Zhen listened with skepticism, hoping that his assertions were accurate and that they could indeed access the secret realm. He also yearned for the interior to be a stark contrast to this desolation. Despite the aridity of their surroundings, after merely a few steps, they indeed found themselves entering the secret realm. Gazing upon this realm, reminiscent of a celestial paradise, Song Zhen finally set her anxious heart at ease. Qin Sun, brimming with pride, remarked, "I knew I wasn't mistaken. Although I am perplexed as to how the outside has transformed so drastically, as long as the interior remains unchanged, that suffices." Presently, Song Zhen was disinterested in his musings. She promptly retrieved a storage pouch and began to procure items. Come, hasten to place all the exquisite treasures within. I have numerous senior brothers to consider. I must bring them gifts on this excursion." Upon spotting an unfamiliar fruit tree, Song Zhen declared, "Pluck every fruit from this tree for me. While the tree itself cannot be taken, surely the fruits can." Then, encountering a cluster of unfamiliar blossoms, she exclaimed, "Let us commence our ruthless plucking. Mine, all mine. Ha ha ha." Her various antics left Qin Sun utterly astonished. This girl appeared intent on plundering the entire secret realm. Observing Song Zhen's frenzied behavior, Qin Sun couldn't help but interject. "Some herbs, in truth, bear little significance. They need not be taken. They occupy space in the pouch, and it would be wiser to reserve room for more valuable items." With her back bent, and without lifting her gaze, Song Zhen retorted, "What do you mean by having little significance? If it possesses any utility, then it is valuable." Meanwhile, Her audacious actions sent nearby fairies into a state of panic. Sister, what shall we do? Our home has been utterly destroyed. Where shall we reside in the future? The little fairy wept sorrowfully, for that patch of flowers was their home. Song Zhen had truly left them without a single blossom. The larger fairy sighed and said, Our home may be lost, but we can always find another. For now, we must hide. They resided at the entrance of the secret realm, among the weakest of the fairies. If they were discovered, their lives would surely be forfeit. As for the loss of their home, that was but a trivial matter. Once those two ventured deeper, they would soon comprehend the peril. Naturally, there would be beasts to confront them. When Qin Sun had entered years ago, he had not regarded these herbs with any significance. He had charged straight towards the center. Thus, when Song Zhen inquired about the nature of these herbs, he could not muster even a single word in response. Disdainfully, Song Zhen remarked, What use are you then? I might as well bring that medical practitioner along. Though that individual was somewhat annoying and excessively talkative, at least he was knowledgeable in medicine, certainly more so than the two of them. Moreover, his combat prowess was particularly lacking, appearing rather naive, so there was no need to worry about him playing tricks. Qin Sun retorted, I am a distinguished elder of the sword sect. Do you truly think it wise to speak of me in such a manner? He felt increasingly marginalized. Initially, Song Zhen had treated him with great respect, addressing him as elder. And now, she claimed he was of no use. Had it not been for him, would she have ever discovered this secret realm? Qin Sun's frustration mounted, his hair nearly standing on end. He had not been subjected to such indignities for many years. Yet here he was, frequently exasperated by this girl. After harvesting the outer herbs, Song Zhen ventured inside without hesitation. Although her actions were somewhat reckless, she still understood the principles of sustainability. Thus, she left a few of each herb behind. While not plentiful, she believed that these remnants would flourish anew by the time of her next visit. Fortunately, the little spirits were unaware of her intentions. Otherwise, they would surely have spat in her face. Once was not enough for her. She dared to return for a second time, having already plundered their home. Such audacity was truly excessive. Qin Sun had not anticipated Song Zhen's plan to return. Chapter 97. Do not dwell on those flowers and herbs. Song Zhen was genuinely pleased with this secret realm. The deeper she ventured, the more her satisfaction grew. Although there were many unfamiliar plants lining the path, their unfamiliarity only added to their value. The more peculiar they appeared, the more rare they must be. Confident in her invulnerability to toxins, she relentlessly gathered herbs along the way. This fervent approach startled Qin Sun. Eventually, he could not help but advise, Enough already. Leave some seeds for them. Her fervor was indeed alarming. One might think she had lived in poverty for 8 lifetimes. Song Zhen reassured him, Rest assured, I have left seeds behind. I am not one to eradicate completely. I have already stated my intention to return. She intended to allow them time to grow, so that when she returned, she could reap another bountiful harvest. However, the further she progressed, the more she sensed that something was amiss. Having observed the familiar scenery surrounding them, along with the traces left behind by her recent herb gathering, she inquired with a hint of bewilderment, Have we not already traversed this place? It seemed to her as though they were merely going in circles. Qin Sun, arms crossed and exasperated, replied at last, You have noticed, we have completed our 3rd circuit here. During the 2nd lap, you were still grumbling about the scoundrel who plundered all the herbs, confidently asserting that there must still be someone nearby, perhaps just ahead of us. Upon hearing this, his emotions were quite complex. Could she not occasionally lift her gaze from herb gathering to observe her surroundings? Why didn't you remind me? Song Zhen gently chided, tapping Qin Sun. As they walked together, it was her responsibility to collect the herbs while he ought to navigate. Qin Sun pointed to himself and then to Song Zhen, ultimately causing them both to laugh in exasperation. Have I not reminded you? You are the one who insists I should remain silent, yet when you require my assistance, you address me as senior, and when you do not, you treat me with disdain. When had Qin Sun ever been subjected to such treatment? Song Zhen felt a twinge of embarrassment at his words. Perhaps she had indeed been somewhat too casual with this senior. Oh, but I consider you a true friend. Among friends, there is no need for such superficial niceties. If I were to be overly formal with you, it would imply that I regard you as a stranger." Song Zhen articulated beautifully. Upon hearing these words, Qin Sun felt a sense of comfort. For who does not delight in flattery? Observing Qin Sun's expression, Song Zhen discerned that her compliments had struck the right chord. It must be said that this esteemed elder was rather easy to please. Many individuals, upon acquiring a modicum of credentials, tend to adopt an air of superiority, wielding their status to impose upon others. However, Qin Sun had never once exerted his status over her. Logically, he was the one most entitled to do so, as he was a venerable elder of the entire Huan Yun Sect, or rather, a notable figure in the realm of cultivation. Should he wish to assert his authority, she would have been left without retort. Yet, Qin Sun consistently exhibited a demeanor that was remarkably approachable. He seemed far removed from the archetype of a grand elder, resembling instead a jovial companion. Moreover, Song Zhen genuinely felt a profound resonance between them. At times, it appeared as if he could intuit her desires with clarity. Similarly, she could often anticipate his thoughts. Perhaps this is what is known as kindred spirits. Had Qin Sun presented himself as particularly aloof or stern during their initial encounter, Song Zhen's attitude might have been markedly different. It is highly probable that she would have regarded him with a reverence befitting a senior, making such intimacy impossible. Song Zhen produced a roasted chicken as a token of her apology. Upon seeing the chicken, Qin Sun's expression softened further. Maintain a tranquil mindset and resolutely forge ahead. Steering clear of distractions along the way, he advised, revealing a hint of exasperation at her perceived stubbornness. Within this realm, treasures abound. Why must one gaze upon the surrounding flora? As Song Zhen listened to these words, she nodded vigorously, affirming, "All right, I shall divert my attention from the flowers and grasses for now. Once we venture outside, I will focus on the verdant beauty." After all, she had nearly exhausted the flora's potential, leaving little that warranted her attention. At that moment, the creature responsible for their disorientation was engulfed in existential doubt. It shouldn't be. Why had they not arrived yet? Could it be that my fragrance has lost its efficacy? This beast, a manifestation of flowers and plants, had attained human form through a modicum of fortuity, never having harmed anyone and possessing a slight fear of humans. Its aromatic essence bore hallucinogenic properties, often rendering unsuspecting cultivators unconscious and ejecting them from this space. Song Zhen and Qin Sun exhibited no signs of being affected, leaving the diminutive beast in a state of bewilderment. With unwavering resolve, Song Zhen pressed forward, her initial determination wavering as her thoughts began to drift. Indeed, the environment here is quite splendid. How lucrative would it be to develop a tourism industry in this locale? Perhaps I should devise a plan for such an endeavor? No, that would be imprudent. It would be unconscionable to exploit these creatures as laborers. I remain compassionate. If we were to employ the beasts, what would prevent others from following suit? Their status would plummet further, as many already disdain these creatures, even resorting to slaying them for their essence. However, the cultivation of demon beasts generally surpasses that of humans at the same stage by a considerable margin. Engaging in the act of slaying these creatures to seize their demon cores is fraught with peril. The cultivators typically target malicious demons, while they tend to turn a blind eye to the benign ones, provided the latter do not engage in wrongdoing. After returning to their original position for the fourth time, both Qin Sun and Song Zhen fell into silence. Qin Sun took a deep breath and inquired, "I urge you to strengthen your resolve. What were you contemplating instead?" Song Zhen replied softly, "I was thinking about making money and also about these beautiful flowers and plants." With a sense of helplessness, Qin Sun gazed up at the sky. He desired to leave with ease, yet he could not abandon the girl alone in this place. Control your thoughts. Maintain your focus on the unwavering determination to move forward, and cast aside all other distractions. His frustration was palpable. Chapter 98. The adorably hairless flower demon. On the fifth attempt, Song Zhen began with a firm conviction. However, as she walked, a song suddenly echoed in her mind. Again and again, she found herself ensnared in this vibrant world, with a medley of melodies swirling through her thoughts. Qin Sun, observing Song Zhen's withdrawn demeanor and guilty expression, felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Have you not taken my words to heart? Can you cease your errant thoughts? Do not fixate on these flowers and plants. Can you not broaden your perspective and think ahead? Are you truly intent on trapping us both here indefinitely? Upon entering the mystical realm, to fixate one's gaze on the flora at the wayside is, to put it mildly, risible. Should it become known that Tan Sun has lost his way on numerous occasions in such a locale, he would be exposed to ridicule. Song Zhen, in a subdued tone, demurred, "It was not my intention to become engrossed in the flowers and verdure. Rather, I found myself unable to restrain the wanderings of my mind." Her thoughts, it seemed, had taken flight of their own accord, leaving her powerless to intervene. Upon hearing this, Tan Sun promptly began to roll up his sleeves, retorting, "Uncontrollable, you say? Then I shall ensure you have no inclination to entertain such thoughts." With that, he moved to take action. Song Zhen, caught off guard by Tan Sun's sudden aggression, was startled into flight. Senior, have mercy," she pleaded. Tan Sun retorted, "Mercy, you say? Run, I say. Should you tarry, my fist shall find its mark upon your head." It must be conceded that this approach proved most efficacious, for with the threat of pursuit looming large, Song Zhen's desire to escape was greatly amplified. Ere long, the pair had burst forth from their confines. Gazing upon the unfamiliar surroundings, Song Zhen was moved almost to tears. "We have finally emerged. Senior, your prowess is truly remarkable." Tan Sun, with a playful cuff to her head, chided, "I perceive that you are one who spurns the gentle persuasion of wine, only to succumb to the sting of the rod. Must I invariably resort to physical coercion?" Song Zhen, rubbing her head, offered a sheepish smile. However, her attention was soon drawn to a disturbance in the undergrowth. A diminutive flower sprite cowered, trembling, muttering, invisible I am, unseen by all." The little flower sprite clutched the petals atop her head, nearly plucking them bald. Song Zhen remarked, "Stop pulling at them. You'll soon be bald." Upon hearing Song Zhen's voice, the little flower sprite abruptly opened her eyes and let out a piercing scream. Please don't kill me. I only led you astray. I merely wished to toss you out." In an instant, the little sprite leapt onto Song Zhen's face, clinging desperately. Her diminutive form was no larger than a palm, and although she had taken on a human shape, many floral traits still adorned her. Song Zhen struggled mightily to dislodge her, yet the little sprite clung on, perhaps genuinely terrified of being harmed. Qin Sun found a patch of grass and settled down to observe the amusing tussle between the human and the sprite. Song Zhen could see nothing clearly and began to suspect that this was not a flower sprite at all, but rather a face-hugging insect. She realized that she seemed to have an inexplicable connection with these flower sprites. How many had she encountered now? "Please get off my face. I assure you, if you do, I will not harm you." Surrendering to the futility of her struggle, Song Zhen noted how the little sprite clung to her as if glued with super adhesive. The sprite pressed her face close to Song Zhen's eyes and asked, "You truly want to kill me? You're certain?" Song Zhen, gazing at the sprite's head, which was nearly the same size as her own eye, replied with exasperation, "I want to harm you. I'm not a heartless killer. I entered this secret realm solely in search of treasure, not to hunt down sprites." Upon hearing this, the little flower's spirit relaxed considerably, yet it still refused to descend from her face. "As long as you do not intend to harm me, since your quest is for treasure, allow me to offer you a couple of my saliva droplets. The blood vessels in your eyes are quite pronounced. If you open them wide, my saliva will alleviate that." Before Song Zhen could intervene, the little flower spirit promptly spat 2 droplets toward him. "Song Zhen, I truly appreciate your gesture, but I must insist that I do not desire such a treasure." Qin Sun, you ought to express your gratitude. The essence of this flower spirit is the Mingxi flower, a revered healing herb, and its saliva is indeed quite valuable. The little flower spirit proudly lifted its tiny chin and humbly remarked, "Oh, it's really nothing. It's not the most precious." Song Zhen, might I inquire if you could kindly remove yourself from my face? Although your gaze is undeniably soothing, the sensation of being held in such a manner is rather uncomfortable. The flower spirit emitted a couple of soft sounds and hastily leapt down. To be honest, this little sprite possesses a certain delicate charm. However, in a moment of anxiety, it had plucked all the petals from its head, rendering it rather bare at present. It seemed to realize the folly of its actions, for it was now clutching the petals and weeping. Woe is me! How have I become bald again? My hair took so long to grow. It cannot help but succumb to this urge. Whenever startled or experiencing intense emotional upheaval, it has a tendency to pluck its own petals. Song Zhen glanced at the small flower spirit's gleaming head and then at the petals it cradled in its embrace. The words of consolation simply eluded her. To pluck the petals from one's own head to such an extent indeed signified a fierce spirit. It was akin to a person completely balding themselves. She certainly could not bring herself to such an act. Even the thought of pulling out a couple of her own strands caused her discomfort. Qin's son even chimed in, remarking, "Your little head is quite round and well-formed. It seems to have a bit of sheen." The flower spirit's sobs paused for a brief moment before escalating into louder wails. "Wah, wah, wah. It's over. It's all your fault for scaring me. If you hadn't frightened me, how could I have possibly pulled out my hair?" Song Zhen reassured, do not cry. Hair will grow back, and besides, there is no one else here. No one will know of your hair loss." Upon hearing Song Zhen's words, the flower spirit's cries ceased abruptly. It sniffled and replied, "That seems true, so I shall stop crying. It would be a waste of my tears. Oh, my tears are useful too. I collected them in petals while I was crying. Would you like some?" Song Zhen and Qin Sun exchanged glances, realizing, no wonder you were holding the petals while crying. You were collecting your tears. Of course we want some. We welcome anything that proves useful. The little flower spirit was indeed generous and remarkably innocent. Chapter 99. Birds of feather flock together, and those who are lost find each other. Initially, Song Zhen intended to deceive the little flower spirit, hoping to extract some valuable items or glean information from it. However, to her surprise, before she could even begin, the little flower spirit eagerly offered all its treasures. This unexpected generosity left her somewhat embarrassed about taking advantage of it. After presenting petals and tears, the little flower spirit sat on the ground, scrutinizing the two of them, and earnestly inquired, "Are you two the legendary Tao partners? How long have you been together? Is it truly possible for humans to cultivate together?" This barrage of 3 questions left them momentarily speechless. Song Zhen pointed at herself, and then at Qin's son, hoarsely asking, "Do you think we resemble a couple?" Was the little spirit's eyesight impaired? They bore no resemblance to a pair. Qin's son merely raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent. The little flower spirit, stroking its chin thoughtfully, replied, "But you do appear quite compatible. Although I have encountered few people, I have never seen a true couple, yet I trust my instincts." It then recounted a tale of a couple of demon spouses, mentioning a fierce tigress who perpetually scolded her husband, a tree spirit. Song Zhen was utterly bemused. A tigress and a tree spirit together? Was this tigress literally a tigress? Or was it merely a metaphor? "Are you speaking of a real tigress?" she asked incredulously. The little flower spirit nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that tigress, though fierce, is undeniably beautiful, surpassing many floral spirits in allure. With a figure that exudes allure and a striking appearance, she possesses few flaws aside from a somewhat fierce demeanor, and she is particularly protective of her own. Song Zhen managed a dry smile before promptly turning to Qin's son with a question. "Is it truly acceptable for different species of demons to be together? Can this really be without consequence?" Qin's son responded, "Why should it be a cause for alarm? If humans and demons can coexist, why should it be any different among them? Once one has attained human form, the distinctions of their former species become irrelevant." Song Zhen found herself genuinely appreciative of the cultivation world in which she now found herself. This realm of cultivation was remarkably different from her previous understandings. In other novels or television series, the notion of relationships between humans and demons was utterly inconceivable. Such unions were deemed intolerable by societal standards. Some sects even forbade romantic entanglements, insisting on a path devoid of emotion, pursuing a doctrine of emotional detachment. She had always struggled to comprehend this. If one aspired to ascend to immortality, why then embrace a path of indifference? The essence of cultivation lies in the principle that with greater power comes greater responsibility, all aimed at the welfare of all living beings. If one were to attain divinity or immortality devoid of emotion, how could they be relied upon in times of human peril? Disregarding notions of grand love versus trivial affection, she believed that, in essence, love is but a manifestation of emotion. Therefore, she could neither understand nor accept the logic presented in those novels or dramas. The situation would be even more dire if humans and demons were to unite, as such relationships would be condemned by both realms and the heavenly order. She was perplexed by the idea that the emotional bonds of others should concern them at all. You pursue your own path of detachment, yet paradoxically meddle in the affairs of others. It is truly perplexing that one cannot even manage their own small domain while attempting to oversee the matters of others. However, in this world, many logical constructs are seamlessly addressed. The notion of an unfeeling path is unfounded. Humans and demons can coexist despite the inevitable whispers of gossip. As long as they remain indifferent to such chatter, it matters little. The children born of such unions, though half-demon, are a testament to their own choices. Yet, there are instances where couples, despite their bond, do not bear offspring. Life as a half-demon can be challenging, and many wish to spare their children from facing such adversities. If two beings truly love one another, there is no necessity to bring a child into a world fraught with suffering. This sentiment is shared by many who unite across species. Should they desire a child, adoption often becomes their preferred choice. When she realized this, she found the world to be remarkably different. Yet, she remained curious about the offspring of such unions between demons. To whom would they resemble? Elder, can you enlighten me on which parent they might take after when different kinds unite? It cannot simply be a blend of both, for that would be rather alarming, leading to an abundance of peculiar races in this world. QNXN cast a strange glance her way and remarked, "Did you not attend the foundational courses? These concepts should have been covered in your studies. There is much for new disciples to learn, with a plethora of theoretical knowledge." Has this girl been asleep throughout her classes? Song Zhen, appearing dazed, responded, "Huh? Was this mentioned in class?" During her theoretical lessons, she was indeed inattentive, possessing an overweening confidence in her understanding of the cultivation world. However, she never anticipated that this cultivation world would diverge so drastically from her preconceived notions. Observing her infatuated expression, Qin Sun explained, with a hint of exasperation, that the outcome hinged upon the relative strength of each parent's cultivation. The scenarios she envisioned were unlikely to transpire. The offspring would predominantly resemble the parent with superior cultivation and lineage. Exceptions existed, of course, and the child would invariably bear resemblance to either the father or the mother. This distinction delineated the difference between humans and demons. Unions between humans and demons typically yielded half-demons, with the progeny often exhibiting more human-like traits while retaining demonic characteristics. Conversely, unions between demons were considerably more straightforward. Such were the mysteries of the world. The little flower demon, unable to comprehend their discourse, was visibly perplexed. "Pray tell," she inquired, "what are you discussing? Are you intrigued by that couple?" Song Zhen assented, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed, did the couple beget any offspring? And to whom does the child bear a greater resemblance?" The little flower demon responded, "Indeed they did. As expected, it is a little tiger cub which occasionally ventures to the periphery to frolic. I have encountered it on several occasions." A little tiger cub. Song Zhen's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. She wondered if it was a golden or silver-shaded variant. 4 tiger cubs were undeniably adorable. Qin Sun, noticing her drifting thoughts, refrained from further comment. It was fortunate that the secret realm presented minimal danger, or else the lass would not be afforded such leisure. The perilous secret realms induce a constant state of tension, as danger lurks unpredictably. "The last time I encountered the tiger cub was approximately a century ago," the flower sprite continued. "By now, it should have matured considerably." Song Zhen, who had been indulging in fantasies of caressing a tiger, was instantly taken aback upon hearing "a century ago." A century after century. Referring to it as a cub seems inappropriate. If she were to attempt to pet this tiger, it would likely be the tiger petting her. A century is a long time. It must be quite large now and perhaps not so amenable to casual touching. Song Zhen genuinely felt regretful. Qin Sun, upon hearing her, was at a loss for words. What on earth are you contemplating? You actually aspire to pet a tiger? At times, Qin Sun earnestly wished to dissect her mind, as its contents were undeniably peculiar. What's wrong? Can I even fantasize about it? I've never petted a tiger before, and tiger cubs are so adorable. What's wrong with indulging in such thoughts? Despite her numerous visits to zoos and encounters with adult tigers, Song Zhen had seldom seen tiger cubs. Having never encountered one, let alone petted one, her only exposure was through documentaries. After a moment of contemplation, the flower sprite remarked, "Actually, it might not be entirely impossible to pet it." The tiger cub seemed to relish being touched. In those days, I would frequently ride on its back, and it was quite swift. However, a century has elapsed, and I remain oblivious to his growth. I am uncertain how long it takes these mystical beasts to reach maturity. Regardless, my own stature has remained unchanged. Whenever the topic of her own size arises, the little flower sprite is nearly overwhelmed with despair. Other flower sprites are enchanting and graceful, their heights comparable to that of humans, while she remains no more than the size of a palm, lacking any formidable means of defense. A mere swipe could easily extinguish her existence. In her earlier days, she believed that her diminutive form was merely a sign of her immaturity, and that she would eventually grow larger. Yet, after all this time, she remains unchanged, which is indeed a source of hopelessness. Nevertheless, as despair settled in, she grew accustomed to it. Despite her small size, it afforded her the advantage of evasion in perilous situations. If you wish to visit that couple, I would advise you to bring a token of goodwill. The tree spirit possesses a rather amiable temperament, yet the female tiger is quite fierce. When one visits another's abode, it is customary to bring gifts, is it not? If you arrive bearing offerings, they may be less inclined to expel you. The little flower sprite spoke with a childlike innocence. During my previous visit, I was turned away, but upon returning with my petals as a gift, I was graciously welcomed. Song Zhen glanced at Qin Sun in bemusement. Do even mystical beasts place such importance on social niceties? Qin Sun shrugged, admitting his own ignorance. When he first ventured into this secret realm, he encountered a multitude of mystical creatures, and he essentially fought his way through. As for bringing gifts, merely surviving the encounter was a remarkable feat. Subsequently, those surviving mystical beasts relocated. The little flower fairy and that couple were truly unfamiliar to him. Perhaps they had moved in later or emerged from their cultivation afterward. Song Zhen absent-mindedly felt around himself, discovering only the herbs he had previously gathered. Surely, a mother tiger would not feed on grass. He turned his gaze toward Qin Sun, who simply spread his hands in response. I am but a solitary soul, reliant on your provisions. Do you believe I possess anything of value? Song Zhen remained speechless. The little flower fairy exclaimed, "Wow, are you then?" Was known as a kept man. How impressive. I once eavesdropped on some cultivators discussing that those who can live off others are certainly not ordinary. Not ordinary indeed, Qin Sun affirmed. Upon hearing this, Song Zhen nearly burst into laughter. He was indeed not an ordinary person, and her assertion bore no falsehood. Such ancient ancestors cannot be classified as mere mortals. Rather unfazed by the remark about living off others, Qin Sun even felt a twinge of pride, acknowledging that those who can do so are indeed exceptional, indicative of one's strength. It must be said, Qin Sun was increasingly audacious. As they ventured deeper, the little flower fairy wished to join the fray. Initially, Song Zhen had no intention of dragging this little fairy into trouble, yet he was taken aback by her eagerness to accompany them, even enthusiastically guiding their way. It has been quite a while since I last entered. I cannot recall the precise route, but the general direction should be accurate. The little flower fairy was aware of her limited capabilities and thus typically refrained from venturing deeper. Most demon beasts possess a rather tempestuous temperament, displaying little mercy towards their fellow creatures. Some, with a particularly ruthless disposition, may even devour the demon cores of their kin. Despite having attained a humanoid form, many of their behaviors remain more akin to those of wild beasts. The little flower demon, inherently weak in strength, typically refrains from venturing into such perilous territories. The last time she entered was only in the company of the little tiger, although young and lacking in cultivation. That couple is remarkably formidable. No one dares to provoke their son, thus allowing the little tiger to roam freely. It was only by the little tiger's grace that she could gain entry. It is indeed true that like attracts like, and one may easily encounter a fellow lost soul. Before long, Song Zhen found herself lost, led astray by this little flower demon. The three of them stood at a crossroads, utterly oblivious as to which path to take. Could it be that I have misremembered? After merely a century, has my memory become so feeble? Song Zhen inquired of Qin's son. Are they in a standoff with the concept of being lost? She gently patted Qin Sun's shoulder and earnestly said, Senior, I believe you are the more reliable one here. Do you recall the way we entered? Regardless of whether they were lost or not, the strategy was to confront any adversary they encountered. This way, they could gain entry and actively seek directions, as there were quite a number of demon beasts residing within at that time. However, ever since then, the demon beasts had relocated. Song Zhen's lips twitched. Truly, she was as expected. Strength breeds capriciousness, and how she wished her own strength were equally robust. Yet, even possessing great power now would be futile, as they had yet to encounter anyone capable of guiding them. The only individual they did meet was also a fellow wanderer. After a moment of silence between the two, the little flower fairy suddenly exclaimed with delight, I've just remembered. Didn't we just pass by a cliff? Jumping off that cliff should lead us there. Song Zhen, swallowing hard, inquired, Are you serious? What do you mean by jumping off that cliff will take us there? Is this little flower fairy truly jesting with us? The flower fairy replied resolutely, I am quite serious. You simply need to trust me. Chapter 100. Encountering the little tiger, Song Zhen felt a lump in her throat, genuinely pondering if this little flower fairy was a case of great wisdom disguised as foolishness. Could it be that it intended to eliminate both of them in one fell swoop? Perhaps it had been feigning innocence all along and was now unable to contain its true intentions. Song Zhen exchanged a glance with Qin's son, who shrugged, indicating he too was at a loss. After all, he had never jumped off a cliff during his previous visit. Let us descend on our swords instead. Jumping off a cliff is best avoided. If we truly leap off, my golden opportunity would be revealed, she thought. This seemingly bottomless abyss was not to be trifled with. Merely surviving a plunge would be a considerable feat. Song Zhen now found it rather convenient to be a cultivator. Without a moment's hesitation, the little flower fairy agreed to her suggestion, stating, That sounds fine, as long as we can get down. Having said that, it leapt down first, and before Song Zhen could even react, she saw a shadow dart past. Qin Sun was equally taken aback by the audacity of this little sprite, seemingly emboldened by its ability to fly, acting recklessly. Why are you two still standing there? Hurry and jump down. The scenery here is quite delightful, called out the little flower fairy, fluttering her wings as she ascended once more. Embarrassed, Song Zhen chuckled softly and, taking Qin Sun by the hand, descended alongside her. The view below was indeed splendid, and the cliff was genuinely steep. They had been flying for quite some time without reaching the bottom, indicating the depth of the chasm. Just as Song Zhen was admiring the surrounding landscape, a shadow suddenly charged towards her. Qin Sun's gaze turned icy as he swiftly struck the creature down. What on earth? Exclaimed Song Zhen. A tiger, cried the flower fairy. The creature that Qin Sun had knocked down was a sizable tiger, its fur suggesting it was quite young. It remained uncertain whether this was the same tiger known to the flower fairy. How dare you bring humans into our realm? You traitor! The tiger's voice rang out, youthful and vibrant. Upon hearing him speak, Song Zhen's eyes sparkled with interest. Wow, that refreshing youthful voice is rather impressive. This tiger, once transformed into human form, must be quite handsome, she mused, eagerly sharing her thoughts with Qin Sun. Qin Sun rolled his eyes in exasperation at her comments. How can you be so superficial? A person's appearance is merely a facade. Just because someone has a melodious voice does not guarantee they possess beauty. There are countless individuals who are visually appealing yet lack an enchanting voice, and vice versa. After all, no one can match my perfection. Qin Sun genuinely believed that Song Zhen had a rather limited perspective. Before her stood a strikingly handsome man, and rather than praising him, she chose to commend others instead. Although he had yet to reveal his true visage, his extraordinary aura was unmistakably evident. There is nothing superficial about this. Encountering someone or something aesthetically pleasing uplifts one's spirits. The same applies to melodious sounds. She was not only a seasoned admirer of beauty, but also a connoisseur of captivating voices. Her ideal was a paragon of perfection, exceedingly handsome, possessing an alluring voice, and exhibiting an exceptionally admirable character. Yet, one could surmise with a mere thought that such individuals are exceedingly rare, and even if they do exist, they have likely been claimed by others long ago. Typically, good men are not readily available in the marketplace. Throughout her life, Song Zhen had yet to encounter a truly perfect man. As for Qin Sun, he was indeed handsome, had a delightful voice, and his temperament was quite appealing to her. However, he bore a fatal flaw. He had ascended. Furthermore, their statuses were not commensurate, although society may not place significant weight on this matter. Song Zhen currently held no aspirations in that direction. As the two conversed, they became increasingly engrossed, entirely overlooking the nearby flower sprite and the tiger. The tiger, feeling neglected, turned to the flower sprite and inquired, "Am I being ignored? This physique must be comparable to that of a female tiger." The tiger sprite instantly transformed into human form, revealing a strikingly handsome youth with a wild allure. He scrutinized the little flower spirit, filled with curiosity, pondering why, after all these years, she had not matured at all. Is it true that flower and plant spirits do not grow? The smile on the little flower spirit's face vanished in an instant. "Please close your mouth. Is it that I do not wish to grow up? It is merely that I cannot. In any case, I cannot grow, and as for the other floral spirits, I know little of them." The two spirits began to reminisce. The previously tense atmosphere transformed into one of tranquility. Upon seeing the little tiger morph into a youth, Song Zhen nearly gasped in astonishment. Such a wild youth is indeed a rare sight. Moreover, his aura is strikingly unique. Wow! I have now realized that the appearances of demon beasts seem to be quite appealing. Although she had not encountered many spirits thus far, she had yet to see one that was unattractive. Qin Sun promptly doused her enthusiasm with cold water. That is merely due to your limited exposure. Once you have seen more, you will understand that there are plenty of unattractive ones. The little tiger noticed Song Zhen gazing at him with excitement and proudly raised his chin. His appearance had always been a source of pride for him. Despite his parents insisting that demon beasts rely on strength rather than looks, was it not the case that his father, owing to his good looks, had won his mother as heart? So who says one cannot thrive based on appearance? You certainly have a sweet tongue, which pleases me. I shall let you off today. Take advantage of the fact that my parents have not yet discovered you two, and make your swift exit." Song Zhen shook her head and replied, "That is unacceptable. We have ventured here in search of treasures. How could we possibly depart without discovering any? Might you be aware of locations abundant in treasures, such as herbs or gemstones? We are eager to acquire anything we can find." Upon hearing her words, the little tiger's eyes widened in astonishment. These two individuals were indeed targeting them. In this entire secret realm, the place most replete with treasures was undoubtedly where their family of three resided. Other beasts dared not provoke them. "You boast with such audacity. Young girl, do you possess the strength to claim all these treasures? Do not merely speak in bravado," the little tiger remarked, crossing its arms, pride radiating from its expression. In this secret realm, their family stood as sovereigns. Chapter 101. Your weeds, my treasures. Is there any way to ascertain that strength? Why not find out through action? Song Zhen responded resolutely. Words can never rival the efficacy of direct action. Moments later, the little tiger was wailing, clutching its tattered clothing. Qin Sun had grown accustomed to her underhanded tactics. More often than not, such unscrupulous strategies proved quite effective, while others sought to kill. She aimed to strike at the heart. "Woohoo, are you even a woman? You are fiercer than my own mother. Don't human cultivators adhere to the principles of gender respect? How shameless you are." Song Zhen casually adjusted her hair and boldly confessed, "Indeed, I am shameless. What of it? Having triumphed over you, I shall grant you clemency, should you guide us to the treasure. Refusal to do so will result in your confinement. Suspended from a tree, to be made a spectacle for the surrounding fauna. Upon hearing Song Zhen's ultimatum, the tiger cub's countenance paled. Indeed, his parents' warnings of the outside world's perils had proven true. The flower sprite, clutching her heart, was exceedingly grateful for her pragmatism. Truly, the human cultivator's adage, "A wise man submits to circumstances," held merit. Between dignity and treasure, the tiger cub chose the former. After all, the mystic realm abounds with riches. While their abode may hold the most, it does not preclude the existence of treasures elsewhere, albeit guarded by other beasts. The human cultivator merely sought guidance in locating treasure, not specifying the location. The human cultivator had a saying, "Better a dead friend than a poor me." He could lead these two to other beasts. He would not suffer alone. Misfortune should be shared. At that moment, other beasts felt a simultaneous shiver. Song Zhen knew the tiger cub would acquiesce, but was surprised by his ready agreement. This way, this way. The most herbs are here, guarded by a vine tree demon. This fiend is ferocious. When I was young, I ventured here and had my behind thoroughly thrashed. Song Zhen and Qin Sun. No wonder he's so attentive. The tiger cub is quite cunning, leading them to other beasts. But having come this far, it matters not whose territory it is. Song Zhen charged in with her sword in hand, and soon the sounds of combat echoed from within. Qin Shuan stood outside, arms crossed, appearing quite relaxed, while the little tiger and the little flower demon looked far more anxious than he did. The little flower demon whispered, "Aren't you going in? What if she can't hold her own?" Qin Shuan replied, "Rest assured, if she were to falter, she would call for help. The fact that she hasn't yet indicates she still possesses strength." The little flower demon nodded, albeit with lingering doubt. At that moment, Song Zhen indeed had ample energy. The vine demon had ensnared her with its creeping tendrils, which tightened incessantly. However, the moment the vines constricted further, they all snapped apart. With her sword, Song Zhen sliced through the vines as if they were mere vegetables, soon leaving the demon with a completely bald head. Left with no choice, the vine demon revealed itself. Upon seeing its shiny, bald head, Song Zhen burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Dear friend, your hairstyle is rather unique." Having been in this world for quite some time, she had yet to encounter such a brilliantly polished, perfectly round head. The vine demon's face darkened. After all, it was this very individual who had caused such humiliation, and now she dared to mock him. "Who are you, girl, to trespass into this secret realm? Are you not afraid that we might devour you alive?" The secret realm poses both opportunity and peril for cultivators. Many have perished within its confines, while others emerge to ascend to the pinnacle of success. It can be said that all who enter do so at the risk of their lives. For cultivators of lesser cultivation, this secret realm indeed harbors considerable danger. Those who remain are either of low cultivation from the past, or individuals disinclined to venture forth and strive. Subsequently, a few reclusive spirits have gradually moved in. Thus, this secret realm is no longer as perilous as it once was. Most importantly, the treasures within have significantly dwindled. Esteemed cultivators disdain the so-called treasures here, while those of lesser cultivation cannot gain entry. Moreover, at the entrance, a flower spirit has crafted an illusion, causing many of lower cultivation to become lost and subsequently expelled. These beings are spirits. They do not engage in unnecessary cruelty. The mention of devouring live prey is merely a tactic to intimidate Song Zhen. However, Song Zhen is not easily frightened. She waved her vine whip with a cheerful demeanor and remarked, "If I were afraid, I would not have entered." "There is no need for such anger, my friend. I do not wish to engage in conflict, but you initiated the attack." She continued, "I entered this secret realm solely to procure some treasures. Once I have what I seek, I shall depart without lingering for even a moment longer." To which the vine spirit retorted, "If you seek treasures, you are mistaken. There is nothing of value here. Even I, the vine spirit, occasionally find this place lacking. Were it not for the fear of encountering danger outside, I would have long since vacated this realm." Song Zhen countered, "How can there be nothing? This little tiger mentioned that you have an abundance of herbs here." The vine spirit seized upon a crucial term, "little tiger." It seemed that the little creature had betrayed him. Indeed, he had been too lenient in his past treatment. The herbs you mentioned, could they possibly be the weeds that have sprouted around here? If you desire these weeds, you may simply cut them down. Take as many as you wish. It is indeed fortunate to have assistance in weeding. However, these herbs might not hold much value for the vine spirit. After all, he himself is a manifestation of nature. The herbs he deems worthy must be exceptionally rare treasures. Song Zhen appreciated such a lavish employer. Thank you, esteemed friend. I knew you were a good person. No, rather, a splendid spirit. While these herbs might be of little use to you, for us mortals, they are excellent materials for alchemy. Not only for crafting potions, but also for generating income. I shall not take them all. I will leave some to cultivate here, so that I may return for more on my next visit. The vine spirit remarked, you are truly unreserved. You speak of returning. Is this simply a ploy to exploit my resources? Song Zhen called the other humans and spirits outside to join them. Surely, she could not undertake this task alone. Everyone must lend a hand. Chapter 102. I shall not suffer alone. All must share my fate after sharing the bounty with the vine spirit. He promptly offered Song Zhen and her companions several additional locations where they could reap similar rewards. It would not do for him to be the sole beneficiary. If misfortune were to strike, then let it befall them all. Song Zhen could not help but marvel at the unity among the beast spirits in this area. Their solidarity was indeed remarkable. They estimated there were only two possible outcomes. Either those who came here would leave empty-handed, or they would capture everything in one fell swoop. Once one was found, it would inevitably betray the others. The sentiment was clear. If misfortune befalls me, you cannot fare better. The vine tree demon chuckled softly, remarking, we all reside in the same place. Do you not have a saying that goes, in prosperity, we all prosper. In adversity, we all suffer. Is that truly how the saying is used? Song Zhen began to doubt her own cultural knowledge. She asked Qin Sun with confusion, were the demon beasts like this when you first entered? Qin Sun shook his head. How could that be? It was far more perilous back then. When he entered, the demon beasts were notably more formidable. Indeed, the times have regressed. Even the demon beasts now realize that those who understand the shifting tides are the true elites. With the assistance of the little tiger and the vine tree demon, Song Zhen amassed a multitude of treasures. From beginning to end, she had not even prepared a strike, and her opponents had already conceded. As they put it, it was not as if their lives were at stake. They were merely relinquishing some external possessions. Moreover, these possessions inherently belonged to this secret realm and would eventually regenerate, thus rendering any conflict unnecessary. To be injured in the process would be a loss not worth incurring. Upon hearing the words of these demon beasts, Song Zhen was utterly astounded, and even Qin Sun found himself questioning the nature of existence. How has the demeanor of the demon beasts in this era transformed so dramatically? The young tiger had been reported to his parents by those malevolent beasts. It was precisely due to this little traitor that their long-cherished treasures were taken away. Therefore, it was imperative to seek compensation from his parents. The tree demon and the tiger demon, upon witnessing a multitude of creatures approaching them for reparations, assumed that these beasts were intentionally seeking trouble. My son is the most obedient of all. How could he possibly be a traitor? The mother tiger firmly believed that her offspring could never betray them. While her son might have displayed a slight rebellious streak, the notion of him being a traitor was unfathomable. The victimized demon scoffed, asserting, we cannot possibly mistake the identity of the culprit. Your son has become nothing less than a lackey for those two practitioners. No, a lackey of Tiger. If it weren't for him providing their whereabouts, how could we have lost all the treasures we have safeguarded for so many years? Another victimized demon concurred. We have watched your son grow. We understand his temperament all too well. He has always thrived on chaos. Although we can comprehend his actions in leading those two practitioners to us, the substantial losses we have incurred necessitate some form of compensation. Had they captured him, he too would have brought those practitioners to seek out other beasts. This is quite normal, yet someone must be held accountable for our losses. Faced with the multitude of aggrieved demons, the mother tiger felt a twinge of anxiety. Meanwhile, the young tiger remained blissfully unaware that the victims had already sought out his family, as he was currently indulging in his meal with unbridled joy. Song Zhen brought an abundance of food, and the little tiger had never encountered such delicacies in this hidden realm. Naturally, he was irresistibly tempted. Observing the way he devoured the food with unabashed gluttony, Song Zhen couldn't help but think that he must have gone 800 years without a proper meal. Take your time. Eat slowly. Have you truly never tasted these delights before? The little tiger, with his mouth full, mumbled incoherently, I've never had any. We rarely manage to make a fire. My father is a tree demon, and he fears flames. Therefore, we have never seen fire in our home. Typically, we consume whatever we manage to catch. After all, we are demon beasts and can eat raw food without the need for cooking. Song Zhen felt a pang of compassion for him. Such a life was indeed quite pitiful. Qin Xuan, noticing her sympathetic expression, quietly explained, ordinary demon beasts usually consume raw food. If their cultivation is unstable or if they harbor ill intentions towards humans, they typically avoid areas where people congregate. Furthermore, if they venture into such places, they risk being captured by cultivators, which can be perilous. Not all cultivators are benevolent. Some specifically hunt demons for their elixirs. Regardless of whether the demon is good or evil, these individuals will kill. While demon beasts are formidable, they lose authority in the territories of others. Thus, for their safety, they tend to be less discerning about food, as it is not worth risking their lives for a meal in populated areas. The little flower demon may not consume meat, but it has a fondness for certain beverages, particularly those brewed from flowers and fruits. The two creatures truly do not regard themselves as outsiders, relishing their food with unrestrained delight. In no time, Song Zhen's stockpile was nearly depleted. Observing the dwindling supplies, Song Zhen felt an overwhelming urge to silence their insatiable appetites. Please stop eating. There's hardly anything left. How can your appetites be so voracious? You could learn to prepare some food yourselves. This way, you can avoid crowded places and still enjoy a meal. As long as you are careful with the fire, he suggested. The little tiger shook his head. No, I think I'll pass. With the time it takes, I could manage to have a proper meal instead. Besides, I merely need to satiate my hunger. There is no necessity to devote so much time to food. Wasn't he had said that they did not wish to spend so much time on meals? As time slipped away, their location was all but revealed. It was evident they had no intention of concealing themselves. The mother tiger, brimming with a formidable aura, approached with a throng of creatures. Upon arrival, she spotted her foolish son, eagerly devouring his meal with a wide grin. Mother, you've finally come. Would you like to join us for a bite? He cheerfully greeted her. These two individuals are indeed good-hearted. They merely sought to discover some treasures without causing harm to the creatures. And the food they enjoyed was brought by them, delicious indeed. The mother tiger let out a deep sigh, pondering how such a foolish child could have emerged from two otherwise sharp-minded parents. Chapter 103. If possible, please bring in 2 chefs. Observing the little tiger devouring its meal with such gusto, the mouths of the other onlooking demons began to water uncontrollably. Initially, they had merely come to witness the spectacle, but now they found the excitement somewhat unnecessary. One brave demon mustered the courage to approach and inquired, Esteemed Taoists, having provided you with such a bounty, might we partake in a meal with you? Surely, trading a plethora of fine offerings for a single meal would be acceptable. Faced with the hopeful glances of these demons, Song Zhen found herself unable to utter a word of refusal. After all, they had indeed contributed a considerable amount of valuable items, and some had even revealed their most treasured possessions. She genuinely felt that the demons within this secret realm were exceedingly naive, which stirred a slight pang of guilt within her. Eat, eat. Help yourselves. There's plenty more where that came from. It appeared her reserves were destined to dwindle. Yet she was fortunate to have feigned a sufficient abundance. Qin Sun leaned against the side, enjoying the lively scene while indulging in his favorite snacks. The large crowd of demons that had once stood behind the mother tiger had suddenly dispersed, joining the little tiger in its feast. The atmosphere was filled with delight as they savored their meals, with some even feeling a sense of pride in their generous contributions. If there were such delectable treats every day, what would it matter to part with some treasures? After all, those treasures cannot be exchanged for food. Indeed, we have items here that we cannot utilize. They are better spent in exchange for something to eat. Upon hearing these words, Song Zhen could not help but express her thoughts to Qin Sun, saying, "How have these beings managed to survive here for so long? Surely, there must be others who come to cause trouble." The realm of cultivation is inherently a place where opportunity and peril coexist. A moment's negligence could cost one their life. Although Song Zhen possesses a fortunate advantage, she has always maintained a sense of reverence for this world. Thus, she genuinely struggles to comprehend how so many innocent spirits have managed to endure until now, with just a single individual or creature harboring ill intentions. They could easily devour these beings, leaving not a trace behind. It is not merely a matter of treasures being snatched away. One might even question whether their very lives could be spared. Had not the little flower spirit mentioned that some within this realm sought to obtain the essence of other creatures? Yet, it appears that they are not as cruel as initially presumed. Qin Sun, too, was perplexed by this dilemma, unable to fathom how these spirits have persisted. The little flower spirit, clutching her wine, stumbled into their midst, grinning foolishly as she exclaimed, "Encountering you has truly been a delight. I have never felt this joyful before. In the past, I could only linger on the outskirts, for whenever I dared to step inside, they threatened to kill me and consume my essence to enhance their powers, which instilled fear in me. However, it now seems they were merely deceiving me, fearing that I would intrude upon their territory. These spirits are truly wicked." The little flower spirit was genuinely incensed, asserting that there should not be such malevolent creatures within this secret realm. Yet she had indeed been too afraid to enter before. Song Zhen could only twitch her lips, at a loss for words. This meal can be said to have completely won them over. Even the fierce tigress and the tree spirit found themselves drawn into this gathering of gluttons. Though the little tiger was rebellious, he possessed a commendable sense of filial piety. From the very beginning, he set aside a portion for his parents, declaring it off limits to anyone else. Consequently, while the other spirits rushed to feast, the tigress and the tree spirit enjoyed their own share, even receiving more than some of the others who went empty-handed. This incited envy among the other spirits, as they lamented their lack of offspring. "Behold, behold, am I not the dutiful one?" the little tiger proclaimed with pride. "You always said I was disobedient, yet here I am, even reserving a portion of delectable food for you." He patted his chest, brimming with self-satisfaction. As for his parents, they were too weary to indulge him. They understood their son quite well. The more attention he received, the more conceited he became. If he basked in his pride for too long, he would inevitably need a stern reprimand, which would, for a time, temper his behavior, a cycle that continued indefinitely. Occasionally, Song Zhen would add more items to the table, replenishing anything that ran low, until she had completely emptied her supplies. There is truly nothing left. Just look at this empty bag. You all have feasted far too heartily. The appetites of these spirit beasts were indeed formidable. To care for a single spirit beast would be an expensive endeavor. In comparison, Qin Sun proved to be more economical. Although she had a wide array of favorite foods, her appetite was not quite so vast. The more she contemplated, the more Song Zhen felt grateful for Qin Sun's moderation. Observing Qin Sun beside her, indulging in mere snacks, Song Zhen remarked, "I once thought that raising you would be quite costly, but it appears you are in fact rather economical." Previously, their appetites had been insatiable, consuming quantities that would baffle the average person's ability to sustain. Upon hearing Song Zhen's words, Qin Sun proudly lifted his chin, as if to say, "Now you recognize my worth, don't you? Who could blame you for your prior disdain? A comparison with others reveals my virtues." His selective eating habits were a mere fraction of his overall demeanor, as he had yet to exhibit any fastidiousness in other areas. Many individuals he had encountered were exceedingly particular about every aspect of their lives, particularly regarding their living conditions. Qin Sun had witnessed numerous such individuals, whose descendants could hardly provide enough to cover their extravagant expenditures. In contrast to them, he was indeed a far more manageable companion. This meal had undeniably solidified their position within the circle of these magical beasts. Despite having taken so many treasures from them, the beast had come to terms with it. Some even inquired directly, "When will you return? By then, there should be more treasures available. Could you bring more food upon your next visit? If possible, might you also bring 2 chefs along?" Surely they could stay here indefinitely. While bringing food was certainly feasible, the notion of introducing two chefs was altogether impractical. Only cultivators could enter. Ordinary individuals would surely be terrified by the sight of these magical creatures. Although they transformed into beings of decent appearance, their excitement would swiftly unveil their primal instincts, which could inadvertently frighten others to death, thus incurring great misfortune. Furthermore, upon entering, there existed no suitable lodging, and it would be unreasonable to expect guests to reside within a cave. The place was devoid of any facilities, and it remained uncertain whether there were even available provisions. A skilled cook cannot perform culinary wonders without ingredients. Chapter 104. United as one, the couple's joint effort. The young tiger vows to escape the secret realm. Observing the eager expressions of the demonic beasts, Song Zhen resolutely declined their requests. She was willing to provide food, yet allowing individuals to enter was out of the question. She had no intention of engaging in human trafficking. Should a person enter, it would be akin to them going missing. Moreover, these individuals would lack any martial prowess. And what if they were to injure themselves in the process? Bringing in a chef would necessitate the presence of a doctor as well, leading to an uncertain influx of people. Song Zhen genuinely believed that these demonic beasts were somewhat lacking in intelligence. The tiger couple held a favorable impression of Song Zhen and willingly offered her some fine goods. Their foolish son had consumed far too much from others and displayed no sense of gratitude. If they did not provide something to Song Zhen, they would feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. Song Zhen was always receptive to such generous offerings. This journey into the secret realm had indeed been fruitful for her. She accepted everything, regardless of quality, filling her storage bags to the brim. Ha! We have struck it rich. This outing has truly brought us wealth. As Song Zhen gazed at these treasures, it was as if she could already envision them transformed into wealth. Qin Sun looked at the pile of unidentifiable herbs, hesitating as he opened his mouth to speak, ultimately unable to restrain himself from asking, "Now that you possess so many precious items, shouldn't you consider organizing them? Some of these won't fetch much, and since you have no use for them, they merely occupy space in your storage bag. It would be more prudent to sort them out." He understood that Song Zhen valued wealth immensely, yet she couldn't possibly hoard everything. Among the collection was even a spirit fruit, half-eaten by some beast, which he found quite distasteful. Although it might not be worth much, every little bit counts. After all, there's a saying that many a little makes a mickle. We must treat all treasures equally and not rank them in tiers. The bag is ample enough. Let us take everything that can be carried. Should we manage to sell them afterward, it would indeed reflect their rightful value. Once something enters Song Zhen's possession, she would never part with it. Qin Sun replied, "Very well, you make a valid point. After all, it is your burden to bear." Invited by the various beasts, Song Zhen chose to linger a few more days in this secret realm. To be honest, had it not been for her mission, she would have genuinely felt that this place was perfect for retirement. The camaraderie among neighbors was delightful. These creatures were straightforward and trusting, believing whatever was told to them. A little kindness from you would lead them to open their hearts in return. Song Zhen ultimately felt a tad embarrassed to accept so many items from them. Yet, what is there to feel embarrassed about? These treasures have merely sprouted from the depths of the secret realm. We have simply resided within it, and thus have reaped their benefits. Strictly speaking, these belong to the secret realm, not to us. Furthermore, the fact that we can bestow these gifts upon you indicates that they are of little significance to us. Their beastly physiques are robust, and their healing abilities are remarkably potent after sustaining injuries. Unless faced with a fatal wound, they generally refrain from utilizing herbs or medicinal pills. Moreover, any herbs that hold value to them have long since been consumed. Why would they leave behind good things? To them, only what has been ingested truly belongs to them. Anything they choose to retain can be deemed of little importance to them, or not currently significant. Otherwise, how could it remain with them? Upon hearing their remarks, Song Zhen felt a considerable sense of relief. Her audacity in gifting these creatures had indeed resulted in a significant advantage for her. Meanwhile, Qin Sun, as a man, was being persistently fed liquor by the beasts. Observing Qin Sun drink so heartily made her genuinely apprehensive about the potential consequences, especially given that his true form was merely a skeleton. She had been curious since the first time she witnessed him consuming food, pondering how it did not simply spill out. However, she refrained from voicing this inquiry for fear of being chastised by Qin Sun for her foolishness. The little tiger and the flower spirit swiftly became fast friends, engaging in playful antics together. These two still wished to accompany Song Zhen on his journey. The little tiger even concocted an excuse for himself, proclaiming, "As demon cultivators, we must endure more setbacks and engage in numerous battles to facilitate our ascension. If we remain within this secret realm, devoid of peril, how can I hope to advance? Should I fail to ascend, it would signify a brief lifespan. Meanwhile, you, my parents, would still possess youthful visages while I become an aged relic. Others might see us and mistake me for your father." Upon uttering these words, the little tiger inevitably received a sound thrashing, and Song Zhen laughed until tears streamed down his face. Truly, he is a devoted son, yet there lies a kernel of truth in his words. Life here is exceedingly comfortable, if one intends to live perpetually in such ease. Choosing this place is indeed not a mistake. However, if one aspires to strive for greater heights, venturing outside is essential. You wish to assume the role of our father? Perhaps in your next life. With your current cultivation, do you really think you can brave the outside world? I fear you are courting death. Do you comprehend the dangers that await beyond? Your father and I sustained grave injuries, which compelled us to seek refuge in this secret realm. After much effort, we finally discovered a place where we can live in peace, and yet you contemplate venturing out to seek suffering. What manner of reasoning is that? Moreover, we have not forbidden you from leaving. Should your cultivation meet our standards, you are free to go. Yet, who can blame you for not putting in the requisite effort? They, as a couple, have already experienced enough tumult in their lives and now wish to refrain from further adventures in the outside world. They had no intention of overseeing their son for a lifetime. It was merely that this lad proved to be quite disappointing. The little tiger, under the relentless thrashing of his parents, cried out in distress, while the surrounding beasts urged them to strike harder and with greater force. Witnessing the intensity of this parental discipline, Song Zhen felt a sympathetic ache in her own bones. Qin Sun, observing her contorted expression, explained, "The physical constitution of magical beasts differs from that of humans. Their bodies are remarkably endowed, possessing formidable healing abilities. Although it appears they are being quite harsh, I assure you that before long, this little tiger will be frolicking about once more." Qin Sun indeed held a sense of envy towards the robust physique of magical beasts. Their ability to heal swiftly after injury seemed remarkably economical. Unlike humans, who experience a slow self-healing process, even minor injuries can prove life-threatening if not promptly attended to. In contrast, as long as the injury is not fatal, magical beasts can recover given a little time. Moreover, they possess a natural affinity for various medicinal herbs, which likely contributes to their healing prowess. Should they discover an herb suitable for their needs, they would readily consume it. One might say that their formidable constitution is enhanced by the efficacy of these herbs. The little flower spirit, witnessing its companion being so thoroughly beaten, immediately abandoned any thoughts of venturing out. It was not resilient, merely a delicate embodiment of flora, lacking the tough skin and sinewy strength of the magical beasts. A single punch from that mother tiger could easily shatter it. Listening to the little tiger's anguished cries, Song Zhen found an odd sense of resonance in the experience. After the couple had dispensed their discipline, they paid no further heed to the unfortunate child. Song Zhen had expected the little tiger to lie on the ground for a while to recover, but to his surprise, the little creature promptly stood up after patting its backside. Despite the bruises marring its face, it appeared to be in remarkably good spirits, even after sustaining such injuries. It audaciously expressed a desire to venture outside. "I simply wish to go out. I'm not seeking my demise. I merely wish to challenge myself," it argued passionately. "You claim the outside world is perilous, yet there are so many mortals out there. Surely, I cannot be inferior to them." The little tiger was genuinely weary of remaining in this secret realm. There were no demonic beasts of its age. All the beasts present were its elders. Each one that encountered it felt entitled to exert authority over it, and it was tired of being the youngest among them. As the little tiger braced itself for another beating, Song Zhen quickly raised his hand, pleading, "Please stop. I could take him out for a stroll. I will do my utmost to ensure his safety. As long as I am unharmed, he shall be too." He truly hoped the couple would refrain from inflicting harm on the child, for he felt they were excessively harsh. Upon hearing his words, the little tiger's eyes sparkled with hope. "Really? You truly wish to take me outside?" "Indeed, I do," Song Zhen assured. "However, you must bear all expenses once we are out. Life in the outside world can be quite costly, while it is no trouble to fill your stomach. Indulging in finer delicacies will require effort. Do not think you can rely on me for sustenance. I am already burdened with one large responsibility and have no intention of adopting another pet." The little tiger promptly revealed his treasured possessions, declaring, "You need not worry about me. Over the years, I have accumulated quite a collection. Did you not say that these items could be exchanged for money? Once we are outside, I shall convert them into currency." The mother tiger and her partner wished to dissuade their son, but found themselves at a loss for words. With a resigned sigh, they ultimately allowed him to proceed. "Taoist Song, I entrust my unfortunate son to your care. Should he cause any trouble, please discipline him as necessary, but ensure that he returns alive. My child is not particularly astute, as you may have noticed. If possible, I would appreciate it if you could impart some wisdom to him during your travels, helping to sharpen his mind. Perhaps his lack of friends in this secret realm has hindered his intellect. It is conceivable that exposure to more people and experiences outside may awaken his potential. Though the hope is faint, it is better than none." Upon witnessing the little tiger's impending departure, the little flower spirit hurriedly fluttered over. "I wish to go as well. I will merely follow beside you, Song Zhen. I can sustain myself. I have saved numerous treasures too. My petals and tears are invaluable. Should I run out of funds, I can simply shed a few tears." Song Zhen replied, "So, it seems we must take two with us?" She turned her gaze towards Qin Sun, who shrugged in resignation, indicating his inability to intervene. After all, it was her penchant for meddling that had led to this predicament. These two individuals are anything but ordinary. Having them by one side guarantees a lively existence ahead. As they prepared to depart, the formidable couple bestowed upon Song Zhen a few tokens. "We are at a loss as to how to express our gratitude. These are belongings we have accumulated over the years. Should our foolish child create any trouble, we would appreciate your understanding." Once they stepped outside, the fate of this young lad would rest solely in his own hands. Song, dear friend, need not overly concern himself with the boy. Should he encounter peril beyond anyone's control, it would merely be his fate, a consequence of his own choice to venture forth. The couple sighed in unison, their parental hearts heavy with concern. After all, he is their son, who can truly bear to be harsh. Yet as children grow, they inevitably spread their wings. The world beyond is fraught with dangers, and many harbor prejudices against creatures like them. If misfortune were to strike, it would be challenging to seek assistance, despite assurances from others. Ultimately, matters of life and death are understood to be in one's own hands. Song Zhen accepted the gifts and, with earnest sincerity, assured the couple, "Rest assured, I have pledged to look after him, and, as long as I draw breath, he shall come to no harm." Meanwhile, the little tiger and the young flower demon were enraptured with excitement, eagerly sharing their cherished treasures accumulated over the years. They were animatedly discussing their plans for amusement and feasting once they ventured into the world. Despite having never experienced its splendor, their enthusiasm palpable. Qin Sun occasionally answered their questions, even when they were rather foolish, though at times he found it tedious to engage. He often delighted in teasing the pair, for they were genuinely amusing. For instance, he had heard that ancient people wore animal hides. Did they actually skin magical beasts? Gazing into the innocent eyes of the little tiger, Qin Sun grinned and replied wickedly, "Indeed, they did, and their favorite was the tiger's pelt. Many hunters from the mountains would specifically hunt tigers. Though those individuals were mere mortals, their aim could pierce through one's skull at a glance." The little tiger shivered in fear. Were mortals truly that terrifying? Wasn't it said that most mortals were utterly helpless? The notion that one could shoot through his skull with a single arrow was astonishing. Observing their expressions of sheer terror brought Qin Sun immense joy. Indeed, scaring children was the most entertaining of pastimes. To enhance the ritualistic atmosphere of their exit from a secret realm, the little tiger and the flower sprite donned their finest garments, albeit their best was rather modest. To Song Zhen's eyes, the attire barely covered their private parts, and without prior knowledge, one might assume they were time travelers from a bygone era. Chapter 105. The little tiger's new name, Tiger de Zhuang. If she were to take these two out into the world, she could hardly fathom how others would perceive her. Qin Sun nearly burst into laughter at their appearance. Is this truly your finest attire? I can't help but feel it pales in comparison to what you wore before. The garments I once donned, albeit coarse in fabric, at least provided a semblance of modesty. They were presentable. However, the attire I currently wear is utterly unseemly, leaving me perplexed as to how anyone could deem it the pinnacle of fashion. The little tiger scratched his head, speaking earnestly. I recall my parents mentioning that many humans delight in adorning themselves with animal hides, as it serves to display their wealth. This hide, however, is something I have cherished for quite some time. Qin Sun fell silent for a few moments before inquiring, how long did your parents live? This is hardly an ancient era. Who still wears animal skins? The two beasts before him did not appear to be any older, although the tree spirit might be an exception. Tree spirits mature at a slower pace than ordinary creatures, often requiring many years after gaining consciousness to attain a human form. Wearing animal hides indeed showcases one's affluence, yet today, the preference leans towards silks and satins. Even among those who favor animal skins, the quality and purity of the hide matter greatly. The wealthy tend to favor solid colors, particularly white and red. Song Zhen, momentarily lost in thought, acknowledged that in modern times, some affluent women do indulge in wearing mink, a practice undeniably cruel, yet it possesses a significant following. My father is quite elderly, and it was he who informed me of these matters. The little tiger, having absorbed numerous tales from his parents about the outside world, yearned for exploration. Without hesitation, Song Zhen produced 2 sets of clothing for them, firmly stating that animal hides were entirely unacceptable. Change your clothes, both of you. Once we step outside, you cannot possibly be seen like this. Exposing your arms and legs is utterly inappropriate. Song Zhen was astonished that she had uttered such a phrase. Typically, this idiom was used by others to describe her, and this marked her first instance of applying it to someone else. Qin Sun was equally taken aback upon hearing her use the expression, exclaiming, "Oh, you actually know the phrase utterly inappropriate? Is that not something the elders usually use to describe you?" The antics of this girl had indeed vexed the elders considerably. "What am I supposed to do?" Song Zhen retorted. "Should I allow them to stroll alongside me with their arms and legs exposed? Those unaware might think I'm engaged in some illicit activity." The little flower demon, being petite, was easily outfitted by Song Zhen with a piece of fabric fashioned into clothing. Although it was not particularly well made, it served its purpose. Remarkably, once donned, the two of them appeared surprisingly presentable, especially the little tiger, who resembled a dashing young lad. His appearance was truly commendable. The adage "clothes make the man" was vividly exemplified in him. As preparations were made to exit the secret realm, Song Zhen exchanged a glance with Qin Sun, who nodded slightly in return. The creatures within this realm were exceedingly innocent and had not engaged in any malevolent deeds. Consequently, they planned to set up an array outside. Originally, the little flower demon was to guard the perimeter, employing illusions to divert certain individuals. However, now the little flower fairy has accompanied them, and thus their protection has vanished. Should any malevolent individuals appear, they could easily advance unchecked. Although there are several formidable beasts within, one can never be too certain of potential troubles. Consequently, the two had previously conspired to set up a formation outside upon their departure, as a form of gratitude. Once they exited the secret realm, the world beyond lay desolate. The little tiger and the flower fairy stood amidst the biting winds, their expressions somewhat dazed. Why did this exterior world differ so drastically from their expectations? It was not merely a slight deviation. It was a complete contrast. Had they not been told that the outside was bustling with life? Yet here, there was no sign of humanity, not even a single tree. The flower fairy ascended into the air to survey the surroundings, and wherever she looked, desolation reigned. Observing their expressions, Song Zhen chuckled and inquired, "Does this resemble the world you envisioned?" The little tiger shook his head, replying, "No, it's entirely different. Why is there nothing here? Were we not told there would be many people? Where are they? Moreover, this is not at all like what my parents described about the outside world." Qin Sun playfully tapped his head, saying, "What difference does it make? The outside world is vast. What you see is merely a fragment of it. Stay close to us. If you wander off, we will not be accountable." The notion of staying close entailed the others soaring through the skies while the little tiger dashed beneath. Alas, Song Zhen was still unaccustomed to leading, and Qin Sun preferred not to guide. Hence the little tiger was left to run below. The little flower spirit could certainly follow them, for she was capable of flight. "How utterly unreasonable you are! Why must I run behind? Could you not offer me a ride? You are simply bullying me. Fly a tad slower. I am struggling to keep up." The young tiger transformed back into his original form, panting heavily, yet despite this, he remained steadfastly in their company. It was evident that his strength was commendable. Sitting upon the sword, Song Zhen shouted at him, "Stay close. We have decided to bestow names upon you too. We cannot keep calling you just Tiger indefinitely. Think quickly of a name for yourself." Those parents were indeed quite unreliable, failing to name their own son. After all this time, still referring to him as Little Tiger, would they continue to do so once he reached adulthood? The tiger couple had not given this much thought. They had always addressed their child in such a manner. Little Tiger was seldom called by his name, more often referred to as Little Rascal or Mischief. Qin Sun had already devised 2 names and exclaimed with excitement, "I have thought of names for them. The flower spirit shall bear the surname Hua and be named Hua Yao. The tiger will be called Hu De Zhuang." Upon hearing the first name, Song Zhen found it quite acceptable, but upon hearing Hu De Zhuang, she was somewhat perplexed. While many children bore the nickname De Zhuang, it seemed rather unsuitable for Little Tiger. It hardly struck one as a proper name. Perhaps you should ponder a bit longer. This name appears rather ill-fitted. Qin Sun decisively stated, "No need to ponder further. This shall be the name." As the saying goes, a humble name is easy to nurture. Yet these two resemble caretakers of children, hence this name is fitting. Chapter 106. Finally out Hua, Yao held a genuine fondness for her name. It bore no gender, yet was undeniably beautiful, perfectly mirroring her appearance. However, Tiger De Zhuang was rather dissatisfied with his name. "Why does she have such an elegant name, while I am merely called Da Zhuang? I deserve a melodious name too." "This is blatant favoritism," Song Zhen replied. "This is not my doing. If you possess the courage, confront him. He means well for you. There's a saying, a humble name is easy to nurture. Given the many dangers outside, such a name carries a positive connotation." Song Zhen harbored a hint of mischief, yet acknowledged that Qin Sun's words held a grain of truth. Sometimes traditional beliefs possess their own wisdom. Otherwise, they would not have endured through generations. In her modern life, many individuals had their own nicknames. Even those who achieved great success often retained their humble monikers, a testament to the kindness of their elders. Tiger De Zhuang, though skeptical, ultimately accepted the name. After a long journey, they finally arrived in a populated area. This time, they truly pressed forward with haste, for Tiger De Zhuang was ravenously hungry. Qin Sun casually handed him a handful of fasting pills. "Please consume this first. Once we step outside, you may partake of other provisions. The families here are not in the best of circumstances, and your appetite could easily impoverish them. I surmise that even gathering all the resources from this village would scarcely suffice for your needs. Living in such desolation, one can only imagine the extent of their poverty. Moreover, some individuals here may not possess trustworthy character, particularly in such a locale. Qin Sun has never held faith in human nature. Even the most virtuous individuals harbor their own selfish motives. Why not simply offer the money? Can we not purchase their food with currency?" Song Zhen elucidated now. "Allow me to impart the first principle of living outside. One must refrain from displaying wealth indiscriminately. Whether the individuals be human or supernatural, they can be perilous. If you reveal your valuables, what if someone becomes fixated on them?" Hu Da Zhuang was taken aback. Is the outside world truly so terrifying? But the inhabitants of this village must be mere mortals. Surely, they pose no threat to us, as they cannot overpower us or inflict harm. Qin Sun rapped his knuckles against Hu Dazhuang's head, expressing exasperation. How many times must I remind you not to underestimate mortals? Often, the things we disregard can be the very sources of our vulnerability. Mortals can embody both goodness and malevolence. Can you genuinely assert that those you encounter are all virtuous? Hua Yao added, indeed, it is always prudent to heed their counsel. As we embark on our inaugural journey into the outside world, we must exercise caution. Hua Yao, unlike Song Zhen, is not one to question everything. She lacks the insatiable curiosity of a young tiger and does not possess the tenacity to probe until every detail is uncovered. Hu Dazhuang let out a dejected sigh, yearning to meet the inhabitants of the outside world. After much effort, he finally spotted a village, hoping to engage with its people, only to find himself entangled in unexpected complications. That night, they found shelter in the wilderness, while the young tiger indulged in a considerable quantity of fasting pills. Watching him consume the pills as if they were mere sweets, Song Zhen felt a pang of discomfort. How could one eat so many of these pills? Surely, one should suffice, especially since fasting pills are not particularly palatable. If their flavor were improved, many would treat them like candy, thus defeating the purpose of fasting. Hu Dazhuang mumbled, I think they taste quite decent, certainly better than what my mother prepares. Once we venture outside, you must make amends to me. Treat me to a splendid meal. This journey has truly exhausted me. While you soar through the skies, I am burdened with the obstacles of the ground, often needing to take detours. At this stage in my life, I have never exerted myself to such an extent. Song Zhen casually replied, understood. Now, hurry and get some rest. We have a long journey ahead tomorrow. Soon, however, she found herself regretting her words. Listening to the thunderous snores, she lay wide awake, her gaze fixed aimlessly upon the sky, her mind buzzing with thoughts. Qin Sun leaned beside her, his expression somewhat vacant. Although they no longer required sleep, the act had become a habitual ritual. No one mentioned that the little tiger snored. Why did his parents not offer a word of warning beforehand? At that moment, the mother tiger and her mate found themselves in a state of hazy confusion within their den. A sudden stillness enveloped the day, an unfamiliar sensation. The mother tiger remarked, Is it usually this quiet at night? The tree spirit replied, No, typically that little rascal is already snoring away by now. Who knows how he is faring at this hour? If I were to end his life now, would his parents even be aware? Song Zhen raised her sword. Qin Sun cautioned, Do not forget the promises you made in front of his parents, and besides, he is not deserving of death. In that instant, Song Zhen's demeanor crumbled, her vitality seemingly siphoned away. The night had been exceedingly tormenting. Neither of them had found rest. The following morning, they were roused by Hu Dazhuang's boisterous calls. Time to rise. We must continue our journey. The sun shines splendidly today, and the weather is delightful. Song Zhen opened her eyes, staring vacantly at the sky. Indeed, the weather was splendid, yet her spirits were quite the opposite. Hu Dazhuang and Hua Yao soon noticed the absence of one individual. Where has that man gone? Did he wander off alone last night? Song Zhen replied, Do not concern yourselves with him. Let us set off. Today's journey was not as urgent as the previous day's, primarily due to her fear of dozing off. Soon, they arrived at a quaint little market, far more bustling than the village of the previous day. The two creatures gazed at Song Zhen with eager anticipation. She let out a sigh and suggested, Let us wander about a bit and see if there is anything that piques your interest. If you find something you fancy, refrain from purchasing it immediately. Come to me first, and I shall negotiate the price. Her concerns stemmed from the fact that these two were rather naive, and she genuinely feared they might fall victim to deceit. If they were to be cheated, the loss would ultimately be hers, hence her preemptive caution. Chapter 107. Perhaps it would be wise to leave the matter of child rearing to my senior brothers and sisters. I want this one, and I want that one too. I've never seen this item before, nor that one. Let us procure them all. Hudia's Wang resembled Lu Lao stepping into the Grandview Garden, captivated by every unfamiliar or curious trinket he encountered. Song Zhen chuckled softly and firmly rejected his demands, You wishful thinker. Each of you may select but one item. Do not forget, you are currently reliant on my provisions. I do not possess the means to indulge your whims. Despite having acquired numerous treasures, she had yet to convert them into currency, leaving her still quite impoverished. Hu Yao, in contrast, was significantly more obedient than Hudia's Wang, nestled within Song Zhen's sleeve, requesting merely a skewer of candied hawthorn. Given its diminutive size, it had little choice in its selections. Qin Sun also conveyed telepathically to Song Zhen, purchase more edible delights. You know my preferences. What do you mean by saying you know my tastes? Song Zhen rolled her eyes in exasperation. These individuals seemed to spend her money with remarkable ease. The surrounding vendors, upon witnessing the scene, regarded them as significant customers. From their earlier conversation, they discerned that Song Zhen held the reins of financial authority, prompting them to direct all their attention towards her. Why not buy something for the children? Look at your little brother's pitiful expression. Doesn't it tug at your heartstrings? One vendor implored. You two siblings are truly charming. Why not acquire a couple of flowers to wear? Adorning yourselves with flowers would enhance your beauty. Another vendor chimed in, the food I offer is quite affordable, and all homemade. If it's not to your liking, you needn't pay me. As the cacophony of sales pitches assaulted her ears, Song Zhen felt her head might explode. This was exacerbated by the antics of Hu Dazhuang, who was interjecting beside her. Upon hearing the vendor proclaim that if the food was unsatisfactory, there would be no charge, Hu Dazhuang immediately seized a handful and popped it into his mouth, declaring, "This is utterly unpalatable. If it tastes this bad, you won't sell any. You might as well give it all to me, since you said it's free if it's not tasty." The vendor, witnessing this audacious maneuver, nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief. Song Zhen, mortified, covered her face with her hands. How embarrassing. Qin Sun was on the verge of hysterics. Hu Dazhuang was indeed a true gem, and his reasoning was flawless. Noticing the vendor's stunned silence, he boldly began to fill his bag. The vendor, startled by Hu Dazhuang's brazen actions, rushed forward to intervene, exclaiming, "What are you doing? This is sheer banditry. After years of conducting business here, I have never encountered someone so shameless." Hu Dazhuang pushed the boss's hand aside, puffed out his chest, and boldly declared, "Didn't you say it's inedible and free? I'm merely helping you dispose of this unpalatable fare. Next time, remember to prepare something more delectable." The vendor, infuriated and flushed, retorted, "If my food is so unappetizing, why are you consuming so much of it? How unreasonable can a young lad be?" Surrounding vendors began to witness the spectacle, hastily stowing away their own goods. Hu Dazhuang was eager to continue his argument with the proprietor, but Song Zhen could no longer bear the scene. She swiftly pulled the thoughtless young man away. "What are you doing? Apologize to the vendor." Today, Song Zhen certainly broadened her horizons, having never witnessed such a peculiar method of purchasing. When someone claims their food is unsatisfactory and offers it for free, it reflects a profound confidence in their product. This little rascal had the audacity to spout nonsense while shoveling it into his mouth, all the while denouncing the vendor's offerings. She believed herself to be quite shameless. Yet in comparison to this clumsy tiger, she realized she still had ample room for improvement. Hu Dazhuang remained intent on arguing, but Song Zhen swiftly delivered a sharp slap to his mouth. "Apologize. If you refuse, you shall forfeit dinner tonight." Hu Dazhuang immediately complied. "I'm sorry, my apologies. I spoke without thinking." The vendor thought to himself, "Punish him as you will, but he must not be deprived of his meal." In this vast world, nothing surpasses the necessity of food. Having savored the delectable flavors of human cuisine, Hu Dazhuang was in high spirits. To deny him a meal would be akin to depriving him of his very life. After compensating the proprietor, Song Zhen felt utterly drained. She felt as though she were tending to a child, and a particularly disobedient one at that. Her fellow disciples. "Now you comprehend our sentiments when we looked after you." That evening, they lodged at an inn in town. Song Zhen had intended to reserve only 2 rooms, but Tan Sun insisted on joining the group. "Could you not exercise a modicum of restraint for one night?" she implored. "Your presence necessitates an additional expense." Song Zhen was on the verge of exasperation. As she was the one earning the money, The others seemed oblivious to its value. Tan Sun stretched languidly and retorted, "The accommodations are not exorbitant, and once we sell our acquisitions, we shall be flush with funds. Consider this," he continued. "Were it not for my guidance to that secret realm, you would not have acquired such treasures. Therefore, what is a trifling expense for me? A woman should not be so parsimonious, lest no man desire to be her consort." Song Zhen scoffed and rolled her eyes. "Any man may vie for my hand. Say for you. Supporting you would be an exorbitant drain on my resources. It is customary for men to provide for women, yet in my case, the roles are entirely reversed. Although she was an independent woman, she merely intended to be self-reliant, not to bear the burden of several dependents." Qin Sun innocently shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "What can be done? It is your own competence that brings this upon you." Song Zhen initially felt a pang of anger, but upon hearing his words, her frustration dissipated instantly. Indeed, it was her capabilities that allowed her to support several individuals, particularly this great money-devouring beast. Setting aside other considerations, the old fellow's appearance was quite pleasing to the eye, akin to nurturing a pretty boy. This thought brought her a sense of comfort, and she genuinely felt a weight lifted from her heart. That night marked the first time in a long while that they all slept in a proper bed. Meanwhile, the two rascals next door were causing quite a commotion. Hu Dazhuang bounced incessantly on the bed, while Hua Yao had simply taken a water jug and fallen asleep. Listening to the ruckus next door, Song Zhen stuffed her ears with objects, pretending not to hear. It was better to leave the child rearing to her seniors. They had the experience. At that moment, Ji Fan and the sect felt an inexplicable chill at the nape of his neck. He touched it, suspecting it was merely the cool breeze. In the past, such sensations were undoubtedly linked to his junior sister, but with her absence now, the only explanation could be the wind. Chapter 108. A new meaning of no fight, no acquaintance. The following morning, they were to embark on their journey. They needed to rush to the auction house, as some herbs required immediate sale while fresh. The auction house was a bustling hub of activity. It was Song Zhen's first visit. Perhaps due to her modest attire, everyone present seemed to regard her with indifference. Even the attendants of the auction house mistakenly assumed she was merely a naive young girl seeking to join the fray. "Leave at once. This is no place for a young girl to meddle. If you inadvertently offend a significant figure, we shall both face dire consequences." The young attendant waved his sleeve dismissively, attempting to brush Song Zhen aside as if she were mere refuse. With wide eyes, Song Zhen retorted, "Are you not fearful that I might be someone of great importance? Your auction house has not declared that young ladies are unwelcome. I am here to auction items, not to simply create a commotion." The attendant scrutinized her from head to toe, skepticism etched on his face as he inquired, "Are you truly here to auction something?" No sooner had he spoken than a chorus of mocking laughter erupted nearby. In her tattered attire, how could she possibly be there to auction goods? Perhaps she was more suited to thievery. The man beside him, clad in opulence and possessing handsome features, marred his appearance with a derisive expression. Song Zhen anticipated such a reaction. Auction houses often serve as venues for antagonistic encounters. "Who are you to accuse me of theft? Have you pilfered from an auction house before? Your familiarity with the subject suggests you might have engaged in such misdeeds," she retorted, her gaze laden with scorn as it assessed the man. The man snapped his fan shut and advanced menacingly. "Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? I am a member of the chief family." "The chief family?" Song Zhen turned to the side and glanced at Qin Sun, who explained, "The chief family is a lineage of cultivators. They were once quite prosperous, but it seems they have now fallen into decline. Before my ascension, I had a modicum of rapport with the ancestor of the chief family. He was a decent individual, but as for his descendants, that is another matter entirely. In those days, before my ascension, the chief family was a chaotic mess. Yet the ancestor managed to keep things under control, preventing any major upheavals. Certainly, that ancestor is no longer around, and now the chief family is likely nothing more than a hollow shell. Moreover, judging by this man's appearance, it seems the descendants of the chief family have also become quite ineffectual." Qin Sun spoke with a nonchalant air, yet Song Zhen could discern an underlying sense of challenge in his tone. Before the man could react, Song Zhen swiftly unsheathed his sword. Roar! The man was struck and propelled off the ground, clutching his rear as he fled in disarray. At the entrance of the auction house, an amusing scene unfolded. A young girl wielding a sword relentlessly pursued the man, her face adorned with a fierce and menacing grin. Most notably, no matter how the man attempted to evade her strikes, he could not escape her blade, which seemed to possess a will of its own, homing in on his posterior. "Oh, a member of the chief family, is it? I truly wish to make your acquaintance. However, their essay saying, one must fight before one can truly know another. So, allow me to strike you first. Once we're through with this little exchange, we can become friends. The harder I hit, the better our friendship will be. Just bear with it for a moment." Song Zhen's words elicited a chuckle from Qin Sun, who struggled to contain his amusement. The phrase "no pain, no gain" surprisingly possesses such a meaning. Today, he has gained a bit more insight. Hu Dazhuang and Hua Yao promptly noted this principle down. Having just arrived in the mortal realm, there remains a plethora of knowledge for them to acquire. Thus, they must perpetually maintain a posture of learning. Unbeknownst to Song Zhen, he has inadvertently led astray not one, but two spirits. "Cease at once. You must stop immediately. My cousin is a disciple of the Mei sect, and should you fail to relent, I assure you my cousin will not let this go unpunished." Song Zhen chuckled. "The Mei sect? You mean the Huan sect? Your cousin sounds quite formidable. However, you seem to lack the same prowess. Why did you not join the Huan sect?" After finishing his final strike, Song Zhen sheathed his sword. The crowd that had gathered around them parted, creating a considerable space, despite the earlier congestion. "Very well, young Master Qi. Since we have established a connection through conflict, you have revealed your affiliation, so allow me to introduce myself as well. I am Song Zhen, a disciple of the illusory Cloud Sword Sect." Illusory Cloud Sword Sect. The audacious illusory Cloud Sword Sect. An astonished voice echoed from the crowd. Following the source of the voice, Song Zhen observed a speaker who appeared utterly taken aback. However, he was curious as to how the illusory Cloud Sword Sect had garnered such a disreputable reputation. The individual continued. "No wonder you were so fixated on targeting others' lower regions during combat. I thought that technique rather peculiar, and it certainly cannot belong to an ordinary sect. Your illusory Cloud Sword Sect is truly ruthless, solely focusing on the most unscrupulous of tactics, employing methods that ensure utter devastation. The protagonist of this tale undoubtedly belongs to the disciples of the illusory Cloud Sword Sect." Song Zhen, perplexed, inquired, "What have our sect's disciples done to evoke such sentiments from you?" She shamelessly admitted her stance, for she upheld the belief that one who is unashamed is invincible in the world. However, her senior brothers and sisters were decidedly more respectable. The surrounding individuals were equally curious about the unfolding narrative. The person boldly proclaimed before everyone, "I speak not in jest, at the border between demons and humans. Your illusory Cloud Sword Sect's disciples are exceedingly ruthless. Just 2 days ago, I was fighting alongside your sect's members, and whenever we encountered demon beasts or demonic cultivators, they were swiftly dispatched. Yet, your sect disciples not only kill, but also strike at the heart. Every move they make is aimed at the most vulnerable points, leaving their foes utterly devastated, if not meeting a most gruesome end. You cannot fathom the horrific fates that befell those demon beasts and demonic cultivators. Is it truly so? How my senior brothers and sisters descended to such depths?" The individual continued, "Regardless, as long as your sect's disciples are stationed in a place, no demon beasts or demonic cultivators dare to intrude. One might consider this a blessing." The current atmosphere was so tense that even the sound of a pin dropping would be audible. The expressions on everyone's faces were exceedingly complex. In the minds of some, the disciples of the illusory Cloud Sword Sect were still perceived as upright and honorable. How could it be that in such a short span of time, they had transformed so drastically? Nevertheless, the advantages are quite evident, as the magical beasts and sorcerers now dare not offend. Chapter 109. Song Zhen. I merely ventured out for some training. Who claims I have perished? Everyone instinctively distanced themselves from Song Zhen. The techniques employed against the magical beasts and sorcerers are beyond their endurance. The disciples of the illusory cloud sword sect are indeed exceedingly ruthless. It is no wonder they have consistently targeted their adversaries. As it turns out, this is a sect's secret art. Sect leader and esteemed elders. Not at all. We possess no such secret arts. We are honorable individuals. Song Zhen scratched her nose, somewhat at a loss regarding what to do. She truly did not anticipate that her senior brothers and sisters would propagate these techniques so far and, in doing so, catapult the reputation of the illusory cloud sword sect to unprecedented heights. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. It could be deemed a blessing at least, for it has rendered the illusory cloud sword sect more renowned and has augmented their martial prowess. Qin's son, do you genuinely believe this is a blessing? Compare the illusory cloud sword sect's prior reputation to its current standing. Do you truly consider this a blessing? Previously, when discussing the sword cultivators of the illusory cloud sword sect, no matter what thoughts occupy their minds, everyone would undoubtedly offer a few words of praise. After all, no one can guarantee that they will not encounter dangers or sword cultivators while training outside. The disciples of the illusory cloud sword sect are known for their proclivity to roam freely and are celebrated for their warm-heartedness, regardless of who requests their assistance. They are always willing to oblige, often without expecting any form of recompense. However, now, when they see you, they seem to wish to maintain a distance of 3 feet. Do you genuinely believe that the current notoriety is favorable? Song Zhen, why not? Let's not linger in the shadows of the past. Our sword sect once held an illustrious reputation, yet there were always those who whispered behind our backs. Now, who dares to speak ill of us? Let them be utterly extinguished. Upon hearing her words, the surrounding individuals turned pale and instinctively stepped back several paces. Such ferocity! It was indeed fearsome. Following this display, none dared to approach Song Zhen, creating a wide berth around her. Wherever she moved, an ample space was left for her to roam freely. As for that member of the chief family, upon discovering her affiliation with the illusory cloud sword sect, he vanished without a trace, revealing himself to be a coward who preys on the weak. Hu Dazhuang observed the way others recoiled from Song Zhen with a newfound admiration. How striking it was to witness how the threat of utter annihilation could instill such terror. He resolved to learn from her example. The treasures extracted from the secret realm were indeed precious in the mortal world. Even herbs of lesser quality garnered considerable interest and demand. In no time, Song Zhen amassed a fortune. The two little demons also profited handsomely, as the treasures they had hoarded over the years fetched a handsome price. Ha ha ha! We have struck it rich. This time we truly have. Today, I shall treat everyone to a grand feast. Order whatever your hearts desire. The two burdensome companions remained blissfully unaware of their impending dismissal, lost in their elation. Come, let us head to the finest tavern here. You promised to treat us today, and there shall be no turning back. Qin Sun cheerfully tugged them toward the grandest establishment in the area. It is perplexing how he navigates this unfamiliar terrain with such confidence, having never set foot here before, yet displaying an intimate knowledge of its geography. Song Zhen surmised that he must have scouted the area in advance. Otherwise, how could he possess such familiarity, even if he had visited prior to his ascension? So many years have passed that changes are inevitable. As she partook in the meal, her heart ached at the cost. The three individuals seemed utterly oblivious to her financial constraints, ordering every delectable item available. They insisted on sampling this delightful dish, that one they had never tried, and even those that appeared exotic. Instead of reserving a private room, they chose to dine in the bustling hall, leaving other patrons in utter astonishment. A single table could scarcely accommodate the vast array of dishes they had ordered. How long had it been since these individuals had last dined? Could they possibly finish such a feast? They appeared well off, suggesting they hailed from no impoverished background, perhaps merely indulging in a taste of everything. How extravagant, as it takes them months to treat themselves, while the wealthy live so differently. Ignoring the whispers surrounding her, Song Zhen remained unfazed. Once all the dishes were served, 2 tables were filled to the brim, drawing curious glances from the diners in the hall, eager to witness their consumption. Most assumed they would take but a bite from each dish. Otherwise, how could they possibly finish? Yet, within moments, they realized their misjudgment. Hu Dazhuang devoured chicken legs with great vigor, while Qin Sun, though graceful, displayed remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Hua Yao, hidden beneath the table, savored her meal with equal delight. Song Zhen was momentarily taken aback by the empty plate, prompting her to hurriedly grasp her chopsticks and dive in. Must you be so exaggerated? Leave me a little, will you? I paid the bill. Can't you save a bite for me? Qin Sun, as an elder, can you not let me have a taste? That dish is my favorite, so please be quiet. Song Zhen continued to stuff her mouth, her lips attempting to fend off the two insatiable gluttons beside her. Hu Dazhuang held a chicken in his left hand and a duck in his right, his mouth perpetually occupied with chewing. Were it not for his handsome visage, such a sight would truly be rather unseemly. Delicious, simply exquisite. It's no wonder you all place such importance on food. In your lives, eating takes precedence above all else. The meals you enjoy are truly remarkable. What you served us in the secret realm was cold and lacked the delightful flavors of these dishes. Enduring the elements with poor sustenance and inadequate shelter made life quite arduous. Song Zhen's observations were indeed valid, as traces of demonic beasts were evident on the surrounding mountains. The Huan Yun Sect refrained from indiscriminate slaying of demons, as long as one did not engage in wanton violence or cause disturbances. Finding refuge within the sect was relatively uncomplicated. The large fox they had encountered previously now lived quite comfortably. In its human form, it appeared as a rugged man, undoubtedly less charming than its fluffy fox guise. Thus, within the sect, it chose to remain in its beastly form, cleverly deceiving others. Seniors would often visit, bringing him food and affectionately stroking his fur. Now, the great fox has been raised to a glossy sheen, far surpassing its former self. Upon hearing that he would have to endure the elements, Hu Dazhuang hastily raised his hand and vowed, I shall be obedient and will certainly refrain from causing any trouble. After the meal concluded, even the staff who came to clear the table were astonished. You all finished everything, exclaimed the staff, their voices tinged with disbelief. The portions at their establishment were quite generous. Typically, 2 patrons would struggle to finish 4 dishes. Yet, these individuals had ordered an entire 2 tables worth, a feat only just manageable. The dishes consisted solely of substantial fare, whole chickens, ducks, and fish, all exceedingly hefty in size. Remarkably, every morsel had been devoured. Was this truly within the capacity of an average person? Song Zhen leaned back in his chair, rubbing his belly languidly, and remarked, Dear staff, your cuisine is delightful. Please pack another portion for me to take away. I wish to share it with my master and fellow disciples. It has been far too long since I last saw my master, and I ought to show him proper respect. The staff nodded in a daze, utterly bewildered. How extraordinary! The head chef, upon hearing that all the dishes had been consumed, was equally astonished. I wonder if there have been any changes within the sect. My fellow disciples must surely be at home. At that very moment, the sect leader, now at home, could not suppress a simultaneous sneeze. Ji Fan rubbed his nose and remarked, with little junior sister absent, I find myself quite unaccustomed. Yang, surely, if she were in danger, she would have contacted us by now. Although he spoke these words, he genuinely missed Song Zhen. After all, having a lively gem at home truly felt different. Some elders even believed that something unfortunate had befallen Song Zhen. Otherwise, why would the sect leader occasionally visit her room, appearing so sorrowful? This was not mere nostalgia. It was something more profound. Indeed, it was a considerable misunderstanding. Each year, among the disciples who venture out for experience, it is inevitable that a few encounter mishaps. One could easily tell that Song Zhen was not the obedient type. Perhaps she had sought out trouble on her own after leaving, taking the initiative to seek challenges and then being unable to handle them. Who else would be in peril if not her? Consequently, the elders refrained from mentioning Song Zhen in front of the sect leader, lest they provoke his sorrow. The sect leader remained oblivious to the elders' thoughts. He simply wished for a disciple, only to be misinterpreted as if his disciple had already passed away. Fortunately, he was unaware of the elder speculations. Otherwise, he would have exploded with frustration. After several days, Song Zhen finally arrived at the foot of her family's mountain. In the presence of certain elders, one must show respect. I can jest with them, but you cannot. Hu Dazhuang and Hua Yao felt a bit anxious at her words. Perhaps it was best for them not to go. They thought the surrounding peaks looked quite appealing, with serene surroundings and no apparent dangers. Moreover, residing outside should offer a sense of freedom. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously decided to stay outside. Perhaps we should consider residing outside, as it would offer greater convenience. Moreover, should we wish to descend the mountain, we could do so at our leisure. Within the sect, the majority are human, and our lifestyles differ significantly. If we inadvertently cause trouble, it could reflect poorly upon you. It is well known that some of the elders in the sect are particularly rigid, holding the belief that there is a stark distinction between humans and demons, often deeming all demons as malevolent. As for us, we are but minor demons with little strength. A mere slap from a human could prove unbearable. Song Zhen squinted at the two, causing them to feel a pang of guilt. Are you truly certain you wish to dwell outside? There is naught to be found there. Your abilities are limited, and it is likely you would be no match for the local demon beasts, which are already well acquainted with this territory and its resources. If you choose to live outside, you might find yourselves facing a daily struggle for sustenance and warmth, and perhaps even being coerced into servitude by others. Upon hearing Song Zhen's words, the two immediately reconsidered. Hu Dazhuang exclaimed, "We were merely jesting. How could we possibly contemplate living outside?" Hua Yao added, "Absolutely. Living within the sect is far superior. We have food and shelter, and we will certainly be obedient." It seems their capacity for learning is commendable. Upon arriving at the illusory Cloud Sword sect, Qin Sun must refrain from venturing out freely, as he has no intention of fully revealing himself to the world just yet. The two little demons have grown accustomed to Qin Sun's occasional disappearances. They also sensed that Qin Sun's identity seemed to differ, and Song Zhen's attitude towards him was particularly peculiar, both respectful and casual. As magical beasts, they possessed an acute instinct akin to that of small animals. Thus, throughout their journey, they could bicker and make noise with Song Zhen, yet they would never dare to cause a commotion in front of Qin Sun. This man was inscrutable, his ever-present smile rendering it impossible to discern his thoughts. He even posed a question, "Junior sister, are you dead or alive?" Chapter 110. Two burdens are dispatched. Song Zhen was utterly bewildered by this inquiry. Wasn't her presence here quite evident? One would think it obvious that she was alive, not merely existing in a state of death-like vitality. "Brother, what troubles you? I am standing right here. Could I possibly be a ghost?" The senior at the entrance rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken. Upon seeing the vibrant Song Zhen before him, he embraced her tightly, his voice filled with emotion. "I knew you would be safe, junior sister. Did my master not tell you?" Although her absence was not excessively prolonged, it was not trivial either. Song Zhen felt a flicker of confusion. Could it be that she perceived time as brief while it had, in fact, been quite substantial? The senior composed himself and clarified. "No one stated that you were deceased, yet we all assumed you were gone. This led the elders to believe something had befallen you. Hence the misunderstanding." Upon hearing this explanation, Song Zhen's emotions became exceedingly intricate. Within her heart, countless words yearned to be expressed, yet remained unspoken. It was the first time for both Hu Dazhuang and Hua Yao to witness such a scene. They exchanged a glance, sealing their lips tightly. In that moment, they deemed it wiser to remain silent, opting to speak only when the time was right. Song Zhen sighed, choosing not to dwell on the matter any further. It was merely a misunderstanding. After all, it was only a mistaken belief of her demise, not an actual death. "Senior brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Perhaps my master longs for me, which is why he visited my chamber to reminisce. Nonetheless, I am genuinely touched by the profound affection everyone holds for me." Song Zhen also felt the depth of their sentiments. They assumed her to be deceased, yet refrained from seeking her remains. However, it seemed that if she were truly gone, her master would possess an intuition to retrieve her body, considering her life lantern still flickered here. One could not help but acknowledge the vivid imagination of these individuals. After sharing feelings, the senior brother finally noticed the two demons behind him. He greeted them warmly. "You must be seeking a place to stay. Would you prefer to reside indoors or outdoors? Staying inside is safer, while the outside offers more freedom. The choice is entirely yours." However, regardless of your decision, your sustenance and necessities are your own responsibility. The Huan Yun Sect does not assume any obligations in that regard. Song Zhen originally intended to find an excuse to explain the presence of these two demons. To her surprise, her senior brother displayed remarkable proficiency in handling the situation. Hu Dazhuang and Hua Yao exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "We will reside inside." Given the attitude of his fellow cultivator towards them, it seemed they were not averse to demons. For safety's sake, they deemed it preferable to stay indoors. Since they had chosen to dwell within, it was necessary to inform the sect leader and the elders about the arrival of two new demons. Song Zhen resolved to take these two individuals directly to meet her master, sparing her senior brother any further inconvenience. "Senior brother, please attend to your own matters. I will escort them to find my master," she said. Her senior brother, graciously acknowledging her, departed to attend to his own affairs. Along the way, most people who encountered her exhibited expressions akin to that of her senior brother, both astonished and delighted, indicating the extent of the misunderstanding. Some well-meaning individuals had already notified the sect leader. The one who informed Lu Xian along the way incessantly remarked, "Your junior sister is truly alive. Why did you not explain this to us earlier, causing us such heartache?" Lu Xian glanced at him in exasperation and replied, "Did I not mention it? I have reiterated countless times that my junior sister is unharmed. It is your disbelief that led to this sorrow. It remains a mystery where these rumors originated." As even the master refrained from clarifying the matter. After all, no place is quite as comforting as one's own abode. Home indeed is where the heart finds solace. Song Zhen's exclamation startled the sect leader considerably. "Are you back?" In the master's memory, his disciples typically ventured out for training for a duration of at least 1 year, often extending to 3 to 5 years. However, for Song Zhen, having been away for merely a few months, it hardly seemed significant. Although he genuinely missed his young disciple, this short span felt rather insufficient. Upon seeing his master, Song Zhen greeted him with exuberance, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Then, before his eyes, she began to lavishly present an array of gifts. As Ouyang and the others approached, they were taken aback to find their master nearly buried beneath the mountain of offerings, while their junior sister continued to bestow gifts without a hint of restraint. Ji Fan, witnessing the spectacle, felt a jolt of urgency and hurried over to intervene. "Junior sister, do rein in a bit. Master is almost overwhelmed by your generosity." Song Zhen glanced at her master, who was nearly obscured by the gifts, and promptly set to work extricating him. "My sincerest apologies. I got carried away with joy and lost track of things. Master, are you all right?" Nodding, he replied, "Indeed. It has been several months since you departed. It feels quite lengthy." "Master," she continued, "only after venturing out did I truly appreciate the comfort of home. Life outside is hardly fit for human existence. If one is fortunate enough to find an inn, one can at least sleep indoors. However, in the absence of human habitation, one must seek a secure spot to rest, often too fearful to sleep soundly. Fortunately, I encountered a hidden realm, and I have brought back an abundance of local specialties for you all." With that, Song Zhen revealed the two mystical creatures that had been concealed behind her. Hu Dazhuang and Hua Yao smiled dryly as they waved at them. "Greetings, fellow Taoists," they said. The sect leader and several senior brothers gasped in astonishment upon seeing the two of them. Song Zhen candidly nodded. "Indeed, they volunteered to accompany me. I will take care of them on this journey. However, they currently have nowhere to go. Would it be possible for them to reside here? They can cover their own living expenses. They merely require a place to stay." Observing his forthright disciple, the sect leader rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight headache brewing. It was evident that this young one relished in her unconventional ways. Failing to engage in peculiar antics would not do justice to the reputation she had cultivated. If word of this got out, one might mistakenly believe that the Huan Yun Sect had ventured into the business of trafficking demons. Their reputation had already reached a point beyond description, and should this incident be publicized, it would only worsen their standing. Song Zhen discreetly signaled to the two demons. Hu Dazhuang and Hua Yao instantly comprehended her intention and promptly knelt, bowing 3 times earnestly before the sect leader. Having lived in the secret realm for so long, We are unfamiliar with the outside world and uncertain if we can survive elsewhere. We only seek a place to stay. Seeing the two demons kneeling and bowing repeatedly, the sect leader exhaled deeply and helped them to their feet. Enough with the bows. I never said you couldn't stay. Besides, we already have plenty of demons here. 2 more won't make a significant difference. No, it cannot be entrusted to me, Song Zhen. As soon as the words of the sect leader fell, Song Zhen and several others voiced their objections simultaneously. The sect leader looked at his disciples with a puzzled expression. Song Zhen quickly interjected, Master, I am unable to manage myself, let alone others. Are you not concerned that I might lead them astray? I believe it would be better to assign this responsibility to someone more capable. I am not suited for guiding others. Mu Si promptly added, Indeed, Master. You are aware of my junior sister's temperament. She is already quite spirited. If she were to mentor 2 more individuals of similar disposition, our sect would surely be turned upside down. Thus, I kindly request that you seek someone else for this task. The remaining disciples, who had been silent, eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, please choose someone else. We already have 1 troublemaker. We certainly do not need 2 more. The sect leader sighed. Very well. Since you all feel this way, I shall entrust the task to you. Just as Mu Si felt a moment of joy, he was taken aback to find that the burden had fallen upon him. Oh Hua, Oh Yang, and Ji Fan immediately lowered their heads, biting their lips to suppress their laughter. Fortunately, they had refrained from speaking earlier. Otherwise, this responsibility would have landed on their shoulders. You object to your junior sister overseeing them, yet you do not wish to take charge yourself. It is either your junior sister or you. The choice is yours, the sect leader declared. With a covert smile, Song Zhen observed the unfolding situation, while Mu Si sighed in resignation, muttering, Then it seems I shall have to take charge. These 2 now appear quite docile, far more so than Song Zhen. I hope their true personalities reflect such gentleness as well. Hu Dazhuang and Hua Yao have been arranged to go out like this. In truth, they're indifferent to who disciplines them. Having a place to stay is sufficient. They do not expect anyone to teach them anything. Yet unexpectedly, they have indeed been assigned someone to oversee them. With someone in charge, they are no longer isolated and alone. In times of trouble, they have a support system. Indeed, the Huan Yun Sect is a fortuitous choice. After sending off these 2 burdens, Song Zhen happily took a bath. When Lu Xian arrived, she happened to encounter Song Zhen just as she finished bathing. Seeing her long-lost senior sister filled Song Zhen with immense joy. Senior sister, I bought you so many things, clothes, jewelry, and various cosmetics. I truly struck it rich this time. I become a wealthy person. Song Zhen was still lost in the euphoria of her newfound fortune. Qin Sun found her behavior rather petty, but she was not offended by such an assessment. So what if she is seen as petty? She is rich now. Although she does not know how long this wealth will sustain her, she revels in her affluence at present. Observing the ecstatic Song Zhen, Lu Xian wore a smile as well. Little junior sister, your gains from this trip are quite impressive. As for the gifts you brought, I want to be polite. Of the few items you mentioned, I have only completed 1 so far. 2 others are still in progress. I wonder if you will like them. As Lu Qian spoke, she produced a beautifully crafted sword sheath, its luxurious appearance unmistakably indicating its extraordinary quality. Song Zhen's eyes gleamed upon seeing it. It was stunning, truly stunning. It was as if it were the embodiment of the sheath she had always envisioned. Do you like it? If not, I can make some adjustments, Lu Qian inquired. Her affection for Song Zhen evident. Many had previously assumed that Lu Qian's demeanor was aloof, leading them to believe she would not be particularly close to her junior disciple. However, the reality proved them gravely mistaken. Caressing the sheath with an air of fascination, Song Zhen exclaimed, I absolutely adore it. I believe there is nothing that requires alteration. Qin Sun and Xing Hua were momentarily taken aback by Song Zhen's words. They had thought she desired a sheath for her own sword, only to discover that this exquisite piece was meant for them. Witnessing Song Zhen's delight brought immense joy to Lu Qian's heart. With other matters to attend to, she could not linger for long. After exchanging a few words, she took her leave. Meanwhile, Song Zhen cradled the sheath, wishing to embrace it even as she drifted in a slumber that night. In a different scene, The two burdensome companions stared at each other in bewilderment. Mu Si observed the unfavorable expressions on the faces of the larger and smaller companions before him. He could not fathom how he had become the designated caretaker of children. Ji Fan sighed upon seeing his state and comforted him, saying, "Third senior brother, you should try to look on the bright side. At least these two seem quite obedient. Even if they are a bit mischievous, they cannot compare to our junior sister's antics." In truth, the primary responsibility lay with him, and Ji Fan could almost foresee the arduous days ahead beckoning him. The first and second senior brothers were utterly unreliable. They could barely take care of themselves, let alone attend to their junior sister. Thus, the burdens of childcare once again fell upon his shoulders. Initially, third senior brother would have shared this duty, but now he too had his own tasks. This pair of unfortunate brothers truly had their share of woes. Upon hearing his words, Mu Si felt considerably relieved. At least with these two burdensome companions, he would not have to worry about junior sister. The two exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Hu Dazhuang rubbed his head, his eyes darting nervously as he softly said, "Actually, you don't need to concern yourselves with us. Just find us a place to stay. We promise not to cause trouble. We promise to be obedient, and we promise not to stir up conflict. Our parents have always said that one must tread carefully in someone else's territory. The tighter you hold your tail, the better and safer your life will be. I have taken this advice to heart, and have become quite adept at living cautiously. After all, during our time in the secret realm, I learned to keep my tail tucked in. My parents would scold me at the slightest provocation, and I would inevitably face the consequences. Thus, I have honed my skills in living with my tail tucked." Mu Si scrutinized Hu Dazhuang from head to toe, then disdainfully remarked, "Why on earth do you, little imp, wear such an ill-fitted outfit? Who provided you with these garments? You are tall and robust, yet you don this white scholar's attire. Does it even suit you? However, I notice she possesses many other exquisite garments, yet she is unwilling to part with them, having bestowed all her finery upon that Qinshuan." Qinshuan. Both Mu Si and Ji Fan inhaled sharply. Although they were already aware that their junior sister was nurturing a senior, and that she frequently pilfered their clothing for him, they had chosen to turn a blind eye. Yet, they secretly crafted numerous garments, for surely they could not permit the senior to don their second-hand wares, especially not those of the legendary figure. Thus, each time, they pretended those clothes had been worn before, discreetly placing them in a designated spot for Song Zhen to borrow. They would feign ignorance, acting as if they were searching for the garments. The senior must truly suffer following that fellow, relying on theft for attire. Observe how others care for their seniors, purchasing the finest goods for them. They often take their seniors out to bask in the sun and occasionally embark on journeys together, never resorting to second-hand items, let alone stealing clothes for their seniors to wear. Our little junior sister is truly reckless. Fortunately, the senior remains unperturbed. Observing the utterly uninformed Tiger Dezhuang before her, Mu Si cleared her throat awkwardly and remarked, "Those garments are certainly not suitable for you. I shall have someone prepare several outfits for you shortly. As for the little flower spirit, your attire must be custom-made. Such diminutive garments cannot be found in stores." Huayao nodded in understanding. Gazing at Mu Si and Ji Fan, Huayao swiftly plucked two of her own petals with a graceful motion. After detaching the petals, she presented them to the two. "These two petals are for you. My petals have yet to fully mature. Otherwise, I could offer you more. When they grow, I shall bestow upon you additional ones." Holding the delicate petal in hand, Ji Fan and Mu Si exchanged awkward smiles and expressed their gratitude. The little flower spirit was indeed quite polite. They could discern that the petals adorning her were no ordinary blooms. They had no desire to covet the possessions of this enchanting spirit. They were determined to procure what they desired through their own means. However, since these petals were offered freely, that was a different matter altogether. "Very well, you two shall accompany me shortly. You will be residing next door to me from now on. Do not feel overly constrained. As long as you do not err, life here can be quite pleasant. In your leisure time, you may wander about. The senior brothers are quite amiable, and although the elders may appear somewhat stern, they are not unkind. Our Huan Yun Sect holds a rather benevolent view towards magical beasts. After all, they're both good and bad individuals. Just as there are good and bad creatures among them, one cannot simply condemn an entire group based on the actions of a few. At least the beasts residing here are benevolent, appearing rather simple-minded in their demeanor. That large fox, who constantly schemes and deceives, is already quite portly, and has become rather unseemly in its girth. It frequently claims it wishes to find a mate, but given its current state, seeking a partner seems futile. Perhaps a barrel would be a more fitting match. The fox is round and plump, perfectly complementing its own appearance. The fox spirits possess exquisite beauty. The females radiate charm and allure, while the males exude a captivating and enigmatic charm, embodying a variety of appealing types, yet none are unattractive. This particular fox has certainly challenged their perceptions. Previously, Song Zhen often remarked that this fox was a term they did not fully comprehend, yet they acknowledged it as a kind of fox nonetheless. These two little companions have indeed established themselves here. The following day, Song Zhen accompanied his fellow disciples to the sword training grounds, casually bringing along these two little companions. Hu Dazhuang and Hua Yao are now filled with curiosity about their surroundings. As they journeyed, they anticipated many unusual gazes, for they no longer maintained their complete human forms and had revealed aspects of their true selves. Hua Yao fully unveiled her petals, which she had previously disguised as hair while outside. Now, she no longer conceals them. Hu Dazhuang merely exposed his ears and tail. The others regard their appearances with occasional glances, often accompanied by warm, friendly smiles. Sister Song, we were beginning to worry that you had encountered trouble out there. It seems, however, that you had quite a smooth journey this time. Song Zhen modestly waved her hand and replied, "Oh, it's nothing special." The senior brothers chuckled and shook their heads. Moreover, with one so large and the other so small, it is a mystery where she found the smaller one. As for the flower demon beside me, it is parentless, having sprouted naturally from the earth. Tiger Dazhuang's earnest words elicited a chorus of good-natured laughter, and even Song Zhen couldn't help but smile. During sword practice, Song Zhen unleashed Qin Sun and placed it alongside the other seniors. Tiger Dazhuang and the flower demon gazed in astonishment at the neatly arranged skeletons, their mouths agape in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out in surprise. In all their years, they had never witnessed such a spectacle. Although their experiences were limited, they had never heard of any sect that would display bones in such a manner. Tiger Dazhuang felt the goosebumps rise on his skin, increasingly intrigued by the mysteries of this sect. While Song Zhen did not face any peril this time, her state of mind underwent subtle transformations, evident in her swordplay. It was also apparent that her fellow disciples had made considerable progress. Previously, while their techniques were not identical, they bore an uncanny resemblance, as if cast from the same mold. Now, although practicing the same sword techniques, each individual's style conveyed a distinct essence. Furthermore, the murderous intent within their swordplay had become markedly pronounced, with each move aimed at incapacitating the opponent. Hu Dazhuang observed their swordplay and felt a chill in his lower body. The world outside was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, he had not engaged in conflict with the cultivators beyond. It was no wonder that his parents sought refuge in a hidden realm. They likely felt incapable of contending with the external practitioners and thus desired a safe haven for their lives. Mother Tiger Tree Demon, you unfilial child, how long have you been gone to start slandering us? Hua Yao, however, did not ponder such matters deeply. After all, it had no gender and simply found the inhabitants here remarkably attractive. Throughout its journey, it had encountered individuals of varying appearances in the outside world. But every person here possessed an exquisite beauty, each unique in their own right. Hua Yao was utterly enchanted by this place. It flitted about, exploring, occasionally drawing closer to observe, and sometimes even alighting momentarily on the shoulder of an elder. It held no fear of the skeletons. Rather, it found their presence particularly gentle and welcoming, exuding a sense of tolerance. The skeletons were all esteemed ancestors of the sword sect, undoubtedly kind and accepting toward their descendants. Moreover, since their emergence, their lives had flourished, filled with delightful sustenance, enjoyable diversions, and offerings of incense. This was a far superior existence compared to the conditions within the sword tomb. Just as the two spirits were engrossed in their playful antics, a robust voice resonated beside them. "Ah, new arrivals. How do you find this place? Quite splendid, isn't it?" A large fox sauntered over with a languid, graceful gait. Had he been a slender fox, his gait would have undoubtedly been graceful. However, at present, he resembled a gas canister, moving with an ungraceful thud. This fox was none other than the infamous creature who had previously led astray those seeking to elope, aiding lovers and those in distress. Observing this hefty fox, Hu Dazhuang could not discern its species. Squinting, he scrutinized the creature and sincerely inquired, "May I ask what species you are? You bear some resemblance to a dog, yet you are not entirely canine." The large fox, upon hearing this, was infuriated, its fur bristling with indignation. "You are the dog. Your entire family is comprised of dogs. I am a fox, do you not know? I am renowned as the cleverest of all beasts." Hu Dazhuang felt momentarily disoriented by the fox's declaration. Is this truly a fox? It is utterly unlike any fox I have ever encountered. In the secret realm, there existed foxes of exquisite beauty, their forms characterized by elegance. Had he never seen a fox, he might have been easily deceived, but he had indeed encountered them before. "Brother, spare me the charade. How could you possibly be a fox? The foxes I've seen bear no resemblance to you." Hu Dazhuang firmly concluded that this creature was not a fox, which only served to infuriate the fox, Hu Wu. "How can you say I'm not a fox? If I am not, then are you a fox?" Hu Wu was aware that he had gained a bit of weight, yet he attributed it to the quality of life here. Everyone, whether busy or idle, tends to offer him a morsel, for since arriving here, he has never had to fret over food. In the past, he had to venture out to hunt and earn money to procure his meals. Now, life is splendidly easy. He once contemplated shedding some weight, but upon reflection, he pondered why he should part with the hard-earned flesh he had gained. With no peril in sight, what purpose would there be in dieting, thus inflicting unnecessary hardship upon himself? Despite Hu Dazhuang's persistent disbelief in his fox identity, Fox Wu, in a fit of frustration, seized an innocent bystander to serve as proof. The bewildered individual brought forth, gestured animatedly, and exclaimed, "Come now, dear brother, do enlighten him. Am I not a fox? This blind fool claims otherwise." The captured companion, with a casual flick of his hand, ruffled Fox Wu's fur and, with a squint of contentment, remarked, "Indeed, you are a fox, though perhaps a tad plumper. However, one S species cannot possibly change. By the way, Fox Wu, have you neglected the grooming of your coat recently? It seems less luxurious than before. I can see some shedding." He blew gently on the fur, revealing quite a few stray strands. Chapter 112, deliberately exposing the golden finger life here, is exceedingly comfortable, devoid of concerns regarding sustenance or shelter. Consequently, Fox Wu devotes most of his thoughts to self-care, although he has gained considerable weight. The sheen of his fur surpasses its former radiance. Each time someone remarks on his shedding, he mourns for quite a while, for all his savings are now spent on his personal grooming. Hu Dazhuang gazed at the flustered Fox Wu before him, his lips twitching as he struggled to comprehend that this was indeed a fox. This creature was entirely unlike any fox he had encountered before. Furthermore, it was astonishing that someone would actively nurture him, providing clothing and pocket money. "Just look at how comfortably I live now." Fox Wu was exceedingly content with his current existence. Hu Dazhuang remained skeptical. Could it truly be that someone would willingly care for him? He certainly consumed quite a lot. After uttering these words, Fox Wu dashed off, declaring that grooming must commence immediately, for his fur was of utmost importance. The senior brother beside them nearly burst into laughter. Ever since this grand fox had settled here, he had grown increasingly naive. Initially, he might have exhibited some cunning typical of foxes, but now he resembled a large dog more and more. If tasked with any intellectual endeavor, he would likely be at a loss. Observing the bewildered expressions of Hu Dazhuang and Hua Yao, the senior brother cheerfully explained, "Take the fox's words with a grain of salt. Do not squander your days as he does. Although life seems quite comfortable now, the outside world is fraught with peril. You must cultivate some self-preservation skills. That fox possesses a modicum of such abilities, but you are still young and lack the strength, so do not emulate him." Upon hearing this, Hu Dazhuang and Hua Yao nodded earnestly, yet a ripple of contemplation stirred within their hearts, instigated by Fox Wu's words. Who does not yearn for a life of comfort and ease? Listening to the words of this senior brother, one might infer that once they possess sufficient strength, they too could lead a life akin to that of the fox. They are undoubtedly determined to cultivate diligently, striving to attain the power necessary for self-preservation, thus enabling them to enjoy a prosperous existence. As Hu Dazhuang and Hua Yao exchanged glances, a fervent fire ignited in their eyes, an embodiment of their aspirations for a better life. Remarkably, within just a day, their perspectives had been entirely reshaped. At present, Song Zhen is diligently practicing her swordsmanship, unaware of the peculiar notions that have been instilled in her two companions. She must now pay attention to her fellow disciples. During their bouts, have found that such contests are incredibly taxing on their attire. After a single match, their garments often end up in tatters. They have even devised a peculiar contraption specifically designed to protect their lower bodies. Observing these transformations in her peers, Song Zhen feels a sense of bewilderment. It has only been a short while, yet everyone appears drastically altered. Some of their techniques are even more devious and excessive than her own. As these brothers venture out to gain experience, they recount harrowing tales from their exploits, stories that are exceedingly gruesome, involving the severing of limbs and other atrocities. Such acts epitomize the notion of the disciples and their successors have now strayed onto a misguided path, and it appears they are rather thriving in their misdirection. Witnessing their transformation elicits a truly intricate array of emotions within him. Yet, the architect of this turmoil continues to lament. What is there to lament about? As it is all her doing. Upon hearing his words, Song Zhen felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Hey. What do you mean I am the architect of this calamity? I never urged them to follow my example. Furthermore, she observed that their techniques were even more extreme than her own, and the words they spoke were exceedingly bloodthirsty. Up until now, Song Zhen had yet to encounter genuine danger, perhaps owing to her fortunate circumstances. Her fellow disciples, while out honing their skills, seemed to frequently encounter demonic cultivators. Yet she had not crossed paths with a single one on this journey. In truth, she was rather eager to meet those demonic cultivators, for she had never seen one in real life, and wondered if they would resemble the heavily made-up figures portrayed on television. She also contemplated whether they would sport smoky eyes, and the more she pondered, the more her anticipation grew. Observing Song Zhen's occasional smile, Qin Sun sighed. This girl was once again lost in her whimsical thoughts. In the realm of cultivation, such tranquility could not persist indefinitely. The leaders of the major sects had convened at the illusory Cloud Sword sect, and judging by their expressions, it was evident that a significant crisis had arisen. The atmosphere within the sect shifted dramatically. Senior disciples of higher cultivation hurried about, and the flow of people going up and down the mountain increased. As Song Zhen observed these changes, she felt an impending sense of stormy weather approaching. Qin Sun reclined on Song Zhen's bed, crossing her legs, and remarked, "No matter what storms may come, they are unlikely to affect your situation. A mere golden core cultivator is unlikely to encounter any significant events." Song Zhen, feeling a sense of injustice, retorted, "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that you look down upon my cultivation level? I am, after all, among the elite of my contemporaries." She had diligently committed herself to her training, never shirking her responsibilities, though she preferred to avoid overtime. However, during her designated training hours, she was wholly dedicated. Her cultivation level even surpassed that of some of her senior brothers and sisters, establishing her as a standout among her peers. Qin Sun, with a teasing tone, responded, "Are you still unconvinced? While you may be a standout among your contemporaries, your senior brothers and sisters are indeed more formidable. Just look at how busy they are. They scarcely have time to visit you. Recently, the demon cave has been in turmoil, and the more accomplished disciples from the major sects have all gone to confront it." Demon cave. Song Zhen's mind momentarily faltered at the mention. The very notion was perilous. It was no wonder that the leaders of various sects had gathered at their Huan Yun sect. Among all the sects, their disciples were the most powerful. "I must seek out my master," With that, Song Zhen hurriedly donned her shoes and rushed outside, only for Qin Sun to call out an alarm. You are wearing the wrong shoes. Those are mine. Why are you in such a hurry? Your cultivation is not significantly related to this. If you're truly concerned, then focus on enhancing your abilities. Song Zhen, uninterested in engaging with him, dashed off without even changing her shoes. The man's footwear was indeed quite large. One could only speculate if he suffered from athlete's foot. It was likely not the case, considering he was not a genuine human being. The sect leader was also troubled by this matter. Song Zhen hurriedly entered the room, startling the sect leader with her sudden entrance. Whenever he saw Song Zhen, he instinctively felt she had gotten herself into trouble. In the past, when his other disciples were present, he did not have to worry as much. They would look after Song Zhen and resolve any messes she created. However, with the absence of the other disciples now, if this little girl were to cause trouble, it would fall upon him as her master to handle it. With a distressed wave of her hand, Song Zhen exclaimed, Master, is the demon lair dangerous? Will my senior brothers and sisters be safe there? What are you talking about? The sect leader's attention was entirely fixated on her ill-fitting shoes, completely oblivious to her words. Upon her entrance, he had immediately noticed her oversized footwear. The boots looked remarkably large on Song Zhen's feet, their length extending almost to her knees. On Qin Sun, they appeared as ordinary shoes, yet on Song Zhen, the tops of the boots nearly reached her knees. Song Zhen stomped her foot, nearly dislodging her shoes. Master, I mean to ask if the demon lair is dangerous. Will my senior brothers and sisters be all right going there? The master said. Why should a child concern themselves with such matters? The affairs of the demon cave are not your burden to bear. Although the master himself had been troubled by this issue recently, he had no desire to involve his young disciple in the fray. Whenever trouble arose, those old fogies would come seeking assistance from their sword sect, claiming that their disciples possessed unparalleled strength and could ensure greater safety upon their involvement. Some of those old-timers even had the audacity to set their sights on Song Zhen, arguing that since she had reached the golden core stage and advanced in her cultivation so swiftly, it was high time she bore some responsibilities. Upon hearing such words, the master was nearly provoked to throw the speaker out. What nonsense! You meticulously protect your own prized disciple, yet now you seek to impose your burdens onto mine? Were it not for the gravity of this situation affecting the lives of countless souls, the master would have preferred to remain uninvolved. After all, the demon cave was quite distant, and their sword sect was formidable. Should it open, it would be those other sects that would suffer the consequences. Those sect members usually strutted about with an air of superiority, but now that trouble had arisen, they suddenly came knocking at their door. While he could not afford to ignore the plight of the world, he also recognized the potential for some gain in this predicament. They could dispatch personnel to handle the issues of the demon cave, but those sects must offer something of value in return. After all, such fortuitous arrangements do not simply materialize. He had also advised the disciples who would venture forth to seal off the cave if possible, but should they find it insurmountable, they must prioritize their own safety. They certainly should not expect his disciples to risk their lives in vain. Song Zhen had been keenly observing the expressions of her master, and upon witnessing such a myriad of changes, she realized that this matter was far from simple and undoubtedly fraught with danger. I must go as well. Master, please reveal to me the location of the demonic lair. I shall seek out my senior brothers and sisters. Song Zhen had already devised her plan. Although her strength was insufficient, she possessed her unique advantage. After all, she could not perish. Acting as a shield was still within her capabilities. Given that her senior brothers and sisters had always looked after her, she could not bear the thought of them facing peril without her support. I refuse. Master, I will not be a burden to my senior brothers and sisters. While my cultivation is still lacking, I assure you, I will not be harmed, nor will I perish. If you doubt me, allow me to demonstrate. Without further thought about the potential exposure of her unique ability, Song Zhen brandished a knife and pressed it against her hand. Her master, startled, lunged towards her but was unable to intervene in time, helplessly watching as Song Zhen brought the blade down upon her own flesh. He could already envision the impending tragedy. To his astonishment, when the knife fell, her left hand remained unscathed. Song Zhen, undeterred, struck several more times, applying considerable force with each blow. Master, see for yourself. My physique is extraordinary. No poison can harm me, nor can any force bring about my demise. Now, will you finally allow me to go? The master, momentarily dazed, realized that he was witnessing something unprecedented. He took a deep breath, calming his emotions before earnestly inquiring of Song Zhen. Is there something you ingested that has led to this transformation? Song Zhen nodded, revealing that in his youth he had consumed a peculiar herb, which resulted in his current state. Naturally, he could not disclose the truth of possessing a golden finger. After all, this was a world of cultivation where bizarre occurrences were not uncommon. Upon hearing that Song Zhen's transformation was due to a certain herb, the sect master felt a sense of reassurance. There were countless extraordinary phenomena in this world. It was merely a matter of consuming an unusual herb. Yet, he pondered the herb's name, and if everyone had ingested it, he could scarcely imagine the world's implications. Song Zhen sheathed his blade and stated, "May I be allowed to leave now? I assure you, I will not be harmed, and I am capable of looking after my senior brothers and sisters." Chapter 113. The Abandoned Little Demons and the Heartless Mother of Song Zhen. Song Zhen had made up his mind, and the sect master found it impossible to dissuade him. Ultimately, he could only advise Song Zhen to prioritize his safety, urging him to flee at the first sign of insurmountable danger, cautioning against overestimating his unique physique. The sect master even presented numerous treasured items he had kept hidden away, having already bestowed many valuable artifacts to his previous disciples embarking on their journeys, items essential for survival. Thus, he found himself with few treasures remaining, having never anticipated that Song Zhen would wish to partake in the unfolding events. Regardless of their utility, it would be prudent to take these items with us. Who knows, they might prove invaluable in times of peril, potentially safeguarding a life. As Song Zhen gazed at the substantial collection of so-called cherished treasures on the table, his expression grew somewhat vacant. The sect leader, with a look of reluctance, insisted, "You must take all of this with you, regardless of its usefulness. It is imperative that you carry it along. These are the fruits of my labor over the years. You are well aware of our sect's dire financial situation. It has not been easy for me to accumulate even a modest collection. Please do not disdain it. I have already bestowed some items upon your senior brothers and sisters. What remains may not be of the highest quality, but I promise to provide you with better treasures in the future." As he uttered these words, the sect leader's heart ached. Yet he understood the necessity of maintaining equality among his disciples. He had to uphold fairness, ensuring that if he granted something to one disciple, the others must receive something as well, even if the recipient might not care or require it. As a teacher, he had to exhibit this attitude. Should this matter arise again in the future, it could lead to complications. He had witnessed countless instances where favoritism among disciples had led to discord. Hence, he was determined to prevent such occurrences. Observing his master's pained expression, Song Zhen forced a dry smile and, with understanding, gently remarked, "There is truly no need for this, master. You should keep these items for yourself. After all, they represent years of your painstaking accumulation. Should you give them all to us, you will be left with nothing. As your disciples, it would be unfilial of us not to honor you. How could we possibly burden you further? Moreover, my journey is to seek out my senior brothers and sisters. Once I locate them, my safety will no longer be a concern." Song Zhen genuinely hesitates to take away the last remnants of her master's treasured possessions, primarily because she has no need for them. Her own foundation is far more substantial than that of her master. Furthermore, she has a distinguished senior present, who would undoubtedly be aware of any hidden treasures. The senior, Qin's son, who was observing the scene, remarked, "Do not expect me to assist you. I have been absent for quite some time, and having spent many years within the Sword Tomb, I am not well acquainted with the changes outside. However, should you encounter danger, I can certainly guide you on how to escape." Setting aside other matters, his expertise in evasion is truly unparalleled. After all, during his struggles in this world, he has faced innumerable perils. How else could he have attained the title of the world's foremost swordsman, if not through overcoming one danger after another? Over the years, he has encountered countless threats, and it is improbable that he has never faced defeat. Failure is inevitable. When unable to best an opponent, the only option left is to flee. With time, one learns to escape more swiftly. Ultimately, in the later stages of his journey, he found that he no longer needed to run. Others would flee at the mere sight of him. Song Zhen suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. Did she truly require someone else's instruction on how to escape? Let us not forget, she possesses the ability to teleport. Observing Song Zhen's demeanor, the sect leader recognized that this young lady had firmly resolved against accepting these items. Whether out of disdain or genuine disinterest, she simply did not wish for them. The sovereign sighed deeply and remarked, "Since you do not desire it, then let it be so. However, remember this, I did not send you forth to court death. Should you encounter insurmountable peril, flee without hesitation. Do not sacrifice your lives heedlessly. I have dispatched several elders to assist you, so if you find yourselves in trouble, seek them out first. Especially in the event of a conflict with disciples from other sects, refrain from engaging immediately. Instead, consult the elders. If the adversaries prove excessively unreasonable, then strike with all your might, but leave them with a thread of life." Initially, the sovereign's admonition seemed rather earnest, yet as the discourse progressed, an unsettling tone emerged. Song Zhen, adhering to her mentor's counsel, resolved that in confrontations instigated by others, it sufficed to leave them with a sliver of life. Seizing upon this critical point, she set forth without delay. The following morning, she packed her belongings and departed. Hu Dazhuang and Hua Yao arrived, apprehensive that she intended to flee. Each clutched one of her legs, resolutely preventing her from leaving. "Release me at once. I am not escaping. I am going to seek my senior brothers and sisters, for they are in distress," Song Zhen insisted, genuinely wishing to dislodge them. Hua Yao, gripping Song Zhen's attire, questioned with a hint of skepticism, "You truly aren't abandoning us, are you? You must not disregard us. You promised to look after us." Song Zhen replied, "I shall indeed care for you, as long as I draw breath. However, I have other matters to attend to and cannot take you along. You should remain at home for now, and if any issues arise, simply approach your senior brothers and sisters. You have become well acquainted with them over the past few days." Hu Dazhuang clung to Song Zhen's leg, unwilling to let go. The narrative spoke of a mother wishing to remarry, yet burdened by her 2 children. She found it difficult to proceed. Consequently, she deceived her relatives into taking in the children temporarily before hastily packing her belongings and fleeing. When Hu Dazhuang first heard this tale, he felt no particular concern, for such occurrences were not uncommon among demon beasts. Some would abandon their weaker offspring. However, upon witnessing Song Zhen, he involuntarily projected himself into the story, identifying as one of the forsaken children, with Song Zhen embodying the mother who had stealthily absconded. Fortunately, Song Zhen remained oblivious to his true thoughts. Otherwise, he might have received a swift kick to the face. The various absurd tales recounted by the large fox were a blend of truth and fiction. Chapter 114. The lives of ordinary people in the cultivation world who woo, having navigated the human realm for an extended period, had witnessed the vicissitudes of human emotion, the warmth of camaraderie and the sorrow of separation. He would assist where he could, but if he found himself unable to help, he could only observe. After all, he was merely an ordinary demon, struggling to survive in the human world while diligently concealing his true identity. Thus, despite his genuine desire to assist certain individuals, he often found himself powerless to do so. Instances where those he had aided turned against him were not uncommon. He simply chooses not to dwell on grievances, for every individual possesses both virtues and vices. He has never generalized the actions of a few deceitful individuals to condemn humanity as a whole. Upon arriving at the illusory Cloud Sword sect, he often regales his disciples with tales that are a blend of truth and fiction. Initially, the audience was captivated, as many had descended the mountains solely for the purpose of slaying demons and completing tasks, lacking familiarity with the intricacies of human life. However, as the stories became repetitive, the allure waned. Now, with the arrival of 2 innocent little demons, who eagerly recounts his age-old anecdotes once more, the reactions from these 2 demons are particularly gratifying, as they appear utterly naive, having indeed never encountered the broader world. "Enough, enough. Do not obstruct my path. Go and cultivate. When you have grown formidable, I shall take you out to explore, but for now, it cannot be. I have promised the tree spirit and the tigress to protect you too diligently. One must honor their commitments, especially when so many treasures have been bestowed upon me. After spending nearly half an hour, he finally managed to send the two little demons on their way. Song Zhen could hardly be bothered to engage with them further. Qin Sun clicked his tongue and remarked, "You've acquired 2 children without even being married. That is quite the feat," Song Zhen retorted. "If you cannot speak properly, then kindly silence yourself. I am still an unwed maiden, a human, while they are demons. Even if I were to have children, it would be impossible to cross species, understand? Unless she finds a partner in the future who is a demon. The likelihood of that seems quite slim at present. So far, she has encountered few demons that could be deemed normal. While some may possess an appealing appearance, she simply cannot align her thoughts with theirs. Perhaps this is the fundamental difference between humans and demons. The demon abyss is situated at a considerable distance from the illusory Cloud Sword sect, prompting Song Zhen to hasten her journey to arrive sooner. All 5 of her senior brothers and sisters have already departed, and she is entirely unaware of when they left. They have truly concealed their movements with great secrecy. As she approaches the demon abyss, the surroundings grow increasingly chaotic. Many common folk are fleeing towards safer havens. While cultivators may possess some degree of self-preservation, the common people are devoid of any means to protect themselves. Should a crisis arise from the demon abyss, it is the common folk who would be most vulnerable. Song Zhen generously distributed much of her provisions to the people along the way, fortunate that she had purchased ample supplies, which she originally intended to consume at her leisure. Qin Sun, seemingly caught in a sense of nostalgia, murmured, "This place has changed. Once it was filled with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers, where the people lived in peace and prosperity, and now it lies desolate. After so many years, the transformations are indeed overwhelming. The demonic energy here is potent. One must tread carefully, for this desolation appears to be influenced by such malevolent forces. Prolonged exposure could easily disturb a cultivator's state of mind." After a moment of reflection, Qin Sun returned to his usual demeanor. Song Zhen merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. Until now, she had not encountered a single cultivator, nor had she seen anyone from other sections. After another 2 days of travel, Song Zhen finally caught sight of a bizarre creature pursuing a man. Just as the creature was about to sink its teeth into him, Song Zhen swiftly intervened with a single sword strike. "Fairy, save me! Fairy, save me!" The man was covered in blood, and it was evident that he bore serious injuries. Song Zhen hurriedly helped him to his feet and inquired, "How did you sustain such wounds? What on earth has transpired here?" Although the area ahead appeared desolate, it did not seem as perilous as this one, nor were there such monstrous beings lurking about. Thankfully, disciples from various sects had dispatched individuals to this region. Had it not been for those cultivators guarding the demonic lair, countless lives would have been lost. I was on my way to fetch my elderly mother, who is still in the village. She is blind and cannot walk alone. I never anticipated that I would encounter such a creature midway, the man lamented, unable to contain his tears. Given the ferocity of the beings in this vicinity, he could only wonder what horrors awaited in the village closer to the demonic lair, and whether his mother still lived. Song Zhen found herself at a loss for words to comfort him. Her heart ached deeply for his plight. Having traversed this world for some time, she was experiencing for the first time the stark reality of ordinary lives in the realm of cultivation. While cultivators seemed omnipotent, the lives of common people were fraught with peril at every turn. They lack the ability to protect themselves and can only place their hopes in others. When faced with danger, they must relocate and start anew. Qin Sun, sensing Song Zhen's emotions, comfortingly patted her shoulder. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Song Zhen offered the medicine she carried to the man, saying, "Apply the ointment first. If you don't mind, you may accompany me. I, too, am heading towards the abyss, and your village should not be far from it." The man quickly replied, "Not far at all. It's right beside the abyss." Previously, they were only aware of the existence of this abyss, unaware of the extent of its peril. Although some had warned of the dangers, they had never encountered any, thus dismissing the concerns. Everyone believed it to be mere ancient legends, never anticipating that circumstances would unfold this way. If only they had relocated sooner, such calamities might have been averted. With an ordinary person in tow, their pace diminished considerably. Chapter 115. There are always those who create unnecessary disturbances, regardless of the time. The deeper they ventured, the more peculiar creatures they encountered. Along the way, Song Zhen rescued numerous individuals. Initially, those individuals wished to accompany her, but upon realizing she was heading further in, their intentions shifted. They chose to follow her due to her formidable strength, which promised their safety. However, as she delved deeper, it signified increasing peril, while they sought to escape the impending doom rather than march towards it. As the number of individuals rescued continues to grow, it is inevitable that we encounter a few ungrateful and obstinate souls. Indeed, we have now found ourselves in such a predicament. What is the harm in being escorted by cultivators? Is it not the duty of these practitioners to safeguard the well-being of the world? Are we not part of that world? A particularly troublesome man clung to Song Zhen, refusing to let him pass. With a face resembling that of a mischievous monkey, it was evident from his appearance that he was of no good character. Beside him stood his wife and parents, all supporting his unreasonable stance, effectively encircling Song Zhen and Qin Sun. Faced with this obstinate family, Song Zhen's fists tightened in frustration. Qin Sun, on the other hand, unsheathed his sword with determination. Placing the blade against the man's throat, and with a smile, he inquired, "Who said we are bound by the duty to protect the world's populace? Where did you hear such nonsense?" Without further ado, Qin Sun struck downwards, prompting the man to collapse onto the ground in terror, wetting himself in the process. The foul odor that ensued caused Song Zhen to wrinkle his nose in disdain. Was he truly so cowardly as to soil himself at a mere fright? Did he dare to bring trouble upon us, believing us to be easy targets? It appears that shameless individuals exist in every era. Song Zhen genuinely regretted saving this family. The man trembled violently, having just experienced a brush with death. He could distinctly sense that the man before him harbored a genuine intent to kill. You are a group of wicked cultivators, are you not? Your indiscriminate slaughter of innocent lives will surely invite retribution. The man trembled as he rose unsteadily from the ground, disregarding his parents and wife, and took off running. His family, taken aback by his swift departure, supported one another as they followed. Observing this family, Song Zhen let out a disdainful click of her tongue. The man accompanying them quickly interjected, "Esteemed immortals, please do not be angered. Such individuals are but a minority among us. The majority are perfectly normal." He was equally perplexed by that family's behavior. They had been rescued, yet they persisted in their unreasonable demands for escort. What audacity they possessed! Once they reached a point that diverged from their path, they would naturally part ways. Moreover, throughout the journey, the two immortals had shown him considerable care. The presence of a few bad apples could indeed tarnish the reputation of their group. What if the immortals decided against offering their aid in the future out of indignation? Song Zhen found it unworthy to engage with that family, knowing that anger could only harm her own well-being. When we rescue others later, let us be discerning. She mused, some deserve saving while others do not. We must avoid unnecessary trouble. Song Zhen was no benevolent deity. She would save those worthy of salvation. But she would not feel compassion for the family that had just disrespected her. Qin Sun, wiping his sword with disdain, remarked, "In my view, we should not be concerned with them. The major sects must have issued prior warnings. Those willing to leave would have departed long ago. Those remaining are merely those who refuse to go or believe the flames would not reach them. They deserve their fate. Reluctant to depart, they further burden us. And when misfortune strikes, they readily shift the blame onto others." The demise of such individuals seems inconsequential to Qin Sun, who speaks of it with an unsettling calmness, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. The man beside him trembles in fear upon hearing these words. Song Zhen offers a faint smile, choosing silence. Such individuals have always existed. Even during modern disaster relief efforts, their presence is abundantly clear. The most prevalent scenario occurs during flood evacuations, where the government has long issued warnings. Yet, There are always those who refuse to leave, convinced that the waters will not rise to their doorstep. When the waters eventually encroach upon their homes, their demeanor transforms entirely. Regret floods in, and they frantically seek help. If assistance is deemed unavailable, they take to the internet to voice their grievances. They maintain an air of innocence, placing the blame squarely on others for their plight. As the trio continues their journey, an unusual silence envelopes them. Song Zhen strives to attune himself to the presence of his seniors, while Qin Sun searches for individuals in need of rescue. Despite her verbal dismissal of these people, her actions tell a different story. After all, as cultivators of the righteous path, even if they find these individuals irksome, each life is precious. The man accompanying them is acutely aware of the need to placate these two formidable figures, choosing to disregard the plight of the ordinary folk. The cultivators had indeed forewarned the villagers about the impending demonic incident. However, most chose to ignore the warnings. Eventually, they arrived at a dilapidated village. The man rushed into the village, prompting Song Zhen and Qin Sun to exchange a glance before following suit. To their surprise, the village still harbored residents, albeit only a few elderly individuals. These elders had spent their entire lives in this place, seemingly unwilling to depart, perhaps abandoned by their children. Upon the arrival of newcomers, the elderly gathered at their doorsteps to gaze outside. The man dashed into his home, calling out loudly, "Mother, are you all right?" A frail old woman lay on the bed, and upon hearing her son's voice, she struggled to rise. The two embraced, weeping profusely. Witnessing their reunion, the other elders could not help but shed tears as well. Song Zhen felt a pang of sorrow for the elderly villagers. It was disheartening to realize that, regardless of the circumstances, the elderly were often the first to be forsaken in times of crisis. Do not despair. They will be safe. The abyss has not fully opened, and with so few cultivators present, the presence of so many villagers surely indicates that there are cultivators tasked with their safety. Their stay in the village might even afford them greater security. Chapter 116. The old ox eats tender grass just as he heard of the responsibility taken. Footsteps echoed from outside. Ji-Fan sensed new cultivators arriving and hurried in their direction. To his astonishment, upon arrival, he found his junior sister standing closely with a man, their demeanor strikingly intimate. Song Zhen was equally taken aback to discover that his fifth senior brother was the one who had come. "Junior sister, what brings you here? And who is this man beside you?" Ji-Fan suddenly grasped the sentiment behind the saying about one's own cabbage being uprooted by a pig. Their cabbages are still quite diminutive. From whence did this prodigious swine originate? Junior sister typically confines her activities to the sect, her sole sojourn being that one training expedition. Ji-Fan forthwith surged forward, drawing Song Zhen behind him, casting a wary gaze upon Qin Sun. Qin Sun was rendered speechless by the look he received, as if he were a hog. Song Zhen hastened to clarify, "Senior brother, fret not. This is none other than the senior I have been nurturing, the legendary senior Qin Sun himself." Having spoken, Song Zhen urged Qin Sun to assume his skeletal form. "Quickly, transform into a skeleton, that my senior brother may recognize you." Qin Sun demurred. To metamorphose into a skeleton before such a multitude would be akin to public denudation. This witless girl ought to employ some cogitation. Qin Sun emitted a sigh and reverted to his original semblance. Beholding the great senior who had only appeared in paintings, Ji-Fan's mind reeled. He seized Song Zhen's hand, administering a sharp pinch, and earnestly inquired, "Do you feel pain?" Song Zhen tarried for a couple of seconds, then, observing her reddened hand, erupted, "Why did you pinch me? Pinch yourself. If you're curious about pain, why not inflict it upon yourself?" Albeit, she did not experience significant pain. There was sensation, yet it was muted. Ji-Fan then pinched himself. "Indeed, it is quite painful, so this is no mere dream." The fabled senior who had ascended now stood palpably before him. Had this senior truly ascended? Ji-Fan inadvertently voiced this query. "I have indeed ascended, leaving behind only my corporeal form, which still harbors my spirit." Qin Shuan anticipated that upon revealing his true self, others would react in such a manner. Given that the elder's spirit remains intact and can manifest in human form, one must ponder the excessive intimacy fostered between him and the junior sister during their daily interactions. The junior sister often assists him in changing clothes, and they share the same chamber for rest. Merely contemplating this leaves Ji Fan feeling as though the sky has collapsed upon him. After nurturing the tender sprout for so long, he discovers that it has secretly nurtured a formidable boar. Although this boar is indeed powerful, handsome, and of prestigious lineage, it remains a boar nonetheless. Ji Fan inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. This revelation could not merely astonish him alone. It must also reach the ears of his senior brothers and sisters. This village lies adjacent to the demon lair, which is rumored to be perilous. Yet, the disturbances have been minimal, with only a few minor demons emerging, and they remain manageable. Ji Fan brought Song Zhen before his senior brothers and sisters. Qin Xuan leisurely trailed behind, and in his ignorance, one might assume he was merely on an outing. Ji Fan recounted the recent events to his fellow disciples. As Oh Hua and the others gazed upon Qin Xuan's familiar visage, then turned their attention to the innocent junior sister, a wave of dizziness washed over them. Observing the fragile state of his juniors, Qin Xuan chastised them, saying, "Why are you all so feeble? This is hardly a significant matter." The collective response was, "How can this not be a significant matter? The legendary elder who has ascended now stands before us, engaging in daily interactions with our junior sister." Although it may seem somewhat inappropriate to say this, the elder has been alive for many years and has not only aged gracefully, but also possesses a youthful appearance. What if the junior sister were to become infatuated? What if he desired to pursue a relationship with someone significantly younger? Should the junior sister find herself entangled in emotional disputes or facing mistreatment, as her family, they could offer her support. However, if a conflict were to arise with this particular individual, they would be utterly powerless, likely outmatched even by their combined strength. It is conceivable that even the elders of their sect would be insufficient. Hence, it is only natural for them to be astonished. Lu Qian, with a serious expression, pulled Song Zhen aside and earnestly inquired, "How do you usually interact with him? Do you all sleep together at the sect?" Song Zhen scratched his head and replied, "I take care of the elder just as the other senior brothers and sisters do. After all, I only have one room at the sect." Lu Qian felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Others may care for him, but that is because the elder is merely a skeletal frame, incapable of transforming into a living being. Those individuals venerate him as if he were a deity, even going so far as to create an altar for him in their room. She had observed how they honored the elder, with him seated on the altar each night, surrounded by burning incense. Yet this elder, in his vibrant form, is entirely different in nature. Taking a few deep breaths to steady herself, she continued to question, "How do you sleep at night?" Song Zhen remarked, "One sleeps in the manner one is accustomed to. However, this esteemed elder tends to be quite particular, often vying for the bed with me." Lu Qian immediately felt a sense of dizziness, her mind swirling in confusion. How can one fight over a bed? Mu Qi, observing Lu Qian's bewildered expression, recognized her inability to articulate further inquiries and stepped in to ask, "What does it mean to fight over a bed?" The two of them had always conducted themselves with utmost decorum, adhering to the principle of first come, first served. Thus, each night, they approached the act of sleeping with heightened vigilance, eager to claim the bed before the other. The one who secured the bed would be the one to rest upon it, signifying they did not share the same sleeping space. Thankfully, they were spared from such proximity. What of this legendary elder? With age so advanced, and both being from entirely different realms, in every conceivable sense, they were hardly a fitting pair. Chapter 117. The Misfortune of Spending on Men. Song Zhen questioned, "Does Qin Sun qualify as a man?" At this moment, everyone harbored a desire to express their vexation. What a tangled web of events. The situation here was already fraught with complications, and now another significant issue had arisen. When Lu Qian arranged their accommodations, she deliberately assigned one room to the south and another to the north. The implication was unmistakable. She intended for them to be separated. That evening, as the sole senior sister, Lu Qian engaged in an extensive discussion with Song Zhen. The junior sister was somewhat naive, yet, as the elder sister, it was her duty to guide her. It was imperative to clarify the distinctions between genders. to instill in her the wisdom not to fall prey to the deceptive words of men. What does it mean to be a senior? In her impression, a senior is one who has transcended to a higher realm, rendering all living seniors irrelevant. Song Zhen listened intently with her wide eyes. Indeed, her senior sister made a valid point. One should not be swayed by the deceptive words of men, nor engage in overly intimate interactions with them. However, one must ponder, is Qin Sun truly a typical man? Song Zhen voiced her concern. Lu Qian was momentarily a loss for words. As for whether this esteemed elder could be considered a normal man, she genuinely had no insight. Regardless of his normalcy, he is, after all, a man. Even eunuchs possess desires and emotions. Hence, one must refrain from treating him with the same intimacy as before. Lu Qian herself had never engaged in overly familiar interactions with men, her only acquaintances being her fellow disciples. Yet, these brothers were rather peculiar, making it impossible to evaluate them by the standards applied to ordinary individuals. As the conversation progressed, Lu Qian recalled another point. The money we provided you seems to have been spent rather swiftly. Have you devoted it all to Senior Qin Sun? No wonder this girl constantly laments her financial struggles. They occasionally bestowed upon her some pocket money and various fine items. By the standards of an ordinary cultivator's expenses, it should have sufficed, yet she continues to appear impoverished, her attire and provisions scarcely changing. She had long harbored doubts about where the previous funds had been allocated. But now, it seems all has been elucidated. Song Zhen gently touched Zi's nose and nodded slightly. Had I not mentioned before the importance of taking good care of my senior? I cannot be untrustworthy. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian let out a cold laugh. Her fists clenched tightly. Were it not for the fact that he was a distinguished senior, she would have long desired to confront him. Having spent all her money on a man at such a young age, a surge of anger rushed to Lu Qian's head. Ultimately, she held Song Zhen's face in her hands and said with utmost seriousness, "Little junior sister, you must firmly remember what I am about to say, and keep it in your heart at all times." Song Zhen nodded in acknowledgement. Your life would undoubtedly be more comfortable if you did not support that man. The allowances we provide you are sufficient for you to live quite well. Supporting a senior is one thing, but supporting a true man is an entirely different matter. In any case, you must never again spend your money on him. As a grown man, he should be capable of earning what he desires to eat and wear. There is no need for a young girl to support him. At that moment, Lu Qian's admiration for Qin Sun had completely shattered. Previously, she regarded him as the world's greatest sword, a celestial being who had ascended to immortality, a lofty figure untouched by the mundane. Yet now, her impression of Qin Sun was that of a shameless man, one who deceived young women into supporting him. Observing her senior's icy demeanor, Song Zhen recognized that Qin Sun's reputation in her sister's eyes had been irreparably damaged. However, it seemed that she had indeed spent quite a substantial amount on him. That fellow truly possesses a penchant for extravagance, yet he remains exceedingly particular. It is commonly believed that sword cultivators lead a rather austere existence. However, this individual hardly embodies such a stereotype. It is wise to heed the advice of a senior sister. Investing in a man can lead to a lifetime of misfortune, so it would be prudent to minimize future expenditures on him. At present, Qin Sun finds himself surrounded by Ohua and their 3 companions. As they behold this legendary predecessor seated before them, excitement swells within their hearts, leaving them at a loss for words. Ultimately, it is Ji Fan who breaks the silence, albeit in a rather awkward manner. He fixates on Qin Sun's attire and bluntly states, "The clothing you wear belongs to me. It must have been pilfered by our junior sister." Qin Sun remains silent for 3 seconds before giving a slight nod. Ji Fan, exhilarated, acknowledges this. Ji Fan's remark inadvertently leads all present astray, prompting everyone to assert which of Qin Sun's belongings are theirs. Indeed, from head to toe, every item adorning Qin Sun is not purchased, but rather borrowed, without permission from Song Zhen. However, it cannot truly be deemed theft, as the original owners are well aware of their missing possessions and may have intentionally allowed them to be taken. Listening to their claims regarding his attire, Qin Sun feels an unsettling dissonance, though he cannot pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Predecessor, what fabric do you prefer for your garments? We shall take greater care in selecting your attire in the future. Our junior sister tends to be rather careless and often overlooks details. Should you have any concerns, please do not hesitate to reach out to us. As the elder brother, Ohwa still possesses a semblance of dignity. However, it is truly pitiful to witness him secretly pilfering the garments of the junior sister each time he encounters her. The esteemed senior is not easily maintained. Observing the attire of the senior alongside that of the junior sister, one can surmise that nurturing this senior must be quite a challenge. While they hold great respect and admiration for the esteemed senior, they cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy for the junior sister. Indeed, senior, the junior sister has little money. Even the modest earnings she manages barely suffice for her needs, whereas we find ourselves in a somewhat more prosperous position. Mu Si flicked his fan, the jewels glimmering dazzlingly. Noticing the concern in the eyes of his companions, a hint of amusement flickered in Qin Sun's gaze. He deliberately remarked, "But it was your junior sister who claimed she would support me in the future. This was not my initiative." Upon hearing this, the four companions mentally cursed Song Zhen for his thoughtless words. "What nonsense are you spouting? You're only inviting trouble upon yourself." Chapter 118. Why don't you adorn yourself like a demon cultivator? Observing the expressions of his companions, Qin Sun found it rather amusing. Song Zhen's fellow brothers and sisters were genuinely quite amiable. Ouyang and the others conferred and ultimately resolved that they could not allow matters to progress in this manner. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as it transpired under their watchful eyes, they could not permit any intimate interactions between the two. After all, it was impossible for them to share a room for the night. Qin Sun surveyed the room assigned to him and found it quite satisfactory. The conditions were rather average, yet the room had been meticulously cleaned. Choosing not to reside with that girl is perfectly acceptable. Living alone has its own merits. However, regardless of the circumstances, he remained steadfast in his unwillingness to engage in labor. This is his unwavering principle. That night, Song Zhen lay beside her senior sister, contemplating matters concerning Qin Sun. Had it not been for Qin Sun's assistance in the last secret realm, she would have been utterly unable to locate it. One could argue that this barely qualifies as the fellow being self-reliant. The cultivators here are not solely disciples of the Huan Yun Sect. Early the next morning, Song Zhen encountered individuals from other sections. A disciple from the Law Sect, upon spotting Song Zhen, was visibly delighted. Before she could even recognize him, he slapped her on the shoulder with considerable force, nearly sending her to the ground. "Sister Song, I never expected to see you here. It has truly been a long time." This senior brother beamed with a wide grin, clearly overjoyed by the reunion. Feeling somewhat awkward, Song Zhen tugged at the corners of her mouth and rubbed her shoulder. The strength of this brother was indeed quite formidable. The situation within the demon cave was not as dire as he had anticipated. The cave had not fully opened. It merely had a small breach, allowing a few minor demons to escape. The disciples here had clearly defined roles. The sword cultivators were solely responsible for hunting down the escaped demons, while the task of mending the cave was entrusted to those well-versed in array seals. Soon, Song Zhen joined the ranks of the hunters, with Qin Sun tagging along, treating the endeavor more like a leisurely outing than a serious task. Ji Fan observed the relaxed demeanor of Qin Sun, genuinely at a loss for words. Confronted by such a venerable senior, he found himself at a loss for words, uncertain whether to speak or to chastise, fearing that even a slight misstep would result in accusations of disrespect should his master learn of it. While engaged in her tasks, Song Zhen did not neglect to offer a treat to Qin Sun. She casually produced a packet of jerky and placed it into Qin Sun's hands, thoughtfully remarking, "I must attend to my work now. Please enjoy this in the meantime, and come find me once you have finished." Qin Sun, unreserved, began to indulge in the snack immediately. This dynamic between them had become second nature. However, the onlookers found it rather perplexing. Qin Sun appeared more akin to a child being sent off by an adult than a distinguished senior. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Xun could not help but let out a deep sigh. It was well known that one should refrain from fostering such attachments. Surely this girl had internalized those admonitions. After all, abstaining from food would not lead to death. What compelled her to be so considerate? The expressions of the several brothers and sisters bore an intricate complexity. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, Song Zhen turned to find her peers regarding her with a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. Was there something amiss on her face? Or did her attire seem inappropriate? Why did they regard her with such scrutinizing eyes? Qin Sun observed the unfolding interactions silently, finding the spectacle rather amusing. In the pursuit of hunting magical beasts and confronting demonic cultivators, Song Zhen exhibited a prowess that belied her novice status. Her cold and ruthless demeanor, coupled with the sight of the demon cultivator kneeling on the ground and pleading for mercy, would likely lead anyone to mistakenly switch their identities. "I beg you, spare me. I have just escaped, and I have yet to harm anyone." This woman, drenched in the stench of blood, had the audacity to claim innocence, as if she believed everyone else were blind. Song Zhen scrutinized the demon cultivator before him, feeling that something was amiss. Why was she not clad in dark attire? Why had she not adorned herself with heavy makeup? This demon cultivator was woefully unfit for her role. The female demon cultivator, kneeling there, resembled an ordinary girl, dressed in a clean, azure robe, and when she wept, she appeared utterly pitiful. Song Zhen directly voiced his confusion. "You are a demon cultivator, yet you do not adhere to the customary appearance of one. Where are your dark, sinister garments? Why do you not wear heavy makeup? You hardly resemble a villain in this guise. You are utterly unqualified for the role of a demon cultivator." The onlookers, anticipating her interrogation of the demon cultivator, were left bewildered. "What are you talking about, sister? What does it mean to dress according to the standards of a demon cultivator? What criteria define those standards? And what does it mean to be an unqualified demon cultivator? Your words suggest an alarming familiarity with this realm." The female demon cultivator, upon hearing this, momentarily forgot her tears. After years of being consumed by darkness, it was the first time she had encountered the notion of standards among demon cultivators. Furthermore, why would she adopt a similar style of dress and apply heavy makeup? Her carefully cultivated persona is that of a pitiable figure, designed to beguile others and disarm their suspicions, thereby facilitating her ulterior motives. It is a calculated strategy to present herself as a harmless, defenseless woman, thereby allaying any potential wariness. However, the female demonic cultivator harbored a secret delight, for Song Zhen's words could easily lead one to misconstrue her as a fellow demonic cultivator. Otherwise, why would he speak so knowledgeably of their standards? With her head bowed, the woman's eyes darted about as she uttered, "Esteemed immortal, I fail to comprehend what you mean by the standards of a demonic cultivator. Since you possess such familiarity with them, it suggests a predestined connection between us. If you would but spare me, I vow to refrain from further indiscriminate slaughter upon my release." Righteous cultivators may succumb to demonic influence, just as demonic cultivators may revert to the path of righteousness. These are matters of personal choice. The woman had now become firmly convinced that Song Zhen was a righteous cultivator who had once fallen to the demonic side, but had since returned to the light. However, no sooner had the woman finished speaking than Song Zhen pierced her heart with his sword. Chapter 119. Song Zhen. None understands torment better than I. Song Zhen's action caught the others completely off guard. It was executed with such decisive alacrity, devoid of any hesitation. One moment, she was pleading for her life, and the next, he had summarily dispatched her. Such ruthless and merciless behavior was undeniable. Observing his senior fellow apprentice's astonished gazes, Song Zhen wiped his sword clean and said with an innocent expression, "Why do you all stare at me so? Does she not deserve to die?" She proclaimed that she would never again indiscriminately take innocent lives, which implies that she had done so in the past. Moreover, her aura is steeped in bloodshed. And when she insists that she has never killed anyone, who could possibly believe her? Qin Sun, observing from the sidelines, was thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. Having spent considerable time with Song Zhen, he had grown increasingly aware of her decisive prowess. Were it not for the girl's curiosity regarding the so-called demonic cultivators, this woman would have had no opportunity to utter such trivialities. Song Zhen may appear naive, yet she possesses a profound understanding of certain matters and adheres to her own standards in evaluating them. Mu Siai gazed at the remnants of the demonic cultivator, now reduced to ash, and respectfully remarked to Song Zhen, "You truly are a heroine among women. I had thought you would spare this woman." After all, such occurrences are not unheard of. Some self-proclaimed benevolent cultivators delight in such foolishness. When a plea for mercy is uttered, they soften, believing the promise of no further bloodshed. After releasing the offender, they might even argue that to err is human, and as long as one acknowledges their faults, redemption is possible. When Mu Si first laid eyes on that individual, he deemed him a fool. To err is human, but one must consider whether the transgression is grave or minor. By so lightly releasing someone, do the lives lost at their hands not deserve justice? The troubling reality is that such fools abound, and even here, some remain soft-hearted. Each time they pursue these demonic cultivators, without exception, they are engaged in nefarious deeds. Their pleas for mercy are utterly untrustworthy. Indeed, their junior sister possesses a character of stark efficiency, dispatching foes with ruthless abandon. It is likely the woman scarcely registered the threat before her demise. Song Zhen, having meticulously cleansed her blade, returned it to its sheath, acknowledging she is not yet deserving of the title of heroine. Yet she is no fool, nor afflicted with undue sentimentality, to grant the woman clemency. Since Song Zhen's arrival, the efficacy of their company has more than doubled. Though abstaining from direct combat, Qin Sun diligently fulfills his role as guide. Song Zhen, no longer concealing her prowess, employs instantaneous translocation, cleaving through adversaries as if they were mere foliage. Particularly when encountering demonic beasts and rogue cultivators oppressing the populace, her strikes are delivered with unremitting severity. Before long, she was thoroughly stained with gore. Slay, slay, slay. Exterminate these villains entirely. They dared to implore me for mercy, audacious in their supplication. The corpses of their victims lay at their feet, yet they had the temerity to kneel and beg for leniency, truly shameless. Song Zhen, mirroring the methods by which the innocents perished, subjected the offending demonic beasts and rogue cultivators to agonizing deaths, embodying the principle of reciprocal justice. As a modern individual, acquainted with millennia of historical cruelty, she may not have wielded those tortures herself, but she has perused accounts and heard explications thereof. Methods to render life unbearable are manifold. The ingenuity of antiquity finds perfect expression in the realm of punitive measures. Witnessing Song Zhen mete out punishment upon the rogue cultivators with a visage of merciless delight, Ji-Fan felt a creeping sensation of unease. The little junior sister is truly terrifying. If an unfamiliar person were to witness this, they might not even discern who the true demon cultivator is. Qin Sun diligently plays the role of her atmospheric supporter. Regardless of what Song Zhen does, he wholeheartedly agrees and even offers strategies. The methods Song Zhen employs are already sufficiently cruel. Yet each suggestion from Qin Sun seems to escalate the torment into something even more barbaric. Observing this duo, Mu Si quietly remarked, "I suddenly feel that our little junior sister and the senior elder are quite well matched. Just look at their uncanny synergy. One slays while the other hands over the knife." Is such a connection common among ordinary individuals? Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the group. Though reluctant to admit it, they indeed perceived a peculiar compatibility between the two at this moment. Qin Sun resembled a treacherous minister delivering slanderous counsel, while Song Zhen embodied the gullible monarch. Swayed by deceit, the demon cultivators who fell victim to their machinations died without comprehending how there could exist individuals more ruthless than themselves. Moreover, this person dares to claim the title of righteous cultivator. What a mockery of the term. Among those captured by Song Zhen, one individual miraculously escaped. This chance for survival was bartered at the expense of a nearby companion. Their camaraderie was tenuous at best, as they were united solely by shared interests. Thus, betrayal had become a commonplace occurrence. One either betrayed others or was betrayed themselves. This demon cultivator, while fleeing, dared not pause for a moment's respite. He pressed on relentlessly until he arrived at a place he deemed safe enough to rest. On the road, he encountered other demonic cultivators. In a rare display of kindness, he shared the situation regarding Song Zhen with them, urging them to prepare early. However, they were utterly incredulous. Such individuals rarely trust others' words, as they themselves are steeped in deceit, believing that others are equally disingenuous, particularly when the interlocutor is also a demonic cultivator. As he observed the mocking expressions on their faces, they even suggested he had been rendered foolish by righteous cultivators. He shook his head, convinced that they were the true fools. His solitary act of goodwill was met with skepticism. If he were to encounter a ruthless little demon, he would bear no blame. Unbeknownst to him, Song Zhen had already been labeled a little demon in the eyes of the demonic cultivators. She was diligently attending to her duties. Although she was merely at the golden core stage, her speed was remarkable. In the realm of martial arts, swiftness is paramount. Even if she could not overpower her opponents, she could outlast them. Unless there was a significant disparity in strength, she had her senior brothers and sisters to rely on. When faced with an adversary of considerably greater prowess, she would let her seniors take the lead while she provided support from the sidelines. She was quite adept at delivering the finishing blow. Indeed, in the face of a formidable foe, her senior brothers and sisters charged ahead, and within a few strikes, she left the opponent utterly exposed, not even sparing them a pair of undergarments. When did these righteous cultivators become so shameless? Despite being a demonic cultivator, he still harbored a modicum of integrity and decency. Chapter 120. Song Zhen, more perverse than demonic cultivator Song Zhen. I am truly kind-hearted. In all these years, he had never encountered such brazen righteous cultivators. Moreover, these individuals are practitioners of the sword. Isn't it commonly said that sword cultivators are rather foolish? Yet, how do they appear foolish? Each of their techniques is remarkably insidious. Song Zhen glanced at his physique and even let out a lewd whistle, commenting, "Brother, your physique seems to lack exercise. At such a young age, you already possess some excess flesh." The demon cultivator hastily covered his belly, shouting in exasperation, "Have you no shame? Are you not a woman, staring so intently at a man's body?" Upon hearing this, the others quickly realized the situation, and Lu Xian hurriedly covered Song Zhen's eyes. "Close your eyes. This filth is not something you should behold. Quickly shut them." Song Zhen chuckled. "There's nothing particularly interesting to see. Looking a bit longer won't hurt." To be honest, this person's physique was indeed quite poor, indicative of insufficient physical activity and excessive indulgence in food. His little belly was hardly impressive, appearing rather diminutive. Lu Xian swiftly signaled to her fellow disciples to handle this individual promptly. The demon cultivator sensed that the situation was turning dire, so he disregarded everything else and attempted to flee. Unfortunately, his reaction time was dreadfully slow. In the next moment, he found himself in a dire predicament. Their brutal execution of the demon cultivator was witnessed by disciples from other sects, leaving them utterly astonished. Some individuals endure torment so profound that they find existence more unbearable than death itself. Upon being rescued, their thoughts are not of survival, but rather a longing for a release from their suffering. Each time they witness such scenes, an overwhelming sadness envelopes their hearts. When confronting the malevolent cultivators, one should employ their own methods against them. In the ensuing events, the approach was not merely to execute the malevolent cultivators. Rather, they were apprehended and gathered together, evaluated according to the severity of their crimes. Those whose hands were stained with less blood were granted a somewhat gentler fate, even in death. Observing Song Zhen, who gleefully tormented the malevolent cultivators, Ji Fan could not help but shudder. Thankfully, our junior sister is on our side. Had she been our adversary, I shudder to think of our misfortune. Now, I comprehend why Master instructed me to keep a close watch on her, ensuring she does not stray onto the path of darkness. The expressions on the faces of others were equally complex, each harboring a similar sense of relief. Qin Sun had now become an outright sycophant to Song Zhen, a once respected senior now stripped of all semblance of dignity, trailing behind her daily and concocting ludicrous schemes to torment the malevolent cultivators. Observing Qin Sun, who incessantly followed Song Zhen, Mu Xiai remarked, "Why do I feel as though the former is akin to a tyrant's enchanting consort?" Others, strangely enough, that sentiment does resonate. The two of them have now transformed into the most fearsome figures in the minds of the malevolent cultivators. In the end, they were begging for death, yet unable to die, suffering as they had inflicted upon the populace. Gently nudging one of the figures on the ground with her foot, Song Zhen murmured with a delicate tone, "Don't be so eager to die. Your time has not yet come." Upon hearing her words, the person on the ground trembled incessantly. Those imprisoned rarely survive beyond 3 days. Ultimately, Song Zhen found herself incapable of the cruelty they had displayed. After tormenting them briefly, she would often turn a blind eye, allowing them to end their own lives. It seemed that embracing the role of a fiend was not for everyone. Song Zhen still considered herself too benevolent. The demonic cultivators? Benevolent, you say? The world outside had become exceedingly perilous, unrecognizable from what they once knew. The righteous cultivators had descended into madness. Where once they dispatched their victims with swift efficiency, they now prolonged their suffering to the point of death. They shudder to imagine what awaited those who were captured. Do not venture out, I implore you. The righteous cultivators out there are lunatics. They are far more ruthless than we are. The newly emerged demonic cultivators, of course, paid no heed to his warnings, convinced that no truth could be found in the words of others. Demonic cultivators typically trusted only themselves. The one who had narrowly escaped, seeing that they did not believe him, said nothing more. If you do not believe me, then that is your fate. If you lose your life, do not blame me. With Song Zhen's involvement, everyone's tasks had become significantly easier. In less than a month, they had nearly dealt with the demonic cultivators in this region. As she gazed at the half-open demonic lair, Song Zhen was suddenly struck by a thought. Qin Sun, observing her expression, immediately discerned her intentions and cautioned. You mustn't act recklessly. If you do, I shall inform your senior brothers and sisters. You are currently only at the Golden Core stage, and while they can assist you outside, should you venture inside and encounter trouble, you might find yourself in dire straits without any inkling of how you perished. The demonic lair is the territory of others, and you are unfamiliar with the terrain and the circumstances within. To enter would be akin to courting death. Song Zhen replied, I was merely contemplating, not expressing a desire to enter. However, it is indeed exhausting to constantly capture individuals here and there. Perhaps I should simply remain here and wait for opportunities. Resolute in her decision, Song Zhen stationed herself beside the demonic lair. The moment anyone emerged, regardless of who they were, she would strike without hesitation. When one individual cautiously peeked out, their head was swiftly severed by Song Zhen, who callously tossed the severed head inside. Not far away, Lu Xian and her companions were left in stunned silence. Who exactly is the true demon here? Furthermore, how is it that our junior sister can remain so close to the demonic lair? None of them dared to approach too closely indeed. It should be quite relieving, albeit the term is yet to be coined. Song Zhen stood by, wielding a sword, ready to strike down anyone who dared to emerge. This audacious approach earned him a thumbs up from Qin Sun. This is exhilarating, Song Zhen exclaimed, likening it to a game of slicing watermelons. Is this not akin to slicing watermelons, one slice at a time? The demonic cultivators inside, noticing that no one had ventured out, began to fall, their curiosity propelling them forward, only to have a head tossed in from outside. While one instance might be deemed a coincidence, the subsequent occurrences were all too similar. As soon as a head peeked out, the owner vanished, and the head was lobbed back like a ball. Consequently, no one dared to step outside any longer. Who, after all, was guarding the entrance? They hesitated to peek outside, left in a state of exasperation within. After a considerable wait without any new arrivals, Song Zhen kinda called out, next, who's next? One might think she was in line to purchase something. Upon hearing her exuberant voice, the individuals inside instinctively took a significant step back. Who would this be outside? Who could remain unaffected so close to the den of demons? Some of the more timid souls retreated, resigning themselves to the notion that it would be prudent to stay put, realizing that stepping outside could cost them their lives. And they possessed but one life to spare. The resources outside were hardly appealing. Observing these feeble individuals, those with a firmer disposition hold them in utter disdain. At the slightest intimidation, they recoil, and it is no wonder that after all these years, they remained stagnant, showing no signs of progress. The adage fortune favors the bold rings true. If you do not strive for something greater, you shall remain as mere mud beneath your feet. After delivering this scathing remark, the speaker rushed out, only to be hurled back in moments later. Witnessing the transformation of someone who was just speaking to them into a lifeless corpse instilled even greater fear in the timid. They are indeed weak, yet they harbor a profound fear of death. Although they have been oppressed and bullied within, they still cling to the precious gift of life. They do not wish to become corpses before they even have a chance to escape. Within the depths of the abyss, Song Zhen has unwittingly become a legend. The number of those daring to approach the lair of darkness, seeking to flee, has dwindled significantly, with few brave souls willing to emerge. After several days of vigil, Song Zhen found herself growing increasingly exasperated. How long must this cowardly bunch linger? I have stood guard for days on end. Do you not owe me some measure of respect? Come forth at once, or I shall charge in after you. She has been sleeping on the ground here day in and day out, enduring hardships. Do they not comprehend her struggles? This is utterly outrageous. Even Ouyang, who brings them sustenance, now feels a twinge of pity for those trapped within. Is it too much to ask for you to remain within the delineated boundaries, rather than seeking trouble outside? Now that you have entangled yourself with such a little demon, I suppose it is only fitting that you reap what you have sown. As Song Zhen ate her meal, she carelessly tossed items into the container. Ouyang could only remain here for a brief moment. Lingering any longer would render him uncomfortable. Despite having guarded this place for several days, Song Zhen remained invigorated. Each day, her increasingly irritable voice caused the hearts of those inside to tremble more profoundly. Indeed, there are many formidable demon cultivators, yet they remain oblivious to Song Zhen's prowess outside, and no one is inclined to act as the vanguard. People invariably feel trepidation towards the unknown, especially when they perceive that it may be an even more monstrous entity than themselves. What if she were to enter? The timid and less powerful individuals have been utterly shaken over the past few days, while the stronger faction maintains a relatively composed demeanor, albeit with evident concern. To utter the words of entry undoubtedly signifies considerable strength. Although this woman's voice appears youthful, some ancient beings take pleasure in presenting themselves as youthful. One demon cultivator mustered the courage to shout outward, "You ancient hag, be gone." Song Zhen was already brimming with frustration from her vigil, and upon hearing someone insult her as an ancient hag, she nearly lost her composure and dashed inside. Fortunately, Qin Sun intervened, urging her to remain calm. Song Zhen exclaimed, "He called me an ancient hag. How dare he? I am so young, and yet he dares to insult me as an ancient hag." Song Zhen pointed at herself with a look of disbelief. She naturally appeared youthful, and indeed, her age was quite young. To her astonishment, she found herself being insulted as an old monster. Qin Sun reassured her, "Do not heed their words. They are merely speaking nonsense, attempting to provoke you." Song Zhen was well aware that those scoundrels were intentionally trying to rile her up. At that moment, she truly wished to charge in and deal with them all, eliminating any future troubles. Gazing at the small opening, a spark of inspiration flickered in Song Zhen's mind. The Talisman Masters had been enjoying the spectacle. To be frank, the recent events had been quite exhilarating. With the external demon cultivators nearly subdued, Song Zhen stood guard beside the demon lair, where none dared to emerge. Consequently, the tasks during these days had been particularly effortless. When Song Zhen approached them to request explosive talismans, they were momentarily taken aback. "We have plenty of these talismans, but are you certain you want them? The demon cultivators are not emerging. They would be of no use to you." With a mischievous grin, Song Zhen replied, "Who says they are useless? They hold great potential. If they do not come out, can I not throw them in?" Suddenly, the Talisman Masters understood. While they could not approach the demon lair, this young lady had taken charge of the situation. Thus, she truly could throw those talismans inside. Before long, they gathered every talisman they possessed that bore any offensive capability and handed them all to Song Zhen. "Ha ha! You are finished, my dear grandchildren." Chapter 121. Forcing the demonic cultivators to seal themselves in the abyss, the onlookers could not help but mourn for the demonic cultivators trapped within. Why could they not simply remain in their domain? Instead, they chose to emerge and cause chaos. A designated area had already been allocated for their habitation. How splendid it would have been for them to live harmoniously within. Now, they have unwittingly paved their own path to destruction. Song Zhen hurled talisman papers into the abyss, and with each explosion, her manic laughter echoed within the cavern. Ha ha ha! Perish, all of you perish. Qin Yuan also found amusement in the chaos, as the two unleashed a frenzy of talismans into the depths. Their laughter was particularly frenzied. If Qin Yuan had once maintained a semblance of normalcy, he was now entirely swept up in madness. Observing the two, one large and one small, engage in their wild antics, Ohua felt compelled to report this incident to their master. The little junior sister had gone mad, and now, even the esteemed Qin Yuan had succumbed to insanity. Fortunately, during their time in the sect, the junior sister had not been this unhinged. Otherwise, she might have obliterated a mountain in mere moments. The demonic cultivators within the abyss, initially gathered at the exit to spectate or await their chance to emerge, found themselves unwittingly sacrificing their lives for mere entertainment. They had captured numerous magical beasts, hoping to lead the charge, but before they could even unleash them, the creatures were reduced to mere pulp. Song Zhen did not merely toss talismans. She continuously summoned more talismans to be drawn. The talismans were depleting at an alarming rate, far too quickly to manage. Rather than idly spectating, it would be far more prudent to produce additional talismans for her use. The once idle talisman practitioners had suddenly become the second busiest individuals around. One might wonder who held the title of the busiest. Undoubtedly, it must be those two individuals stationed at the entrance of the demon's lair. Observe how fervently they are engrossed in their tasks. Who among those present could be more occupied? The demonic cultivators within the lair have been thrown into utter disarray by the explosion, and none dare approach the entrance even a single step. Escape is now the least of their concerns. Their paramount fear is that the fiend at the gate might enter. Indeed, they now perceive the outsiders as the true demons. Even as demonic cultivators, they have never exhibited such madness. Have the righteous cultivators outside ascended to such a state? Is it that their prolonged isolation has blinded them to the escalating lunacy and cruelty of the righteous cultivators? But now, mere survival, let alone escape, would be a boon. Gazing upon the piles of corpses at the entrance, all the demonic cultivators share but one aspiration: to find a means to seal off this chasm. It matters not if they cannot depart. Under no circumstances can they permit that demon to enter. Although it is generally impossible for anyone to enter, perhaps that minor fiend is no ordinary being. After all, while other cultivators cannot linger at the lair's entrance, she has remained there unscathed for days. Nay, this cannot continue any longer. A solution to seal off this chasm must be devised forthwith. A man of stature can yield when necessary. If we cannot depart this time, we shall await the next opportunity. Surely, this minor fiend will not stand guard here every time. Those demonic cultivators of higher cultivation levels are inwardly cursing incessantly. The dread of the unknown is the most unnerving. They are ignorant of how many individuals the righteous sects have dispatched to await them at the lair's entrance. The identity of the wild little devil at the door remains a mystery, yet her unrestrained laughter reveals a fearless disposition towards them. Such fearlessness indicates a high level of cultivation, suggesting that she harbors no fear of them whatsoever. Should this devil enter, their lair would transform into a cage, leaving them with no means of escape, destined to be slaughtered. Frankly, these demonic cultivators never anticipated descending to such depths. Previously, they reveled in the act of hunting others, relishing the sight of their victim's terror in the face of death. However, the irony now lies in their transformation into the prey, a sentiment that evokes a rather complex emotional response. Song Zhen swiftly exhausted her supply of talisman paper, yet her thirst for more remained unquenched. "Where is my talisman paper?" she inquired. Qin Sun replied, "You have used it all up. The tip of the brush is nearly sparking from the effort, and your pace is simply too rapid for us to keep up. You throw them in handfuls while we can only draw one at a time. It's obvious whose speed prevails." With a sigh of disappointment, Song Zhen then uttered a phrase that sent shivers down the spines of the demonic cultivators inside. Is there any way for me to get in? I believe in striking at the root of the problem, so allow me to eradicate it. Her tone was particularly fervent as she concluded her statement. The expressions of her senior brothers and sisters were beyond description. Lu Qian remarked with a complex expression, "Why do I feel as though her junior sister is increasingly resembling a demonic cultivator?" Ji Fan, indeed, when we accepted our junior sister into the sect, Master repeatedly instructed me to keep a close watch on her, ensuring she wouldn't stray onto a wicked path. I surmised he was aware of her inherent nature. Mu Ci, then you must keep a vigilant eye on her. It's truly terrifying. All their arduous efforts guarding this place for so long pale in comparison to the few days this girl has spent here. Primarily, they can't even approach the demon's lair. One wonders what unique constitution allows her to remain there for days without any ill effects. And look at her spirit, seemingly growing ever more invigorated. Song Zhen harbors no benevolence towards evildoers, adhering to the principle of eradicating evil at its roots. It's a common sentiment among our people. If we don't eliminate them entirely, they will regroup and return with a vengeance. As a saying goes online, when uprooting weeds, even an egg must be scrambled, lest it hatch into some vengeful tyrant. Quickly, devise a method for me to enter, Song Zhen implored, vigorously shaking Qin Sun's hand. Qin Sun was grateful he had assumed human form. Otherwise, his skeletal frame would have been shaken to pieces. There's no way. They can emerge because they were originally human, even if they're demonic cultivators. But the world inside the demon's lair is different from the outside. The spiritual energy is different, and there are restrictions here. I don't know how to get in. You can only wait for them to come out on their own. The barrier at this entrance is not something an ordinary individual can breach, designed specifically to prevent impulsive souls from recklessly rushing in. Young people, with their fervent spirits, are prone to act on impulse. Indeed, this girl is a prime example of that fervor. Upon hearing Song Zhen's helplessness, those inside collectively sighed in relief. It is better that they cannot enter. Let's be grateful to the one who established this barrier. The more adept practitioners of demonic arts have already begun devising methods to seal the entrance. Hurry up. Everyone must think of a solution. Those with books, quickly consult them. We must ensure this gateway is closed. The inhabitants of the demonic cave busied themselves. For the opening of this cave was not of their doing. Perhaps the barrier had weakened over time, leading to its inadvertent opening. For 3 consecutive days, Song Zhen endured, only to encounter a series of inconsequential magical beasts, with not a single demonic practitioner in sight. On the 4th day, she intended to toss talismans into the cave, only to find that she could not. A voice emerged from within, proclaiming, we're about to seal the demonic cave. Do not even think of entering. Song Zhen retorted, seal it? I did not consent to that. By what authority do you plan to close it? She continued, you coward, too afraid to come out. Do you wish to seal the cave? Are you not a man? If you are a man, come out at once. The voices from within responded defiantly. I will not come out. I refuse. If you have the courage, then come in. The 2 individuals engaged in a fierce exchange of insults, one unable to enter while the other could not emerge. Before long, the sounds from within ceased, indicating that the demonic cave had been securely sealed. The onlookers from various sects were filled with a complex mix of emotions. Who would have thought that this demonic lair would be sealed by the very practitioners of dark arts? It seemed unbelievable, yet this scene unfolded before their eyes. Once the cave was completely shut, the individuals inside erupted into jubilant cheers. Fortunately, I left behind a unique tome when I entered. Otherwise, this cave would never have been sealed. They awaited the next opportunity for the barrier to weaken, expressing disbelief that the demon lord could maintain his vigil indefinitely. These dark practitioners had brought a considerable amount of belongings when they were initially forced inside. Some had managed to preserve their possessions quite well, and there were even rare tomes thought to be lost to the outside world that remained with them. Meanwhile, Song Zhen, witnessing the sealed cave, felt a sense of bewilderment. Had it truly sealed so soon? She had only just arrived a few days prior, and had yet to fully unleash her potential. Qin Sun, having lived for many years, found himself witnessing such an extraordinary event for the first time. Indeed, it was no surprise that peculiar occurrences transpired in the presence of this girl. Lucien approached and pulled Song Zhen away. With the cave now sealed, there was little left to do. They had dealt with the rogue dark practitioners and magical beasts lurking outside, ensuring that the area was genuinely safe. Disciples from various sects hurriedly relayed the events here to their elders. How could such an extraordinary occurrence have transpired? Was this truly not the stuff of legends? That Song Zhen is truly remarkable. The Huan Yun Sect has indeed stumbled upon a treasure this time. The sect leader finds himself at a loss for words. Initially, he thought sending his young disciple was merely to bolster the numbers. Since she insisted on going, he acquiesced. However, he never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. To compel a demonic cultivator to this extent, there can surely be no one else like her in the entire realm. Song Zhen and the Huan Yun Sect have now achieved widespread renown. The disciples of the sect also performed exceptionally well this time. They are acutely aware of who deserves the greatest credit for their success. Despite her youth, they, as seniors, must not take advantage of her. It is only fitting that they leave behind some gifts as tokens of gratitude. Without Song Zhen, they could have remained trapped here for an indeterminate period, during which time the casualties could have escalated, posing even greater dangers. Perhaps the demonic cultivators would have seized this opportunity to swarm out. Though Song Zhen initially felt rather disheartened, her spirits lifted significantly upon encountering such treasures. Observing her avaricious demeanor, Mu Si playfully tapped her forehead and chided, "Must you be so lacking in dignity? We have never treated you poorly." They often presented her with their finest offerings, yet she still displayed such an unrefined attitude. As Mu Si spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Qin Sun, his gaze tinged with disapproval. Surely, that little girl must have taken her spoils to indulge some man. Qin Sun, however, gazed skyward, seemingly oblivious to his scrutiny. Upon their return to the Huan Yun Sect, they were met with the warmest of welcomes. "Greetings, Senior Qin Sun." The elders bowed respectfully before Qin Xuan, their faces brimming with excitement. This was indeed the legendary senior they had long revered, and they were genuinely astonished to find themselves alive to witness such an esteemed figure. The younger disciples were equally thrilled, especially those who had been devoted to this venerable elder. If Qin Xuan could transform into a human, could it be that the elders they revered could also assume human form? As Qin Xuan observed the elderly man bowing before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. "Please, no need for such formalities. Treat me as if I were invisible," he urged, fully aware that his appearance would elicit such a spectacle, which was precisely why he had hesitated to reveal himself. Despite his reassurances, the assembly remained tense and unable to relax. The sect leader spoke with utmost reverence. "Esteemed elder, I have prepared accommodations for you. I apologize for any previous inconveniences." Upon hearing this, Song Zhen's eyes widened in disbelief. "What inconveniences? Who is truly inconvenienced here?" She retorted, "Master, you cannot show such favoritism. I also wish to reside in the new quarters. Simply assign him my previous room. After all, he seems to favor it." The deep respect these individuals held for Qin Xuan was palpable, and Song Zhen was not inclined to indulge him. Her attitude towards the elder astonished the onlookers. The sect leader pulled Song Zhen aside and admonished her in hushed tones, "You must not be disrespectful to our esteemed elder." Frustration bubbled within Song Zhen, nearly causing her to roll her eyes. What did it mean to be disrespectful to an elder? This individual consumed her resources and relied on her. What harm was there in her being slightly impolite? Qin Sun chuckled and said, "It's nothing to worry about. My relationship with Song Zhen is not something that ordinary individuals can compare to. We are now good friends. If possible, please arrange for my room to be adjacent to hers." The sect leader replied, "But her room is next to mine." Nevertheless, since the esteemed senior has made such a request, it is no trouble to relinquish a room. He promptly instructed someone to make the arrangements. Chapter 122. The sect leader's lineage surely holds great treasures. Once word of this spread, representatives from various sects flocked to request an audience with Qin Sun. Reclining in his chair, Qin Sun instructed the sect leader to turn them away. "I am familiar with their ancestors, but I have no acquaintance with them. What is the purpose of their visit? Observing Qin Sun lounging without decorum in his seat, the sect leader had grown accustomed to this demeanor. In recent days, he had seen reflections of his own junior disciple in this venerable elder. Their behaviors were strikingly similar. Initially taken aback, he gradually became accustomed to it. Senior, the representatives from various sects have arrived at the foot of the mountain. Is it not somewhat inappropriate to dismiss them in such a manner? They have come bearing gifts. It seems rather rude to turn them away. However, such considerations were of little concern to Qin Sun. He was solely focused on his own comfort. Indifferent to the repercussions, he lounged further into his chair and languidly replied, "Just tell them that I am unwell and indisposed. Ask them to return another time." The sect leader, upon hearing this, wore a troubled expression. Indeed, a normal person is susceptible to illness. However, you are not an ordinary individual. Nonetheless, since Qin Sun has already expressed his views, he cannot continue to persuade further. The sect leader must address this matter, clarifying with those from other sects that they should not entertain notions of cultivating friendships. Qin Sun now finds himself spending 1 or 2 hours each day in the Grand Hall, listening to the elders report on various affairs, which is becoming increasingly tiresome for him. He is acutely aware that if these individuals discover his presence, he shall never find peace. It is not his responsibility to oversee these tasks, so why must he endure their incessant updates? Many have come seeking her, and she feigns an air of wisdom while conversing with others. It appears that her pretentious demeanor has led Ji Fan to genuinely fear the day she might be unmasked. Previously, there had been disdain for sword cultivators, who were perceived as lacking intellect and relying solely on brute force, regarded as less clever than their fellow practitioners. However, this perception has shifted, resulting in an increasing number of disciples wishing to pay their respects. Subtly, the sword sect seems to have gained an advantage over other sections. You must urgently inform your master to dissuade those individuals from reporting their affairs to me. Must I be regarded merely as a talisman? I am not involved in the management. Why should I be informed of these matters? Even before my ascension, I was not in charge of such affairs. I had no knowledge whatsoever, and previously did not take on disciples simply because I was unfit to guide them. The incidents occurring within the sect leave my mind in a state of utter confusion. Even the squabbles between 2 disciples require my attention. Let them fight it out. No one has been killed, after all. Song Zhen observed the visibly irritated Qin Sun and cheerfully remarked, "Elders, I merely wish to converse with you. If I do not speak of the happenings within the sect, what else is there to discuss? Do you possess any alternative common interests? Thus, I can only resort to these trifling matters." It was the first time Song Zhen had witnessed such warmth from the elders. Even those typically known for their stern demeanor appeared remarkably amiable in recent days. However, seeing Qin Sun's vexed expression, Song Zhen resolved to lend a hand, for he was an old friend with whom she had spent considerable time. It would be unfortunate to aggravate him further. The sect master found the situation rather amusing upon hearing of it. Yet, since the venerable elder had already made a statement, it was prudent to intervene, lest the elder truly consider leaving home. Such an event would represent a significant loss for their sect. With the sect master's involvement, the atmosphere had indeed calmed considerably. Recently, Song Zhen's cultivation had shown signs of loosening, suggesting an impending breakthrough. The sect master, along with her senior brothers and sisters, harbored considerable concern. While she herself indulged in daily pleasures without the slightest disruption to her life, creating an impression as though it were not she who was on the verge of advancement. Little junior sister, this is your own ascension, and it entails enduring the tribulation of thunder. Could you please pay a bit more attention? Ji Fan is on the verge of despair. His worries were twofold. Firstly, that his own cultivation had been nearly matched by a junior sister, and secondly, the fear that she might encounter peril. Each year, many succumb to death during the thunder tribulation. Numerous individuals begin with unwavering confidence, only to vanish midway through. Even with thorough preparations made in advance, one can never guarantee a promotion. Not being promoted could be considered fortunate. Far worse is the fear of losing one's very life. Some individuals remain trapped in their current realm, paralyzed by the dread of the impending tribulation. Observing the anxious expression on her senior brother's face, Song Zhen reassured him, "Rest assured, I shall be unharmed. This tribulation poses no threat to me. You need only watch. I am certain of my safety. She could be deemed a favored child of destiny. It would be quite pitiful if she were to perish in a lightning strike. Moreover, her mission remained unfulfilled to elevate the illusory cloud sword sect to the pinnacle of all sections. Presently, she had accomplished only half of this goal. Though the path of the illusory cloud sword sect had deviated somewhat, its current development was commendable. The sect's reputation had indeed soared. Just look at the influx of new disciples, which far exceeds previous numbers. Song Zhen had now assumed the role of a senior sister. Although many of her junior disciples were older than she, her status had nevertheless been established. Regardless of others' concerns, she remained unfazed by the impending tribulation. It was not until one fateful day, when dark clouds began to gather, that she sensed something amiss. Even when the sect leader and others rushed towards her, she was still peacefully asleep in her bed. As the storm clouds above reached their zenith, the sect leader nearly fainted in frustration at the sight of her slumbering form. "Wake her up! Someone, wake her up!" urged Hua and the others as they hastily roused Song Zhen from her slumber. When Song Zhen was apprehended, she had yet to fully awaken. The sect master personally assisted her in donning a specially crafted garment designed to mitigate a portion of the thunder tribulation's ferocity. Others adorned her with various treasures, not necessarily seeking a guaranteed advancement, but at least hoping to preserve her life. It was a mystery why they were so concerned for Song Zhen. Although she trained diligently, there lingered a perception that she was often lackadaisical, creating an impression of her cultivation being rather unstable. This notion was largely rooted in her deeply ingrained everyday demeanor. Once she was suitably attired, the sect master fervently bowed towards Qin Sun, imploring, "Senior, I beseech you, may you bless my little disciple to successfully transcend the thunder tribulation." Qin Sun, bemused, reflected on how this confident girl owed it to her secrets, genuinely believing that these people were worrying needlessly. As Song Zhen stepped outside and beheld the gathering storm clouds, she languidly yawned, exclaiming, "Let the tempest come with greater fury." In the next moment, a bolt of lightning struck down. The others were taken aback by her audacity. Could she truly be so reckless at such a moment? The sect master felt a surge of frustration clouding his mind. As the lightning struck repeatedly, hearts quaked in unison. Yet Qin Sun remained comfortably seated, savoring pastries. Song Zhen experienced a tingling sensation coursing through her body. It wasn't painful, merely a delightful numbness that she found strangely pleasant. Indeed, this golden finger proves to be remarkably useful. This time, the thunder tribulation lasted for half a day, drawing the attention of everyone in the sect. Such a grand spectacle of a thunder tribulation was unprecedented for them. It was merely a tribulation for a nascent soul stage. Yet it surpassed even the grandeur of ascension tribulations. As the thunderclouds dispersed, Song Zhen emerged completely unscathed, albeit with a rather ruffled demeanor. To their astonishment, she even cheerfully greeted everyone. Observing her nonchalant attitude, the onlookers were filled with complex emotions. When did confronting a thunder tribulation become so effortless? Could it be that the sect leader's lineage has acquired a new secret technique? The elders collectively turned their gaze towards the sect leader, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. The incident of Song Zhen overcoming the thunder tribulation created a significant stir. As the sword sect's confidence grew and its reputation soared, other sects found themselves increasingly anxious, yet powerless to respond. Their ancestors had already emerged. Even if there were no alternative methods, the presence of an ancestor at the helm made all the difference. Unless they could also summon their own ancestors, which they lacked the courage to do. Several sects at odds with the sword sect lived in constant trepidation. Previously, they had relied on their sect's strength to bully the disciples of the illusory cloud sword sect, who typically remained indifferent. However, the situation had now changed. It was not just the emergence of their ancestors that shifted the tides, but also the altered temperament of those disciples. Once indifferent, those disciples now carried a different disposition. However, the disciples now are truly vengeful, and each has grown wiser. Some disciples from various sects still fail to recognize the prevailing circumstances and attempt to deceive and bully others, only to be thoroughly dealt with. If this continues, the title of the greatest sect in the world will undoubtedly belong to the Illusion Cloud Sword Sect. This notion has taken root in the minds of many. In terms of strength, the Illusion Cloud Sword Sect indeed deserves the title of the foremost sect. However, previously, other sects were quite resentful, believing that the members of the Illusion Cloud Sword Sect lacked intellect. Possessing strength without wisdom equates to mere bravado, and thus, how could the Illusion Cloud Sword Sect possibly hold the title of the greatest sect? Yet, things have changed. They now possess both courage and strategy, leaving no grounds for criticism. Song Zhen believed that her task was only halfway complete, when in reality, she had already accomplished a significant portion. Given the current trajectory, it is merely a matter of time before the Illusion Cloud Sword Sect ascends to the pinnacle of sections. With fame comes greater responsibility, and the disciples of the Sword Sect are increasingly active beyond their confines. In the past, when common folk encountered troubles, they often sought help from other sects, only turning to them as a last resort. Yet now, they primarily seek the assistance of the Sword Sect. Although this keeps them busy, there's a shared sense of joy among them. However, Song Zhen is not particularly fond of descending the mountain. Previously, she relished the excursions down, but now she yearns for the comfort of rest at home. After all her exertions, what is wrong with taking a break? Living outside requires personal expenditure. While home offers a sense of ease, everything outside comes at a cost. Song Zhen has come to a definitive realization. She is indeed ill-suited for life outside. While the outside world offers a semblance of freedom, this liberty comes at a steep price. One must spend money on food and accommodation, and she is accompanied by a voracious consumer who is exceedingly particular about their sustenance and lodging. Life within the sect, however, is far more advantageous. Not only does she receive a monthly stipend, but she can also occasionally procure some pocket money from her master and senior disciples. She need not bear the burden of expenses, for should calamity strike, her master and seniors would readily support her. Qin Sun, observing her thrifty demeanor, disdainfully remarked, "As a young lady, could you not be more generous? You refuse to spend on this or that. What purpose does hoarding such wealth serve? Money is meant to be spent. Your mindset is simply untenable. You ought to learn from him. He spends freely when he has money. What utility is there in saving if you do not spend?" Despite his entreaties, Song Zhen remained impervious to persuasion. She steadfastly refused to part with her money. "I will not spend a dime. Your current needs are covered by the sect, so do not expect me to contribute financially. Men must learn to earn their own keep. My senior sister has advised against frivolously spending on men." Qin Sun found her obstinacy both amusing and exasperating. "Now you choose to invoke your senior sister's words, do you?" Before long, their disagreement over expenditures escalated into a heated argument, prompting them to summon the sect leader for arbitration. Caught between his little disciple and the esteemed elder of the sect, the leader felt his head nearly bursting from the cacophony. Neither side could articulate their grievances without entangling the other, leaving him to wonder why they could not seek the counsel of the other elders, who seemed equally unoccupied. In this entire sect, it seems that only Song Zhen would dare to engage in a quarrel with such a venerable elder. In the end, Qin Sun could not surpass Song Zhen in their debate. After all, he was someone who had been seasoned by the modern internet, possessing a vocabulary for argumentation that far exceeded that of the average individual. Observing Qin Sun storm out in a huff, Song Zhen smugly remarked, "When it comes to arguing, you are leagues behind me." Chapter 123. Song Zhen. "If you ban me, I shall transform everyone into my own." The ascendance of the Huan Yun Sect to the pinnacle of the martial world has become an irreversible trend. Yet, many sects still wish to struggle against their impending fate. Conveniently, Qin Sun was present as various sects commenced an array of competitions. As Song Zhen perused the multitude of martial contest lists that had been presented to him, he genuinely felt that these sects must have been quite idle. With such surplus funds to indulge in various contests, it would be far better for them to invest that money in enjoying their own lives. What could possibly be their reasoning? The mere thought of it pained Song Zhen's heart. The sheer number of competitions, the venues, the prize money, and a myriad of heavenly materials and treasures awarded. All of it amounted to a substantial sum. Were these individuals truly so affluent that they had no better use for their wealth? Qin Sun flipped through the register and shook his head, commenting, "These people's character is strikingly similar to that of their ancestors. They all revel in extravagance." The previous old-timers also had a penchant for flamboyant affairs, squandering vast sums without ever achieving anything of significance. Meanwhile, the sect leader beside them interjected, "Excuse me, do you two remember that I am still here?" The conversation between the two individuals seemed to render him non-existent, as if the decision to partake in this matter was solely the domain of the sect, a matter entirely of their own concern. With mere words exchanged, they swiftly resolved the issue, completely disregarding his involvement. This left him feeling rather insubstantial. Coughing lightly, he acknowledged, "Since Senior Qin believes we should participate, let us send a few representatives from our sect." The sect leader's voice sought to assert his presence. His sudden interjection startled Song Zhen. "Master, you are still here? I thought you had already departed," exclaimed Song Zhen. "I had assumed you had left long ago as well." "Your presence is rather diminished," Qin Sun remarked. The sect leader's eyes twitched, revealing his reluctance to engage further. How disheartening it was for the esteemed leader of a sect to feel so insignificant in their presence. These two individuals clearly did not regard him highly. The Huan Yun Sect resolved to send representatives, and it was imperative to select them wisely. All competition venues were hosted by others, and it was customary for participants to show some deference to the host. However, the disciples of the Sword Sect had never entertained such notions. In their eyes, every contest warranted their utmost effort, as this was the true mark of respect for their opponents. While it was intended for the disciples to extend the host some courtesy and not to be overly serious, given the current circumstances, it was perhaps best left unsaid. The younger disciples lacked worldly wisdom. Thus, it was likely that the opposing party would not hold them to stringent expectations. Those sects were all affluent, and even a trivial concession from them would suffice for the Sword Sect's sustenance for quite some time. Song Zhen had originally registered for the competition. However, she was filtered out. The organizers stated that everyone could participate, with the exception of Song Zhen. After all, they had witnessed her shameless tactics in the magic cave. While her methods were quite effective against demonic cultivators, they were less than favorable when directed towards their own kind. Song Zhen felt marginalized by their actions, questioning how they could behave in such a manner. This was blatant discrimination. How innocent and naive she was, yet they dared to label her as shameless, as if it were a mark against a young woman. It was they who lacked shame, although she was indifferent to matters of reputation. She understood the distinction between being shameless and being publicly branded as such. Mu Ci, with a flamboyant flourish of his fan, appeared exceedingly ostentatious. Both he and Lu Xianji Fan participated in the competition, while their senior and second senior brothers were too old to compete. Song Zhen remained angry. Since they refused her entry, she would partake in another manner. If they claimed she was shameless and that her tactics were excessive, then she would ensure that all disciples of the Sword Sect adopted even more outrageous methods. Without hesitation, Song Zhen set about gathering all her fellow disciples. She meticulously compiled an array of audacious strategies, convinced that there were only increasingly shameless tactics to discover, never a limit to their audacity. After all, the ultimate goal was victory. As they gazed at her compilation, the others regarded Song Zhen with an unusual expression. They understood that she was unpredictable, yet they never anticipated her to be so eccentric. The elder observed the wayward disciple, feeling a twinge of desire to intervene, yet unable to find a justifiable reason to do so. After all, the children merely wished to triumph. What was wrong with that? Who among them did not yearn for victory? Ultimately, he decided to refrain from interference, deeming their youthful antics as trivial matters that should not concern the elders. Little did the major sects realize the profound repercussions their competition against Song Zhen would entail. Although Song Zhen could not participate, she had the privilege of being an observer. After all, the disciples of the immortal sect were quite pleasing to the eye, and it was perfectly acceptable for her to admire handsome men and beautiful women. Qin Sun held a particular disdain for her affinity for aesthetics. "Here I am, a strikingly handsome man, lingering around you daily, yet you fail to appreciate me." instead seeking the company of others. Do those individuals possess a beauty that rivals mine? Qin Sun truly struggled to comprehend Song Zhen's perspective. She found certain individuals, who were merely somewhat attractive, to be exceedingly charming. She even romanticized the notion that everyone possesses their unique characteristics. Ignoring Qin Sun's envious remarks, Song Zhen remarked absent-mindedly while gazing at the beauties. Though they are indeed lovely, I have grown weary of their familiar faces. It is time to behold some fresh visages. Moreover, the soft and fragrant elder sisters are truly delightful. Look at that senior sister. Her ethereal beauty is simply stunning. And that other senior sister, her demeanor is so spirited and graceful. How lovely she is! The world would be utterly lacking without exquisite elder sisters. Their beauty adds immeasurable splendor to this realm. Chapter 124. We are here to conduct business, significant business. Song Zhen's expression, while admiring the beauties, was rather dazed and foolish. And Qin Sun truly did not wish to stand beside her, feeling embarrassed. However, Song Zhen remained unfazed by his disdain, cheerfully engaging in conversation with the various lovely ladies. Most responded to her with kindness, though a small fraction exhibited rather poor tempers. Nonetheless, it was understandable for beauties to possess a slight edge in temperament. Song Zhen's tolerance for such matters was notably generous, unable to bear witnessing her being scorned any longer. Qin Sun seized her during yet another of her attempts to approach a beauty. Do you have any awareness? They've already looked down on you so much, and yet you still approach them shamelessly. Where is your usual temperament? That woman had rolled her eyes at this fellow numerous times, and he appeared completely unfazed. Where was the fiery temper he usually displayed? Why was he so passive in the face of such disdain? Song Zhen lightly patted his hand and replied nonchalantly, "What is there to be angry about? It's merely a fleeting encounter. If we can greet each other, then so be it. If not, then that's fine too. Moreover, they will all eventually be defeated under the hands of my seniors and juniors. Why should I be upset with these vanquished foes?" Upon hearing her words, Qin Sun's irritation dissipated instantly. Indeed, this was her true nature, and it was precisely this disposition that felt right. Just then, the girl who had previously rolled her eyes at them approached. She was undeniably attractive, yet the spoiled expression on her face marred her beauty. Song Zhen sighed and shook her head, lamenting the unfortunate placement of such a countenance upon her visage. At present, she had no time to engage with this individual. She needed to witness the contests of her senior brothers and sisters and offer them her support. The woman had anticipated that Song Zhen would react with indignation and engage in a debate, yet to her astonishment, Song Zhen simply took Qin Sun by the hand and departed, not even casting a glance in her direction. The atmosphere around them was rather cacophonous, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Enraged, the woman stamped her foot, vowing to locate Song Zhen later and administer a proper reckoning. Although she had heard of Song Zhen's name, she had never seen her face and thus failed to recognize her. Song Zhen regarded this incident as a mere triviality, not allowing it to trouble her mind. The contests on the stage were already sufficiently captivating, leaving her no time to dwell on such minor matters. Various sects had presumed that by obstructing Song Zhen's participation, they could quell the tumultuous antics, yet they had sorely underestimated her. Witnessing their disciples' trousers being torn and their dignity compromised, their expressions darkened. Many were left embarrassed by the antics that unfolded, a stark contrast to their expectations. Meanwhile, the disciples of the sword sect reveled in their enjoyment, relishing a rare moment of exhilaration. The spectators below bore a myriad of complex expressions as they watched the sword sect's audacious exploits, many expressing relief that they had not chosen to participate. Otherwise, they would have faced the misfortune of humiliation themselves. As for those who had already engaged, well, they could only blame their ill fortune. In the span of a single day, the disciples of the sword sect imparted profound insights to all. That very evening, the elders of various sects convened in an emergency meeting, determined to prevent the continued rise of the illusory cloud sword sect. "We must expel them all. Expel them," exclaimed one elder, seething with anger and eager to oust every disciple of the sword sect. However, such a course of action would be unjustifiable. This elder recognized the stark transformation within the illusory Cloud Sword sect. It was no longer a group they could easily deceive. Now, everyone had become discerning, though it was unclear how they had developed such astuteness, as they all seemed to harbor ulterior motives. The elders sighed in unison, their sentiments trapped within. They could neither drive them away, nor chastise them, nor resort to violence. Were they truly destined to endure this humiliation? Perhaps we should engage in a candid discussion with the leader of the sword sect. We are all righteous sects after all. There is no need for such hostility. Indeed, if they are in need of funds, we can simply offer them the prize and send them on their way. I am curious to know how they have become so astute. Could they possibly share their methods with us? The elders of the various sects exchanged opinions, each harboring their own agendas. Some were concerned about preserving their dignity, while others sought to learn the art of cleverness. Regardless, the consensus was to first approach the leader of the illusory Cloud Sword sect and engage in a constructive dialogue. They possessed ample funds. If a monetary solution sufficed, then let it be so. The sect leader was taken aback by the unexpected windfall that had descended upon him. The following day, as he observed the elders from various major sects arriving, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. Had all these individuals come to confront him so early in the morning? Although he had anticipated such an event and prepared himself accordingly, their swift arrival was somewhat astonishing. With a calm demeanor, the sect leader waved his sleeves and declared, "I understand the purpose of your visit. Please speak plainly about your intentions." It appeared that their disciples had performed commendably outside, prompting these elders to converge upon him. The sect leader felt a mix of anxiety and delight. He was unafraid of physical confrontation, yet the possibility of these individuals employing underhanded tactics left him apprehensive. He realized he needed to summon some allies to ensure he outnumbered them at the very least. He discreetly communicated, and soon, all the elders from the Illusion Cloud Sword sect gathered. The sight of his sect's elders caused the other sect leaders to fear they might be ambushed in return. One elder, flustered, exclaimed, brother, we did not come seeking trouble. We are here to discuss business with you." Another quickly chimed in, yes. We are here to engage in a significant business deal." Discussing business? The elders of the Illusion Cloud Sword sect exchanged glances, taken aback by the notion that these individuals desired to negotiate with them. Did they not realize the sect's lack of acumen in commercial ventures? The sword sect had little experience in such affairs and possessed no other industries. In contrast, these cunning old foxes had a plethora of enterprises under their control, which explained their considerable wealth. The sword sect had once contemplated emulating their business practices, yet they regrettably lacked the requisite talent for such endeavors. "We have no business to discuss with you. If you have something to say, please be direct. If it were truly a matter of business, that would be one thing. But should these cunning old foxes have merely dug a pit for us to fall into, it would be best to avoid such dealings altogether." Chapter 125. They directly stole from someone's home. The elders of the various sects, upon witnessing this attitude, ceased their indirect approach and began to lament openly. "Your current level of cunning is truly excessive, and your minds are filled with malice. You ought to direct your guile toward more worthy pursuits, rather than employing it against us. The once pure atmosphere of the sword sect has been tainted by your disciples." The elders from the various sects spoke with a tone of profound despair. Yet, observing their plight, the elders of the sword sect felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction. These old fellows finally faced a day of reckoning. When they were once deceived, they would claim that cunning was a part of strength. But now, when the tables have turned, they find themselves unable to bear the weight of their own stratagems. The sect leader and the elders watched their lamentations, growing increasingly comforted by the sight. Indeed, there's a certain pleasure in deceiving others. However, some elders were eager to understand how their counterparts had come to this realization, how they had become so steeped in treachery. Perhaps it was merely a sudden awakening on their part. After enduring bullying for so long, resistance is inevitable. This is, after all, a consequence of your prior mistreatment of our disciples. The sect leader spoke with utmost seriousness, asserting that if you do not bully them, how could they possibly resist so fiercely? It is high time that you exercise some authority over your disciples, for it is unacceptable to continually prey upon the meek. My disciples are all of honest character. Naturally, if such honest individuals are subjected to bullying for too long, they will eventually devise means to protect themselves. The sect leader unequivocally placed the blame upon them, proclaiming that it is your oppression that has led us to this state. It is entirely your fault. The elders of the various sects found themselves rendered speechless, for the sect leader's words were indeed grounded in truth. In the past, the disciples of the Sword Sect had not been shy about bullying those beneath them. Although the Sword Sect's disciples possessed considerable strength, their straightforward nature often led them to act without subterfuge, and their simplicity rendered them easy targets. One elder from a particular sect sighed deeply, overwhelmed with regret. If you cannot prevail, it is solely due to your own lack of strength. You cannot blame others for this. And you are the ones who have coerced them into such a response. Thus, this group of elders, once brimming with bravado, departed in disgrace. Who could fault them for their retreat, given their past transgressions? Observing these old fellows scurry away, Elder Liu snorted derisively, remarking, "These old coots possess an astonishing audacity. They feel entitled to bully others while believing themselves beyond reproach." Another elder chimed in, "They have grown accustomed to their elevated status, bullying us at will. And when our disciples finally resist, they are utterly incapable of handling it." It appears that the disciples' transformation was indeed justified. Previously, their existence was stifled and filled with indignity. Their inherent kindness exploited. The negotiations on the elder side were remarkably successful, and Song Zhen's senior brothers and sisters also triumphed splendidly. "Ha ha, once again, my senior brothers and sisters have emerged victorious. Pay up, you have all lost." Song Zhen clutched an assortment of treasures, grinning from ear to ear. Qin Sun was nearly buried beneath the bounty she had amassed. On a contest platform, the disciples of the Sword Sect were engaged in a competition, while Song Zhen set up a stall beneath to place bets. Naturally, representatives from various sects favored their own disciples, and Song Zhen chose her own senior siblings. Confident in their abilities, the disciples from other sects looked on with a mix of envy and resignation, ultimately casting a mournful glance at their defeated peers. The defeated murmured, "You placed your bets without consulting us, and now you blame us for your losses." For several consecutive days, the disciples of the Sword Sect truly shone in this competition. Song Zhen reaped abundant rewards, but as time went on, it became increasingly difficult to exploit these naive bettors, for they too had wagered on the Sword Sect's disciples. No longer supporting their own, many had nearly lost everything, yet still clung to their allegiance. The elders of the organizing body were left bewildered. Their initial intent to suppress the Sword Sect had inadvertently led to its resplendent success. It was evident that this would elevate the Sword Sect's reputation significantly. After a fortnight of competitions, the elders of this sect joyfully bid farewell to the participants as the event concluded. "Hasten your departure. There truly remains little to salvage here." This group of disciples from the Sword Sect, despite their affluence, cannot shed their miserly nature, seeking to carry away every trinket within reach. Even a peculiarly shaped stone has caught their fancy, justified by their claim of lacking such items at home. Of course, they possess none. Their barren Sword Sect has seen many a large stone cleaved during practice. Observing the sect's gates closing before them, Song Zhen scoffed, lamenting they are exceedingly stingy, truly devoid of generosity. Was it merely a matter of taking a few extra items? Initially, they encouraged a free-for-all, urging one another to take whatever they desired without hesitation. Yet, once the possessions began to dwindle, regret swiftly followed. Furthermore, the items they appropriated were hardly valuable, merely stones, plants, and chairs. They are not lacking in discernment. They know better than to covet the precious. Chairs and stools are trifles to them, and taking a few more should pose no issue. Yet, it is astonishing that their parsimony extends even to these humble furnishings. They could scarcely tolerate the loss of a few additional chairs. Qin Sun glanced at the disciples of the Sword Sect, burdened with their spoils, laden with bundles of chairs and stools, and suddenly felt a pang of pity for the sect. One wonders if they still possess even a single chair within their hall. In truth, they do not. After the disciples' departure, the elders convened a grand assembly, seated upon the cold, hard floor, their plight appearing utterly desolate. The entire hall bore no trace of intact furnishings. Not a single chair or cabinet remained. All had been carted away. The issue lies in their previous boastfulness, allowing those trivial beings to take whatever they fancied. Now, however, they find themselves empty-handed. They have left untouched all the valuable items, opting instead for mundane chairs and stools, items of little worth but essential to their daily lives. In chapter 126, the new disciples exclaim, "We too wish to bring skeletons home for excavation." The ground is strewn with extraordinary treasures, none of which have been taken. Rather, the very shells that house these precious artifacts have been entirely removed. The sect leader remains incensed, still unable to compose himself. Thieves! They truly resemble a band of brigands. Have they no sense of shame? I was merely being polite, yet they took it to heart and acted with such outrageousness. Do they not comprehend the essence of courtesy? While they may understand it, for the disciples of the sword sect, your politeness signifies an opportunity for further gain. To pass up an advantage would be folly, especially since they openly invited it. As for dignity, it appears they have none to begin with. Have they gone out to procure goods? Yet, these items do not seem new. Could they be second-hand finds? While second-hand items may be cheaper, the sword sect does not seem to lack such possessions. Without waiting for the sect leader to inquire, Song Zhen cheerfully divulges the details. These chairs may hold little significance for them, yet they surpass the quality of our own. Our chairs lack any intricate designs, whereas these are adorned with exquisite patterns. Just look at the clouds and floral motifs. It is evident that the craftsmanship is extraordinary. Unlike the austere chairs of their sect, which were bare and unappealing, all the furnishings exuded an air of simplicity, hinting at a lack of wealth. Upon hearing her audacious remarks, both the sect leader and the elders could not help but applaud her boldness. What audacity! Truly remarkable! They believed it was high time to teach those hypocrites a lesson. Each time they witnessed the feigned sincerity of those old fellows, their fists itched with the urge to act. Song Zhen boldly selected 2 grand armchairs, which had been seized from the main hall, just moments before occupied by 2 elders. Meanwhile, Qin Sun opted for a soft couch. Why not choose a few more? After selecting the couch, he spied another item that caught his eye. He felt his room was rather empty, and this was a perfect opportunity to complete his furnishings. The remainder would be allocated among the various elders. Other sects, upon hearing of their plight, could only muster pity, perhaps with a hint of schadenfreude. Why bother with pleasantries with the disciples of the illusory cloud sword sect? They had previously been straightforward, disliking indirectness. Yet, now, with ulterior motives swirling within them, whether they chose to understand your words depended entirely on their whims. Was he this akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog and then asking the dog if it wanted to eat? Nevertheless, this experience also served as a lesson to the other sects, revealing that one must never be courteous in the presence of disciples from the sword sect. The reputation of the illusory cloud sword sect continued to grow, with the sect leader, elders, and senior brothers and sisters becoming increasingly occupied. Song Zhen had also taken on the responsibility of mentoring her junior disciples. The novice disciples, upon entering the practice grounds, were taken aback by the sight of a multitude of sunbathing skeletons. What peculiar tradition is this? Must one possess a skeleton to practice swordsmanship in this sect? Unsure and hesitant to inquire, they resolved to adhere to local customs. Since the sect did not provide skeletons, they would procure their own. They felt compelled to emulate their senior brothers and sisters, aspiring to learn from them. However, directly excavating from others' graves seemed rather inappropriate, so they shifted their focus to their own familial burial grounds. What? You require a skeleton? Have you not joined the illusory cloud sword sect? What purpose does a skeleton serve within such a righteous order? The parents, upon hearing their children's demands, were nearly aghast. They were convinced they had enrolled their offspring in a legitimate sect, not a sinister cult. Would a righteous sect truly seek skeletons? The young disciple earnestly addressed their parents. I do not know the purpose of a skeleton, but every senior possesses their own. They even bring their skeletons out to bask in the sun each day, dressing them in garments. As the child spoke, envy tinged their tone. Reflecting admiration for how well their seniors cared for their own skeletons, which gleamed with a jade-like luster. The parents, though perplexed by the necessity of a skeleton, decided to indulge their child's wishes, recognizing that there were indeed mentors available within the sect. Alas, finding a skeleton proved to be quite a challenge. It was unacceptable to unearth graves belonging to others. Thus, they resolved to search within their own burial grounds. However, those grounds were occupied by relatives and ancestors, prompting them to consult with a practitioner of the law sect prior to any excavation. The sects of Fa and Fu possessed the ability to communicate with the spirit world, enabling them to locate their relatives as long as those ancestors have yet to be reincarnated. The departed forebears, though bewildered, acquiesced to their descendants' claims, accepting the removal of their once-living forms as a mere formality. Within a few days, the new disciples acquired their own skeletal remains, following the guidance of their senior brothers and sisters to adorn their ancestors in a splendid manner. The forebears, in their confusion, pondered the identities of these unfamiliar skeletons, which appear to be nothing more than ordinary bones, devoid of any spiritual essence. Upon closer inspection, Song Zhen noted that some of the skeletal structures still bore remnants of unearthed soil. Qin Sun observed and remarked that these skeletons must have been interred just 3 days prior, and that they shared a bloodline with the new disciples. Such audacity was remarkable. No wonder they had collectively taken leave, each citing family matters. Did their parents truly endorse such actions? The younger disciples perceived nothing amiss, for their ancestors had given their consent. Observing the naivete of her junior colleagues, Song Zhen suddenly felt a constriction in her throat. Although she had traversed from a modern world, she realized her mindset was less progressive than that of the inhabitants here. After all, she could never fathom the act of exhuming her own family grave. Such an action was utterly sacrilegious. Throughout millennia of history, no one had ever dared to disturb their ancestral resting places. Indeed, the realm of cultivation is distinctly different from the ordinary world. Perhaps it was the pallor on Song Zhen's face that prompted a young disciple to explain, "You need not worry about the timing. All our parents have consented, as have our ancestors. We even consulted those who have yet to reincarnate, and it was only upon their agreement that we brought them here. Is this even a matter of consent? Never mind. Since they themselves see nothing amiss, she shall refrain from meddling in this trivial affair. One must respect each individual's preferences. As a broad-minded senior sister, she is committed to honoring the inclinations of her junior disciples." Equally astonished were the elders. They had already been faced with a peculiar group of disciples, and now another odd assembly had emerged, nearly overwhelming the elders. What kind of decorum is this? Where are the ancestors in this matter? They choose to emulate the worst instead of the best. Wouldn't it be wiser to learn from the good? The elder from a discipline hall, incensed, pounded his thigh in frustration, declaring that a new regulation must be established post-haste. Absolutely no private rearing of skeletons. If this continues, what will become of our sword sect? Should this not be curtailed, every disciple may soon possess a skeleton, leading outsiders to mistakenly believe they are practitioners of dark arts. Their reputation has already suffered immensely. "Master, you must take action regarding this matter," urged the other elders, agreeing that such antics should not persist. The sect leader gazed skyward, sighed, and replied, "Do you think this is something I can prevent at this juncture? Many of these disciples are your own. After all, you cannot control yourselves and wish to shift the blame onto me. Such an arrangement is far too convenient. It is precisely because you are unable to prevent this that you seek him out, is it not?" The elders, upon hearing this, looked to the heavens and then to the earth, as the truth of their intentions was laid bare. While it may be impossible to halt the unfolding events, given the situation has escalated to this point, a regulation must be firmly established to ensure that future disciples refrain from such misconduct. Visitors who came to the sword sect, gazing upon the rows of skeletons in the training ground, found the sight rather unsettling. Some even knelt and prostrated themselves before the remains, noting that the attire of these skeletal figures appeared far more opulent than that of the disciples. Confronted with such a peculiar scenario, they inquired of the disciples of the sword sect. However, the responses were uniformly baffling. They insisted that these were no ordinary skeletons, yet failed to elucidate further, leaving the visitors perplexed. Then why not enlighten us? How can we comprehend if you do not explain? Observing this spectacle within the sect, Song Zhen felt a pang of guilt towards her fellow disciples. Had she not initiated this peculiar trend, perhaps matters would not have spiraled to such an extent. Meanwhile, her own skeleton had transformed into a human, while her brothers and sisters still faced the reality of true bones. Lost in thought, she turned her gaze to Qin Sun, who was currently engaged in a struggle with a rack of ribs. He glanced up at her and remarked, "Why are you staring at me? If you don't eat, all these ribs will belong to me." With a disdainful glance, Song Zhen averted her eyes and replied with exasperation, "Go ahead, indulge yourself to the point of demise. I've noticed your appetite has truly grown insatiable. Where does all that food even go? Despite no longer being a living being, one still indulges in excessive consumption, which is truly wasteful." Qin Yuan remarked, "I partake in a sensation. Do you comprehend? His current existence is nothing short of blissful, with a private chamber adorned with the finest decorations from the sect. The elders occasionally bestow delightful gifts upon him, and anything he desires is promptly delivered. This is far more comfortable than the time spent under Song Zhen's care. However, there is a slight inconvenience. These individuals often seek his assistance with various matters. Why should he, no longer a living person, be burdened with such tasks? The Sword sect has undergone numerous leadership changes. Yet these individuals were perfectly capable of managing affairs when he was absent. It seems they have grown accustomed to his presence. Tiger Dezhuang and Hua Yao frequently visit to share meals, and the two little demons have become remarkably plump, particularly Tiger Dezhuang, who is now indistinguishable from a large orange cat. He once mocked the fox, yet here he finds himself following a similar path. Qin Yuan glanced at the now rotund tiger, and yes, it was indeed a bit overweight. Time to implement a diet and take him out for walks. His current indulgent lifestyle has contributed to this weight gain. Song Zhen wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, for indeed, they have been living too comfortably. In the Sword sect, disciples spend money freely, except when it comes to themselves. It is a perplexing habit. Hu Dazhuang remained oblivious to the impending nightmare that awaited him. By the time he realized it, he had already embarked on a true hellish existence. Song Zhen had not enjoyed a prolonged period of tranquility within the sect either. Her rapid ascension had inevitably attracted the attention of other sections. Consequently, a multitude of invitations flooded in, ostensibly to extend an invitation, but, in truth, to observe her. The sect leader was well aware of these old schemers' intentions and had no intention of allowing Song Zhen to accept their summons. Chapter 128. Sect Leader, please bring your list of enemies when you go out. Do not go. It is imperative that you refrain from accepting their invitation. Am I unaware of the designs of those old fellows? The sect leader feared that Song Zhen, in a moment of impulsiveness, might agree to their request. They perceived Song Zhen as an opportunity, eager to unravel the mysteries of her daily life and training, questioning how she had achieved such rapid advancement. Being treated as a mere spectacle was something the sect leader would never permit. Ouyang and the others were equally hesitant about Song Zhen attending. The intentions of men are often concealed. Who could predict whether those individuals might harbor malicious intentions? After all, the allure of her swift cultivation and promotion was immensely tempting. To be honest, had Song Zhen not been their junior sister, and had she not trained under their very noses, they too might have been inclined to investigate her. If they harbored such thoughts, one could only imagine the schemes of those with ulterior motives. In light of their master and senior brothers and sisters' concerns, Song Zhen found herself unperturbed by the idea of venturing out for a bit of amusement. Daily cultivation at home was, after all, rather monotonous. There were only so many intriguing happenings within the sect. Moreover, ever since the demon lair had been sealed, the likelihood of incidents occurring outside had diminished significantly. In the past, I often heard about incidents occurring in certain places that required attention, but recently, such news has become scarce. Regardless, the overall environment has significantly improved. Master, I believe it would be harmless for me to take a look. They wouldn't dare to act against me. Moreover, I plan to bring along Senior Qin Sun. If they harbor any ill intentions towards me, then let Senior Sun handle them. Song Zhen patted Qin Sun on the shoulder, prompting Qin's Sun to step back in disdain. What does it mean to let Senior Sun deal with them? Those individuals are hardly worth his effort, unless they truly wish to provoke the Huan Yun Sect. They would never dare to lay a finger on Song Zhen. In the past, the Huan Yun Sect might have considered such confrontations, but now they lack the audacity. Observing the confident demeanor of Song Zhen, the sect leader realized he could not dissuade her. His little disciple has always been resolute in her decisions. Since he could not stop her, he chose not to elaborate further. If you wish to go, then go, but ensure your safety. I will provide you with a list of individuals with whom our Huan Yun Sect has unsavory dealings. Just avoid provoking them. A list of unsavory individuals? They actually possess such a thing? It was the first time Ouyang and the others had heard of such a list. Why had their master never shown this level of concern for them on their outings? The group exchanged glances, clearly dissatisfied with the evident favoritism. Song Zhen was particularly intrigued by this list. Surely, the Huan Yun Sect cannot have many enemies. After all, according to the accounts of seniors and the descriptions from outsiders, the disciples of the Sword Sect have long been subjected to bullying. Moreover, when encountering perilous situations involving other cultivators, they would often lend a helping hand, which, in principle, should render them the benefactors of many. However, this notion swiftly dissipated upon her glance at the list. Gazing at the thick tome before her, Song Zhen swallowed hard and inquired in astonishment, "Is the list tucked within this book? Surely this cannot be the list itself. It must be impossible, absolutely impossible." The sect master replied, "What do you mean tucked within this book? This is the list itself. We have offended quite a number of individuals in the past. In our youth, a few elders and I tended to stir up trouble, leading to considerable chaos. Now that we are older, those we have wronged have aged as well. And many have taken on disciples who have been taught to harbor grievances against our sword sect. Consequently, the number of adversaries has increased, particularly due to those old fellows who have lived far too long and accumulated so many disciples. Had they not taken on so many, the list would be at least halved." At this point, the sect master expressed his dissatisfaction with a huff. Song Zhen remained silent, while O Hua and Ouyang exchanged glances, and Qin Sun struggled to contain his laughter. Indeed, every generation of Sword Sect disciples shares a certain resemblance. Irrespective of how many legacies have been passed down, certain traits remain unchanged. As Song Zhen leafed through the tome, each page was densely filled with names, though fortunately, a few had been crossed out. "Master, do these names marked with a cross signify that the individuals have perished?" The sect leader, "The names in red indeed indicate such, while those in black suggest otherwise. The black names denote a profound enmity towards us, and encountering them could pose a grave threat to one's life." The sect leader then pointed to a specific name and elaborated. "Take Liao Zhiqiao, for instance. In his youth, he aspired to join our sword sect, but was ultimately denied. Following this rejection, he became aggressive towards our disciples. I could not contain myself and retaliated against him. Since then, he has been scheming for revenge. Just a few days ago, I had to confront him once more." The tone of the sect leader was remarkably calm, as if discussing a mundane matter, such as dining or drinking. "Just a few days ago, you say? So, you have been embroiled in this conflict for years? It would be quite peculiar if he did not harbor resentment towards you." Noticing the peculiar expression on his disciple's face, the sect leader clarified, "This truly is not my fault. He always initiates the conflict. I am not one to act uncivilized. Just recently, he infiltrated our sect and even trespassed into my quarters, instigating the confrontation himself." There was a hint of grievance in the sect leader's voice as he recounted these events. He had not anticipated that this individual could hold a grudge for so long. It was merely a scuffle. He was not left incapacitated. Furthermore, had he not instigated the altercation, I would not have had to retaliate. Now that I am the sect leader, I typically refrain from physical confrontations. Yet, this individual truly deserves a reprimand. Regardless, it is prudent to maintain a distance from those who exhibit signs of hostility. Holding a hefty stack of rosters, Song Zhen suddenly felt a reluctance to venture outside. She was taken aback to discover that her master and the elders had accumulated such a multitude of adversaries. Every outing for her senior brothers and sisters was indeed fraught with peril. The thought of inadvertently crossing paths with the foes of the elders seemed exceedingly unfortunate. It was no wonder that so many harbored disdain for the Huan Yun Sect. She surmised that it was the misdeeds of her master and the elders that had incited such animosity. Previously, Song Zhen had pondered why others frequently sought to trouble the disciples of the Huan Yun Sect, but now everything appeared to have a clear origin. She had not anticipated that her master and the elders had once been so unruly in their youth. Chapter 129. Distinctive disciples of the Sword Sect. After departing from the sect, Song Zhen studied the substantial tome while on her journey. The more she perused, the more she admired the prowess of her master and the elders, who had managed to offend so many individuals. Offending such a multitude is not an ordinary feat. After all, how could an average person cultivate so many enmities? Curiously, she inquired of Qin's son, before your ascension, you must have had numerous adversaries as well. Did the former sect leaders and elders also revel in making enemies? In her understanding, the disciples of the Sword Sect were known for their integrity. It seemed implausible that they would intentionally offend so many. Furthermore, even if they did offend someone, it would invariably be a consequence of the other's misdeeds. And it was inconceivable that they would strike first. Such honest disciples of the Sword Sect could hardly be expected to provoke others. Qin Sun took the booklet from her hands, flipped through its pages, and shook her head, saying, "Your master and these elders are truly lacking. They have managed to offend such a small number of people. It seems they did not strive hard enough in their youth." Song Zhen glanced at the thick volume, resembling a brick, and found it difficult to discern whether Qin Sun was speaking earnestly or mocking them. Is this truly just a small number of people? Qin Sun continued. The individuals I offended back then could fill 3 such volumes, not to mention those esteemed elders. Do you genuinely believe that disciples of the Sword Sect are exceptionally docile? If so, you are gravely mistaken. It is impossible to have expanded the sect to such a scale through sheer honesty. Nor could the Huan Yun Sect remain resilient after so many years. Do not underestimate the intellect of the Sword Sect disciples. They merely prefer to be idle. If they were truly devoid of wit, the Huan Yun Sect would have long since perished, devoured by others. The other sects are not inept. If you lack any merit, would they ever choose to retain you? While the Sword Sect may be impoverished, the wealth of its long-standing heritage still harbors numerous hidden treasures. The reluctance to offend stems not only from strength, but surely from other considerations as well. After all, possessing only strength without intellect makes one susceptible to exploitation. Song Zhen was left speechless, realizing that her understanding over the years had been misguided. Was the portrayal of sword cultivators in novels and dramas as simple-minded, yet physically strong, also erroneous? Every time she observed her senior brothers and sisters greeting her with cheerful smiles, they would often share tales of their experiences outside, recounting the peculiar individuals they encountered and the attempts made to bully them. This led her to believe that the disciples of the Sword Sect were perpetually the victims of such encounters. Little did she realize the reality was far from her assumptions. Oh dear. So, it turns out that a group of cunning old foxes has been pretending to be innocent all along, deceiving her for such a long time. Song Zhen suddenly felt her naivety. It was she who was the most innocent among them. After all these years, these individuals had certainly not lived in vain. How could a mere youth of her tender years compete with a group of foxes seasoned by centuries of existence? Witnessing Song Zhen's apparent disillusionment, Qin Sun chuckled and ruffled her hair, saying, "Why are you so astonished? Isn't this a good thing? Your fellow disciples are clever. Isn't that a blessing?" In truth, what her brothers and sisters conveyed was not entirely false. They indeed faced manipulation in the outside world, but such instances were trivial matters. They preferred not to expend energy on minor grievances, for when it came to significant issues, they were never befuddled. The guiding principle of our Sword Sect is precisely this. Enduring minor losses is acceptable, yet substantial losses are entirely unacceptable. Small losses provide lessons and broaden one's understanding, but significant losses are intolerable. In the realm of cultivators, who isn't a cunning old fox, compared to other sects, the Sword Sect remains relatively untainted. Song Zhen let out a couple of half-hearted chuckles, suppressing her urge to roll her eyes, for not a single word spoken by him seemed credible to her now. Throughout this journey, Qin Sun recounted numerous tales of the Sword Sect. Each narrative served to reshape Song Zhen's worldview, allowing her to gain a deeper understanding of what it means to be a disciple of the Sword Sect. As she listened, a surprising sense of satisfaction emerged within her, accompanied by a hint of pride. Is it not a virtue to possess intelligence? It is even more commendable when one's kin are astute. After all, who does not accumulate enmity in such a world? In the realm of cultivation, one cannot escape the web of rivalries. This is inherently a world governed by the law of the jungle. The stronger one becomes, the more envy and jealousy one attracts, while the weaker one is, the more one becomes a target for bullying. Ultimately, enmity is unavoidable. As long as one possesses sufficient strength to safeguard oneself, that is all that truly matters. Meanwhile, the leaders and elders of several other sects awaited Song Zhen's arrival with great anticipation. They had already gathered considerable insights about her. A youthful prodigy with exceptional talent and a rather unconventional disposition, distinctly different from their preconceived notions of Sword Sect disciples. However, the current disciples of the Sword Sect had also evolved beyond their former identities. The leaders and elders of the Lost Sect held a favorable impression of Song Zhen, their expressions reflecting the utmost benevolence. Why has she not arrived yet? One elder fidgeted restlessly. His presence here was driven by a desire to comprehend the path to advancement, as he had been stagnating at his current level for an extended period. Should he fail to ascend soon, he would face the inevitability of his demise. There remained countless endeavors he wished to pursue, and his disciples were yet to be fully nurtured. He had not yet lived his life to the fullest. Therefore, he could not simply resign himself to fate. Many share similar sentiments, and some even harbor exceedingly dark thoughts. Were it not for Song Zhen's backing from a Sword Sect, she would indeed find herself in perilous circumstances. No one can predict the actions of those with such sinister intentions. By the time Song Zhen arrived, night had already fallen, and Qin Sun was the first to sense the number of individuals within and their respective realms. It appeared that, apart from the Sword Sect, the leaders and elders of various major sects had also gathered. With ease, Song Zhen pushed the door open and entered, greeting the esteemed figures with a cheerful disposition. Good evening, everyone. Have you all had dinner? Perhaps we could dine together before engaging in conversation? The leader of the Lost Sect joyfully arranged a table of food for her, assuring her, no rush, take your time to eat first. Song Zhen appreciated the congenial nature of the Lost Sect elder, for among this assembly, only the members of the Lost Sect appeared friendly and approachable. The others either bore serious expressions or exuded a sense of darkness, their faces and eyes reflecting calculated intent. The world of cultivation truly is a tangled web of mixed characters, yet the facade of peace was somehow maintained. Song Zhen's appetite remained unaffected by the presence of these individuals, and Qin Sun quickly followed suit, indulging in the feast. Chapter 130. The seal of the Sword Sect disciple is unlocked. Others did not recognize Qin Sun much, as he was merely an ordinary disciple accompanying Song Zhen. While Song Zhen and Qin Sun enjoyed their meal heartily, the others began to fidget uneasily. They would have deemed it normal if Song Zhen had displayed caution and tension. If Song Zhen were to display an air of ease and comfort as she does now, it would undoubtedly strike them as peculiar. Observing Song Zhen relish her meal, one elder could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Nephew, I trust you are aware of the purpose of our summons. Surely, matters that benefit the cultivation world should not be kept from us." Ah, he even elevated the topic to such heights. This individual possesses a modicum of intellect. Song Zhen raised an eyebrow and nonchalantly replied, "Esteemed elder, must we elevate the discussion to such lofty levels? I am already present. Do you truly believe I would engage in any underhanded schemes? To speak candidly, it may simply be a matter of personal aptitude. My talent is exceptional. Thus my progression in cultivation is swift. If I were to possess any secrets, I would certainly divulge them first to the elders and disciples of our own sect. As you can see, those within our sect diligently pursue their cultivation, are they not?" Song Zhen indeed yearned to devise a method to enhance cultivation and ascend to higher realms. Yet the truth is she had none. If she had such a method, Her foremost intention would be to arm her sword sect. Upon hearing her words, the elder perceived them as mere excuses. Nephew, your excuse appears rather insipid. If you are unwilling to speak, simply admit it. There is no need for such a feeble pretext. Song Zhen shrugged and replied, well, since you do not believe me, I'm at a loss. However, the leader of the law sect possessed a profound trust in Song Zhen, as he understood her better than the others did. Since there are no longer any secrets, there is no need for them to linger here, wasting their time. The head of the FA sect, accompanied by the elders, rose to depart. Now that everything has been said, it is time for us to leave. Nephew, why not join us? Your fellow disciples have been missing you. It will be an opportune moment for you to engage in some sparring with them. Since we have already arrived and fulfilled our appointment, I shall take my leave now. Farewell. The other sect leaders and elders murmured among themselves. Did you come here merely for a dinner? It was inconceivable that Song Zhen would be allowed to depart so easily. They were well aware of the unique relationship between the sword sect and the FA sect, which often engaged in exchanges. Thus, the head of the FA sect inviting Song Zhen to their domain was perceived as an indication of clandestine discussions, perhaps regarding cultivation secrets. One audacious sect leader boldly stated, "It has been quite some time since we visited the FA sect. Would the head be inclined to allow us to accompany you?" The head of the FA sect smiled gently. Of course, you are all welcome. Throughout the journey, everyone harbored their own thoughts. Yet only Song Zhen and Qin Sun shared a meal, which they even packed to enjoy along the way, their chatter never ceasing. If they were to visit the FA sect for leisure, they indeed intended to do just that. Upon arriving at the FA sect, Song Zhen was promptly enlisted as a sparring partner, as the fervent cultivators were eager to push her to her limits. Wherever Song Zhen went, that entourage of sect leaders and elders trailed behind her, like devoted shadows. Song Zhen allowed them to accompany her, as long as it did not disrupt her daily life. Song Zhen spent an enriching fortnight in the law sect, where her role as a sparring partner was executed with remarkable dedication, leaving no room for rest. Even Qin Sun nearly succumbed to the relentless demands of those fervent practitioners. Song Zhen remarked, "Everyone claims that the disciples of the sword sect are the true training fanatics. But I believe the disciples of the law sect embody that title far more genuinely. Do they not experience fatigue at all?" She continued, "Oh my, yet another grand secret. Our sword sect seems to produce an abundance of talent across various fields. It feels as though there is a prodigious individual from our sect in every profession. Among the disciples who have ventured forth from the sword sect, some have ascended to the thrones of emperors, others have become prime ministers, and some have amassed great wealth. Yet, there are also those who have chosen the monastic path and now practice the laws of cultivation. Is our sword sect truly a nexus of extraordinary talent?" Qin Sun replied, "It has always been this way. The sword sect indeed harbors the most talent. Although many do not often engage their intellect when they do, each possesses a wealth of cunning. Do not presume that you have led them astray. Their inherent nature is simply that way, merely previously restrained. You have only peeled back a layer of their restraint. Those who emerge from the sword sect have completely torn asunder their bindings. The sword sect has undeniably contributed a significant number of talented individuals across all professions." Song Zhen pondered, "So, am I performing a noble deed or a malevolent one?" The stability of the sword sect is greatly tied to the members' reluctance to engage in excessive scheming. What if, upon awakening their intellect, they begin to indulge in intrigue and deception? If the scheming truly begins, causing turmoil within the sect, she would become a grave sinner, a burden of guilt too heavy for her to bear. QNXN, perceiving her expression, remarked with a hint of disdain, "Is your courage so feeble? This is undoubtedly a favorable development. Who does not appreciate a bit of cleverness? Who does not desire a nimble mind? It is merely that they have been oblivious to it until now. As for your concerns, they are entirely unfounded. Every beginning has an end. No matter how grand a sect may be, there will inevitably come a day of desolation, whether it is due to your actions or those of another. Furthermore, why dwell on the possibility of unfavorable outcomes? What if it turns out to be a blessing instead? Having embarked on the path of immortality, why do your thoughts remain so antiquated? Liberate your mind a little, Do not confine yourself to such a small space. Chapter 131. The sect rules expanded by several volumes listening to Qnxn's words. N found herself perplexed, questioning who truly embodies the spirit of modernity. An ancient individual from the realm of cultivation dares to claim that her thinking is not progressive? Zhn's mind was in a whirl. Qnxn's assertions had completely reshaped her worldview. Indeed, the sword sect produces remarkable talents. The saying silent until suddenly astonishing aptly describes their disciples. Although the sect leaders and elders had not uncovered any secrets within Shn, they still sought to reap a small advantage. The development of the illusory cloud sword sect is not as splendid as one might think. Their disciples, though formidable, are burdened by the adage that greater ability entails greater responsibility. Since they possess such prowess, they must shoulder more obligations. Whenever faced with challenging circumstances, they readily evade responsibility. And when evasion proves impossible, they resort to crafting excuses to maintain the facade of the sword sect. Song Zhen was utterly taken aback by the shamelessness of these individuals. How could they possess such audacity? As members of a righteous sect, their pettiness is quite unbecoming. It is no wonder that these narrow-minded individuals, who hold the esteemed positions of sect leaders and elders, fail to foster the growth of their own sections. When the shepherd's roots are crooked, how can one expect the flock to flourish? Song Zhen was incensed, yet the sect leader remained unfazed, greeting each day with a cheerful demeanor, seemingly in high spirits. Confounded by her master's lack of anger, Song Zhen inquired, "Master, we have been so thoroughly bullied. Are you truly not the least bit upset?" The actions of these individuals were so egregious, it was as if they were defecating upon their heads. Meanwhile, her fellow disciples were tirelessly undertaking missions. Busier than even a pack mule, the other sects truly treated them like beasts of burden. The sect leader stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "They believe they are bullying us, but they are gravely mistaken. Although all these chaotic matters have fallen upon our shoulders, they undoubtedly serve to enhance our reputation. Step outside and observe. When the term disciples of the immortal sect is mentioned, the first thought that springs to mind is our esteemed sword sect. Our reputation now far surpasses that of other sections. The common folk possess straightforward minds. They remember those who genuinely assist them. Acquiring rare treasures from the heavens and earth truly depends on fortune. Perhaps they have recently performed an abundance of good deeds, and the heavens seek to reward them. The sect leader hopes that such occurrences will persist a while longer, allowing those old-timers to react more slowly. However, given their cunning nature, it is likely that they will soon uncover the truth. Song Zhen had not anticipated this shift in perspective. It appears they have indeed profited. She feels as though she has accomplished little, yet is nearing her goal. In truth, she had prepared herself for a prolonged struggle. Understanding the immense difficulty of establishing a sect as the preeminent force in the world. While she harbors confidence, her original plan was to progress gradually, reassured by the longevity of her life. She thought she could simply endure the process. Yet, she did not expect the journey to be so unexpectedly smooth. It is almost unbelievable. However, she is reluctant to ascend too soon. For the sect to become the greatest in the world would mark the beginning of her enjoyment, and ascending at this juncture would be disadvantageous. Moreover, all the individuals she knows reside in this realm. The only acquaintance she has above is Qin's son, who seems rather unreliable. Recently, he has been out and about, mingling with the crowds, although she remains puzzled as to what excitement there is to be found outside. When those disciples beheld the legendary elder accompanying them as they ventured forth, they initially felt a swell of excitement. However, upon witnessing this esteemed figure applauding and cheering while they endured a beating, their spirits soured considerably. It is one thing to refrain from offering assistance, but to stand by and cheer for the adversary is quite another. Consequently, their initial enthusiasm for his presence waned, and they began to avoid him. The reason for Qin Sun's reluctance to intervene was rather straightforward. He declared, "I no longer belong to this world, hence I cannot meddle in its affairs at will. Moreover, I have faith in your ability to prevail, so whether I intervene or not, the outcome remains unchanged." The disciples were left with exceedingly mixed emotions, grappling with the notion that the result would be the same regardless of his involvement. While victory was indeed within their grasp, the distinction between achieving it effortlessly and enduring a thrashing first was significant, to say the least. Initially, they envied Song Zhen for having such an elder by her side, someone to whom she could pose questions whenever uncertainties arose. However, they soon comprehended the source of her agitation towards Qin Sun, who could remain calm in such circumstances. Qin Sun's ability to infuriate was truly unparalleled. It was perplexing that none of their prior readings had captured this aspect. In the absence of Qin Sun's interference, Song Zhen found herself thriving in her own space. Her current days were marked by leisure, as she devoted her time to personal cultivation and occasionally mentoring her junior disciples. Though her juniors were undeniably endearing, they could be quite vexing at times. Song Zhen approached Lu Xian to vent about the younger disciples. Upon hearing her words, Lu Xian was filled with disbelief. They considered themselves irksome? Did she not realize how infuriating she had been at that time? Compared to her, their antics were mere trifles. Song Zhen scratched her head, quietly defending herself. Not really. I remember being quite obedient. She recalled never having committed any violations of sect regulations. Lu Xian chuckled dryly, her tone laced with sarcasm. You may not have breached the rules, but you are one of their architects. Since your arrival, our regulations have multiplied significantly. It had been ages since their sect's rules had changed, yet this individual had managed to break the mold. Song Zhen looked skyward, feeling that it was not her fault. The sect's regulations were simply incomplete. Sensing Lu Xian's frosty demeanor, Song Zhen decided it prudent to take her leave. Senior sister, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be on my way. Do take care. She feared that lingering would lead to trouble. With an increase in regulations, there naturally came a rise in disciples who infringed upon them. The law enforcement hall had never known a moment of rest, and as the chief officer, Lu Xian was perpetually busy. Chapter 132. I thank your 18 generations of ancestors currently. The most bustling location within the sword sect was the training ground. Song Zhen derived immense pleasure from watching her junior brothers and sisters spar. From monkey stealing peaches to fishing for the moon beneath the water, a myriad of techniques unfolded before her eyes. Each time she witnessed these moves, she felt an overwhelming sense of propriety in her own conduct. Indeed, the student surpasses the master, and I am truly a paragon of the righteous sect, an exemplar of proper discipleship. Previously, Song Zhen considered her techniques rather unscrupulous, yet her perspective has entirely shifted, for she now perceives that the skills of her fellow disciples are even more dubious. Upon hearing her self-assessment, Qin Sun scratched his forehead in bewilderment and remarked, "You're not feverish, yet you speak such nonsense? How can you claim to be an exemplar of righteous discipleship? Have you forgotten who has fostered this wave of impropriety?" Qin Sun, though not particularly virtuous himself, felt a sense of purity when compared to these disciples. He recalled how he, too, had often faced scorn for being shameless and employing cunning techniques. It would serve those old-timers well to witness the current state of the sword sect's disciples. In contrast to these individuals, he would be seen as the embodiment of integrity. Why am I not considered a model disciple of the righteous path? My younger brothers and sisters idolize me, Song Zhen declared with immense pride. Her popularity was not mere bluster. She ranked highest among the new generation of disciples. Soon, she would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the sect. The more she contemplated, the more elated she became, her smile stretching almost to the back of her head. Qin Sun shook his head and sighed. She has truly lost her bearings. Despite her exuberant nature, Song Zhen remained committed to her junior disciples. Her cultivation had progressed at an accelerated pace compared to her prior training, and indeed, by teaching others, she became more mindful of her own practices. This explains why some individuals struggle to absorb knowledge during their self-study, yet experience a remarkable surge in their learning pace once they assume the role of a mentor to others. Song Zhen exemplifies such a person. However, her rapid advancement in cultivation has raised concerns among the sect leader and elders about potential issues arising from her haste. Accelerated progress can easily lead to an unstable realm. And an unstable realm can adversely affect one's state of mind. When the mind falters, one risks falling into demonic paths. Such a promising talent is not something they wish to see descend into darkness. Therefore, they earnestly urge Song Zhen to stabilize her realm and refrain from pursuing swiftness at all costs. In light of this, the sect convened a grand assembly. Practitioners of their path must not only cultivate their bodies, but also nurture their hearts, which is why they frequently seek experiences in the world beyond. Engaging with the vicissitudes of life and witnessing the cycles of life and death prove beneficial to their growth. Since joining the sect, Song Zhen has seldom ventured out for such experiences. Thus, the leader and elders have insisted that she earnestly undertake a period of practical training outside. They encourage her to explore the world for several years and to witness the vibrancy of life. Song Zhen protested vehemently upon receiving this news, exclaiming, "Must you drive me away again? Why do you always wish to send me outside?" She argued that venturing out incurs expenses, although she is not currently lacking in funds. Who does not prefer to see their savings grow? Furthermore, the likelihood of encountering eccentricities in the world is exceedingly high, and she genuinely feels it unnecessary to endure such trials. She also wonders if this world has its own share of peculiar challenges. Observing Song Zhen's face full of protest, the sect leader sighed and gently advised, "Song Zhen, we do this for your own good. Your ascension has been exceedingly rapid. While this may seem favorable, it carries its own perils. In the past, there have been those in the cultivation world who advanced swiftly, yet many of them fell into madness. We certainly do not wish for you to become one of them. If you do not venture into the mortal realm, how will you grasp the essence of human emotions? How can you truly perceive the complexities of human feelings? Without such experiences, even if your cultivation progresses at an astonishing pace, you will inevitably face consequences in the end." The sect leader, having traveled extensively in his youth, forged bonds with brothers and friends, and even experienced affections for female cultivators. It was precisely through these myriad experiences that he could now approach various challenges with such composure. Song Zhen was still too young. Her age and mindset could not withstand the weight of her elevated cultivation. An unstable mentality combined with high cultivation could easily lead to calamity. Qin Sun concurred with the sect leader's wisdom, adding, "Song Zhen, your master speaks the truth. Venturing out into the world will indeed benefit you. You have encountered too few experiences thus far. Although you may perceive yourself as mature and steady, your considerations regarding many matters remain rather superficial. Go out and explore. Witness the magnificent landscapes and immerse yourself in the warmth and chill of human connections. Seek out more experiences." Moved by their words, Song Zhen found herself swayed. Perhaps she should dare to venture forth? After all, she was not afraid. She decided to venture out, and naturally, Qin Sun had to follow her. Although this persistent companion never intervened in any situation, he was still a decent conversational partner. Initially, Song Zhen thought that with her considerable wealth, she would not suffer much hardship. However, sometimes misfortune arrives unexpectedly. 3 days later, the two of them squatted by the roadside, their faces etched with existential doubt. A gust of cold wind swept by, and in irritation, Song Zhen swatted away the leaves clinging to her face and exclaimed furiously, "Why did you have to create formations and restrictions? Couldn't you have directed your antics at something else? Why did it have to be my space?" Qin Sun, feeling guilty from her reprimand, murmured softly, "I isn't it more convenient this way? Your spiritual consciousness space is the easiest to access. Seeking other targets would be too cumbersome. Indeed, it is quite convenient. Convenient enough that we have no money left." She retorted, "Tonight, we shall sleep on the streets." She had never experienced such destitution, not even in her most impoverished days. Just earlier, a kind-hearted woman had offered them 2 buns, which, surprisingly, tasted delightful. Qin Sun struggled to concoct an excuse in his mind. "You see, you came down the mountain to experience the nuances of human life and the warmth and coldness of relationships, didn't you? Well, we are certainly experiencing the warmth and coldness of humanity right now. When one is penniless, one truly understands the depths of human emotion. You might even have to thank me." The more he spoke, the more confident he became. Song Zhen was so enraged that she felt like tearing him apart. Yes, I thank you. I thank your entire family and your ancestors for the past 18 generations. Qin Sun, thank me and nothing more. There is no need to express gratitude to my ancestors, of whom I am unaware. Your thanks to them is a misallocation of your sentiments. Chapter 133. Carving for a living, she ought to express her gratitude to him, right? Song Zhen found herself both exasperated and amused by his reaction. After traversing through this world, her life had not been particularly arduous, and she never anticipated encountering such a peculiar day. As they sat by the roadside, their attire did not suggest affluence, and their pitiful posture naturally led passers-by to misconstrue their situation. It wasn't too long before an elderly woman tossed a couple of copper coins before them. Observing their plight, she shook her head with a sigh, saying, "You young couple, strong and capable, why resort to begging? Take these coins and buy yourselves a couple of buns. Once you are nourished, seek work. You shall surely sustain yourselves." Qin Sun and Song Zhen exchanged glances, contemplating the coins on the ground and the receding figure of the old woman. They were uncertain whether to pick up the money. Previously, someone had thrown them buns, which they had accepted. Now, however, receiving coins to purchase buns, did they truly resemble beggars? Qin Sun, free money should not be disregarded. I shall go buy buns. With that, he swiftly collected the coins and headed next door to procure some buns. Song Zhen was genuinely amused and bewildered by the old woman's perception. Surely, they did not appear so wretched. Why were they mistaken for beggars? Moreover, how could this lady mistake them for a couple? The old man is of such advanced age, aside from looking somewhat youthful. How could he possibly be a suitable match for her? Furthermore, she is expected to support him. What could she possibly seek in such a partner? Is it merely his appearance that captivates her? Nevertheless, this lady does make a valid point. One must find a way to earn a living. It is truly exasperating to possess a plethora of treasures that serve no purpose. Qin Sun savored his steamed bun with great delight, making it seem as though he were indulging in a feast of exquisite delicacies. Song Zhen, with her palate accustomed to rich oils and salts, found the bun unpalatable. She longed for the bold flavors of her favorite dishes. Observing her struggle, Qin Sun took her bun and stuffed it into her mouth, saying, "At this hour, having something to eat is already quite fortunate. There are those who would envy even this bun." Song Zhen chuckled lightly, rolling her eyes. "Whose fault is it that I find myself in such dire straits? Besides, it appears you have no need for sustenance at all. Just look at the way you devour your food, as if you have never tasted anything before. Might you consider your own standing? Outside, there are numerous disciples from the Sword Sect, and his identity is now completely exposed. Those few disguises are of no use. As a disciple of the Sword Sect, he can be readily recognized. It is rather undignified for the esteemed ancestor of the Sword Sect to be seen ravenously consuming 2 buns, inviting ridicule from onlookers." Qin Sun elegantly dabbed his mouth and remarked, "Isn't it only fitting that we eat in such a manner to align with our current status?" Song Zhen's fish-like eyes glimmered with frustration. "Pray tell, what manner of identity do we possess now?" she inquired. "A beggar, of course," Qin Sun replied. "Did that lady not mention it? A beggar? How dare you?" Song Zhen felt an overwhelming urge to spit in his direction. After enduring such hardships, to be reduced to the status of a beggar was indeed a disheartening fate among the multitude of individuals who had traversed realms. As dusk approached, remaining seated by the roadside was no longer tenable. They needed to secure shelter. With no funds to lodge in an inn, they were left to seek out places that required no coin. After a span of half an hour, they stumbled upon a dilapidated temple. Though it was in disrepair, it at least provided a roof over their heads. "Let us rest early. Tomorrow we shall seek employment," she declared, determined to prove that those from the immortal sect could indeed earn a living in this realm teeming with demons and supernatural beings. She refused to believe that opportunities would elude them. Logically, they were not in need of sleep, yet the habit had become ingrained over time. The thought of passing the night without slumber felt profoundly unsettling. At the break of dawn, the duo began to inquire about any tasks that might require their attention. Upon discovering their identities as disciples of the immortal sect, Those who had previously contemplated driving them away suddenly adopted a more reverential demeanor, addressing them as immortal lords with exaggerated courtesy. Disciples of the immortal sect, should you ascend to divinity, it would be a remarkable feat. They were promptly invited inside by a wealthy gentleman surnamed Zheng, who treated them with utmost respect. Song Zhen sensed that the matter at hand must be of considerable significance. Whether it is to vanquish demons or capture ghosts, previously there had been no issues. Just as he believed, he was about to embark on a grand endeavor. She was soon taken to a construction site. This gentleman, Mr. Zheng, was in the midst of erecting a building, but had encountered a minor predicament. Master Song, as a sword cultivator, could you not inscribe a stone tablet for me? I wish for this place to bask in your celestial aura. Song Zhen gazed at Mr. Zheng with an expressionless countenance. Are you serious? Having spent a considerable sum to summon them, she had anticipated the task would involve exterminating demons or capturing spirits, only to find herself requested to carve a stone tablet instead. QNXN, standing nearby, struggled to suppress laughter. For a sword cultivator to find herself in such a situation was truly unprecedented. Mr. Zheng, with a beaming smile, remarked, although my family is of noble wealth, we have never been graced with anyone possessing celestial affinity over the years. As a disciple of the celestial realm, you naturally carry divine energy, and it would be fortuitous for us to partake in your blessings. Rest assured, I am a man of principle. For each character inscribed, I shall offer 1,000 taels, ensuring you suffer no loss. Mr. Zheng patted his chest with a resounding thud, for wealth can persuade even the most reluctant. Song Zhen found herself on the verge of refusing, for she was indeed a legitimate disciple of a proper cultivation sect. How could she stoop to the task of inscribing a stone tablet? Yet, if she were to inscribe it, she reasoned that there is no distinction in professions, and considering the sincerity of his offer, she deemed it unnecessary to squander such earnestness. It was truly unexpected that she could now command such a price per character. How amusing! Song Zhen endeavored to suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth, clearing her throat with a couple of coughs, and feigned composure as she spoke. Since you, sir, have already expressed your wishes, I shall assist with this task. Please, inform me of the characters you wish to engrave. It is merely due to the fortuitous bond between us that I am inclined to help. Were it a matter concerning an ordinary individual, I would not have been so accommodating. Mr. Zheng, beaming with delight, eagerly concurred, having already contemplated what inscriptions to request. In no time, he summoned a piece of paper, densely inscribed with characters. The smile on Song Zhen's face abruptly faltered. Was it merely a few characters? This was far beyond that. Chapter 134. Song Zhen is to be presented with a Manchin Sun nearly burst into laughter internally. Indeed, this was an abundance of characters. Immortal, these inscriptions will suffice. I truly appreciate your assistance. Mr. Zheng cheerfully handed the paper to Song Zhen. With a taut expression, she accepted the paper, casting a cursory glance at it. It must contain not fewer than a few hundred characters, if not more. Mr. Zheng was indeed affluent. Was he lacking an outlet for his wealth? At 1,000 per character, 10 characters would amount to 10,000. With hundreds of characters, good heavens, this man was genuinely rich. Considering the monetary incentive, Song Zhen gritted her teeth and accepted the task. The stone tablet prepared by the Zheng family was impressively large. Song Zhen drew forth her sword, inhaled deeply, and prepared to take her stance. Setting aside other concerns, she was determined to maintain her poise. However, when it came to engraving the characters, her demeanor must also be graceful and captivating. A brief display of swordplay would undoubtedly leave them utterly entranced. Song Zhen, when attempting to display his prowess, truly captivated those around him with a mesmerizing display of swordsmanship. The spectators were left in awe, and even Mr. Zheng could hardly suppress a grin that seemed to stretch towards the back of his head. In his eyes, the expenditure was indeed justified. Undoubtedly, this was the demeanor befitting a disciple of the celestial realm. Such an aura is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The phrases as graceful as a startled swan, as supple as a roaming dragon, aptly describe this scene, showcasing the literary finesse of scholars. Following the instructions on the parchment, Song Zhen meticulously inscribed each character. While this endeavor appeared straightforward, it was in fact quite challenging. The possibility of making errors loomed large, especially when wielding a sword to carve letters into stone. Upon completing the inscriptions, a resounding applause erupted from the onlookers. Mr. Zheng burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent! Truly remarkable! Master Song, your profound cultivation allows you to effortlessly etch characters upon stone. Should my descendants be blessed with celestial affinities in the future, I hope they can share in the fortune of Master Song," he mused. Song Zhen chuckled in response, "Not at all. I am certain that you shall have your wishes fulfilled." Qin Sun, embodying the role of a good luck charm, stood nearby, perfectly suited for the part. Initially, Mr. Zheng perceived him as a formidable disciple of the celestial sect. However, upon witnessing Song Zhen's exceptional display and glancing at Qin Sun's striking visage, Mr. Zheng felt he had unearthed a profound secret. This individual appeared not to be particularly formidable. Rather, he seemed to be a mere pretty face favored by Master Song. Throughout the entire event, Master Song had taken the lead in all interactions, while this handsome figure had not uttered a single word, occasionally smiling in response. Indeed, possessing an attractive visage does come with its advantages, allowing one to forge connections with influential figures. Master Zheng caressed his own face, letting out a sigh within the confines of his mind. In his youth, he too was a striking young man. However, as time passed, he gradually succumbed to the ravages of indulgence. Nevertheless, his sons were undeniably handsome, renowned for their good looks throughout the surrounding countryside. A thought suddenly sparked in Master Zheng's mind. If that pretty boy could ascend to the favor of a celestial being, why couldn't his sons? Should even one of them capture the attention of such a figure, their family status would be irrevocably transformed. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Unbeknownst to Song Zhen, Master Zheng harbored these ambitions, nor did she realize that she was soon to be entangled with a man. Initially, she believed that once matters concluded, she could simply take her payment and depart. However, Master Zheng insisted on treating them with utmost hospitality, inviting them to stay in his home for a few days. Song Zhen thought, why not stay? It would be foolish to refuse such an offer. Staying here, with ample food and drink, is far better than spending money elsewhere. The opinion of Qin Sun, who was merely a freeloader, held little significance. Residing in such opulent quarters, Song Zhen found herself marveling at the extravagant lifestyle of the affluent. The ornamental pieces and exquisite porcelain within the room were undeniably costly, and the bed, adorned with intricate carvings, was a marvel of craftsmanship. She had never experienced the luxury of such a finely crafted bed before. After inspecting her own room, Qin Sun came to visit. "Are we truly going to stay here for several days? We can't impose on others indefinitely," he remarked, expressing his discomfort. He harbored a sense of unease about living under the roof of strangers, feeling somewhat like an unwelcome guest, lacking a sense of ease, particularly regarding ordinary individuals. It is not that he looks down upon them. Rather, it is the intricate web of cause and effect surrounding those who have embarked on the path. With frequent interactions with common folk, one may inadvertently draw others into this web of karma. It is said that it is better to be cautious than to be caught off guard. Should an unfortunate incident arise, it would be quite disastrous. Lying comfortably on his bed with his legs crossed, Song Zhen remarked, "We shall stay here for just 2 days. Master Zheng mentioned that he would graciously host us during this time, and after 2 days, we shall depart. Therefore, relish these moments while you can. Once we venture out, such splendid conditions may not be readily available." Qin Sun, perplexed, inquired, "Did you not earn a considerable amount of silver? Shouldn't that suffice for us to live quite lavishly?" With a slight pout, Qin Sun fell silent. Each time she claimed to be reluctant to spend money, their experiences there had been rather pleasant. Yet, she was quite willing to indulge in expenditures related to food, clothing, and travel, always voicing her discontent in a somewhat ungracious manner. That evening, Master Zheng convened a family meeting. He had 3 sons. The eldest was already married, while the second and youngest remained bachelors. He shared his thoughts with his family, only to be met with opposition from his wife. "My dear husband, I believe your idea is unfeasible. The individual in question is a celestial being. No matter how confident I am in our sons, they are but ordinary men. It is improbable that such a divine being would take an interest in mere mortals. Beside her was a striking young man whose appearance was nothing short of extraordinary. His attire surpassed that of the immortal elder, indicating his favored status in the elder's presence. Should he be inadvertently provoked, a mere whisper of influence could spell disaster for us. The lady's considerations were indeed astute, for men and women perceive matters from different perspectives. Mr. Zheng, too, had several concubines who had often whispered sweet nothings in his ear, causing the lady considerable prior distress. Upon hearing his wife's words, Mr. Zheng found himself in a moment of hesitation, having never contemplated this angle. If his son were favored by the immortal elder, that would be fortunate, but if not, they would unjustly offend the young man. Should he indeed whisper in the ear of the elder, it would pose a significant dilemma. The couple began to devise strategies, while their 3 sons harbored their own ambitions. The eldest lamented his early marriage, while the second and third reveled in their prospects. After much deliberation, the elderly couple resolved to abandon this notion. Success would be favorable, yet failure would incur the wrath of someone they could not afford to offend. However, while their aspirations were quelled, their sons' ambitions remained fervent. The opportunity was ripe. Should they succeed in their pursuit, it could irrevocably alter their destinies. That very night, they stealthily approached the door of Song Zhen's chamber. The brothers nearly came to blows over who would make the first advance. I am the elder brother. I shall go first. If the immortal takes a liking to me, I shall subsequently assist you in gaining favor. Why should that be? I possess a more youthful appearance and am more handsome than you. Thus, my chances of success are significantly greater. The 2 brothers engaged in a heated argument, their voices gradually escalating beyond control. Meanwhile, in the room, Song Zhen and Qin Sun propped their heads on their hands, listening to the farcical commotion outside. Qin Sun remarked, "It seems they wish to vie for your affection. They appear ready to come to blows. Shouldn't you step outside and intervene?" With a vacant gaze fixed upon the window, Song Zhen replied, "I'm not deaf. Do you think their intellect is somewhat lacking? Are they not aware of our keen senses? The senses of cultivators are markedly more acute than those of ordinary individuals. They only relax their vigilance in places they deem particularly secure." Song Zhen had been preparing to sleep when the raucous voices of the brothers disrupted his tranquility. No wonder they had been kept around for several days. It was evident they had this scheme in mind. Eventually, the brothers resolved to settle the matter with a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who would go first. The younger brother exclaimed with excitement, I won. I won. I shall go first. I will see if that pretty boy is present." He could not believe that he could be outshone by that pretty boy. While the pretty boy was indeed handsome, he may not necessarily excel in other respects. He had weathered many battles and was undoubtedly capable of serving the immortal well. Pretty boy, Qin Sun pondered, genuinely perplexed as to why everyone insisted on labeling him as such. He had never been so misunderstood before. Did he truly possess the demeanor of a gigolo? Do I resemble a gigolo? With my striking elegance and unparalleled beauty, how could they perceive me that way? Song Zhen scoffed lightly, chuckling as he remarked, "Perhaps your aura is indeed reminiscent of a gigolo, and who could blame them when you are so handsome and constantly spending my money? Typically, it is men who lavish their wealth upon women. If a man does not fulfill this role, what else could he be dubbed but a gigolo? Ultimately, this remains a man's world. Men take the lead, while women tend to the home. Thus, a man who leans on a woman for sustenance will naturally be scorned by others. Even in the realm of reality, such men are looked down upon, let alone in this world." The sounds from outside grew increasingly pronounced, prompting the 2 of them to hastily recline on the bed. Truth be told, they were quite curious about what might transpire next. They were uncertain how those 2 brothers would attempt to entice them. As the second brother stealthily entered, he immediately spotted 2 pairs of shoes by the bedside. It was evident that this gigolo was present. Had they already prepared a room for him? The second brother rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath. The 2 lying on the bed thought to themselves, "This person is truly lacking in intelligence." Even upon entering, he remains oblivious to the need for silence. Does he not fear waking them? The second brother cautiously approached the bed, even audaciously testing their breath with his hand, and absurdly declared, still alive. The two individuals lying on the bed. The second one realized that he was indeed a bit too tense. After all, they were both alive. How could they possibly meet their demise? The immediate priority was to remove this pretty boy, and he could not manage it alone. He needed to summon the third one. When the third was called in, he was filled with resentment. You remember to call me for lifting the person, but good fortune never seems to come my way. He thought, keep your voice down. If you wake them, we're both doomed. The second one admonished. Qin Sun, rigid in his posture, was being carried away, and at that moment, he had 1,000 curses ready to utter. Faking sleep was indeed a skill, and these two had rather heavy hands, lacking in gentleness. If he truly fell asleep, it was likely he would be jolted awake by their rough handling. Qin Sun was transported to the adjacent room, and now it was time to observe the performance of these two brothers. Song Zhen sensed their presence beside him. While Song Zhen was not a breathtaking beauty, he certainly possessed an allure of his own. Under the moonlight, his visage took on an enchanting quality. The second one, with a lewd grin, rubbed his hands together and excitedly declared, Fairy, allow me the pleasure of your company tonight. Just as he was about to ascend the bed, Song Zhen planted a foot firmly on his head. The second one was left utterly bewildered. The third one, standing nearby, gasped in shock. Song Zhen, with a cheerful smile, propped himself up on the bed and remarked, It seems quite lively in my room tonight. I wonder what brings you two gentlemen to my humble abode. The imposing aura of the second and third ones instantly diminished. The third one nudged the second, urging him to speak. The younger brother whispered, We merely wish to accompany the esteemed immortal, nothing more. They harbored no ulterior motives. They simply aspired to ascend the social ladder, hoping to enhance their own lives. Song Zhen scrutinized the pair of brothers. They were indeed quite handsome. Although they could not compare to Qin Sun, they were still considered attractive young men. Having been pampered since childhood, their delicate skin and refined demeanor were commendable. Song Zhen had no intention of making things difficult for them, nor did he see the necessity, especially after having profited significantly from their father. There was no reason to hold a grudge against the sons. Let us treat yesterday's events as if they never happened. Tomorrow, we shall interact as usual. Young people should engage in meaningful pursuits rather than indulge in trivialities. Observing these two, they did not appear to be debauched scions, Mr. He had introduced his sons with a tone of pride. Thus, was it not commendable for them to conduct business earnestly? The brothers nodded eagerly and scurried away, terrified. Indeed, such matters were not for everyone. To play the pretty boy required both talent and audacity, which they evidently lacked. Meanwhile, next door, the exceptionally gifted pretty boy, Qin Sun, remained oblivious. The following morning, Song Zhen took special care to observe the expressions of the other family members, concluding that they were likely unaware of the previous night's events, which had been initiated solely by the two brothers. Chapter 136. The pity of others. The banquet was exceptionally lavish, leaving one to ponder whether this was their customary standard of living or a special arrangement to honor their guests. Nevertheless, the two of them relished the meal with great delight. There is something undeniably satisfying about indulging in a feast that comes without expense. The second and third brothers dared not lift their heads throughout the repast, their guilty demeanor arousing the eldest brother's suspicion. He could easily discern the nature of his two younger siblings with but a mere thought. It was evident that they had sought to ingratiate themselves with the company of others the previous night, and judging by their current disposition, it seemed they had not succeeded. Their parents had expressly advised them to abandon such notions. Yet these two foolish ones still dared to approach. Fortunately, the host did not hold it against them today. Otherwise, calamity would have befallen their household. With brothers of such a caliber, the eldest had never entertained the notion that his position might be threatened, primarily because these two were only adept at indulgence and revelry. If entrusted with the family fortune, they would be utterly oblivious to its management. Mr. Zheng earnestly encouraged Song Zhen to partake of the delicacies. Esteemed guest, this pastry is a local specialty, unavailable in other regions. Please do try it. And this rice cake is equally delightful. As Song Zhen stuffed his mouth with the treats, he nodded in agreement exclaiming, "Delicious, truly delicious. There is no shortage of exquisite flavors here. Your family lives quite well." In truth, the affluent families in this room, aside from their shorter lifespans, suffered little in terms of sustenance, clothing, or shelter. Were it not for the occasional tumultuous events or threats to life, living as a leisurely wealthy individual would be the epitome of comfort. Song Zhen's aspiration was to lead a life of leisure and affluence. However, she found herself perpetually restless and far from wealthy. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Mr. Zheng guided them through his expansive garden. To speak candidly, their estate was indeed vast, with architectural splendor that surpassed even the most exquisite gardens Song Zhen had ever laid eyes upon. While listening to Mr. Zheng's elaborate descriptions, she couldn't help but whisper to Qin Sun, "How long do you think it would take for me to acquire a residence like this?" Qin Sun pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, "If you truly desire such a place, securing the patronage of a family would grant you access to a garden like this. However, you would inevitably sacrifice some degree of freedom, as residing in someone else's abode, funded by their wealth, demands a certain reciprocity. If your intent is to save up independently, I advise you to abandon that hope. Without a family to support you, you can only accumulate wealth painstakingly, all while purchasing precious resources for your own cultivation. The road ahead is long and arduous." With a playful ruffle of Song Zhen's hair, Qin Sun departed with a smile. Frustrated, Song Zhen tidied her disheveled locks and inwardly grumbled, "I refuse to believe that. I've lived long enough. Surely, if I save a little each year, I can manage it." Yet, this notion lingered only briefly. The idea of expending funds on a non-essential property seemed less appealing than investing in her own growth. To indulge in finer food, comfortable lodgings, and elegant attire, while also ensuring proper care for one's sword by purchasing tassels and gemstones, amounts to a considerable expenditure. Thus, one finds little opportunity to save, especially with a significant financial burden at hand. After leading them around the garden, Mr. Zheng inquired with a smile, "I wonder what the residence of a celestial being is like. I have heard that the various sects resemble palatial abodes. Surely, you reside in a celestial palace." This reflects the common man's fanciful imagination regarding the cultivators of the celestial sects, envisioning them partaking in divine nectar and dwelling in ethereal sanctuaries. Although there exists a vast chasm between the cultivators and true immortals, to the ordinary folk, they appear nearly indistinguishable. Song Zhen pondered the living quarters of the sword sect disciples and questioned how to convey this to them. Ultimately, she decided to speak candidly, aiming to dispel their illusions. "Indeed, we possess grand halls, yet our actual residences are rather modest. Most individuals simply carve out a cave in the mountains, which they then refer to as their abode." Upon hearing this, Mr. Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. "So, a cave is merely that, a cave? I had assumed that an abode was akin to a celestial palace, a term used out of modesty." Song Zhen chuckled awkwardly and replied, "You are mistaken. It is indeed just a cave. The truth is, we are not particularly discerning about our living arrangements, as we spend the majority of our time in cultivation. Some individuals are so unbothered that they forego creating an abode altogether. When they require rest, they simply sit in meditation, which is both straightforward and convenient." Mr. Zheng's mouth fell agape, as the reality of cultivating immortality starkly contradicted his preconceived notions. The hardships of this existence seemed insurmountable. "What do you consume?" he inquired. Song Zhen replied, "Most individuals do not require sustenance, as they have already mastered the art of fasting. A small fraction, however, indulges in food purely for pleasure, like myself. While I am not dependent on nourishment, I have grown accustomed to 3 meals a day, and I cannot resist the allure of such exquisite delicacies. Nevertheless, the majority of cultivators seldom partake in grains, merely sampling them on occasion, as their appetites are rather subdued." Mr. Zheng contemplated the myriad delights of the mortal realm and pondered how one could forsake them. It was no wonder that others achieved immortality. Song Zhen divulged all his curiosities, shattering the lofty image he held of cultivation. By the end of their conversation, Mr. Zheng regarded Song Zhen with a hint of pity. Indeed, the path of immortality was beyond the reach of ordinary beings. I, for one, cannot relinquish such pleasures, and it is no surprise that I lack any celestial affinity. I once envied your ability to traverse heaven and earth and the longevity you possessed, but now I feel no envy whatsoever. Merely existing, regardless of lifespan, loses its significance if one does not savor life. Moreover, the constant battles against demons and monsters present perilous risks to your lives. Alas, upon reflection, your journey is not an easy one. It seems I am indeed better suited to my ordinary existence, reveling in the splendor of the mortal world. Observing the gaze of Mr. Zheng, who was of considerable age, Song Zhen couldn't help but smirk and retort, "In truth, our situation is not so dire. Many cultivators lead lives of luxury and comfort. It is merely a matter of differing choices." Mr. Zheng replied, I understand. I am one who values life, and thus, I am suited for a stable existence. As for becoming an immortal, let my descendants strive for that." Song Zhen was taken aback. Have you given up so soon? After spending several pleasant days at the Zheng residence, she found the experience truly delightful. Upon her departure, Mr. Zheng generously gifted her some money, saying, "You cultivators have it tough. Take this small sum to improve your life a bit, perhaps buy a few new outfits or enjoy better meals." Though Song Zhen felt somewhat speechless, she accepted the money. After all, free money should not be refused. To her surprise, she found herself in a position of being pitted, while everyone aspired to become immortals. She inadvertently dissuaded others from such thoughts. Qin Sun, eyeing the money in Song Zhen's hand, eagerly suggested, "Song Zhen, you have quite a bit of money now. Why not spare me a few bills for pocket money? I have not a single cent to my name, and whenever I wish to buy something, it falls upon you to pay. People are starting to call me a kept man." Song Zhen rolled her eyes as she tucked the money away. "Aren't you the very definition of a kept man?" They aren't wrong in their assessment. After all, he enjoyed his own accommodation. Was he not, in essence, a kept man? Qin Sun was rendered speechless. Alas, such is the plight of those devoid of financial prosperity. Without economic strength, one lacks confidence. Those who possess the advantages bestowed by their predecessors often exude a greater sense of assurance, and Song Zhen certainly embodied this. As they traversed their journey, stopping intermittently, they encountered a myriad of individuals and events, along with their fair share of troubles. Indeed, they were on the cusp of another predicament. That evening, as darkness enveloped the sky, Song Zhen and Qin Sun sought a place to rest. Yet after a prolonged search, they found no suitable inn. Ultimately, they settled in the home of a local family. Of course, not without compensation, for Song Zhen paid for their lodging. However, upon entering the household, Qin Sun sensed something amiss. In fact, the entire town seemed somewhat peculiar. It was merely the abundance of daylight that had masked the discomforting feeling, which surfaced as night fell. Song Zhen remarked, "You must be mistaken. To suggest that an entire village harbors an issue is one thing, but to claim that a town of this magnitude is similarly afflicted is quite another. Surely, the major sects would have detected any anomalies long ago. An entire town is no trifling matter. Each month, the prominent sects dispatch disciples to various locales for reconnaissance and to address various matters. Not far from this town lies a minor sect. What could possibly possess the audacity to create disturbances here?" Qin Sun replied, "You are aware of the saying that darkness lurks beneath the light. That minor sect is of mediocre strength, with few disciples. Typically, their members venture far afield for investigations, and under their very noses, they likely share your assumption, believing that no entity would dare to cause trouble in their vicinity. Regardless, you should heed my words. Do not sleep tonight. Let us venture out and discern the truth of beings, whether they be human or specter. This household, inhabited by a family of 3, includes a child who is not yet a year old. When they expressed their desire to spend the night, they readily agreed without hesitation, even declining any payment. This is undeniably a humble and benevolent family." At long last, as midnight arrived, Song Zhen and Qin Sun stealthily slipped out. The outside world was enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the whisper of the wind rustling through fallen leaves. However, as they wandered, They soon stumbled upon a flickering light. Approaching cautiously, they discovered a gathering of people encircling a makeshift altar. At the forefront, kneeling in solemnity, was presumably the mayor of their small town. Upon observing the altar and the demeanor of the gathered crowd, Qin Sun immediately grasped the nature of their activities. I suspected something was amiss. They were engaged in a sacrificial rite, the specifics of which remained unknown. In certain regions, in a bid to seek divine favor, some resort to cult practices, with a few individuals even going so far as to offer their own children. The expression on Song Zhen's face contorted in horror, for even in modern times, remnants of such customs persist in remote areas. For instance, the ritual of appeasing river gods bears a resemblance. Song Zhen tugged at Qin Sun, urging him to draw closer, eager to overhear their incantations. The mayor, along with the townsfolk, knelt reverently before the altar, which was laden with various offerings. In hushed tones, the mayor intoned, "We beseech the deity for blessings, that our town may enjoy favorable weather, that we may be shielded from malevolent forces, and that our descendants may thrive." The offerings have been arranged upon the altar, and while I am aware that many places resort to human sacrifices, we simply cannot bring ourselves to do such a thing. No family would willingly sacrifice their loved ones, and I cannot bear the thought either. Thus, we have crafted some paper effigies. After all, they represent human figures, do they not? We humbly beseech the deities not to take offense. Upon hearing these words, Song Zhen and Qin Sun were left in a state of astonishment. This was indeed a ritual reminiscent of a cult, and the need for offerings was unmistakable. Yet the nature of these offerings diverged from their expectations. Unable to part with a living being, they resorted to paper figures, which seemed to lend a certain semblance of rationale to the act. It is worth noting that the townsfolk are, without a doubt, a talented bunch. Unable to restrain himself, Song Zhen conveyed telepathically, "It is indeed a cultic ritual, yet it does not seem overly severe. Should we intervene?" Qin Sun found himself equally uncertain about whether intervention was warranted. This town undeniably harbored peculiarities, though these anomalies were not as he had envisioned. It is no wonder that others had failed to uncover them. Their oddities were too subtle to detect in broad daylight, only becoming apparent under the cover of night. Moreover, without thorough investigation, one would remain oblivious, which explains their prolonged evasion of discovery. As those paper effigies were consumed by flames, the fire took on distinctive shapes. The townspeople bowed reverently, murmuring incantations of protection. The next sacrificial rite was already being prepared by the mayor. Song Zhen and Qin Sun found themselves at a loss for words. It seemed as if they were indeed venerating some genuine deity. They would need to ponder carefully whether or not to take action regarding this matter. Although the town has not experienced any incidents thus far, it does not imply that the villagers' sentiments will remain unchanged in the future. Should an individual harbor malicious intentions, the consequences could be dire. In a small town populated by so many, it is implausible to assume that every person is virtuous and devoid of ulterior motives. At the crack of dawn the following day, Song Zhen discreetly began to inquire with the lady of the house where they were staying. Initially, he anticipated a veil of secrecy. However, to his astonishment, she divulged everything, even supplementing details he had not specifically asked about. Chapter 138. The selfless mayor. This left Song Zhen utterly perplexed, questioning the nature of their compliance. Could this truly be a cult? Qin Sun, noticing Song Zhen's bewildered expression, shook his head in agreement. He too lacked experience in such matters, having never encountered anything like this in his many years of life. The matron, observing their astonished reactions, could not help but chuckle, saying, "There is no need for such surprise. We are fully aware of our actions. If you have further inquiries, perhaps I could escort you to meet the mayor. He possesses more knowledge on these matters, and we trust that he would not bring us harm." The insights of these ordinary individuals were limited, while the mayor was informed and reliable. Upon arriving at the mayor's residence, Song Zhen and Qin Sun were taken aback, questioning whether they had wandered into the wrong location. How could such a dilapidated house belong to the leader of a town? Surely this was a jest. Song Zhen gazed at the gaping hole in the ceiling, filled with skepticism, pondering if this was merely a fade for their benefit. Such a large opening could hardly shield them from the rain. The mayor, observing their expressions, felt a touch of embarrassment and sincerely apologized, expressing regret for the modest condition of his home and asking them not to take offense. He mentioned that the contractor he had hired to repair the roof had yet to arrive, but assured them that once completed, it would be a fine residence, perfectly suitable for living. Song Zhen and Qin Sun exchanged glances, taking in the simplicity of their surroundings. It was undeniable that the mayor's life was indeed quite challenging. "Mayor, let's not beat around the bush," Song Zhen began. "We witnessed the ceremony you conducted last night, and we have some inquiries to make." The mayor, smiling amiably, appeared unfazed. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish. I am well aware of your concerns. We are indeed engaged in a form of worship," he continued, "but we exercise restraint. We do not take human lives. Every household has children and loved ones who would willingly sacrifice their own kin. Thus, we have opted for paper effigies." Song Zhen interjected, "However, a cult ritual remains a cult ritual. You may currently use paper figures, but what if in the future someone with nefarious intentions decides to use actual lives for sacrifice? Can you assure us that every individual in your town is virtuous? Human hearts are inscrutable. I cannot even guarantee my own goodness. Each person is driven by self-interest, and most actions stem from personal gain. While there are a few altruistic souls who selflessly benefit the greater good, they are exceedingly rare." The mayor sighed deeply, stroking his beard, his murky eyes glistening with unshed tears. "We find ourselves powerless in this situation. No one here wishes to intervene. Although our town may appear prosperous now, it was once steeped in poverty. The government lacked funds, and the common folk had no avenues to earn a living. The land here is barren, yielding little of value. Simply managing to fill our stomachs was considered a significant achievement, and even that felt like a distant dream. Eventually, you succumb to a cult, exchanging certain things for the life you currently lead, correct? I have encountered similar narratives in novels and television dramas, where individuals employed not paper effigies, but actual humans. Indeed, there was a wandering monk who passed through our town, claiming he could alter our fate. Before departing, he imparted a method to us. With life becoming increasingly unbearable, what else could we focus on? Thus, I began leading everyone in rituals, a process and method known solely to me. My intention was to procure as much as possible during my lifetime, hoping that once I departed, life would improve for others, rendering the rituals unnecessary. Consequently, each offering we presented during these ceremonies comprised items we already possessed. The thought of sacrificing human lives was beyond my imagination. They were merely ordinary individuals, their lives the most precious of all. The reason they consented to participate was solely to enhance their existence. Without life, what hope remains for a better future? The town chief wiped the corners of his eyes with a smile, proudly proclaiming, "Look at the life we have here now, compared to the past. This existence is truly remarkable. As the mayor, I would never sacrifice the interests of the people, so I have willingly forfeited my own prospects of wealth for the coming decades." Hearing his words, Song Zhen and Qin Sun were taken aback. Sacrificing decades of future prosperity. This meant a lifetime of poverty. No wonder his dwelling was so dilapidated, and no wonder the townsfolk held him in such high esteem. He was a genuinely selfless individual, someone who truly cared for the welfare of the people. The way Song Zhen and Qin Sun looked at the ongoing lesson transformed completely. Although they could never become such a person, they held deep admiration for him. The town chief continued, "I have no wife, no descendants, and I will not burden anyone else. Initially, I had intended to cease my sacrifices after the next rite, and your arrival is quite timely. After all, everything that needed changing has been transformed, and the lives of the people have improved. I have no other desires." A pang of discomfort stirred within Song Zhen, and his nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Mayor, will you continue to live like this in the future?" The mayor replied, "Is this life not satisfactory? I find it quite agreeable. It is far better than before. I have merely sacrificed decades of future wealth. I never claimed I would starve or suffer destitution. I am already quite content. I have food to eat, clothes to wear, and a shelter to shield me from the elements. This is infinitely better than the days of hunger I once endured. Moreover, The townsfolk are all virtuous individuals, holding their mayor in high esteem. They even express intentions to care for him in his old age, although he has no descendants. How can the denizens of this town not be regarded as his kin? After leaving the mayor's residence, Song Zhen remained silent for quite some time, a state of being that Qin Shuan found quite unfamiliar. What is the matter with you? You seem deeply affected. Song Zhen sighed, resting her chin on her hand, and replied, Indeed, I am quite moved, yet there is a tinge of discomfort within me. I suppose I have gleaned some valuable lessons. There is much she needs to learn, and this time, the mayor has imparted a significant lesson. They had initially planned to depart today, but now they have decided to postpone their departure until after the next ritual. Regardless, this matter must be resolved. Those malevolent deities are far from benevolent. Chapter 139. Song Zhen. This place is so joyous, one cannot bear to leave. The mayor is still engaged in the ritual. Thus the evil deity remains dormant for the time being. However, once the rituals cease, its actions become unpredictable. Such entities are inherently malevolent. As long as the rituals continue, they adhere to an established covenant. Should one falter in their observance, it would constitute a violation of this pact, and the consequences would surely be dire. Qin Shuan has witnessed many such occurrences. Certain matters cannot simply be initiated or concluded at will. Beginnings may come easily, but endings are often fraught with difficulty. There are no fortuitous windfalls in this world. On the night of the final ritual, Song Zhen and Qin Shuan observed the townspeople burning the offerings. After that, it was time for Song Zhen to unleash her creativity. This malevolent deity was effortlessly subdued, requiring minimal exertion on her part. Furthermore, this entity had never been offered proper sacrifices. While others were propitiated with human lives, the townspeople offered only paper effigies. Consequently, whereas others commanded genuine spirits, this deity could only manipulate paper figures. Song Zhen dispatched them with a single sword stroke each, finding them hardly a challenge. Qin Sun watched the spectacle with ease, occasionally offering critiques of Song Zhen's swordsmanship. In less than half an hour, the matter was nearly resolved. I thought this fellow would be formidable, but he's surprisingly frail, Song Zhen remarked, wiping her sword, feeling as though she hadn't even warmed up. Qin Sun explained, that's because its faith is insufficient, and its offerings are inadequate. The people of this town claim to worship and believe in it, but few genuinely do. Undernourished and lacking power, how could it possibly defeat you? Song Zhen chuckled, admitting a sense of accomplishment after resolving the matter. The following morning, the town leader convened a meeting, thoroughly explaining the matter of the sacrifices and their detrimental effects. I was truly desperate when I embarked on this path. Now that our lives have improved, I implore you not to follow my example. We are also indebted to these two immortal masters for their assistance last night. Otherwise, who knows what might have transpired? Song Zhen cheerfully responded, it was nothing, merely a trifle. However, you truly have an excellent town leader. The townsfolk were filled with excitement, having returned to a life of prosperity while banishing the malevolent deity. Assuredly, the days ahead would only improve. Yet, they would not forget the mayor's sacrifices. As they departed, Song Zhen and Qin Sun found themselves laden with gifts, food, drink, and various necessities. The townspeople warmly insisted, these are merely homemade treats, of little value. Please take them with you. Should you ever wish to visit again, our town will undoubtedly flourish even more. Song Zhen felt a pang of reluctance at their generosity. Qin Sun casually picked up a fruit and began to eat, reflecting on the hardships faced by the common folk. As they left the small town, Qin Sun suddenly remarked, I have lifted the restriction placed upon the mayor. Decades of opulence is indeed a prolonged burden, and it is time for him to enjoy a more favorable existence. The mayor possessed a visage befitting wealth, and Qin Sun, having studied various subjects, had some knowledge of physiognomy. Had the mayor tended to the needs of his constituents, his life would have been even more comfortable. Even without the malevolent deity, the town would gradually prosper through their collective efforts, although it might take longer and not progress as swiftly or splendidly as it currently does. It is no wonder that the malevolent deity consented to the mayor's terms of exchanging wealth for development. It likely anticipated his regret and sought to lead him step by step into a chasm of despair. Alas, it misjudged this time. for it had chosen a genuinely virtuous individual. How far could a truly good person fall into darkness? During his travels, Song Zhen's demeanor has indeed become considerably more composed, at least from the perspective of outsiders. The myriad experiences of the mundane world have proven to be quite enriching. Many scenes he had once only envisioned in his mind during modern times now manifest before him in stunning reality. Whether it be the opulent royal city or the desolate, impoverished village, each possesses its own distinct ambience. The sect leader eagerly awaits that letter. Yet, one would think this unnecessary, with Qin Yuan Sr. accompanying that girl. She ought to encounter little danger. The sect leader paces back and forth, his mind swirling with various thoughts. Mu Si, leisurely steeping tea, pours a cup for the sect leader and remarks, "Master, you truly need not worry so. Junior sister is no longer a child. Should she face any peril, she would undoubtedly escape. Who in this world could outrun her?" In their previous excursions, they had never seen their master so anxious. They had ventured out for several years at a time. Junior sister has only been away for half a year. What is half a year to them? For them, that span barely allows for a brief jaunt. The sect leader downed his tea in one gulp, irritably responding, "Do you not understand? Your junior sister has always been rather disobedient. Qin Yuan Sr. does not seem capable of keeping her in check. At your age, you comprehend what is prudent and what is not, but her character dictates that the more she is restrained, the more she will rebel." Mu Si gazed at the cup of tea he had just brewed, silently setting aside the cup filled with the water used to wash the cup. Why choose to drink the water meant for cleaning when there was perfectly good tea available? His master certainly had a unique taste. Chapter 140. This gift is rightfully mine. Qin Sun had occasionally urged him to venture out more and gain some experience, but soon enough, she too succumbed to this lifestyle. Who said that one cannot indulge in pleasures while honing their skills? It certainly did not hinder her progress in the slightest. Moreover, who claimed that training must involve hardship and discomfort? The previous disciples truly lacked the ability to enjoy life. When they spoke of gaining experience, it often meant pushing themselves to the brink of exhaustion. If they were fortunate, they managed to endure. If not, they risked their very lives. Song Zhen was not like those stubborn seniors. She was not particularly remarkable in any aspect, save for her positive attitude, which allowed her to relish the delights of wherever she found herself. Indeed, the splendor of the world was captivating. Her masters were right. One must venture out more to broaden their horizons. Just look at how much her perspective had expanded compared to before. With a chicken leg in her left hand and a duck leg in her right, a veritable feast lay before her. Her eyes sparkled with the promise of delectable delights. Was this not an expansive view? Qin Sun observed her in this state, her lips parting as if to say something, yet ultimately, she remained silent. What could she possibly say? Should she tell her to refrain from such enjoyment? Yet, Song Zhen undeniably possessed both the right and the means to indulge. Moreover, he is currently reliant on the hospitality of others for sustenance and shelter. Despite her frequent verbal criticisms about his extravagant spending, she does not withhold any necessary expenses from him. Although Song Zhen indulges in a life of leisure each day, he remains diligent in fulfilling his responsibilities. He has addressed various otherworldly matters and dealt with troublesome spirits, while occasionally attending a banquet to accept modest gifts. Conventionally, disciples of the Xianmen sect refrain from accepting such offerings as they embody the image of their respective sects in public. Accepting gifts, particularly those of considerable value, would undoubtedly tarnish the sect's reputation. Thus, practitioners are generally vigilant. Even those with fiery tempers tend to temper their demeanor in public. However, Song Zhen is markedly different from her peers. She firmly believes that upon completing a task, she is entitled to accept gifts. In her words, having genuinely resolved someone else's issues, how could she refuse such tokens of appreciation? True friendship is characterized by reciprocity. If one does not accept gifts, others may perceive them as easy to exploit. The more valuable the gift, the greater the respect it conveys. If one is overly eager, it diminishes their worth. This principle applies universally, including in matters of affection. Unreciprocated feelings lack value. I have my own approach to navigating life and business. So there's no need for you to worry about these aspects. Qin Sun, have you revealed your intentions? There's no need to fabricate excuses any longer. Song Zhen chuckled softly as he served his beloved dish, urging him to eat. Such delectable fare will lose its charm if it cools, he remarked, playfully suggesting that they should indulge in the meal. From the letter, it was evident that the young disciple was enjoying a prosperous life. The reputation of the illusory Cloud Sword sect was steadily rising, attracting numerous visitors eager to observe and learn. Some expressed a desire to exchange sword techniques, yet they wielded no swords themselves. Was it not merely an excuse to glean information about the sect's recent advancements? Indeed, the sect was thriving, with all members united in their efforts to foster its growth. Although minor disputes occasionally arose, they were trivial and inconsequential. The sect leader often pondered how significant changes seemed to have coincided with the arrival of this young disciple. The transformation began with her generation and gradually influenced others, eventually reaching the elders. Over time, everyone had evolved, albeit some had become a tad shameless. Yet, maintaining decorum would not suffice for sustenance. Previously, they had been overly concerned with their image, rendering them vulnerable to intimidation, too earnest and gentlemanly in their demeanor. In truth, when confronted by petty individuals, excessive propriety was unnecessary. It was their very adherence to decorum that had invited such bullying. Ji-Fan sighed while tidying up, reflecting. When the junior sister was present, I found her incessant mischief bothersome. Now that she is gone, the sect feels eerily tranquil. Particularly, she has been gone for half a year now. In the past, when you all departed, I hardly felt the passage of time. You were often away for years, and it didn't seem to affect me then. Owa remarked while practicing his swordplay. That is because our little junior sister was always so lively. Her presence undeniably brought joy. The others exchanged glances and sighed deeply. Indeed, they found it difficult to adapt. They longed to venture outside, to explore and enjoy themselves. During their previous excursions, why did they not experience the same exuberance as their junior sister? The contents of her letters revealed that her experiences were far from mundane. She seemed to revel in delightful escapades. She frequently received invitations for meals, shopping outings, and gifts. This was not merely a journey of training, but rather a pursuit of leisure. As they conversed, an idea emerged among them. Musi was the first to suggest, why don't we also embark on a journey to find our junior sister? As her seniors, it is our duty to show concern for her well-being and ascertain if she is facing any troubles. If she is, we shall assist her in resolving them. The others quickly nodded in agreement, stating, you make a compelling point. When shall we set off? We believe there is no time to waste. It will be wise to depart soon. Chapter 141. The Sect Leader. I shall abdicate. I'm done. Without hesitation. That very evening, they packed their belongings and left. By the time the sect leader discovered their absence the following day, it was already too late. Gazing upon the emptiness of the grand hall, the sect leader let out a furious roar. Do you have the audacity to flee? Abandoned in solitude, I, a lonely elder, lament the disloyalty of my ungrateful descendants and disciples. The term lonely elder was, in fact, borrowed from Song Zhen, who possesses a remarkable lexicon filled with peculiar expressions that, strangely, prove quite useful. Of my 6 disciples, 5 have fled, while the remaining 1 remains elusive, perpetually absent from the law enforcement hall. The sect leader feels as though he has foolishly accepted these disciples. Others are surrounded by their progeny, with children and grandchildren ever present. Even in absence, there is always someone to offer companionship. Yet here I am, left alone to guard the grand hall. When Elder Lu sought an audience with the sect leader, he was met with a torrent of complaints that left him regretting his visit. By the time he departed, his mind was a cacophony, and his expression bore an air of bewilderment. He mused that perhaps the sect leader, in his advancing years, had become more loquacious than in days gone by, when he was a man of action, focused on tasks with minimal words. The former sect leader was commendable. He embraced diligence and spoke little. Now, however, he delegates every responsibility to them, proclaiming his desire to retire, citing years of toil and a need for rest. Who among them has not labored for many years? If the sect leader is to engage in action, The elders should likewise contribute. Yet, despite their protests, the sect leader continues to disperse his authority. This cannot stand. Why should all the burdens fall upon us? As we too age, it is time for the youth to bear the weight. Elder Lu initially contemplated relinquishing his responsibilities. These venerable elders have labored diligently for so many years. Surely, it is time for them to take a well-deserved respite. Their esteemed disciples, now quite capable and youthful, possess a commendable steadiness of character. It is high time they were entrusted with some responsibilities. At this moment, however, these senior disciples remain unaware that they are about to embark on a period of increased activity. No other sect would so readily delegate authority to the next generation as the Sword Sect does. As long as power resides in their hands, they are indeed the rulers, and many who have savored the delights of authority are loath to relinquish it. Even in the face of exhaustion, they remain unwilling to let go. Some would rather perish in their positions. Yet, the peculiarities of the Sword Sect have grown increasingly pronounced. Once they may have been somewhat conventional, but now they seem to revel in idleness, shifting responsibilities among themselves and passing the reins of power around. Ultimately, the elderly members unanimously resolved to allow the new generation of disciples to ascend. Ji Fan and his companions had just reunited with Song Zhen when they were met with such a momentous announcement. Song Zhen exclaimed cheerfully, Master no longer wishes to be the sect leader. Who will succeed him? All eyes turned toward Ohua. Upon feeling their gaze, he was overwhelmed by a chill. Why were they looking at him in such a manner? He had no desire to assume the role of sect leader, for the burden would be too great, and besides, he lacked the necessary acumen. Although he was the eldest disciple and possessed considerable strength, his intellect was not as agile as that of his fellow brothers. To lead the sect, one must possess sharp wits. He thought that perhaps the third disciple might be more suitable for the task. Ji Fan, I believe you should give a try. With your cunning intellect, you would undoubtedly excel as the sect leader. Once you devise a method to accumulate wealth, our sect shall prosper. Among them, Ji Fan possesses the sharpest mind and the greatest acumen for profit. His ascension to the position of leader would not be amiss. Initially, Ji Fan was filled with mirth, but as the conversation turned to her, the smile on her face vanished in an instant. Senior brother, there is a hierarchy of age. How could I possibly surpass you? She protested. Master has invested so much in your development. Do not underestimate your own worth. Besides, our many brothers are still here. Should you encounter any uncertainties, we are more than willing to assist. Look, even Master has the support of the elders, does he not? You shall not shift this burden onto him. Before long, a heated argument broke out among the four, their voices rising in fervor. Song Zhen, contentedly munching on sunflower seeds, reveled in the spectacle before her. Her brothers had traveled great distances to present her with such an exhilarating performance. It was truly delightful. Qin Sun was taken aback by the prospect of the sect leader resigning, and the manner of his departure seemed rather hasty. He claimed to be too old. But is he truly of such an age? Regardless of who assumes the leadership, they must all partake in the succession ceremony. Typically, they encounter mere mortals on the ground, but now the sky is filled with those soaring on swords. Previously, the concern was about colliding with someone on the road. Now, it is about avoiding a mid-air collision. Alas, it will take some time to adjust. She had thought it was merely the sect leader calling her, only to find that the esteemed elders were also present upon her entrance. The elders regarded her with an exceptionally grave and intimidating gaze. The way they addressed her as junior disciples sent shivers down Song Zhen's spine, prompting her to tremble slightly as she implored, Elder Lu, could you please speak in a more conventional manner? Just call me Song Zhen as you usually do. Initially, she perceived this gathering as a trap, but now she was unequivocally convinced of its nature. Oh dear, isn't this manner of address meant to convey some warmth? We have summoned you today to discuss a significant matter. Song Zhen glanced at her master, who smiled at her with an oddly amiable demeanor, which felt somewhat off. The sect leader cheerfully remarked, you see, we old fellows have reached an age where, as you might say, we ought to retire. Hence, we need to select a new sect leader. We had considered other candidates, but your senior brothers and sisters have been evasive, asserting that your reputation among the disciples is unparalleled. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding washed over Song Zhen. Chapter 142. Disputes over the sect leadership. Surely, they do not intend for her to assume the role of sect leader. Were these individuals in their right minds? Did she truly appear to be such a composed person? Such a visionary? Such a capable individual? The position of sect leader is no trivial matter. Just look at her master, who toils from dawn till dusk, burdened with the myriad concerns of the sect. Most critically, the sect remains impoverished. Although their situation has improved compared to the past, they still lag behind other sects in terms of wealth. As the sect leader, one must oversee the entire operation of the sect, ensuring the daily lives of the lower-ranking disciples are well managed. Does she appear affluent? Does she seem responsible? Absolutely not. With so many senior brothers and sisters above me, how could I possibly leapfrog them to assume the role of sect leader? Inheriting a throne in the mortal realm does not occur in such a manner. Song Zhen was in a state of utter panic, fearing that such a heavy burden would fall upon her. In truth, she merely wished to be a leisurely elder, occasionally emerging to attend meetings and otherwise indulging in her own pursuits. Several elders in the sect lived this way, taking on a couple of disciples during solitary times. But once those disciples matured and ventured forth to gain experience, they required little oversight. Their days were devoted to enjoyment, cultivation, and the occasional meeting where they would offer their opinions, albeit with little significance. What a splendid life that would be! Song Zhen often dreamed of such an existence. She had even contemplated that even if her master were to abdicate, the position could never possibly fall to her. With 5 senior brothers and sisters above her, and numerous disciples under the other elders, all possessing greater qualifications in cultivation than she, it seemed utterly impossible for her to ascend to the role of sect leader. Yet, to her astonishment, no one else wished to shoulder this responsibility. The sect leader sighed, earnestly advising, "You mustn't underestimate yourself. Observe how swiftly your cultivation has advanced. Many of your senior brothers and sisters cannot compare to you. Although you are young, your mindset is remarkably mature, and your perspective on matters is refreshingly unique. If you were to assume the role of the sect leader, you would undoubtedly guide our sword sect down a distinct path. We have nearly arrived at that juncture already." Song Zhen, with an impassive expression, remarked, "What path? A path to demise?" The sect leader responded, "How can you speak of it as a dead end? Just look at how well our sword sect is developing. The road ahead is surely a broad avenue of brilliance." The sect leader grew increasingly animated, as if he were not about to abdicate, but rather ascend to the throne. Qin Sun, standing nearby, remained in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the current developments. The elders incessantly urged Song Zhen, their flattery flowing as though it were free. Those who previously criticized her for being unruly now praised her for her unconventional thinking. Earlier remarks about her fiery temperament had transformed into commendations of her formidable strength, suggesting that such vigor could only stem from her exceptional capability. All her former shortcomings had miraculously morphed into points of praise. Song Zhen felt overwhelmed, her mind almost bursting from the unexpected accolades. "Stop!" she exclaimed, climbing onto the table with her hands on her hips. "Esteemed elders, may I speak for a moment? I truly cannot take on this leadership role. First and foremost, my qualifications are insufficient. If I were to become the sect leader, standing alongside other sect leaders, the disparity in seniority would be glaring, and I would undoubtedly be looked down upon." The sect leader slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Who dares? Who dares to look down upon you? I shall confront them. Master, I implore you to maintain a moment of silence," entreated. The sect leader obediently settled down, replying, "Very well, proceed." Continued, "Furthermore, given the multitude of senior disciples preceding me, would their ascension to the position of sect leader necessitate their elevation to the rank of elder? Would that not result in an excessive number of elders?" This query indeed presented a conundrum, prompting the elders to engage in contemplation, as seniority was not particularly high, and the number of senior disciples above her was considerable, rendering the proposition untenable. However, one of the elders proffered a solution. Let merit be the determining factor. Establish a threshold of power, and only those exceeding it shall attain the rank of elder, while those below shall remain disciples. Such was their own experience. Among their numerous peers, only a select few had risen to the rank of elder, those being the most formidable among them. Found herself at a loss for words, realizing their unwavering determination to thrust her into the position. She cast a pleading gaze toward, silently imploring him to intervene. Her aspiration was merely to be a carefree elder, unburdened by responsibility. She had never entertained the notion of taking on disciples, for she perceived it as akin to raising children, requiring her to shoulder their burdens. A responsibility she felt ill-equipped to bear. Caring for a senior was already taxing enough. The thought of nurturing disciples was simply out of the question. Sensing's plea cleared his throat gently. At the sound of his voice, the assembly fell silent. Qin Sun contemplated for a moment and remarked, "I believe it is rather inappropriate to appoint Song Zhen as the sect leader. Her qualifications are indeed quite limited. It is not sufficient for our disciples to merely acknowledge her. We also require the recognition of elders and disciples from other sections. Otherwise, our sect may be looked down upon. A leader so young and inexperienced, if word of this circulates, many will perceive our sect as lacking credibility, jeopardizing the hard-won reputation we have established. The elders have not truly considered this issue. Their focus has solely been on the acceptance of those within our own sect, overlooking the necessity of gaining approval from other sections. However, this perspective holds considerable merit. While our members may endorse Song Zhen, there is no guarantee that others will do the same, and they may even dismiss her due to her youth and inexperience. They have labored tirelessly to ascend to the pinnacle of sects. If they are suddenly belittled, all the time and effort invested would be rendered futile." The room fell silent as everyone began to devise strategies. Song Zhen finally exhaled in relief. It was evident that the elder's wisdom shone through as he pinpointed the crux of the matter. Surely, they would not proceed with her appointment as the sect leader. Who would have thought that her youth and lack of experience could serve as an advantage? The debate over whether Song Zhen should become the sect leader quickly divided opinions. One faction advocated for her appointment, while the other insisted on further deliberation. Song Zhen was nearly overcome with delight, encouraging more contemplation. A re-evaluation of candidates was in order. As long as it wasn't her, anyone could take the position. She would gladly embrace her role as the carefree elder, ensuring her presence in every meeting. Chapter 143. Lu Xian. A sect leader descend from the heavens, however. This time, the elders indeed selected several other candidates. The top 5 disciples under the sect leader were all chosen, along with the most outstanding disciples from their respective sections. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the elder's intentions. Among them, Song Zhen appeared the most relaxed, as he had essentially been put forth as a candidate. When the announcement of the sect leader election was made, the immediate reaction of all was an instinctive desire to flee. Disciples from other sects aspired to the title of sect leader. They had contemplated it before, but when the reality of the situation dawned upon them, anxiety set in. With their masters and the elder sect leader still present, attaining the position would inevitably depend on the approval of their superiors. Moreover, the responsibilities were immense. Once appointed as sect leader, they would be burdened with a myriad of chaotic affairs within the sect. The power was limited, yet the duties were abundant, leading to a genuine reluctance to assume the role of sect leader. In truth, being an elder had its merits, and remaining a disciple afforded a sense of freedom. As the discussions unfolded, everyone began to enumerate their shortcomings, fearful of being selected. Some even claimed to have habits such as grinding their teeth or passing gas in their sleep, declaring such behaviors unseemly for a sect leader. Others, in jest, concocted tales of having romantic entanglements, asserting that they often descended the mountain to meet their red-faced confidants and blue-faced confidants. They proclaimed that should they ascend to the position of sect leader, such conduct would undoubtedly tarnish the sect's reputation. Each individual revealed their flaws, with the exaggeration escalating, as there was no limit to how absurd their admissions could become. Observing the frenzied disciples, the elders pondered, is this truly necessary? Do you truly need this? This is not a den of dragons and tigers. It is a fortuitous occasion. The sect leader finds himself in a most intricate emotional state. Is his position truly so arduous? Does becoming the sect leader entail devouring them? Song Zhen, standing nearby, flashed a broad grin, clearly amused. Yesterday, she shared a similar sentiment, and today she wished to impart that feeling to everyone. The typically composed and ethereal senior brothers and sisters have entirely cast aside their dignified images. Just look at how down-to-earth they are now. It evokes a sense of warmth and familiarity. Lu Qian, observing her erratic peers, felt a throbbing headache. Many of their expressed behaviors were strictly prohibited. If discovered, they would be summoned to the law enforcement hall for punishment. In their determination to avoid the burdens of leadership, they were truly throwing caution to the wind. Lu Qian quietly noted their antics. As the de facto head of the law enforcement hall, she must uphold justice impartially. Among all, she appeared the most composed. Her gravitas stood out remarkably in this chaotic atmosphere. Many elders took notice of her. As a direct disciple of the sect leader and an officer in the law enforcement hall, she was recognized for her unwavering commitment to fairness and responsibility, caring for both her senior and junior brethren. The more they observed her, the more they felt she was well suited for her role. What a wonderful child she is. Though somewhat serious at times, the sect leader must exhibit gravity when the situation demands it. As for adhering to rules, the sect leader must indeed prioritize them. And this child is not one to be excessively rigid, having served in the law enforcement hall for many years without ever faltering. Every capture and subsequent punishment had garnered the respect and acceptance of others. The elders grew increasingly pleased, convinced that Lu Qian possessed the qualities befitting a leader. As Lu Qian diligently noted the names of those who had violated the rules, she was suddenly aware that all the elders were looking at her. Confused, she wondered, "Why is everyone staring at me? Have I done something wrong today?" She scrutinized her attire, finding nothing out of place. It was just as it always had been. Elder Song approached Lu Qian directly, his demeanor serious as he stated, "Disciple, I believe you are exceptionally suited to be the leader. We all feel you possess the capability, and thus we have unanimously decided to nominate you as our leader." Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the room, so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. Startled, Lu Qian gasped. Surely this was a jest. She had envisioned herself as an elder of the law enforcement hall in the future, not a leader at this moment. The fourth disciple of the leader was equally pleased. For Lu Qian was the one disciple who caused him the least worry, displaying the utmost responsibility. Ohua and others were the first to break the silence with applause, prompting the rest to join in, relieved that the decision had been made and that it no longer concerned them. Ji Fan, beaming with joy, exclaimed, "Congratulations, senior sister. From now on, you shall be our leader." Others followed suit, extending their congratulations as if she were already the leader. Aside from Lu Qian, who was utterly bewildered, everyone else was exceedingly content with the outcome. Even Qin Sun found no fault in this matter. His impression of Lu Qian was exceedingly favorable. She appeared to possess virtually no shortcomings, and her ascension to the position of sect leader would undoubtedly garner widespread acceptance. Most crucially, her formidable strength was indispensable as an enforcer within the law enforcement hall. The news of Lu Qian being chosen as the successor to the sect leader swiftly spread throughout the entire sect, and the general reception was surprisingly positive. Just days prior, they had been advocating for Song Zhen. Mu Xi even took the time to inquire about others' opinions on the matter. What opinion could we possibly have? Senior sister Lu is indeed remarkable. Although she has disciplined me in the past, it was warranted due to my own misdeeds. Indeed, senior sister Lu administers justice impartially and never allows personal matters to interfere with her duties. Her becoming the sect leader seems quite favorable to me. This news quickly reached other sects, and many regarded the sect leader's decision as madness. The leader was not particularly old, and logically, one would not expect such an early abdication. Typically, sect leaders step down only due to death or declining health. When one is robust and vigorous, who would willingly relinquish power? Every individual harbors desires, and the desire for power is among the most challenging to restrain. Is he foolish? Is he truly foolish? To abdicate at such a young age and then assume the role of grand sect leader? The members of the sword sect are indeed peculiar. I simply cannot comprehend why such extraordinary strength accompanies such eccentricity. Could it be that their strangeness is the very source of their strength? Many minds were nearly overwhelmed, unable to fathom the reasoning behind the leader's abdication. The sovereign himself eagerly awaits his abdication each day. Once he steps down, he can finally relax. After years of constant tension, he feels as though he has aged decades more than his peers. In Chapter 144, the former identity of the sovereign is revealed. Lu Xian finds herself thrust into a situation without consent. No one sought her approval as they hastily determined her fate. The elders have even begun preparing garments for the ceremony, insisting that on the day of the ascension, she must present herself splendidly as the new sovereign. Lu Xian interjects, "Has anyone considered my feelings? It seems I have not yet consented." Her senior sister reassures her, "If you reflect on it, you'll find it quite easy to accept. In the law enforcement hall, you oversee the conduct of all disciples. As sovereign, you would similarly govern the entire sect. In essence, it's all rather similar." Ji Fan and the others quickly nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiments. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly so? Observing her wavering resolve, Song Zhen pressed on. "Do you genuinely believe you could trust us as sovereigns? Look at us, a motley crew, some daft, some frivolous. None of us seem fit to lead a sect." Song Zhen gathered her fellow disciples in a line, illustrating their unworthiness. Lu Xian conceded, "Indeed, I find it rather unsettling. So why can't you all strive for better? Why can't the senior brother be a bit more astute? And why can't the second and third brothers exhibit a greater sense of decorum? Furthermore, why can't the fifth junior brother elevate his cultivation?" Ji Fan felt as though a dagger had pierced his chest. He lamented, "Whether my cultivation is high or not is beyond my control. I practice diligently every day, yet my innate talent remains as it is. Now, I find myself gradually being surpassed by my junior sister, which is quite embarrassing. However, in comparison to the other disciples, I am still considered a prodigy. Alas, my senior brothers, sisters, and junior sisters are simply too formidable." Lu Qian observed her erratic brothers and junior sisters and ultimately resigned herself to accepting the position of sect leader. There was no alternative. None among these individuals could be deemed reliable. The disciples under the other elders were equally untrustworthy. Some lacked guile, others fell short in cultivation, and still others displayed volatile tempers and a lack of composure. Reflecting on this, it became clear that elevating such individuals to the position of sect leader would spell disaster for their sword sect. Once Lu Qian fully embraced her role, a collective sigh of relief echoed among those present. They had finally managed to persuade her. With a sister assuming the leadership, they would all have the opportunity to become elders. In truth, it was entirely reasonable for them to attain elder status given their current cultivation levels. But the previous elders had remained in office, leaving no vacancies. Now, however, those elders would be promoted to honorary elders, thereby creating a significant number of openings. Thus, their ascension to elder status was entirely justified. In the future, the elders of the Huan Yun Sect would be the youngest in the entire realm of cultivation, and merely contemplating this filled them with a sense of delight. The elders from other sects emerged looking quite disheveled, while those from our sect appeared radiant and dignified. This stark contrast surely bodes well for attracting new disciples. After all, who wouldn't prefer to behold something aesthetically pleasing compared to the wrinkled old men? Our sect's members are undoubtedly more appealing. As these thoughts lingered, a few individuals began to envision a brighter future. Finally, after relinquishing this burdensome responsibility, Song Zhen could at last enjoy a restful sleep. Heaven knows how she has endured these past few days. The knowledge of her impending role as the sect leader had deprived her of slumber for several consecutive nights. She concocted various justifications and excuses, yet none proved effective. Now, she had finally managed to pass on this hot potato. Observing her lack of confidence, Qin Sun couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. "Honestly, I believe you could manage this position as sect leader, despite your relatively shallow experience, whose credentials aren't gradually forged through time. If you're concerned about others belittling our sect, remember the elders are still here, as are your senior brothers and sisters. Once you become sect leader, you won't be able to wander freely. A multitude of responsibilities will weigh upon you. Don't expect to accompany me on outings. As sect leader, I will undoubtedly require your assistance. Are you willing to bear that burden? If you think you can shoulder it alone, that's out of the question. If she struggles, everyone else shall share in her trials. Qin Sun contemplated the comforts of his current life and concluded that perhaps not being sect leader was indeed preferable. He was reluctant to toil, and upon reflection, it seemed quite agreeable. Nevertheless, you must strive harder. Aspiring to be an elder while remaining so unfocused is simply untenable. Although some elders remain indifferent, they still maintain a composed demeanor in front of outsiders. Your lack of gravitas fails to instill a sense of security in others. Thus, it is imperative that you learn the art of pretense. One must project an image of stability. Song Zhen waved her hand dismissively, suggesting that this matter could be discussed later. For now, she longed for a restful slumber, postponing any concerns until after her awakening. At this moment, apart from Song Zhen, the most jubilant were the sect leader and the elders. They even clandestinely organized a small banquet, relishing the prospect of finally stepping down from their positions. On the morning of the succession ceremony, everyone arose particularly early. Lu Xian was impeccably attired, her demeanor exuding an enhanced elegance, perhaps a result of the burdens she now bore. As Song Zhen gazed at her senior sister standing at the forefront, a pang of sorrow welled up within her. True freedom would soon elude her, despite the fact that her senior sister was not one to venture out often. The ceremony itself unfolded over an extended duration, with representatives from various sects in attendance. After all, every sect was obliged to show respect to the Huan Yun Sect. Many sects, though unable to grasp the elders' desire to abdicate, nonetheless put forth a facade of cordiality. Observing the array of gifts presented, the elders' eyes sparkled with delight. Such splendid offerings indeed. These old-timers had truly shown remarkable generosity this time. In the past, whenever the sword sect encountered difficulties, these elders would dispatch representatives bearing only the most meager of gifts. Their insincerity palpable, yet helplessly accepted. These old fellows have truly adopted a new demeanor. Just look at these treasures, which are likely their long-hidden gems brought forth. Indeed, it is essential for strength to speak for itself. With the current elevated status of the Huan Yun Sect, those individuals have fallen silent. The sect leader's early abdication was, after all, a strategic move. As long as these old-timers remain, it is imperative to present some fine offerings. With the ascension of a new leader, failing to bring forth valuable gifts would be tantamount to disrespecting their sect. Such disregard could lead to regrettable consequences should the sect decide to withhold assistance in the future. All these splendid items have been received by the elders and stored in the treasury. Those that can be utilized will be kept, while those that cannot will be sold for currency. Song Zhen gazed at these fine treasures with longing, realizing that the various sects still possess considerable wealth. Qin Sun remarked that these people have indeed fallen from grace. The precious heirlooms of their ancestors far exceed this paltry offering, which used to arrive in bountiful heaps. They are less impressive than their forebears. Song Zhen replied that times have changed, and the sword sect is not as formidable as it once was, rendering their decline rather understandable. Ancestors are one thing. The present generation is another. Lu Xian commands nearly universal respect. Her experience, status, and strength are undeniable. Even those who have erred and faced her punishment have little to say, for Lu Xian is equally stern with herself, embodying the ideal of leading by example. This enthronement ceremony lasted 3 days, during which the elders and all disciples toiled diligently. Song Zhen spent her time idly, unable to discern the words spoken by her master or the melodies being sung around her. As for venerating the ancestors, was not one of them right beside her? The esteemed ancestor, blissfully unaware, indulged in food and drink, while others paid homage, even critiquing the offerings for their inadequacies and lack of splendor. The elders, upon hearing his remarks, felt a pang of embarrassment, for having a genuine ancestor present imposed a considerable weight of expectation. Lu Qian was soon to be addressed as Master Lu, and he swiftly took charge of the sect's affairs, managing them with remarkable efficiency. Yet, in the absence of tasks to oversee, the master found himself feeling somewhat disheartened. Late into the night, he roused Song Zhen to share a drink and lament. Do you not think it quite useless of me as a master, being unable to assist your senior sister at all? Observing her inebriated mentor, Song Zhen gently patted his back in consolation, saying, "Oh, but your senior sister has always been exceptionally capable. It is entirely normal for you to be of no assistance. It would be rather strange if you could. Master, it is time for you to enjoy your retirement, to relish in the joys of life. When you find yourself with idle moments, venture out and explore. This world is filled with delightful places. A little wanderlust will surely alleviate your discomfort over trivial matters." It seemed he was still unaccustomed to the transition. After being the master for so long and bearing the weight of concerns, how could he simply let go? Wiping away the tears from his eyes, he recognized the wisdom in his young disciple's words. It was indeed time for him to step outside, to embrace new adventures. After all, this was the prime age for exploration. However, he did not intend to venture out alone. Those old fellows were free as well, and he decided to take them along for a little exploration. The elders remarked, "Are you out of your mind? You could go out on your own. Why bring us along? What purpose do we serve in this escapade?" Nevertheless, the following day, the sect leader set out with all the venerable elders in tow. Lu, the leader, could only sigh at his rather unorthodox master. After stepping down from his position, his master's temperament had loosened considerably. If they were to go out, so be it. Although it was somewhat burdensome for Lu to be responsible for such a multitude of idle old men, allowing them to wander was perhaps beneficial, contributing to the stability of the realm. For the elders, this was the first time they ventured out so leisurely. In the past, outings were primarily focused on rescuing or searching for disciples, filled with various hectic activities. Some even sought out old friends from their youth. Although those friends might no longer be alive, they could at least meet their descendants. The sect leader, unbeknownst to him, found himself wandering to the imperial palace, and upon gazing at its grandeur, he let out a profound sigh. When he first left, he was merely a teenager. Now, he wondered how many generations had passed since then. He entered the palace and plopped down onto the dragon throne, which was rather uncomfortable. He could not understand why his elder brothers had always vied for it. The throne was hard and unyielding. Not intending to conceal his actions, it wasn't long before he was discovered. As people gathered around him, he reclined further into the chair and requested an audience with the emperor. When the emperor approached, he initially doubted his own eyes. By lineage, he ought to address this venerable ancestor as great uncle. Observing the young emperor, the sect leader cheerfully beckoned him closer. "You bear a striking resemblance to your ancestor. What is your name?" The young emperor was somewhat bewildered. In truth, he had already crossed into his 30s and could hardly be deemed young. Yet, in the presence of the sect leader, he did indeed feel youthful. "You might not recognize me," he said, "but I'm also your ancestor. When I left, I was still quite young, merely in my teens. My sixth brother ascended to the throne in my stead. In royal families, familial bonds are often tenuous, especially considering they're not all born of the same mother." The emperor felt a twinge of embarrassment. "How could that be? My great-grandfather would never think such a thing. My father mentioned that when he passed, he was still holding your portrait." The sect leader retorted, "Then he must have been quite unwell. With so many consorts, why would he cling to my likeness? It's rather distasteful." The emperor was at a loss for words. How could he respond to such a candid remark? This great uncle did not embody the demeanor expected of royalty. His words were refreshingly blunt, devoid of any veiled implications. Chapter 145. Enjoying life in the imperial palace with my master. The sect leader, observing the emperor's large family, furrowed his brow. "TSK, TSK, TSK. What is the purpose of having so many women? Raising numerous children is less beneficial than nurturing a few well. The more children there are, the fewer resources to go around. This inevitably leads to conflict among kin. Do you find joy in witnessing such familial strife?" The sovereign was most vexed by this matter. When he resided in the imperial palace, witnessing his brethren engage in fratricide filled his heart with both sorrow and anguish. Some were reluctant to contend, yet found themselves with no choice. Survival necessitated conflict, and as long as one bore royal blood, there was no escape from it. The complexity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. He neither wished to struggle nor to perish. Thus he sought an opportunity to flee. The emperor, crimson with rage from his rebuke, yearned to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. The princes, observing their venerable ancestor articulate their innermost thoughts, felt a twinge of emotion. While some harbored ambition, there were others devoid of such desires, merely wishing to enjoy their affluent lives in peace. Being coerced into relentless competition was far from pleasant. Noticing the respectful demeanor of those around him, the sovereign waved his hand, dismissing them. Enough. I have no pressing matters at hand. You may return to your duties. I am merely here for a few days and shall depart shortly. Upon my return home, I find that I no longer recognize anyone, and remaining here holds little allure. The sovereign settled comfortably within the palace, yet in the shadows, Song Zhen, accompanied by Qin Sun, covertly observed him. Song Zhen was truly taken aback. She never imagined her master possessed such an esteemed identity. A prince, her seemingly eccentric master had once been a royal. Moreover, given the emperor's demeanor towards him, his status appeared to be quite elevated. However, considering his advanced age, such a high standing was to be expected. Qin Sun, on the other hand, accepted this revelation with remarkable composure. After all, what was a prince but a title? In the past, the Huan Yun Sect was populated by individuals of all ranks, including princes, princesses, scions of noble families, and wealthy merchants. However, it has since experienced a gradual decline, with those of high status migrating to other sections. Observing Song Zhen's naivety, Qin Sun playfully tapped her on the head, exclaiming with mild exasperation, "Broaden your horizons. Do not be so petty. What is a mere prince? Even if your master was once a prince, that is a tale of yore." Upon returning, although the scenery may remain unchanged, the familiar faces will no longer be seen, only serving to amplify one's melancholy. Rubbing her head in dissatisfaction, Song Zhen retorted, "What do you mean I am being petty? It's not as if I have never encountered a prince before. However, these princes do indeed align with my aesthetic preferences. My master must have been just as youthful in his prime. Despite now resembling an old tree bark, he undoubtedly possessed a youthful charm in his earlier days. The emperor's progeny seemed to be quite commendable, as his consorts are strikingly beautiful, ensuring that their offspring are not lacking in appeal." As she observed the sect leader lounging comfortably within the palace, Song Zhen felt increasingly uneasy in her corner. If her master enjoys a life of luxury, it is only natural for her, as his disciple, to partake in a semblance of that indulgence. The adage, once a teacher, forever a father, suggests that seeking to share in her father's good fortune is entirely reasonable. Resolute in her decision, Song Zhen dashed boldly into the palace, leaving Qin Sun unable to catch her. With her desire for a better life surging to its zenith, her speed was unmatched by ordinary means. The sovereign was initially engrossed in admiring the treasures within the palace when suddenly he sensed a familiar aura. In the next moment, that familiar visage appeared before him. "Hiss! What brings you here? Shouldn't you be assisting your senior sister with the sect affairs at this time?" The sovereign glanced back, relieved to see that only one had arrived. Song Zhen chuckled sheepishly, his face alight with servility. "I was merely worried about you, master, which is why I followed to protect you. Moreover, the sect affairs do not require my attention. My senior brothers and sisters are more than capable, leaving no room for me." At this moment, Song Zhen's obsequious demeanor was nearly unbearable for the sovereign. Qin Sun could no longer contain himself and stepped out from the shadows. Upon seeing Qin Sun, the sovereign felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. "You coming is one thing, but you brought along the esteemed elder as well. You two truly are inseparable." Observing the pair, the sovereign waved his hand irritably. "All right, you may stay, but you must not behave as you would within the sect. Furthermore, limit your interactions with the inhabitants here, especially those consorts, princes, and princesses. Each of them possesses a multitude of cunning, and your naivety will not suffice in their presence. Anyone who survives in the imperial palace has their own layers of intricacy." The sovereign himself had to employ many schemes to endure in his youth, only to become simpler upon joining the Sword Sect. In the Sword Sect, there is little need for cunning. Everyone is quite alike. Even if one were to attempt to outsmart their elders, it would go unnoticed, as none possess such wit. The adage that like attracts like holds true. The company one keeps inevitably shapes one's character, and the sect leader has long since transformed. Song Zhen readily nodded in agreement, as her sole intention was to broaden her horizons and gain experience, without the desire for extensive interaction with the locals. She had witnessed the machinations of palace intrigue through various novels and historical dramas, and had no inclination to engage in such games. Moreover, a particularly resonant phrase echoed in her mind. Within the palace, there is no concept of good and evil, only victory and defeat. The sudden, silent arrival of Song Zhen and Qin Sun brought considerable astonishment to the palace denizens. Their curiosity about the world of cultivation had already been piqued, and now it intensified. The ethereal presence of these cultivators in the palace, which they found to be rather unguarded, belied the supposed grandeur of the imperial court. In honor of their arrival, the emperor organized a grand banquet. Song Zhen mused, "So, I am to attend the imperial banquet as well? I shall indulge in the palace's rare delicacies?" The sect leader rolled his eyes in exasperation, acknowledging that indeed she would partake in the palace's culinary treasures, but cautioned her not to be beguiled by such opulence. Their imperial nephew was no fool. He certainly harbored ulterior motives. The banquet was truly a spectacle of splendor, adorned with beautiful figures. As she admired the stunning maidens, the trio was equally captivating to the palace's inhabitants. The sect leader is an exceptionally handsome and refined gentleman, and as for Qin Sun, his stunning visage captivates all who behold it. Though Song Zhen may not be a breathtaking beauty, she possesses a whimsical charm that is truly rare in this world. It is said that disciples of the immortal sect are distinguished by their remarkable appearance and extraordinary demeanor, and upon witnessing them today, one can indeed attest to their exceptional nature, as both are disciples of the esteemed Taishigong. The emperor, with a beaming smile, spoke to them, and one might mistakenly perceive him as a kindly elder. Upon uttering these words, the crowd was left in a state of astonishment. Having lived for over 1,000 years, the way people gazed at Qin Sun shifted dramatically. How could someone so youthful have existed for such an extensive period? Could it be that he truly possesses the secret to immortality? Many had contemplated sending their offspring into the realm of cultivation, and some had even seen their children embark on that path. However, for what they understood, cultivation does not grant eternal life. It merely prolongs one's existence. Without the possibility of ascension, death is inevitable. Yet, throughout history, only a select few have transcended to higher realms, leading to the conclusion that everyone ultimately meets their demise, albeit at varying durations. Suddenly, the revelation of a person who has lived for a millennium, and in such youthful form, has ignited a wave of whispers among the attendees, even altering the emperor's gaze. The sect leader, wishing to silence Song Zhen at times, perhaps ought to refrain from speaking such unvarnished truths. These individuals yearn for immortality. Having reached the pinnacle of power, they naturally desire to live eternally, basking in wealth and privilege. Now, they have witnessed a glimmer of hope. Song Zhen chuckled softly and continued, "However, our esteemed predecessor is not a living person. He has long since departed from this world. What remains is merely a skeletal frame." Qin Sun interjected, "You just mentioned that I have lived for 1,000 or 800 years. Yet you also say that I am not a living being. So what exactly am I? Do not entertain thoughts of immortality. Practitioners of cultivation must endure numerous tribulations. During their ascension, they even face heavenly tribulations. Only those who withstand such trials may extend their lifespan and enhance their abilities. As for those who fail to persevere, they are reduced to mere ashes. Those who expect to attain immortality without any effort, how laughable is that?" The expressions of those present, who had contributed nothing, grew somewhat grim and awkward. Even the emperor coughed uncomfortably twice. Truly, one cannot underestimate the disciples taught by the grand uncle. Their words are as candid as they are unyielding. Who among them, having reached such a stage, does not yearn for longevity? Is it not entirely natural to harbor such thoughts? Ha ha! The little celestial master is jesting. We merely ponder such matters in passing. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril and we lack the requisite aptitude, they replied, their banter reigniting the lively atmosphere. Observing their feigned expressions, Song Zhen felt a pang of discomfort. Watching them put on airs, she suddenly found the leaders and elders of those sects rather commendable. In the realm of cultivation, strength predominantly dictates one's worth. While everyone may employ a touch of cunning, it rarely crosses the line into excess. As for those individuals who are solely fixated on you, their intentions are almost transparent. The performances are quite delightful, and the food is rather palatable. However, the incessant toast from the guests can be rather vexing. The master is well aware of such circumstances, and none dare approach him to express their grievances. On the other hand, due to his youth, Song Zhen finds that many parents are reluctant to allow their sons and daughters to engage with her. These young gentlemen and ladies articulate their words beautifully, yet their eyes betray a distinct lack of genuine emotion, rendering them akin to mere automatons. The dinner proved somewhat uncomfortable, and Song Zhen realized that the so-called imperial banquet was not as entertaining as she had envisioned. There were no chaotic incidents akin to those depicted in novels. Everyone adhered to decorum, devoid of jealousy or schemes to harm one another. Such notions were entirely absent. Upon returning to her quarters, Song Zhen remained puzzled. Was it not said that such gatherings would give rise to various intrigues, jealousy, schemes, and retaliatory plots? Why had none of these transpired today? Qin Sun cast her a sidelong glance, seemingly uninterested in her musings, as if she truly believed life could be likened to a tale. The master also perceived that her fixation on novels had led her to a foolish understanding. Literature is but fiction, and reality is a distinct realm. Who would conflate the two? This is the imperial palace, where hierarchies and regulations are strictly observed. Who would dare to act recklessly, engaging in jealousy or plotting harm? What if one were to mistakenly target the wrong individual? In a crowd so dense with eyes and ears, even if one were to poison a dish, how could one be certain that the intended recipient would consume it? What if another were to inadvertently partake? The authors exhibit a distinct lack of rigor. The authorities are far from foolish. In such a grand event, engaging in such antics is akin to slapping the faces of those in power. Regardless of your involvement, or who may be right or wrong, you have affronted the emperor, and they could very well demand your life. This is the realm of imperial authority, where cultivators transcend the mundane world, untroubled by such matters, and no one dares to provoke them. Yet for the majority of ordinary individuals, this power truly possesses the capacity to crush. Song Zhen nodded, somewhat comprehending the situation. Hence, novels are mere fiction, while reality stands apart. All those palace intrigue dramas and novels are merely frivolous entertainments, treating emperors as simpletons. Fortunately, she is not a young lady from a prestigious family or a maid steeped in traditional Chinese culture. She is capable of cultivating. Life in the palace, while comfortable, is somewhat stifling, confined beneath a square sky, governed by the rigid rules imposed by palace maids and eunuchs. From time to time, Song Zhen felt the urge to soar into the heavens for a breath of fresh air, and each time she ascended, the onlookers below gazed at her with envy. Master, this palace is truly unamusing. Do not linger too long, lest you become tainted. Sect leader, you should leave at once. Chapter 147, A Visit for Family. A trick played by the elders seizing the opportunity, Song Zhen sought out all the elders. Some were indeed of noble birth, while others hailed from humble beginnings. For instance, when she approached Elder Zhang, she initially believed she had wandered into the wrong place. Upon this desolate mountain stands but a solitary thatched cottage, where Elder Zhang sits in meditation. Song Zhen initially presumed that Elder Zhang was engaged in cultivation. However, upon inquiry, he discovered that this was the elder's humble abode. Elder, you have been with the sword sect for many years. How can such a thatched hut be your dwelling? Song Zhen remarked, sniffing the straw, which was nothing extraordinary, merely commonplace grass. Elder Zhang had been with the sword sect for over a century, and one might wonder how such a humble dwelling could endure for so long. Qin Sun, on the other hand, found a certain charm in this place. Although it appeared rather barren, the openness of the area made it an ideal location for sword practice. He reminisced about his days hunting on the mountains, having lived in similar dwellings for over a decade. While the structure had its merits, it was prone to collapse, leakage, and mold. Occasionally, strong winds would rip the roof away. Yet, it was precisely these challenges that honed his skills in construction. Song Zhen offered a dry smile, his gaze towards Elder Zhang imbued with admiration. Surely, one would desire a more stable shelter. Should the winds and rains come, this cottage could easily be swept away. It was no small feat for Elder Zhang to have survived in the sword sect for so long. Perhaps it was a testament to his fortune and resilience. The lack of food, entertainment, and the distance from the town left much to be desired. In fact, it encompassed all things one might critique. Quickly, Song Zhen declined the elder's suggestion. No, I prefer places bustling with life. But elder, why do you not seek out your old friends? The other elders have reconnected with their acquaintances. My master even visited the royal palace. All the elders have their own places and acquaintances, yet Elder Zhang stand alone, appearing truly forlorn and pitiable. Song Zhen, deeply moved by the sight of solitary elderly individuals, particularly when it concerned someone he knows and cherishes, felt a pang of sympathy. Elder Zhang smiled, expressing with a sense of resignation, "All my friends have passed away. I am not one to cultivate new friendships, as my old companions have already departed. The sword sect is now my home, so there is no need to seek new acquaintances below, nor to cling excessively to the mundane world." Observing Elder Zhang's demeanor, Qin Sun, having approached unbeknownst to them, whispered to Song Zhen, "Doesn't he seem like he is contemplating a monastic life? Surely he isn't thinking of becoming a monk halfway through." Song Zhen widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it be? Have there been others who turned to Buddhism midway? Qin Sun nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there have been, and quite a few at that. Haven't I mentioned that disciples of the sword sect encompass all walks of life? The two exchanged knowing glances and turned their attention back to Elder Zhang, whose aura indeed bore an extraordinary quality, evoking a sense of transcending worldly attachments. Song Zhen inquired, "Elder Zhang, what do you mean by saying there's no need to cling excessively to the mundane world?" Elder Zhang replied, "It simply means what it implies." But it is getting late. We should retire for the night. Tomorrow, I shall embark on a journey. If you wish to linger here, feel free to stay a few more days." With that, Elder Zhang closed his eyes. Song Zhen and Qin Sun were utterly perplexed by his actions. "We have just arrived, and you wish to embark on a journey? Are you not hastening our departure?" Early the next morning, Elder Zhang elegantly waved his robe and departed on his sword, leaving Song Zhen and Qin Sun standing beside the thatched cottage, gazing at his receding figure. Qin Sun clicked his tongue, exclaiming, "Look how effortlessly he carries himself." Song Zhen curled his lip. "If it weren't for having you as a burdensome companion, I too could exude such grace." Although Elder Zhang had left, the two decided to linger a few more days in this secluded mountain, which, despite its desolation, offered splendid scenery and an abundance of wild fruits. Song Zhen relished the joy of foraging. The taste of the fruits was secondary. The sheer satisfaction of gathering them was paramount. As they joyfully picked the fruits, 3 robust men clad in simple garments suddenly emerged from the shadows, halting them. "Are you from the Zhang family?" The leader, wielding a formidable axe, appeared menacing, as if poised to swing it at them. From the Zhang family? Song Zhen was bewildered. When had he become part of the Zhang clan? Qin Sun quickly grasped the situation and whispered, he must be referring to Elder Zhang. Song Zhen's eyes widened in understanding. You mean the Elder Zhang who resides in the thatched cottage? The leader nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Elder Zhang mentioned that relatives would be visiting him in the coming days. You must be his kin. They should be considered relatives, though Song Zhen felt somewhat uncertain and reluctant to acknowledge it. She always had the impression that Elder Zhang had caused some trouble outside, leaving them to clean up the mess. The burly man behind handed over an IO, leaving Song Zhen and Qin Sun in stunned silence, their mouths agape in shock. What on earth? They had merely come for a visit, and now it had turned into a matter of repaying debts. Qin Sun remarked, "No wonder that old man fled so swiftly," claiming there was no need to linger in Fan City. Of course, he wouldn't want to linger. He owes so much money. These individuals have become far too cunning. How could former disciples of the sword sect possess such guile? They've ensnared both of us, and he is the ancestor of the Sword Sect. Is it common to exploit one's own ancestor like this? Have you all conspired? Who's going to repay the debt? Song Zhen and Qin Sun exchange glances, each pointing at the other. Him. Chapter 148. A flourishing illusion of the Cloud Sword Sect to pay a familial visit and yet be burdened with repaying debts to an elder. What kind of situation is this? Qin Sun truly had no money. All his belongings were with Song Zhen. Whenever he wished to purchase something, he would directly ask her for funds. Thus, this time, it fell upon Song Zhen to settle the debt. Fortunately, the room was furnished with silver rather than rare treasures. In such a desolate place, there seemed to be little need for money. After receiving the money, the expressions on the faces of the burly men noticeably brightened. Observing the two of them standing before the thatched hut, they even urged, if you have no business here, you should leave promptly. There are wild beasts roaming in these mountains. It is quite perilous. Each time we come here, we must bring several individuals and carry weapons. This place is truly unsuitable for habitation. Judging by your attire, you should not be lacking in funds. If you insist on staying in this area, it would be wiser to head down to the small village at the foot of the mountain. Although the village is modest, it offers a sense of community, and in times of trouble, one can rely on others. Song Zhen, taken aback by this revelation, wondered how she had failed to notice a village on her arrival. It had seemed utterly desolate. After the debt collectors departed, Song Zhen and Qin Sun exchanged glances and silently began to pack their belongings. Let's just go, she sighed. There are no relatives left to visit, and I still have to repay my family's debts. What is there left to stay for? Everyone is busy, and you're the only one idling about. Isn't that rather embarrassing? Hurry and tidy up your area properly. Senior brother is recruiting disciples this time. Consider if you wish to take on an apprentice. If so, prepare yourself accordingly. Song Zhen stood to the side, clutching her bundle like a quail, watching her senior sister organize her belongings. She could not comprehend why her room was always in such disarray. Despite her earnest efforts to tidy it up each time, it never remained organized for more than 3 days. Even Qinshuan's room was significantly neater than hers. One had to wonder why a man would be so fastidious about cleanliness. Sigh. As for taking on an apprentice, she thought better of it. If he could not even manage himself, how could he possibly mentor a disciple? Senior sister, I am still quite young. Taking on an apprentice is out of the question. I have to support a senior myself. After all, where would I find the spare resources to nurture a disciple? The senior standing beside her chuckled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, she must support me first before considering any apprentices. Lu Qian was taken aback by this turn of events. Although she would not take on an apprentice, she still needed to prepare gifts for her future disciples, as she would soon be an esteemed aunt herself. This time, the Huan Yun Sect was accepting numerous disciples, including children of commoners as well as those from noble families, even princes and princesses. Yet, a few of these royals seemed rather familiar, as if she had encountered them before. The prince and princess recognized Song Zhen with expressions of delight. Was this not their little aunt? This royal couple were descendants of a sect leader and had met Song Zhen briefly at a palace banquet. These particular individuals had been recommended by the sect leader himself. Their temperaments, however, were ill-suited for life in the palace. Such personalities often found themselves victims of schemes, or worse, met untimely ends through sheer misfortune. Given their slight familial connection, she felt compelled to offer assistance. If they could remain, it would signify their potential. If they could not, then there was little to be done. Several individuals were recommended, but 2 of them lacked the necessary qualifications and did not ascend the mountain. However, the others were quite satisfactory. The atmosphere in the neighboring sect has improved significantly following its reformation. To my surprise, I did not expect to encounter you here. My dear little aunt. A sprightly young boy approached, his face alight with innocent joy. Song Zhen glanced around, bewildered, and pointed to himself. Are you calling me, little aunt? The young boy nodded affirmatively. Indeed, you are the esteemed disciple of our ancestor. Hence the ancestor has instructed us to address you as little aunt. Song Zhen struggled to suppress the smile creeping upon his lips. Truly, this form of address was quite delightful. Ahem, you may call me as you wish. Have you recently joined a sect, and under whose tutelage do you find yourself? The young boy appeared quite endearing. and if he were to fall under the tutelage of their lineage, his standing would be quite remarkable, likely surpassing that of his imperial father. The boy pointed towards Bai Yu, who was not far off. That is my master, who has been exceptionally kind to me and has bestowed upon me many treasures. Bai Yu, noticing Song Zhen, silently turned and gazed skyward. Truly, it was a stroke of misfortune. After much effort in accepting a disciple, he found himself entangled with Song Zhen and his associates. However, this disciple was indeed commendable, both filial and obedient. Since the Reformation, while Bai Yu's pride remained intact, he had become less disdainful, and his cultivation had advanced considerably. He had indeed become more grounded, making the prospect of joining his fold quite appealing. Song Zhen raised an eyebrow and smiled radiantly. Indeed, your master is a truly admirable person. You must heed your master's words diligently. Should you encounter matters beyond your resolution, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Your little aunt will gladly lend a hand. With the title of little aunt bestowed upon her, it was only natural to offer help when needed. The young boy nodded with a cheerful grin. Meanwhile, the other princes and princesses had also become disciples of different masters. The eldest and second brothers had taken on apprentices of remarkable talent, with each of them selecting just one disciple. As they expressed, one is sufficient. To take on too many would only lead to ineffectiveness. Their words earned them a stern reprimand from Lu Qian. What do you mean by too much to chew? Is that even an appropriate expression? How can you, already with apprentices, still lack such decorum? Observing the flourishing state of the Huan Yun Sect, Song Zhen felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The level of this sect can be discerned from the number and strength of the disciples they have acquired. The Huan Yun Sect had indeed achieved remarkable prosperity. Previously, other sects might have attempted to struggle, but now they found themselves utterly incapable of doing so. How could they compete when the next generations were so exceptionally talented? They could neither defeat nor outwit their opponents. In times past, they might have relied on clever words to deceive the less discerning. But now those sword cultivators were increasingly astute, and their tongues sharper than ever. Unable to best them in battle or in verbal exchanges, they were left with no choice but to endure the humiliation. The venerable elders of the sword sect have ventured forth, one by one, to visit relatives and indulge in leisure, with some even meandering within their own sect. They flaunt their well-lived lives and idleness before others, while also stepping down from their positions. Is such relinquishment a mere whim? Setting aside the reluctance to forsake their power, there exists no capable successor among the next generation. The disciples under their tutelage lack the requisite strength, unlike the seasoned elite of the sword sect, who have been tempered through rigorous trials and frequent excursions for experience. Their own disciples, coddled and pampered, merely go through the motions of training, often trailing behind sword cultivators to glean knowledge. This raises concerns for their well-being. Nevertheless, this experience has enlightened them. Excessive indulgence towards their disciples must be curtailed, and a firm hand is sometimes necessary. Observe the disciples of the illusory cloud sword sect, where all, regardless of age, possess formidable strength and frequently embark on expeditions for training. Previously, they lacked discernment, yet their prowess was undeniable. Now, with their insight sharpened, their overall strength has surged, reaffirming that respect is ultimately rooted in power. In light of this, the disciples of various sects find themselves in dire straits. They were once content to cultivate steadily within their sects, occasionally venturing forth for mere appearances or to gather rare treasures. Even scavenging required them to remain outside. Now, the disciples of the major sects truly face a calamity. Regarding their excursions for training, they do not venture out frequently, nor do they possess the same penchant for wandering as the disciples of the sword sect. Provided there are no pressing tasks, the majority prefer to cultivate within the sanctum. Now, this situation has abruptly changed, as the elders appear to have been driven mad by the sword sect. Regardless of the disciples' sentiments, the decision has been made. The disciples of the sword sect have also noticed an increase in the presence of practitioners from other sects loitering outside. Furthermore, many of them, upon catching sight of the sword sect disciples, sigh heavily and turn away, leaving the latter bewildered. Were these individuals not previously inclined to trail behind them? Why, upon this encounter, do they choose to walk away? The elderly are anxious. However, their urgency bears no fruit. Previously indulged and pampered, they have now been thrust out into the world, akin to forcing a duck to fly. The returning elders have also observed the disciples of other sects and have gleefully spoken ill of the elders from those factions. Their Huan Yun Sect is currently flourishing, while others can only aspire to catch up in another 800 years. Song Zhen has now ascended to the rank of junior elder, and the moniker brings her immense joy. This fellow even engages her in sparring, and more importantly, shows no mercy, relentlessly pushing her to her limits. Though Song Zhen is not susceptible to injury, fatigue inevitably sets in. Moreover, being beaten daily severely dampens one's spirits. Opening her eyes signifies another day of being struck, while closing them heralds the arrival of yet another day of anticipated blows. Hence, while her cultivation progresses rapidly and her insights deepen, the journey remains exceedingly arduous to endure. Song Zhen was often rendered speechless by this remark. The ambition to elevate the illusory cloud sword sect to the pinnacle of sects had reached its later stages. Although the sect had not yet formally claimed the title of the foremost sect in the world, the outcome was already apparent in the hearts of many. It was only a matter of time before this prestigious title would become a reality, at which point her mission would be deemed entirely fulfilled. Despite the somewhat unconventional path she had taken to achieve this goal, the results were undeniably favorable. She should have been able to bask in her success by now. However, Kasun inexplicably began to act erratically. Kasun's peculiar behavior was not without cause. He sensed that significant events were on the horizon for Song Zhen. If her strength did not bolster considerably, she likely would not withstand the impending tribulation. Though he could not discern the nature of this eventuality, he was certain it was linked to the heavenly laws. Being from the upper realm, he remained acutely attuned to monumental happenings. She often boasted of being impervious to poison and disease, claiming invulnerability, yet such statements could only deceive others. He was aware that she harbored secrets, though he refrained from prying into them. Having sensed the brewing storm, inaction was not an option. Regardless of the circumstances, the priority was to enhance her strength. Since his junior sister was so diligent, it was only fitting that he, as her senior, should not be remiss in his efforts. Under Song Zhen's influence, Ohua and the others began to intensify their training as well. The disciples of their lineage committed themselves to rigorous practice, prompting curiosity among the disciples of other elders. Yet, the resolve to train was mutual. One could not afford to lag behind. Unbeknownst to them, the newly appointed elders have all commenced their secluded cultivation. Observing this, Lu Qian felt both helpless and speechless. However, it is ultimately a positive development, as cultivation is certainly preferable to frivolous distractions. This time, Song Zhen has inadvertently sparked a trend, although she herself remains oblivious to it, having no time to concern herself with such matters. After being sent flying countless times, Song Zhen lay motionless on the ground, exclaiming, "I'm done, being tossed around like a flying person daily. Do I even have any dignity left?" Chapter 150. Song Zhen, the supreme immortal of the lower realm. Even though she wished to quit, she found herself compelled to continue. Qin Sun had become exceptionally resolute in his heart. If he did not muster some determination, the consequences of any unforeseen accidents could be dire. As the days passed, though Song Zhen continued to grumble daily, she gradually acclimated to this new way of life. During the subsequent sect-wide assembly the following year, without fail, the illusory Cloud Sword Sect was unanimously elected as the foremost sect in the realm. Other sects, despite their reluctance to acknowledge it, cannot deny the prominence of the illusory Cloud Sword Sect. When one speaks of cultivation sects, the first name that springs to mind is invariably theirs. This is largely due to their disciples, who relentlessly venture into the world, seemingly fearless. Previously, they performed good deeds without seeking recognition, but now they felt compelled to proclaim their name wherever they went, a lesson learned from Song Zhen. Song Zhen imparted a vital truth to all disciples. Performing good deeds without recognition is akin to wearing splendid garments in the dark. Should someone else claim the credit, one would inevitably suffer the loss. In the past, disciples of the Sword Sect had seen their accomplishments overshadowed by others, inadvertently boosting the renown of rival sections. One must not commit such errors at this moment. On the day when Song Zhen was proclaimed the greatest in the world, an unsettling anxiety gripped her heart. On that day, Qin Sun appeared particularly solemn. That very night, a vast expanse of dark clouds gathered in the sky, directly above Song Zhen. As she gazed up at the ominous clouds, a torrent of frustration surged within her. Was it not said that one could ascend to immortality? It felt as if the heavens were intent on striking her down. In the next moment, a thunderbolt, as thick as a waist, descended from above. Song Zhen felt a jolt at the crown of her head and then collapsed to the ground. Qin Sun rushed forward, only to be thwarted by an impenetrable barrier. Lu Qian and the others hurried over, but they too were barred from entry. Song Zhen lay motionless on the ground, besieged by relentless bolts of lightning. Outside, panic ensued, with Qin Sun exerting all his strength in an attempt to breach the barrier. Song Zhen remained still, and soon the sounds of weeping began to rise from the crowd. It was over. Could it be that junior sister had perished? How could such a glorious day be marred by such calamity? Ji Fan could no longer contain his tears. His feelings for Song Zhen ran deeper than those of his fellow disciples, as he had been her mentor since her very initiation. Others soon joined in their sobs. With a furrowed brow, Qin Sun gazed skyward, his expression inscrutable. He was aware that Song Zhen harbored secrets, yet he was oblivious to the fact that these secrets were intertwined with the heavens. The heavenly path inexplicably glared at thought. What does this glare for? I am merely refining her body. The young lady has accomplished her objective, and naturally, she deserves a reward. The promises made to her can now be fulfilled. The thunder strikes are merely a necessary procedure. Without them, how could one temper their body? Song Zhen lay on the ground, accustomed to the strikes, and found that they truly did not hurt much, merely a jolt akin to undergoing electrotherapy. A total of 81 bolts of heavenly thunder descended. Those outside the barrier had already begun pondering how to conduct a funeral. The sect leader, in particular, was weeping bitterly, mourning the loss of his young disciple, who had perished without a single enemy to blame. If only there had been an adversary, he could have sought vengeance. However, being struck down by heavenly thunder left no one to confront. In the midst of everyone's sorrow, Song Zhen unexpectedly stood up, dusting herself off. The onlookers were taken aback. She was not dead. As the dark clouds above parted, a beam of golden light descended, enveloping Song Zhen in a soothing aura that surged into her being, lifting her off the ground. Witnessing this, Qin Sun finally smiled. The golden light of ascension. Junior sister Song is about to transcend to immortality. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. Song Zhen's cultivation was nowhere near the level of ascension, yet here she was, inexplicably on the verge of flying away. Song Zhen herself was quite bewildered. She had no desire to ascend so soon. She felt she had not yet fully enjoyed her time below, and her friend still remained on the ground. Brother, dear brother, while I do wish to become an immortal, I did not intend to do so early. I haven't spent enough time down here. Please, grant me a little more time. My master and senior brothers and sisters are still below. I am still young and not ready to leave so soon. Up there, I only know Qin Sun. It is far better down here. The heavenly Tao, upon hearing her request, found himself somewhat speechless. While others eagerly anticipate their ascension, this girl surprisingly wishes to linger below. What lure could possibly exist down here? The spiritual energy is scant at best. Nevertheless, as she is a small assistant aiding him in achieving his goals, the heavenly Tao chose to be magnanimous. Song Zhen, since you desire to remain here a while longer, I shall grant you this time. However, henceforth, you must refrain from intervening in matters of the mortal realm. The interference of an immortal in earthly affairs would incite chaos. Qin Xuan has maintained his composure exceptionally well. You would do well to learn from him. Song Zhen quickly nodded in agreement. All right. I won't interfere. I've never meddled. I simply enjoy having fun. As the golden light gradually dissipated, everyone initially believed Song Zhen was about to ascend, only to watch her slowly descend instead. The crowd was left bewildered. What was this unexpected turn of events? Standing firmly on the ground, She relished the sensation of solid earth beneath her feet and cheerfully greeted everyone. Upon discovering that Song Zhen had no intention of ascending so soon and had even negotiated with the heavenly Tao, the expressions of those present turned peculiar. The sect leader abruptly seized Song Zhen's shoulders. "You do not wish to ascend. You truly are oblivious to the plight of the starving, unaware of the countless souls yearning for ascension. You could await us up there. What if something unforeseen occurs?" The leader genuinely contemplated cracking open her head to ascertain whether it was filled with mere fluff. Feeling slightly dizzy from the shaking, Song Zhen implored, "Master, please calm down. I simply have not ascended for the time being. However, I am already an immortal. From now on, you shall no longer seek my assistance. The heavenly Tao has decreed that I must refrain from intervening in earthly matters." Qin Xuan comprehended the implications of Song Zhen's words. To refrain from meddling in worldly affairs meant that he would simply indulge in earthly pleasures and should not expect him to engage in any tasks. Nevertheless, this arrangement suited him well, for he could still accompany her in her ascension. His essence remained above, rendering the distinction inconsequential. As the first individual throughout history to negotiate terms with the heavenly Tao, Song Zhen had achieved a remarkable renown. She was also the foremost immortal of the lower realm, and the strength of the Huan Yun Sect had significantly amplified. The rationale behind the heavenly Tao's endorsement of the Huan Yun Sect as the preeminent sect of the realm lay within its own considerations. Since the Huan Yun Sect ascended to this esteemed position, the entire cultivation world had experienced a notable stability, with the emergence of demons and monsters dwindling, as they were swiftly dealt with by the wandering disciples of the sect. Chapter 151. The grand conclusion: an influx of individuals inexplicably sought an audience with Song Zhen. Initially, she relished the accolades bestowed upon her, but as the throngs increased, her patience waned. Yet again, more approached her, and she felt akin to a performing monkey. Astonishingly, people inquired how to attain immortality, though she herself remained oblivious to the mechanics of her own ascension. Reclining upon her bed, she incessantly lamented, genuinely perplexed about the nature of her transformation into an immortal. Her journey had been remarkably smooth, and given her cultivation level, she was far from the realm of ascension. At first, she had believed that the Thunder Tribulation merely facilitated her advancement. Little did she anticipate that it would propel her directly into ascension. If ascending is akin to gaining admission to a prestigious university, then while others must diligently endure the rigors of the entrance examination, she is granted direct admission without regard for her results. Qin Xuan perceives this as a blatant display of superiority, having lived for so many years. He has never witnessed anyone ascend in such a manner. Previously, he dismissed the notion of a child of destiny, but now he is convinced. Is not Song Zhen the very embodiment of such a child, akin to a favored daughter of the heavenly path? Observing Song Zhen, who is sulking on her bed while shaking her feet in complaint, Qin Xuan jestingly remarks, "Hiding away like this is hardly a solution. Why not gather those individuals together and meet with them? Afterward, you can simply claim you were in seclusion." Song Zhen, exasperated, lifts her head and retorts, "Seclusion? What could I possibly seclude myself for now?" Qin Xuan replies, "Of course you can still enter seclusion now. They are oblivious to what one must do after ascending, nor do they comprehend the capabilities of immortality. Thus, whatever you say will be accepted as truth." This girl can be quite astute at times, yet it is perplexing that she cannot see the solution now. After careful consideration, Song Zhen realizes he has a point. In her current predicament, no one but herself is aware of her true potential. If she claims to be in seclusion, they may be puzzled, yet they would not harbor deep suspicion. Without hesitation, Song Zhen promptly disseminates the news of her impending seclusion. When the sect leaders hear this announcement, they understand her intentions. However, they're too preoccupied to intervene. Now that Song Zhen has become an immortal, they, as her elders, cannot afford to lag behind. Consequently, the entire Huan Yun Sect is fervently devoted to their cultivation endeavors. In the past, the ascension of individuals was a sight unseen by many. Some even regarded it as mere legend, for without witnessing it firsthand, skepticism lingered. Yet now, An individual stands before them, rendering disbelief an impossibility. Previously, the notion of ascension was an ethereal aspiration, but it has now transformed into a tangible reality. In pursuit of this concrete goal, everyone has resolved to make a concerted effort. Song Zhen had initially contemplated seeking out her senior brothers and sisters for some leisure, yet none paid her any heed. Even the newly inducted disciples were consumed by their relentless training. Now, Song Zhen finds herself devoid of conversation partners, apart from Qin Sun. All have changed. Qin Sun, however, comprehends the dissatisfaction surrounding Song Zhen. What grounds have you for discontent? Their urgency is justified, particularly that of your master and the elders, some of whom are advanced in years. Should they fail to make a breakthrough, their lifespans may dwindle. Nonetheless, the current trajectory of their development appears promising. Previously, the elders of the illusory cloud sword sect labored towards the goal of ascension, yet internally they harbored little hope. When one lacks faith in oneself, the likelihood of success diminishes significantly. Now, however, confidence abounds. Moreover, the elders possess commendable aptitude and cultivation. Ultimately, many faltered at the final hurdle, primarily due to their state of mind. Song Zhen sighed, sensing a profound transformation within the entire sword sect. As Qin Sun observed her demeanor, he offered a suggestion. Since you find the sword sect rather mundane now, why not venture out for a stroll? In the past, we might have harbored concerns for our safety, but now those worries are unfounded. The world is vast, and there remain countless places we have yet to explore. Song Zhen felt a flicker of excitement at his proposal. The sword sect had grown exceedingly tedious. Its members had transformed into fervent cultivators. Even those seniors with whom she once shared a camaraderie now seemed solely fixated on their training. Very well, let us embark on this excursion without delay. We shall set off tomorrow morning. Let us indulge in a spontaneous journey. The sentiments surrounding Song Zhen's departure had shifted remarkably. Previously, there may have been concerns for her safety, but now such apprehensions had dissipated. Rather than worrying about her well-being, it seemed more prudent to focus on their own cultivation. With their true identities concealed, Song Zhen and Qin Sun journeyed together, traversing deserts and grasslands, beholding majestic mountains and rivers, and acquiring a myriad of rare treasures. The splendor of the world is such that even ethereal beings would linger in admiration of its beauty, let alone Song Zhen and Qin Sun, who were far from transcendent beings. Should they arrive at a place conducive to living, they would gladly pause for a year or so. Song Zhen began to grasp the essence of genuine existence. Her previous understanding of life had been painfully superficial, but now she was truly experiencing what life meant. As time passed, Song Zhen realized that she had become somewhat overly reliant on Qin Sun. Though his words were often sharp, and his demeanor somewhat indolent, his knowledge was undeniably vast, and he had an uncanny ability to procure anything she desired in a remarkably short time. In summary, while his tongue may be venomous, he was indeed a man of action. In response to her concerns, Qin Sun offered this explanation. Dependence is perfectly acceptable. After all, we need not part ways. If relying on me enhances your life, why not embrace it? Instantly, Song Zhen found herself swayed by his reasoning. How astute! A comfortable life was all that mattered, without the need for excessive contemplation. As for matters of the heart, they would unfold as they may. If they were meant to flourish, they would, and if not, that was also acceptable. One of Song Zhen's greatest virtues was her lack of inner turmoil. She focused on herself, prioritizing her own comfort above all. Observing her swift acceptance of his perspective, a glimmer of amusement danced in Qin Sun's eyes. "Come," he said, "your favorite meat pie is being sold today, and I shall treat you." "What do you mean you'll treat me? Do you even have the money?" Song Zhen retorted. "From the last sale of rare treasures, I discreetly kept some funds aside." Qin Sun replied. "You've been hiding your savings. You're quite the rogue." They bantered playfully as they walked on, their laughter light and joyous, eliciting warm smiles for passers-by. The world is beautiful, and the future awaits with promise. The end.